Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A man walked through the snowy mountainous terrain. The man in the cloak breathed heavily, saying that he had finally arrived. As he approached the cave, he thought about how it took him 2 months to find the 1,000-year-old ginseng. The man pulled his hand down, realizing that he had achieved the impossible. The system noted that the item did not exist. His face distorted in shock. A notification appeared that the plane was saturated with the aroma of 1,000-year-old ginseng. The man bared his teeth, asking who dared. Clenching his hand into a fist, he thought that this man might still be around somewhere. Tracking magic was activated. A small star flashed. It was noted that the target was within 300 meters, after which the search began. The star flew forward. The man followed the blue light. He was surprised by the cave. Standing at the entrance, he mentally noted that he should look inside. The man stopped, smelling the aroma. Sniffing, he thought that this smell was very familiar to him. His eyes widened. Walking further, he realized that it was ginseng soup. The man saw a cauldron and soup boiling in it. Many ingredients were boiling in the cauldron. A dark-haired guy was eating a root. Standing behind him, the man thought that this simply could not be. Without turning around, the brunette asked him if he also wanted ginseng soup. The magician pursed his lips. The guy eating turned to him. The man pointed to the root between his chopsticks and asked if this was really 1,000-year-old ginseng. The brunette put it in his mouth and answered in the affirmative. The man remembered how he walked here through the snowy mountains. He grabbed his head. Orange sparks began to appear in his hand as he indignantly asked where on earth one could find a person who makes soup from 1,000-year-old ginseng. The guy continued chewing. He swallowed. Sitting in front of the cauldron, he answered that here. Lack of satiety is a rare disease in which no matter how much a person eats, he does not feel satisfied. With this disease, the patient eats everything. The main character eats Korean, Chinese, Japanese food and even regular fast food. The black-haired guy consumes any food, and his average daily intake is 15,000-2 calories. The main character, Kang Min-hyuk, fell ill with this disease. He was in the hospital. His height was 185 centimeters, weight 170 kilograms, large build. The guy was sitting opposite the doctor. A man with glasses, named Lee Jin-hwan, who was a professor in the psychiatric department, looked at him. He asked if he continued to eat cherry tomatoes. The brunette reached for the box. He took out a large box of tomatoes and said that even from them he gained weight. The doctor pointed his finger and said that if you eat dietary products in large quantities, you can still gain weight. He asked how many pieces the patient eats. The guy started tapping his fingers. The man's expression darkened as he replied that there were about 5,000. He inhaled. The brown-haired man rested his chin on his hand and called him a vegetarian pig. Min-hyuk asked if he was being too open with him. He started waving his arms and saying that he worked hard at exercising, about 4 hours a day. Jin-hwan called him a healthy vegetarian pig. The guy asked if the doctor knew that he was number 1 in his final exam results. He lowered his head when the man called him a smart and healthy vegetarian pig. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist said that this disease was because of his father. The brown-haired man tapped his fingers on the folder. Adjusting his glasses, he thought that it was dangerous, so he started saying that he grew up in a rich family home, smart, in demand everywhere. Jin-hwan smiled and finished his words by saying that he was a healthy pig. Min-hyuk muttered, asking how anyone could even talk to him normally. Silence fell between them. Sitting opposite the patient, the doctor called him over. Looking at the documents, he said that this was starting to get really dangerous. The brunette's eyes widened. He lowered his head. The man asked what was the hardest thing for him. The guy, looking at the floor, answered that he couldn't eat what he wanted. He suggested trying to eat 5,000 cherry tomatoes in one day. The brown-haired man looked at him sideways and said that he was still a great guy. He thought that if he constantly chewed something, he would start to feel anxious, and for a patient like him, maintaining a weight of 170 kilograms was already a miracle. Jin-hwan, looking at the guy, said that when he could eat what he wanted, he noted that at that moment, it wouldn't be long before he died. The doctor adjusted his glasses and called the patient over. The brunette looked up at him. The man said that he wanted to offer him a new treatment method. He clasped his hands and said that it was the virtual game Athene. Min-hyuk told him that he had failed once before. He hung his head and began to say that if he played a game where he couldn't even taste anything, this disease would only get worse. The man said that it was in Versailles. Shatney grinned. He said that in Athene, you could really taste it. The brunette froze and asked again. Jin-hwan told him that he had even tried it himself. He pointed to his mouth and said that in this place, you could eat 100 instant noodles at 1 a.m. and still not get fat. The protagonist's eyes widened. He imagined a bowl of instant noodles. When his mouth began to water, he asked if it was true. The water in the pool was calm. The guy jumped in. Min-hyuk was breathing heavily in the water. A celebrity fitness trainer named Oh Chang-wook held a whistle in his hand and offered him to rest a little. The The brunette raised his hand and refused, saying that he would swim a little more. The trainer brought his hand to his mouth and asked him not to overdo it. The protagonist thought that the doctor looked serious then all his thoughts were occupied with Dosherek. The brown-haired man, propping his head up with his hands, said that the purpose of this method of treatment with the help of the game Athene is to achieve a feeling of satiety in a psychological sense. He said that if you eat something there, then this can follow the yo-yo effect. The man smiled sadly and said that the taste he tried in the virtual world, he would want to satisfy in reality, but he wants to say that the question is whether they have any other choice. The guy was getting out of the pool. He slowly rose up. Throwing on a robe, the brunette mentally noted that his appetite had flared up again. While the coach was offering him a snack, he was thinking that while he was doing sports, everything was more or less okay. However, Min Hayek swallowed. He looked at the plate of food with admiration, mentally noting that as soon as the training was over, the appetite immediately returned. There was a vegetable salad on the plate. The protagonist was sitting and eating it. There were several more plates on the table. He was stacking the empty plates. When he licked his lips, he was asked if he had already eaten everything. The coach sat down next to him, and he asked him if the game Athene was interesting. While the guy was eating, Chang-wook said that it was very interesting, and lately there was nothing more interesting than it. The brunette replied that he was also thinking about trying to play it. The man looked at him and asked if he really wanted new records. He hugged him, and Min Hayek clenched his fist and said that he knew that a man like him just needed to start, and he would immediately be in the front rows. The coach confirmed this and said that since he had decided to take it on, he should achieve the best results and then quit. He asked what he didn't have anymore. The main character closed his eyes. He rubbed his chin and answered that he wasn't slim. The man, whose cheeks began to stream with tears, said that the guy was kind of joking, but sometimes he wanted to cry. Min Hayek said that he shouldn't cry about it. Chang-wook patted him on the back and said that they should laugh. The main character began to get up. He stood up and called the coach. Starting to scratch his ear, he decided to ask where his father was. The guy's eyes began to close. The surprised man called him. He stretched out his hand and screamed. The brunette's hand fell. He flew to the floor. A distant voice asked him to come to his senses or call someone an ambulance. The voice was saying that his condition was getting worse and that he had hypertension, diabetes, arthritis, and more. The voice in room 711 was saying that his body was holding on by its last bit of strength. There was an empty IV. The voice was saying that they had already performed liposuction on Min Hayek recently, but he had gained back as much weight as he had lost, and although he was feeling better, it was only temporary. The boy opened his eyes slightly. He was trying to figure out what he was doing wrong. As he lay in the hospital bed, he began to think about how no matter how much effort he put in, his appetite was only getting stronger. And of course, the amount of food he was eating was only increasing, and the longer he went on, the fatter his body was becoming. He wondered if this was really his limit. While the man was sitting in the room, he was thinking about how he still wanted to live a little longer, even if not for that long. The man named Kang-min who came up to him and asked his son if he was awake. He straightened his tie and said that he seemed to have gone into shock from all the exercise he did. The protagonist looked at him. As his father stood next to him, he cursed in his mind, thinking that he must have heard them talking about going back to the game, and he wondered how he could relieve the tension. The man pulled out his chair. He sat down and started listing different foods. The guy made a sound. He started twitching on the bed when his father said that he seemed to have won. The protagonist smiled and called him. Looking at the man next to his bed, he asked if he would hate him if he played video games. Minhoo frowned, realizing that he was talking about a new treatment. As the staff walked down the hall, he started saying that if he did nothing in video games and ate all day, his dad would be happy for him. However, if he was going to go into a video game, he wanted to make him promise. The brunette was very surprised when his father told him to have fun. The man patted his son on the head, saying that all he asked was for him to feel good and have fun. The protagonist clutched the blanket. He smiled and said that he would do it and play Athene. A loud voice inside the building announced the start. The coach pointed to the machine and said that it was a specially made version just for him. There was a large chair inside. The boy watched with dazzled eyes. The doctor stood to the side with his team, while the man said that if anything happened, they would be there. He put his hand on Min Hayek's shoulder and said that it was hard for a newbie to get used to it without the support of someone with a high level, so he could count on him. He pressed the button. The protagonist climbed inside, turned around and asked what his nickname was. Chang-wook looked down in shame. He whispered in the protagonist's ear that his nickname was General. The brunette jumped back and asked again in surprise. While the trainer was trying to push him into the structure, he was asking if his nickname was really General. He asked him not to speak so loudly. The three doctors were laughing off to the side. The man continued pushing Min Hayek from behind while he was asking if he had another nickname like Black Dragon. The device closed. The structure began to glow slightly. The guy put the helmet on his head. The others watched him through the transparent door. The brunette began to dive. The system greeted him and asked if he wanted to start playing Athene. He answered yes. Min Hayek looked at his reflection. Seeing his current avatar, he read the information that during character customization he could change his hair color, body weight, and skin color as he liked. The protagonist imagined a skinny guy, thinking that he couldn't do that in the last game. He closed his eyes and thought that there was only one thing he needed. He asked for a weight of 73 kilograms. The avatar began to become transparent. A clear jawline appeared. His arm became much thinner. The slimmed-down Min Hayek smiled widely and said that he looked so cool that he wasn't even sure it was him. He clenched his fist, mentally noting that he would definitely lose weight this time. The game asked him to choose a character name. The guy named his own. A light appeared near the scarecrow with a crow. The brunette began to open his eyes. He found himself in a small training ground. The protagonist turned around when a voice greeted him in the rookie village of Ardo. A tall man with blue hair crossed his arms and said that he was Valen, the one in charge of basic training. Min Hayek froze with an admiring face, wondering if this was really an NPC. He thought that it was completely different from the last game, and this man really did look like a real person. The NPC looked at him. The guy enthusiastically clenched his fist to his face. Suddenly, something flashed. He caught the wooden sword and the voice said that he should start his basic quest immediately. The system screen noted that he needed to attack the scarecrow 50 times as a tutorial. He would be given 10 units of black bread for doing so. The brunette froze in shock as Valen said that in order to open the quest window, all he had to do was either think about the quest or say the word out loud. He asked if he was listening to him. The protagonist thought about bread, dropping his sword. He began to imagine ears of wheat, thinking that this was retribution for someone who had been on a diet. He began to imagine various pastries, thinking that these were some of the most delicious things in the world. Min Hayek stretched out his palms and plaintively asked him to give him the bread first so that he could start the quest after that. The man replied in the negative. The guy hung his head, thinking that he really wanted to eat some bread. He turned to the scarecrow. The brunette gripped the wooden sword tightly. He struck. The protagonist paused and muttered that in that case he would do it and swears that he will eat the bread. Voices were heard on the training field. The other players watched Min Hayek strike the scarecrow and remarked that he was very fast, as if he already knew how to wield a sword. A notification for completing a quest appeared, and he was given 10 women's bread, 10 mineral water, and 1 extra point. The guy lowered his sword, saying that he did a good job. Valen looked at him and said that his strikes were clean and without unnecessary movements, and that his future was full of promise. He added that, similar to the quest window, he can also find out his status by saying a word or just thinking about it. He said that by using bonus points, he can increase his status, and increasing his strength by 1 increases his attack by 3. The stats screen began to appear when the guy called him, thinking that he had already learned all the basic information before connecting. Looking at the holographic sign, he said that if his friend's words were true, then by increasing his durability at the beginning, he would get more benefit. His eyes widened. A bag of bread appeared in his hand. The brunette smiled, quickly increasing his durability. When he opened the bag, the NPC told him that if he wanted, he could put the item in his inventory, and there he also needed to say this word or imagine the action. The protagonist took the loaf of bread and thanked him loudly. The man with a soft smile said that it was the first time he saw someone so happy about this reward. The two of them turned around when someone loudly asked what kind of disgusting bread was this. The player spat it out, saying that even coal would be much tastier. He and the girl looked at each other and began to discuss it. Valen curled his lips in displeasure, saying that they still do not understand how little things are appreciated. He heard a sound. Min Hayek sniffed a loaf of bread, wondering how long it had been since he had enjoyed that wonderful aroma. Imagining the various ingredients, he wondered if it was made from rice or yeast or just plain wheat bread. He opened his mouth slightly. The guy took a bite and began to think about how the bread was cold and stale, that it felt like he was biting into the crust of a fresh baguette. And the moment he put it in his mouth and started rolling it on his tongue, it became soft as soon as it mixed with his saliva. Clenching his hand into a fist, the brunette declared that it was very delicious. The blue-haired guy asked him if that was true. Grabbing the second loaf of bread, the protagonist, almost crying, said that it was too delicious. Valen closed his eyes and smiled, thinking that this was very interesting, because many people had complained about this type of food these days. Touching his chin with his hands, he said that if he hit the scarecrow 50 more times, he would receive 10 more pieces of bread and 10 bottles of mineral water as a reward. While they were standing on the training field, the NPC said that, however, he would not receive any more bonus points, and that he was now free to go wherever he wanted and begin his own hunting training. The guy's eyes widened, and he loudly asked if they could really give him bread for free again. While the others were finishing their training, the man said that it was not for free, but for 50 sword strikes. A notification appeared that the dampness had reached 100%. The brunette looked up in surprise as this shocked him. The system noted that further consumption of food would not increase his dampness anymore. He remembered the doctor telling him something like this. He looked at the filled satiety bar. The protagonist wiped his chin, thinking that even if he continued eating after the gauge was 100%, it would not affect his stats. Grabbing the sword, he rolled up his sleeves, thinking that he should eat this. The player swung the weapon. Loud sounds were heard on the training field near the building. Valen handed over a bag of bread, saying that he was giving him 2 additional rewards. Min Hyuk thanked him. A notification appeared that his intimacy with Valen had increased. He began to hit the scarecrow again. His durability had increased by 1. The guy stopped and noted this fact. The man told him that this was a special reward for attacking the scarecrow for a long time. He looked at the brunette and said that, however, he would not recommend him to continue increasing his durability in this way. The protagonist asked him why. The NPC said that if he left here and started killing monsters, then with each level up he would get 5 bonus points, so no one would linger here for long because of 1 bonus point. The other players were watching their conversation with interest. Min Hyuk said that he knew it, and then noted that the instructor was as smart as he was handsome. The man laughed and noted that he knew how to communicate with people. Their intimacy increased again. The immersion device opened. A doctor immediately came up to the guy and asked him how he was and if he was able to eat anything. The brunette climbed out of the device. He hung his head and answered positively. When he sat down on the couch, the coach asked why he had such an expression on his face then. The main character began to cry, saying that now he could no longer eat. He opened his eyes and said that it was very tasty. He was asked what he ate there. Min Hyuk said that it was stale bread. Chang-wook started to cry and wondered if he was talking about those hard crackers that were given at the very beginning of the game. The brown-haired man smiled and answered in the affirmative when the guy asked if he could come back in 30 minutes. The brunette smiled contentedly and said that he needed to hurry up to go back and eat more stale bread. The trainer leaned forward and asked if he had finished training and entered the beginner's area. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and replied that he had not and that he was still attacking the scarecrow. Chang-wook's face distorted in surprise. It was time for an explanation. The waiter entered the room while Chang-wook was noting the fact that he now understood that he had repeated the basic quest because he wanted to get more stale bread and that his transition to the beginner's area would take some time. Min Hyuk agreed with him. When the waiter began to lay out the salads, he thanked him. The guy began to eat while looking at his phone. His eyes widened. He went to the Newbie City forum and started reading about a player suggesting to peel off the bark of a pine tree and eat it. The brunette started scrolling further. He froze with a surprised face. His body started shaking. The coach asked what happened with a surprised face. The doctor asked if everything was okay. The other staff members also jumped up. Chang-wook grabbed the phone, shouting that he was calling an ambulance immediately. Jin Hwan asked him to get the tools from his bag. The voice asked them to calm down. Min Hyuk smiled widely and said that they said on the forum that after the attacks on the scarecrow are over and you leave that area, you can find chickens. The coach sighed heavily, mentally noting that he already thought something had happened. He said that they really are there and they are easy to kill because according to the guide, real monsters. The main character began to imagine various chicken dishes, exclaiming that fried chicken is absolutely delicious deep fried and boiled. Everyone else froze. Valen looked away. He smiled, noting the upcoming meeting. Min Hyuk raised his wooden sword while the man told him to keep up the good work and make sure he had a good meal later. The player threw the sword over his shoulder, exclaiming that they needed to do it all over again. The blows rained down on the scarecrow. Night fell on the training field. The man demanded his reward. The instructor told him to take it and get lost. The guy clenched his fists, indignantly asking how a simple NPC dared to talk to him like that. The man replied that he treated him the same way he treated him. He asked what the problem was. The player tried to object. Valen narrowed his eyes and told him to shut his mouth and get out of here. The brown-haired man froze. He turned around and started to leave, declaring that he would not let him get away with this so easily. The blue-haired man closed his eyes and thought that he was very tired and that it was time to change with another instructor. A man approached him and praised his work, noting that he could go and rest. The NPC wished him luck. He stopped when a colleague noted that the guy looked happy after all that. Min Hyuk was sitting on the ground and eating bread. The instructor thought that he hoped that he would be just as good tomorrow. When he turned around, the guy called him. Coming closer, he asked if he was going home after work. Valen answered that he was. The brunette asked if he had dinner. While it was dark around, the man said that he would eat when he got home. He asked the player not to drag it out and get to the point. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that he wanted to cook the most delicious dinner for him. The blue-haired man froze with a puzzled look and asked again. Rubbing his chin, Manhwa noted that since there was no way to get kitchen tools at the moment, the only way to cook food that was tastier than stale bread was to borrow the instructor's tools, and since they would become closer to him, maybe he could use his tools even after he left here. The man next to him mentally noted that he thought he could hear his thoughts. He smirked. Looking at the player, he responded with an affirmative. He asked him to be honest and asked if he really just wanted to eat a delicious meal. The guy replied that it was not, and he just wanted to cook delicious food for him. They were already approaching the house when blue-haired said that he was a terrible liar. They charged inside. The protagonist noted that it looked very cozy. He stopped, and Valen threw the keys into the cup, saying that it would do for him, and there was no smell of old age yet. As the boy studied the kitchen, he wondered how long it had been since he had brought someone over. He recalled that there had been many players who had even tried to be friendly with him, hoping to get an extra reward, but the instructor silently reasoned that none of them wanted to visit his house. He mentally noted that he thought his friend had come here to have a delicious meal, and he felt he could trust him. The brunette looked at the set of ingredients and asked if this was all he had. The blue-haired man smiled softly and explained that Athene's defenders like him were provided with the same food every day, and while he could buy some ingredients in the village, there was no particular need for them, and yet he preferred simple dishes since he started living alone. Manhwa remained silent. He clenched his hand into a fist and declared that he promised to make the most delicious meal tonight. The man replied that he would be waiting for it. A light was shining from the kitchen window. Looking at the pile of bread, the protagonist asked if he could take some while he was cooking. The blue-haired man replied that he could have as much as he needed. The guy was thinking about what kind of food he could make from stale bread. He started listing the ingredients in his head. Grabbing a loaf of bread, he realized that he could make garlic bread and soup. The protagonist cut the pastries. There were blanks on the table, and after a while he said that everything was ready. Valen froze. Manhwa was sitting at the table with cutlery in his hands. There were slices of bread on the table. The man was looking at a bowl of soup. There was a whole saucepan on the guest's side. There was another saucepan on the floor. The brunette looked up and said that the instructor could eat as much as he wanted because he made as much as he respected him. The blue-haired man started moving his spoon through the soup, saying that he would try it now. He sent the spoon into his mouth. Valen looked up as the protagonist began to thank him for the food. He smiled as he ate the garlic bread, thinking that the outer layer was crispy and the inside was warm and soft. The guy began to eat the soup with admiration, thinking that it was sweet but also slightly salty. He smiled sweetly as he thought that after this soup flowed into his mouth, the dry garlic bread melted and became creamy in his mouth. As he took a spoonful of the soup, the protagonist thought that it was delicious. The man covered his face with his hand. He began to laugh loudly. Manhwa continued to chew. The instructor began to cough, saying that he couldn't help but notice that whenever he ate, he looked like the happiest person in the world, and he looked very happy right now. He said that he was also enjoying this great food now. The brunette held the cutlery and said that nothing could make a person happier than food prepared with soul. While the rest of the house was dark, the man said that every day was the same for him, and every day he went to work, did his job, came home and found nothing but emptiness inside him. He looked up and said that there was nothing more lonely than coming home to a place where you lived alone. While the player sat across from him, Valen said that this was the first time someone had actually asked him to eat together, no matter what his reasons were. He said that he had been alone for so long that he supposed this house was destined to be drowned in silence, but the sound of food being prepared for him, eating together. The blue-haired man noted that it really filled this house with warmth and happiness after it had been completely empty for so long. He thanked him. The protagonist smiled and said that he was very happy. He mentally noted that simple food can change depending on whether he eats it with a group or alone, and that food can help imprint a person in his memory. Looking at the pieces of garlic bread, the instructor said that he thought he would remember this evening for the rest of his life. Manhwa thought that the words he spoke to him today touched him. The man nodded and crossed his arms when he asked him if he could have more bread. The boy began to eat the regular bread. Valen mentally noted that he had finished the garlic bread and soup, but he continued to eat. He began to get up from the table. He reached into the top cabinet. The brunette looked up when he was called. Holding out the sword, the instructor asked if he would like to take it. A notification appeared that Valen from Ardo was offering the player the Valen sword as a gift. The protagonist's eyes widened. The system noted that he could receive the Valen sword and would also be able to fit into the Ardo Rookie Training Center and the training field without restrictions. Looking at the sword in the black sheath, Manhwa asked why he was giving it to him. The characteristics of the weapon appeared, the special skill of which was Brave Strike. The man smiled and said that he didn't need it anymore anyway. The guy muttered that he had barely fed him. He abruptly grabbed the weapon when the blue-haired man asked if he was really refusing. He exclaimed that he was not, and that he would use it with nobility. The brunette saw the skill panel. The description of Brave Strike said that the attack made with this sword increases damage by 20%. The protagonist took the sword out of the sheath, thinking that this skill was not bad. He looked at Valen and asked if he could borrow some cooking utensils from him. The instructor said that he knew that this was what he came for. There was a stone arch ahead. Many players were attacking chickens on the field. Manhwa walked towards them, thinking that he would finally be able to eat chicken. A bird flew past him. He heard the flapping of wings. Turning around, the protagonist saw a chicken pecking a man on the ground. He walked on, thinking that Valen told him to find Roina's instructor, and also noted that he would be able to spot her right away. There was a girl standing at the edge of the road ahead, and he assumed it was her. The girl with her hair tied up in a ponytail turned her attention to him. The protagonist smiled and said that he was glad to meet her. The girl looked at him and said that she was Roina's instructor and would reward him if he killed 5 chickens and brought them to her. The chicken hunt quest appeared, for which the player could get 3 bonus points and 3,000 gold. The guy exclaimed that he accepted it, and then thought that this was the first time he would use Valen's sword. He began to take it out. The instructor turned her attention to him. She asked with a shocked look if this weapon was by any chance the Valen sword. The brunette confirmed. The blue-haired girl suddenly looked up and asked how he got it. There was no one in front of her. She saw the guy walking forward. Looking at his back, she thought about how the Valen sword could only be obtained by someone who had received his confession. The squawking of chickens was heard. While chewing on a loaf of bread, Manhwa thought that this chicken seemed a little strange. In front of him stood a bird with a fierce gaze, and he realized that it was very strange. While all the other chickens were staring at him, the player wondered why this was happening. He thought that at least they let him draw his sword first. The bird jumped at him. The guy raised his weapon. He slashed at the chicken. It fell dead. Roina touched her chin, surprised that he was able to deal with it in one blow. Looking at the guy's back, she thought that most beginners need at least 3 hits to achieve this. She wondered if it was because he had a special sword. The girl thought that it was not so, and it only seemed to be because of Valen. Looking at how he sat down in the portable stove, she wondered if it was because he raised his stats by attacking the scarecrow. The player raised the knife above his head. The blue-haired girl flinched at the sound of the blow. The clean carcass sank into the boiling water. The guy began to cover the pot, saying that he should take some more chicken. The instructor and the others looked at him with surprised eyes, trying to understand what he was doing. While the pot was boiling, the brunette killed chickens. Bird cries were heard. Roina said that it seemed to be true that when playing Athene, you can see all sorts of strange people, just like in the army. The protagonist clapped his hands. He sat in front of the fragrant pot, realizing that it was time to start. He thought that he regretted that he did not have seasoning. But for now he could not do anything about it, and he really wanted to eat delicious fried chicken now, but it was simply impossible without seasoning. As he opened the pot, he thought that this was why he chose samgyetang, because there is nothing better for a healthy body. Manhwa began to take out the chicken, thinking that usually in samgyetang they add barely garlic, dates, sticky rice, leeks and other products, but he will be content with what he has. The guy broke off a chicken leg. He bit into it. The brunette began to breathe heavily because the meat was hot. He clenched his fists happily. The protagonist sipped the chicken broth, saying that it was very tasty. After a while, only chicken bones remained. The player raised his fist and shouted that he wanted more. Roina watched him, noting that he was special. Seeing his movements with the sword, she mentally noted that when she looked at him, he reminded her of the instructor Valen. The blue-haired girl grinned, thinking that she really wanted to see him. The girl turned around sharply, hearing a loud scream. The players gathered in a crowd, indignantly asking why this chicken was so sick. The instructor frowned, realizing that it seemed to be the golden chicken. A large golden chicken flapped its wings. Others said that it should be killed quickly, because if someone dared to defeat it, they would get the chicken, not the golden eggs. The characteristics of the golden chicken monster appeared. One guy told another that if you break a golden egg, you can get 200,000 or more gold, and it lays 1 egg per day. The players began to jump up from their seats. The chicken flew past, hitting each of them. It raised its head proudly. Manhwa looked at it from under his brows. He began to take out his sword, mentally noting that it made him think of fried chicken legs. The bird dodged the attack. The brunette wiped his drool, thinking that he really wanted to eat it. The chicken screamed loudly. It dodged the blow again. It flew past the player. The others watched with interest, noting that even though it was a bird, it moved just like a human. Looking at how the protagonist kicked it, they realized that he was trying to catch it alone. Manhwa frowned. The chicken flew into the sky. A notification appeared that the guy's next strike would be given the effect of Brave Strike. The sword hit its target. Notifications began to appear that the brunette had successfully completed the hunt for the exclusive monster golden chicken and received 82,135 gold and the golden chicken's beak. The bird was lying with a bag of coins next to it and a small chicken. Reaching out his hand to it, the protagonist noted that he had done well, and then thought that he was sure that it would taste great if cooked. The characteristics of the item chicken that lays golden eggs appeared. Its special skill was that once a day it laid an egg worth 200,000 gold and 10 normal eggs that would be very tasty. Min Hayek smiled and selected the second skill for the day. New notifications began to appear that he had completed the selection of a special skill, received the hidden achievement One Who Has Known the Joy of Food, and also purchased a storage inventory, and his 5 different characteristics increased by 5 points. The next day, the players on the field smelled the smell and understood that it was sambi tang. The boy held the handles of the pot, saying that such an oily taste is unique to sambi tang. He remembered Roina and thought that she had the same energy as Valen. He repeated their names in his head, noting that among most Atheny players, they are known as instructors who are easy to anger, and they are also called the best instructors. The brunette imagined their gloomy faces, thinking that since Valen was kind to him, if he also increased his intimacy with Roina, he could get a good reward. He turned his gaze to the girl who was looking around and thought that he needed to figure out what was a good way to get closer to her. Their gazes crossed. While a rooster crowed to the side, the protagonist wished the instructor a good morning. The blue-haired girl showed him a package that contained potatoes and spices. The boy thought, potatoes plus spicy red pepper paste. If I can have those. He imagined the hot dish, thinking that it was a delicacy completely different from sambi tang, and it was a spicy yet sweet food known for its delicious taste. The brunette looked with delighted eyes, realizing that he could make dakbakumtang. The girl pinched a strand of hair between the sticks and asked how Instructor Valen was doing. She said that she was just curious about how he was doing since they were in the same unit and he was her superior. Roina looked away with an embarrassed look when asked why she didn't visit him if she was so curious. Min Hayek froze, realizing what was going on. He thought that if everything worked out, he would be able to buy food. The blue-haired girl moved the cry away and began to quarrel from one foot to the other. The protagonist thought that this was definitely it and he could feel the signal coming from her. He replied that he would tell her. He touched his chin and asked if there were any other foreigners besides him who could return to the training field with scarecrows. The guy noted that Roina was not a foreigner. Her eyes widened. She loudly asked how could he return to the training field with scarecrows. The brunette told her that when he received the sword as a gift, he also gave it a system message that he could come and go to the field whenever he wanted. The girl imagined the warrior's back, noting that she was a player who could see Valen whenever she wanted. She thought that he had already eaten 200 chickens since she started watching him, and it didn't look like he was going to stop there, which meant. The girl lowered her eyes, assuming that perhaps he would stay here for a few more days. She handed him a package of food, realizing that he was really happy with it. The instructor walked back. Holding her hands behind her back, she smiled, thinking that she was very curious about what Valen was doing, and perhaps now she had a way to convey her feelings to him. There was a cauldron on the portable stove. Chicken and potatoes were simmering inside. The protagonist thought that dakbakumtang is a dish that can be enjoyed anywhere at any time. He thought that the spicy and sweet seasoning go well together, and if there was rice, it would be the best taste of food that can be tasted. The guy scooped up the dish, thanking for the food. He began to chew vigorously. While he was finishing the rest, Roina came up and asked if he was busy. The brunette looked at her and replied that he was not busy at all. The instructor held a bag in her hand and asked if he could take a look at it then. She began to open it. The protagonist froze when he saw rice inside and thought that this was the beginning and end of all carbohydrates. The blue-haired girl took a couple of grains of rice with her fingers and said that she would give him the bag in exchange for him talking to Valen about her. He immediately agreed. He thought that he had been waiting for this moment. When Roina asked if he really agreed, Min Hayek noted that he did, and that he both remembered how much stuff Instructor Valen had in his house. The girl froze in surprise and asked if he had really been to his house. She muttered that then, it turned out. The girl lowered her gloomy face, assuming that he lived there alone. Her eyes sparkled. She raised her head and thought with a smirk that this could be a good chance for her. The guy thanked her for the rice. The system noted that his intimacy level with her had increased. Holding a bag in his hands, the brunette said that he could go overboard with this question. He said that if she had something to give him, he would do it for her. Roina smiled sweetly. The protagonist extended his hand and asked if he could get some groceries in exchange. He rubbed his chin, thinking that this was a fair trade. The girl agreed. She waved her hand. A quest notification appeared that Min Hayek had to deliver Blue Hair's wish to Valen. When she turned around, the player asked her not to rush. He raised the bag up. Tossing it, the guy said that he would try to cook something from it for now. Lifting the lid, he noted that it was fried rice with egg and soy sauce, and he was very good at cooking it. The brunette took out a frying pan. He took out his secret weapon, a golden egg. Holding it, he remembered how a golden chicken suddenly jumped out of his inventory, laid an egg and returned back. The protagonist smashed it into the frying pan. He added fried eggs to the rice. Then he began to stir everything with a spoon. Min Hayek looked at the dish with admiration, noting that it looked super delicious. He scooped up a full spoon. The player ate the contents. He thought that as soon as this food gets into his mouth, it completely fills it with its fragrant and slightly salty taste, and when you swallow, it saturates the stomach. The guy began to eat actively. On the training field, someone demanded a reward. Valen curled his lips and told him to get lost. He turned around when the brunette called him and then asked what brought him here. The protagonist waved his hand and said that he wanted to see the instructor. He took out a letter and said that in fact, Roina asked him to give him something. He gave the letter and a red rose. The man looked at him with surprised eyes. He read the signature on the letter. His lips stretched into a smile and he said that it was her style. Min Hayek asked him whether he had already had lunch or not because he wanted to let him try his new dish. He asked if he could take some black bread. The blue-haired man wondered how he had not yet asked him to give him the house. The girl remembered that it was not so long ago, and she was once under the command of Commander Valen, and then she was arrogant. She held a sword in her hand. She noted that the world called her a genius, and as her confidence only grew over time, she found herself in a situation where she almost died. Then the man extended his hand to her and saved her. The instructor thought that looking back now, she could confidently say that it was at that moment that she fell in love with him. She looked at the training area in the distance. Roina pressed her hand to her chest and thought about how soon after that all she could do was come to this place and look at it from afar. But now, a man approached her. The girl smiled widely and asked the guy what Valen told him. The brunette replied that he thanked her and said that he was very glad that she was doing well. The blue-haired girl lowered her embarrassed gaze. She indignantly asked the player why he came so late. He replied that he had cooked for the man before returning. Roina praised him. The system noted that their intimacy level had increased. A small amount of smoke rose into the sky. Min Hayek was sitting with a spoon in his hand. He brought the spoon to his mouth and saw a notification. It said that he was no longer able to consume food. The passive skill digestion was generated. The hero was surprised. The system reported that after his satiety level dropped to 0%, he would be able to eat again. If his satiety level reached 0%, his satiety status would drop from 7 to 6. It would take 24 hours for the satiety level to drop to 0%. The players turned to look at the devastated Min Hayek, who thought he didn't know that the satiety status couldn't be higher than 7. His trembling hand reached for the spoon. The brunette tried to eat, but numerous notifications appeared. His eyes widened in shock. He thought it felt like someone had sewn his mouth shut. The system said that after his satiety level dropped to 0%, he would be able to eat again. Min Hayek remembered what he had said about some digestion skill. Maybe it would give him some hope. The information window about the digestion skill said that the type was passive skill, level 1, no mana used, no cooldown. Effect was rapid calorie consumption. When doing 100% of the loads in 1 hour, 10 calories would be consumed. Loads, the average amount of loads that a normal person could do in 1 hour. The countdown started from the moment the window was opened. Min Hayek imagined the salad and chuckled. He remembered running and swimming, thinking that in reality, he ate tasteless food and exercised for 4 hours a day. But in this place, the brunette looked at his palms. He thought he felt light. He no longer has that heavy body that made it hard to breathe. Finally, he can exercise and eat what he wants. A sword appeared in the guy's hand when he summoned it. He extended his hand with the sword, thinking that it was right. After all, hard work makes the food taste even sweeter. He will succeed. Forward, swift movement. Roina leaned over questioningly, asking why he was doing quest exercises. The players behind him were whispering, discussing that he was doing exercises in the game. Wouldn't it be better to spend his time catching more chickens and raising his level? He doesn't even do that, unlike her. Min Hayek was focused. They thought that this guy's eyes were serious, not like the others, as if he had decided on something, but why? The guy swung the sword, thinking that he wants to eat. He is desperately hungry. The movement left a trace. He thought that now, at this moment, the hero clenched his teeth, thinking that he was endlessly hungry. 4 hours later, Min Hayek stood with a sword in his hand. The system reported that all the calories had been consumed. The satiety level had reached 0%. He could eat again. He raised his hand happily, saying, which was great, but he felt hungry. Clouds were floating in the sky. Steam was rising. A question was heard. Did Min Hayek want to learn swordsmanship from her? Roina smiled, standing next to him. The system reported that he had received an offer from her to undergo training in the art of Bardi fencing. He turned around, mentally asking again. The notification said that he could now return to the beginner hunting grounds in Isban village. Receive 3 fame points. If he accepted the offer, a quest would be generated. Looking away, the instructor said that it didn't really matter why, it was simple. Pointing her finger, she continued that when she saw him practicing with his sword yesterday, it was a bit similar. She thought that he also looked a bit lonely. When she watched him, she realized it. Min Hayek thought, touching his chin. Roina mused that this guy wasn't vain or boastful. He knew how to move properly. She wanted to help him. The girl pointed her finger and shouted that all the other players were desperate to learn from her. Did he know? The brunette chuckled thoughtfully and, hearing that she was serious, asked if it would be hard. Roina clenched her fist, saying that of course he would eventually beg her to stop. The hero replied that he would agree then. The system reported a quest to train in Barty's swordsmanship. Rank D, no restrictions. The penalty for failure is a drop in intimacy with Roina. The reward is Barty's swordsmanship. The description said that Roina was known as a genius swordsman, and she volunteered to train him. To do this, he must reach 100% training level in a week. Only then will he be able to use the skill. Min Hayek was surprised to see an empty training bar, and the girl thought that this was the first time she saw a person who loved difficulties so much. The words "I agree, then they will begin, let him follow her" were heard. 2 hours later, a cry was heard begging him to stop. Roina breathed tiredly, asking who in the world trains for 2 hours without stopping. Min Hayek calmly said that otherwise he would not get hungry. She said that she also needed to rest, to which the guy replied that she should not shirk. It was time to continue. Min Hayek held the sword. The instructor thought, is this guy a monster or what? Doesn't waste a single move and absorbs everything like a sponge. Roina with the sword thought, okay, they'll see who wins. Min Hayek looked at her resolutely. There was a house with a red roof. Heard the words that Roina was teaching him the art of fencing. Min Hayek sat on a barrel and replied that it was true. Besides, today she sent him a note along with a rose. Valen held a note that said it was Roina. Does he remember the moment he saved her life? Since that day, she wanted to have dinner with him so much. That's why she sends fried chicken along with Min Hayek. And she also loves the instructor. The man turned to the hero and asked, so he was leaving now? He thought so after reading the letter. The guy sat next to him and heard the question. He did not achieve the goal, to which he replied that no, he did not eat chicken. The instructor said that he looked like he could do it tonight. The brunette looked at him questioningly. There were chickens in the clearing. Min Hayek and Roina were practicing with swords. There was a tree growing up ahead. The system reported that he had reached 100% in swordsmanship training. He had mastered the Barty swordsmanship. There was an exclamation that this was not bad. The system reported the ability Barty swordsmanship. Type active, rank rare. Level 1, training 0. Mana use depending on the series of strikes, recharge time depending on the series. Effect, Series 1 fast thrusts, Series 2 fast double strike sequence, Series 3 Barty swordsmanship. The houses of Ispin village appeared. After completing the swordsmanship training, he and instructor Roina headed to Ispin village. Why? To eat delicious fried chicken? Of course. The instructor turned to the boy. She watched him in amazement as he collected food and asked where he got so much. Was he going to trade? He answered with a smile that it was not that much. Min Hayek said while flexing his fingers that they had finished buying the necessary ingredients and could begin. The instructor turned around and said that his gaze had become even more serious than during training. Did you know? The player smiled, opening the inventory window. The heroes stopped at the door and the girl called them in. Fried chicken. The hero imagined chicken, people, and a frying pan with oil. Food for everyone, people young or old, and they call it divine chicken, or when they devour it with both cheeks along with beer, they call it chimik. The boy looked at the piece of chicken with delight, thinking that fried chicken was amazing, no matter how long he looked at it. The hero held the cooking utensils. Roina thought that she could not wait for him to cook. She pointed to the door, saying that she was going to leave for a while and come back. Steam was rising. The door opened, and the instructor said that she was back. She turned her head, saying that she bought him some delicious bread as a gift. The girl was surprised to see a whole mountain of chicken and asked why it took up half the room. He roasted 150 chickens in this time. How was he going to handle all this? Min Hayek said that she had the same reaction as instructor Valen. He smiled, saying that it turns out that people who like each other are quite similar. The girl asked shyly, does he think so? A cry was heard from the house among the trees that the fried chicken delivery was here. The blue-haired man opened the door. He looked at the plate of chicken in surprise. Holding it in his hands, Valen asked, is this fried chicken? Does it smell really good? Min Hayek said that he hoped he would enjoy it. The instructor smiled, saying that he was really amazing in many ways. Under the sunset sky, the boy thanked the instructor and handed him a note and a rose from his instructor. Valen looked at it and asked if it was from Roina. Did the boy confirm? Clouds were floating in the sky. The man asked if he would come back right away today. The hero answered that he was planning to and would visit him before leaving tomorrow. The house stood in the evening forest. The man held a note in his hand. He unfolded it and read it. It said that Roina felt very happy that at least this way she could share dinner with him. He smiled. There was a bed in the corner. The man touched the drawer of the nightstand. He thought that maybe he should. He looked into the contents of the drawer. There was a red bow. He continued the thought that he would try to be a little braver. It got dark. A song about fried chicken was heard. Min Hayek held a blanket in his hands and hummed. He waved the cloth. On the ground there was a plate with chicken and a can of drink. He opened the lid. The drink poured out. Manhwa exclaimed, "No, it's bubbles." The hero narrowed his eyes in pleasure. He looked at the chicken, saying that now. He brought one of the pieces to his mouth. He sniffed it and took a bite. With the food in his hands, Manhwa exclaimed that this was happiness. Clouds floated in the clear sky. The system reported that all the calories were consumed. The satiety level reached 0%. He can eat food again. In the allotted time, he reduced his satiety level to 0 4 times. Secret quest: the one who works hard to eat, obtained. Digestion ability has gained a new level. Basic stats increased by 5. Manhwa exclaimed in surprise, looking at the information windows. He wiped his chin, saying that his efforts to eat more often were related to the secret quest. He heard of quests with rank E to S. It turns out there are others. He called up the status window and looked at it intently. In front of him was the digestion ability window. Rank passive, level 2. No mana usage, no cooldown. Effect: calories are consumed twice as fast. Description: when performing 100% loads for 1 hour, he is able to burn 10 calories. Loads: the average amount of loads that an ordinary person can do in an hour. The count starts from the moment the window is opened. Manhwa looked at this in surprise. There was a house with towers in the clearing. The hero said that everything is fine then. He will finish the quest right now. Several windmills were visible ahead. Manhwa called Roina. He handed her an item, saying that Instructor Valen asked him to give this to her. He handed over a note and a bow. She blushed, reading the letter. The embarrassed girl thought that he did the same. Looking at the hero, she thanked him, and then handed him the things, saying that this was his reward. He thanked her. The system reported that he had received the sylph leather armor. He had received 4 fame points. The girl touched her hair, telling him to check what he had received. Instead of a hair tie, she tied a red bow. Manhwa saw it and said that it suited her. The girl told him not to say such embarrassing things. The guy called up an item check. A window with information about the sylph leather armor opened in front of him. The rank is rare. There are no restrictions. Durability is 3000 out of 3000. The defense bonus is 314. Skill bonus: strength +2, agility +6. Effect: only for those who have mastered the art of fencing Bardi. Bonus to the level of the art of fencing Bardi +1. Description: this armor is imbued with the power of the sylphs, who sometimes visit the instructor Roina. The guy looked at the clothes and thanked the girl. The system reported that the god Athene entrusts her with a mission. He wants to entrust the player Manhwa with 2 quests. A glow appeared above the instructor's head. The system reported that the first quest was to find the berserker Brachni in the village of Isbin and kill the monster he told about. The second quest was to conquer the Twilight Cemetery near the village of Isbin. She thought that this only happens in very special cases. Roina stood as if under a spotlight, thinking that this is a test. She must follow the order of the god Athene, which he gave her. She looked at the chewing player and said that she was going to give him 2 quests. The quest information window is to find Brachni. The rank is legendary. There is no limitation and penalty for failure. The reward is a change of profession to the legendary berserker class. Description: the beginning of future greatness is laid. In order to take the first step towards the legendary berserker class, meet the berserker Brachni in the village of Isbin. The girl spread her hands, saying that everything is correct. His first quest is to find Brachni in the village. He will give him a quest to hunt. And the second is to conquer the Twilight Cemetery near the village of Isbin. There was no data in the information window, except for the description to conquer the Twilight Cemetery. Who knows what will happen to him there? The hero heard that he could only choose one of them. There were 2 information windows open in front of Manhwa. Roina pointed and asked what was wrong with him. He got a legendary quest, and he had this reaction. The hero thought that he hoped she would give him something delicious. He pointed to a tear in his eye and said that he was very happy to the point of tears. The blue-haired girl asked if he took her for a fool. Stop squeezing out tears. Smiling into her fist, she thought that he really was an interesting person. She remembered the guy eating, thinking that for Manhwa there was no greater happiness than eating. She is sure that when choosing between 2 quests, the possibilities of the Twilight Cemetery are more related to what the player was striving for all this time. She imagined him eating, and someone's eyes glowing behind him. Looking at the guy, she told him to go to the village of Isbin and find a peasant named Arlon. The chewing brunette asked again. He beamed when he heard that he would give him a delicious yonggang. Clouds floated across the sky. A cry was heard that he would hurry then too. The girl watched the player run away, humming. She held back a chuckle, and then laughed loudly, saying that she was willing to bet that he would go to the Twilight Cemetery. The question was heard in the city. What? Chang Wook asked the brunette in amazement. What is he saying? That he received a quest for a legendary class? How is he? There were books on the shelf. The man asked what the class was called. He would guess that the guy did not know, but Manhwa answered that it was Berserker. The coach clenched his fist, saying that others cannot get a legendary class quest, even if it is the only thing they strive for. Generally, high-class players get such a quest. Fat Min Hayek sitting on the couch asked, "So this is a good thing?" The man asked, "Did he even listen to him? It is such a rare thing that there are those who save up only for it." The guy with the tomato said that he sees it. He threw the tomato in his mouth, saying that all he did was try to eat as much as possible. It makes him happy. The coach thought that he knew that he was the one who literally only in the game for food. How does he manage to get items and quests from NPCs so successfully? He said that Min Hayek was going to do this legendary quest anyway. The brunette looked questioningly and asked why he should do it. Chang Wook exclaimed in amazement, "Why does he care that it will make the whole game easy?" The fat man said that while he does it, he will not be able to eat properly. The man stared at him in amazement, thinking that he got the legendary quest. He looked with a desperate look, thinking that this is a legendary quest. The guy was chewing on a tomato, saying that Reina said that if he met the old man, he would give him Yonggang. It sounded great. The man thought that Min Hayek was right, the only thing he could do was eat. He looked at the game device and said that when he logged in, they should meet at the main square of Ispin Village. Shining transfer lines. The man looked ahead. A player in a red suit was walking through Ispin Village. People were chatting around. One said that he got a super rare item yesterday, a unique spear. Chang Wook thought that Min Hayek said that he lost weight in the game. I wonder what he looks like. If a person loses 100 kilograms, how much will he change? Even after losing 10 kilograms, people change quite a lot. He opened the chat window, thinking that he would see where he was, and wrote to him, to which Min Hayek replied that he was at the main square. Chang Wook felt a person hit him on the shoulder while he was writing that he couldn't see him. He looked at the guy who apologized and thought he was very handsome. The brunette looked at him, Chang Wook, thinking he had a graceful nose bridge and sparkling doe eyes, a smooth chin and a proportionally magnificent figure. The man in red looked at the youth, thinking that he must be a model, perfect for this role. He rubbed his neck and said no problem. The brunette thought he was very surprised to see him. Who is this guy? He felt the man tap him on the back, calling out. Min Hayek saluted, greeting the man. Chang Wook was amazed to recognize him. The guy stood with his hand to his temple and said that he had arrived for duty. The coach exclaimed, "Is this him?" The man pointed and asked, was he allowed to change his face in the game? The player smiled and said he was sure. He knew that changing your face in Athene was impossible. The man looked at the youth in amazement, saying that he wanted to say that this was his real face. He grabbed the boy by the shoulders, shouting that he was so handsome. He couldn't believe how handsome he was. Min Hayek hugged the coach, thanking him. He looked ahead, thinking that when someone complimented his appearance. It had been so long since he heard that last. The man sat up in bed. Min Hayek lay in bed and called out to his dad. Nin, who smiled, saying that he wanted him to know that he was never ashamed of him. The man took his son's hand and told him that he was his pride, never to forget that. The player thought that he wanted to become a son that his father would be proud of. He held the boy's hand with both hands. He just needed to lose the extra weight. Min Hayek thoughtfully looked ahead, thinking that if he lost the weight, he could become a son that his father would be proud of. This was his dream all his life. Chang Wook moved away and asked if he needed anything. The guy replied that he had everything, to which he replied that that was good, he had great stuff, so how about some gold? The man held up 2 fingers, asking how about 2 million gold to start. He was still a newbie, so he wouldn't need too much. Chang Wook held out his hand, which contained a notification that a player had sent a trade request. Min Hayek looked at him thoughtfully. He held out his hand, then pulled it back. He waved his hand, saying that he didn't think he should agree. The coach looked surprised and asked what he meant. The guy turned away, saying that he actually thought he could earn enough money to buy food himself. The man in red looked surprised, asking seriously, he wouldn't take it. With 2 million gold, he could eat whatever he wanted. Min Hayek turned around and said that was why he thought he couldn't. Chang Wook looked at him and asked what he meant. With his hands on his hips, the player told the older man that he knew how important food was to him. He imagined the people in the restaurant and the girl chewing. For some, it might be a normal, everyday meal that they take for granted, but for the little hungry children, it was something they desperately wanted. And for others, a full, inexpensive meal might not mean that much. It might also be that they were saving the luxurious food for someone they respected and cared about. He imagined the fat Min Hayek reaching for the various dishes, thinking that for some people, food was a normal thing, but for others, it might be completely unattainable. Just like for him in reality. With his hands on his hips, Min Hayek said that he didn't want to eat as much as he wanted because he had a lot of money. He really wanted to make sure that he could earn his own food with his own hands. Chang Wook looked at him in surprise. Then he smiled. He mused that, come to think of it, Min Hayek had always been like this. He remembered the fat man studying and training, thinking that no matter what he did, he always tried his best. He threw his arm over the brunette's shoulder and asked him to tell him one thing. Pulling the guy to himself, Chang Wook said that he was his most amazing junior. Here's a caring flick. He held Min Hayek's head, who turned to him. Removing his hand, he said that he was in a hurry and he already had to go. The coach asked in surprise, why? Frowning, the brunette said that because Yang Gang was waiting for him. The man extended his hand, trying to stop the running guy. A dog was sitting next to him. Min-hyuk thought that he really left his legs like lightning. The man in red armor looked ahead and mentally repeated that the food that some eat every day may be unattainable for others. At the house with steps, words were heard that he was saying, wants to meet an NPC named Arlon, does not advise. People were walking between the stalls. Words were heard that he also does not advise. He was detained by this NPC. I had to listen to his chatter for 2 hours. He said that if you bring him chestnuts, you can get Yonggang with chestnut flavor. Why would he even eat this? Min-hyuk thought that it seemed like he didn't have a very good reputation. He stood among the people, thinking that he knew that Yonggang was loved by half the people and hated by half. He imagined the brown piece in his hand, thinking that for him, Yonggang was his best memory when his thrifty grandmother was still alive. He imagined the old lady feeding the little boy, thinking that she had been saving up Yonggang for a while to feed him in the end. He felt the sweetness of the red gummies melting in his mouth. Min-hyuk wiped his drool and ran to one of the stalls. A man was fanning himself with a feather fan. This was the NPC Arlon from Ispan village. He sat on a cushion and asked if he was here to ask for directions. The player replied that he wasn't. The brunette turned around, hearing that he probably came back then hoping to find a secret quest or something, and said that he wasn't either. Covering his face with a fan, Arlon asked what then. Min-hyuk leaned on his hand and said he wanted to try Yonggang. The man was very surprised and asked what he said. He cut the delicacy with a knife and said that he made the right choice. In their time, young people do not look for such food. The guy asked, did he make all this himself? The merchant handed him a plate with the delicacy, saying that right, here are samples, he will understand when he eats it. The true taste of excellent Yonggang. Min-hyuk held a fork, saying that he will try it. He chewed the food. He looked very delighted. The hero said that it was very delicious. The system reported that his intimacy with Arlon had increased. The man looked at the beaming guy contentedly, saying that he really eats it with pleasure. The hero asked how much it cost. There was a scale on the display case. Arlon answered that 1,000 gold for one piece. How much did he want? Shows 2 fingers. The brunette asked for 20,000 gold. Sounds were heard among the green trees. A bright trace was left from the sword strike. Min-hyuk was holding a sword in his hands. The system reported that his level had increased. He was holding Yonggang, remembering Arlon's words, who asked him to help him out a little. There is a place called the Twilight Cemetery. The boss of those lands is a golden pig. There are restrictions. Only level 10 players can enter there. But when he gets to, an information window for the quest to collect and hand over 50 chestnuts was opened. Rank E, restricted, available only to those who have tried Yonggang Arlon. The penalty for failure is a decrease in friendship with Arlon or a ban on buying or using Yonggang. Reward 50 chestnuts or 20,000 gold. The description said that the task can only be obtained by trying Yonggang. Arlon is a master of making Yonggang from chestnuts, but he has run out of chestnuts and can't make more. He needs to hunt down chestnut beasts and bring him chestnuts. Min-hyuk called up the status window. He stood there, touching the information window with his finger. It contained Min-hyuk's character information. Level 7, no work, HP 248, MP 200, Strength 37 plus 11, Dexterity 27 plus 14, Health 15 plus 5, Wisdom 15 plus 5, Intelligence 15 plus 5, Fame 10. Satiety 100% out of 10. Bonus points 0. Min-hyuk covered his mouth with his hand, imagining different foods, and said that he already wants to try pork. He raised his hand, shouting that he would collect chestnuts and eat more Yonggang. A loud scream was heard under the sky. Min-hyuk turned around. He was looking at the path. Min-hyuk stood among the trees, looking ahead, asking what that sound was. The girl was sitting in front of her laptop, and the words were heard that the ranking of the best players was presented today. The palm was lying on the mouse near the plate of tomatoes, and the words were heard that the lightning witch Alicia. In the photo, there was a girl in a hat. The words were heard that since in a game where you can't change your face, her beauty, which was transferred to the character, is now the most discussed topic. So, the character, like the player, is incredibly beautiful. The girl propped her cheek with her hand and asked, is she a gamer or a star? Holding a fork with a tomato, she asked, do they think that her beauty is from birth? She was able to achieve this only through countless efforts and time. Throwing a tomato into her mouth, the brunette thought that they were fools. The girl with the staff, the lightning witch Alicia, 19th place in the national ranking. The brunette adjusted her hair, thinking that it was she, Li Jai-ha. The witch held a shining orb. Alicia thought that with her incredible beauty that amazed most people, along with her excellent skills, she earned a place in the top of the Versailles rankings. They even once said that she had godlike control. She sat in front of the girl with daggers, thinking that until she was defeated by an unofficial ranked player. Alicia's hands trembled. She looked ahead with a frown, thinking that she realized then that she was weak, too weak in close combat. Since she played a knight in Versailles, she thought that she would be just as good even playing a mage in Athene. The brunette clenched her fists determinedly, thinking that she needed to practice more and become stronger. She picked up the game helmet, thinking that she was much stronger. Alicia put on the helmet, loading into the game, and thought that she needed to go back to the beginning. The character materialized in the game. The girl was standing next to the scarecrow. The character with short hair looked up. Alicia ran forward, thinking that she heard that the chestnut beasts that are so difficult for beginners to hunt live in the area of this village. Leaves were falling from the tree. In Athene, there is no way to create another character in your account. She threw her sword on her back, thinking that during the closed beta test, she reached the maximum level, so they were allowed, and only she, to create another one. That's why she was able to create another character named Armin. The girl looked down, thinking that she asked the moderators to change her face so she could easily get rid of the crowd that was chasing her because of her popularity. She hit the black beast, thinking that in any case. The girl fought with the black chestnut beasts, saying that they said it would be difficult, but here it is very easy. Alicia stood, turning around, and thought that there were so many monsters here that the level rises quite quickly. Among the branches lay a chestnut tree. The heroine noticed it in surprise. The chestnut moved. She looked at him in surprise, realizing that it was not him. A huge chestnut monster appeared in front of her. Alicia looked at him in amazement, thinking that it was the Chestnut King. He did not appear often, why now? She clutched the wooden sword, thinking that there was an 11-level difference should she just run away. Clutching the hilt, she thought no. Her foot moved along the ground. She thought that she should challenge herself. Swinging the sword, the girl thought that she needed to grow up eventually. Alicia swung at the Chestnut King, her face determined. The blows left bright marks. She frowned, striking. The monster's health bar was almost full. Alicia thought, why did he have so much health? She jumped back, thinking that she could not continue like this. She needed distance, and then the chestnut monster roared, emitting smoke. Leaning on the sword, the heroine thought, what happened? The monster covered his eyes, and then he swelled up as if covered in thorns. The brunette covered herself with her hand from the flying needles. The Chestnut King was throwing black needles. Alicia saw a notification that her health was below 20% and cursed. The monster swung his paw. She jumped back, dodging the blow, and thought that if she played with her main character. The girl closed her eyes, thinking that she would kill him in one blow. She closed her eyes and then opened them. Alicia turned around, seeing the guy who parried the blow with a sword. Looking at him, she thought, who is this? The brunette apologized. Manhwa looked at the girl with a smile. He pointed his finger and asked if he could take this chestnut. Alicia was very surprised and asked again. The guy pointed his hand at the chestnut on the monster's head and said that this one. She agreed, saying that she could take it, and thought that he defeated the Chestnut King in just one hit. Manhwa turned around when the girl said that he could take the other items too. They were quite rare, and replied that he had already taken the chestnut, and she was allowing him to collect the rest. He heard that she couldn't use them, so it was okay. The system reported the item information. Enhanced Chestnut King Stinger, Level D, no limit. Special effect, gives additional attack power when used to craft weapons. Enhanced Chestnut King Stinger is used as a quest item and can also be sold in the store. Alicia closed her eyes when she heard the thanks for allowing her to take them, and thought that if someone saw his reaction, they would think that she gave him an epic item or something. Manhwa waved his hand, running away and thanking the girl. She thought, where did this guy get such strength? The brunette remembered how he defeated the Chestnut King, thinking that it wasn't like his skills were so special that they could be considered a legendary class. He might have a powerful artifact, but to kill the Chestnut King in just one hit. She sighed, thinking that she didn't even know anymore. Standing up, the heroine thought that if she had a little more experience, she could have killed the monster herself. She gripped her weapon, thinking that it was because she relied too much on magic. The heroine rubbed her shoulder, saying that most of her health had been restored. Now she could go back to destroying chestnut beasts. She turned around in surprise. Turning back, Alicia thought that this sound was definitely there. She saw a guy behind the foliage and thought that it was from swinging a sword. Manhwa swung his sword. The girl thought that it was the same guy. Was he training or what? The brunette looked ahead sullenly. She thought that she was sure that this was some kind of training. The heroine looked out from behind the bushes, thinking that this was not very effective for increasing characteristics. Manhwa wiped his forehead and said that when he returned to reality, he would practice for another 5 hours, and then take a break. She thought in surprise, another 5 hours. Frowning, the girl thought, this training is not enough for him. But why? She watched the brunette summon his inventory, wondering if he seriously thought it helped even if his stats weren't increasing. So how does training in the game help improve combat skills in real life? Manhwa touched the inventory window, while the girl thought that was the only way to explain his actions. That's why he was so strong even at a low level. The player held a pot. Alicia thought she knew it. He wasn't just strong, he was. She was surprised. The guy held a knife with a smile, and then he took out a raw chicken. She watched from behind the bushes as he peeled chestnuts and wondered what he was doing. The ingredients flew into the pot. The hero stirred the dish in the pot. The brunette thought it was chestnut chicken became tang. She looked in surprise, thinking that it looked delicious, but why did he suddenly start cooking? The brunette bit into a piece of meat. He held a chestnut with chopsticks. He happily chewed and ate. Alicia thought that he was a good cook anyway. He looked delicious. She remembered the tomatoes and the bottle of water, thinking what did she eat in real life today? The smell of food reached her nose. She apologized. Min Hayek turned around. Coming out from behind the bushes, Alicia asked if she could try some. He remembered how she gave him all the items like an angel and said that she was that girl. Did she want some? She asked again, really? And he confirmed, saying that she gave him a lot of things too. He handed the girl a plate. She thanked him for the food. There was chicken with chestnuts on the plate. Alicia took a piece with admiration and thanked him. She bit into a piece of chicken and thought it was so delicious. She chewed hard, imagining the ingredients, and she thought that the seasoning combined with the sweetness of the chestnut gave a sweet and spicy taste at the same time. The chicken was cooked perfectly, not tough, soft and tender. The chopsticks held the piece of food. She thought that the texture of the chestnut was like a potato, which went well with the spicy chicken broth. Alicia bit, chewed and drank from the plate, thinking that she just wanted to keep eating more and more. She embarrassedly noticed that the guy was watching her eat. Blushing, she wiped her mouth and said that to be honest, she had been watching him for a long time. He was training to become stronger, right? Min Hayek looked at her questioningly. With his mouth full, he thought that he was doing this only to digest what he had already eaten, so he could eat more delicious food later. The girl touched her chest and said that she wanted to propose something to him. She was called the Lightning Witch. Alicia, did he want to join her guild? Min Hayek looked at her with a smile, and then he opened the lid, saying that the rice was ready. The girl frowned, repeating that she said that she was a lightning witch, a member of Ardian, one of the 4 national guilds. The guy with the plate asked who said that it was not so, let him take more. In the plate was a rice dish. Alicia thought it was baking tang with freshly cooked rice. She looked at the food carefully. Wiping her mouth, the heroine looked at the guy and thought that he did not even listen to her. It did not seem like he was interested in what she was talking about. Chewing, the brown-haired girl asked him, is he interested in anything other than food? She is giving him a chance to join a guild that most people only dream of, and yet he. Min Hayek was holding a spoon. Leaves flew off the tree. A question was heard, will the game be fun only if he joins the guild? Alicia asked again in surprise. The brunette turned away, saying that this game, like all games, was about leveling up, reaching a high level, and getting good equipment, all for the sake of everyone praising him and saying that he looked amazing. He didn't think that was the only way to enjoy the game. Looking away, the guy said that he only had one reason to play. Here he could enjoy food. Alicia looked at him in surprise, thinking about when she played with the knight in Versailles. She remembered standing in armor with a cloak, thinking that it never occurred to her that what she was playing for was fun. She remembered the image of a witch in a hat, thinking that when she started playing as a mage in this game, she definitely perceived it as something enjoyable. Her hand touched the hilt of her sword, thinking that she really should go through all this training with a sword, even if she didn't think it was fun. Watching the guy chew, she thought that the game is something that should bring you pleasure. He is right. Alicia smiled a little and apologized. There were trees in the forest. She thought that he was playing for fun. With a plate in her hands, the heroine asked if he wanted to add her as a friend. Min Hayek thought about it. The girl said that she would buy him something delicious later. His eyes lit up and he suggested adding each other now. He smiled and said that when he first started, he could eat 100 portions by himself. She replied that everything was fine and thanked her for the meal. The hero waved to her and said goodbye. Alicia waved. She thought that everything was right and now she will play the way she wants. The man exclaimed that it was the first time he was brought so many chestnuts. He smiled and said that he could make his special dish from the royal chestnut. The old man asked if he was going to go to the Twilight Cemetery now that he had reached level 10. The boy looked at him and said sure. The grandpa looked at him and asked him to wait a bit. The hero received a friend request. He clicked accept and thought that she was not lying. He was sure that she was lying because you can't create an additional character here. He thought that even if she was the real Alicia, he still refused to join her guild. The old man smiled and told him to eat a little while he worked. A system window appeared that he had added the player general as a friend. He looked ahead and said that he was in no hurry to learn nonsense like adding friends. Hyung asked if he had tried Yonggang yet. Min Hayek smiled and said that they were insanely delicious. The voice asked him what he was going to do now. His eyes lit up and he said that he was going to the Twilight Cemetery. He was told about the pig boss. Hyung asked if he was going to eat it. He said of course. The guy said it's not like he can't find a butcher in this world. The hero said that the food you cook with your own hands tastes completely different. He put his hand to his ear and ended the conversation. He stood up and said he would continue. He ran ahead and said he was going to the market. After a while, the market was bustling with life. The girl looked up and said welcome. She blushed. Min Hayek smiled and said he wanted to sell some extra items. She thought he was handsome. She pointed to the side and told him to put the items he wanted to sell on the scale. She asked what he wanted to sell. He said chicken feathers and a chestnut sting. She extended her hand and told him to put them there. The brunette looked at the scale and thought that if it was chicken feathers, then he was somewhere on the 6th level. She saw that the scale was broken. The girl looked ahead in shock. She looked at the guy. Her lips trembled and she thought why he killed so many chickens. Chickens are low level, so even if you kill a lot of them, you will hardly get any experience. The men from behind asked if the player was a chicken or a hunter. They said that he was the one who killed chickens and cooked them right away. He really was a handsome man. The girl asked if he could put the feathers on the scale again. She looked at the number of feathers in shock and thought how many chickens this guy killed. The guy looked down sadly and said that he thought he ate about 700 chickens, but apparently there were not even 500. The brunette looked at him in shock. He held out the beak and asked if he could sell it with the rest. The girl thought that it was the beak of a golden chicken and an improved sting of a chestnut king. He looks like a beginner character. What has he been doing all this time? She looked at the calculator and said that it turned out to be 675,000 gold. The hero looked at the notification and said that it was quite a lot and he agreed. He had a system window appear which said that he had received a title and 1 fame point. The brunette smiled and said that this was the first time in their store that someone had received a new title. The guy asked if it was really that cool. She replied that such a title was only given to those who sold items they had found and collected themselves. She handed him a bag of money and asked if he wanted to buy some good equipment with it. He said no. He looked away and said that he was actually trying to get into the Twilight Cemetery. He thought that in order to properly prepare and cook the pork, he would need a lot of things. He blushed and thought that he would buy everything he needed with this money. The girl asked where he planned to hire a group. Many players who try to get into the Twilight Cemetery join groups. Manhwa looked at her and asked if it was possible to go there alone. She said that it was possible. It looked like he was going into a dungeon for the first time. He confirmed. The guy looked at her in shock when she said that if he was going to the cemetery for the first time, he would not be able to go in without a group. He let his head go and said that it couldn't be. She told him not to worry. If he went to the central square, he would quickly find a group there. The hero cried and asked if he really had to play in a group. She told him not to give up. She looked at him and told him to remember to join the party before going to the Twilight Cemetery. She raised her eyebrows and asked if he really likes playing alone. After a while, people were shouting in the square. Manhwa held the bag in his hands and thought that this couldn't be happening. He looked up and thought that there was no one here except him who wanted pork. He lowered his head and thought that in that case, he would have to share with them and all his precious vegetables too. He looked around and thought that he should put all the vegetables in his inventory. The hero held the vegetables in his hands. The guy raised his hand and said that they were the Twilight team and were in a hurry. There was 1 spot left. Manhwa turned around. Roy turned around when he was called. The hero looked at him and asked if he could join the party. He asked what class he was. The guy scratched his head and said that he didn't have a class yet, but he was level 10. He said that it seemed like he was doing a hunting quest for the first time. The gray-haired man smiled. The hero stood and smiled. Roy smiled and said that everything was fine. He often leads people on such quests, and had already completed it several times. He would invite him to the group and lead him through the dungeon. A system window appeared in which the hero was invited to the group. The group leader pointed to the side and said that here are those who joined before him and introduced everyone. The girl smiled and said that she was a level 13 mage. The guy smiled and said that he didn't have a class yet. The man looked at them and said that they would leave after checking their equipment. The brunette touched him on the shoulder and apologized. He asked that the guy was low level and didn't even have a class. Was I too dangerous a task for him? The gray-haired boy smiled and said that he often takes people to the Twilight Cemetery, so there shouldn't be any problems. Even if something goes wrong, he will take care of it. The boy scratched the back of his head and said that it was okay then. The group moved forward. After a while, the Twilight Cemetery. Roy said that when they go a little deeper, monsters will appear. A system window appeared, saying that they entered the Twilight Cemetery. The hero was eating a bun. Raku looked at him and thought that he seemed to be eating the 10th one. She looked at him and asked that he seemed very hungry. She froze in shock when he said that he only ate them because they were delicious. The hero thought that the casella was very delicious. It was something like sweet bread. He thought that when you dip it in milk, it was unforgettable. Instead of eating it whole, he advises to pour milk into a mug and enjoy the casella by dipping each piece in it. He thought that when sliced and eaten whole, the casella felt heavy in the mouth. Raku took the mug. She took a sip and smiled. Her mouth watered and she apologized. The girl looked at him and asked if she could have a piece. He refused. She looked at him in shock. Roy pointed forward and said that they should go there. He said that in front of them was a small ant. Small ants can extend their legs. They use this ability to catch people and squeeze them to death. Min Hayek's eyes sparkled when the leader said that ants are stronger than they look, so they should be careful. The man turned to them and told the girl to cast magic on the sides and the hero to feel free to help if he sees that he needs help. The ant looked at them. The leader of the group struck. The blonde called on fire magic. Roy killed the ant. The hero looked at him and said that he wasn't lying when he said he was good at the game. He replied that he had already completed this quest several times. The guy said that his equipment was very good. He replied that for a beginner these were rare things. Min Hayek looked ahead. He thought that he was sure that he had seen this spear somewhere before. After a while, Raku looked ahead and said to hit them as many as he could. Her stamina was almost gone. She raised her staff. The ant looked at her. She retreated and said that it was heading towards her. The guy swung his sword. He ran forward and cut the ant. The girl thanked him. She lowered her head and told the group leader that he said he would guide them, but the monsters kept attacking her. Roy scratched his head and said that Min Hayek was hanging around and bothering him. Because of this he could not concentrate. The girl looked at him when he said that she was doing well, but the slurping sound annoyed him. The gray-haired man frowned and said that he didn't mind at first, but he keeps eating all the time while they were going through dungeons and hasn't done anything worthwhile. Min Hayek looked at him and asked what was wrong. Roy frowned. He walked forward and knocked the bun away from him. The hero looked away. The bun was flying. He looked at it, and it fell. The gray-haired man looked at him and said, "Stop shoving bread in your mouth." The guy hit him. The girl looked at him and wondered why he lost so much HP from one hit. Roy grabbed his cheek and asked what he was doing. The hero's eyes were glowing. He clenched his fist. The man wondered what was wrong with his eyes. The guy frowned and said, "Don't waste food, it's not good." The group leader looked at him and asked if he thought he was being too worried about a simple piece of bread. Min Hayek turned away when they told him that they wouldn't treat him like a newbie anymore. He didn't look like one anyway. Raku looked at them when the leader told him to take care of himself. Some time later, the party was walking through a dungeon. Roy said that monsters called sweet snakes would appear soon. The girl looked at him when he said that they were stronger than ants, so he would lure them here. He turned and told them to wait. He would lure them here and then attack. They looked at him. Raku looked at the hero and asked if she could have a piece. The guy refused her. The girl looked ahead and said that something was wrong. Why hasn't he returned yet? He advised her to text him. She said that he hasn't responded to her messages yet. Someone was approaching them. Roy was approaching and said that things are bad. His pupils narrowed and he said that a big sweet snake appeared. The blonde looked at him and asked again. The man tilted his head and said that there were too many monsters around. He leaned over and said that he accidentally aggroed them, so he had to run away. He looked up and said that he needed help from both of them. The girl turned around and started talking. Roy saw a bun in the hero's hands. He attacked him. The gray-haired man looked up. The guy was looking at him. The man jumped back. The brunette shielded the blonde. The group leader looked at him and asked if he knew everything from the beginning. Raku frowned and asked what he was doing. Why did he suddenly attack Min Hayek? The hero looked forward and said that he was a player who killed other players. The gray-haired man tilted his head and asked how he knew. He answered that it was because of the spear. He thought that he had recently seen a player who showed it to his friend in the square. He remembered how the player said that it was a unique spear. The guy thought that unique artifacts only exist in a single copy, and since he now had it in his hands, it meant that he stole it. Min Hayek looked ahead and said that he had gathered a team of players with good equipment in order to steal from them later. He smiled and said that he was very smart for someone who only chews bread. The girl gritted her teeth when he said that all that was left was to take care of the useless mage in battle. The hero bowed his head when he said that he would take care of him, a noob with no class. The man rushed forward and prepared for a strike. He looked ahead and thought that a level 10 could not parry such an attack. He would finish him off in one hit. Min Hayek struck the spear. The gray-haired man frowned and thought that he had simply waved it off. The hero looked ahead. Roy frowned. He gritted his teeth and thought that he was a pathetic level 10. He swung and said that he was overestimating himself. The brunette looked at him. He swung his sword. Roy struck. The guy jumped back. He prepared to attack. The gray-haired man raised his eyebrows in alarm. His spear flew off. The hero struck. The man fell. Min Hayek put down his sword. Raku looked at him and asked if he was okay. He confirmed. She lowered her head and asked what they should do now. She looked up when he said to go. He raised his hands up and said that they needed to catch a pig. The snake was cut down. The girl extended her hand forward and said that this was a poisoned apple of a sweet snake. Min Hayek took the apple. A system window appeared with a description of the apple. Raku smiled and said that at first glance it seemed like a good item, but in fact it was junk. Since it took away experience points, he couldn't even sell it in a store. The guy bit into the apple. He chewed and thought about how fresh it was. He thought that with each bite, sweet apple juice filled his mouth. The hero thought that it was crispy and fresh. He couldn't even imagine how delicious it would be if he made jam out of it and spread it on toast. He raised his hand and said that when it tasted this good, it didn't matter that his experience was reduced by 5%. Raku looked at him in shock and thought, is he really going to keep eating them? Is he just doing it because he's here for the first time? The snake got cut up. The guy ate the apple, killed another snake, took a bite of the apple. The girl was shocked. Min Hayek turned around when he was called. He looked at the girl who asked him why he kept eating apples. Don't they take away experience points that are so hard to get? He turned to her. The blonde looked at her when he asked if she had ever eaten 5,000 cherry tomatoes in a day. He smiled and said that if she tried, she would end up like him. Raku looked at him and asked what he meant. He turned around and said that it doesn't matter, they have to catch the pig. The girl walked forward and thought what a strange guy he was. They stopped. The guy looked at the doors. He opened them and told the pig to wait. He was coming towards him. Min Hayek shouted that it was a golden piglet. Raku looked ahead in shock and said that it was a special boss that appeared in the Twilight Graveyard from time to time. She heard that the rewards for defeating it were better than for ordinary bosses, but it was very strong. The hero looked ahead. She asked if he heard what she said. He ran forward. The piglet ran towards him. He swung his sword and cut the animal. He looked back. The piglet looked at him and ran towards him. A blow flew at him. The mage ran and told her partner to be careful. He turned and thanked her. The piglet slammed him into the wall. The girl looked at him and screamed. He looked down. A system window appeared about the activation of a critical hit. The brunette thrust his sword. He trembled. The piglet broke free and fell. The guy looked back and said that they said he was stronger, but it turned out to be not difficult at all. The blonde asked if he was okay. A system window appeared that the quest was completed. Min Hayek looked ahead. He was assigned the Food God class. A system window appeared that he had received the Food God skills. He flipped through the screens. He thought that he had improved his class. In front of him was the ingredient gathering skill. The guy's eyes sparkled. He looked ahead and thought that plucking chickens was really hard, and now he had this incredible skill. In front of him was the food true value skill. He frowned and thought that his stats were increasing due to him eating. It was too good. Raku looked at him and told him to look at all this loot. The guy smiled when she told him to come and hold her hand so they could make an exchange. She would give him gold and a rare staff. He said to keep it for himself. He still couldn't. The girl looked at him and said that he killed all the monsters alone. He deserved it, but in that case, he likes bread. The hero smiled and asked if any bread dropped. He raised his eyebrows when she said no. She asked if he had heard anything about sun wheat. She said it was a special product from the village. They say that bread and sun wheat are much tastier than from ordinary wheat. She said that the plains are the only place where sun wheat grows, but now it is inhabited by goblins, so wheat cannot be grown and cannot be harvested. The girl said that this is why the village asked for help from players to create a hunting party and clear the plains. The reward for successfully clearing and hunting is a plain of sun wheat. Min Hayek smiled. The blonde looked at him and said that since the reward is not that good, most players refuse the quest, but she thinks he will like it. He replied that this is great news and thanked her. The girl smiled and said that she had to thank him. Only thanks to him she completed the quest so easily. If she could, she would stay with him so that he would re-request the quest until he got the desired loot, but she had to leave soon. He said that everything was fine and thanked her. She told him to have fun and thanked him. A system window appeared that the group was disbanded. The guy turned around. He put his hand on the pig and said that now collecting ingredients. He said this is how this skill works. His eyes sparkled. He thought it was just awesome. He thought that now this is a video game that he likes. After a while, the hero was sitting in front of the meal. Steam was coming from the soup. There was bacon nearby. The guy smiled and said that he was glad to see pork. He took the bacon and said that this should be enough for dinner. He put the bacon on the stove. The hero closed his eyes and said that it was a nice sound. The food was frying. He thought that after frying it thoroughly, he would cut it into pieces. He used sesame oil with salty seasoning. The guy smiled and thanked for the food. He took the food into his mouth, closed his eyes, raised his eyebrows. He took another piece, started to chew it. Min Hayek swallowed it. He held his forehead, laughed and thought that it was too delicious. A system window appeared in front of him, saying that the true value of the food was activated. He said that he wanted to cook another meal today, but he thought he would just eat it all. He got a notification that he received plus strength and health. The guy said that the stats really increased. A system window appeared that for the fantastic combination, he gets plus 2 strength. The hero thought that a good combination of different ingredients is important for food. He thought that the fantastic combination is one of the effects of the true value of this point. He thought that his stats are not increasing because he eats a lot. It depends on other unknown factors. He smiled and asked if he ate the worst possible combination, would his stats go down? He smiled and said he wanted to find out quickly. He said he would eat first and then think about it. A military camp. A crowd of recruits lined up to join the group. Each one announced what their specialty was. For example, an archer or a spearman. A man with a ponytail was taking notes. He asked the next boy about his talents. The boy replied that he was a good eater. The soldier thoughtfully tapped his head with a pencil before realizing what he had heard. Manhwa was standing in front of him. The man looked at him in surprise and asked again. The boy confirmed that he was not picky about food and could eat many different dishes. The soldier laughed. He smiled and called the brunette a foreigner who ate well. The man turned to the others and announced that all the soldiers and newcomers who had signed up for the hunt would be leaving after lunch. The brunette looked at him and clarified that they would be fed. They answered in the affirmative. The hero was happy. The others were whispering discontentedly. They did not want to waste time on soldier food. They lined up to receive their lunches. Manhwa smiled at the man with the ponytail and said that he would bring his portion too. The guy squeezed closer to look at the menu. He was delighted. They were handing out hamburgers, French fries, and soda on a tray. The hero happily ordered 2 portions. The other recruits were perplexed that they were given fast food for lunch. The brunette was carrying 2 trays and smiling, examining a fluffy bun and a fresh salad. The man called him to the table. The guy put the tray in front of him and wished him a bon appetit. The interlocutor said that the hero would be pleasantly surprised. The young man was in anticipation. He took a bite of the burger, a smooth bun with sesame seeds, a soft and at the same time crunchy lettuce leaf, a fresh slice of tomato along with a thick and juicy patty. Cheese and sweet sauce give a rich, contrasting taste. Hot, golden brown fries are flexible and airy, dipped in ketchup for the perfect combination of sweet and sour. And if he feels a little thirsty, he will take a sip of refreshing cola, which will fill his mouth with bubbles. The brunette looked at the soldier with admiration and asked if it was really cooked by a military cook. The man grinned and replied that outsiders think it is soldiers' food, so it will not taste good. However, there is no food tastier than what Ran cooked. The young man continued to eat. He asked who it was. The man explained that Ran was the captain of military cooks. The true value of food. You have gained strength +1, health +1. Professional chef skill. You have gained strength +1. The hero thought that he could get additional bonus characteristics just by eating well-cooked food. This meant that the food he cooked using recipes from the internet was nothing compared to food cooked by a real chef. The guy chewed his food thoughtfully. He thought that the cooking skill was not bad to learn, since it could give him additional effects. The soldier looked at his interlocutor questioningly. The young man asked if it was possible to register him as a military cook. The man led his companion to another part of the camp. They went into a cart. There, the cook was busy cooking. The soldier turned to him and asked him to help the young man join the military cooks. The cook's name was Brack. He looked at them and replied that the team was already full. The soldier asked him to think about it and, perhaps, assign the guy some small work. The man began to deny it, but he had already run away, leaving the brunette alone. A man entered the cart. The hero turned around. Brack became nervous. A blond man with a scar on his face and a black bandana stood in front of them. It was Captain Ran. Manhwa smiled and said that he dreamed of becoming a military chef. The man calmly replied that there were no vacancies. The young man insisted. Brack tried to slip away. The captain crossed his arms and exhaled. He said that cooking buffs did not last long and were not as effective as those cast by a priest. Not to mention that in order to activate the buff, it first had to be cooked and eaten, and outsiders always wanted to level up as quickly as possible. The blonde asked if the guy still wanted to become a military chef. Perhaps he came here thinking that this would give him extra portions of food. The brunette looked at the captain with determination. He thought about it. The hero said that even if he had to do various small errands while he learned to cook, it would still be worth it to learn how to cook even more delicious dishes in the end. He added silently that it didn't mean he didn't want to take all the free scraps he could get while he was studying. The boy looked at the bag of garlic. Ran said he would take it and even teach him how to cook if the boy could peel all of it in 20 minutes. The hero looked into the bag and asked again. The blonde frowned and turned away, saying that if the boy didn't think he could handle it, he should go kill goblins right away. Manhwa said, collecting ingredients. The captain asked again. The boy replied that he peeled it all. The blonde snatched the bag and was indignant at how he lied to his face. He looked inside. His eyes widened. The brunette peeled an entire bag of garlic in an instant. The man looked at him in surprise and asked how he did it. The hero smiled and asked what to do next. You can now learn culinary skills from Chef Ran. You have received 4 fame points. Quest generated. Quest, acquiring a cooking skill. Rank, see restrictions, none. Penalty for failure, none. Reward, cooking skill. Description, one of the basics of cooking is being able to chop. Master the chopping skill 100%. Military cuisine. The captain taught the young man how to hold a knife correctly. He showed how to cut correctly. The brunette watched carefully. Ran explained that thanks to this method of cutting, the ingredients stay fresh longer. The man grinned. The hero's eyes sparkled. The blonde thought that the guy looked like a student who was delighted with learning. It seems he was not lying about wanting to learn how to cook. The captain wiped his hands. The guy turned to him. Rand said that this is one of the basics that needs to be remembered, and now he needs to go cook dinner. The man pointed to the radish that was left specifically for practicing the chopping skill. The captain gave the task not to use third-party skills when chopping the radish. The man turned around and added that if there were any ingredients left in the storage room, they could be eaten. The boy thanked him happily. The blonde looked back as he exited the cart and thought that it would take the rest of the day to cut all this up if he didn't rest. But most people give up halfway through. Someone called out to the captain on the street. He turned around. The soldier smiled and said that he had heard that the blonde had hired a new employee. The man answered in the affirmative. The interlocutor said that this was unusual since the man did not like strangers. Rand replied that he had made a promise, and besides, the boy worked very hard. The soldier asked what would be for dinner. The captain smiled and said that he would make tonkatsu. The men wished him luck, and the cook returned to the cart. The cook came in and decided to check on his student's progress. He thought that by now he should have done half of it. The man was surprised by the sound and looked at the boy. There was a pile of sliced radishes near the hero. The guy turned to look at the teacher and smiled. The blonde was surprised. Was it really the brunette who had sliced all of this and not Brack? The young man was smiling. He said that he didn't have much time left. Slicing skill has reached 100%. You have received 10 points to manual dexterity. You have received the triumph of the food god effect. You have reached the maximum level of the culinary skill. The hero looked at the notification window in surprise. The captain asked if he had really been cutting the radish all this time. The guy put the knife down and turned to the teacher. The blonde looked at the boy in surprise. The brunette replied that he had been cutting all this time. The man asked if his hand was tired. Manhwa smiled and replied that everything was fine. He was starting to get the hang of it. The blonde watched as the guy enthusiastically continued slicing. The captain was surprised that the student had been practicing all this time, and his slicing skill had improved significantly. The radish was neatly sliced. The man smiled. Still, these were not just words. Rand clapped his hands and said that it was an excellent job. The hero thanked him. The teacher called the young man and said that he would teach him how to fry tonkatsu. They looked at the sliced meat. The boy listened attentively to the teacher. The captain explained that the first thing to do is to get rid of the blood in the meat, then season it with a small amount of salt and pepper. If you overdo it with salt, the meat can lose its juiciness and spoil. It is important to use the right amount of spices. The brunette was surprised. The cook continued demonstrating the cooking method. The boy watched carefully. The captain said that after that, you need to roll the meat in a small amount of flour, then dip it in an egg and cover it with breadcrumbs right before frying. The cook began to fry the first piece. They both watched the preparation of the dish. The man took out a ready piece of meat. The blonde handed the chopsticks to the student and told him to try frying, but first make sure the oil was at the optimal temperature. The boy was concentrating on pouring oil. It was his first time making tonkatsu. The oil temperature was 154 degrees. The boy was surprised. The oil temperature was 157 degrees. He looked around to see if he had misheard. The chef frowned and ordered him to concentrate. The oil temperature was optimal. The boy put a piece of meat in the pan. He wondered what these notifications were. The tonkatsu was being fried. The captain watched the concentrated student in surprise. He thought that he didn't even use a thermometer, but was acting as if he could feel the temperature. The boy watched patiently. Take out the meat. The brunette took out the finished piece. You have finished making tonkatsu. Rand praised him. The boy laughed awkwardly. Please choose the buff effect or the true value of the food. The boy decided to try the buff effect. He turned to the captain and asked if each dish gave a buff. The blonde replied that a dish needed to meet certain criteria and levels to receive a buff. Item, tonkatsu. Class, E rank, normal. Restrictions, none. Special effects, attack power plus 10%, defense plus 8%. Description, prepared by a chef whose name remains unknown. A magnificent first tonkatsu. The hero was surprised. He said that he received some culinary skills when he reached the maximum level in cutting. The chef listened to him in bewilderment. The brunette read the previously missed notifications about the BGA food skill and the mastery of the divine recipe. Buff settings. You can adjust the amount of the buff for each prepared dish, saturating the food with 100% at once or dividing them into several meals. The quality of the boost effect is replenished daily. A dish that increases stats requires a larger buff. Manhwa thoughtfully looked at the notification window. He considered that he could choose to use the entire skill to enhance one dish for one person, or distribute the effect across multiple dishes for different people. Skill, spiritual trance. Rank, passive skill. Level, none. Mana consumption, none. Cooldown, none. Effect, the ability to enhance the taste of dishes by colliding with various factors in the process. The youth continued reading. Skill, ingredient search. Rank, passive skill. Level 1. Cooldown, none. Leveling up is currently unavailable. Usage penalty, you will not be able to use the true value of food effect for 1 day. Effect, the ability to enhance food with a buff and search for the necessary ingredients within 1 kilometer. Different recipes will be suggested by the system. Leveling up increases the number of possible uses. Current number of possible uses, 3/3. The brunette was thinking about what he had read. The captain asked what skill the student had acquired. He replied that he had acquired many skills. He was upset and said that there was not a single buff among them that improved the taste of food. The blonde asked again and grinned. The man smiled and patted the student on the back. He said that he was sure that the tonkatsu turned out very tasty. The brunette smiled happily. The hero looked at the mentor and asked if he could eat it. The captain allowed it. They finished preparing the dish. The young man sat down at the table and thanked for the food. In front of him was a large portion of tonkatsu with vegetables and rice. The guy cut off a piece and noted the melodic crunch when cutting. A tender cutlet, shiny, juicy, and fluffy. He admired the piece of meat. The boy thought it was excellent, even though he knew he had prepared it. The brunette took a bite. The sauce was sweet at first, but then became more salty. Combined with the layer of breadcrumbs, it created a perfect, expressive combination. The crispy layer and the warm, viscous sauce formed a harmonious texture. And finally, the dense and delicate taste of pork that brought it all together. Who would have imagined such a perfect combination? And don't forget the sliced cabbage that accompanies the tonkatsu. It cleanses the taste buds with its freshness. Finally, you fill your mouth with sweet and ripe corn. Min Hayek chewed his food with pleasure. The teacher chuckled, watching his mentee. He said that after that, they should help the rest prepare food for all the soldiers. The boy sprawled tiredly on the table. The captain came into his tent with a mug. The hero stood up. The man praised the boy. The blonde sat down at his table. The hero said that the teacher should also eat. The cook waved him off. The brunette looked at his interlocutor in surprise and said that he had never seen him eat. The mentor smiled and replied that he usually supplemented his meals with medication. The young man was surprised and exclaimed that he realized that the teacher was the kind of person who would try to achieve new tastes and new experiences. The man put the mug on the table and said that he really tried to make sure that others could enjoy a good dish when they ate the food he prepared. The blonde closed his eyes and said that he had never felt any taste in his mouth in his life. The young man was surprised and asked if the cook was sick with something. He replied that it was not that. The brunette looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked how he managed to become a chef if he could not even tell what tasted like. The man replied that it was his dexterity skills. He looked gloomy. The cook said that he had put everything on his dexterity. The hero came to a realization. If you increase your manual dexterity by 20, your taste will increase by 1. With your dexterity, you can cook like a true culinary veteran. The captain's hands are all scarred. To achieve this level of skill, he must have trained for countless hours. Rand turned to the newcomer but said nothing. He stood up from the table and was about to leave. The brunette looked after him with disappointment. He wondered what it was like to be unable to taste. The boy clenched his fist. The teacher showed him how to cook, and the young man wanted to repay him. He jumped to his feet, remembering his new skill. The hero extended his hand. You are using the ingredient search skill. Please select the type of dish. Chinese food. Select a buff effect. The hero said, bring the dead sense of taste back to life. Ingredients will be searched for within a radius of 1 kilometer. The search will continue continuously. The user will be in the center. Morning came. Cooks were working in the carriage. Brack walked around checking them. The hero looked upset. He hadn't heard the announcement for 3 days. The boy leaned over the stove and thought that his request might be impossible to fulfill. The other cooks were discussing the noise outside. Brack clapped his hands and told everyone to concentrate, because they had to make sure the soldiers' bellies were full. The ground vibrated. Everyone swayed. The boy was surprised. Could it really be an earthquake? He shuddered. The ingredient had been found. People were shouting that a group of orcs had attacked. The hero walked past the panicking cooks. The ingredient that could bring back the dead sense of taste to life was the essence of the orc chieftain. The boy took out his sword. The recommended dish was tansayuk. Brack called out to the hero, but he had already run out into the street. On the territory of the camp, soldiers were fighting the orcs. The boy looked at his target in surprise. In the center of the battle stood a huge monster, the orc chieftain. The players panicked and wanted to log out abruptly. The orc chieftain's eyes flashed. He swung at the newbies. The brunette watched. Another monster swung at the guy. The young man defeated it with 1 blow. The hero squeezed the handle. He needed the chieftain's essence. The young man furiously rushed towards the enemy, dealing with the orcs along the way. One of the soldiers tried to stop the guy, but then quickly approached the chieftain. The monster swung at the brunette. He dodged the blow. He ran around the enemy. The guy thought that the orc's sword was heavy, which meant he was swinging it slowly, so there would be an opportunity when he started the attack. The chieftain swung. The young man delivered a quick blow with the sword. The orc was furious. The monster attacked, but the young man dodged. The brunette watched carefully. The enemy was one of those who count on strength, so he was at a disadvantage against someone who relied on speed and technique. Manhwa went on the offensive. 3 high-speed attacks activated. Aiming for vital points, the brunette delivered several precise blows. The monster froze and let out a roar. The boy looked at it carefully. The orc staggered and fell to the ground. The hero was happy. Everyone around was rejoicing. After the battle, the soldiers discussed how the orcs must have come here after chasing the goblins. But because of this, there were fewer goblins to fight. If it weren't for the young chef, they would have been in big trouble. Captain Rand sat outside among the soldiers. He smiled, remembering how the student asked him to put on comfortable clothes and wait. The man agreed to the boy's request not to eat and wait patiently. This is a small part of what he has to give this child. The blonde entered the tent. He was met by a smiling Manhwa. The cook looked at the boy in confusion. He sat down at the table. The brunette brought out a dish and said that he had prepared it especially for the mentor. It was tansayak, which was prepared with the essence of the orc chieftain. It was in the sauce. The cook specified that the guy had received it on the last expedition. The young man said that this essence was famous for its effect, which could restore the sense of taste. The captain was surprised. He understood that there was a reason why the young man had joined the expedition. The blonde was touched. The guy put a plate of sauce in front of him. The man stopped him and asked what he was going to do. The young man wanted to add sauce. The cook explained that why fry them then, because such food should be crispy. The student began to argue that tansayak should be eaten with sauce. This way, the fried top layer will harmoniously combine with the tender meat inside, creating a fantastic taste. The captain protested, because why fry it if he was going to soften the crispy texture? The hero grumbled that he couldn't even taste it and had the teacher ever tried to pour sauce on it. The 2 men were exhausted and leaned their elbows on the table. They laughed and decided to add sauce to half of the dish. The hero suggested that the teacher try it first. The blonde took a piece and took a bite. He was silent. The boy watched him. The chef felt a subtle taste on the tip of his tongue. The sauce made from many ingredients slowly added sweetness to the mouth with each bite. The crispy fried top layer did not lose its consistency after adding the sauce. Then you could feel the sweet and sour pork. The tender meat combined perfectly with the sweet sauce. The chef looked at the student and said that it was wonderful. The boy was delighted. The man covered his face with his hand. The hero smiled. He said that it was too early to be so touched. The blonde was surprised. Manhwa put 2 new dishes. These were jjajangmyeon and champong. The brunette said that noodle dishes taste better when eaten with wooden chopsticks. The guy started eating, demonstrating how to use the utensils. The chef followed him and tried the new dish, a combination of well-done meat and vegetables, sweet sauce and noodles. The perfect combination of freshly pickled radish and black noodles. First, you drink the spicy broth, then complement it by taking a piquant mixture of vegetables and seafood. And the final chord is the tender noodles, revealing all the shades of flavor to you. The blonde noted that it was spicy but refreshing. The guy said that this was the charm of champong. The captain smiled and said that it was really good food. They continued eating together. Only empty plates remained. The man once again praised the student. Ran headed towards the exit of the tent and asked the boy to wait for a bit. The hero was wondering what he should try now that he had received the sun wheat as a reward. The boy smiled. The chef quickly returned. He had a box in his hands. The blonde smiled and asked the boy to accept it. Manhwa took the gift and asked what it was. There was a knife inside the box. The captain looked at the student with a smile. You have completed the hidden quest. You have received a reward. Epic item, L's kitchen knife. Durability, infinite. Attack power, 50. Restrictions, LV1 none, LV2 level cap, 120. LV1 special effect, sleight of hand skill increases by 4 times. Sleight of hand plus 50. LV2 special effect, sealed. Description, an artifact bestowed by the Empress to the nation's best chef. The hero was amazed. Rand smiled and crossed his arms. He asked if the student liked the gift. The boy replied that it was beautiful. The young man thought that infinite durability meant that even if the blade became dull, it would sharpen itself. He clicked on the sign, equipment possible. The blonde offered the brunette to connect his sword and knife. Equip the L knife. The weapon lit up and changed its appearance. Manhwa looked at the mentor in surprise. The interlocutor explained that the L knife is an equipment type artifact and it is now connected to the sword. It can also turn into any kitchen tool, hammer, and fishing rod upon command. The hero smiled and squeezed the sword. He thanked the teacher. The man asked the boy if he knew who Elle was. The boy answered in the affirmative. Elle inherited the skills of her father, the former emperor. She later became known as the Sword Empress, and she was chosen to rule the nation. Now she is praised as the best empress in history. The young man admired his mentor, who had received the sword from the empress. The blonde looked away and said that Elle was his lover. The hero was surprised. In the past, Ran was a chef in the palace. The empress really liked the food he cooked. But because the former emperor suffered from illness, she was forced to ascend the throne at a young age. This brought her a lot of worries, but she often said that his dishes gave her the energy to move on. However, in the end, he could not be with Elle, because the blonde was a simple chef with an unremarkable past. The vassals of the empress set him up and kicked him out of the palace. But before leaving the palace, he made her a promise. It was obvious that Elle would become the new empress after her father passed away. In order not to disgrace her father's title and position, she told the man that she would continue to hone her sword skills. And when she replaced the previous emperor, the chef promised to cook her an excellent dish. Not long ago, Ran heard a rumor that she had replaced the previous emperor. The young man was happy and asked if the teacher was going to go to the palace. The captain said no, because the vassals who had thrown him out would never let him return. The brunette was upset. The teacher looked at him and said that he had a request. The man smiled and asked if the hero could meet Elle in his place and cook her an excellent dish. The young man was shocked. He thought that the mentor wanted to meet her himself more than anything in the world. But reality is cruel. He remembered how he himself hid in his room and did not want to show himself to anyone. The brunette clenched his fist. The guy looked resolutely at the captain and said that he would meet the empress and show her the cooking skills that the mentor had shown him. The blonde smiled and thanked him. The quest was accepted. The heroes stood opposite each other. The cook asked what the young man would do now, whether he would return to the village. Then Hayek replied negatively and added that he had heard that the monsters in this area could give him sunflower. He was going to head to the village after catching a couple. The brunette headed towards the exit of the tent. The captain advised him to be careful. He approached the man with the ponytail. He was packing his things. The guy asked if he needed help since he would soon be leaving this place. The interlocutor said that he had already finished. The soldier threw the boy a bag. It was his reward for completing the hunt. The hero was surprised that there was so much in there. The man said that they were giving him more for his contribution. Then Hayek thanked him. The soldier handed him a key that could unlock the dungeon. He added that this was a special reward for being the first participant in the hunt. The brunette was surprised. The interlocutor smiled at him and said that the spirit of the army had risen sharply thanks to the buffs from the boy's food. They counted it as his contribution. The boy thought that he had also gained a lot of experience from them. The soldier explained that the golden key was the key to a hidden dungeon. The experience in hidden dungeons was twice as much as in normal dungeons, so you could level up pretty quickly. The boy looked at his interlocutor. He wanted to give him a map so that he could go right away. The boy stopped him and said that he needed to do something. The man was surprised that the player was interested in something other than leveling up. Min Hayek looked at the surprised soldier. He asked if he knew how to meet Elle, the ruler of the empire. The soldier replied that on certain days she took ceremonial walks around the city so she could be seen if he went to the empire. The boy objected that he didn't just need to see her, but to meet her, namely, to share dinner. The man waved his hand and advised him to forget about it, because Elle was not some ordinary city dweller. The boy thought about it. It's not that simple if she is the empress. Min Hayek's apartment. The guy was sitting at the computer. He typed Elle's name into a search engine and opened the latest news on the forum. One player was telling how he met the empress in the city and asked to be taken as an apprentice. The brunette smiled and suggested that he could approach Elle and shout that he was the apprentice of Chief Ran. The guy continued reading the post. That player was sent to prison for 10 years for his prank. Min Hayek immediately dismissed this idea. One of the news items said that the empress was looking for a successor. An important condition was to win a combat tournament. The guy leaned on his arm. He reasoned that if he won, Elle would personally teach him how to wield a sword. The tournament required level 80. The brunette looked forward resolutely. The forest, a swing of the sword. The orc was defeated. Min Hayek walked among the corpses of monsters. In one hand he held an improved sword, and in the other, food. The orc asked him to stop killing. The boy struck with a smile, saying that they were still weaker than him. Level up. You have reached level 55. The boy stretched and looked down. He bent down to pick up the skill book that the monster dropped. The brunette smiled and looked at the manuscript. The effect was not that bad. The hero ran his hand over the pages. You do not meet the class requirements. You cannot acquire the skill. The boy shook the book in displeasure and was surprised that he could learn to cook, but could not learn this. The brunette frowned and slammed the book shut. The chef decided to just sell it. He turned and exhaled. The boy stood in front of the entrance to the dungeon. Then Hayek remembered the soldier's words about the hidden dungeon giving double experience. He took out the key and walked to the door. The hero inserted the key. There was a house near the field. The sun was shining. An elderly man in a hat patted himself on the shoulder and sighed how tired he was. It was the keeper of the hidden dungeon, Blaine. He was walking along the road with a bull. The hero stood before him. The guardian looked at the boy and thought that another player had entered. The boy looked the other way and couldn't believe his eyes. The old man looked at the brunette indifferently, sure that he would run away from here as fast as he could before he could do anything. Blaine frowned. He thought that all players were like this now. Surely, the boy would say, "This is the first time in my life I've seen such a dungeon." This was the phrase that the boy said. The old man looked ahead in surprise. He expected the next phrase to be, "Do I really have to do all this work when I play the game?" However, the boy was delighted. He jumped for joy and thanked the goddess Athena for the field of pumpkins and sweet potatoes. Manhwa, level 55, entered the hidden dungeon, the farmer's dungeon. The guardian was shocked. The old man coughed. The brunette turned around at the sound. Blaine frowned and assumed that the hero was an outsider. The young man bowed to him and came closer. The old man introduced himself as the keeper and guide of the dungeon. He asked the young man if he understood what kind of dungeon it was. The hero looked at the field and assumed that it was a dungeon where they collect sweet potatoes. The keeper looked at the guest with confusion and asked if he wanted to accept such a quest. The brunette happily agreed. The old man said that this dungeon was not that difficult. He explained that when collecting sweet potatoes, you can stumble upon black potatoes that absorb nutrients from others. Therefore, they need to be removed. Blaine gave the task to collect and bring 20 of them. Quest: collect black sweet potatoes. Rank: D. Restrictions: none. Penalty for failure: none. Reward: a plain old seed, a hidden reward. Upon completion, choose one. Explanation: collect 20 black sweet potatoes and bring them to the keeper. The boy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The old man gave him 4 days to do so. The hero raised his hand to ask a question. The keeper looked at him tiredly. Manhwa smiled and asked if he could eat the sweet potatoes he collected. The keeper chuckled and gave him permission to eat as much as he wanted. The joyful young man hurried to the field. The old man called after him where the farming tools were. He was sure that the player would not collect much. L's knife effect: the sword turns into a hoe for harvesting. The hero sat down near the field and was happy that he was allowed to keep all the sweet potatoes he collected. Plus, he had some sunny wheat. What should he cook after completing the task? The boy stuck the hoe into the ground and was surprised. He frowned. The ground was very hard. Farming knowledge increased by 1%. Upon reaching 100%, you will gain the farming skill. The boy continued to pound the ground. Farming knowledge increased to 1.32%. The hero continued furiously, not intending to give up the sweet potato. The first fruit appeared. The brunette happily took out the first potato. The chief continued. The city, the reporters crowded around. A voice said that there was an unprecedented number of newcomers participating in this tournament. The reporters pointed their microphones forward. Kine and Lucia were the center of attention. The girl broke through the crowd with displeasure. Her brother followed her. Lucia earned the 30th National Legendary class, Ghost Warrior. According to the official statement made by Athena, this class is the best among all the legends. The reporters asked to share the methods of achieving success, the skills and experience needed to achieve such a class. The blonde sighed. She turned to the reporters and began to answer that strength does not come only to the special. Kine smiled and quickly covered her mouth. The girl was indignant. The boy said that the world is big and full of strong people, so no one can predict what will happen. Lucia pushed her brother away in irritation. The reporter said that this was the humble opinion of the third high-ranking player and noted the excellent relationship between the brother and sister. The blonde looked down at the girl and thought that her skills were not comparable to other players of her level, but becoming vain would not do her any good. Lucia sighed in displeasure. The boy thought that the world is not that simple, there are many variables affecting it. The guardian went outside and stretched. He said that a whole night had passed and he did not hear the signal indicating that the hero had left the dungeon. The old man looked towards the gazebo. Blaine was shocked and asked what the boy was doing there. Manhwa was lying under the blanket, reading and chewing. The guardian looked at him in surprise. The hero replied that he was eating sweet potatoes. The farmer asked why he was in such a position. The young man closed his eyes and said that it tasted better this way. He winked and said that he had collected all the black potatoes. The old man looked away in surprise. The keeper wondered what tricks the boy had used to collect everything in one day. The brunette calmly peeled the potatoes. He ate the root vegetable with pleasure. Even Blaine began to drool. The boy looked at his interlocutor. The latter asked if the boy had fried the potatoes. The farmer sat down next to him. The hero replied that he had boiled them. The old man asked to try them. Manhwa reluctantly put the food in the outstretched hand, because the farm belonged to the keeper, and only one potato at that. The man looked at the fruit with anticipation and thanked him. He asked what had happened to the regular potatoes since the hero had collected so many black ones. The young man shuddered and looked away. The old man turned to the empty field. Then he turned to the player and exclaimed that he had really eaten everything. The brunette covered the remaining potato and replied that the other man had given him permission. There was no turning back. The guardian staggered. The young man awkwardly scratched the back of his head and offered him another potato. Blaine held out 2 rewards to choose from, a plain old seed and a Mahaba double ring. You can only choose one item. Unique item, Mahaba double ring. Limitations, strength 60, durability 4000 over 4000, defense 101, special effect, magic defense plus 40, skill absorption. Rare skill, Mahaba double. Level, none. Mana use, 70. Cooldown, 24 hours. Effect, ability to absorb one physical or one magical attack and use it against an enemy for 10 minutes. The enemy must be within 100 levels of the owner to copy the attack. The hero looked at the options and said that this was an excellent choice. The old man smiled and asked if the boy would take the ring. The boy chose a seed. Blaine froze. The brunette smiled and asked what kind of fruit it would grow into. The farmer replied that the fruit that would grow from this seed was juicier and tastier than usual. The hero was surprised and asked again. Blaine said that that was all. The seed had no special effect and would not give a buff. It was a kind of test. The old man had been the keeper of this dungeon for a long time, and of course, there were outsiders who completed the quest with pure willpower. However, when it came time to collect the reward, they immediately chose the ring after seeing its power. But this was the farmer's dungeon. Blaine was serious. People who could not understand the value of one seed did not deserve the true reward that was right in front of them. Manhwa poked at the seed, choosing it. He smiled and said he didn't need the ring. The old man hesitated. He asked the player if he was sure because the ring was amazing. The hero shrugged and said that the artifact wouldn't help him fill his stomach. The choice was obvious. The guardian was happy and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. The man asked if he was really interested in seeing what kind of fruit would grow from this seed. Your friendship level with Blaine increased. The guardian's eyes were shining. The brunette looked at him in confusion. The farmer said that the boy must be wondering what kind of fruit would grow and what kind of taste it would have. The friendship level with the guardian continued to increase. The old man hugged the hero and cried. He said that Manhwa had the necessary qualifications and could become a real farmer. The guardian realized this the moment he saw the boy harvesting. The man handed the player a box. The boy was shocked and reminded him that he had chosen the seed. The farmer replied that both the seed and the Mahaba double ring were now his. Blaine smiled happily, declaring that the hero was worthy of owning both items. Item, seed of diligence and care. You have obtained a hidden detail. You have reached the title of one who has the true inclination to become a farmer. You can grow seeds. Your novice farmer skill level has increased. You have acquired the Mahaba double ring. The guardian was touched. Description: a special seed that only those who have the appropriate qualifications and can become a true farmer can obtain. According to your efforts, the percentage of effort for sowing has increased. The seed will respond to endless love and care. The hero looked at the box in surprise and thought, wasn't it obvious to choose the seed? The protagonist read the information on the sign that after completing the quest, he would receive 1000 beginner farmer EXP, and that his beginner farmer level would be increased, and the speed of gaining EXP for his manual sleight of hand skill would also increase. He exclaimed that his manual sleight of hand had increased. The guy was reading the characteristics of the beginner farmer skill and noted that the ingredients had become better. The man said that he had always wondered who would want to be grafted here to harvest crops. He put his hand behind his head and asked what kind of person would want to take a useless-looking seed after completing the quest. The old man said that he was the first outsider to have such dedication to farming and sincere hard work. The brunette looked at him with admiring eyes and said that it was because the sweet potatoes he grew were so delicious. Blaine laughed and thanked him for this because he was very pleased to hear praise. Manhwa listened attentively to the man, thinking that he could only trust him to take on this challenge. The man imagined a giant potato and said that some sweet potato people had appeared here recently and were causing some trouble in the field. He asked if he could get rid of the sweet potato people and sweet potato warriors. He added that the sweet potato people were mobs that planted black sweet potatoes and sucked the nutrients from nearby plants to strengthen their bodies. The old man imagined a large, dark silhouette of a potato and said that since the protagonist had collected all the black sweet potatoes in the field, they would most likely crawl out of the ground to attack him. He said that they were evil mobs that were destroying the crops and ruining the fields. He asked to get rid of them. A quest appeared to catch 10 sweet potato people, and as a reward, he should receive 1 million gold and his sleight of hand when harvesting would increase. The protagonist looked away when asked if he wanted to accept the quest. Blaine decided to add that the sweet potato warriors sometimes drop. The brunette's eyes lit up when he heard about the golden sweet potato. He immediately ran, shouting that he agreed. The man put his hand to his mouth, saying that he would find them if he continued moving in this direction, because they would be in a wide, spreading field, and the sweet potato warriors would come out after he dealt with enough sweet potato people. Manhwa thanked. The sun shone over the field. Small hands appeared in the leaf. The potato people began to crawl out. The guy walked up to them, exuding a dark aura. He asked if they were sweet potato people. The protagonist hit one of them with his sword, demanding that they stop ruining the crops. Clutching the hilt, he noted that one was finished. He looked at the other potato with a smile and told him that he was next. The potato trembled in fear. He screamed in pain. The protagonist stood with a sword surrounded by potatoes. A notification came that the quest had been completed. He saw that he had earned +1 willpower, which means that when he achieves a goal with sincere diligence and willpower, his fatigue decreases by 1. The guy said that he didn't know such a characteristic existed. He smiled smugly and said that his will to eat was stupid. He perked up when he heard a roar. A huge potato began to crawl out of the ground. Looking at his angry face and spear, the brunette realized that this was a warrior sweet potato. He grabbed the sword tighter, thinking that if he defeats him, a golden potato will come out. He began to imagine various dishes, wondering what he should do when he gets the golden potato. He asked himself whether to mix it with solar wheat and make pizza, or better matting, or eat it raw. The protagonist imagined the size of the golden potato, thinking that he already wanted to eat it as soon as possible. Saliva began to flow down his chin. He shot his eyes and licked his lips, saying that now that he had a good look at it, it looked quite appetizing. Raising his sword and running, Manhwa demanded that the golden potato be given to him. He slashed at the monster. Looking at its lowered HP, he said that he was very interested in what golden potatoes taste like. When the monster began to leave, the player indignantly asked where he was going. The potato began to crawl underground, and the guy demanded that he sit still. The monster took a smaller potato. He began to eat it quickly, increasing his HP. The brunette looked at him with surprised eyes. He took a step forward. He cut the potato, shouting that in this case he would cut them all until he completely restored his health. The protagonist slashed the monsters with a grin. He drooled as he looked at the cut, noting that it was perfectly golden. He knelt down and asked if it also tasted like golden potatoes. His eyes turned white and his drooling increased. Manhwa turned away and mentally noted that even if he looked like a sweet potato, eating a monster was a bit weird, but he ate a pig. He looked to the side. A pig was crying to the side. The player was cutting vegetables on a cutting board and singing a song about sweet potatoes. He picked up a frying pan and said that he wanted to steam the sweet potatoes, but this frying pan didn't have a lid. While cutting the potatoes into cubes, the guy tried to think of what to do with them. He said that he had an idea. The brunette put everything on the frying pan, saying that all that was left was to wait for it to cook. Looking at the whole potato and the cubes next to it, he said that it looked very delicious. Manhwa transferred the hot potato from hand to hand. He broke it. The protagonist squinted from the bright light, saying that it was simply an amazing sight. He began to taste the food. Looking at the cooked texture, he noted that because it was hot, when he opened his mouth to cool the piece, the little puffs of air that entered brought out the flavor. He noted that it was a natural sweetness, not overwhelming like chocolate, and not long-lasting like candy. The player thought that a mouthful of sweet potato turned into a whirlpool of melted potato, and that was a surprisingly good taste for a vegetable. He waved his hand in front of his mouth because it was so hot. The guy took a bowl of soup, thinking that as soon as his throat started to feel dry and stuffy, and the taste of the sweet potato began to soften, he needed to wash it all down with soup. The brunette began to beat the broth from the bowl. He smiled widely, thinking that the coolness was great for soothing the body. He speared a potato on a skewer. The protagonist ate it. He began to imagine the golden cubes, thinking that before eating. He sprinkled some sugar, poured oligodang, and it turned out so warm sweetness that it exploded with each bite and covered the entire inside of his mouth. Manhwa smiled contentedly, exclaiming that golden sweet potatoes were the best and he could eat them forever. His eyes widened in surprise. A system screen appeared in front of him, asking him to purchase the absorption and movement skill. After agreeing, he picked up the skewer and activated the skill. A notification appeared that he had unlocked fancy food expertise. The player looked at the notifications in surprise. He began to read the characteristics of the skill, which allowed him to remove debuffs from dishes and gave him immunity to poison. He could also acquire skills by eating monsters. The guy wondered if he really acquired a new skill. He thought that this could not be. His eyes widened. He remembered the book and that it said that he couldn't acquire a skill because he didn't meet the class requirements. He realized what that meant and why he couldn't use the skill book. The brunette looked at his hands and noted that it meant that he could only acquire skills through food. He imagined the potato warrior and the pig, realizing that he had absorbed their skills. The protagonist imagined the dragons and wondered if he could absorb their skill. He clenched his fist. Manhwa smiled, thinking that he now wondered what dragon meat tasted like. He waved his hand and called out to Blaine. The man turned to him and asked if he had completed the quest. He replied that he had finished it very quickly. The old man turned around and said that it was very good and that he had probably increased his skill level. He called him to follow him, noting that he would show him how he planted the seed of diligence and care. The player smiled widely and asked if that meant he could plant it right away. His eyes widened. He saw a door ahead and wondered if it had been there all along. Blaine turned around and told him to come in. He rubbed his chin and told him that there was a potato field. The guy clenched his fists and shouted in delight. 2 weeks later, the brunette sat there with an emotionless face. He was asked if he ever slept. He raised his hands up and exclaimed that he was fine and he was just tired because he had picked so many potatoes. The doctor asked if he liked the game. The two of them were in the ward and the main character said that he really liked it because he could eat whatever he wanted. Jin H-Wan stood next to him and said that he was glad, but it shouldn't be overused. Min Hyuk clenched his hands into fists when he was asked to start. Looking at the man, he agreed. The man took his measurements. The guy mentally noted that today I will measure his weight again, and they will find out if there is any progress in the treatment through Athene. He looked at the coach and asked where his father was. He answered that he said that he had an emergency at work and therefore he will not be able to attend today. The brunette looked down and thought that everyone, even his father, was already tired of him. He looked at the scale, thinking that he had already done a lot, and if after what happened there were no changes. He stepped onto the scale. The main character stood on it, thinking that he did not want to think about what disappointments await him now. He closed his eyes. He heard a surprised voice. 2 men were standing behind him, and Min Hyuk asked them if he could see. They answered in the affirmative. He began to open his eyes. The scale read 172.2. The coach smiled when they asked him how much it was last time and answered that 173.2. The guy looked up and muttered that he seemed to have lost 1 kilogram. Everyone started clapping and congratulating him. He almost cried, hearing the words that they knew he could do it. The brunette remembered the hospital room, thinking about how he used to think that he could die at any moment and that he had no hope left. Remembering how he was lying on the bed, thinking that he would die without being able to eat whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. The protagonist fell to his knees, thinking about how he had lost 1 kilogram. Tears started rolling down his cheeks and he thought that he had done it. He started crying loudly. The coach started dancing in front of him, asking him to stop crying. Min Hyuk sniffled when the coach said that if he stopped, he would buy him candies from Athene. He wiped his face. Smiling widely, he said that those strawberry milk-flavored candies were the best. While the robe was lying on the couch, Chang-wook asked if he really stopped crying only after he was offered candy. The guy replied that today was a holiday and he should be happy. He began to remember his past self, thinking that maybe one day he would be able to return to his previous form, and if that happened. He picked up his phone. He was reminded that he said he was going to go to a hidden dungeon. The brunette looked up at the trainer and said that he had collected all the crops he was supposed to, and now his manual dexterity had increased greatly and he could also pick the fruit he planted a few days ago. The man asked what his manual dexterity was now. He was very surprised when they told him that it was about 298. Chang-wook, with a surprised face, said that the dasa of high-level blacksmiths in his guild was only 400. The protagonist pointed his finger and said that this was very strange, and he thought it was because his experience was increased by 8 times. He smiled contentedly, and the coach thought that even if he was 8 times bigger, he doubted that players leveled up that quickly. He smirked. The guy looked up at him when he said what he saw. Chang-wook began to tell him that he heard that there are many ways to increase manual dexterity, and the most common way that everyone uses is to constantly repeat quests with manual dexterity requirements and rewards. Introducing the person behind the letter, he said that another way he knows about is to focus on training without a break, which also helps increase manual dexterity. The brunette touched his chin and asked again. The coach smiled and thought that Min Hyuk was the type of person who tries to finish everything he starts, and glad it has to do with food, he focuses all his attention on it. He hugged him around the neck and said that he is simply incredible. The guy asked why he suddenly told him that. Standing in the forest, the hero said that there was no point in it. He looked at the yellow fruits of the tree, mentally noting that he couldn't imagine that so much could grow from a seed of effort and care. Blaine looked at the fruits, thinking that of course, the fruits differed depending on how they were cared for. He put his hand behind his head, thinking that they grew so quickly and had such a gorgeous golden color, and this showed that he sincerely cared for this plant. As Min Hyuk ran towards him, the old man thought that even he couldn't grow a golden fruit, although it could be something more than just a delicious fruit. He looked at the brunette and reminded him that he told him that he would leave this place today. The guy replied that after he collected the fruits that grew from the seed, and then he would leave. He put his palms on his cheeks and said that he was very interested in what kind of fruit grew from them. Blaine lowered his head and called him over. He clenched his fist, thinking that he had found the right person, and he didn't think that someone could love farming so much. The man pointed to a tree and said that this is what had grown from a seed. The protagonist was surprised by the amount of fruit. He stretched out his hand when he was told to do so and activated the harvest. A light appeared around the yellow fruit. It separated from the branch. The fruit began to crack. A watermelon appeared in the brunette's hands. It was much tastier than ordinary watermelons and gave +30 to manual dexterity, +30 to wisdom. Blaine asked to see what effects it had. The guy said that he was much more interested in the fact that it was much tastier than ordinary watermelons. Looking at the watermelon, he exclaimed that watermelons are usually very tasty, and then asked how he could eat it. The old man came up and indignantly told him to check the effects. Min Hayek turned to him and said that the effects were also not bad. Min Hayek was still sleeping when the cab driver turned to him. He called him and asked if he was heading towards the Emperor's city. When he woke up, he didn't understand the question at first. He answered yes. The coachman asked him to prepare his things in advance. They were arriving. The guy looked out of the carriage and saw the city. It was behind a white wall, with a large castle and surrounded by mountains on the back. Wow, one would expect such greatness from the Emperor's city. The hero went to the notice board. Where should he go? To sign up for the preliminary competition. He glanced at the posted notices and saw the one he needed among them. Information about the preliminary competition. There was a long line in front of the iron doors on the first floor of the house. The guy blew into a glass of hot drink and took a little sip. There was thick foam inside the glass on which lay small pieces of potato. Sweet potato latte made with leftover sweet potato. So delicious. He stood at the end of the line. He laughed that he would be the last one to go. Other people in the line smelled the drink. It looks very tasty. What does that smell like? Milk was pouring onto the potatoes. On top of the soft and pleasant taste of sweet potatoes, warm, soft milk poured, giving it double the softness. The guy took another sip from the glass. First, with the soothing bubbles that you can feel when your lips touch the cup. Steam was coming from the skin. The guy licked the remains of the sip from his lips. Then with the sweet taste that fills his mouth. And finally, with the warmth slowly moving down his throat. He held the glass with the drink in his hand with delight. He could feel this soft taste 3 times. The girl watched him as the hero enjoyed a sip from the glass. It's so delicious, he restrains himself so much, but he just can't get enough. The girl noticed that he had already drunk 20 of these glasses of latte, and he says he is restraining himself. Min Hayek held the thermos and the glass in his hands. The organizer called the next participant. The guy was surprised that it was his turn. He looked at his hands pitifully, thinking that the line was much longer, and he wanted to drink more. The worker pointed to the door and looked at the hero. He refuses. No, the guy goes. The sun was shining through the windows of the corridor. The preliminary competition consists of 3 tests, and if he copes with them in 30 minutes, he passes. The organizer pressed the button near the door while Min Hayek was looking around. The first test is simple. Behind the worker stood a tall blue monster, a level 80 monster accuse. He needs to defeat it. Although it is a little difficult, but if he does not rush and calculates the time, he will succeed. The hero raised his head to fully examine the monster. His stomach made a loud rumble. He thought that he was hungry, but he still grabbed the handle of the weapon, thinking that he will quickly deal with it. And he rushed at him. The monster began to splash water. Min Hayek slashed in front of him and the monster began to disintegrate. The hero looked at him blankly. The worker was shocked. He killed it with 1 swing. He had passed the first trial. There were green windows in the windows. Well, move on to the next trial, he said. There were trees covered with green leaves all around. The scenery for the second trial was a forest. Min Hayek was glad to be in such a place. He had to find clues and get out of the forest. He took out a garden trowel. Wow, so many edible herbs. He crouched down and swung it. The worker standing behind him was surprised. He would collect them all. What nonsense, how did he know? How did he know that the key to escaping this forest was actually in the plants growing on the ground? A glowing bush caught his attention. It looked a little strange. He reached out his hand to it. Usually, people ignore a particular plant because it was deliberately made to look like standard edible plants. Who is this person? Min Hayek sat on the ground, not understanding anything. The worker was surprised. He passed the second test. He has the search skill or something, the organizer thought. He really is a very strange participant. The guy in the cap approached the hero and bent down. He offered to take him to the third test, but he asked for a little time to collect plants, and he began to dig them with his shovel. He was reminded that the tests were limited to 30 minutes, but he promised to finish quickly. At the end of the forest path there was a white arch with a black gate. 20 minutes later, the third test is to run to the exit located on the opposite side from the entrance and survive. To pass, he does not need to kill any monsters. There were several monkeys in the trees, monkeys of level 90. They had bananas in their hands. They began to throw them at the hero. The worker adjusted his cap and smiled. Users who are hit by a banana usually log out of the game at that moment. He may have been lucky up until now, but this is going to be pretty tough. The monkey had a satisfied smile on his face. Min Hayek was flying with several bananas. He managed to catch one. The worker was surprised by this. Min Hayek looked at the catch with delight. He asked him if he saw how the monkey gave him a banana. He replied that it was not a gift, but an attack. The guy started peeling it. Description window. Item, monkey banana. Ingredient, rank E. Level, normal. Restrictions, none. Special effect, after eating it, he becomes addicted to the monkey's deadly poison. Description, bananas, which monkeys grow as their main source of food, are used to attack. She's a cute little monkey, right? The organizer noted that if he ate a banana, Manhwa happily bit into the banana. Thank you, he really likes it. The monkey and the organizer watched in shock as they ate it. Description, thanks to the effect of his freak food god skill, he will not become addicted to poison. What is this guy? It's delicious. Thank them very much. It's so delicious, could they throw a few more at him? This made the animal very angry. It started throwing it with all its might, but he happily managed to catch it. That's it, thank you. Manhwa stood there with a banana bark in his hands. The organizer turned to him, reminding him that there was not much time and he needed to continue. He replied that he would like to eat some more. The monkey crept up behind the hero, holding a banana in her hand. The hero said that it was useless. There was anger on her face. He pounced on the guy holding a banana in front of him. The guy took it from her paw and knelt down petting the monkey. Is this a parting gift, baby? Thank you, he will definitely eat it. He looked at the animal affectionately. He really is a good baby. This touched the monkey very much, and it seems that she has fallen in love with him, offering him a few more bananas. Does he give them to him? Manhwa gladly accepted the gift. So much, he is grateful. The guy stroked the monkey's head. A guy in a cap approached them. When a monkey gives someone a whole bunch of bananas, she means something else. The hero was shocked, not expecting to hear this. This means that today she will sleep with him. The monkey looked at the guy lovingly. Manhwa became very nervous. The guy was looked at through a magic ball. Who is this stranger? There was a dark-haired man sitting at the table, a young man standing next to him. He told him that he had been told to report any suspicious foreigners to him. One thing was for sure, he was quite strong, right? Yes, he was strong. The man reminded him of how he had eaten bananas. Radom, a member of the Phoenix Knights. But even he wouldn't offer him a place in the Knights, right? That's understandable, the boy replied. The man raised his head. He looked like he was going to eat the entire guild eventually. He thought the same thing. Radom remembered how Manhwa had caught bananas. He had managed to do it in 29 minutes and 57 seconds, about 30 minutes in total, and that was only because he had wasted his time gathering herbs and eating bananas. But if he had passed the tests, it would have been a waste of time. The man looked surprised. This was his personal opinion, but there was a girl in the magic ball who was undergoing the test. It seemed stronger than Lucia. A dragon rider was flying above the arena. Hello, dear viewers. The girl riding the dragon held the microphone. She will be the host of this tournament. In the center of the arena was an interactive map. The tournament will be held on the island of Cork. At this tournament, unlike the last one, they decided to change the method of choosing the winner. More than 200 participants passed the preliminary selection. Kine and the girl were sitting in the stands watching what was happening. The last remaining participant will win, which means that one player will eliminate the others. The tournament will last 12 hours. If at the end of this time they do not have a winner, he will be chosen based on the number of points scored. The host pointed to the island on the screen. The players who passed the preliminary selection are gathering together. Perhaps the viewers are wondering what is happening in the waiting room. A white window on a blue background. Let them be sure that the waiting room is a safe zone in which killing players is impossible. The participants gathered in the waiting room choosing weapons and discussing something. The door opened and someone entered. A girl with short blonde hair. It was Lucia. She passed by the other players. Was she really that strong? So the winner was already decided. There were a few people gathered at the corner, some drinking. A candidate for victory, one of them noticed. Lucia frowned. She stopped in front of them and listened to their conversation. She was only famous because of her brother. These guys were from the Bacalo Guild. The girl imagined the warrior against the background of the guild banner. She was created by active soldiers. Although they were all low level, most likely from the elite unit. She didn't know how many more people would piss her off. They guys didn't think highly of her. Such annoying people. Lucia sighed heavily and stood against the wall. Compared to the rankers, these guys were nothing. These people who tested their enemies were simply pathetic. The door to the room opened. It was close. Manhwa entered the hall and passed by Lucia, asking if he was late. She thought that he was another pathetic person who was incapable of being on time. The guy was looking at the hall with a banana in his hand, which she noticed. After finishing one, he took out another and began to peel it, not understanding why everyone was looking at him. Manhwa was about to bite it, but he felt uneasy from Lucia's gaze. He turned to her with a trembling voice and held out a banana in his hand. Would she like one? The girl was surprised by this. A banana? Wasn't she hungry? Looking at him so intently, the hero asked. She snorted in response. The guy did not understand why, and laughed loudly. There were lamps hanging from the ceiling. What was she laughing at? She apologized. Lucia smiled at him. It was surprising that he was not worried at all being in such an atmosphere. And was she worried? The girl took out a bottle of water. Here, and she handed it to him. Here, even though it's just a fruit, if he eats it like this, he might choke. She was giving it to him. Yes. He stretched out his hands to take the bottle. She was so kind, thank you. The player opened the menu and smiled, offering to cook something delicious. A watermelon appeared in his hands. The girl pointed at it, asking what it was. The guy cheerfully replied that it was a watermelon. She had seen it. If they mixed watermelon and cider, they would get H-Wacky. Lucia looked at him in confusion. H-Wacky is here. Anthony's inventory is great. It keeps items whole and fresh. He divided the watermelon into 2 parts and began to collect the pulp with a spoon. First, you need to take a tablespoon of watermelon pulp and pour out the fruits cut into small pieces. Then add the fruit mixture. Then mix condensed milk and spiced cider. H-Wacky is ready. The girl folded her hands and was surprised. In front of her was a drink in a watermelon. Wow, it looks delicious. Min Hayek pointed to the resulting dish, asking if she would like some. She waved her hand, said she was fine. Then, he held the watermelon in one hand and took a spoon in the other. He thanked her for the food. He started eating it. The watermelon pulp mixed with the cider. The watermelon was cool and sweet, and the cold cider gave it extra freshness. There were sliced fruits in it. He could feel them mixing with each bite. The juice helped soften the watermelon. He scooped up more with his spoon. It tasted so good. Min Hayek was thrilled with the result. A real H-Wacky. The girl smiled sweetly, looking at the guy. He looked innocent. How long did it take him to finish the preliminary competition? They sat down at the table and started talking. About 29 minutes and 50 seconds, he answered. It was incredible. She continued to hypnotize him with her gaze. Wouldn't she like to try it? The girl lowered her eyes a little. Just a piece. Even though she didn't even know him, she didn't feel any tension or anxiety around him. He turned to her holding out the watermelon. She was very kind when she shared her cider with him. The girl offered to split the dish in half. One of the participants noticed them and came over. He kicked the watermelon out of his hands. Drops fell on the guy's face. The watermelon fell on the floor, split and spilled. He bent down, a smirk on his face. He ironically asked if they were okay. The girl stood up from her chair and screamed. What does this mean? He replied that he slipped. No need to be angry, they were loud here, so he thought they were too cheerful. Min Hayek looked at his empty hands. The contents of the polo spilled on the floor. He ate it. The guy asked if she wanted to go outside and talk about it. The bully laughed. The guy cursed in his mind. They had ruined the mood before the tournament. He turned to the bully with a cold gaze. The bully calmly exhaled and looked at the hero. A foot stepped on the remains of food. They need to clean this up, they made such a mess. Min Hayek headed towards them, but Lucia stopped him with her hand. She gestured for him to stay. This is dangerous. She will handle this herself. The guy was standing behind her. This is what they were waiting for. He should be more careful with the guild members in the future. The guy wanted to object, but the girl was determined. She will handle it. The bullies looked at her. Lucia frowned, agreeing to go outside. Right before the match started, Kine jumped up and grabbed his head. Lucia and the Bacalo guild members left the waiting room. The blonde guy was shocked. The girl next to him jumped up. He screamed at her not to follow them. His companion said that he scared her. She covered her ears with her hands from her companion's screams. If she leaves the waiting room, she will appear in a random place. These guys planned everything. His sister is a favorite. What is he worried about? Then she looked at him. He said that the guild master has a hidden class, the great chieftain of Iron Blood. The Bacalo guild master stood in the middle of the battlefield holding a map in his hands. He can activate tactical buffs using his access codes. The entire situation is also displayed to him on the map. And this is an unrivaled advantage. 3 were in the forest, another one was watching from the bushes, saying that they were here. He knew what to do when the tournament began. The guy in the bushes smiled, asked how much time until the tournament began. A little more. The girl was walking along the path, the countdown began. The group stopped and discussed something when the guy jumped out of the ambush. Now, he had a knife in his hands. He shouted for Lucia to die. The girl turned around. He swung the dagger, but she managed to dodge. The guy got nervous, disappeared. There was a sound behind him. How did she know? Lucia appeared behind him. What kind of terrible stealth is she watching? The girl was standing above him. She can easily sense his presence. She turned to the people she was walking with. Were they really trying to do that? The attacker looked lost, asked if the tournament had started. A shout rang out for him to retreat. If they had stayed there, they would have lived a little longer. All the guild members were lying on the ground, motionless. Her face was shown on the arena screen. Lucia had killed 6 players at the very beginning of the tournament. The girl was eating with a bag on her lap. The guy looked tense, told him not to worry so much. His little sister, the Bacalo guild master, realized the situation. He punched the girl in the face. She can't even commit a murder. Is it that hard to kill an enemy in advance? The man opened the map. However, it seemed like he had another plan and put a mark on it. Where is he pointing? A target appeared on the map. An image of Min Hyuk appeared on the screen. The guy who was with Lucia. Why is he aiming at a weak player? The brother in the stands thought, watching what was happening. This is too bad for the player. It is better for him not to fight him. The girl chuckled and took another portion of food. No, he will be fine. Several guild members stood in front of the hero. He asked them if they were from Bekalo. They answered, if so, then what? The guild master laughed while looking at the map. In the waiting room, there was this guy. In front of him was a map of the island with a red mark on it. An ominous smile appeared on his face. He meant something to Lucia, friends or lovers. The hero was surrounded by enemies. They did something that should not have been done. Whatever it was, I'm sure he will react. Even if he can't catch the girl. The guy lowered his head. The guildmaster believed that he could definitely catch this guy. Catch him and make Lucia go crazy. Min Hyuk began to draw his sword from its sheath. And again, he will try to kill the girl. The hero pounced on the enemies with the sword in his hand. They ruined the lovely watermelon that he was growing. No player has ever stood up to their guild's tactics. The guy with the bandage on his head took the sword in both hands. Looks like he's starting. And swung at Min Hyuk, wishing him a safe journey. But he managed to parry his attack. Did he parry his blow? The enemy looked on, not understanding how. Is that even possible with such a low level of strength? Min Hyuk grabbed his hand and threw him to the ground. The hero stepped on his chest. He raised his sword. The others froze in shock. What? Didn't he tell the guy that he was weak? Where did he get such strength? Min Hyuk finished off his opponent. With a crazy look, he turned to the others, saying that they were enemies of Hwaki. They trembled in fear and started to run away. The hero began to catch up with them. He would never forgive them. Red skulls began to appear on the map. The guild leader didn't understand what was happening. A guild member appeared behind him, and he called for the commander. Curses could be heard from the balcony of the building. He asked him why he came. On the screen, a guy was destroying enemies with a banana in his mouth. It looked like he was drinking the blood of a two-headed troll while fighting. Min Hyuk's health was constantly replenishing during the fight. It didn't matter how many times they hit him. His health level didn't change. The commander was shocked. The blood of a two-headed troll? Wasn't this a recovery potion that expensive? The soldier confirmed. The tower of the house was illuminated by the sun. There was no other way to explain this incredible resilience. He thought he was drinking the potion like water. The number of red skulls on the map increased. Which guild was this guy from? The soldier interrupted, asking what guild he belonged to. Min Hyuk stood among the defeated enemies, wiping his mouth with his elbow. They didn't mess with the wrong person, right? The health bar above his head was full. Information window. Absorb convert skill. Rank, active, level requirement, none. The required mana is 200. The recharge time is 20 minutes. Description: when the hero eats, his health level is restored by 30-40%. This is a very useful skill. People in white coats stood at the edge of the red carpet. Several more stood on the other side. The man on the throne thinks, the competition is getting more and more crazy. On the throne sat a red-haired girl, Empress L. The servant agreed. There is one stranger who single-handedly dealt with an entire army. She looked at him. Single-handedly. He is not a member of any guild. Yes. She stretched out her hand, ordering to bring a magic ball. Min Hyuk's face appeared in it. Resting her head on her hand, she looked at the guy, and suddenly she was surprised. The guy grabbed the hilt of his sword. She looked closely at the sword, not believing what she saw. There were many spectators in the stands. In the center was a map of the island. A little further away was a large screen. Will the Bekalo guild retreat? On the other hand, Lucia continues to get rid of the rest of the players. Kain and the girl watched the fight. He noted that his sister was trying to win this tournament. It was not so interesting if it was that simple. The companion replied that they could not say for sure. Maybe she would still turn the other way. He looked at her. The other way. The second half had not even begun yet. The map displayed the markers of the players. When the second half of the tournament began, the borders of the island would begin to shrink. If a participant ended up behind it, he would receive a lot of damage. Eventually, all the players would be gathered together from behind the border, and then they would have no choice but to fight each other. An image of a huge frog appeared on the screen. Event monsters began to appear, and the audience liked that, didn't they? They watched what was happening on the screen. There was some kind of twist to it. He did not expect such a game. The warriors pounced on the frog. Someone hid behind a tree. The interlocutor took a closer look at this player. The frog hit the player with its tongue. That guy, avoiding everything and hiding from the start, he thinks he is waiting for the second half to start, but why is he hiding in front of the monster? What is he up to? The player laughed. He knelt down and raised his hands. Okay, here it goes. His face looked scary. He was waiting for this moment. He remembered the previous monsters. He did not use his skill on the weak ones, thanks to which he saved enough power, which he will direct to the strongest monster when it appears, using his legendary skill Absolute Superiority. Hireno controlled the fire-breathing dragon like a puppeteer. Information window, Absolute Superiority, legendary skill. The player can control monsters for 1 hour. However, if the monster is killed by another player, the one who controlled the monster will receive a huge penalty. He carefully looked out from behind the tree. Until then, he must conserve mana and concentrate. A swing of a weapon sounded in the air. Lucia was recovering her breath after defeating several enemies. She looked around. This is boring. A shadow loomed over her, and now a huge monster with horns appeared in front of her. It let out a loud roar. Level 140, a minotaur. The boundaries of the field began to move. The radius of the circle is decreasing. An event monster. The bull ran after her. This mob should not have appeared in this tournament. The players' levels are not high enough. Does the task force know about this or not? The circle moved towards the castle. The girl thought that because of this circle, she can't even move normally. The middle, maybe this is the waiting room. The other players stood near the walls of the hall and looked at the rising dust. They saw a minotaur running after Lucia. What is this? An event mob. The other players prepared themselves. They asked why she was running here and leading the monster behind her. This is not very good. The girl turned around. Is this mob under her control? She didn't even attack it. The monster continued to follow her. There was a purple mark on its hand. Is this it? The guy in the cloak laughed while controlling it. He stood behind the monster, tying his hands and feet. Success. Lucia was surprised by this. Warlock Jackal player. It seems he is using the skill of Absolute Superiority. The brother and his girlfriend chewed for his sister. Absolute Superiority in this tournament. People do not use it because the penalty is very serious. The interlocutor was surprised. He got to use this skill. This is ridiculous. If he is a player with such a body type. The Minotaur killed several players. It will still be a massacre. Lucia saw a new message near the border. The radius of the circle is narrowing. And cursed. She grabbed her weapon. He thought that he can't just keep running. She needs to buy time. She jumped up and threw several blades. They just bounced off the Minotaur. The girl is shocked. The level difference is so great that he did not receive any damage. The monster raised his fist to strike and hit Lucia. She flew back, hitting a tree. Her health dropped below half. Current state, stun. The bull stood in front of her preparing for a new attack. What a fool, she thought. With red eyes, he approached her. She could not move. Not like this. Lucia frowned. She could not die like this. A noise was heard from the forest. Someone was running very fast. Manhwa stood between the girl and the monster. Road dust was coming off him. She was surprised to see him. Sitting leaning against the tree, she thought, why is he here? A bull stood in front of the hero. Not this. She shouted at him to run away from here, or better yet, leave the game. She was afraid for him. He licked his lips looking at the enemy. Burning firewood crackled in the cauldron. Someone asked to prepare everything because it will be hot. The guy was sitting at the table, a man standing next to him in gloves preparing food. After you put the hot coals, he looked at the grill. He needed to check if the temperature was right. Manhwa was beaming with happiness, holding the tongs at the ready. He picked up a piece of meat with them, marinated spare ribs. The man said to put them on the grill. He carefully laid the meat on the grill. As soon as they were cooked, you need to cut them into convenient pieces. There was a piece of meat on a green leaf. It needed to be wrapped in lettuce along with pickled onions. The warrior remembered all this and his mouth started to water. He looked at the Minotaur. He said that he should eat it. His eyes sparkled. Beef. Manhwa shouted at him from behind his back. Is he protecting her? She closed her eyes and blushed. Okay, that's right. She remembered how he offered her a banana. That's how he got her attention. She remembered his laughter and how they sat at the table with such laughter, sitting quietly next to each other. She remembered how he handed her a watermelon, saying that the man who shared the cider was a good man. So friendly towards her. Tears appeared in her eyes. She told him not to be reckless. Her eyes grew big and she raised her hand, asking him not to sacrifice himself to protect her. He turned to her, confused, not understanding what she was talking about. An axe crashed into the ground next to him, but he managed to bounce back. He looked at the mark from the blow, saying that the monster was strong, and took his sword in both hands. He rushed at him to attack, shouting that as expected. Lucia watched their fight, shouted at him to dodge. He struck, but the monster blocked it with an axe. He bounced away from him. He roared again, raising the axe above his head, and struck the ground, creating a wave of force. A huge blow tore the ground and headed towards the hero. The ground vibrated. He stretched out his weapon in front of him. Double Ring of Mahaba effect activated. A huge force split the ground and threw stones into the air. Absorption of the skill can be used once. Energy stopping destruction flowed from his hands. The guy screamed and plunged the sword into the ground. All the energy was directed back. The Minotaur did not understand what happened. He was confused. The guy pounced again, attacking him. He was very happy, raising the sword above his head, said that it looks very tasty. Message on the arena screen. Minotaur successfully killed. He receives 40 glory points, earns 1 achievement, earns 120 tournament points. The crowd cheered. Minotaur is defeated. At that moment, the tournament ended. The guy wiped sweat from his forehead. Lucia ran up to him, asking if he was okay. She looked at the guy with concern. Is he injured? They're about to be transported to the stadium. Let him get ready. The hero patted the Minotaur's body. He needed to quickly collect the ingredients. All the players who survived until this moment would be transported from the island to the stadium. Manhwa happily examined his loot, and they immediately found themselves at the stadium, confetti falling on them. They were congratulating the surviving players. Several people were standing in the center. Soon they would see the total points scored. They were announcing the places they had won. He turned to the girl and she smiled. The guy looked at her. No more cows. No, the tournament was over. Tears gathered in his eyes. Seriously, 9th place. Lucia paid attention. They started announcing. The results table was shown on the screen. 4th place, Sakusa. 3rd place, Ichiro. 2nd place, Lucia. She clenched her fist. She thought, raising her hand to her face. After all, such a result. The long-awaited winner. The girl turned her gaze to Manhwa, having told her that he had helped her a lot. But he was not there. Where had he gone? A girl in a cloak came out onto the red carpet. The Empress would award the winner. Someone turned to her. She paid attention. He wanted to tell her. She frowned, demanding an explanation. Manhwa happily ran into the city. The winner had left. Elle turned to the maid. What do you mean he had left? She remembered seeing Manhwa running away. Where was he going? The Empress would be here soon. He asked to tell her that he had to eat beef. The Empress looked at her maid. Beef? Had she told him that the award ceremony had already begun? She did. His eyes were full of delight. He left the stadium very quickly, with an extremely happy face. Elle trembled and laughed loudly. The maid was scared. She said that she would find him right away. She replied that she shouldn't. The remains of confetti fell in the air. He went to enjoy the delicious meat. Wasn't that enough? And suggested to return. The Empress turned around and headed back, answering the maid that everything was fine. They did not need such ceremonies. Elle looked up, ran away. What did she say to him? She thought she knew why he gave him her kitchen knife. A message appeared on the screen. The winner has disappeared. The Empress is returning to the Imperial Castle. Kine was standing next to Lucia. He thought that his sister was upset, saying that he was sorry that everything ended like this, but she did a good job. The girl looked around. The winner was missing. Only this player had disappeared. Her father did not know that this would happen. She remembered his smile and their conversation. A sharp knife was cutting food. Yolk and white flowed out of a broken egg. Noodles sank into boiling water. On the table there was a dish with a yolk on top. Nearby were mushrooms and sliced beef. On the other side, there was soup and another dish. The table was completely covered with a delicious dinner. Wow, the guy covered his face with his hands from the bright light. He made it and it was dazzling. He took the chopsticks in his hand. Now he will try everything. He dipped the chopsticks into the yolk and mixed it with the rest of the dish, and happily began to eat. Thank you for the food. Manhwa enjoyed chewing the food. The savory taste, along with the sweet seasonings. Even the freshness of the pear went well with the meat. He reached his hand to another plate. Meat of this quality is quite difficult to find. The next dish. On the table there were noodles with egg. Cold noodles. He mixed everything in the bowl. This refreshing sound. He grabbed a piece of meat from the plate. He tries one rib and brought it to his mouth. For him, now is the time. He put it in his mouth, and he could not believe his feelings. He chewed it thoroughly, first feeling its coolness, and the noodles enveloped the pieces of fried meat, and the soft noodles mixed with a special sour sauce. It seemed to neutralize the spicy sauce, together with the texture of the meat. He remembered how fun it was to fight the Minotaur. The guy chewed the food with delight, thanking the bull. He sat in front of the table on and continued to eat. This is really great. Manhwa held a couple more pieces of meat in his chopsticks. He only had lettuce and cherry tomatoes, feeling like he had already forgotten about them. The hero picked up the chopsticks. There were tears of happiness in his eyes. Simply delicious. The guy put the empty plates together and exhaled. He lay down on the grass after dinner, feeling great. Something caught his eye. A message appeared above him. Food value, Minotaur skill, Earthshaker, can be purchased. Does he want to purchase it? Yes, no, this again. Manhwa raised his hand. By clicking yes, system messages, acquisition at 88%, 94, 100%. The player placed his hand on his stomach. Earthshaker successfully acquired. If he becomes as strong as he is, he will be able to eat more delicious food, right? Yellow leaves were torn from the trees. The boy watched them fly. The leaves flew past him, and he fell asleep in the grass on the ground. The sun shone on the palace tower. Someone spoke to the empress. A servant approached her throne, saying that the winner of the tournament had arrived. She ordered him to enter. Min Hyuk walked up to her on the red carpet and bowed. He greeted her. She asked if he was the winner. The boy looked at her with big eyes. He replied that he was. Elle sat on the throne in front of him. She thanked him for bringing something new to the tournament. As a reward, he can inherit her place in the near future. The guy smelled a pleasant smell and turned his head, thanking the empress. She looked at him with confusion. Something was wrong with him. Was something bothering him? The hero replied that everything was fine, and asked to ask a question. Elle leaned on the throne, allowing him to ask a question. The girl tensed up. He had heard that whoever won the tournament could ask her for one small wish. She squeezed the wooden handle of the throne. She remembered herself and her fiancé in wedding attire. He was a very sincere person, dedicated to cooking even though he had no sense of taste. She looked at the sword in his sheath. This stranger has his sword, so she thought he was an honest man. It seems she was wrong. Elle tilted her head and smiled. What does he want? Something from her treasury. Land, 1,000,000 tons of gold. Min Hyuk put his hand on his chest. This is a really difficult request. Does she agree? He, like everyone else. The throne room had floor-to-ceiling windows. If it is possible, she is listening, greedy stranger. The empress did not expect to hear this. He asked for the right to eat spam. The hero was incredibly happy imagining a can of spam. Some time ago, the player was met by a servant of the castle. The winner of Min Hyuk, right. The guy immediately caught a pleasant smell passing by him. He asked him to follow him. They walked down a large hallway. He had been smelling that smell ever since he came here. There was no doubt that it was that smell. He imagined frying a dish in a pan with other ingredients. Spam. The boy turned his head in the direction of the smell. Where was it coming from? They were eating it here in the imperial palace. This spam must be delicious. He thought the empress was hungry. He stood in front of the empress, smelling that smell. It was truly a smell that was impossible to resist. He was surprised by the empress's reaction. She tried to hold back her laughter by covering her mouth with her hand, but she still laughed out loud, which embarrassed Min Hyuk. He felt embarrassed listening to her laughter. Why was she laughing? Did he say something weird? How could he ask for anything else when it smelled like spam in here? Suddenly, he noticed something. A new message appeared. His intimacy with Elle increased. Respect gained 5 points, plus 3. Reputation gained 5 points. He looked at the messages, thinking that usually it was about intimacy. Where does respect come in? The empress spoke to him again. He turned to her. So, the player wants to eat spam. Yes. Elle turned to the servants. It seemed that the chefs were preparing it. Would he like to join them? The servant wanted to object, but stopped himself. The girl got up from the throne and went to the table. She told the guy to follow her. In the dining room, there was a large black table. It was covered with various foods, including potatoes and a burger. Wow, the guy was very happy looking at this. The empress asked if this was enough. He replied that it was incredible, but then he thought about it. He turned to her. What is it? He would not dare to say this in her presence because he was grateful and scared at the same time. She replied that everything was fine, he could speak freely. He was still not used to this kind of conversation. Min Hyuk looked into her eyes, asking if he could call her Nuna. The servant was very shocked. Elle agreed. Min Hyuk made a scene by putting his hand on his chest. Nuna, why are you eating spam like this? Her brother's heart ached from what he saw. The girl didn't get it. Is it a problem that it wasn't cooked properly? The hero looked at the empress seriously. There is a better way to eat spam. The girl put her hand on her chin. Really? A better way than the one her imperial chefs use? Does she want him to cook it? The chefs brought all the necessary ingredients. She told them to do so. In the kitchen, everything was prepared for cooking. Spam was already frying in a frying pan. Elle watched Min Hyuk cook. Is he just frying them? Yes, but there is something more important. The boy opened the pot of rice, here, and scooped up 1 spoonful. Spam is better eaten with this. The hero put the rice in a bowl, saying that he was great with it. On the table was a bowl of rice with an egg, rice, and a slice of spam. The guy exhaled. The empress sat down at the table. A servant followed her with a plate. She was in anticipation. Now he would teach her how to eat this dish. She had a spoon and chopsticks in her hands. She took a cone of rice. First, let her take some rice. With chopsticks, she put the slice on the rice. She should put a piece of spam on top. He looked at her. Now she just had to eat it. So simple. She put it all in her mouth, and she couldn't believe her feelings. This taste. The slice merged with the rice, it completely covered it in the spoon. The moment the spam and rice met, the texture was preserved, it was fully cooked and no longer so salty. Its fat content deepened the taste of each grain. It seemed enough for a complete meal. The guy smiled and turned to Elle. It really is delicious, isn't it? It's delicious, she replied. The guy was beaming with happiness. She noticed that it was his wish, he should try it. He took a slice with chopsticks, thanking for the food. Spam goes well with rice, that juicy, oily taste. He imagined a pot of noodles, a slice with ketchup or on rice. Also great with ramen, great with ketchup. Even with just rice, even if there is no appetite, you will still eat it all. But ideally, eat while the rice is hot. Elle was surprised at herself. She took another piece in her hands. She did not feel ignorant at all, and did not know how delicious it is with rice. What a pity. Nuna is so funny. It is not an expensive dish. She did not expect it to satisfy her. Min Hayek listened silently, and looked at his bowl. A dish does not have to be expensive to satisfy a person. The Empress folded her hands, listening to him. The food tastes good. He remembered a loved one. Not because of the price, isn't it delicious because it's made by people who make them happy? Elle looked down and smiled. He was right. They continued eating. He turned to the Empress. He said he came here as a winner, but to be honest. She asked what he meant. He was here because of Rand, so he was looking for him. The girl's face changed. Rand, what did he ask him for? The boy grabbed the spoon and frowned. To make a great dish. This dish was simply excellent. The Empress put down her chopsticks. Of course it was excellent, but it was the captain's request, and it was so simple. She asked what his skill was. The hero showed the number 2 while chewing his food. He was learning swordsmanship and farming. A little magic. Did she want to know what skills he had? Elle folded her hands and leaned on them. Usually, an outsider would only develop in one thing, but he is not like that. But it is incredible that he is strong enough to win. He looked at the girl happily. That he eats well and works hard. That is good. Can she ask for any dish from him? The player held a spoon in his hand. Of course. She turned her head to the side. Min Hayek thought about it. What kind of food does the Empress like? It should not be too luxurious, because she liked Spam. Just in case. He may end up in a situation where he has to eat food he does not know. After thinking, Elle made a decision. Min Hayek looked at her. She wants to eat sashimi made of flounder. The hero imagined himself catching a fish, and was shocked by this. The hero imagined a dish in the form of a fish and asked, sashimi, to which he heard a confirmation. Elle remembered how she stood with a wooden sword as a child and said that her father, the great emperor who left them, always said that she should be a strong empress. At that time, she simply hated her father. The man handed the plate to the girl. She said that when they first went fishing together, he made spicy soup with homemade sashimi. The Empress looked away, saying that she knew he did it because he loved her and she could still taste it. Min Hayek touched his face thoughtfully, thinking that this was not an expensive food like foie gras. Very unexpected. The guy imagined the cook serving the woman food. He thought that the fact that she was an empress and lived in the palace did not mean that she could only eat expensive food. The cook stood next to the Empress. The hero thought that the captain would not cook such a dish. He lowered his head, thinking that right, he should do this for the captain. He heard a question, will he help her feel that taste again? Holding a spoon, Min Hayek said that he will do it, he will cook this dish for her. The system reported that the quest was accepted. He reached for the information window, which said, a linking quest to win sashimi for Elle. The reward is ancient ingredients. The guy thought that this quest was related to the captain's request. Min Hayek raised his head when the Empress called him to go. He asked where. Holding his dress, she asked if he wanted her to teach him her fencing technique. A light building appeared. Elle said that it was a training ground. Each wooden doll had its own abilities. The Empress walked ahead, saying that with the destruction of each of them, his respect would increase. Thanks to the mania, they themselves recovered after defeat. Min Hayek was confused to hear that they were special because they only exist in this empire. Elle looked at him in surprise and asked if he was not motivated at all. Then with each completed meter she would give him ingredients from the imperial palace. The brunette decisively stated that they would do it. The woman smiled, saying that he was ready now. She extended her hand and asked to be allowed to show him. Min Hayek thought he had heard that the Empress's swordsmanship was amazing, but he had never seen it. Elle took the weapon. The guy thought, is she going to use a wooden sword? Bright beams from the blows. The Empress quickly smashed the dummies. Min Hayek looked at it in admiration and heard the question, is this enough? He caught the thrown sword and, hearing the question, did he remember what she said, answered that it was very fast. The woman said to do it in order. Min Hayek leaned over tiredly, saying that it was so difficult. Elle answered that the first time is always like this. Raising a finger, she told him to come here to train anytime. She will give him a week, so let him try to train more often. Holding the sword, the hero answered that he understood. He was a wooden doll with a sword on the first day, lying on the ground on the second day, third day, fourth day. A week later, Elle walked to the site, thinking that a whole week had passed. Looking ahead, she wondered that he figured out at least half of it. She really hoped so. Min Hayek stood among the cut mannequins. He noticed her exclaiming that she had come. The Empress looked at him in surprise. The guy apologized and said that he would clean everything up. The woman looked at the broken dolls and thought that they would recover in an hour or two, but most of them were destroyed. The brunette scratched his head, saying that he got a little carried away. The hand was clutching a sword. The woman said that his hand. She thought that this stranger had the power of healing, but he trained at a speed that his healing could not keep up with. Min Hayek looked at his palms in surprise and asked, "What is this?" Elle looked closely, thinking that in addition, his sword. The blade glowed golden. She thought that the percentage of training was more than 100. Min Hayek looked at the woman, who was amazed, thinking that she did not expect this, but this is simply incredible. With a happy look, the hero asked, will he get the ingredients if he trains like this? The Empress chuckled, thinking that he was a real disciple of Ran. She replied that of course. The closed doors of the palace. Elle raised her hand to her face, asking, is it spam again? Min Hayek turned around with a knife and exclaimed that she had scared him. There were food items on the plate. He said that the spam in the Imperial Palace was really delicious. He heard that there were many ingredients. How many dishes was he going to make? Holding a frying pan, he replied that there was only one. He would mix everything and cook it over low heat. Elle took an item from the tray and told him to take this first. In front of him was a glass bottle. The system window said that this was the Imperial Elixir. Skill plus 180 respect required for the player. Description: mystical water from the Empire. He can only get this from Empress L. Usually tastes better than ordinary water. Min Hayek held the bottle in admiration and heard that this was a reward for his efforts. The words were heard in the room, he can use it anytime, and the answer, of course, it is his gift. In the frying pan, a dish was stewed. It is Beauty J Jiggy with Imperial Elixir. Elle looked closely and asked what kind of dish it is. The guy said it is called Beauty J Jiggy. He scooped up the dish with a ladle and asked to try it. The woman put her chopsticks in her mouth after hearing that first noodles and ham. The chopsticks held the noodles. The hero thought that moderately spicy ramen with vegetables, slightly sweet but not cloying taste in the mouth. Pieces of ham. He thought about the softness and juiciness of spam, different from the one cooked in a frying pan. The spoon was in the broth. He thought that the broth becomes tastier as it boils, just one piece. Min Hayek cried in delight, thinking that he would send to heaven. Elle said that this spam tastes different. The chopsticks held the omelet. The guy thought that now the egg rolls, you need to mix them with rice and soup. He held the spoon thinking that it tasted fantastic. He heard a question, when is he going to leave them? The hero sat at the table opposite and said that maybe tomorrow. The woman said that she was sorry. She was surprised to hear that next time he would bring her the ingredients. Min Hayek with a smile promised that he would help her feel the taste that she misses. Elle looked ahead in surprise, and then thanked. There were empty plates on the table. The woman noticed that before it was not so spicy, to which she heard that it did not boil much. Min Hayek was washing the dishes. The woman said that she wanted to give him something in return. Wiping his hands, he heard a request to give her hand. Min Hayek was surprised when she took his palm, saying that she wanted him to accept it. Elle brought her hand to her lips and kissed. A red symbol appeared on the palm. The system reported that this was Elle's kiss, an engraved mark of intimacy. The Empress looked at him, saying thank you for returning her memories. She was enjoying his presence in the palace. Min Hayek waved his hand, saying goodbye. He remembered the words that if he needed her help. He looked at his palm, remembering that then let him rub the mark and she would immediately come to him. Running forward, he remembered the words that they would meet again and she would be waiting for him to treat her. Looking at the map, Min Hayek said that the nearest sea can only be entered if your level is above 200. Holding the map, he said that he needed to be at that level if he wanted to get it. The hero sat on a rock, saying that it would be difficult to get there now. He needed to level up faster. His location was marked in red on the map. A notification appeared that this area belonged to the Vara's kingdom and allowed him to gain various production skills. Min Hayek pointed his finger and said that there are many cooking quests. A shout was heard from the mountains. The guy with the club exclaimed that he was in good shape today. It was the guildmaster Hayadin Brani. The guild member pointed to the body lying down and said, "Isn't this cool?" He doesn't even know if it's an NPC or a real player. The leader left, saying that it was boring. Let him get out of here. He smiled, thinking that it was amazing. This was lucky. Suddenly, a hooded man appeared from behind the bushes and called out to him. The hooded man stood in front of him, saying that a guild with no sense of shame that robs players who pass through these mountain paths. He heard that they are very good at it. The blue-haired man asked in surprise, "Who is he?" The man smiled and said that his name is Kalda. The guy with the headband repeated in surprise and thought that this is a branch of a second-rank blacksmith. Words came that he had a request for the Hayadin Guild. A quest that would arise in the Vara's kingdom would require their skills. Min Hayek walked along the streets of the Vara's kingdom with a bag of chips, saying that the warp gate was very convenient. Find one and go wherever you want. He saw the craftsmen at work, thinking that there were many talented people here. This place deserved to be called the Village of Creators. He chewed, thinking that maybe he could create it here. Min Hayek imagined himself holding a frying pan. He had been thinking about this since he baked the sweet potato. He imagined a frying pan with a lid, thinking that it would be useful because it would make cooking easier. There were vegetables in the frying pan. He thought that he could also use it to cook different dishes. He would create a lid for the frying pan. Min Hyuk opened the door and apologized. He stood at the threshold of the workshop, asking, "Is there anyone here?" Walking deeper, he asked, "Is there anyone here?" The guy turned around, noticing something. In front of him stood a disgruntled girl in a yellow dress. Min Hyuk looked at her, wondering, is she an NPC? The girl pointed her finger and asked, "Are they delicious?" The guy held a bag of chips and asked, "Does she mean this?" "Yes, they are very delicious." Holding out the bag, he asked the girl, "Does she want to try?" She looked sad and said that Hyman does not want it. The hero looked at her in surprise and thought that maybe she was an NPC. Waving his hand, the guy asked, "Why does she not want to eat delicious things?" The girl replied that it would upset her stomach. She reached into her pocket and handed him chocolates in her palms, saying that he can have them too. Min Hyuk looked at the chocolates with admiration, asking, "Does she not want to eat them?" The girl turned away, saying that her father told her to eat them, but Hyman hates eating. Min Hyuk sat down next to her and asked if she hates chocolate, to which he answered that she hates eating. With a pitiful look, the hero said, "Why this beautiful chocolate?" He ate the candies right from his hand. Hyman indignantly hit the guy, screaming that he should not eat from her hands. Min Hyuk said that it was his fault, but it was very tasty. The girl was indignant, asking if he was a pig. The guy with candies in his mouth answered that he was not a pig, his name was Min Hyuk. Hyman looked away, hearing the question, "Where are her parents?" Holding a candy wrapper, the hero heard that her dad is always busy, so she cries every day, and her mother went to heaven. There was a stove in the room. Hyman answered that her uncle Ron was playing with her. He went out for a second. The brunette put the girl on his shoulders. She was embarrassed to hear that Ron would not return. The boy smiled, saying that he would play with her. There were houses by the tree. Hyman laughed, sitting on Min Hyuk's shoulders. She was surprised to hear someone call her. The red-haired man indignantly asked who he was. It was Ron. The girl ran to the man, and Min Hyuk said that he was glad to meet him. Looking at her uncle, the little girl said that this man was just playing with her and gave her a ride on his shoulders. The redhead looked at the hero, thinking that Hyman, who hides all day, was playing with this guy. Min Hyuk scratched the back of his head. Words were heard from the buildings that they would talk inside. Min Hyuk with a sleeping Hyman sat opposite the man, who asked if he came here to earn money. Thank him for looking after her. He apologizes for not being there. The brunette answered that it was no problem. He likes playing with children. He was surprised to hear that Ron was in a rather difficult situation now and might not be able to give him a job. He looked away when he heard the question, "What happened?" He said that Hyman's father is a wanderer. He is very busy now. Because of this, she lives on her own. He remembered holding the girl and looking at the calendar, shouting that he missed the deadline. He said that he forgot about the dates of several deliveries. Looking at the window, he said that back then, a notice came that the merchants were angry and canceled the contracts, but he couldn't leave Hyman alone. The man looked down. Min Hyuk was holding the sleeping girl and heard that it was because Ron lost his child in an accident. The brunette sighed pitifully. The man said that he was dealing with it now, so it was very difficult to provide someone with work now. Hyman was sleeping. Looking at Ron, the brunette apologized and asked if he could help. There were many paintings on the wall. Ron asked what he meant, and the brunette replied that he said that he cared about Hyman. Maybe if he apologized and discussed the situation, the customers would understand. Min Hyuk raised a finger and said that there is a saying, "A child is raised by a village." Clenching his fist, Min Hyuk asked why not try to persuade them. The red-haired man asked, "Is this really okay?" An information window appeared next to the hero. He answered that yes, if everything works out, will he fulfill his request. Ron answered that of course, if he can solve his problem with customers, he will do it for him. The player saw the information window, thinking that it was a quest. It said to take the quest solving the problems of the blacksmith Ron. You need to arrange the customers, Ron who has problems with the deal. The reward is a cooking set of ingredients, basic blacksmith skills, creating a reputation. The girl was sleeping on Min Hyuk's lap. He asked why the father left his child. He heard the answer that he was a foreigner who worked as a blacksmith for a long time. He is not sure, but it seems that he makes something for Hyman. He said that he is in a guild. The brunette looked ahead and said that sooner or later he will see him, right? Ron stood up and said that he thinks so. Now he will bring him a list of merchants. Holding the paper, Ron thought about which guild the girl's father told him about. There was a scroll on the table. The man recalled that it seemed to be a legendary guild. Tapping his finger on the table, the man asked which of the blacksmiths to make a new contract with. The owner of the first aid shop, Miken, leaning on her hand at the table, thought that Ron's work was good, but she looked at the door when she heard a knock and asked who was there. When the door opened, Min Hyuk said hello. Mi looked out and asked if he came for a lecture on bandaging for beginners. The brunette replied that no, he was from Ron about a debt. The woman frowned and asked if it couldn't be. He was not here to ask her about breaking the contract, the guy confirmed. She screamed that she did not want to talk about it, let him go. Min Hyuk held the door, not letting it close, and asked her to listen to him, but the woman said that it was not necessary. The hero pointed at the poster and said that he would do this then, learn the technique of applying bandages for beginners. The angry owner of the store said that this technique is ineffective for strangers. The brunette said that it does not matter, he can do it. He heard that it is not free and agreed to pay. In front of him were bandages and figurines of people. Putting her hands on her hips, Mi said that he will start training with these items. Holding a doll, the woman explained that first he cuts these magical dolls with a knife. It turns out to be a simulation of real wounds. She took a bandage and said that then he carefully wraps them like this. The doll was bandaged. She said to repeat, and the percentage of his training will increase. The guy agreed to raise his hand when she said to try. Holding a bandage, Min Hyuk asked if she had ever tried to treat a child. Mi turned away, asking if he was trying to be friendly with her. It wouldn't work. The brunette replied that he didn't mean it that way. He unwound the bandage. While applying the bandage, the hero said that children often get hurt. He was just wondering if Hyman needed help. The woman behind the counter asked if she was his little sister, to which she was told that no, but Ron was looking after her. Mi closed her eyes, remembering the man, and then widened them in shock, asking if he had a child. The hero applying the bandage replied that she was not his child, but he cared for her as if she were his own. The shop owner was shocked. She folded her hands together, saying that this was unexpected, so how he actually made this mistake was because he was caring for a child. She had no idea. The brunette looked at me, who said that there were rumors that Ron had stopped doing blacksmithing recently, and replied that Hyman's father was busy right now. The store owner exclaimed that even if that was the case, he still didn't deliver the package on time, and she got into a lot of trouble later. Min Hyuk said that he didn't say that she shouldn't be mad at him, he just wanted her to understand the situation he was in. The woman crossed her arms, and the shining hero said that if she wanted to make a contract again, he would be extremely grateful. There was a demand from the first aid store to finish their practice and come back for a few more days to practice. Mi held a tray in her hands, saying that he was adapting quickly. She thought that it wasn't strange, but it was impossible to learn it if his concentration and dexterity were low. Min Hyuk rewound the dolls, saying that as an obedient student, he had a request. Could she please reconsider her attitude about the contract? Mi thought she couldn't help how mesmerizing his skills were. The woman turned away, saying it didn't matter. She blushed in embarrassment. The hero smiled. He presented the utensils and hotteok mixture, saying the preparations were complete. The woman asked what it was. Min Hyuk adjusted his glove and said he wanted to make a snack. He was mixing the dough in a bowl, saying that he needed to knead the dough first. Mi kept looking back to see what he was doing while he waited for it to rise. The hero was putting the filling into the dough, saying that he needed to add sugar and nuts next. The hotteok was frying in a pan. The guy said he needed to fry it in oil. Mi exclaimed in delight that it was hotteok. The pancakes were on a plate. She thought that the sweet, delicious aroma. Covering her mouth, the woman thought she looked delicious. She thanked him. However, the hero discontentedly removed the plate from her. He demandingly exclaimed that the decision should be reconsidered, but the woman replied that it was none of his business. He brought the food to his mouth, saying that since it was like that, there was nothing he could do, he would eat alone. Mi exclaimed that this was impudence. The guy bit into the pancake. Min Hyuk ate the dish with pleasure. The woman thought how he did it, how he ate them so appetizingly. She stretched out her palm, thinking that he ate hotteok like that, as if it were the most delicious food in the world. Finally, she agreed. The woman said that she would take it seriously, Ron, in such a situation. Min Hyuk remembered how Elle gave him the mixture and told him that he needed to practice, let him not let himself be hit. He said that this one was special. Mi took the pancake. She thought that she would see what it was like. The hotteok was rosy. She thought that when she bit into it, she would feel the sweet taste. The soft texture of the dough. The filling flowed out of the broken dish. Hot and sweet jam seeping through it. Plus the nuts inside add a piquant taste. You have to be careful not to burn yourself, but you can eat it hot too. The woman ate and thought that this was the first time she tried the most delicious hotteok. The guy told her not to forget about the contract. Chewing the dish, he heard a question, why does Ron help so much? Licking his finger, Min Hyuk said that he just wants to help others. It is very difficult when work does not work out. The owner of the store looked at him and heard that they must help each other in order to survive. There were plants and goods on the display case. The woman thought that he was different from the rest. Usually everyone only pursues their own interests. The technique of applying bandages that can help others, mostly no one notices it since it is not a very effective skill. She looked at Min Hyuk who was eating and thought that he was trying. He even wanted to help others. Help each other. Opening her mouth, Mi agreed. She was only thinking about her own benefit. She doesn't know if he's pretending, but the hero was happy to hear that she agreed to the contract. Putting her fingers to her chin, the woman said that she did it only because of the hotteok that he gave her. Opening one eye, she looked at the hero, who exclaimed that it was great, other people should be as open as me. The woman asked if he wanted to go to the others. The hero said yes. Raising a finger, she said if he was going to do that. There were knives hanging on the wall. The door opened slightly, and the woman turned to Ron, who was holding a box. Ron said that he was very sorry about what happened and was already getting ready. The girl with her hair tied up waved her hand and said that everything was fine, let him just act according to the last contract. The man was surprised to hear that his friend had come and explained the situation. Looking at the girl, he asked if she really understood. She said of course, she knew how hard it was to look after a child. Min Hyuk bandaged the boy's knee. She said that she was told that he bandaged her child's wound. I wonder how she could pay him back. The bearded man gave the hero a thumbs up. The girl said he goes around town convincing people by helping them with their work. Min Hyuk winked as he hung out the laundry. People watched him cook. The girl said he was very cute, but she hadn't seen it in person. Ron was amazed. He turned around, recognizing Brett, who said that if he had a problem, he should have told them. The redhead looked at him and heard that if he kept such a thing a secret, people might misunderstand the situation. He would have understood if he had been told earlier. The blacksmith looked at the man and apologized. Brett scratched the back of his head and asked if he could deliver the goods again. There was no blacksmith better than him. Putting an arm around the redhead's shoulders, he told him to tell his friend Min Hyuk to come by again. He did a great job and was very friendly, and he was a great cook. He was a kind stranger. Ron looked down in amazement, thinking, is this really happening? Did he use some kind of magic? Min Hyuk waved his hand, saying goodbye to the residents. Min Hyuk looked into the building and said that he came. He looked around, saying that it seemed like he was not here. The brunette sat down in a chair, saying that it couldn't be helped, he would wait. His stomach made a loud sound. Min Hyuk frowned, he was unhappy and grumbled. A scream was heard in the room, saying that he couldn't take it anymore. With a frying pan in his hands, the hero shouted that hotteok was still not enough. He cut the ingredient with a knife, saying that he should first cut the kimchi properly. The brunette poured oil into the frying pan, saying that he needed to fry it in oil. He poured rice, saying that he needed to add some rice. He picked up an egg, saying that he should never forget. The egg was fried in a frying pan. He said that it was a fried egg. The spatula reached out. The player said that if he forgot about it, the dish would not turn out perfect. The fried egg was on rice with kimchi. Name covered his mouth with his hand and thanked his grandmother for giving him homemade kimchi. He scooped up the food with a spoon, saying that he was doing a good job helping other people. Min Hyuk thanked her for the food with a smile. He paid attention when he was called out. An angry Hyaman entered the room. In the memory, there were screams in the hospital building about how she hated eating. The man was sitting by his daughter's bed and called her. He asked, so she was saying that he had no choice but to wait. The doctor sitting at the desk said that was true, because Hyaman was almost afraid to eat. The man said that this was indeed the aftermath of the disease. He covered his eyes with his hand, saying that if this continued, his daughter's condition would get worse when this was all over. He clenched his teeth and apologized, saying that he was nervous. The doctor said that she understood how he felt. She was sitting at the computer and said that they had no other choice. She handed him the documents about virtual reality psychotherapy. The man looked at them in surprise. While he was reading the documents, she said that it was a virtual reality game called Athene. They say that you can taste real food there. There are also cases where this therapy helped to move forward in healing. She thinks it is worth trying. The man held the girl's hand. She was sitting in a gaming chair with a helmet and asked, "Daddy, are you crying again?" The man covered his eyes with his hand and said no. He is not crying. He will not be able to stay with her because of work. She understands. The girl said okay, she can play with Ron and the pig. The man asked again, not understanding. Raising her hands, a happy Hyaman said that this is the guy to whom she gave chocolate. He ate it right from her hands. She heard the question. She made a new friend and answered that yes, he even rode her on his back. It was a lot of fun. The father stroked his daughter's head and said that he was very sorry, but he was glad that she liked it. She would be the same good girl today. The girl agreed. Hyaman, beaming, appeared in the game. She walked forward, thinking that she should ask Uncle Ron to play with her. She timidly looked into the room and saw Min Hyuk cooking something. The guy was stirring a fragrant dish with a spoon. The girl thought, what is he doing? The hero was stirring rice. She watched and thought, what is it? He was tossing food in a frying pan. She realized that it was fried kimchi with rice. She remembered looking at the plate with this dish, thinking that she liked what Daddy made for her. She remembered lying on the bed in the hospital and thought that now it hurt her to eat. The girl cried and thought that she was sick from the food. She looked at the happy brunette and thought why everything was so shining. Hyaman stamped her foot and exclaimed as she entered the room. She was shaking, saying that she, frowning and pointing her finger, she said that she wanted to try it too. Sitting on the couch, Min Hyuk said that he wouldn't give it to her. There was only one egg. She angrily said that he ate all of her food. The brunette looked away, saying that she was right, and called her over. The little girl looked at him in surprise as he handed her a spoon and asked her to hold it. Holding the spoon, she heard him ask her to wait a little. With his chopsticks, he put a piece of egg on the rice and said with a smile that it should be eaten like this. Hyamen remembered the tray of food and thought that it hurt her to eat. If she ate anything, she would just throw up. She squeezed the blanket with her fingers, saying that her hair was also falling out. Her father, with a spoon of rice, persuaded her to try a piece, but the girl said that she hated it. She pouted when she heard that there was only one. Tears were streaming down her father's face. Min Hyuk happily told the girl that it was delicious. You could say that it was something special. Looking at her with shining eyes, Hyamen thought, is it really special? She held the spoon and thought, is it really that delicious? Is that why it is so shiny? She put the food in her mouth. Closing her eyes, the hero asked what she would say, is it delicious? Fried eggs are a must in kimchi rice. In response, he heard that it is strange. His eyes widened in shock. He asked, is the taste strange? Looking at him with wide eyes, Hyamen said that it is strange. Usually when she eats something, she feels sick, but now everything is fine. Min Hyuk smiled when he heard that it does not hurt at all to eat. She feels great. The heroes raised their hands. The guy said that of course, the food is delicious, it is wonderful. Let him repeat after him, delicious food, this is the best, the girl repeated. She ate the dish while the brunette told her to eat more. They turned around in surprise, hearing the sound. The man dropped the bag in surprise. The brunette thought, who is this guy? The face of the one who entered was pitiful. He heard the words of the hero that Ron is not here now. He looked at the man with them. The man fell to his knees and exclaimed that she is finally eating. He hugged the girl. Tears were running down his face. He repeated that she is finally eating. Hyamen looked pitifully at her dad and called him. Min Hyuk thought in amazement, Dad. The crying man turned to the brunette and thanked him, saying that he was very grateful. Min Hyuk pointed at himself in surprise. The man explained that he heard that he cared about Hyamen. He was worried that she was not eating anything. Looking at him, the brunette understood. Words were heard that Hyamen did this, and from today on she should eat well. Touching her chest, the man said how rude of him, he is Hyamen's father. He wiped a tear from his eyes. The system reported that his nickname is Hyamen's father. The hero thought that he was a really loving dad. Sitting in the chair opposite, he said that so this is how things are. His father confirmed, and he thought about how he can repay him. Looking at him, Min Hyuk replied that everything is fine, he just did what he had to. The girl was sitting next to her dad. Because of her treatment, she was all alone here. Somehow he felt that they were similar. The brunette smiled, thinking that he also can't eat. He has already eaten a lot, and now he feels unwell. He heard a request to allow him to pay. Extending his hand, the girl's father said that even before Hyamen's treatment, there is a fairly famous blacksmith who plays Athene. Has he ever heard of a dragon on a sword? The player said he had heard of it. He imagined the dark weapon and thought that the dragon sword was made by a legendary blacksmith and sold at auction for the best price possible as an artifact with the strongest attack and buffs. Min Hyuk beamed, saying that he thought it could easily cut through thick beef bones. Father Hyamen asked in amazement, beef bones, and was told that yes, they needed some kind of mechanism. The man looked at him with a confused expression and said that he was the one who made the dragon sword, divine class, the successor of Hepa's. Min Hyuk beamed and replied that he understood. The man felt like he had been hit in the head with a rock when the hero continued. That was great. Was it convenient to cut hot bones with? The man coughed into his fist and said that he was thinking about making an artifact that he wanted. The brunette looked at him in surprise and asked the artifact that he wanted. The man confirmed and asked him to just name it. He remembered the silhouette of the man who said that he was troublesome and thought that his guild had ordered him not to make anything else, but he thought it would be fine if it was that man. The blacksmith thought that he would want to make a sword or armor. All players wanted the same thing. Min Hyuk touched his chin, saying what he wanted. Introducing a dish with food, he stated that it was convenient to season food while cooking. He wanted him to make a frying pan. Father Hyamen stared at him in shock. He imagined a frying pan, hearing that he meant something that was used for cooking as a household utensil. Raising a finger, the man said that about the sword and armor, he wanted a frying pan, not a strong artifact. The hero confirmed. When the man said that it had no attack power or resistance, he just wanted a frying pan that was convenient to season food, he replied that it was. The blacksmith smiled insincerely and thought that he must be joking. How much longer will he continue? And out loud asked him to think again. If he asked for more buffs, he will do it. The brunette thought again. Father Hyamen thought that great, that's it. The hero presented a delicious dish and said that they needed a thing that could fry anything. Clenching his fist, he said that he wanted it to have such a function. The man felt like he had been hit on the head with a frying pan. Words were heard in the room with the fireplace. To make it convenient to season food and fry anything, the hero confirmed. He looked at the discouraged man and asked, is it too difficult to make? He answered that it was not the case, and promised that he would make it. The guy beamed and thanked him. Smiling, he high-fived the happy girl and said that he would make it. The man sat on the couch opposite and thought that he was going to make a frying pan. He was a descendant of Hepas. Smiling, looking at his daughter, he decided that he had completely lost. Shields were hanging on the wall, words were heard. What magic did he use? Ron held the guy's hands. He replied that he was just walking around the area, eating delicious food. The red-haired man said that he was very grateful. He held the hero's hands, saying that most of the contracts had already been renewed, and Hyamon's situation had also started to improve, all thanks to him. Min Hayek was surprised. A quest window appeared in front of him, saying that it had been completed. Reward: a cooking set of ingredients, basic blacksmith skills. Rewards change depending on reputation. The man handed him a box, saying that he was giving him a reward. Inside were various ingredients, such as mushrooms. On the other side were fish-like products. All the products in the round plate looked beautiful. The player looked at it with admiration. He looked at the products with admiration, saying that the composition of this item was beautiful. It must be Jian's cooking set. When he thinks about food, he always looks forward to the holidays, but now he can't even dream about them because of his gluttony. He remembered overhearing his father's conversation, who told him not to cook anything for the holidays. Usually it was high-calorie food. What would they do if Min Hayek saw her? The delighted hero asked if he could cook here. Ron said of course. The guy dipped the food in an egg, then rolled it in flour. There were strips of food on the frying pan. They were beautifully laid out on a round plate. Min Hayek said it was an appetizing aroma. The guy stopped the man's hand, who said it would be delicious. The redhead was surprised to hear a request to scold him. The serious brunette said that he wanted to experience the holiday for real. The man asked if he knew that he was very strange. The hero listened carefully. He opened his mouth, hearing a scream. Did he at least find a job? The neighbor said that she found an excellent blacksmith. He at least started preparing. He only plays all day. Does he prepare for anything at all? The redhead pointed at him, shouting that at least he had a girlfriend. Yes, he doesn't even have a job. What kind of girlfriend are we talking about? What is he even thinking about? Min Hayek grabbed a piece of food, shouting that it already felt like a holiday, and heard a shout that he was very strange. The guy put the piece in his mouth. The skewer had ingredients on it. He thought that when you cut a piece of golden brown jian, biting into it, warm oil spreads in your mouth. The ingredients were cut into strips. He said that he can taste each ingredient separately. They complement each other. The dish was bitten from the side. He thought that you need to bite off the side of the skewer, then the taste is just great. He imagined the rest of the dish, thinking that next is fish cake, mushroom cake, and tofu. He held the piece with his chopsticks, thinking that it is bland if you eat them just like that, but it becomes juicy and delicious when cooked in a frying pan. He pulled a piece into his mouth, saying, thinking that now pancake after pancake, its rich texture is perfect, even without seasoning. Tears of happiness appeared on the guy's face. He thanked, thinking that he just felt a holiday, and said out loud that it was delicious. Hyamin, with food in her hand, exclaimed that it was delicious. The brunette smiled and confirmed that it was indeed delicious. He looked at Ron, who sheepishly said that he did not know how to say it. The guy stood at the table and asked if he wanted to try it. The blacksmith replied that of course, it looked very delicious. Clasping his fingers, Min Hayek said that then he wanted him to teach him blacksmithing skills. There was a stove in the corner. A cry was heard about why he was not given food for his work. He said that he could not. Min Hayek ate the food appetizingly, offering it to the girl. The man stretched out his palm. He heard gloomily that it was very tasty, and then exclaimed that he understood and would teach him. The hero clarified, really? A cry was heard from the house with a red roof. Yes, and now let him try it. Elle smiled, saying that it was a great job. Words were heard that it was very tasty. Min Hayek smiled and asked Hyamin if he liked the rice with kimchi. Ron was nearby, who had finally eaten. The girl pointed her finger discontentedly and said that he ate all her chocolate. The guy said that it looked very tasty. She asked if he liked her chocolate. The guy with drool at his mouth said that he liked it very much. Ron was surprised and asked if he liked chocolate too. The brunette looked at him and said that of course he liked it very much. The man thought about it. He would say that, if you think about it, there are legends about the mines of the Vara's kingdom. Min Hayek was surprised to hear this. He imagined a tree with chocolates and heard that it was a legend about a chocolate tree that bears chocolate fruits. No matter how much he eats, they appear again. The hero's eyes shone. He exclaimed, a chocolate tree. He imagined a man in a top hat and asked, no matter how much chocolate he eats, the next day there will be again. Wooly Wonka. Getting up, he heard that if he mines minerals in the Bretry mine, he will have a chance to find chocolate mixed with minerals. The hero said that it sounds good. The girl confirmed. Touching his chin, the blacksmith said that he also heard about a fruit with mysterious powers. They say that if a sick person eats it, he will begin to recover and feel a surge of strength. A system window appeared next to the guy, in which it was written, accept the quest, Legends of the Chocolate Tree with Rattan. Ron said that he knows someone from the Bretry mine. His name is Ratan. Would he like to meet him? The hero exclaimed, "Of course." Putting her hands on her hips, Hyman asked if he found chocolate, would he share it with her? The brunette said that they would eat it together. Looking out the window, the hero thought about the last time he ate chocolate for his own pleasure. There was a table in the room, words were heard about his request, would he listen? Bronny sat opposite the man who said that first he thought they should split the task, let him not tell the guild members who the customer was. The one sitting opposite said that the guild members had already been informed about this task, what did he want to ask for? The hooded man said that he wanted to ask him. The blue-haired man was amazed to hear that in 3 days they would capture the Bretry mine. He was surprised, asking again, "What do you mean capture?" Calda answered that they would get rid of the kingdom's armed forces and monopolize the mine. If they got inside, they would be able to break the contract with the kingdom. He imagined the glowing faces of the monsters and said that at the same time they would deal with the monsters that might emerge from this mine. Looking at him, Bronny said that he heard about the monsters in the mine, that they are the most dangerous and strong in this case in the process of capture. Sitting at the table, he said that even the miners. The hooded man smiled, saying that they will also die. The man was holding a mug. He was drinking from a wooden mug. The guy sitting at the table asked why he needed this at all. The hooded man replied that he could not tell him. He put the mug on the table. Calda imagined a silver key, thinking that the secret door in the chocolate mine, he was lucky to find the key to it. Damn the Vara's kingdom if they found out that he had the key. He looked from under the hood, thinking that then they would strengthen the security of the mine. Therefore, he uses the Hayaden Guild to escape pursuit. He imagined shining crystals, thinking that with the materials behind the secret door, only 3 people in the world are able to create artifacts. The first one retreated to the land of the dwarves. He remembered the black sword, thinking that the creator of the dragon sword who was hiding behind the mask and the one who was currently missing. Clenching his fist, the man said that no one was looking for him now. This was his chance, now or never. He must get these materials to create an artifact many times superior to the dragon sword. The man at the table laughed. The visitors were talking. What was he laughing about? He was probably drunk. A scream was heard among the buildings. Did he run away again? The blacksmith's friend who arrived yesterday? It seemed so. The gray-haired captain touched his forehead with his palm, hearing the question, and he did not know and replied that it was unbearable. There was still a whole day ahead. The man said that he wanted to work, but ran away. The man thought that it was understandable because this is not an easy job. He thought that, besides, this is the 5th team of miners. The captain even fought with the guards of the Vara's kingdom. He does not want to dissemble, but compared to other teams, they receive less support. He imagined the figure of the captain and several guards. He thought that they do not change tools until they break. It is a vicious circle of miners. The brunette touched his chin, thinking that he himself would like to leave sooner or later. Ratan was called out. The captain turned to the man who said that another newcomer was added to the 5th team. He pointed his hand at Manhwa chewing chocolate and said that it was him. With his mouth full of chocolate, the hero said that he was glad to meet him. The man looked at him in surprise. Holding the chocolate, the guy heard the question, what is his level and what does he do? He wiped his mouth and said that at about level 90, he mainly cooks. He does farming, can use a sword and knows how to make stripes. Ratan covered his face with his hand and thought, this is work. He asked, anything special? The hero replied that he could eat 100 packs of chocolate cake at a time. The man turned away with displeasure, thinking that if he was given a routine job, he would definitely run away. The man's pant leg was torn. Manhwa asked what was wrong with his knee, to which he was told that he got a little hurt while pulling a cart. He should ignore it. The player pointed to himself and asked if he could take a look. He clenched his fist and was asked if he was a healer. He replied that he had learned a little about bandaging. He grabbed the man's leg while he was asking how long it would take to bandage it. The hero examined the abrasion on his knee. He wrapped a bandage around the wound. The system reported that the bandaging skill had been applied. The recovery had accelerated. Ratan sat on the ground and asked in surprise what he had done. He was feeling fine now. The captain waved his leg, saying that the pain was gone and the bleeding had stopped. He could move easily. That would have been a lot of trouble today, thank you. Manhwa looked at him happily. The man waved his hand and said that they would get to work. The pickaxe was rusty and the hero asked why the tip was so loose. He stood in front of him, saying that they could hurt themselves by working with such battered tools. The miner looked down and said that they had nothing to do. They couldn't get support from the kingdom. The brunette looked at him silently. He looked at the man and asked if he could try to fix it. The gray-haired man asked if he had studied to be a blacksmith. When did he have time? Manhwa clenched his fists and said that he had only done it yesterday. The man was discouraged. The boy watched them leave pitifully. The captain said that everything was fine. They should just get to work. Ratan thought that it would break in a few days. They couldn't leave it to a newbie for no apparent reason. The boy grabbed the man by the belt. He looked at him pitifully, saying that he couldn't get hurt. It was bad for his knees. He looked at its glow in surprise. Words were heard from the tent that they would look at it, he would give him time. The pickaxe was worn out. Manhwa looked at it and asked if they had used the pickaxe in such a state. Raton replied that he was thinking about throwing it away because it was all rusty and loose. He pointed and said that he could use that anvil to fix it. The gray-haired man thought whether he should trust it to a newbie, but even if it broke, what difference did it make? The brunette was hammering. The man thought that it was okay to trust the equipment to a newbie blacksmith if he hit like that. Manhwa saw the glow in some parts of the tool and thought that he was sure that he needed to fix the parts that glowed. In the skill related to dexterity, they glow like this. He remembered the training doll and thought he knew, since it was the same when he was learning to apply bandages. The guy swung the hammer and thought, what if I hit here? There was a ringing sound. Raton thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking that this guy, Manhwa, was working with an axe. The man thought, what did he think he said that he learned this only yesterday? The brunette seemed to be posing with a hammer and a pick, Raton thinking that like every movement. He looked forward, continuing, maybe so precise. The captain closed his eyes, thinking he did not believe them. Manhwa looked at him and asked, will this do? He handed the miner a pick. The man looked at it in surprise. The tool was intact. He said that it was incredible. It can't be, it even shines. Manhwa touched his cheek when the gray-haired asked, is he the best at fixing things? And asked, did the notification pop up? A notification window appeared next to the pickaxe, stating that the usage time has increased, it does not rust, and the mining yield has increased. Raton said that it is difficult to find a good blacksmith, and here is a buff. Is he one of the talented blacksmiths? Manhwa clenched his fist happily, asking, does he think so? The man said that he did a great job and works well with his hands. The miners retreated. The captain and one of them said that it was probably because it increases the dexterity stats. Manhwa put out his palms, fencing himself off from the men who were shouting at each other. He was the one who fixed it. He was already doing blacksmithing. Can he fix his shovel? The player agreed and called them with him. The man put his palm on the captain's head and thanked him. Manhwa held the hammer. The miner thought, how can the buff appear in one try? You need to keep an eye on this guy. There was a building with a red roof. Hyaman's dad wiped his forehead, exhaling. He imagined his daughter with a tray of food and thought that she was eating well in the hospital. He shouldn't worry about her health. He remembered the brunette next to the girl and thought that it was all thanks to Manhwa. If he needed help in the near future, he would do his best. The man sat at the table, thinking that however, raising the frying pan up, he exclaimed, of all things, why a frying pan? He held it in his hand, thinking darkly, was it just a false hope when he created the dragon sword? Putting the dishes on the table, he thought that he wanted to gradually end it. He had a feeling that something was missing. He touched his chin thoughtfully, thinking that it must have special materials so that he could fulfill Manhwa's request. It should also be non-stick so that he would not complain. He thought that it would be nice to add various useful properties to it. Looking at the anvil, the blacksmith reasoned that the material that suits all the properties, he thinks he heard about it somewhere. But where to look for it? The sun was shining on the entrance to the mine. The men looked at the shining tools in admiration. Manhwa was happy to hear that he was amazing and thought that he just hit it a couple of times. The workers surrounded him, saying that now she was so neat, now this team of miners has its own talent. Manhwa looked at Raton and said that he would like to ask him about something. The man was amazed to hear if he knows about the chocolate tree. The man in boots asked again. He means the legend of the chocolate tree. He knows that it is just a legend. The brunette looked at the man who turned away and said that I understand. Manhwa looked at him in surprise, thinking that Ron said that Raton knew where to look for it. Why was he acting as if he did not know? The key to the chocolate tree. He remembered that he had this skill. Manhwa looked at the notification window in front of him, which said about the material search skill. Need to set the content of the material to start searching. The number of uses is 1 of 3. He said that the buff will be the salvation of the dead. The system reported that the search is in progress. A map appeared in the notification window, which said that the discovery of materials in a radius of 1 kilometer, the material was successfully found. Name looked at this in surprise, thinking that he was so close on the map. The miner, entering, shouted to the others that it was reported that the monsters in the mine were destroyed. Raton looked at the brunette and told the newbie to quickly get ready and go inside. The captain walked in front of the others, saying that it should be somewhere around here. Holding a pickaxe on his shoulder, he said to Lewin that he was going with a newbie. Could he show him what to do? Lewin raised his hand and called the guy over. Manhwa swung the pickaxe when the guy showed him how to do it. Closing his eyes, the miner said that as a newbie, he would not be able to find ore, although maybe in a couple of hours something will work out. He looked at Manhwa working and thought, how did this guy even get into mining? Here you work yourself to death and get no compensation for it. The hero held the material in his hand and asked, did the ore appear? There was a candy in a white wrapper. The guy said that it was not ore, it was chocolate. Nin Hayek presented the chocolate bars and asked again, to which he received the answer that in the neighboring mine, chocolate was mixed with minerals. The brunette happily looked at the chocolate in his hand, while Lewin said that he did not know. What is the system trying to do this way? Sell it to some cooks. The hero thought that Ron was telling the truth. He wiped his drool, looking at the object with shining eyes, and said that it was true. Lewin waved his hand, telling him to keep digging, and eventually the ore will appear. He will succeed. The man, exhaling, lowered the pickaxe. Lewin stood next to a pile of ore and said 40 pieces in 2 hours. Try to improve your mining skills to mine more. He turned around when he heard a sound. The sound came from the depths of the mine. He thought, what's going on? The miner ran to the others, asking what was going on. His comrade pointed, saying that the new guy was just eager to find some ore. Manhwa waved his hands at him with a pickaxe. He asked, was he digging hard? He was surprised to hear the brunette thank him. The worker looked questioningly at the hero, who asked him to look at it. The protagonist was holding bundles of foil in his hands, exclaiming that he found so much. Lewin extended his hand to him and repeated that it was not ore, but ordinary chocolate. The guy replied that he put his ordinary hand aside. He pointed to a large pile of stones. The miners were surprised. The man looked at the brunette as he said that he found a lot and he was very lucky. He put his hand behind his head and said that he was really lucky to find so much. He wondered how this even happened. The brunette perked up, thinking that he was putting all his efforts into developing his mining skills, but he didn't even manage to get that much. Looking at Manhwa's bloody palm, he asked where he managed to get hurt. The player smiled and told him that everything was fine and that it was all because he worked non-stop. Lewin ran up to him and indignantly asked if he even knew what rest was. The main character muttered in response that he really needed to dig quickly. The man noted that it didn't matter and he probably seriously injured himself somewhere. The guy took the bandage and noted that everything was fine and he would just put a bandage on himself. The miner tried to understand why he was going so far. He looked at them with sad eyes, thinking that mining wasn't the best job, but it was profitable. He hoped that the player wasn't there for the chocolate. The other men perked up when he told them that the newbie was trying, so they shouldn't slack off on their work. They raised their fists. Manhwa remembered that there was a great line in a movie. When imagining a box of chocolates, he quoted that life is like that. The brunette wiped his sweat with his fist, thinking that it was well said, because, remembering himself lying on the bed, he mentally noted that before that, he was an empty box. Raton was managing his miters. The guy thought that everything had changed now, and he didn't care whether it was sweet or short chocolate. He held the foil roll in his hands, thinking that no matter what it tasted like, it was okay. While the ore was in the carts, he noted that the most important thing was that he had become a part of his life. Raton looked at him in surprise, and the other man said that he was incredible. The protagonist sat on the ground, listening to the words that it was the first time they saw a newbie do so much on his first day. The unknown guy noted that he succeeded because he put all of himself into this work. He remembered how he had previously called the guy for a pickaxe, noting that he did not even hear them when they called him while working. Someone noted that the tools were restored perfectly, and he thought they were able to use them longer than usual. The player asked what they were talking about. Raton crossed his arms and noted that he meant that repairing the digging tool helped them a lot. He thanked him. Looking deep into the cave, the man asked for a private conversation. Passing by piles of rue, the brunette asked him what happened. The man asked him to sit down. When the protagonist sat down, he asked if he remembered what he told him. He said that he lied back then. The protagonist looked at him with surprised eyes. His eyes widened when he heard that the chocolate tree actually existed. Remembering the map, Manhwa began to think that the materials should definitely be in the chocolate tree. He tried to understand why he was only talking about it now. Raton started fiddling with his fingers and saying that if people knew that it existed, it could become dangerous, so he wanted to keep it a secret, but he didn't think the guy would endanger the mine. Sitting opposite the guy, he said that he wanted to apologize for lying to him. A secret quest appeared. Manhwa's eyes widened and he wondered if it was really for him. He began to smile lustfully, thinking about being able to get special chocolate. The man said that it would be great if he could reach the chocolate tree, but while imagining the key, he noted that unfortunately, the legend said that only the key holder could find the way to the chocolate tree. The guy clasped his hands and asked if that meant he couldn't find it. The miner replied that he didn't know that, and he realized that he didn't have the key now. The brunette smiled sweetly, said that it was dark to him, and in his heart he noted that it was a pity. Imagining the foil wrapper in his hands, he thought that he really wanted to try this special chocolate. Imagining the miners, he wondered if he could get it one day if he worked hard to level up. The protagonist imagined a green tree and noted that nothing was impossible in this world. He smiled widely and said that he only had to work hard until he got the key. He asked if the man would help him if he found it one day. Raton nodded. Looking at the mountain of ore, he answered yes. Something was moving quickly. The invisible man was jumping between the ore. He hid behind a pile and wondered if this was the last section. Hiding. Blue-haired held the bottle and thought that he needed to check for people and get out of here since the duration of the invisibility potion was only 30 minutes. He moved his leg to the side, realizing that there were only an NPC and a player there. The guy perked up. The brunette paid attention, and Raton asked him what was the matter. The invisible man clenched his teeth tightly while the protagonist said that he thought he heard something. Blue-haired raised his leg, trying to understand what it was. He saw a roll of foil. Taking it in his hand, the guy mentally asked who could eat chocolate ore. The protagonist asked the man if he heard a sound just now. The invisible man looked out from behind the pile when Raton asked why he was helping the miners if he used to say that he was a cook. Sitting on the other side of the pile, Manhwa started telling him that he was curious about the chocolate tree and was very happy that they could help each other. The man noted that usually players were more focused on combat training. The brunette smiled and told him that some people wanted to enjoy the game itself. He said that he wanted to eat delicious food because that way he could enjoy things. The blue-haired man smiled slyly while the miner said that now he understood why he worked so hard. Introducing the two players, the invisible man mentally noted that there were about 30 squads deployed in the mine, and here there were only 2 players, who were not fighting. He grinned smugly and thought that the NPCs did not have a high enough level of combat strength, and the presence of a player would be a big problem for him. But everything would go smoothly. He peeked out from behind the pile, thinking that for now he should leave and start preparing. The guy's elbow hit the rocks. He perked up. They started falling on Manhwa. Raton reached out to him, shouting to be careful. There was a loud noise. There were 2 pairs of legs on the ground. The miner was holding the protagonist by the shoulders and asking if he was okay. The guy knelt down and answered yes. The man said that everything could have collapsed and he was glad that he was not hurt. When the brunette noted that the sound did not sound like falling stones, he asked what he meant. The invisible man began to run away. The player turned around and answered that it did not matter anymore. He thought that he was absolutely sure that those were not footsteps. The man in the cloak held his hand to his ear and asked if he was ready. The man answered that they were right in front of the entrance to the mine and his guild was ready to enter. The blue-haired man held his hand to his ear, listening to the words that they should start on the signal. He answered that he understood everything. The man smirked. He held the legendary key on his hand, which could open the way to the legend. While the pickaxe hit the ore, the system told him to be careful because there would be a lot of monsters. The miners watched their comrade, asking how much longer he could hold out and why he was so stubborn. Manhwa was happy and thought about the special chocolate. He imagined cocoa beans, cakes, and chocolate bars, thinking about how he had managed to get all of these in the mines over the past few days. He noted that the dark chocolate was in iron ore, and the milk chocolate was in silver ore. While a piece of gold ore was being cooked on the ground, the parquet mentally noted that if he could find other types, there might be something much tastier there. Taking the gold ore, he was able to find out that it could be transformed into special chocolate. Lewin gave him a thumbs up, saying that this ore could fetch a lot of money. The brunette began to eat it, while he advised selling it at the market. The player began to imagine a chocolate sea with floating nuts, thinking about how the first bite felt the sweetness of the chocolate, and then the crunch of the nuts in his mouth. He realized that this was crispy chocolate. While imagining the different bars, the player thought about how it goes with everything. He clenched his fist, mentally noting that he wanted to try it in all combinations. The miner waved his hand and indignantly asked what he had done. Manhwa told him that the notification changed depending on the chocolate. The man asked why he ate the ore. The protagonist told him that it was better to eat it in chocolate form, not gold. He opened the system screen when Lewin asked if he even knew how much it cost. The guy read that he could get 30 million gold for every chocolate he ate that he mined himself. The miner told him that he could easily buy all this chocolate from outside. The player asked him how much one piece of gold ore cost. The man touched his chin and replied that one piece cost about 5 million. The protagonist smiled widely and replied that this was just great news. Lewin began to ask if he was really that rich and had reserves. Raton came out to them, cursing the soldiers. As he got closer, the miner asked him if they had refused to increase their aid. The old man replied that they had, and then delivered that their team's output had increased, but he asked if what had happened wasn't enough for them. The 2 miners looked at him, and the man said that maybe now was a good time to ask the Vara's soldiers for help. Raton replied that he had been given a pity by Manhwa. The brunette looked at him with upset eyes, thinking that it was true, and thanks to him, their mine's efficiency had increased. He wondered if they should continue without any aid. Looking at the boxes and pickaxe, he said that there was nothing they could do about it, so they should just get to work. The miners perked up when they heard a loud sound. They all ran to see what was going on. A pack of wolves appeared in the mine. Looking at one injured one, Lewin thought that these monsters shouldn't appear in this location. The old man asked the wounded man how he was feeling, and then asked indignantly what was going on here. The man clenched his teeth, thinking that despite his combat skills, he wouldn't be able to deal with everyone at once, and Manhwa was just a worker. He began to clench his fist, using the attract skill, and thought that this was all a waste of mining items, and it would probably be better if he just logged out of the game. Glowing orange, the man asked his comrade to quickly leave here. The guy looked at the monsters. As they ran to the miner, he thought that they were already angry. Something ran past him. The player killed a wolf with a pickaxe. The man looked at it with stunned eyes. A pack of wolves were running towards them. The player began to take out his sword. With a few blows, he killed the monsters. Lewin froze in shock, asking what the hell was going on here. He mentally noted that the guy had said before that he was a cook. Manhwa stood among the corpses of the wolves, shouting that he almost lost her. The miner asked what he was talking about. He pointed to the blue ore and said that he found a new one. He smiled widely, holding it in his hands, and on the system screen it was written that it could be transformed into a special chocolate. The player began to think about what kind of chocolate would be there. He closed his eyes and began to imagine white and mint chocolate. The man loudly shouted at him that now was not the best time. Moving around the mine, he shouted that they needed to leave here immediately. Bronny pointed to the side, loudly saying that the monsters inside would deal with the rest, and they should block the entrance to the mine. The miners began to come out, asking them not to do this since there were barely any people left in there. The blue-haired man's eyes widened, and he tried to understand how they survived. He wondered if there were any players with combat skills among them, and then noted that they would just catch and kill them. The guy loudly ordered his men to surround them. A red-haired man named Lars, who was a member of the Hayaden Guild, was flexing his fists, shouting that they were taking this mine. The miners froze at the entrance, trying to understand what was going on, while he ordered them to kneel down. Manhwa started laughing loudly, asking how old he was. At this time, Lewin slowly walked back. He hid behind a rock, while the player told the man that he was acting like a child, bullying people and taking over the area. The red-haired man clenched his teeth tightly, asking if he even knew what taking over was. He swung his fist. The miner pressed a button on the wall. The man's fist hit the glass. He and the protagonist looked at it in surprise. Lars started pounding on the wall, noting that he didn't know his device was here. He was told that such a thing is used when the king's soldiers fight monsters in the mine, and it is made to prevent the monsters from coming out. The man put his hand on the glass, saying that he was very sorry because he wanted to fight. He looked at the brunette with a bloodthirsty smile, saying that since the hidden door is open, the monsters should appear. He said that he will not cope with them on his own, and he will soon break this wall and finish him off. The red-haired asked what he will do then. The protagonist silently answered that he understands everything. He pointed his finger and said with a smile that in this case he will just call his girlfriend. The bandits looked with shocked eyes. Lars turned to them and began to laugh loudly, asking did he really think that such and such a girl would scare him. He asked what is her rating. Knocking on the glass, the man asked the boy if he could hear him, and then added that he was not afraid whether he would call someone or not. Manhwa's emblem lit up, and he said that he would regret it. The bandits began to laugh when the red-haired offered to deal with them until his girlfriend showed up. Lewin approached his comrade and asked what they would do and if his girlfriend could handle him. The guy said that it was possible. The man's mouth dropped in shock when he loudly suggested that everyone eat. He took out his frying pan and asked if the current situation was the best time. He asked for help in cutting while he cooked. The miner began to catch the ingredients, realizing that all of them were buff products. He realized that the chef ate exactly such products during battle. The player cooked rice with vegetables. The miners looked at him in amazement, thinking that even in the middle of a brawl, the guy was still hungry. The main character put rice on a plate and called everyone to him, noting that they needed to eat well to get some energy. Lewin worriedly noted that monsters would come here soon. The brunette told him that everything was fine. After all, he did not even allow his own dog to touch his food. The miners began to take rice, saying that they really should eat first and they would deal with the rest later. The man began to chew. His and his comrades' faces turned red from how delicious it was. As the aroma of delicious food wafted through the cave, the miners said that they had never tasted such wonderful fried rice and asked what he added to it. The worker smiled widely and asked his colleague to watch his words when he said that they were now ready to meet the monsters. A roar was heard from the side. Everyone froze in surprise. The man leaned against the wall, screaming that it wasn't moving at all. Behind him stood a man in a cloak, wondering if the only way to open it was the button inside. He approached Bronny and asked if there was any progress, then added that the door might open soon. The blue-haired man asked him if he wasn't supposed to collect all the information about the mine. A robber ran up to him and loudly called for the master. He asked him what was going on. The guy turned around and indignantly told the man not to bother him. The blonde shouted that it was time. Bronny turned around and indignantly asked who they were. Elle and her knight stood in front of him. The girl perked up. When she pointed her hand, the frightened blue-haired man tried to understand what she was doing there. The man in the cloak began to rise into the air. The red-haired girl clenched her fist. When the hood flew off the man, she noted that he must be behind all this. The bandit stood there with puzzled expressions, recognizing the blonde as the blacksmith Calda. The Empress turned around. Manhwa ran towards her and waved his hand, exclaiming that she came even earlier than he expected. The man clenched his teeth and cried as Elle said that she couldn't help but come when her younger comrade called her. The blonde fell to the ground, while the brunette ran towards the girl, saying that she was simply the best. The red-haired girl said that she was glad that he hadn't forgotten his promise. Calda, his eyes whitened, tried to get up, while the player said that he couldn't forget the promise he made to his friend. Lewin watched them with a shocked expression, trying to understand what promise they were talking about, and thinking that this news should become a sensation. He started recording the conversation. The protagonist said that he tried to level up before going to the sea and decided to do it in the mines. The girl asked why he called her. She smiled widely and asked if someone was bothering him. The boy started rubbing his chin, saying that it was. He told the Empress everything in her ear. The blonde was kneeling, and the Empress was asking if it was true that he tried to take over the mine where the free miners were working, damaged them, and offended Manhwa. Calda exclaimed that it was not so, and that they misunderstood each other. His face distorted in horror when he heard the recording of the voice, saying that the brunette's girlfriend did not scare them. The bandits were removing teeth, while the voice said that they needed to deal with them before her friend arrived. The red-haired sighed. Her face darkened. The bandits started to run away when she shouted that they did not anger them. Elle looked worried, saying that now she understood that he wanted to become the sole owner of the materials. She asked if it was true that he used the key, knowing that there were miners inside. Calda and his retinue sat tied up. He replied that everything was true and that he deserved to die for his sin, but to ask for forgiveness only this once. The man squinted and shouted loudly, saying that he would create the best artifacts and they would become the treasure of the empire. He understood that if he was put in prison, it would be for at least 10 summers, and the only way to eat from here was to delete the character. He thought that he should pray that this would not happen. The girl turned to her friend and said that he would make the decision. She asked what to do with them. The guy began to imagine the key, thinking that this could be the one. He looked at the blacksmith and asked if he had already used it. He answered in the affirmative. The brunette, eating popcorn, asked if he was leaving. Maybe he should just go in there. The blonde with a dumbfounded face muttered that the materials inside could only be used by a professional blacksmith. The player replied that it was not about that. He started to rejoice when the girl told him that he could enter. The protagonist turned to her. Looking at the bandits, he said that these bad guys can't be allowed to escape from them. The red-haired girl laughed and said that she understood him. Manhwa walked out onto the green grass. He covered his eyes from the bright sun, and the system noted that he had stepped onto the legendary land where there was a time limit of 1 hour. The guy looked at the tree with cocoa beans, and the system noted that he was in a chocolate paradise. There was a stream of chocolate on the ground. Chocolate mushrooms appeared in the grass. The bushes were also made of chocolate or candy. The brunette clenched his fists and smiled happily, thinking that it really existed, that same legendary chocolate tree. His eyes widened while he thought that because of the key he was not sure. Making his way closer to the tree, the player mentally noted that now is not the time, because he only has an hour. He touched the trunk with his collar. Placing his palm on it, he activated the gathering. The protagonist held the cocoa beans in his palm, reading the information that he had obtained the legendary items black and white chocolate. Also, a holy branch of SS rank appeared on his hand. He thought that this was the same material with special properties that he had spoken about. Manhwa understood the eyes. The tree shrank and sank into the ball. The words on the notification said that he had obtained this legendary chocolate tree. The guy looked at the tree in the inventory, shocked that he could put an entire tree there. The system noted that every day the player could collect a certain amount of chocolate from the chocolate tree. The brunette realized that now he could eat chocolate whenever he wanted. He imagined Calda's dejected face and thanked him with a grin. Turning his head, the protagonist thought that upon his return, he should definitely brag to Raton, and now, he began to taste all the chocolate in the area, enjoying his dinner. The forum was discussing the abnormality of the players and the situation with Calda. Someone sent Brawny's personal information. The top search queries were now Elle, the guild's Hayaden and Ares, Calda and Elle's younger comrade. The man looked at 1 million views on his video, saying that it was the first time in his life that he was so close to the Empress. Lewin sat on a bench and scrolled through the video, saying that Calda was the leader of the guild and had made it this far, but he would break and be kicked out of the game. He noted that because of him, Elle's attitude towards the Ares guild could have changed. He asked why she had gone so far. The man pressed the exit button, noting that it was none of his business. He raised his head to the sky and turned to Manhwa, asking if everything was okay with him. The guy abruptly opened the door and exclaimed that he was back. Ein and Hyaman began asking if everything was okay with him. The player remembered how he said goodbye to his comrades from their mine. He smiled widely and replied that he had a lot of fun. As the girl stretched out her hands to him, the man said that when he first went to get materials, was it very difficult? He asked if he had mined a lot, since the last time there had been much more ore for a long time. The protagonist hugged the girl and asked if he was talking about chocolate. He dumped it on the table. The blonde stood up, surprised, asking where he got so much. The guy replied that he got it not only in the mine. Ian looked at the huge pieces, wondering where he got it then. His eyes widened when he saw the light. He took a branch in his hand and loudly saprophyte, "Is this really an SS class material, and where did he get it?" The brunette replied that it seemed to have fallen to him after he collected some chocolate. The man smiled, looking at the branch, and said that he would not be able to use such a material if he was not a professional blacksmith, and he could not even sell it. The protagonist said that he already knew it. He smiled when the blonde asked if he could try using it to make what he asked him to make. He said yes. Ian thought that he was very happy and that maybe he could do it with such a material. His daughter took the item when he looked up and exclaimed that he would get to work right away. The girl touched the piece of chocolate and asked if she could eat it. Min Hayek replied that he wanted to make something very tasty from them, and then asked if they had a sink. He saw a stove in the kitchen. The player and the girl armed themselves with kitchen utensils, and the brown-haired girl asked what he would cook. The guy answered that it would be something very tasty. He began to stir the melted chocolate, saying that first he took small pieces of chocolate, mixed them with butter and began to melt over the fire. Hyaman began to sift the flour together with the cocoa when she was asked to do so. The brunette added melted chocolate to the egg, speaking about this action. He began to stir the mass with a spatula, saying that it was necessary to mix everything with the sifted dry ingredients and mix until smooth. Having put all this in a mold, the main character put it in the oven. Having seated the girl on his neck, he said that now it remained to wait until all this was cooked. After a while, he took out a baking mold, saying that when it all cooled down, the main character put brownies on a plate and put ice cream on top. They both took cutlery and began to thank for the food. Min Hayek began to cut the dessert with a fork. Looking at the brownie pieces, he began to notice that the surface had cooled down a bit, but it was still warm enough, and the melted ice cream made it juicier, and the brownie center was so sweet and thick. He reached for the glass of cold drink, thinking that when the taste of chocolate fills his mouth. The player began to drink the drink. Imagining a river of coffee and chocolate, he noted that he just needed to sip some coffee, and then it would neutralize the sweetness of the brownie. He smiled, thinking that it would taste even better with milk. Hyaman began to thank him for helping her fall in love with him. She looked at the piece of dessert on her fork, saying that she even ate at the hospital, and it was also very tasty. The guy smiled contentedly. He asked what she was thanking him for. The girl exclaimed that for the fact that everything was just wonderful. Ian ran into the room screaming. As he approached, the brunette asked him what was wrong. The man replied that everything was ready. He was holding a frying pan in his hand and was cooking, that the customized jacket was done. The protagonist looked at it with admiring eyes, while the blonde said that this special material helped a lot, and it turned out just great. Min Hayek exclaimed that this was the best game he had ever played. He looked at the legendary rank frying pan with a special skill that had infinite durability. Ian told him that although there was no coating yet, it was already ready. He asked if the protagonist wanted to try cooking something. He took it in his hands and asked to give him some ingredients. As the player approached the stove, the blonde told him to put everything in the frying pan. The guy scrolled through the available ingredients, asking whether he should make pancakes or fried rice. The man mentally noted that he had a lot of ingredients with him. The brunette clicked on the meat cell, saying that this time he wanted to cook something meaty. The meat began to fall into the frying pan. A flame appeared above it. When the protagonist added the remaining ingredients, they mixed very quickly. A few moments later, the finished dish was lying on the plate. Min Hayek looked at it, drooling. Ian asked how he liked the frying pan. He said that the pancakes on it turned out crispy because thanks to the material, the frying pan turned out excellent, and it can even be called a masterpiece. With his nose in the air, he said that for the same reason it can be anything. When using water, it will wash dishes, and it can also be used as a sting in battle. He asked for someone else's opinion. The player smiled widely and said that he really liked it. A sign about the equipment of the L kitchen knife appeared. The man stroked his daughter's hair and said that now that she is healthy, their connection can be interrupted, because now he will be busy taking care of the child. The brown-haired girl smiled widely, and her father said that it was all thanks to Min Hayek. The boy threw the frying pan over his shoulder and said that they were just eating together. They stood opposite each other, and Ian said that Hyaman was grateful to him and then suggested that they add each other as friends. He put his hand on his chest and thanked her. The sun was shining on the forge. While the man was at the anvil, they greeted him. Jeannie waved and asked if he had finished his gift. She leaned on the table. The blonde ate what he had finished and then thanked him for trusting him to make weapons. The brunette asked him about the frying pan. The man smiled when she added that in addition, he helped his daughter and helped her earn a living. Looking at the girl, Ein said that if he thought about it, it seemed to him that his aura reminded him of someone, and he thought that he looked like the guildmaster. He put his hands on his waist when Jeannie asked again. The man confirmed and asked if she thought so. The brunette put her hand on her cheek. She said that she wanted to meet him. At this time, Manhwa was walking down the street with a huge frying pan. The guy looked at the characteristics of the frying pan. The legendary Hepa's frying pan gave a bonus to the character's characteristics and had 2 skills. The trainer looked at his phone and said that he wanted this item. He said that it was very cool that you can use any type of magic with it, but he would not be able to use it because his dexterity was too low. While they were sitting in the room, he asked the subject if he would soon reach level 100. He answered in the affirmative. Chang-wook stood behind him and asked him not to forget that his reputation depended on completing some quests. He put his head on his palm when the protagonist asked if it was true that completing them was not so important since these were quests with special work. The man replied that he would have to decide for himself. Manhwa looked at his phone with a smile. Ein waved his hand and said that he looked much better with a frying pan than with a sword. He asked if it was because he was a chef by class. The player turned to him and said that he was not a chef. He pointed to himself and said that this class was Shiksen, although he did a little cooking. The man with a surprised face said that he thought he was a cook. He asked if this was a hidden class and how it was related to the legend of just Shikigami. The guy asked what he was talking about. Standing in front of him, the blonde man said that he learned about it when he was heading to his daughter's chef tower and thought that all classes related to production knew about it. The brunette replied that he heard about it for the first time and asked to tell. Ein started talking about ancient times. He said that there was a man who had the power to split the heavens and make the earth tremble. Representing a human silhouette, the man said that because of his love for food, he decided to use this power in his journey. Therefore, he even gave up the title of emperor. The player said that in one of his journeys, he asked Black Dragon about one absurd thing. The man sipped the dragon meat, asking him to cook it with fire breath. Ein said that the man collected nectar from a flower growing on the tree of the guardian fairies, then dipped rice dumplings in it and ate them. The man said that this was just some of his travels. The guy's eyes lit up because he was interested in whether it was tasty or not. Introducing the forge, the blonde said that the man also asked to make kitchen utensils from the minimum of the gods, Amantadium. The brunette was taken aback when he added that it was just like him. Ein put his hands on his belt and said that they were very hot. The protagonist asked him to share if he knew of any similar stories. The man suggested going to the village of chefs instead of the story. Manhwa looked away, wondering whether to tell him or not. The coach looked at his phone and said that he had to go since he had a meeting with Silicone. The guy turned around and shouted indignantly that he would now sit and eat alone while he had no friends at all. The man apologized. He asked if it would be better if he stayed. The brunette replied that he was just making fun of him. Approaching the door, Chang-wook said that he would be back soon. The protagonist watched him go. He smiled and looked down, thinking that he envied him and that he, too, would like to have a friend with whom he could meet like this. He thought that the whole thing was because when he suddenly began to compulsively overeat, it seemed to him that it would be difficult for him to see anyone with such a problem. Manhwa remembered his past friends, noting that he decided not to see them anymore. Looking at his palms, he addressed his dear friends in his head, saying that he did not want them to see how he had changed, and so he began to avoid them because he was scared. He asked how they were doing. Manhwa abruptly raised his head. He decided to download the Xbox Messenger. Looking at his phone, he tried to remember his login and password. A lot of sound started coming from the phone. The guy with a surprised face asked where so many notifications were coming from. He began to read a message from the user Jani Ramen, who asked how he was doing. The brunette smiled happily, realizing that it was Jihai. He began to remember the girl who said that her name was Jeannie, like the one from the lamp, and that she had been using this nickname since elementary school. There were many text messages on the screen where the brunette wrote about her diet and the inability to contact him, and then indignantly wrote that they all missed him. Manhwa began to laugh, and then with a smile mentally noted that she wrote to him almost every day. He began to wipe away tears, thinking that he was glad that everything was fine with them there. Jihai wrote that they went to play and asked him to answer if he was going to, and then sent him the code. The protagonist said that he wondered if they were still in second place. While imagining his avatar, he wondered what would be better, to call them or meet at theirs. He looked at the phone screen. The guy bent over and asked the dream itself what was he thinking about. The trees in the forest were dry. There were dead monsters on the ground. The guy with blue hair raised his hand and called out loudly. His comrade asked how she managed to catch so many. The master of the Genie Guild turned to them. The guy with blue hair was called Khan and his blonde friend Locke. The girl approached them and asked if they found anyone suitable. The guy replied that he did not like anyone. The brunette muttered that it would be difficult to find a healer these days. Khan turned to his comrade and said that it would not be a problem if he changed his class to a priest, and then asked why he did not do it. The blonde indignantly told him to watch himself and shouted that he had already said many times that he did not like being a priest. He asked if they wanted him to re-enter. The blue-haired man put his hand on his belt and indignantly asked what he was talking about. The girl asked them what about the boss because they needed him too. The guy answered that he could not find him. The brunette touched her chin, saying that they had a lot to do, so it would be better for them to divide the responsibilities, and it would also be nice to find a boss after all. She put her hand on her ear and answered Robin's call. Ton turned to his comrade and asked him who he was. Locke told him that this person had only recently joined the guild, and Jeannie had met him in another game. The two of them watched as the guild master sweetly praised her interlocutor for leveling up, noting that in general, level 300 can be reached in a month. The boys jumped back, saying that it was very scary and it would be great if you could level up with just food. The girl smiled widely and said that she believed in him. The boy tapped the screen, stopping the whispering. He looked at the crowd of people on the screaming hill. The red-headed man crossed his arms and asked if there was any idiot here. The man asked the knight if he could do it himself. He told him that he couldn't because he needed at least one more assistant. The player with a dissatisfied face wondered why he needed a team. He thought that with it he would not only get less experience, but also the reward would be reduced. He held a scroll in his hands, which had a quest to pursue the Archmage. The boy frowned, thinking that he wanted to get the entire reward for this quest. He wondered if he could team up with someone who was not interested in getting the reward. He smelled a scent and saw a brunette at the cauldron. Min Hayek was happily humming a melody. A guard came up to him and said that he wasn't allowed to do that here and that he should go eat somewhere else. The player asked him why, since they were still in the gorge and it wasn't illegal to make a fire here. The man told him that wasn't the case. Looking at the dish, Robin wondered how he even came up with the idea of making pancakes right in front of the dungeon entrance. The protagonist flipped the pancake with a toss. The red-haired man froze. He saw a spicy kimchi pancake on the plate and thought that it must be delicious. Min Hayek started to taste the dish, and with a lustful expression on his face, he thought that he could feel the crispy kimchi that was cooked perfectly and that crust. The player looked at him with wide eyes, thinking that he looked possessed. He clenched his fist and thought that he wasn't sure what would happen if he quit the game today. The guard started asking the guy to let him go into the dungeon with him if he would let him have a bite at least once. The brunette raised his head and reminded him that he was supposed to guard the entrance. The man put his hand behind his head and agreed with him. The red-haired man froze in place. He assumed that this player was the boss and he couldn't find a team. The guy smiled widely and said that he would treat him if he gave him duck meat as a reward in return. Robin's gaze darkened, thinking that this guy looked like a newbie and he could go with him and clear this dungeon himself, and then kill him if he asked him for a reward. The protagonist held food on a plate and asked the player to take him into the team and read to give him duck meat in advance. He turned around when he was called out. The red-haired man extended his hand and asked if he would like to form a team with him. He put his palm on his chest and said that he would do everything himself, and then asked the question again. The brunette asked why he was asking him. Robin noted that he had just been looking for a team. The protagonist jumped back, saying that now he understood what was going on. He thought that this guy was very strange. Turning away, he listened as the player said that he would give him duck meat as a reward. Min Hayek approached him and they teamed up. He ran after the guy and asked if they would start right away. He answered positively. They walked along the screaming hills. The red-haired man asked his companion if he knew about the legendary class. The brunette answered positively. The player put his hands on his waist and declared that he was the legendary berserker class. He said that he wanted to play this game normally, but accidentally got it during the distribution of ranks. As they walked along the bridge, he told him that he was a ranker when he played Versailles, and then asked if he knew how strong the berserkers were. The protagonist answered affirmatively. Walking behind his companion, he thought that the longer he listened to him, the hungrier he became. They walked on, and Robin asked to be careful because he felt that something would happen next. He began to look around and say that he would figure it out himself, and the brunette should just cover his back. He agreed. A fireball flew from the side. Berserker turned to the scream. The guy caught the ball with his frying pan and said that he thought there was something. Eating a bun, he began to say that it was. A webbed foot appeared. A huge duck flapped its wings. While the main character ran towards it with a frying pan, red-haired loudly asked him what he was going to do now. Min Hayek continued to run, and he told him that he could not handle it alone. The player jumped. The frying pan hit the duck. When it fell, he asked if it really wasn't dead. The player from the side confirmed it. The bird jumped up. Fireballs started appearing under its wings. When they were flying at the guy, he was told to dodge. The brunette spun the frying pan. It grew in size. With the beam in his mouth, he swung. The protagonist caught the fire attacks. He deflected them back at the duck. Min Hayek swallowed the bun. He smiled widely and said that it was very easy, and then offered to fight together. Robin looked at him with surprised eyes, giving his consent, and then noted that this was simply an incredible item. He thought about it while the player was telling him that it was a gift. He wondered if he was a battle chef. While the brunette put the frying pan away, the red-haired one thought that ordinary kitchen utensils would break after this. He asked the actor himself what kind of thing it was. He waved his hand and said that in order to enter the inner part, they must kill the maximum number of mobs. The protagonist wiped the crumbs off his face and asked if they could do it in one go. They answered in the affirmative. A loud sound was heard as the protagonist activated the griffin's cry, and after that, the stats of the nearby party members increased. Robin looked at the sign with surprised eyes, which said that monsters had been attracted. Many dark silhouettes appeared behind him. He began to run away from many ducks. The guy gave a thumbs up, and the berserker called him crazy. The ducks made sounds. Many notifications came about the acquisition of duck meat and gaining experience. The red-haired fell to his knees. He lay down on the ground and said that he was very tired. The brunette asked him if it was really that fast. The companion turned to him and asked if he was really not tired at all. He said that he was about to die and then asked if he had any buffs. The protagonist replied that they almost did not kill anyone. He clutched the bun and the frying pan when Robin indignantly asked again. He screamed that he was getting much slower if he didn't eat. He threw the bun into his mouth, and the berserker told him that he was eating regular bread. The protagonist picked up the frying pan and asked him if he wanted a snack. He threw the ingredients to his companion and told him to cut them up while he made the marinade himself. Nin Hayek started on the cell with duck meat. Moving his chopsticks around the plate, he said that he needed to cook the meat with duck pepper first. He transferred the chopped vegetables to the frying pan. Then he began to fry them, stirring. After a while, the player announced that the duck dish with sesame leaves and onions was ready. He turned to his companion and asked how he was. The berserker asked him to do everything in order. Looking at the chopped vegetables, the guy began to praise him. He passed him the chopsticks. A piece of duck ended up between them. The brunette thanked him for the food. Introducing each ingredient separately, the player noted that it was very tender meat, covered in a spicy sweet marinade, and with each taste you could feel the soft texture of the raccoon. The red-haired man blushed, thinking that it was delicious. The protagonist suggested that he try it differently. He took some radish and suggested putting it on the meat and then eating it all together. The red-haired man closed his eyes, thinking that the crunchiness and freshness of the radish perfectly complemented this dish. Nin Hayek handed him a can of drink and suggested that he try it. While he was pouring it into a glass, the berserker said that he did not know that there was such a thing in the game. They clinked glasses. Then they began to drink. Robin smiled widely. The guy looked at him and asked if he felt better again. Looking at the surroundings, the player thought that he felt like this for the first time. He remembered sitting in the alleys, thinking that he usually played the game only to gain experience, so he carried dried meat and nuts with him. Looking at the brunette, he thought that for this guy, food is not just a way to replenish health. The red-haired man smiled, thinking that he felt more energetic. He replied that it was full, and then he thought that this guy was incredible. The protagonist offered him to eat again, and he agreed. Nin Hayek looked at the screen when he was asked how much time was left, and then answered that they were almost done. He turned his head and said that it was faster than he thought. A notification appeared about the appearance of the boss. They froze, and the guy asked what kind of boss monster it was. Berserker told him that it was an epic monster that appeared in the middle of the field. The brunette wilted. The companion deck offered to kill it together. He muttered that he just ate. He clasped his hands and asked with a smile if they could gather some more meat and deal with the monster later. The red-haired man said that if they killed the boss, it would drop an epic item. The protagonist looked at him with pitiful eyes. He grabbed his comrade by the shoulder when he started saying that the boss was already here, and it was a giant duck, which would drop much more meat. Nin Hayek said that he had always dreamed of killing a giant duck. The man was sitting in the Ares Guild office. He was blocking a player who was apologizing and asking to be taken back to the guild. The guild master named Ares leaned back in his chair, muttering discontentedly. He frowned and thought that it was because of what happened with Calda, and he hoped that everything would calm down soon. He began to imagine the silhouettes of people, thinking about what he heard about the Legend Guild going to buy the estate. The man wondered if they were ready to appear in this world. He thought that saying that they didn't have official rank or status in Versailles and it would be a good idea to get rid of them. A man with papers approached him and said that this was the information he asked for. The leader pointed to Robin's photo and asked if that player was the berserker. While he was looking at the papers, the man said that as far as he knew, he joined the Legend Guild right after he created his account. The man pointed to Min Hayek and asked who that was. The man turned to the leader and started telling him that he was some newbie that red-haired teamed up with to clear a dungeon. Ares asked what location it was and was told that it was Screaming Hills. While the bright light was shining in the office, he asked the employee if he had contacted the attacking unit. The employee answered in the affirmative. The leader touched his chin and told them to gather at Screaming Hills and they would make this Robin their spy. The man asked him what he meant. The man held his hand in the photo and said that you shouldn't underestimate the importance of star players, and it wouldn't hurt to learn more about the opponent's strengths. The brunette folded his hands behind his back and asked if the Legends Guild hadn't recruited him yet. He noted that it seemed that Robin was in a hard-to-reach place. Looking at his office, Aaron said that they were willing to pay him handsomely, so they needed to recruit him to their side at all costs. The man looked up and asked what if he refused. The leader leaned back in his chair and said to kill him in that case. Two players ran towards the fire. They stopped, and Robin said to look ahead. Many people were running from the fire. A golden royal fire-breathing duck was chasing them. The guy raised his sword and said to trust him with this. He jumped on the monster, shouting that he would kill it. Flames began to appear in the duck's mouth. The flames hit the player. The red-haired man turned to his companion and said that they should be careful and not rush forward thoughtlessly. The brunette looked at him with admiring eyes, saying that she looked very tasty. Berserker yelled at him, noting that now was not the time to drool. The protagonist remembered the potato people and the minotaur, thinking that such monsters were always the most delicious. He closed his eyes contentedly. Min Hayek ran at the duck with a frying pan, shouting that she must also be very tasty. He rushed forward with burning eyes, and Robin shouted that it was simply impossible to work with him. The boss began to create fire in his beak. The guy enlarged the frying pan. He blocked the flow of fire with it. While he withstood the blow, the observers said that this simply could not be, and then asked what kind of frying pan was this. The brunette frowned, continuing to hold the flame. He swung his frying pan. The duck looked at him angrily. Robin grabbed his sword, saying that it was his turn now. Looking at the fire ahead, he mentally noted that this boss was setting even trees on fire. The red-haired man looked at his decreasing health with displeasure, mentally noting that he had to hit this duck. His sword collided with the shield. The monster was hiding behind a barrier. It threw the player back with its wing. As Min Hayek ran forward, the berserker shouted at him that it could be dangerous. He jumped with his sword in his hands, and his companion loudly asked where his frying pan went. The brunette looked with a frown, thinking that El's defense was activated. The sword dealt many blows. A barrier appeared around the duck again. The player looked up in surprise, trying to understand why this blow did not work. Starting to run forward, he mentally noted that he had to defeat it, because the protagonist began to imagine duck dishes. Breaking through the shield with quick strikes, he shouted that he wanted the blade of meat. The guy with confidence in his eyes shouted that he wanted to eat this boss. He quickly began to cut the barrier. The duck began to scream loudly. The others watched this, noting the fact that the shield was destroyed. The brunette landed. A notification appeared that he had defeated the boss monster. The bird was lying right in front of him. Robin looked at the reward in the form of a 1,000-year-old turnip. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he was okay. He answered positively. He stood in front of the companion and asked if he received anything useful or a mythical item. The red-haired answered that he thought so. He mentally noted that he did not receive equipment, so he wanted to share it with him. Min Hayek smiled widely and said that he was glad. He asked with a smile if it was true that the player wanted to get this epic item. Berserker with surprised eyes listened to the fact that the protagonist was glad that he succeeded. The guy looked at the characteristics of the 1,000-year-old turnip. He handed it to the brunette. Looking at the vegetable in his hands, the protagonist listened to what it was for him. Dark clouds covered the hills. The brunette held the turnip in his hands and asked how much he was asking for it. The red-haired man replied that he was not going to sell it. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise when he was told that he could just eat it. He asked if it was really possible. The player confirmed and reminded him that he had a lot of ducks. The guy lost his nose and said that it helped him a lot. He mentally noted that a real man knows how to give in. His eyes widened. He looked in horror at Min Hayek peeling the turnip. He spread his arms out to the sides and asked if he was going to use it as medicine, because if he cooked it, he would get a buff butt. The brunette looked at the vegetable, wondering if it was worth it. The berserker darkened when the companion said that he could cook keikajugi from it. He covered his ear with his hand, asking him to repeat. He was screaming in his heart that he had already given away the turnip and couldn't take it back. The protagonist began to rejoice. The red-haired man scratched his chin, muttering that keikajugi was good, but Min Hayek asked if he thought so too and what they would end up eating today. Robin said that he didn't care. The blonde man in a white suit was walking with his subordinates. He waved his hand and turned to the players, asking if they had seen a two-person team where one of them was using a frying pan. The man asked if he was talking about the frying pan killer. The guy put his hand on his belt and asked what he meant. The man pointed and said that he had seen the man heading that way just recently. The blonde man, standing in front of the player, wondered if the frying pan killer was his nickname. He asked if there was any other information he could share. He pointed to the side when the player said that they seemed to be looking for a place to cook. The guy mentally noted that he was told that he was the chef, so it made sense. He ordered his team to go there. While in the forest, a voice asked if it was here. Approaching large rocks, the man noted the smell. He realized that the smell was coming from the Sunday soup and asked if they added seasoning to it. While the people were hiding behind the rocks, Robin noted that his companion liked to just eat. The brunette confirmed this. The onlookers discussed why they decided to eat right now. They looked at the juicy dish and commented on it. While the red-haired one moved a spoon over it, the guy asked to roll the rice more thoroughly. The berserker began to bring the spoon to his mouth, saying that it was very hot, but that only made it better. Grabbing a piece of turnip with his chopsticks, the protagonist said that the meat turned out great, but the sausages complemented it. He offered to try it. The player bit into the turnip. The players looked at the rocks with disappointment. The main character said to bite every time he scooped up the broth. The red-haired man held a turnip with chopsticks and asked if it was made from a 1,000-year-old turnip, noting that it tasted even better because of that. The people behind the bushes whispered, asking how a madman could make keikajugi from a 1,000-year-old turnip. His comrade noted that they seemed to be having some kind of party. The blonde frowned, whispering that there was no need to be so surprised and that they should just interrupt their retreat and he would do the rest himself. Hilton touched his ear when he was asked if they had found Robin. He answered positively. Watching the player finish his soup, the blonde relayed his actions. He closed his eyes in displeasure when the boss asked him to stop talking nonsense. He held his hand to his ear behind the bush and listened to the words that they should first focus on persuasion, and if he did not agree. While he was hiding among the rocks, the boss asked if he knew what he was doing in such a case. The players sat near the empty plates, noting that it was very tasty. The red-haired man smiled, saying that this turnip. He was interrupted, greeting. Hilton and the others came out of the bushes. He smiled sweetly and asked if it was true that he was the berserker Robin. The red-haired man looked back in surprise, realizing that the man was from the Ares Guild. As they approached, he wondered why there were so many of them. Gritting his teeth, the player glanced at Manhwa and said that he thought they were in trouble and so he should run. The blonde began to ask whether to tell him right away or. He smiled when the player asked him to get straight to the point. He asked the ruin to introduce himself and then said his name and that he was a member of the Ares Guild. Looking at the legend of the game Versailles, the crazy hunter Robin, the guy said that he would like to invite him to his guild. The brunette said that he also played it. When the companion remembered, did they really remember him from that game? Taking his hand away, the red-haired began to write a message that they came for him from the Ares Guild. He replied that he plays for his own pleasure. Hilton asked if this was true. Berserker read Genie's message, asked if he was serious about asking him this question. Looking back, he responded to the message, writing that he did not know the conditions. The blonde began to say that if he joined their guild, he could guarantee them a unique artifact, as well as support from them in the hunting grounds and a lot of gold. Genie noted that they noted his talent. She wrote that it was his choice and he could do whatever he wanted. She added that sending people to him would mean starting a war. Robin replied that he didn't want to fight here. The girl asked if he could leave safely. She asked what about that guy and his team. The red-haired man looked up when asked if he was texting the guild leader. He chuckled, realizing that the man knew everything. Hilton put his hand to his ear and whispered that apparently the berserker wasn't going to join them, and for now they were continuing negotiations. The boss asked what the legends had given him in that guild. The blonde asked if he should eliminate him. He received a positive answer. Looking at the two players, the guy asked what to do with the rest. He said that he understood and in that case he would order the mages to prepare for an attack. Something flew over Robin's head when he started talking about the guild. When a blow was heard behind him, he loudly asked what they were doing. Hilton ordered to attack again. The red-haired grabbed his sword, repeating his question. His eyes widened. Manhwa blocked him from the blow with a frying pan. The mage looked away in fear, screaming that this couldn't be. He clenched his teeth, asking what kind of frying pan was this. The berserker hit him on the head with his sword. While he was running, the guild members were ordered to catch him. Robin turned around at them, thinking that their strength would not be enough to deal with them. He wondered what he should do. He ran towards Manhwa. The guy thought that if they got there, maybe the brunette would succeed. He extended his hand, telling him to quickly follow him. The two of them ran. Running away from the fiery blows, the player asked where they were running. Hilton pointed ahead, ordering them to quickly catch them. He touched his ear and shouted to the boss that they had escaped. The blonde was saying that they hadn't expected that from the boss and that he was most likely already level 200 and that his frying pan was a disguised artifact. The protagonist turned around. As the players continued to run, the boss asked how the situation was. The guy replied that they were trying to catch up with them. As his men ran after the players, the guild leader asked if they would be able to catch them. Someone shouted that they were entering the dark zone. As the two guys disappeared behind the thorny arch, Hilton asked the boss not to worry because they would be in plain sight there. He clenched his teeth, mentally noting that he would catch them. Remembering the frying pan, he thought that he would take it. The comrades ran through the water. They were breathing heavily, while they were loudly ordered to stop right now. Behind them stood a squad of people who said that they would run away like cowards. Robin touched the brunette's hand, thinking that they were very persistent and there were a lot of them. The guild member waved his hand and told him to leave the Legend Guild and join Ares. He noted that this was his last chance. The player chuckled and asked if this was the last offer to become Ares' bloodhound. He showed his middle finger and said that he was not going to become such a weakling's dog. The guy exclaimed that he just wanted to enjoy the game and not work for someone. Hilton gritted his teeth, saying that he would answer for his words. His men ran forward when he ordered them to kill them. The men ran on the water. The red-haired man chuckled. He raised the scroll. The system asked if he wanted to start the quest. Holding the item, the berserker read that the quest would start immediately after using the item and shouted words of agreement. A dark Jew appeared when the dark quest began. Looking at it, the guild members began to ask what was this. A dark aura began to float in the air, and then a voice was heard. Everyone began to ask whose voice it was. A shadow monster began to appear near the people. The player looked with frightened eyes. Everyone began to run away in fear. A mark appeared that they had entered the territory of Archmage Larfield. The red-haired covered himself with his hands and noted that it had begun. He read the sign that said that no immunity was active in this place. Min Hayek turned around and asked him what was happening now. Berserker smiled and thanked him for everything, while it was noted that no magical protection was active here either. While there was dark smoke around, the system noted that the 7 deadly sins were activated. The first was gluttony. The voice began to mumble that it was calling for food. Robin grabbed his head. The brunette ran up to him and began to ask what happened and if he was okay. His face distorted in surprise when his companion shouted that he was very hungry. The player began to take out food for him from the inventory. Berserker began to quickly eat it, and the protagonist loudly asked how he could fit so much. The red-haired man chewed the meat, and the brunette asked not to eat it raw. He turned around and saw the guild members sitting on the ground and shouting that they were very hungry. They started eating dirt. Watching them, the player asked why they were acting like this. Robin mentally noted that everything happened as he expected. Looking at the main character, he realized that gluttony did not work on him. He shouted, telling them to take advantage of this situation and get rid of the guild members and tie him up. Min Hayek asked if this was really his hobby. The guy exclaimed that this was not what he thought. The brunette hit the man with a frying pan. Holding his tied-up companion with his hand, he asked why everyone started acting like this. The red-haired man with white eyes answered that it was all the Archmage's curse. He said that he was very hungry. The player replied that he was fine. He turned to his comrade when he said that he was thinking about it too. He periodically asked for food, saying that he did not know why the curse did not work on him. The protagonist froze when the berserker asked why the curse didn't work on him. He turned his head and said with a smile that it was because he had lived with such a curse all his life. Robin looked at him with puzzled eyes. He was asked how many people were left. Someone jerked sharply. Hilton grabbed Min Hayek's leg. The blonde with his mouth full of earth said that he would never let him go. When he bit him, the brunette began to shake his head, indignantly asking what was wrong with him. The berserker with a worried face said to leave him quickly. He fell on the wall of the guild. He clenched his teeth and groaned. The human's ear was visible, he imagined dumping. The player began to drool on him. He bit Hilton's ear, and he screamed. The blonde waved his arms, loudly asking what he was doing. The protagonist exclaimed that people can't be bitten. He pulled the rope towards himself and asked if there was another way. A bun appeared in his hand. After breaking it, he saw the filling and then began to eat. A small piece remained in his hand. The player threw it to the side and ordered him to eat it. When everyone rushed, he pulled Robin towards himself, declaring that he was not going anywhere. Blue flags hung in the office. Ares looked at the screen and indignantly asked why everyone was logging out and why they couldn't handle the 2 guys. In the chat, they wrote to him that the 2 of them went to the dark zone and were now at the 7 sin stage. He asked if they logged out because of the curse. He was told that this was not the case. Min Hayek was everyone's frying pan, and a subordinate was writing about it. Ares looked at the screen in surprise, wondering if this curse really didn't apply to him. He thought that he was in a land where the existence of a curse was taken for granted, so the man frowned, asking if he couldn't have the Holy Torch of Curse. The Holy Torch of Curse is an artifact that protects the player from any curses. The guild leader looked at the work table, noting that one day a certain strong player bought it on the market for a fabulous amount of gold. His subordinate told him that they should exit the game. Ares clenched his fists and cursed. While in the dark zone, the man said that apparently this man with a frying pan is not so simple. He ordered to retreat. There were artifacts on the ground. Min Hayek looked at them and asked if it would be bad if he took them. He took one of them and said that there were no warning signs, so he would share it with Robin later. Waving at his tied-up comrade, the brunette began to tell how many items he had dropped. Foam was flowing from the red-haired man's mouth. The player began to untie him and said that he could not even open his eyes normally, and apparently they were in big trouble. He said that he would look for materials that would help get rid of the curse. He hit him in the face with a frying pan when he started talking about food again. The player asked if he should use the material tracking. He started dragging his comrade along the ground, saying that they needed to get out of here and calmly think about how to cook the duck. Something caught his attention. He covered his hand from the bright light. Several level-up notifications appeared. The system noted that he had overcome the judgment of one of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony, and were able to enter the hidden field. The tied-up guy started muttering. He lay there with a puzzled face, and the comrade asked if he had come to his senses. Robin asked why the hell he was tied up. Manhwa started to untie him, saying that he thought he would search for food his whole life. The red-haired one replied that he thought he saw it in a dream. The brunette asked if he could really untie him. The berserker wiped his face, giving a positive answer. He asked why he was bleeding. They perked up. A huge brown toad appeared in front of them. The players stood up and the player said that he knew very little about hidden fields, but it seemed that they had encountered a boss, so they needed to be careful and wait a bit before attacking him. The toad puffed up its belly. The guys froze. The monster jumped and spat a brown liquid at them. They jumped away from it. The players looked at him with surprised eyes, and Robin said that they needed to be careful because if this liquid got on their skin, it would melt. Manhwa sat down on the ground and tried it, while his comrade asked what they should do and if he had any plans. He indignantly began to ask why he was trying it and began to say to spit it out right now. The main character licked his lips and said that it smelled very tasty. Notifications appeared that he was not poisoned due to the ability he had acquired earlier, and that he was receiving a reward for trying poisoned soy sauce for the first time. The brunette began to read the characteristics of this item. Berserker waved his hand and said that in any case, if he pulled out his frying pan, it would become aggressive. As the boy ran, he was dissatisfied. Manhwa ran forward, thinking that if this poison was soy sauce, then maybe. He began to imagine dishes, thinking that he could add it to rice plus some eggs and then mix everything together. Imagining a boat with food, the boy noted that kimchi would also be great. Many different dishes flashed through his mind, and he thought about how he could also use it in making soup for something boiled, since this sauce would change in many places. The brunette began to imagine himself on the sand near a crab. He mentally noted that when he reached a level where he could go to the sea and find a crab, the sauce could be used in a marinade. He imagined a marinade. Then he imagined a boiled crab in his hands. The protagonist thought that he would first bite off the part where the caviar was. He imagined a sumptuous table of food, thinking that he would then add some soy sauce inside the shell, and then mix the crab meat with rice. He was drooling while imagining all this. Manhwa, running to the toad, mentally noted that he needed to get soy sauce for this. Jumping up with the frying pan, he thought that then he would have the opportunity to enjoy all this. The player hit the monster with the frying pan. He began to beat the boss. Many blows fell on the toad. He hit it from different sides. Finding the right time, the guy stretched out his hand and activated the material acquisition. The characteristics of soy sauce appeared. He smiled widely and told Robin to quickly look at the fact that the poison was actually soy sauce. The red-haired man indignantly asked if he was surprised that soy sauce could melt something. The brunette winked at him and asked if he really brought him here for this. The berserker shouted that it was not so. The protagonist ran with the frying pan, shouting that he would try again. Robin tried to stop him, asking him to think first before doing anything. Manhwa reached the toad again. It jumped up and began to spit. The player swung the frying pan. He caught the poisonous sauce in it. Pouring it into the decanter, he noted that he was able to collect more. The guy darkened, saying that still. He flashed his eyes and grinned, saying that he did not think that this was enough yet. The toad fluttered in fear. Shouts began to be heard, followed by the activation of the material acquisition. The two players looked down. Seeing the small toad, red-haired asked how many times he squeezed it that it shrank so much in size. The brunette replied that he did not squeeze it, but only received poison. Berserker shouted that this is what he was talking about. When his comrade picked up the toad, he asked if he did it on purpose. He added that it gives quite a few levels. Manhwa smiled and said that indeed, notifications were still coming. He saw a notification that the seal on the class quest Shiksen relic had been removed. He needed to know the recipe for 5 shikigami dishes, and in order to find the location of the first, he had to meet with the former chef of the city leader. A notification appeared on the screen. Cool quest, Shiksen relic. When Shikigami was alive, he traveled around the world and met many legendary, strong and magical people. But when he cooked the most delicious amazing dishes and ate them, he decided to save 5 dishes for future generations. He called them the 5 dishes of divine cuisine. To find out the location of the first divine dish, you must meet Bordo, the former chef of the city leader. The guy thought that the relic, what kind of city is the chef? He turned around. The screen said that Manhwa received the cloak of the Archmage Larfield. New card, Robin received the items of the Archmage Larfield. He remembered how the guy told him that he thought he was a chef. If he is Shiksen, then isn't this the hidden class related to the legend? Suddenly, the guy realized what he meant. He remembered how they talked and he said that he learned about it when he was heading to the boss's tower. He thought that all classes related to production knew about it. Then he thought that if he went this way, he could find the so-called divine cuisine. The guy came up to him and asked him to check his artifacts and inventory in general. The guy raised his hand and said that he would do it now. He thought about it, and the guy added that to be honest, he took him with him because he thought that he was a weakling, but in fact, he thinks that he made a lousy assistant. The protagonist denied this. Well, the guy smiled and said that if he did it alone, he would not have succeeded. He would not have been able to complete the quest, then thanked the protagonist for this. Then Robin said that he did not mind if the young man took all the gold for himself. He was very surprised and said that he was very grateful. Then he saw something useful in his hand and asked if he could let him heal him. The guy looked at his hand. At that moment, the protagonist bandaged her and said that everything was ready. He knew some bandaging techniques, and Robin thought that this guy was an excellent fighter and also a healer. He smiled and said that he was good at everything. How does he do it? And the guy raised his hands and said that he eats well and works hard. Then the man thought about it. He thought that he was hiding something. Then he asked if he wanted to have a match with him. The protagonist was surprised. He smiled and asked why he suddenly suggested this. Would they do it here? The man answered that yes, he wanted to know how good he was. It was deep night. They continued to talk. The man thought that he was interested in who this guy really was. He looked at him and thought that he was strong only because of this artifact, or was he talented? Then he thought, is he really that good? They were in a gorge. The men said that they were there and could begin. The guy agreed. The girl held a camera and said where to find something interesting. She looked around and said that she came here and the killer with the frying pan. But it seemed to be in vain. If she manages to film him, she will become a famous video blogger. Suddenly, something distracted her. She saw the guys fighting, realized that this was the same guy with the frying pan. The man stood in front of him and said with a smile that they would fight until one of them gave up. The other smiled and said that he agreed. The girl filmed and thought that this was the same one. They were going to fight rather than a duel. Great, time to turn on the camera. She began to film how they fought, thought that the title would be, and she signed the video duel of the killer and the frying pan live. People began to connect to the broadcast asking what the stream was about, where this frying pan came from, who the guy was. Someone wrote that he even understood where they were, and then one of them wrote that it was the bloodhound Robin. At that moment, the young man swung, and he struck, and the main character parried it. Everyone wrote that the outcome was already clear. Someone wrote that it didn't matter what they thought, this guy would lose. The fight continued. They attacked each other in turns. People wrote that it seemed difficult for the man, his hand was injured. At that moment, he clenched his teeth. Someone wrote that he was smiling, and the main character was tense. People wrote that he was a stupid frying pan, he shouldn't bother himself. The battle continued. People wrote that they were near the Screaming Hills, that is, only at level 100. The guys fought, and the viewers wrote that they were crazy. The number of viewers increased every second. The girl was shocked. She thought what was happening to the view counter. She watched the battle and wondered who all these people were who were connecting to the stream. The sounds of the battle were heard. The man with red hair flew into the wall. He looked down and thought that his health had reached its minimum, and the young man with the frying pan was running towards him. His health was at its maximum, and then the man shouted at him to stop. Then he raised his hands and said that he surrendered. The guy was really strong. The young man said that it was a great battle, raised his hand and said that he would help him with his wounds. Then his stomach rumbled so loudly that the man was surprised. The guy grabbed it and said that he was hungry. The man left. He approached him and said that, by the way, raised his hand and added that he would like to join their guild. With his skills, the guild master would definitely be glad to see him. The guy thought about it at first, then thanked him for the offer and said that he would refuse. They continued to stand in the gorge. The man asked if someone else had made him an offer, but the guy said no. Then he looked down, remembered the correspondence and said that the thing is. He smiled and said that there was one place where he really wanted to go. The man scratched his head and said that if that's the case, he was very sorry. And the main character laughed and apologized. Night, he said that then he could add him as a friend, and they could also play on the same team someday. The young man said that it was a great idea. The main character was lying in bed, stretched, and said that he was even tired. He lay and thought about how they said about him that he was a good guy, but too obsessed with food. It would be nice to continue playing together. Then he looked at his phone and asked how much time it was. The phone was turned off. Didn't he put it on charge? He put it on charge. It showed 8%. The young man looked at the screen and asked what the guild master wanted to talk about. We need to calculate. He was surprised. The master sent a message and asked what was going on here. The message was their duel live. The guy thought what kind of stream it was. Then in the messages they tried to reach him asking where he was now. He thought that he did something wrong. And then he saw a message that this guy was his friend. He was very surprised. He was looking at the phone and did not understand whether they were really friends. He did not expect this. Suddenly his phone rang. He put it to his ear and asked who it was, and he started screaming so loudly the guy had to move the phone to his ear. He asked why he answered only now. The guy answered that he was asking for forgiveness. They went to the open dungeon and did the quest. He asked what they two had just talked about. The sun was shining outside. He asked again. They asked him if he was with Min Hayek. Were they really friends? They answered that she thought so. It was him. The guy sat in shock. They told him that if they start telling everything now, it will take a very long time. They offered to meet tomorrow. The main character exhaled after the shower. Then he came to the kitchen. His father's friend was there. He noted that the guy was a killer with a frying pan, asked how he was, said that breakfast was ready. The young man asked why he came, and the man replied that he came to see his father. They sat down at the table. The young man asked what he meant by the frying pan killer, and the man asked if it wasn't him. Maybe he doesn't know. When he was hunting in the Screaming Hills, the broadcast upset him a little. Then he added that the young man looked decent, and people call him a frying pan killer. The guy got a little upset and said that it was a very creepy nickname. It sounds like he has claws or something. He continued to eat, and the man said that he just watched the video and told him about it, and he had it blocked or something. Why did he turn off the broadcast? The guy replied that because she hadn't eaten then, she continues to write how she wants to try. The man asked again who, and the guy speared a tomato with a fork, said that we are talking about Lucia. Well, she couldn't eat at the last tournament because of those freaks. The man began to remember who this girl was. Then it suddenly dawned on him. He remembered the girl and asked if it was her. The boy continued to chew and said that she wanted a chwaki. Well, she can't help but buy it, not cook it. No idea why she pestered him with this. And the man said that he was shocked. The guy is just hopeless. He really doesn't understand why. The boy didn't understand what they were talking about. The man put his head on his hand and said that it's okay, he can forget. Is he going to log into the game again the day after tomorrow? The guy didn't answer that yes, he had a quest. He continued to chew and thought that the boss's city, he would need to meet the boss in person. After some time, a cafe. The guys watched the battle and said that so that's it. They looked at the guys and said, does he want to say that it's Min Hayek? And the woman sat in front of them and said that yes, Robin said that it was him. They continued to talk. The guys asked that it couldn't be that he plays so well, they know that he's not that good. But she replied that they were talking about the past. One of them said that she thought physical activity was easy. The boy looked down and said that he must have adapted to the game. And the other one started shouting in his ear that anyway. He clenched his teeth. He turned away and said that if he really was the main character, then wasn't that too much. He scratched his head and said that he hadn't talked to them for years, didn't even answer their calls. They weren't the smartest, you know, and that's why he didn't want to see them, right? Then he looked at his phone and said that the only news about him in all these years was this video. The blonde guy looked up and said that he could have at least sent an invitation to the game, it just couldn't have happened before. And the girl looked up and said that the thing was. She was upset and said that they wouldn't be able to meet him even if they wanted to. The brunette also lowered his head and said that she was right, they should be understanding. The blonde guy turned away and said that he didn't agree. A guy walked into the cafe. The brunette stood up and waved at him. It was Robin. He came closer. The girl introduced him to the guys, Khan and Locke. The boy said it was nice to meet him. They drank coffee. The guy said it was amazing how small the world is. The girl raised her hand and said that they were surprised too. He appeared in this video, so she decided to meet him. She looked at him. The guy said that he thought the main character was amazing. Well, he never thought that the leaders of their guild were his friends. He also added that he ever told him the name of the guild. Then the guy looked ahead and said that he knew what was going on. Next time he would connect him to Ginny. The girl turned and said that now. He interrupted her and said that he thought he turned off the ability to send messages. The girl looked down and asked if he was okay. The guy scratched his chin and said that the thing is. He looked at them and said that it seems like he is doing too well. Everyone was shocked. He said that 40 ducks were not enough for him. During the hunt he did not stop until I finished off a whole flock. The girl closed her eyes and exhaled, and he said that he managed to take ingredients from the boss, which he later cooked. The girl said that he always loved food, and the blonde shouted that they seemed to me that it was too much. Then he turned around, presented a frying pan and asked, does he play to eat or what? And the girl said that this way they can easily find him. Not so many players fight with a frying pan. And the young man thought about it, asked didn't she see? Then the girl asked what he meant. He took out his phone and told her to look, but she continued asking what he was talking about. He showed her the account. It had 1.7 million subscribers, said that many people started using a frying pan as a weapon. She even stood up and asked what the hell, some new trend among the youth. The guy said that it looked like the blacksmith guild had just started a quest. She covered her hands with her hands, and he added that either the protagonist would open his personal messages or they wouldn't be able to find him. She kept looking at her phone and thinking about this guy, mentally asking where he was. At that moment, the protagonist approached the city. He went into the shop. The old man was sitting, looking at a mug of beer, and said that the person who could have become Shiksen never showed up. It was the former chef of the city of Bordeaux. He remembered how people said that he was so stupid to believe the legend. It was impossible to love cooking or eating so much. The man thought about it. He thought that everyone thought that this legend was fiction. Was it worth it? All these years he had been waiting for the appearance of a descendant. He imagined a young man, a dragon, and a bird, thought that he never received even a hint of this. He looked at the photos, his father said. He remembered himself as a child and how his father told him that their family served from generation to generation. Shiksen cut through the heavens and made the earth tremble. One day his descendant will appear. They sat, looked at the books. He told the guy to remember, he will come. And he also remembered how in the last minutes of his father's life he was next to his bed. He thought that he could not forget his words. To find a descendant, you need to be in harmony with the boss's tower. He looked down. Then he drank and thought that he was ready to spend the rest of his life waiting for this man. He continued to sit at the table. Then he got up and said that no one would come here at this time. He opened the door and looked who was there. In front of him stood a guy with a pile of food. He was shocked. It was the main character. He said hello and said that he came to find a relic. The man raised his head and asked again about the relic. The guy continued to eat shashlik. He stood in front of him. The man asked him to come in first. The boy asked if he could. He put the glass on the table. He sat in front of him and asked if he was really looking for a relic. The boy looked at him and said yes, according to the quest, he must find and meet the former chef. The man closed his eyes and said that he must have come a long way. The boy scratched his head and said yes, and the old man thought he looked like an idiot. He then put on his glasses and said that then he should let him ask him a few questions to make sure he was the one. The boy agreed. Instant interview set up. Man turned to him and asked, waking up in the morning, what would he think about? The boy smiled and said that he wakes up in the morning because he is hungry. The man looked at him and asked what gift he would like to receive from the Dragon Lord. And the boy clenched his fist and said that he would ask to cut off a part of his tail. He always wondered what it tasted like. The interview went on for some time. Then the man looked at him and said he was ready to ask the last question. Why did he ask? If the end of the world came tomorrow, what would he do? The guy tensed up a little. He lowered his head, imagined himself in real life. Then he looked at him and smiled and said he would eat something tasty without worrying about the future. The man thought he had answered quite quickly. He stood up and asked for a second. He thought there was one last test left, a dish that Shiksen had filled with his power. It was impossible to eat unless you were a true descendant. He brought the plate. He put it on the table and said that the guy should try this dish. He lowered his eyes and refused. The old man was surprised and said that he should eat it. In front of him was a plate of rice. Now the combination was perfect. The guy said that quail eggs and meat sauce needed rice. The old man was surprised and asked if he really wanted to say that these were quail eggs. The guy thanked him for the food. He stuck his chopsticks into the egg, and he ate it. The old man was shocked that he ate it with such ease. In front of him was also a plate of rice. He thought they were hot but soft. The rice made them crispy. He looked at the eggs. They seemed to glow, the spicy sauce enveloping the yolk and adding flavor. He put the egg on the plate and thought that despite the size, they were delicious. The guy ate with pleasure. He ate it all so quickly and said that it was very tasty. Then he looked at the old man who shouted at him. The man fell at his feet and he said that the guy was the next Shiksen. The young man was surprised and asked again. The guys were sitting in the room. The brunette told Genie to look in the guild chat. He looked in the phone. The guys wrote there that they figured out how to figure out the dungeon he needed. It was time for them to leave. The girl looked at them and was surprised, and the guy said that if this is the same dungeon. He took the phone and said that it is for 3 players, but they do not have buffs to clear it. The girl answered that everything is correct. They need to find someone who will impose them, otherwise nothing will work. Abel wrote in the chat that in the current situation the best buff they can get is a culinary one. The number of people is not a problem. The guys looked at each other. The guy answered that he is right. The guys started chatting. The guy wrote if the girl knows about the city of ravens. She answered, does he mean the city of the chef? He answered that yes, there is a hidden quest there. If she completes it, she will receive a dish with a buff. Why did he write that he was so strong that he would allow her to clear the entire dungeon? The guys looked at each other and were shocked. The chief's city, they asked if he was there. At that moment, the young man stood in front of the old man and asked what it meant that he was next. Why did he kneel down? The man raised his head and said that he was the successor. This dish was prepared by the first Shiksen, or the true heir can eat it. The guy asked in surprise if this really meant that it was him. The man said that he was a descendant of the first Shiksen. The guy raised his hand. He was shocked. They were still in the room. The old man said that the guy wanted to know the location of the relic. He replied that everything was right. And he told him that the first had many friends and servants. He remembered those times. They were legends known throughout the continent. He imagined these people, one who can recognize millions of soldiers with just one word, a hero who fights against a legion of demons and wins, a king who rules for many times, and many others. He imagined how he was served dishes. They say that the first Shiksen entrusted them with a divine dish and the ingredients for them. They stood in robes. After the death of the first Shiksen, they sealed their powers in the entrusted dishes. The moment they are eaten, a person can gain incredible strength. Then he pointed to the eggs and said that this is what the Shiksen relics are. The guy looked down. The old man explained that the phoenix eggs that he just ate could be related to the first divine cuisine. The guy imagined an egg with wings, asked again, were they really phoenix eggs? The man answered that they really were. The guy trembled and said that if phoenix eggs are so delicious, then he raised his hand and said, how delicious must the phoenix itself be? The man was a little shocked and asked if he was really going to eat the phoenix, and the guy continued eating and asked if he really shouldn't. That's why they tasted better than regular quail eggs. The man said that in order to find the divine cuisine, he should go to the land of the whole. If he goes there, maybe he will learn something. New card, work quest, go to the country. That's all the former chef knows. Go to the country and find clues to the divine cuisine. The guy looked at the screen and said that it was reckless to go there looking for clues. He thinks it would be better to stock up on duck meat. The man lowered his head and said that they also say that the divine cuisine is very tasty. The protagonist typed the route to the country into the search bar. Then he threw the man bananas and said that great, he has to go, offered to take it for him. He asked what it was. He was holding a banana in his hands, and the guy turned and smiled and said that bananas are great for a hangover. As he left, he waved his hand at him. He walked through the forest. The guys were also in this forest. They were looking at the map. The main character approached the cart, and the group of friends moved forward. At the moment when the main character was already sitting inside the cart, he thought about Shiksen, his subordinates, and also, he looked up and thought about the divine buff. The brunette was walking and thinking about the same thing at that moment. Why did he leave the strip and say that it was great? He found himself in the forest. It was time to hit the road. These events ended the first season. There was food on the grill. It was meat and onions. The onions smelled delicious. The guy turned over pieces of meat. He put them in the rice salad and ate it with pleasure. He was in the forest and thought that this place was not at all suitable for hunting. There were a lot of dead spiders lying around, and he said that there was nothing to eat here, only spiders. He continued eating and thought that even spiders in his opinion were too much. How delicious the tin was. It was a pity that this was the last piece. A spider crept up behind him, and the guy at that moment shouted that he had eaten it, long live meat. The spider pounced on him. The guy moved his shovel aside, and with one blow he smashed the spider with his sword. Then he raised his hands and shouted that they were not letting him have a peaceful lunch. A new window appeared. He noticed it. It was written on the screen that he had received an unknown seed, looked at it and thought, I wonder what kind of family this is. He began to examine it and thought that he now had a lot of them. While he was killing spiders, about 200 had accumulated. He began to type in the search line and thought that the search engine was not helping either. If he caught someone else, maybe he would be able to get at least some information. Something attracted him, some smell. He was walking from a cave. The young man thought about what this aroma was. He went there. He went right by the smell. He thought that it was so tasty, similar to something. He closed his eyes and imagined cracklings. The smell was similar to chicken and batter in a closed elevator. He continued to walk forward and thought that the aroma had disappeared. At the end of the tunnel, a light appeared. It blinded the young man, and there he came out to some city. Dead animals were lying around. Someone was sitting like an orc. He was upset. There was a dead creature nearby. He passed by and thought that it was not winter here now, and why did everyone look so empty, and the monsters were somehow thin. Then he turned around and thought about what had happened here. A huge bird was flying towards him. It covered the guy with its shadow. He raised his head up. It was a phoenix. He turned to it. He looked and asked if he was really a descendant of Shiksen. New card, you have discovered the legendary phoenix monster, the guide. The phoenix landed. The young man's fame increased. He clenched his fists and was shocked, asked if he was really seeing this. His eyes were burning, drooling, and he thought that the phoenix must be very tasty. And the phoenix looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Then he leaned over and asked again, is he really a descendant of Shiksen? The guy wiped his drool and said yes. Then the phoenix looked away and said that his name was Chronicle. She is a phoenix, a guide who guards this paradise for monsters. The young man looked around. Everything around did not look very good, and he wondered if this was really a paradise. He remembered the emaciated monsters and thought that in his opinion this name did not suit this place. He raised his hand and asked if the phoenix was really Shiksen's subordinate. He answered that no, the subordinate was his king. And then he explained that he had just fallen into an eternal sleep. And the young man was surprised. Then he thought, only he knows the recipe for the divine dish. If he fell into an eternal sleep, does that mean he died? Well, at that moment the phoenix said that it was possible to wake him up. His king was always waiting for a descendant. He waved his wing and said that that is why he left him the power to wake him up, despite the fact that he could die in the process. And she added that not long ago, he spent this power. The guy raised his head up and asked why this happened. Phoenix pointed at the dying monsters and said that now this place can hardly be called a paradise, but there were times when it really could be called a paradise for monsters. He remembered the past. In fact, some monsters cannot get along with others, but only here the rules apply. Eating each other is prohibited. The rules were created by Shiksen and his king, his subordinate, and they ruled this paradise. He remembered how wonderful everything was before. The subordinate planted grain and grew fruits, and Shiksen prepared a dish, eating which did not forget about the desire to eat for several decades. Then the phoenix lowered his head and said that thanks to them they did not starve and lived happily, but the expiration date of these dishes expired. Then he added that trouble came, but at that moment he appeared. The young man stood in shock. A new card appeared in front of him, a quest to feed the monsters located on the field, restrictions, level 150, reward, a monster egg, a meeting with Shiksen and a subordinate. Explanation, the monsters cannot move, due to severe hunger only bones remained from them, instead of Shiksen to feed the monsters that were located on the field. The young man was shocked. He asked again if he really had to feed the monsters. Then he coughed, looked at the phoenixes and said how, and then he answered that it seemed he was very surprised. He thinks it was a surprise for him. He lowered his head because the guy said that he himself would never be able to get enough. For now, the guy looked at him. He again for now, the young man looked and asked what was wrong with him. The phoenix replied that nothing. Then the wing understood and said that the guy said the same thing that Shiksen once said about him. He said that he would be a person who himself would never be able to get enough. The young man raised his fingers up and said that he understood him. And the phoenix said that he also said that it is good to eat his own food, but he cooks for others, and seeing how happy they are with what you have cooked is also good. He introduced all the monsters and added that he wants you to feel it. The guy was surprised. He remembered how others eat and thought that the joy of cooking for others. The phoenix added that if he completes this quest, he will get what he wants. The guy was perplexed. He looked at the phoenix and thought that if he completes this quest, he will be able to get what he wants. Then he thought that maybe even the ingredients for cooking. The phoenix thought, looked away. Why did he say that he forgot that his king and Shiksen had a big fight during their lifetime? Then he added that when he found out that Shiksen died, she bitterly regretted it. The guy moved his hand to the side and said that they must have been very close. Then he looked at him and asked why they had a fight. And the phoenix answered that Shiksen stole the eggs he had laid. The young man smiled and did not understand what was happening. He remembered that terrible day. Everything around was on fire. His king lectured him, and he replied that he boiled an egg in his sauce, and it was so delicious. The young man remembered those eggs that he ate from the old man. Was he talking about those quail eggs? He smiled. The phoenix said that he would follow Shiksen even to hell and take revenge on him. He began to burn even more and shouted that he would never forgive him. He leaned towards the guy, and he laughed nervously and said that he was very, very bad. Why did the phoenix cool down and say that he understands? He is better. In short, the deadline for the quest is 2 weeks. If during this time he cannot saturate them at least 50%, then the mission will be considered failed. They were still in that cave. The ingredients for the food brigade can be found on the land of the Tselov and on these rocks, but it will be difficult for him alone, so he offers to join forces with his subordinate and satiate their monsters. The guy was surprised and said that he did not have a subordinate. Phoenix asked what he was talking about, and the young man raised his hands and said that he could not worry. He was a capable guy. Here she began to scream, "What abilities can you talk about without a subordinate? Did he really eat him?" And looked at him condemningly, and the guy replied that he does not eat people. Then the bird turned away and said that then he can go himself. Let him hurry, he is very hungry. Phoenix returned and thought. He looked after the guy and thought that they would all die of hunger. At that moment, the guy stood in front of the screen and thought. He looked at the information about the eggs and thought, what does this monster egg mean? He imagined an omelet and thought that the higher the satiety level he achieved, the better the egg he would get. A fried egg, such a yummy thing. Then he wiped his drool and said that it was time for him to start. He swung. If he fed the monsters, he hit with a pickaxe, they would give him ingredients. He continued digging, thinking that it reminded him of a quest. When he mined potatoes, the skill determination is applied and the efficiency of manual actions increases. He imagined a plate of food, then he worked, snacking on potatoes, and now he wants to eat something. He wiped his forehead and exhaled. In front of him were beds. He hoped that he looked normal. In the morning there was soil and thought that I planted seeds, watered with water. He turned around. Where can he find fertilizer? He began to break stones. He was happy. He found what he was looking for. A screen appeared above him. He received fertilizer. There was a strange lump in the air. They began to fly apart. Fertilizer helps to germinate them quickly. They can be multiplied. The guy thought that fertilizer can be multiplied, he needs as much as possible for his seeds. He collected a lot of fertilizer and thought that this would be enough. Then he spread his hands and said with a smile to spill his seeds. A bush began, the seeds began to germinate much faster, and now there was a whole field in front of him. The young man was surprised that everything happened so quickly. Fruits appeared on the plants from unknown seeds. The fruits began to wag their tails, they can be collected. Suddenly a pig flew out of the flower, the guy was surprised. From another bush, someone also began to fly out, he thought that unknown seeds. There were cows, rams, chicken around, the guy said that the ingredients for cooking. He looked at the cow and was surprised that even she was here, she wanted to take these seeds home. But he was ordered to harvest. He imagined huge pieces of meat. You have a special cow, you got beef. Special beef is meat obtained from the harvest of unknown seeds, only monsters can eat. The guy shifted his hand to the cat and said that it can't be. He grew it himself, but at the same time he can't go. He doesn't believe it. It was said that as a reward he will be given ingredients for cooking. Then a frying pan rose and said that he should get ready. A hungry monster was sitting by the tree. He understood the eyes. The main character was standing in front of him. He had broccoli and steak on his plate. He turned to the deputy leader of the orcs. He was shocked. He handed him the plate, thinking that his right hand would give him the food faster, and his left hand shouldn't hold it. He handed him the plate with trembling hands and thought that it was all for the sake of trying the divine food. But the monster threw the plate away at the moment when the guy asked him to eat it faster and recover. The guy was furious. He asked if he really dared to throw away the meat. He should apologize to Mrs. Pork. And the orc started shouting back that they orcs don't eat cooked meat. At that moment, the main character had already aimed his sword at him, stopped and asked again, that is, they only eat raw meat. He answered that everything was correct, and the young man looked at the elephant and thought that it was clear. Everyone has their own taste. For example, elephants are herbivores and so on. The leader of the orcs replied that he was a good person, then apologized for dropping the meat. The guy thought about it, now he understood, so the raw meat is talking. He started cutting a piece of meat and said that he would organize everything now. Raw is great, this is part of the beef. She also poured some sauce on it and said that if he made a spicy sweet sauce with sesame oil, it would be perfect for the wonderful sashimi and raw as meat. He handed it to the orc and said that he should try it with the sauce. He was just happy. He ate it, looked at it, and then closed his eyes with pleasure. He started eating everything and said that it was very tasty. He had never eaten such a delicious thing in his life. A new card appeared. The deputy orc leader is very pleased with your food. New card, a good reward awaits you. The guy looked ahead and thought about the reward. He now has a law and ingredients. Although no, he only fed one. If he continues, maybe they will give him ingredients. He called out to the rest of the lessons, but they did not pay attention to him. The guy lifted the frying pan up and said that it was time for them to have lunch. They happily ate the meat and said that it was very tasty. They were eating such a delicious thing for the first time. Someone even cried. The young man looked at it with a smile and thought, I wonder if Shiksen had these feelings in mind. The level of the well-fed types increased. New card, you have received the following ingredients. Salted mackerel. He saw salted mackerel. Description, mackerel that Shiksen personally salted, which had been lying for 100 years. There is no tastier mackerel in this world. The guy was shocked. Mackerel that had been lying for 100 years. He imagined it on the grates, thought that it could be fried over a fire until golden brown, fatty oily mackerel and eaten with sauce. Then dip a piece of his wasabi sauce. After all, the respected Shiksen was a noble gourmet. The guy imagined how he would eat it. Then something distracted him. He looked at the screen, thought about what was written below. It was written, to eat it, you need to collect all the ingredients from the Shiksen collection of Divine Home Table. The guy leaned his hands on the cat. The ingredients listed on the screen were salted mackerel, soybean paste soup, fatty nori, omelette, spinach salad, sprouted bean salad. The young man thought that the ingredients from the Divine Home Table collection were simply magnificent. Then he raised his hands up and shouted that great, he will definitely reach the required level of satiety and get all the ingredients. He turned around, the orcs shouted at him. They came up and raised their hand, said that his food was really delicious, asked to tell everyone to have a good meal. Then he looked down and said that they wanted to thank him, but unfortunately, they had nothing. He apologized, except for thank you, they have nothing to give them. The guy was surprised, thinking that they probably didn't know that he would get a reward for completing the quest. It seemed that he had a good idea that would help him get full quickly. He looked at his beds. Why? He threw up his hands and said that they could just help him plant the field. The orcs looked at each other. They worked hard in the field, their bodies ached, their heads were spinning, their hearts were stabbing. The guy looked and thought that they were orcs, lazy. Then he smiled and thought that he would have to resort to extreme measures, and asked out loud that was it. Since they had eaten their fill of his food, that was it. There was no reason to help him. It was a pity. Then she added that, in fact, it was a sign of gratitude for the help. After he fed all the monsters, he wanted to feed them separately again. They all looked at him in shock. The guy added that he would feed them food that was much tastier than what they had eaten. At that moment, one of the sharp-eyed ones shouted that they needed to work. He had energy, another one also had energy, and another one's head stopped hurting. They turned to the guy and asked what needed to be done, and he smiled and pointed behind his back and said that first they needed to bring water to water the seeds. They stood in front of him and said that they did not have a bucket. He looked, was shocked, and asked again. He remembered how he had plowed everything himself and thought that he had to do it alone for 2 whole weeks. And the monster scratched his head and said that they had not used buckets for a long time, so they were rusty. The young man exhaled and asked, "Does that mean they do exist, both picks and hoes?" The deputy head of the orcs answered that they do. The guy raised his hand up and said that they should be brought here then. He will fix it. And after a while, practically new tools were in front of him. You received the means of production. He fixed everything. The orcs held it in their hands and shouted that it was great, now they would work. The guy waved his hand and thought that he had already fed the orcs. He took a piece of meat and thought that now he needed to feed the giants. She fried the meat in a frying pan and thought that the orcs said that they eat everything. I wonder if they eat fried meat. Someone came up to him from behind. It was some kind of monster. He inhaled the aroma. He had 2 heads. He turned and said to the other that he wanted to eat. What did he think? Was what he was cooking tasty? The guy called the giant to him. He turned around and said it was time for lunch. Then he waved his hand and said that overcooked beef would be tasteless, so they should come here faster. She told him to open his mouth and put the meat in one of the heads. A tear even flowed from his eyes. He said that it was very tasty. He looked at the second head, said that it was very tasty and that he should tell the others to come and have dinner too. And so a crowd of great naff gathered. Everyone was shouting that they wanted to try it. They shouldn't push each other. But the card, you fed the giant. New card, you received a reward. New card, you fed the 2-headed giant. New card, you received the 2-headed giant's mittens. The young man scratched his head and thought that he got an unnecessary thing again. It would have been better to be given ingredients for cooking. He looked at the soup. New card, ingredients of the divine table, you received soup made of thick soy sauce. The guy was happy and thought that it was good that the orcs were helping him, and the satiety level increased faster. He should also ask Great Naff for help. He approached them and shouted that since they were full, maybe they could help him. But the giants answered that no, they didn't want to work. They were giants, they didn't work. Someone was hitting with a pickaxe. This work or giants, apparently the guy managed to convince them. He said that they need to push a little. Soon they will be able to eat very tasty food, and not only them, but also all the monster friends of this paradise. The monsters looked at each other and said that they will all be able to eat. The giant was embarrassed and said that he was working not because he wanted to eat meat, but because he wanted to feed his friends. The guy was happy. Then he turned around and thought that he needed to see how much the egg had grown. It was already big. A unique level, the satiety level had not reached 100%. This meant that the egg could grow even bigger. He thought his grains were almost gone. What should he do? Maybe catch spiders, although he really didn't want to. Then he remembered the screen and thought that FSCK mentioned that the monster of this paradise cannot get out of here, which means he remembered about the passage and thought that in other words, monsters can enter, but they cannot get out of here. Day, forest. He walked through the forest and exhaled. Then he whistled loudly. He took a step forward and used the skill Griffin cry. The spiders ran to him. He began to run away from them straight into the cave, thinking that his dear ones had come, now after him, into the cave. Running into the cave, he shouted that he needed help. The Kai were approaching. He shouted that they needed to catch these monsters, then they would get ingredients for cooking. The monsters were happy to hear about food. They pounced on the spiders and started shouting that orcs and giants were attacking. The spiders were killed one after another. There were screams everywhere. Then the giant pointed to a mountain of dead spiders and said that they had caught them all. And the young man clapped his hands and thought how strong his monsters were. They had dealt with the spiders so quickly. New cards began to appear. The guy received nori, an omelet, spinach, and a salad of sprouted beans. He was very pleased. He had received all the ingredients. He spread his arms and said that he had done a great job. Now he needed to plant the grains, water them, and fertilize them. Then he turned away, waved at them, and said that he needed to leave. He would be gone soon. He walked through the forest. Then he sat down and cooked himself some food. He lifted the lid of the pan and thought that finally, in front of him was a gorgeous table with food, and that same mackerel. The guy looked at all this with shining eyes and thought that it was finally time for his lunch. He looked at the delicious soup, scooped it up with a spoon, tried it, closed his eyes with pleasure and thought that it was so fragrant and spicy. He thinks that soup stewed with soybean paste is great. Then he tried rice, added some sauce to it and thought that plus the combination of tofu and pumpkin pieces, add some rice, and without any effort he will get a rice bowl. It is definitely worth trying. He ate it but thought that he had already done it with soybean paste. How about wrapping a piece in nori? He looked at this piece and thought that nori is very tasty on its own, but if you dip it in soy sauce, He ate and enjoyed it. You feel like the ocean is running through you, plus it sticks out like an ideal addition. Then he decided to try the omelet. It looked very appetizing and he thought that besides that, the omelet was so soft, even the green onion flakes inside were wonderful. He continued to eat it all and thought that it was all so piquant and delicious that it would not let his tongue get bored. This kind of food is really the best. Then he remembered something. He looked at the mackerel and thought that it was waiting for him. He thought he had to try it. He took a piece, put it on the rice and thought that it was fried perfectly. Along the chain a golden crust with a piece of mackerel. It is also necessary to put it on top of the scalding rice before putting it in his mouth. He ate it, closed his eyes in pleasure and thought that the taste became less salty. This is what is worthy of being called doi. New card, you tried the divine home table. He walked through the forest and thought that one serving of rice bolo was so little. He wanted even more. Home cooking is the best cuisine. Phoenix yawned. He was sitting in his nest and thought that he could not sleep any longer. He was hungry. He hoped that the descendant of Shiksen was working hard there. Then he saw a guy sitting under a tree, eating an apple. He found it very tasty. He turned to him and said that he thought he was better than his predecessor, but it turned out that he was wrong. The guy looked at him and did not understand what was happening. A hot phoenix stood in front of him and said that he was just wasting his time. Gluttony. Well, the young man raised his hands and said that he was almost reaching the necessary level of satiety, so he decided to take a little rest. The phoenix got even more angry and shouted that less than 2 weeks had passed, and he dared to say that he had almost reached the necessary level. Stop lying. The guy shouted that it was true, and the phoenix replied that he could find out if he was telling the truth. Then he flew up and said that he was going to look at the egg. The egg flew up, and he was surprised because it really was huge, and the guy ran after it and turned to it. The young man raised his head and asked the phoenix if he was sure he wasn't lying, and the phoenix answered in the affirmative and apologized for the misunderstanding. The young man said everything was fine. Then he threw up his hands and said that he had fed all the monsters he had seen here, and his satiety level hadn't risen above 95, which didn't mean that. But the phoenix interrupted him, put out its wing and said that everything was right, and that it only had to cook food for him, so it had to take care of him. The young man raised his fists and said that it was good. Time passed, and after that the young man continued to cook for the phoenix, but he brought different foods, and the phoenix turned away and said that it didn't suit his taste. He raised his head and said that he wouldn't eat it. That's why the smell was strange. The young man asked in horror if he really wouldn't eat this tenderloin. The phoenix began to light up and said that he was now asking him to eat these unfortunate creatures. He thought, it is not a water filter, but it filters just as well. Phoenix turned and asked what she said. The guy scratched his head and said nothing. He walked forward and paid attention to the sky. He looked at the flying monsters and thought that the phoenix, although a monster, was first and foremost a bird. Then he clicked on the search bar and thought that a bird usually feeds on larvae. He found a photo in a country with a huge larva. Orcs were standing in the forest. They looked at each other and said that their bellies were huge. It was charming. It was called satiety. Phoenix looked at them and thought that the descendant of Shiksen went to the country of Tsel. Looked at the passage and thought maybe he would find good ingredients there. Then he remembered Shiksen, how he refused to eat. He was never able to satisfy him. He does not know if this guy can satisfy him. He remembered how he told him that it was not bad, but a little too salty. He remembered the empty plate. He was a little worried that the inexperienced boy would be able to do this, but if he was able to feed him. He imagined Shiksen, the guy would not only get his relic. He imagined monsters, he would also get pets as powerful as himself. He imagined an egg and thought that such an outcome seemed almost impossible. Then he heard the orcs greeting the guy and looked in that direction. The guy came out of the cave. They were shouting that the good man had returned. He had something strange in his hands. The phoenix wondered what it was. He began to unwrap it. The bird thought that he just shouldn't tell her that the ingredients he brought from the country were. There were a lot of larvae in the frying pan. They were silkworm larvae. The young man turned on the fire and said that they should first be stewed in the frying pan. He chopped the greens. During this time he would chop some green onions and garlic. Then he sprinkled it all and said that it needed a little salt and waited until the excess moisture evaporated. And there on the plate lay the finished dish. The silkworm larvae were ready. He brought this dish to the phoenix and wished him a pleasant appetite. He remembered how he used to buy them when he was a child. No doubt she would like them too. The phoenix began to chew it. Then she opened her beak and cried out that it was very tasty. She looked at the plate and said that such a juicy taste. In addition, the piquancy is given by a slight crunch all the time that you chew. Such a texture does not allow doubt and, like these larvae, is enchanting. She ate everything and said that it was very tasty. New card, you have fed the Lord of the Phoenixes to his fill. The phoenix came up and said that he was really full. Now he will give him a reward from his king. New card, you can get the final reward. Spread his wings and caught fire. Flames engulfed everything around. An explosion thundered. The young man covered himself. The fire reached his feet. and in front of him stood one of the 7 legends. The guy with red hair said that he was glad to meet you. New card, you met one of the 7 legends. New card, you received glory. The man introduced himself, said that his name was the Lord of Taming Baltzark. The guy was shocked and thought that he was a subordinate of Shiksen. In front of him stood a man in armor. The guy thought that this was the man who had information about one of the 5 divine dishes of Shiksen. New card, you received the title, a man who met a legend. The man approached him and said that he thanked him for feeding everyone and even the phoenix, and now a reward. The young man received armor. In front of him was its characteristic. Legendary armor, level, legendary, special abilities, static indicator 12%, once a day restores HP and MP to 100%, passive skill reflection of physical attacks, success rate 20%. Description: legendary armor protects the owner from all dangers. It was created by the famous dwarf nicknamed the Golden Hammer. For the creation and were used the bones of the Black Dragon, the breath of Cerberus, and others. The man said that this armor was worn by Shiksen himself. Despite the low success rate, it reflects physical attacks, increases their strength by 2 times. He imagined the fight. Then he looked at him and said that he did not expect that a person who would actually receive this armor would appear in front of him. Why did he say that he was a great guy, but when he saw food in front of him, he could not concentrate on anything else? He was nothing but trouble. He remembered how he saw the guy steal the phoenix eggs. The man thought that he hoped that this guy was better. At that moment, the young man smiled and turned to the man. He raised his hand and asked if he knew the recipes for preparing the divine Shiksen dishes. The man came closer and said that of course he knew, because he had left his recipes with him, then asked if the boy wanted to try on the armor. Well, the boy smiled and asked if that was more important. Food was the most important thing. The man asked again. The boy wiped his drool. Then he started running around the man and saying that he looked so great. He could see that his achievements were made from someone's bones. If you make soup out of them, it wouldn't be that tasty. What kind of useful thing was this armor anyway? The boy grabbed the man and he thought that he was worse than Shiksen. He told him out loud that he should wait. Everything has its time. The boy asked him to give him at least 1 recipe for divine food. He didn't need it. Then the boy smiled and said that rules exist to be broken. And the man pulled his hand out of his hands and said that if he continued to behave like this, he would not get anything at all. Then he pointed to the side and said that first he needed to check how much the egg had grown. The boy looked at the egg. He approached it. A couple of minutes ago its level was legendary, now it is unknown. Then the man came up and said that the boy now needs to go to another monster paradise and choose a pet. The boy imagined this place. He was very surprised. The man raised his hand and said that there are many different capable monsters there. You need to watch them. Choose one among them and put it in the egg. The boy was very happy. Then he asked if this meant that there was a food court there. The man was horrified. He said that the pet cannot be eaten. The boy asked why. He was clearly unhappy. The man said that it was needed to help him. It was obvious that the boy was upset and said that he really wanted to know what dragon meat tasted like. The warrior looked at him and said that in return, when he returned, he would treat him to divine food. He presented a huge ham and said that Shiksen did it just great. For this he used an artifact in the preparation. This dish is a golden pork ham, boiled in Balkan lava. The guy's mouth watered. The man asked if he wanted to try it. After which the young man rolled up his sleeves and said that yes, he was leaving immediately, ready for anything. The man extended his hand and said that he would be given 2 attempts, during which he would be able to learn the abilities of these monsters. He must be more careful. Well, the young man was no longer here. Fields, wind, forest, new card, you have arrived in the legendary paradise of monsters. New card, you are the 35th to enter this land. The guy was surprised. In front of him were a bunch of magical monsters. He folded his hands and thought how many monsters there were. It looked very tasty. There was even a flying fish. He paid attention to it and thought that especially this one, which looks like an angler, wants it steamed in a hot sauce. Then he looked to the side and thought that it was a pity he couldn't. He would admire other monsters. He saw someone's tail. He came closer and saw a sleeping dragon. It was a baby. He imagined how the dragon would fry meat for him and thought that if he chose the strongest creature as a pet, surely he would get food for it. He looked at the babies. A screen appeared. It said that this was a baby dragon, legendary level, type, domestic pet, cannot be developed, no potential, can demonstrate flame magic up to the 4th class. The young man thought, the buff indicators and other characteristics are good, but there is no potential for development. It's a pity that he can't choose him as a pet. Then he turned around and left, said that the most important thing is that it's a pity that he can't eat him. Let's look at the others. In the bushes he saw a pig. He looked at it. Pigs live here too, and what do they eat now? The pig was eating something and enjoying it very much. She was eating something sweet. He wanted some too. Then he took a hot dog out of his inventory and thought he couldn't wait any longer. He started eating and the pig came up to him. She looked at him with such complaining eyes. He sat back, hid the food and said that she was a cunning pig. The one he would share his food with hadn't been born yet. but the pig was practically crying. He thought she had such a sad face. He looked at her and shouted that this would never happen. Would he, the pig Manhwa, lose to the piglet? Suddenly the pig got angry. It started walking towards him. The guy got scared and asked what he was up to. He shouldn't come near him. The pig put her paw on his leg. Then she turned around and grunted. And he left, surprised, and thought what the pig meant, follow him. He was walking along a path. There were pigs around. The piglet led him to some bush and grunted to his side. The guy thought that he wanted him to look. In front of him was a flower, a 5-petaled barb, level B, description, among hundreds of ordinary ones, you rarely find such a thing, it tastes like a spy. He picked it up and thought how he had distinguished it. Then the piglet began to wave its paws and grunt. The guy thought that it wanted to change this plant. It was a hot dog. And he thought that it sounded good, but let's see what he can do. The piglet got angry. Then it pointed to a tree. There was an apple hanging there. The young man took this apple. A new card appeared. Baby dragon apple, level healing fruit, description, a very tasty apple, grown with the help of the energy that comes from the baby dragon. The guy looked at the tree and thought, are these really apples? Maybe the piglet has the ability to search for special ingredients for cooking. The piglet started to grunt. The guy took out a hot dog and said that she deserved it, and threw it to her on the ground. The piglet was happy. She ate the hot dog, and the young man sat on her and smiled and asked if it was tasty. She even wagged her tail. Then he took out the duty move and said that he would give her more if she looked for other ingredients for him. The piglet grunted with happiness. He studied the pig's characteristics. A piglet, classification unknown, type pet, level 1, special skills, able to find tasty ingredients for cooking, sometimes also finds healing ones. Development conditions. The more the owner eats tasty food, the faster it develops. Potential 184, experience 0 divided by 100%. He looked at this. The pig was sitting on his lap. The guy asked what was a little strange. The number of attempts was exhausted. He poked at the screen and said that the more he eats tasty food, the faster he will grow, and what kind of potential. He picked up the pig and said that, however, the main thing is that he can find tasty ingredients. He thinks that growing it will be easy, as he understood the pig up and said that, moreover, if necessary, it can be used as a food supply. The pigs clearly did not like this. He held it out in front of him and said that he was choosing a piglet. But the card, do you want to choose a name for the piglet? The young man thought about it. He suggested the name Pig Crumb. The piglet began to shake its head and grunt. He did not like it. Then he suggested Pink Pig. The piglet got angry. He suggested Pig Oink. He did not like this again. The guy thought about it. Aren't these nicknames for piglets? Fat Man is not suitable either. Maybe Bean? Oh, that's a dog's name. And the piglet really liked it. The guy saw this, and he said that then she will be called Beanie. The pig was happy. He asked if she liked it. Mila grunted in response. New card 2, decided the process of choosing a pet. Now you can go back. They approached the cave. The man sat down and asked why he chose the piglet out of all of them, and the guy answered that it has specific skills and is still growing when he eats delicious food. The man smiled and asked if he really thought that growing quickly would help him in his tasks. The guy frowned and said no. Why do people have pigs and cows? The man answered so that they can eat them later, and the guy answered exactly what. He was very surprised and told the guy not to tell him that he was going to eat him later, and the guy had already imagined this piglet on a tray with an apple in its mouth and was wiping away drool. The young man now asked to give him what they promised, and the upset man held the piglet and said good. After some time, there was a huge table with a lot of delicious food in front of them, and the young man was delighted. He lost his hands and said how delicious it looked. Thanked for the food. The pig was also preparing for her, and he turned to her and shouted, how dare she encroach on his food? The pig grunted angrily in response. Then he was very surprised. She pointed to her own table with the same mini food. The guy realized that what he was eating was duplicated by hers. Then he pushed his food aside and said that then okay, they can each eat their own portion. The pig thought so. He took a piece of meat and said that first he would try a piece of elastic pork leg. They both try it with the pig, and they enjoy delicious food. The guy thinks how long ago he ate a pork leg, such a deliciousness, he is ready to enjoy it endlessly. Then he takes another piece and dips it in the sauce. It is soft and greasy texture. You will not feel the fat at all if you deceive the skin with a piece of seasoning. He looks at this meat and thinks that he would not say that it would be cooked lava. Probably that's why it is so juicy. Even the skin is cooked perfectly. Then he took the noodles and thought that of course the one who eats pork leg will never do it without buckwheat noodles. The pig also ate noodles. The spicy sweet aftertaste spreads in his mouth, really wonderful. He raised his glass and said that the last thing to do is a sip of cola. Why did he look at the pig with cola and ask if she knows how to drink it? Yes, grunted affirmatively. They clinked their glasses. They enjoyed it and said that it was so incredibly delicious. New card, you tried the first dish of the divine table golden pork ham. Your body has gained resistance to any kind of poison. New card, ingredient search. The number of attempts to use the skill has increased to 5. The range has increased to 10 kilometers. You can now cook an excellent dish. You can also find out the recipe for the dish you were asked to cook. The guy looked at it in shock and thought that the search for ingredients was very necessary. But what kind of skill is Shixin's kitchen? He is busy cooking for himself. Then he realized that this is a new skill. New card, joy treat. If you cook delicious food for someone, this food will be duplicated in front of you. He asked what kind of joy for a treat. It seems that he really wants him to know the joy of sharing. Well, if the food is duplicated, then he does not mind. The pig came to him and grunted. The man came up and asked what he thought. Did he like the reward? The young man answered in the affirmative. Then the man extended his hand and said that Shixin made this dish for him. He said it would help him. Here is his next quest. He must follow another dish of the divine table of Shixin. New card, quest treat everyone, level unknown, restrictions, only for those who tried the first dish of the divine table as a reward. The second dish of the divine table, and an artifact, description, Shixin believes that eating delicious food alone is good, but in a company, together, treating each other, much better. When completing the quest, the level of satisfaction of people will increase. As soon as it reaches 100%, it will be possible to get the second dish of the divine table Shixin. Then he began to be enveloped in flames and he said that do it. He must work hard if he wants to eat. Then he began to dissolve in the fire. The guy replied that he understood everything and thanked the man for everything. Looked at him and thought about the level of satisfaction. The next day, the city. The pig was sleeping on the shoulder of the protagonist. He came to the old man and said that he was tired, and he asked the guy if he tried the divine dish. The guy smiled and said that of course, it was very tasty. The man said that he believed that he was the receiver. Let him come in quickly. They went inside. The old man said that he would now bring something to drink. Let him wait a minute. The guy looked at him and thought that it was worth checking the level of satisfaction. Out loud suggested that he ask the guy for something. The man smiled and said that to be honest, he wanted to remember. Suddenly, something distracted him. He asked if there was anyone there. Who could it be? He was not waiting for anyone. Looked back. He went and asked to wait a minute. But the young man stopped him, turned around and said to wait. The man went forward, asked if something was wrong. Could he feel something foreign? But the guy said no. He fell and said that he felt an absolutely delightful aroma. He went down the stairs and said that he would open it just in case. The people behind the door asked if there was anyone at home, and the guy came up and said that he was already on his way. He opened the door. A girl was standing there. He was surprised and thought that this could not be. Saw a friend. The girl was happily eating croquettes and said they were very tasty. She looked at them, freshly fried and still warm, crispy crust and tender content, rich composition of ingredients, very tasty and satisfying. The girl ate it with pleasure. She looked ahead and thought that she needed to go there. She went to the door. According to the results of the investigation of hidden quests, after completing which you can get buffs, there is a chance to find here. It's a pity to give away the food. Maybe eat it later. I wonder how good the food is that gives buffs. Maybe even better than what the Twilight chef cooked. She knocked and asked if anyone was home. Then she was very surprised. Min Hyuk was standing in front of her. He recognized her. She took a step back. Well, after that, the guy said that the girl was very beautiful. She just stood and looked at him. Then he came closer and said that especially her fat, shiny lips, delightful. For the first time he saw such a beauty, he thought, and in reality she broke many men's hearts. He pointed to her food and said that he would also like to know what she was holding in her beautiful hands. The girl said that they were croquettes. The young man winked and said that he would like to try one thing. She thought that he was a bastard. He did not recognize her, but just wanted to try it. Well, nevertheless, she allowed him. The guy smiled and thanked her. While he was eating, she looked at him and thought that he definitely did not recognize her. If he said who she was, what would he do? Run away. An old man came out and asked who the girl was. The guy turned and said that he seemed to have a guest. The girl came up, said hello and said that she was told that she could find the necessary things here, so she came here. He told her to come in. They went inside, sat down at the table. The main character looked at her and said that her voice was very similar to the voice of his friend. She became embarrassed and asked who he was talking about. She did not understand whether he recognized her or not. Then she smiled and said that she felt that his friend was very kind and picky, and she herself thought that he should finally recognize her. Well, the guy said that it was quite the opposite. The girl laughed and asked what she was like. The young man thought. He remembered how she beat him up at school, said that she was his classmate. When he ate one piece of her food, she beat him almost to death. At that moment, the girl said that she was probably joking. Everyone jokes at school. And the guy lowered his head, trembled and said that no, he still remembers that day as a bad dream. She laughed and thought that she hoped that this was not why he did not communicate with her. Then she looked at him and thought, okay, that's even better. Pretend she's not a familiar person to him, and he'll find out why he doesn't talk to her. Then an old man came up and said that he would ask both of them to fulfill the same request. The guys agreed. The girl looked at the main character and thought that he also came for this quest, which means he has already reached a high level. Suddenly, the man asked if they heard about the northern continent. The girl was surprised. He presented a map and said that the northern continent is the territory that all users are eager to learn something about. A quest that is related to the northern continent is rare. The man sat down and said that go here, to this place on the map, there you will find the kingdom of the Valkyrie. The girl put her hand to her chin and said that it meant that there was a kingdom there, and that in turn meant. She looked at the map and thought that it was possible to get villages and lands on the northern continent. The lands of the empire had already been almost completely determined. She also thought that if she completed this quest, she would be able to get her revenge in full. The man raised his hand and said that they would be able to meet the legendary chef there. The guy asked again about the chef. The man said that yes, his culinary skills were top-notch. He also said that he had once tried his food, and he realized that his cooking was not even a match for him. The guy raised his hand and thought that this man was one of the top chefs, and if his cooking was not even a match for him, he should definitely meet him. He said that the legendary chef knew where to find the purest stone milk. He imagined a cave and said that the purest stone milk is droplets and waters flowing down in a deep cave. Then he imagined a magician and said that whoever tries it will receive special power. By the way, this water is very tasty. He added that this water is carbonated. The main character was simply in shock, and so he went outside with the girl. They looked at the quest card. The purest stone milk is carbonated. She did not expect it, and the guy said that he thought this water was very tasty. Then he waved his hand to her and said that he was glad to meet her, thanked her for the treat. She was surprised, clenched her teeth and asked if they would go together, and he replied that then they would have to cook for two. No, thank you. And then he told her, until next time. The girl ran after him and asked him to stop, and she shouted that she would buy him delicious food. At that moment, the guy pointed to the road and asked her why she was standing. He would be glad of their trip together. Then the guy looked at her and asked her name. The girl first started to say her real name for you, but then said that her name is Roni. Then the guy asked if she minded if they stayed in the village for a while. He just had too many unnecessary items. They went into the city. People were rejoicing and happy with the item there. The man shouted that he would buy items 1.5 times more expensive. He would buy unnecessary items. People gave her items. She thanked them. There were things on the table. Really, no one needed items. He looked at them and thought that initially she did this to find a strong player among the sellers and then ask him to go on quests with her. He looked ahead and thought that unfortunately he could not find anyone. Suddenly someone came up to him and asked if he bought items. The man smiled and said yes. It was the main character. He asked if she really bought absolutely everything. He just had a lot of them. He smiled and said that he would buy absolutely everything. But he thought that it was a frying pan again. How tired he was, how tired he was. Then he looked at his companion and thought that she looked strong. He would try to find out what level she was. The guy continued eating and said that he was ready to start bargaining. The guy agreed. He opened his inventory. The man was very surprised. He looked at the bird feather and thought what it was. Then he came up and said that this was the first phoenix, 2 great balls of the deputy orc leader. These items are not for beginners. He looked at him and thought that he was very cool, and the guy stood and listed what he was ready to sell. Then the man smiled and said that the levels of these items were very high, then asked what level the guy was. The girl took a step forward and asked why he needed this information. She looked at the man suspiciously. He thought that nothing could be done. He would find out on his own. He scratched his head and asked if they would mind if he checked the authenticity of their items with his sword. He took it out and said that he knew how to evaluate it. The brunette was clearly shocked. She looked to see if it was that sword. The man raised it in front of him, thinking that he would evaluate the people standing in front of him, what level they were. It was the sword of the sun. He checked the reputation of the objects. The guys looked at it with bewilderment. He moved the sword away and wondered what kind of shine it was. It had never shined so brightly. He looked at the young man and thought that this man. Then he fell to his knees and began to beg him for help. He raised his head and said that if they helped him, he would help sell all these things for 2, no, 3 times more. The brunette came up and whispered in the main character's ear that they needed to help him. She had once seen this sword. It was special. But the guy said that he did not want to help. Then he turned around and left. The man continued to beg for help only once. The brunette sat down next to him and began to whisper something in his ear. Suddenly the man stood up and shouted that she would buy the guy some delicious food. And now he was sitting right in front of him and asked what his problems were. As a man, no, as a person, he could not leave him to his fate. Map. Between the warring empires of Lifilips and Clodes, there is a northern continent. Many monsters in the snow. Both empires tried to conquer it, and the only obstacle to their ambitions was the excessive concentration of monsters in this area. Snowy mountains, but on the territory of the continent there was something that the empires did not know about. A castle, namely, the kingdom of the Valkyrie, the blessing of a god or an angel protected this kingdom. People in red cloaks stood in front of the knight. One day the soldiers of the Valkyrie met the soldiers of the Litholep's empire. They came to the king of the Valkyrie, having learned about the existence of the empire, for the sake of a peaceful future, decided to conclude an alliance. Everyone was riding horses. For this purpose he organized an expedition and tried to cross the border of the empire. The battle began. At that moment they were suddenly attacked, and only he and the king were able to escape. The guys went forward. The guy said that the empire of Clodes was probably involved in this, so she tried to find strong warriors here who could help them. She remembered the first meeting and said that he thought that strong waves should have high levels of fame. Poets, for this reason he used the sword of the Sun King and chose the two of them. The girl turned around and said that everything was clear. The main character yawned, and the guy thought that he certainly looked like a copycat killer with a frying pan, but he was sure that he was a little-known great warrior. Then he thought that if with the help he could complete the quest, he could get the title of Baron, and he would also have his own land. He looked at the picture of the quest. Then he smiled and thought that he would collect taxes on the land, get rich and no longer need to work. Life is wonderful. Then he told them to follow him. He pulled the handle and said that he was waiting for them. He went inside and said that he brought people. The man told them to come in. The blonde king came out and thanked him, and the girl stood aside, watched them and thought that it meant that he really was the Valkyrie king, Valen. Then the man turned to the main character and asked what profession the young man with the frying pan had. The guy took a step forward and said that he was a cook. The king and his servant were shocked. They asked again what was going on and what was the cook doing here. The young man smiled and said that he came here because he was told that he would be treated to delicious food. The servant stood in shock. He thought that he was wearing a sword, so he thought that this guy was a warrior, but it turns out that he had a high level of fame because of the preparation. The king raised his hand and asked what it meant. Could he really take him to the empress? The servant began to barely audibly pronounce that probably. The king was shocked. He raised his hands and asked if it would be better if he brought someone else. But Root replied that it would be difficult. He imagined the city, said that while they were following here, he saw them, they needed to leave here quickly. The guys watched this on the side. The girl thought maybe the two of them were not enough to resist the followers. She came forward and said that judging by the situation, she understood that the more assistance, the better. The king sat his head and said that of course, especially if they are capable. She smiled and said that she would call her friends. After some time, the forest, she said that they were strong enough. There was a battle, a spear of a tornado. The guy stood near the corpses. A robber was flying at him from behind. He ran and shouted that he was going to finish him off now, ordered him to defend himself, but the young man began to dodge the blows. He was good with his weapon, and with one blow he summoned a spear of explosion. The bandit was killed. New card, Bandit Gretz was eliminated. New card, you are given a reward. The young man looked ahead and thought that now he can go home. His name is Crow, a bounty hunter. Recently a screen appeared. It was an emergency message from the guild. It said that it was necessary to take the king of the Valkyries to the Empress. At the moment the king is being pursued by unknown persons. In exchange for help there is a chance to get a huge reward, an invitation to participate. New card, those who do not participate will be excluded from the list of candidates for a reward. The young man smiled and said that this is an escort quest. In the same second he teleported. And now he is already in the room, raised his hand and greeted the fiery fist. He asked if he has met the girl of his dreams yet. In front of him stood Firefist Ace, a master of sports and fights without rules, and Asgul, the god of war. The guy in Panama said that not yet. He decided not to date people like Nami anymore. He wants to find himself a smart girl. He even beat a rubber man. The girl should match him. Everyone around listened to this in shock. Then he asked where Locke and Khan were. The boy thought about it and said that they were going to clean another tower. It seems they did not see the message. They were in the room. He replied that they should wait for them here. They think that the girl will forgive them. The guy smiled and said that he did not think that incredible adventures were waiting there already. He personally was looking forward to it. The man looked at him and said that he did too. They both laughed, and the god of war stood to the side and just looked at them. Night, a building, a task on the screen. The man looked at it and thought that the head of the guild had sent a quest. She looked at the quest again and thought that it was a pity that it was for players of the Clodes Empire, and he, as a player of the Litholep's Empire, could not participate. He sat at the table and studied the quest. Betrayal and going over to the side of the Clodes, he chose because he realized they were stronger. He imagined their coat of arms, on their side the former leader of the mercenary killers, the all-powerful Lumad. Why did he fold his hands under his chin and think that if the ball master herself did not enter the battlefield, the country would never lose? And another reason why he went over to the side of the Clodes. He imagined a person with energy, a skill that the king possesses, leveling up. He thought that he was not just strengthening existing skills, but specifically increasing their levels. He imagined the sword, he could not miss such a chance. They came into his room. A girl came up and said that they had learned that the king was in the village of Level. The man listened to her attentively. She said that it seemed that he was recruiting people. There were not two of them, but taking into account, and one of them was carrying a frying pan. He began to move his hands. Again, it was the frying pan. He could not see them anymore. Almost everyone he met was carrying this thing now. He told her to tell him to continue watching them. The girl said that she was listening. He clenched his teeth and said, "Let these frying pans disappear forever." The cart was driving through the forest. Inside sat the main character, his girlfriend, and the king. The young man thought that after talking to him, he realized that he really was the king of the Valkyries. The men frowned. The guys looked at him. Then he turned and thought that he was hungry. He bent over. He had not eaten anything for too long. He wanted to eat. He looked at the guy. He was eating something. He realized it was food. The girl turned around and said that the guy was rude, didn't treat him, asked him to try. He held out his hand and said that he would share only because she treated him. The king looked at all this. She peeled the egg, and he thought it was a hard-boiled egg. Then he thought about the tender yolk and a pleasant romance. His cheeks were flowing. The guy looked at him. He held the egg for her. The king looked at him and he offered to try. He thought that he couldn't be so low and turned away and said that he wouldn't, thanked him for the offer. The young man continued chewing and said okay. And the man looked at him. He started to get angry and thought why he didn't insist, why he didn't offer one more time. After all, they always taught to betray 3 times. The girl turned to him and said maybe he would try after all. She was probably hungry too. The man coughed and thought that as soon as he returned to the kingdom, he would reward her for these words. And at that moment the guy intervened and said that it was obvious that His Majesty did not like such food. The man watched in shock as the guys talked. The girl asked if he really thought so. The guy replied that he was the king. He thought, why did this guy say this? Then the girl apologized and said that it seemed she said too much. The king closed his eyes and said that everything was fine. Inside he was crying and wondering why he stopped her. Why? He clenched his fist. Then he looked at them and said that to be honest, he really did not like such food, but he had not eaten anything for a long time. The guys listened to him. He continued to say that the people were waiting for him in the kingdom, waiting for his return, and he could not allow himself to die of hunger here. The guy smiled and said that he understood that. He just wanted him to treat him to an egg. The girl began to hit the boy and scream for him to close his mouth. The king was shocked. The guy reached into his bag and said that he would treat the king and also have something to drink. He took out a soda and told him to take it. The man held eggs and soda in his hands, thanked the guy, thought about the fact that he even gave him something to drink. Then he said that with their permission he would eat and bit into the egg. It tasted so tender, just melted in his mouth, was very soft and juicy. The king chewed with pleasure. He opened the soda and thought to score just right cold soda. Drank it. It was very tasty for him. He was happy. Then he saw that at that moment the guys were watching him. He coughed and said that it was not bad. You can eat. Did not think that he would be able to iron anything except what Ring prepared for him. The guy asked again who it was, and the king replied that it was the cook of the royal palace. There are rumors that outside the city and he is called the general. The young man at that moment realized that they were talking about the same cook. He introduced him, the legendary cook who knows about the purest stone milk. The guys looked at him. The man said that he missed his food. Of course he cooks everything perfectly, but his sushi is especially delicious. The guy was surprised, then asked where he gets fish. They presented a map. It seems he is in the edges for the first time. In the north there is a sea and the king of dragons. The guy folded his hands, remembered the queen thought that if there is a sea there, then he will be able to complete the quest that she gave him. He definitely wants to try. At that moment the king looked at him and said that he told him that he is a cook. The young man answered that it is true. The king thought about it. Then he asked how he would like such an offer. The guy listened attentively. The man looked at him and said that if he can cook him food that satisfies him, then he will let him try the food of his cook. And he also said that he will further increase the level of his skill. A new quest map has opened. Feed the king level 5. Rewards, increasing the level of an existing skill. Sushi prepared by a legendary chef. Description: the king is currently very hungry. You need to treat him to food that will suit his taste. The girl was shocked. She was thinking about increasing the skill. Does the king have such a unique ability? She turned around and asked the guy if this was a quest and what level it was. He looked at her and replied that this was a hidden quest, level 5. She looked at him and thought that level 5, of course she was told that the guy was good, but so much. She continued to look at him and wondered if he could satisfy the king himself. And the guy said what to cook now. Then he wondered where his last acquired skill was. What was it called? Then he opened the tap, creating a new recipe. Ingredients: beef tenderloin, bay leaf, 300-year-old red wine, butter, mushrooms, food level, unique legendary, effect, level increase. He thought about how complicated the recipe was, maybe because he was a king, but he was missing some ingredients. Then a suggestion to replace the ingredients appeared on the screen, but his level would drop. The young man clicked on no, thinking that nothing could be done. A table appeared with ingredients. He took an onion and said that first you need to peel the vegetables. Then he took the meat, it needs to be peppered and salted, add some olive oil. He began to fry it all. First you need to melt the butter in a frying pan and fry the steak, then add the vegetables to it. And now the dish is ready. The delicious meat lay on a plate with vegetables, a steak for a king. For 10 days all characteristics plus 5%, skill levels plus 2. The girl looked at this and could not believe that really for 10 days and all characteristics plus 5%, and skill levels plus 2, wow, the guy really cooks so well. The king said that it looks good and then began to eat. He cut off a piece of meat, looked at it and thought that despite the fact that he cooked without preparation, it looked appetizing. It seems he knows how to cook meat. Then he lived and thought that he should try a piece. Suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at this meat and thought that it was incredibly tender and tasty, aromatic juice from which flows when he chews it, moderately seasoned, the sauce is excellent. He looked at the vegetables and the cut, this is incredibly tasty. He ate with pleasure. He put his hand on the table, wiped his mouth and thanked the guy, said that it was quite tasty. Then he turned away and said that of course he was still far from fully satisfying his taste. The guy looked at this, smiled and thought that he believed it. Look at the plate, it is empty. Go into the man said that as he promised, he will increase his skill level. Well, the boy said that the main thing for him is sushi, and the rest is enough. The girl pushed him and told him not to talk nonsense and just thanked him. The king asked which higher skill he would choose. The boy thought about it. Then he looked at the man and said that he would choose fencing. The man was surprised. Could it really be that? And said out loud that it was good, then they could not choose him. New card, the king's ability is applied. He pulled it out in his hand, everything around began to shine, the fencing skill is increasing. Then he said that everything was done and the boy could check. The young man was shocked. Their driver screamed. Everyone was surprised, they did not understand what was happening there. The horse began to shoot. Root turned away, he did not understand what was happening. The wheel of their cart was broken, there were arrows all around, they were being attacked, they broke the carriage. The king, the main character and the girl had to get out, the boy shouted that they were being attacked, they needed to run urgently. They moved forward, something sparkled in the trees. It was an arrow that flew straight at them, and it hit the main character but did not hurt him. Card, physical damage reflected. New card, received double damage from enemy skills. At that moment, an arrow flew straight at the archer. New card, health level dropped below 20%. Another guy in armor watched them from the bushes and did not understand what was happening, that he had a meeting. The girl ran forward. She had a tourniquet in her hands. She shouted that they were leaving the guy's protection, His Majesty. She struck. She grabbed the second archer by the neck, and at that moment the whip caught fire right on his neck. He began to burn and scream. The guy dropped out of the game. At that moment, a girl was sitting on a tree, one after another. The guys were knocking out the enemies. The woman was thinking who this girl was, how strong she was. Why did she start screaming? A rope was also wrapped around her neck, after which she shouted that the king must be caught at any cost. And a moment later, she also chose to leave the game. The brunette watched all this, heard the screams and thought that he did not know who these two were, but this was their chance. Then he approached the main character and said that he suggested that they leave here quickly. They ran forward. A young man climbed the mountain, he blew a horn. At that moment, they turned around and saw that robbers were running after them. The young man ran and thought that there was no need to worry, he would succeed. But a man was already waiting for them ahead. He realized that this was all a setup. The man smiled sarcastically. They continued to run. The guy began to cover his eyes with his hands and screamed. The main character was running next to him, holding a bun in his teeth. He looked at it, it was all covered in blood. After that, Toot opened his eyes, looked around and did not understand what kind of nonsense, why he could not see anything. Where was His Majesty? He began to shout where they were. The man yawned, went to the TV and said that today was the day of the update. Then he looked at the screen. A live broadcast of the update of the northern continent was planned. There was a king on the screen. The man did not understand why there was a live broadcast. It was strange. The man on the screen continued to run. This is a man who must survive the conflict of two empires, the Valkyrie King Valen. In front of him stood a man, people who protect him, and those who want to catch him. The man continued to look closely at the screen and thought that this is the same player who defeated the legendary Maestro last time. The man smiled sarcastically. He is famous for fighting very dirty. This is a divine class, the damned Knight Maxim. He looked at them as they couldn't find each other and asked where they were, said that they should look at their full desperate faces. They had lost their sight because of his skill despair of the blind. The king raised his head and shouted that he was here, asking where his assistant was. He couldn't see anything. And the blonde added that they looked like idiots. Suddenly the protagonist looked at him and turned to him. He came forward and asked if he found it funny. The man looked at him and asked who he was. The guy was holding a bun in his hands and asked how dare he use such a dirty skill against people. New card, due to the skill despair of the blind, they temporarily lost their sight. The guy came closer and said that he didn't dare mock people. New card, with the help of the skill invulnerable body, you have fully recovered. He jumped up and was already flying at the enemy with the ball. The man tried to repel the attack. He slid his foot back. They stood opposite each other. The man said that he thought he was being affected by black magic. He didn't care. Then he touched the ground, sent black magic energy forward and said that he had enough strength to defeat him. New card, Battle of the Cursed God. He also said that this skill kills all living things around. At this point, the main character was holding a sword and began to take out his frying pan. He took it out and stood in a stance. He began to defend himself with a frying pan and dodge blows. The man was angry. The Battle of the Cursed God cannot defeat some frying pan. While the young man was fighting, the brunette began to see him. He froze and thought that he really was a cook. How could he be so confident in a battle with a cursed knight? At that time, the young man turned to him and asked if his vision had returned. The man hesitated and said yes. Then the guy raised his head up and said that they should leave quickly. He was also following them. But the Black Knight pounced on him and asked where he was going. The protagonist managed to return. Then the sword appeared in his hands again. His opponent was very angry. He put his hand to the ground again. Bones appeared. He summoned a cursed shield. An explosion thundered. Everything around him shone. He saw the sword. He screamed, did not understand what was happening. And then he also died for a second. Now he was out of the game. The protagonist looked around. He heard a scream. He looked ahead and wondered whose voice it was. The king was lying on the ground. In front of him stood a woman and a guy. One had a bow. Root saved the king, covered him with his body from the arrow. The blonde looked at Root and addressed him by name. The guy asked his majesty not to worry and said that he would heal quickly. He frowned slightly and thought that he did not have enough mana to use a defensive skill. He looked at the archers and decided that he had only one chance. The guy pulled the bowstring and aimed, thinking that he needed to deal with the situation, relying only on himself. The arrow that was fired was heading towards him quickly. The boy fired the arrow and split the enemy's arrow into two parts. The next second, he made a small volley of several arrows. The boy clenched his teeth and frowned tensely. He turned away. A rain of arrows was flying towards them. The boy thought that he could not do anything against it. Then he called his majesty. Root covered his face with his hand from the explosion that appeared. He looked at the fireball that suddenly appeared. Smoke hovered around him. The boy heard voices that someone looked like a hero. He saw a red-haired boy whose hand was burning and a man standing next to him, then asked who they were. Ace approached the boy and asked if they needed to be protected, then added that he thought it was worth examining their wounds. Root looked at him in surprise, thanked him and thought about whether they were allies or enemies. The boy asked about the location of Genie. Ace put his hands behind his head. The guy asked him confusedly who he meant. The boy explained that it was a girl with long hair and a whip in her hands. Seok T smiled. Root asked if they were talking about Roni. The man confirmed it. Root imagined the girl, frowned and said that it meant that they were the colleagues she was going to call. The guys smiled. The man said that to be more precise, they were the guild members she managed to call. The guy turned away. The man asked him where the boy with the frying pan was. Root answered that the hero was fighting Koei. The boy put his hand on his head, smiled and said that if he was talking about that fight, then it all ended a couple of minutes ago. The internet was surprised that the fight was shown live, after which he asked who won. Ace smiled, showed a thumbs up and said that Min Hayek won. Root smiled and happily repeated these words. Seok T turned around with a smile and asked if he had seen the comments about Tom, how manly he looked when he shot a bow. The guy was surprised to hear that. He was called a former gold medalist in archery. He looked at the man in surprise and asked how he knew. The interlocutor replied that almost everyone knew that. The young man squeezed the handle of the bow and said that it made no difference now, because due to injuries he could no longer practice archery. The boy put his hands on his belt and said that skill does not disappear anywhere, and especially in this world where everything is possible. The guy looked at him in surprise. He blushed slightly, lowered his head and laughed. The guys looked at him in surprise when they heard the question about when the others would come. They schematically imagined themselves in the middle of space wastelands. The guy replied that there were too many of them. Root grabbed his head and asked what the name of their guild was. You guys looked at him. The boy smiled and said that their guild was called Legend. The live chat was full of comments about real warriors joining and that there would be a fun showdown between the two guilds. Changwook said that apparently people from Legend had joined. He smiled and said that he thought it would be fun. The wind lifted her dark hair. Genia dashed forward. She moved forward step by step at high speed. In her head, she heard the voice of her allies who said that they were almost there. The girl hurried them and said that she was running out of strength. Suddenly, she came across a group of people with weapons. The girl grabbed her whip. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. An unknown feeling overcame her. The girl could not understand what it was. The man took a step towards her. He threw his sword over his shoulder. The man touched his chin. Lumed smiled and looked at her. The girl was affected by his aura. The system reported that the state of the body is not normal because she feels strong fear. Genia was scared but trembled, thinking that the man was the last 8. She was immersed in her thoughts that this title, inherent only to very strong mid-game character, if they are defeated, there is a chance to get a huge amount of glory and rare artifacts. She would have pressed and wondered why one of the last 8 was near her. The man scratched his ear, the guy in the hood said something to him, the girl thought that they were in collusion. Her whip suddenly tightened, she decided that now there was a live broadcast, so she cannot escape from there. Genia waved her whip. The girl's whip curled in the air, forming a firebird. The man smiled and asked if she was going to fight him. He cut the bird in half with one blow. Streams of fire were directed at the girl, she frowned in surprise. Lumed ran towards her. He kicked her in the body and asked if Lena really thought she could win with such skill. The girl flew back a few meters, the man called her funny. The bandits came closer to her. The purple-haired guy came out from behind the crowd and said with a smile that he could finally catch her. He smiled widely and called the girl the leader of the Legend Guild. The heroine rose on her foot and noticed him. She gritted her teeth and prepared to fight. The man ordered the bandits to destroy her. Lumed lowered his head and said that it was very boring. The girl's whip nailed one of the bandits to a tree. She looked back at the others and cursed mentally. The girl took the whip and decided that this way she would lose, so she needed to stall for time. She swung her weapon and used a flying whip, creating many shockwaves. The scarlet blows overtook the opponents. Ares moved to the side and parried the girl's attack with his foot. He struck again. The guy got closer to the girl. She thought that this skill requires too much mana. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the air. Someone used a grab. The girl, lying on the ground, opened her eyes and thought about what was still not out of the game. She raised herself and wondered what happened. Genia saw Manhwa standing next to her. Ares leaned over slightly and thought about who this guy was and if there was someone like him in the Legend Guild. He noticed a frying pan in the boy's hands and recognized this artifact. Suddenly, a kick flew into his face, interrupting his words about the guy being a frying pan killer. S1-4 stepped on his head and said that he would take him on himself, and the rest should go and save the king. Ace agreed and said that he would take the rest. The man turned to the team and asked the girl if she was okay. Root and Jisoo managed to get to them. The blonde asked her how she was feeling and said that he would help her now. Root asked the hero about his condition. The guy frowned in confusion and asked who they were. Root said that they were Genie's colleagues. Manhwa frowned angrily and shouted that he asked them who they were. Jisoo frowned angrily. The girl lowered her head and said that he seemed to have guessed. The guy raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked what that meant, after which he assumed that she was also one of them. Genia smiled softly and said that he was right. The boy's hand trembled. He suddenly recognized them all. The guys looked at him. The hero imagined their images from reality and called each one by name. Manhwa sternly lowered his head. The girl asked him not to be angry with them. She sadly lowered her gaze and said that she did not want to deceive him. He just did not recognize her, so she decided to remain silent. The guy suddenly jumped up. The girl added that he could have closed himself off from them again and not answered their calls. Manhwa hugged them tightly. He smiled with tears in his eyes. The blonde asked him what happened to him. Manhwa replied that he was just very happy to see them all and was very grateful to them. S1-4 smiled widely. Something suddenly ran under his nose. He said that they would celebrate the reunion later, because first they needed to deal with the opponents. A small explosion hit Manhwa in the back. A silhouette of a man appeared from behind the dust. The man said that they would rejoice posthumously. Lumed smiled and added that he could no longer look at their tenderness. Jisoo put his comrade in his arms. The girl grabbed the whip and asked the blonde to heal him. The guys rushed forward to attack. Jisoo tried to heal him, wondering why the life bar was not rising. Ace struck the man with a burning fist. The enemy easily dodged it. The dark-haired youth struck several blows. Lumed attacked the blonde in armor. The girl swung the whip and ordered everyone to attack from a distance. The guys directed a flurry of a like that at the man. A huge amount of dust and smoke rose into the air. The girl cleared her throat and thought about why there was no record of the target being knocked out of the game, after which she wondered if he was still alive after such an attack. She turned to the guys. The enemy's hand went to her head. The girl asked her allies if they were okay. The man lifted her by the neck and asked if she thought that she could fool him. Manhwa slightly opened his eyes. The girl asked the enemy to let her go. The guy was lying powerless in the arms of an ally, thinking about Genie. He remembered how he was sitting in the phone and thought there that he remembered that the guys were constantly texting him, but he thought that they would not be able to accept his new appearance. The young man turned on the ban on SMS and calls. He thought that he was scared and he decided not to answer the messages, but it turns out he was wrong, and he was sorry because he needed to answer them. He stood up with difficulty and decided that he needed to apologize. The blonde asked him to be more careful. The system reported that the guy used the legendary armor skill, so his life points and mana are recovering at a tremendous speed. The guy thought that he should ask for forgiveness at least now. He took up the sword and decided that this was his last chance. The young man prepared for battle. He went to attack and activated the golden sword. Min Hyuk gritted his teeth and attacked the enemy. He pierced the man's body at high speed. The system reported that he had pierced the pain point so that he would increase to 100%. Blood spurted from the enemy's mouth. Min Hyuk looked back at him and exhaled a little. The girl fell to the ground. The man's body began to dissolve into thin air. The system reported the death of the Empire's sword. A system window appeared in front of the guy. The inscription said that he received 50.2 billion gold, the invisible ball skill, the great demonic sword Lumad, the golden treasure box Lumad, and all participants in the fight with the enemy receive a golden treasure box. The guys looked at him with a smile. The dark-haired guy waved his hand. The hero thought about the art of fencing out. He looked at his sword and decided that he raised it in time. Suddenly someone called out to the guy. Jisoo frowned and said that the guy was bad. The hero smiled and said that he knew it. The man rushed at him, hugged him and repeated again that he was bad. Tears appeared in his eyes. The man in a trembling voice asked the guy about what he had been doing until now and why he had not answered their calls, because he almost died while looking for him. Nasha hugged him back and apologized. He opened his eyes slightly and added that he wanted to tell them a lot. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the city. Chang-wook pointed his finger at the screen, smiled and said that he saw the broadcast, and that the guy's last blow was great, after which he asked how he knew the guys from the guild. The young man sadly lowered his head. Chang-wook asked him about his face. The guy came closer to the sofa and started talking about the guys from the guild. The interlocutor asked if he was talking about the Trinity here. The young man confirmed it. He showed him a joint photo and said that they were his classmates. Chang-wook looked at the guy in surprise and looked at the phone again, not understanding if it was really him. The young man hugged the phone to himself. The interlocutor asked him what he wanted to say by this. The guy looked into his eyes and said that he wanted to meet them. Chang-wook looked at him in surprise. Min Hyuk blushed embarrassedly and scratched his cheek. The guy with tears in his eyes said his name. They held hands. Chang-wook said that they would see him. The young man replied that there was nothing wrong with that. The guy cried a little. The hero said that he cannot be alone forever. Chang-wook praised him. Warm rays of the sun penetrated inside through the window. The guy said that since he was going to a meeting, they first needed to go to the store to buy new clothes. The hero agreed with him. Bright rays of the sun illuminated the crowns of the trees in the forest. The guys walked along the path. The girl looked back and asked if this road really led to where their friend asked them to come. The blonde was surprised that someone really lived in this wilderness. Bliney hit him on the back and called him a fool, after which he asked if he had managed to forget the main thing. Jisoo grimaced. The brunette added that her friend was from a low-income family. He crossed his arms and asked if he had forgotten what Min Hyuk answered when they asked him about his family. The guys remembered how the guy thoughtfully answered that his dad was responsible for this and everything, and construction, and food, but lately he seemed to be planning to do electronics. The guys looked at him confusedly. Seok T said that in that case his dad works a lot. The guys looked at each other. The brunette added that Min Hyuk did not attach much importance to this question then, but he wanted to sink into the ground with shame. The blonde apologized and said that he simply forgot about it. The girl stopped and said that, as it seemed to her, all this did not matter anymore because they were here. But the guys approached the guy's home. The girl finished the phrase by saying that everything there was not at all as they imagined. With tense expressions on their faces, they approached the door. Chang-wook opened it for them and asked if they had come to Min Hyuk. The girl looked at him in surprise and confusedly confirmed this. The guy asked them to go inside. The shelves with cups were shining from cleanliness. The guys looked around. The girl said in surprise that, apparently, their friend lived there. The brunette added that, as it seemed to him, he could have won the lottery. Chang-wook pointed to the door and said that this was their friend's room, and they could go in there, after which he added that he would be glad if they were good friends in the future. The girl smiled softly and agreed with him. She took hold of the door handle and wondered what happened to their friend and why he lived in such a deserted place. She opened the door slightly and added that she could not understand why this young man was so worried. The young man was sitting in a chair in the middle of the room. The guys went inside and looked at him in surprise, calling him by name. Min Hyuk turned to them. He smiled and said that they had finally arrived. The guys looked at him happily. Jisoo confirmed it. After a while they sat down at the table with food. Jisoo wiped his face with a handkerchief. The girl looked at her friend and said that now it was clear what happened, and it was probably hard for him, but they were glad that he recovered. She pointed her hand at the guys and added that he should not disappear anymore, confirmed it and added that the fact that he got fat was not a reason to ruin their friendship. The hero smiled happily and agreed with them. Jisoo wiped his nose with his hand and asked what time it was, because at 1 o'clock in the afternoon there should be an update of Athene. The guy looked at his phone. On the screen it was exactly 1 o'clock. The brunette said that he almost forgot about it. He opened the news about the update, which included new rounds and dungeons, because on all continents including the northern one, there will be special dungeons. New SS level quests were also added, new legendary ingredient artifacts were added, and restrictions on special ingredients were removed. The hero looked at the news with delight, imagined the red cubes, and thought that they must be even tastier than those he tried before. The girl distracted him and said that she had already told him about something, but wanted to ask again, after which she asked if he wanted to join the guild. The guy looked at her in surprise. He folded his hands on his knees and thought that now he knew that they would not laugh at him, so he no longer had a reason to hide from his friends. The guys looked at him with great joy, hearing his consent to join the guild. Jisoo Magpie smiled and said that it means that now they can play together as before, after which he offered to join the game right away, and in the conditions it is that he wants to see the kingdom of Valkyrie, because the king said that with the help of the stone of return that he gave, they can quickly get there. The girl asked him and where in the vicinity they can find the game capsule. The hero turned his gaze to the side and said that they have a capsule in their house, and that besides him personally, there are several more, so they do not need to worry about it. Seok-T smiled confusedly and said that he understands that his question may seem incorrect. He raised his hand and asked if he could know what his father does. The hero asked him if he had not told him about this before. Seok-T presented a brilliant image of a man in a suit standing above various branches of business. Manhwa answered that his father is the president of Ilwa. The guy awkwardly turned away. Jisoo stayed in his place. The brunette could not understand why he was ashamed of his question until now. The blonde suggested to quickly go to the capsules. The guys came to the gaming places. Jisoo delightedly said that the capsule was a new model, after which he asked to quickly start. The guys sat down in their places. The hero closed his eyes, putting on his helmet. They were transferred to the game. The system reported that the guys entered the territory of the Valkyrie Kingdom for the first time. The guys looked around. Jisoo was surprised by what he saw. There were stalls with goods around them. The system reported that the people were informed that they heroically saved the king. The guy said that perhaps because they saved their king, they were very warmly welcomed. The guys moved further down the street. Jisoo looked at his allies and suggested going for a reward, because if they were given the title of aristocrat, then most likely Genie would receive it. Girls, suddenly an idea came to mind. Seok-T agreed with what was said. She looked at the hero and said that she had one request. The young man asked what she needed. The girl frowned and asked if he could cook with his penis or food that would grant buffs. She remembered the dish she had eaten and said that last time he cooked for the king, and then she analyzed the food he had prepared. The girl raised her hands and said that of course, all this would not be for free, and that they would provide him with the ingredients for cooking, and he should only cook. Manhwa shook his head, hearing the words that if he wanted some kind of reward, she would try to give it to him. The sun's rays illuminated the city streets. The girl asked if he needed help to raise her level. The guy again answered negatively. He smiled widely and said that she could just bring fresh ingredients, preferably unusual and special. He nodded with a smile, hearing the question of whether this would really be enough for him. The girl looked back, noticing the guild members. The brunette smiled widely and asked why they were so late, because they said that they had good news, but they showed up very late, so he almost died of curiosity. Root noticed the hero in surprise. He walked up to him with a smile, happy that he had arrived. The girl put her hand on the boy's shoulder and said that since they were all gathered, she needed to tell him one thing. After which she said that these two people had joined their guild, and that she thought they had already seen their abilities with their own eyes in the last battle. The guys crossed their arms, nodded and said that both newcomers were very cool. Manhwa looked back. The boy asked him about his profession, and said that he knew that Root was a shooter, and conditioned his question by the fact that the young man always carried a frying pan with him, so he somehow did not look like a knight. The hero lowered his head. Someone answered the boy that the guy was known by the nickname of the Frying Pan Killer. Manhwa smiled, raised his hand and said that he was glad to meet them. The girl said that he was a chef by profession and would cook food with effects for them in the future. The guys were very surprised by this. Crow exclaimed and said that the guy was very much, and surprisingly, a chef. Their surprised cries were heard across the square. The guy said that he could not believe it. The entrance to the dungeon was covered in darkness. People in cloaks gathered inside the cave. One of the men asked Bark. The guy knelt down and created a magic circle on the ground. The ghost of an old man appeared in the air. The guy looked at him, turned to the spirit and asked him to answer the question of whether he really held the highest position in the Valkyrie Kingdom. The old man answered in the affirmative. Bark lowered his eyebrows and asked the spirit about how to destroy the kingdom. The old man imagined a silhouette of a girl holding a shining ball between her hands, and said that every year the kingdom holds a ritual in honor of the goddess, who is a real gourmet, because she gets very angry if she does not like the food, after which he said that in the past it happened that she punished the kingdom with a severe drought. The men in cloaks listened to him silently. The old man added that they could mix you into the ritual food. He added with an unperturbed expression that the goddess would never die from poison. One of the cultists smiled, hearing the words that the goddess would become furious and punish the kingdom. He looked at the old man and asked if there was a way to calm the angry goddess. The spirit answered in the affirmative. He imagined the silhouette of an angry woman and said that they would need to move into the goddess's space and calm her soul. The old man looked around at those present and added that after that she should treat herself to a meal that she would be delighted with. If she really liked the food, then perhaps she would even reward them. A system window with a high-level quest appeared in the air, requiring them to move to a space to calm her soul. The man smiled and said that they would make a fuss and then blame the Legend Guild for everything, so that this scandal would jeopardize the kingdom's image and the empire's image, on the contrary, after which he added that the Iris Guild would become the savior of the kingdom. One of those present took off his hood, asking the man to entrust this to him. Killian decided that all that was left for them to do was find a chef to prepare the food. Ares imagined the silhouette of a man, raised his hand and said that the chef from Blackwood could handle it. The sun rose over the kingdom. Root looked at the hero in surprise and asked if he was really a childhood friend of the guild masters, after which he added that it was incredible to meet after 5 years. The guys walked forward along the street. The young man added that he could not believe even more that he was a chef who could cook food that gave effects, after which he called the hero an amazing person. Manhwa suddenly noticed something. He looked at the running townspeople and asked why it was so noisy there, and if something had happened. He imagined a person praying in front of offerings. Root said that this was preparation for a ritual. The guy smiled, raised his hand and explained that their kingdom was guarded by Jewies, so as a sign of gratitude they hold a feminine ritual every year, which lasts a whole week. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky. Mick was surprised that the ritual was held for a week. The guy added that, according to rumors, the goddess really appreciates delicious food. He imagined a chef standing in front of a fire and said that this is why she only eats food prepared by the legendary chef Lao. Manhwa remembered the man and thought that this was the same chef whose sushi he promised to treat the king. The hero imagined the chef deftly handling the dishes and thought that he must be an amazing specialist, since he cooks even for a goddess, so he is sure that the sushi will have a perfect taste. The guys looked at him. The guy called out to the girl and asked her to wait until the ritual was over. Genie turned to him and asked if something happened. The guy presented the sushi with a wide smile and said that he wanted to try it. The king was kneeling in front of the pedestal and praying to the goddess. The blonde looked up and added that they were showing her their respect, asking for her blessing. The king turned to the dark-haired guy and thought that he thought the goddess would like their food because Laud and the other chefs worked on it. Laud folded his hands in front of him and closed his eyes with a smile. The luxurious food was on the pedestal. The king thought that as he was told, they cooked her favorite food, using epic-grade pork ribs as well as ingredients of S-grade and above. The man closed his eyes and decided, adding that epic-grade food was on the table for the first time, and perhaps it would bring more good events to their kingdom. The men bowed their heads before the pedestal. A bright source of light appeared above the table. A girl's foot appeared from it. The goddess descended upon them. She looked at her subjects and the table with food. The woman stood with her eyes closed. She paid attention to the pork ribs and said that everything looked very appetizing, and it seemed to her that they had worked hard to find the ingredients. The woman took a small piece with chopsticks. She put it in her mouth. Suddenly, an unpleasant taste pierced her body. The king was hit by the pressure of her aura. The woman raised her hand, looked at him menacingly and said that the food tasted bad and that they dared to mix poison into the divine food, after which she added that they had acted very badly in response to her blessing. The king looked ahead in confusion and thought that this was impossible because their cooks could not have done such a thing, which meant that someone had deliberately decided to provoke the goddess. The deity raised her hand and created a shining ball. The woman's magic began to affect one of the cooks. The man fell and his appearance transformed into a stranger. The king decided that there was a spy among them, which meant that it was not their cooks who had done this. He shouted loudly and said that this was not their doing. The woman turned to the side and agreed with him, calling him her boy, after which she said that she knew this, because he would not dare to do such a thing. The man looked at her with a smile. She looked at the king and added that the punishment would still follow. Roll was confused and looked at her. The cook was enveloped in dark energy. The goddess cursed them and said that monsters would endlessly roar around, the earth would split and fear and groans would reign on this land. She began to dissolve in the glow. They say that this is her punishment for today's sin. Manhwa tried to stay on his feet. Crow asked if this was part of the ritual. System windows appeared in front of the guys. Root answered negatively and said that, as it seemed to him, something went wrong. The system reported that they caused the wrath of the goddess, so all the monsters became more aggressive. The ferocity of the island increased by 20%. The sun will shine stronger and stronger, because of which any living creatures on Earth will groan from the heat. The guy said that there was a problem in the ritual itself. The girl frowned and asked to check in the database what was happening now. Seok-T opened the system window and said that he thought other players were in the same situation. People were actively discussing what happened in the chat. The boy said that some guy was blaming them for this. The girl looked at him confused and asked what it meant. The system reported news that the Iris Guild, which was ranked first in their country, made an official statement that they would break the curse. The boy frowned tensely and asked what it meant. The system also added that the guild members believed that they needed to catch the goddess who cast the curse, and that would be the end of it. Killian and Ares looked ahead with a smile. The news also said that Iris was going to join forces with Ares, and the race was already live. Loud was lying on the bed sick. The king looked at him, frowned, and said that someone had mixed poison into the divine food, and the goddess was very angry, so he got sick, then apologized to Manhwa and said that he was probably really looking forward to this meeting. The guy looked at him awkwardly, raised his hands, and said that it was nothing to worry about. The king turned to him, thanked him for his understanding, and asked if he could ask the guy for something. The boy asked him what he meant. A system window appeared in the air with a quest that required him to cook a gourmet dish for the goddess, and as a reward offered sushi made from ingredients of S level and above. The man raised his hand, imagined the image of the goddess, and added that she was currently very angry with them, and in order to calm her down, they needed to treat her to a legendary dish that she would be delighted with. The boy raised his hand to his chin and thought about the fact that he had never cooked legendary food before. He frowned slightly. The king added that they would provide him with the ingredients. The young man was increasingly tempted by the offer, hearing the words that the king would order the knights to prepare everything in advance to prepare the most exquisite sushi. And as soon as the cook came to his senses, he would be ordered to prepare the most delicious sushi. The guy smiled and agreed to the task. With a calm expression on his face, he asked if it was possible to meet the goddess. The man replied that if they asked, then it was quite possible. But he did not understand why the guy needed it. The hero said that in order for his cooking to work, he needed to look at the person for whom he was going to cook. The king turned to his subordinate and asked to arrange a meeting. Their voices were heard throughout the room. The man asked the hero to behave politely in front of the deity. The guy agreed to this. Night fell over the lock. The door opened slightly. A bright light appeared from behind it. The guy knelt down in front of the goddess. The woman looked at him and said that this must be the guy who would be cooking for her, and that rumor had it that the head chef was sick. Judy suddenly noticed something. Beanie walked up to the guy, and the woman noticed him and recognized him. She pointed her finger at the pig and asked what it was doing in this place. Suddenly, the deity Athena placed a restriction on her. The guy looked back at the pig, asking it to keep its head down. The girl thought that she couldn't believe that this creature was next to this boy. The guy bowed his head again and said that for his skill to work, he needed to look at the face of the person he was cooking for, so he wanted to ask for the opportunity to look at the girl's divine face. The goddess looked at him and noticed a slight aura, thinking that although it was not strong, there was divine energy emanating from him. She touched his chin, closed her eyes, and said that he had a very interesting talent, and then asked him about his profession. The goddess imagined the statue, hearing the words that the guy was a shiksen, and then thought that it was one of the gods of the earth. The guy looked up at her, hearing permission to ask. He looked at the goddess and activated the recipe creation skill. The system opened a recipe for chicken ribs for the goddess. The guy was surprised by this. He pressed his hands to his cheeks, imagined the ingredients, and thought that it was really delicious, and that he could already imagine how they would be fried in a round frying pan. The guy imagined a family sitting at the table and added that for some reason, when they were cooked right in front of him, they looked more appetizing. Saliva dripping down his lip, the young man imagined a frying pan with food and thought that when the cook speaks, everything is ready and you can try it at that moment. The goddess frowned and interrupted his thoughts with the words that her rage would not go away just like that. Manhwa wiped his chin. The woman asked him to convey her words to the king. Her cry rang out throughout the castle that the northern continent would soon meet its second curse. She sat down on the throne and thought that the young man was going to cook for her. The boy frowned slightly and looked ahead. The goddess added that she herself had only made the legendary dish once, so he would hardly be able to handle it. She silently turned her gaze to the side. White rays of light scattered throughout the room. The woman began to think about Shiksen and the gourmet master traveling together. Warm rays of sunlight illuminated the castle. The king asked the boy if the goddess's words were true. The boy confirmed it. The man placed his hands on the table and said that they had very little time left, so they needed to immediately prepare the ingredients by any means possible. The boy looked back at his subordinates. One of the men asked what he needed. The boy said that he would write him a list. He held a tablet with sheets of paper in his hands, thinking that pasta was not on the list. He imagined the ingredients and thought that higher level ingredients could be used together with pasta. Suddenly, it occurred to him that he thought this would help raise the level of the dish to legendary. The chef from the enemy guild looked at the comments and, laughing, called it a comedy. He raised his hand and said that some scoundrel was going to cook a dish for a deity. He sent his comment and added that even he had no guarantee that he could cook a dish that she would like. The man touched his chin and began to think that if legend could really hire a chef of such a class, he would have heard about it, but since it did not, it was not true. Ares approached him from behind. The man said that apparently only they had the ability to satisfy the goddess. The chef's voice was heard in the room. He asked when they were starting and said that he would be taking over the dungeon and preparing the food. Aries replied that they would start on the day of the second curse. The brunette looked at the chat, smiled and said that since victory was guaranteed for them, it would be nice to make more noise. People in the comments were discussing the rumors that Iris or Legend was to blame. The man said that he was wondering who would be first, the Iris Guild or Legend. Manhwa was standing behind the frying pan. He put a plate on the table. The king was surprised by what he saw. The young man looked at them with a smile. Hearing the question of whether he was done with cooking epic tier food, the young man confirmed it. Root approached the table. The hero put the plate. Root asked if it was possible. The guy replied that all the prepared ingredients were S tier, so the dish turned out exquisite, and his cooking skills helped him. The brunette looked at the king and said that he thought he could cook the legendary dish. His Majesty replied that he thought so too. The man put his hands on his shoulders and said that he understood that this was not an easy request, but the guy had to save their kingdom. The chef smiled widely and said that he would try his best. A bright sun rose over the surrounding area. The gate to the goddess dungeon opened in front of the castle. A reporter's voice sounded nearby, saying that they were standing in front of the gate of Jewies. The man brought the microphone to the map, pointed his hand at the portal and said that as everyone knew, the Iris Guild had been carefully preparing for several days to capture this dungeon, and now they were going to implement their plan and calm the goddess's rage. Heated discussions began in the chat. Root thought that the enemy guild had already begun to attack. He looked at the chef and thought that it was already the fourth day. The hero wiped the sweat from his face without leaving his cooking. Root and the king looked at him from behind the door. The man asked the cook there if he could do it. The hero frowned and confidently answered that everything would definitely work out. The enemy guild went down to the dungeon. The young man thought there that he needed to spend a little more time. He frowned tensely, continuing to cook, and thought that he needed very little. Iris continued to clear the dungeon. The journalist was surprised that 38% of viewers were watching the broadcast. People in the comments discussed how cool the guild was. The reporter added that perhaps because they were in the dungeon of the goddess, their opponents were really very strong, but they were powerless against the rangers, because the Iris Guild was the strongest guild in Korea. Seok T and Jisoo were watching the stream confusedly. The brunette said that the boss room was approaching, so they were finished. Jeannie was walking on the balcony discontentedly. The guy turned to her and asked what would happen if they really managed to capture the dungeon, and whether it was worth coming up with a backup plan. The girl frowned, turned around and said that they should believe in their ally. The monster's corpse fell to the floor. Killian leaned on his sword and said that they finally came to the boss room. The cook crossed his arms, looking at his team. Killian thought that there were 4 of them left, including himself, and all this in order to keep the cook safe and sound. He clenched his jaw and decided that the losses were too great. Ares exchanged glances with his ally. The guy burst into the room, opening the door with his foot. A monstrous creature stood in the middle of the room, screaming at the invaders. The monster waved his hand, creating a magical attack. The guys were hit by a dark substance that enveloped their entire body. Ares clenched his jaw. The dark substance was increasingly binding him. He turned to his ally and asked him to complete this mission for him for the sake of all Athena players. Killian raised his sword above his head, swinging at the monster. Ares added that they must save the northern continent. The man struck and decided that he would leave his name in history. The tip of his blade was shrouded in a light glow. He attacked the monster and said that he would do everything to make it volunteer. The monster began to dissolve into thin air. The guy thought that it was a critical hit. He raised the sword again and decided that he needed to strike again. He swung the blade. The image of the monster disappeared, leaving behind a bright source of light. The man frowned in surprise. The guys in the chat began to discuss the fact that the man defeated the goddess in 2 hits and that their guild was the best. The man looked at the notification that appeared. The system reported that the goddess was pleased. All punishments were cancelled and the deity wished prosperity to the northern continent. Ares approached him with a smile and said that Killian was the best. Because the curse was gone, one of the guild members was happy that the viewers exceeded 40%. The man struck the sword into the ground. He clenched his jaw hard and cursed out loud. Dark clouds floated across the sky above the castle. The goddess was sitting on the throne. Manhwa addressed her by name. He lifted the dish, smiled widely and said that he prepared lunch for her and then asked her to try it. The woman looked at this in surprise and wondered how he knew. She looked at the freshly cooked chicken ribs and thought that the young man guessed that she really wanted to try them, and that the dish was still steaming and the cheese looked very appetizing. Saliva appeared on her lip. The woman added that the guy really brought legendary level food and then asked to bring it closer. She stretched out her hands to the tray. The dish was duplicated in her hands. The guy looked at her face and said that he had the ability to copy the food he prepared for others to enjoy, and then asked if she would mind if he ate next to her. The woman looked at him and said that he could do it, and that it would be a sign of gratitude for the 4 sleepless nights he spent preparing her food. The guy thanked her heartily. He raised his eyebrows in confusion. Beanie furiously asked to be released. The guy asked if he could call his pet, because after he cooked the ribs, the pet insistently demands that he be called. The girl nodded silently, thinking that we are talking about a gourmet master. Beanie came out and happily grunted. The young man said that the goddess allowed, so they can have lunch together. The guy knelt down, getting ready for lunch with his pet. Appetizing pieces of food lay on the plate. He thought that first he should try the chicken fillet, having generously poured it with sauce beforehand. They began to eat, squealing with admiration. The girl also tasted his dish and gave a high sound. They felt each piece and the sweetness of the sauce. The guy thought that the sauce, although spicy, was very tasty and the fillet was very tender and juicy. Everyone present smiled widely. The guy and the goddess said in one voice that they were eating such delicious chicken ribs for the first time. Manhwa took a piece of food and said that chicken ribs can be eaten in another way, and this will be even tastier. He raised his hand, pulling the cheese. The guy wound the cheese on a piece of fillet. He popped the piece into his mouth with delight. The girl laughed and said that he knows a lot about food. The guy thanked her and said that he thought she was a gourmet too. The guy took a piece of food and said that the fillet can be wrapped in sweet potato with sauce. The goddess said that she knew about it. She looked the guy in the face and said that she liked to dine with such a gourmet, and even envied that he had such a cute pet, very similar to him. The hero smiled confusedly, thinking that she probably knew what he looked like in reality, because the pet could not look like him if he was so thin now, after which he replied that this was not so at all. He looked at the pig. Beanie looked at him with a smile and gave a short grunt. The guy perceived his action as if the pet was asking him not to deny it. But the woman picked up her chopsticks and said that she was very happy to try such delicious food because she dined once a year. The young man exclaimed in surprise, not believing what he heard. The woman confirmed her words and said that she only eats on the day of the ritual and she fasts for a whole year. The guy looked at her sadly and said that now he understands, because in her place he would also be angry, so he will tell the king to cook better the third time. The goddess thanked him. Manhwa smiled broadly and asked if she wants to try fried rice, because she only eats it once a year anyway, so he thinks she will not refuse. The woman agreed with him. He poured the remaining food into the frying pan and thought that steamed rice should be added to the remaining pieces of fillet and sauce. He made a new dish and added that sesame leaves, herbs, kimchi should be added next, and then fry it all, stirring constantly. Manhwa was happily cooking chicken with rice, pouring sesame oil into the dishes. He scooped up some with a spoon and said that he intentionally overcooked it a little to get a crispy crust. His voice rang out in the hall. The guy said that if the girl doesn't have enough water, she can drink soda. The goddess called it a great idea. There was an empty plate on the floor. The goddess exhaled heavily and said that everything was very tasty. She snapped her fingers and added that she would give a gift as gratitude. A golden cup appeared in the young man's hands. The system reported that he had completed the quest, and the curse that covered the northern continent was destroyed. Also, for a month, the probability of finding new items and gaining experience increases by 25%. The young man received a glass of ballad. Juice crossed her arms and closed her eyes. The guy thanked her heartily. The goddess said that it was nothing. The young man looked back at her, hearing the words that she wanted to give him a special gift. A shining Pandora helmet appeared in the air, which reduced the cooldown of all skills and mana consumption by 20%. The woman smiled widely and said that the boy should be happy about this, because it was the first time she was so generous with someone. The young man looked at the helmet in delight and quickly ran away, interrupting the goddess's words, after which he thanked her for the gift and wished her happiness. Juice was left in quiet solitude. The sun illuminated the kingdom. The woman wondered if she should cast a curse again. The king hugged the boy with tears of joy. He looked at the boy's face and thanked him, saying that with his help the curse that was cast on Loud was dispelled. The hero called it a great joy. He looked away, hearing gratitude. The cook grabbed his neck with a smile. Manhwa asked how he was feeling. The man replied that he was fine. He looked at the boy and said that according to rumors, he prepared a legendary dish for the goddess and lifted the curse that was cast on them. Manhwa sheepishly confirmed this. Loud looked at him in surprise, hearing the question of whether the king had told him anything else. The cook touched his chest and asked if the boy was talking about the promised treat. The young man confirmed this and said that the man had just come to his senses, and probably. He smiled awkwardly, showing his disappointment, and said that everything was really fine, although he was very hungry. Wild confusedly said that he would cook everything right away. Their voices were heard throughout the castle. The boy said that he agreed to it if the man insisted. The cook asked to follow him. Scraps of cloth with blue circles hung from the ceiling. The table was in perfect order. The guy looked around and said that everything around was beautifully arranged. He approached the counter. Loud replied that His Majesty loved sushi. The man began to prepare for cooking. The guy put his hand in front of him and asked him to stop, ask later if he could ask for something. He approached the man and whispered something in his ear. The cook asked him confusedly why he needed it. The heroes replied that it was tastier and more pleasant for him. Manhwa opened the door with a wide smile. The cook looked at him and greeted him. The guy reciprocated. He sat down at the counter with a smile and asked when the coffee had appeared, after which he said that the surroundings were very cozy. The man smiled awkwardly and said that they tried hard with the interior, after which he asked what he would like to order. The cook pointed to the menu and said that today they were offering guests a set of legendary sushi. Manhwa said that he wanted to order it. He put his head on his hand. The chef smiled awkwardly, feeling confused inside, then agreed with the order and thought that Manhwa was a strange person. After a while, he put the dish on the table and said that the order was ready. The young man looked at them in delight and said that everything looked very appetizing. He turned it to his face and said that all the ingredients were SS level, then wished him a pleasant appetite. The guy took one sushi and said that he would try the one made of flounder first, then he also wished him a pleasant appetite. He imagined a piece of fish and rice, then he thought that sushi had a juicy and piquant taste. The spiciness of wasabi brought a special note, but in the end the sweetness of rice comes out. He imagined the next type of sushi and thought that the second was sushi and fatty salmon, which included salmon, onions, capers and wasabi. He added that he could eat it every day. The next in line was tuna sushi. The guy thought that it had a very delicate and pleasant taste. Manhwa decided that he wanted eel sushi next, thinking that the tender and flaky fish fillet went very well with the sweet sauce. He extended his chopsticks to the omelette sushi and decided that it looked the simplest, but the level of the chef was determined by the taste. He put the chopsticks in his mouth and exhaled slightly. Manhwa opened his eyes in surprise. He imagined a jumping pet, closed his eyes and thought about how the omelette and rice felt like a single whole, and this sweetness and tenderness reminded him of the most delicious dessert. Manhwa looked at the chef with delight and said that everything was really delicious. The man said that it was good. The young man said that he really was a legendary chef, and then remembered something. The man looked at him in surprise when he heard the question about whether he knew the purest stone milk. Manhwa folded his hands on the table. Laud asked him how he knew about this thing, because, it seems, he is not from their lands. The young man answered that he was asked about it by a man named Bordeaux. Laud imagined a cave and said that this is the purest stone milk. These are droplets of water falling in a deep cave underground or at the bottom of the sea. Manhwa imagined falling droplets. The man added that everything happens in a place where people are almost impossible to reach, and that he himself does not know how to get it, but someone, most likely, can help them. The guy looked at him in confusion and scratched his cheek. The man imagined an old man and said that he meant the king of the dragons of the Dead Sea. Manhwa touched his chin and thought about the house, that, apparently, this is the king who lives in the Sea of the Valkyrie Kingdom, and he just needs to go to the sea in order to fulfill El's request. The cook crossed his arms and said that it was difficult to meet the Dead Sea Dragon King. The boy then asked how difficult it was. He silently listened to the man's words about the king living very deep in the sea, and also, if they managed to meet his 3 children, they must definitely treat them with deep respect, because each one has incredible strength, and they must be careful not to anger them. The young man frowned with a smile, stood up from his seat, thanked the man and said that the sushi was very tasty. The cook asked him if he was going to the sea. Laud took his hand back. The young man confirmed his guess and said that they needed to buy a couple of things on the way. The man said that he wanted to give him something for the road. He handed the guy a chewing gum. The young man asked him what it was. Manhwa enthusiastically took the chewing gum, hearing the words that it allows you to breathe underwater, and each one works for about an hour. The man smiled at him, hearing his gratitude, and then said that he was grateful that the boy had broken the curse. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the streets of the kingdom. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he had bought a fishing rod and bait. He already had chewing gum, now he only had one thing left. Beanie sent him several requests for summoning. The pet appeared in the air. The boy asked him what happened. The pig began to run away. The boy asked the pet in surprise where it was running. The boy went after it and tried to call out. The pig pointed its paw at the mailbox. Manhwa was surprised to realize that the artifact he ordered had arrived. The boy received the mail, turned around with a smile at the pet and said that his levels had increased enough and he could now wear artifacts, so this order was especially for him. The animal put a saucepan on its head, taking a spatula and a lid in its hands. The boy gave it these artifacts. He choked with laughter. The boy went down to the pet and said that it turned out to be very cute, after which he hid the items. The little animal looked at her hours. The guy got up and said that since they were ready. Manhwa ran to his goal and said that they were going to the sea. A giant castle stood under the thickness of water. Various sea creatures swam around it. It was a peaceful and beautiful sea space. The humanoid rabbit was scared but bowed his head. The big fish was doing with his eyes closed. Many creatures were lying next to the rabbit. Being dead, the rabbit could not understand why everything had changed so much. He imagined a man in a cloak and thought that this definitely began at the moment when rumors began to circulate about the death of the Archmage. A dark aura began to emanate from the man. The rabbit thought that he had become a healer, the king of the dead. He imagined the Dragon King lying in bed and thought that after the attack on the Dragon Palace, the king won but was badly injured, and over time he became completely weak. His Majesty opened his eyes. The rabbit thought that the king had become cruel, just like now. She remembered how she had approached the king as a child and thought that the previous Dragon King had been good and had treated her and her sisters quite kindly, even though they were not his biological children. She imagined the situation in reverse and wondered if a person's character could change completely due to physical pain. The rabbit frowned in fear and wondered if there was another reason. The octopus opened the door and said that he had finally found a way to cure his Majesty. The king looked at him and asked if it was true. The octopus confirmed his words and said that it would require something. The rabbit looked at him in shock when he said that a rabbit's liver was needed for the cure. Her pupil trembled. The king touched his beard and said that he would probably have to do so. The girl collapsed on the floor and said that if his Majesty could gain health at the expense of her life, then she would do anything. The octopus looked at her sternly and said that he was very sorry, but it was not her liver that was needed, but her sister's. The rabbit looked at him in surprise and did not imagine the image of Jebbet. His Majesty lowered his head and said that he was sorry. The girl folded her hands. The king said that she could go because she was no longer needed. The rabbit walked away with a sad look. The turtle closed the doors. The king turned to her and said that she had come in time. Raffle turned to the king. His Majesty corrected himself, calling him by name. He looked at the king, imagined the image of the Archmage, and addressed him by name. Raphael imagined the liver of the rabbit and said that he learned that Jebbet's liver is the treasure of robes, which enhances divine power, so, along with this, he can become stronger. The subordinate bowed his head to the king. The Archmage asked him where the rabbit was now. Raphael replied that she seemed to have gone to the Cave of Predators to get medicine for the Dragon King. The king touched the head and said that they did not have time, because due to the side effect of the soul exchange magic, this body would soon become unusable. Various fish swam in the water. The man asked the subordinate to hurry and bring him the liver of the rabbit. A seagull flew over the sea. The old man waved to the young man. The young man asked him if he was going to go to sea. The grandfather answered in the affirmative. He smiled slightly and said that there was one fish that must be caught. The man looked at the boy in surprise, hearing the address to himself. Manhwa chewed corn. Looking at the man, he asked if the old man was going to go fishing and if he could go with him. The grandfather looked at him and agreed, then asked if the guy was a stranger. The hero answered in the affirmative and said that he was a cook. The men looked at each other with smiles. The hero said that he could cook a delicious dish from the fish he caught. The old man said that he would swim with him even to the ends of the earth. They swam in the water for various fish. The grandfather asked the guy if he knew how many different valuables were in this sea, after which he said that he would catch them all and show him. The young man enthusiastically answered that he would wait for this. The old man smiled and said that he would catch so many that he could eat until he was full, and then he suddenly looked at the guy in confusion. The hero caught a fish and said that he caught another one. In their boat there was a small slide of fish. The old man praised him and asked if he was really fishing for the first time. The hero answered in the affirmative and said that he was quite capable. Probably this applies to fishing as well. The man looked at the sea with displeasure, thinking that he had caught a maximum of 5 fish per day, although he had been fishing for so many years. A system notification appeared in front of the guy. He used the recipe skill and thought that he was not in the mood, so he needed to cook something, then turned to the man. The old man looked at him. The guy asked if his ally was hungry, then offered him crab noodles. Grandpa smiled widely and agreed with him. Manhwa chuckled and asked him to wait a little. He threw the cut crab into the frying pan and thought that noodles were easy to cook. First boil water, pour in the seasoning, add the already peeled crabs to the broth. Bubbling in the pan, the young man added that when the shell is cooked, you need to put in the noodles, bean sprouts and pepper, then add green onions. He removed the frying pan from the heat and said that everything is ready and you need to eat before the noodles swell. The old man took one spoon and looked at it. He tried the prepared dish. Suddenly his body was pierced by a wonderful taste. He imagined the ingredients and thought that the spicy and scalding broth, with which the crab, pepper and sprouts harmonized perfectly, created a simply wonderful taste. The young man greedily ate the crab, thinking that if you eat meat, a real feast of taste begins in your mouth. He pointed his finger at the plate to the man and mumbled that noodles should be eaten with kimchi. The old man replied that he did not know what he was saying, but roughly understood. The grandfather followed his advice and ate the noodles with kimchi. He exhaled with a smile and said that the last spoon of noodle swords was a real find, after which he thanked the guy for the treat. A system notification appeared in front of him. The man tasted a dish that was prepared according to a special recipe for him, so that for the next 10 days the fishing success rate increases by 10%. The ghost spear rises to level 1. The man was surprised that the food had effects. He imagined the silhouette of a fish and thought that the guy not only had excellent fishing skills, but also excellent cooking skills, and perhaps with it he could catch a Turkish fish that he had not been able to hook for several years. The man lowered his head and said that he had one request, after which he asked if the guy could listen to his story. Ours agreed. The grandfather remembered himself next to his son and said that he was not always a fisherman, because before he was a wanderer, freely traveling the world, he had a son who was a good man and always arranged a feast for his good-for-nothing father once a year. There was a pocket watch with this photo on the man's boat. The man added that one day his son went into the sea to catch fish for his dish, but he was caught by a predator that eats everything that comes into the sea. The man trembled in fear and said that the monster eats not only other fish and garbage, but also simpletons like his son. He put his hands on his knees and said that this is how he ended up in the sea to take revenge on the monster, but one problem arose. He looked sadly in front of him and said that this is the only fish that he cannot catch. The old man imagined an underwater cave and said that the fish lives deep in the sea, and only strangers can swim there, so it is necessary to lure him out with his favorite delicacy. But he has not been able to do this for so many years. The system offered the guy a task to catch a golden salmon. The man said that it would be great if the guy helped him. The young man imagined the fish and its meat, and then thought that as soon as he imagined this tender fillet, his mouth would immediately start to water because this was the golden salmon itself. The guy opened his mouth in anticipation, wondering how special its taste would be. He suddenly calmed down, imagined shells and the great strength of a man, hearing the words that the predator is a golem mollusk, on which all the mollusks of the world have gathered, so it has a hard shell and the strongest destructive power. The hero suddenly shuddered, looked down and asked that if he was talking about all the mollusks of the world, then probably the abalone too. The old man confirmed this and said that mussels, atrina mollusks, scallops, oysters, all this hangs on it. And suddenly the cry of a guy was heard across the water surface. He confidently frowned, imagined a dish of mollusks and said that he would certainly help to avenge his son, thinking that he simply had to eat fried mollusks. The guy spread his arms and asked if there was something special in the golden salmon, after which he clarified that it was not about the taste, but about some abilities. The man looked at him in surprise and said that as far as he knew, salmon increases the skills of the one who eats it. The guy opened the system search and thought that perhaps the man was talking about special indicators like divine power, and in that case he should check it with the ingredient tracking skill. He looked at the notification with a burning gaze, wondering how delicious the golden salmon sashimi would be. The man shed tears looking at him and thought that the guy knew him very poorly, but was trying very hard. The man clenched his fist and decided that he also wanted to help him. The hero looked at the system message with a smile, thinking that he had succeeded, that he hoped that the destination was nearby. Suddenly, a red color spread across the water surface. The system reported that this was the end of the route. The young man was surprised that they were not just nearby, right in front of them. He appeared to the old man and said that the golden salmon was now right below them. The grandfather asked him what this meant. Fluffy clouds floated above them. The man added that the fish was not so easy to find, and of course, he had seen it in real life. He remembered how the fish had burst out of the water and said that he was sorry that he had missed it that time. Suddenly he was shocked but looked back. The fish was real and fell into the water, raising a splash. The guy reached for the spear and asked the gentleman to catch with weapons, because there were plenty of them, and they would work better than a fishing rod. The man frowned tensely and said that it would not work, because the golem mollusk loved live prey, so he would have to fish with a fishing rod. The guy looked at the bait recipe and thought that in that case, he should throw the rod with bait, trying to create the recipe. He squeezed his palm, smiled, and decided that he had succeeded, because he was worried whether it would be suitable for a living creature, so they were lucky that they had all this, then added that they needed to change the float to put the bait on. The float fell into the water. The guy thought that now they would not be able to eat salmon and shellfish. The young man watched him carefully. He frowned sadly and said that the salmon was just below them, but he did not understand why it did not bite for so long. The old man said that he did not think so, because salmon are very smart and gluttonous, so for sure it will swim again. Suddenly, the young man's float broke loose. The guy agreed with the old man's words. Min Hayek looked at the water in surprise. His fishing rod bent strongly. The man grabbed the rod with one hand and asked the guy to hold on tighter. The young man thought that his ally was quite strong. The grandfather tensed his muscles and said that the guy should not worry, because even if he is a bad fisherman, then pulled the fish out of the water and finished the sentence on the topic of boasting strength. The golden salmon fell into the boat. The system reported that they caught a legendary fish and received the title of King of Fishing. The guy and the man smiled broadly and were happy with the catch. The old man said that now they need to tie the fish with a magic rope and then go down to the sea. The guy handed him a chewing gum and said that the old man should know something before they go down. The grandfather looked in surprise at how the guy ate all the chewing gum in one go. The system reported that the guy received 1 hour of breathing underwater. Large bubbles began to rise to the surface of the water. The men dived under the water, holding the golden salmon on a rope. They went lower and lower. The guys noticed that very cave. They landed on the ground. The man said that this was the cave of the golem mollusk, after which he suggested waiting until he saw the salmon and came out. The guy agreed with this. The fish was thrashing in the water. The guy looked at the old man with displeasure and asked if they needed to wait so long. The man replied that something was wrong. The hero looked at him in confusion and asked if this mollusk was very strong. The man touched his chin and compared the monster to an imperial knight. The hero thought that he could handle it. The young man frowned confidently. The old man covered his mouth with his hands and shed a tear. The guy suggested going inside and trying to lure it out. Thinking that they could not use the golden salmon as the only bait, the old man said in a timid voice that the guy was trying very hard for some old man. He gave the items to the boy and said that just in case he should tie himself with a rope, because if he pulled it 3 times, he would be pulled out. The man said goodbye to each other. The old man waved his hand at the boy in confusion. The hero opened the system window and thought about what the man said, that he only had to lure the monster out. The boy decided to put on an invisibility cloak. He and the fish headed inside the cave. He looked at the stone walls and thought that this is exactly what the cave looked like from the inside. Manhwa continued walking forward, thinking that this golem must be the size of a truck. That's why everything around was so spacious. He put his hand to his forehead and noticed something, wondering where the owner of the cave was. He noticed a huge clam on the ceiling of the cave. The system reported the detection of an enemy. The eye of the clam glowed red. The boy thought that it was much smaller than he heard and looked weaker. The monster opened its mouth and tried to eat the salmon, while the guy was thinking that he could catch one with ease. The guy was scared and frowned. He jerked the fish to the side, hit the monster on the head and thought that it was hairiness. The golem turned to him. The guy couldn't understand what was going on, because he was so strong that even his sword bounced off. The guy directed his attack at the monster again, deciding to try out a new skill. He attacked the monster on the jaw, using an invisible sword. The golem jumped onto the ceiling again. The guy looked at it in surprise and thought that he had used a skill that was not affected by defense, but only slightly touched the shell. The monster looked at him with a shining eye. He jumped with great force and hit the ground. The guy jumped to the side. The hero frowned and thought that the monster noticed him. The golem got to his feet and headed towards the guy. The young man took out a frying pan, made it gigantic and blocked his blow. His hands were shaking. A dent was left in the frying pan. The guy's health decreased a little. He thought and then that he covered himself with a frying pan, but still received powerful damage. The golem headed towards him at high speed. It hit the guy in the body. The young man spat out his own blood. The young man put his hand to the side, taking out something from the inventory. The system reported that the health indicators fell below 30%. The guy decided that he could not die like this. He struck the monster and pierced its body through, activating the effect of immortal armor and an invisible sword. He shouted that he must try fried clams. The young man looked at the monster with alarm and wondered if he had destroyed it. Govorm grabbed the guy's hand. He opened his mouth and let out a roar, which increased his experience points by 30%. The glow in his eye intensified. The monster released a red beam from its eye. The guy sat powerlessly on the floor, holding a sword in his hand. He opened his eyes and saw the golem, thinking that he was seeing such a strong monster for the first time and that he could not do anything more. A glow appeared next to him. The guy decided that this meant that he had not completed the task. The young man looked at the source of the light in surprise. He raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. The golem froze in place. Beanie stepped onto the stone floor. The pig frowned and grunted menacingly. The guy turned to her and asked how she got there. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked if she had stopped the enemy. The golem stopped in surprise. The monster stood motionless in front of the pig. The guy thought that he was afraid of her, but he did not understand why. The young man's pet moved forward. The pig hit the monster with its side. The guy ran forward and called out to his pet. He raised his sword above his head and gave a battle cry. The young man delivered a slash and cut off the monster's arm. He looked at the shards and decided that he had succeeded. The boy pressed his foot against the floor and activated the invisible sword. The young man plunged the blade into the monster's belly and used the angry sword. The glow in the golem's eye disappeared. The monster began to dissolve into thin air in front of the young man's face. The hero exclaimed in alarm and ran to his pet, asking if she was okay. Manhwa picked up the pig and looked back at the sound behind him, not understanding what happened. He noticed a huge pile of shellfish and other seafood. He looked back at the pig with a wide smile and said that he wanted to collect all the ingredients, then added that all this happened thanks to her. But suddenly he noticed something. He picked up an oyster and wondered why only she had a white shell. The system reported receiving an oyster of purification. The guy took the second shell with a smile and said that he thought it would have a special taste, so he will look forward to trying everything. He noticed a shiny object and realized that it was a pocket watch. He took it in his hand, remembered his girlfriend's words that he should not throw away everything that is edible, and it is better to bring it to her for evaluation first. The pig twitched its snout, noticing something. The young man decided to take the watch with him. The guy turned around and noticed that his pet was running away somewhere. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing something. The pig jumped into the hole. The guy reached out to it and asked what was going on. The animal pointed its hooves at a stone. The guy asked it what it was doing and if it was looking for ingredients. The young man leaned over and asked what she meant. On the stones lay the liver of a high-ranking rabbit. The hero touched his chin and wondered what it was and whether it could be the liver that is served with blood sausage and whether it could be used as an ingredient, after which he activated the ingredient check. A slight glow appeared around the liver. The system reported that the skills sealed in the rabbit's liver had begun to be checked. The young man looked at the result in surprise. The description said that the liver was a medicine sent by God, granting many positive effects. He took it in his hands with a wide smile and said in surprise that there were items of such rank. The pet tried to shout to the young man, grunting a little. The guy did not take his eyes off the artifact, asking questions about why exactly rabbit liver. The pig became sad. The young man imagined a turtle with a rabbit on it and decided that this was the same rabbit liver from the fairy tale. He touched the system window with his finger and said with a smile that no one would write about liver with blood sausage in the description of such an important item. He looked at the pet with a smile and offered to try the ingredient on the spot. Light smoke spread throughout the space. The guy fried shellfish with a smile, enjoying what was happening. He threw the oysters into the ice and said that he would start with them. There were several plates with various dishes in front of him. The guy thought that he could make them in batter, cook soup from them, or put them in kimchi. It would also turn out well. He took an oyster in his hand and decided that it was best to eat them raw. He took a bottle in his hand and said that there was garlic and sauce. The guy looked back at his pet and said that he respected her tastes too. He poured some sauce, brought the oyster to his mouth and decided that it was time to try it. Suddenly he frowned in surprise and blushed slightly. The guy imagined the seashore, a jug of milk and several oysters, thinking that they had a fresh sea aroma, a viscous and sweet taste reminiscent of milk. Manhwa and Beanie touched their faces with pleasure. The guy thought that all this splendor was completed by garlic and sauce, giving a noble shade, after which he noted that it was very tasty. He looked at the shell. The system reported that the guy had tasted the oyster of purification, a medicinal dish that grants additional points. So his divine power and magic defense indicators increased sharply. The young man said that it was very tasty, but he was very sorry that there was only one left. He put on gloves, smiled and said that he would clean the mollusks for the pig himself. The guy opened the shell and said that they were very well cooked. He took one sip and said that first you need to drink the juice and then eat the mollusk itself. The pet grunted in surprise. The young man closed his eyes in pleasure and thought that the meat was very juicy, tender, and had a certain aftertaste. He looked at the open shell and added that both adults and children love scallop with cheese, so he would also put it in his mouth. The hero began to shake his hands with pleasure, thinking about how sweet and aromatic his lunch was. He looked at the other two dishes and thought that he had a ballon, sinewy and soft, and a soup made of small clams, which was very refreshing and invigorating. He introduced the shrimp and added that he had nothing to say about them because they were very fragrant and sweet. Pieces of rabbit liver were grilled on the grill. The young man said that he would like to taste it for the last time. He put a piece in his mouth and said that the liver was of high quality, and that made it even more delicious, so he can't wait to find out what it tastes like. The system reported receiving additional points and increasing divine power by 434 points, and wisdom by 121 points. The pig wrote something down with a smart look. The guy happily said that the liver did not smell like the sea at all and tasted very nice. The system also reported that when fighting the undead, he would gain the following skills: additional damage of 20% and an increase in defensive power of 50%. The boy looked at his pet with a smile. The pig tapped him on the head and reminded him that it was all thanks to her. The boy agreed with her, thanked her and offered to finish eating and get out. But he raised his head and thought that the entrance to the cave was destroyed, and although he could just clean everything up and get out, Mr. Ben was probably very scared. The old man approached the collapsed entrance. He fell heavily to his knees and said that this could not be because the young cook died because of him. The man remembered that short time spent together and said that not only did he lose his son, but also this guy who looked so much like him. A tear rolled down the man's cheeks. A drop fell on his palm. He plunged into memories of the guy and said that he told him to be careful so that he would not even think about fighting, after which he wondered why the young man was so self-confident. He cried loudly. The hero looked at him from behind in confusion. The man called him a clumsy cook, to which the guy objected, then turned around in surprise and looked into his eyes. The guy smiled widely and softly said that he was back. The old man put his trembling hands on his shoulders and was glad to see him, after which he asked if he defeated the golem. The hero answered in the affirmative and said that he had to sweat a little, but he received a large reward. The man looked into his eyes and asked if there was a pocket watch in there. The hero handed it to him and said. Ben raised his eyebrows pitifully, looking at the item. He opened the watch, finding a joint photo with his son inside. Tears rolled down his eyes. The man said that it was a gift for his son. Min Hayek looked at him in surprise, realizing what this meant. The old man rubbed his eyes and asked if he could keep this thing for himself. The guy answered in the affirmative. The grandfather took the hero by the hands and thanked him sincerely. He closed his eyes and told him that when he lost his son, he realized that strength was not the most important thing, but he realized it too late, and there was no point in it anymore. The young man noticed a notification that the chain quest had been completed. The man said that he had nothing else, but he would like to do something for the hero. A faint light illuminated the space. The man swore an oath to him before the goddess. He touched his chest, frowned, and, calling himself a ghost spear, said that he would follow the boy forever. The young man looked at him in surprise and thought that this could not be. He frowned nervously and turned away, thinking that this was another hungry mouth, so he could not allow this. The man frowned when he heard the words that everything was fine and that he didn't need to do anything for the guy, because he had already suffered a lot, and now he needed to take care of his own happiness. The old man replied negatively. Min Hayek recoiled in surprise when he heard the words that the old man would live only for him and would do whatever the guy told him. Grandpa put his hands on his shoulders. The guy tried to dissuade him again, but the man said that this was his happiness. Beanie watched what was happening with interest. Eating popcorn, the guy tried to drive the man away. The old man knelt down and hugged the guy. The system reported that the ghost spear was offering itself for submission. Min Hayek looked away and thought that Genie was talking about something like this. He remembered how they were sitting in the living room. The girl asked him if he wanted to receive the title of an aristocrat, and explained that he would receive a title and lands, and would also be able to have servants in the guild. The guy picked up the pet and looked at the girl. Genie added that from the meadow you can trust the management of potions. The girl looked away when he asked if this meant there would be more mouths to feed. She answered wisely that he might not have to get the title, but the boy should think about it, because it had many advantages. The boy agreed with her. He took the old man's hands, remembering the girl's words about what he would have to say if he wanted to get the title. The man smiled happily. The boy thought about accepting him as a servant and entrusting him with cultivating the land, and then asked if he would really do anything. The man answered in the affirmative. He smiled widely and added that he could even hunt monsters. The boy interrupted him and asked him to make coffee. Min Hayek closed his eyes, tilted his head to the side, and said that he couldn't trust any old man with difficult work, so when they returned to dry land, the man should make him coffee. The old man raised his fist and agreed with the order, saying that the boy was just like a son to him. The hero took out cups and packs of brewed coffee, offering them to the man, then smiled awkwardly and accepted the items. The system reported that the man swore eternal loyalty to the guy and received the skill of desire. Min Hayek. Grandpa took the cups and coffee in his hands. Tears welled up in his eyes. His voice was heard across the water. He said heavily that he was just a ghost spear. Raffle swam to the cave, thinking that, it seems, the rabbit began to suspect something. He suddenly noticed the cave entrance collapsed. The reptile swam up to him, thinking that maybe this was an attack of a predator, after which he cursed, adding that Jebbet's liver was inside. He suddenly looked back, hearing the old man's words that he would carry out the guy's order if he wanted it. Raffle thought that some stranger did it instead of him. He looked out from behind the rocks, saw a young man and an old man, and thought that they were strangers. The guy said with a smile that he was looking forward to it, after which he asked to make 200 cups for the first order, explaining that he needed to drink so much to feel better. The warrior looked at the guy in surprise, hearing the question of whether the old man knew anything about rabbit liver. Raffle looked at the guy in confusion. The old man replied that he knew nothing. The young man said that he found it in a cave, that it was very tasty. The warrior was surprised that the guy ate it. Raffle frowned sternly and cursed mentally. The old man asked the guy there if he had found it by accident. The warrior imagined the images of the rabbit and the guy, thinking that they no longer needed her, because he had to return to the dragon's castle with the young man, and with the help of Raffield's black magic, pull out the liver. Vienna appeared on his hand. The old man quickly turned around when he heard the greeting. He spread his arms out to the sides and looked at the turtle. The old man frowned angrily and called the stranger the second of the Dragon King's children. Raffle closed his eyes and replied with a smile that he was the second son of the Dragon King, after which he introduced himself by a false name. He said that he was very glad that the Earthlings had visited the Sea of the Dragon King. The young man looked at him in surprise, imagined the image of the old man, and thought that the stranger was the king's son. He touched his chest and took a step forward, thinking that Mr. Loud had turned out to be very dangerous to him, but in fact he was kind, after which he asked the turtle there if he knew about the oil. The warrior smiled slightly, relieved to realize what the boy was looking for. He looked at the worried young man and said that the king knew about it and that he would take him to the palace for a private conversation, after which he thought that this was an obvious lie. Raffle smiled irritably when he heard the words that the guild master forbade him to go with those who offer rewards at the first meeting. The warrior thought that this was nonsense, after which he said that if they get to the palace, there is a lot of seafood that can only be tried in the Dragon Palace. The guy folded his hands and agreed to go with a smile. Min Hayek looked ahead in surprise. He glanced at the building. The turtle warrior said that this is the restaurant of the Dragon Palace, and after the meal he will take them to the source of oil. The men sat down at the table. The shark brought a tray. The guy happily said that he was too excited, because this is the food of the Dragon Palace itself. The turtle warrior said with a grin that they will soon be brought a dish, but for now they can drink tea. Raffle headed away. The shark handed the guy a cup. The young man fearfully asked if the waiter would be very angry if he asked to tear off a piece of his fin. The warrior smiled and thought that the guy looked like a simpleton. He imagined a bottle of dark liquid and thought that the guy didn't even suspect that he had mixed a deadly poison into his tea and would probably drink it all with pleasure now. He imagined the guy collapsing on the floor and added that as soon as he took a sip, his body would go numb and then he would wait for his master's orders. The warrior and his subordinates were waiting behind the door. The cup fell to the floor and broke. Raffle opened the door and ordered the warriors to enter. The guy and the old man prepared for battle, holding their weapons. The young man frowned angrily and asked his opponent if he was playing with food. He activated his invincible body. The old man smiled with tears in his eyes, hearing the words that he was lucky not to be poisoned. Warrior and the turtle smiled. The guy asked if he had been lying to them from the beginning. Raffle said that he didn't need to know, because he would soon lose consciousness anyway and be presented to the Dragon King. The turtle raised his hand. His subordinates rushed into battle. The warrior said that they would pull the rabbit liver out of his stomach. Grandpa frowned angrily and said that the enemy wanted to take even the food he had eaten, and that he would never forgive him. The man made several quick strikes using the ghost dance. The enemy's bodies began to transform into clots of dark energy. The man looked at this in surprise and thought about what kind of ability this was. Min Hayek and Raffle crossed their swords. A glow appeared above the guy's head. The system reported that additional abilities were used due to the battle with immortal monsters. The turtle frowned. The system also added that the attack and defense power against immortal monsters increases depending on the divinity stats. The young man realized that the opponent was immortal. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing the unexpected quest to liberate the Dragon Palace in a critical situation. As a reward for this, he would receive a snow crab. The young man imagined a giant crab and thought that this would be given as a reward. The thought flashed through the young man's mind that this was a very expensive crab. The warrior turtle made a sweeping kick and asked the young man if he was thinking about anything else while fighting him. The young man dug his foot into the ground and decided that he did not know what the story was, but there was one way to deal with an immortal. The man's body and weapon were suddenly enveloped in divine energy. The Pandora helmet skill was activated. The old man looked at the boy. The heroes explained that these creatures are immortal, so the attack will work well if you increase the level of divinity. The man ran through the enemies, hitting each of them. He quickly approached the turtle. The warrior thought about how his servants could die with one blow. Min Hayek quickly ran past him, while the warrior thought about how an ordinary old man got such abilities. The boy jumped and raised his sword above his head. Then the young man landed behind the enemy after his attack. The boy looked back at the fallen turtle, from which a dark spirit came out. The hero noticed that the turtle was sleeping soundly, after which he thought that he failed to defeat it. The old man raised his hand and said that it looked like a soul exchange spell. He imagined the image of an evil archmage and said that with the help of this skill, you can control the body of another creature. When receiving a blow from the life force of the soul that penetrated into another's body, they fall. Only the strongest archmage Raphael can use such dangerous black magic. Air bubbles rose to the surface. The man added that he thought something dangerous happened in the Dragon Palace, so they need to find the Dragon King as quickly as possible. The rabbit ran out of the palace. She looked at the cave and thought that her sister went there alone. She suddenly noticed something, thinking that it would be dangerous. Sad Jebbet held her shoulder and walked towards her sister. The rabbit hugged her and asked if she was alone in the predator's cave, after which she said that she was very worried. Jebbet did her in response and apologized, explaining her actions by the fact that she wanted the Dragon King to heal faster and become his former self. Chiari took her by the shoulders. The girl added that the predator, as luck would have it, was in a bad mood. Chiari said that she was very glad that her sister returned home safe and sound. The rabbit looked down, imagined the liver and said that she had lost it. She remembered looking into the hole and said that she could pull it out whenever she wanted, so just in case she hid in a secret place of escape into the cave so that the predator would not take it away, but someone found and took it. Chiari looked at her sister's face. The rabbit added that she kept it very carefully in order to give it to that person when he came. She remembered the silhouette of the guy waving his hand, and said that she had to give everything to that young man who saved them from danger then and suddenly disappeared. She also remembered his words that they had very delicious seafood, and that he hoped that His Majesty would not change. Jebbet sadly lowered her head and said that she kept it in case he came to the Dragon Palace again. But it disappeared, which made her heart ache. Her sister said that there was nothing to worry about. She frowned, imagined the image of the king, and thought that if he, who had become very greedy, found out about the missing liver, he might find some other way, so maybe it was even for the best. Air bubbles rose to the surface near the entrance to the temple. The girl said that they needed to tell the king about everything. The sisters walked past the people straight to the palace. Kyari opened the gate, addressed His Majesty, and introduced herself to him. The king closed his eyes and was glad to see them. He extended his hand towards them. A translucent blue spear pierced Jebet's stomach. The king added that he had been waiting for them. The girl grabbed her sister, trembling in pain, and asked why the king was waiting for them, because her sister no longer had a liver. The man raised his hand and told her not to lie and to quickly give her liver, because only it could save him. The girls knelt down. The wounded rabbit continued to tremble. The king said that only the liver could help him become the same, which is what they wanted so much. Kyari looked at her sister in fear. Jebet said heavily that if she could help at least like that, then she would be fine. The girl clenched her fist and said that her sister had fought for the king against an angry predator and had lost her precious liver, so he had no right to do this. She took out her sword, waved her hand, and said that her sister should not sacrifice herself for the king because it was wrong, so he should not touch her. His Majesty created dark spheres and said that in this case, the one who interfered would die. The rabbit touched the floor with her sword and created water waves. Her attack touched a dark sphere. The ball suddenly spread her wave in 2 directions, making a path for itself. A powerful explosion occurred in the room. The king looked at it and said that the king's daughter was nothing. Suddenly, a glow appeared in the smoke. The king moved his head to the side, dodging the sword that flew in. He frowned sternly. The guy rested his foot on the carpet. He stood in a pose after throwing. The king asked him about who he was. Manhwa grabbed his sword, using the return. The king raised his eyebrows in surprise, having discovered a huge divine power, after which he decided that it could be dangerous. He grabbed his face and began to emit dark energy. Kyari looked at him in surprise, recognizing the imposter. The archmage looked ominously at the opponents. The girl called him by name. Manhwa put his sword in front of him. The system announced the appearance of the strongest archmage, and said that the user who can catch the archmage will receive a reward. The young man asked him about the whereabouts of the Dragon King. Kyari trembled in fear, not understanding how this could happen. She remembered the day of the Archmage's attack. Ira said that on the day when he burst into the courtyard with a dragon, the king made every effort to drive him away. Then she presented the image of the Dragon King and said that since then he had become very cruel, and it seemed strange. But, as it turned out, the Archmage had possessed his body. Raphael took up the sword, looking at his opponents. The guy was stunned by what he heard and wondered if they would give him a crab. He looked back at the wounded rabbit, who promised to do everything he wanted for him. Singing, a tear came down. She said in a trembling voice that she wanted to ask him for something. Kyari shrugged her shoulders, interrupted her sister, or said that the guy must save their king and the dragon palace. The young man listened to them silently. He frowned slightly, agreed, and said that he would try. The Archmage put his hand in front of him and asked if few hours was going to fight him. Dark energy began to appear in the air. The Archmage said that he would use the curse of the 7 deadly sins, laziness. The guy's silhouette began to disappear in the smoke. He said that he could not see anything. Raphael thought that he would never be able to cope with the curse, and now his liver would be available. He suddenly noticed something, thinking that everything was very easy. The guy burst out of the smoke in the direction of the enemy. He struck with his sword. The man blocked it with a barrier. The Archmage looked at the guy and insulted him. He frowned in surprise, noticing the destruction of his own shield. Raphael opened his palm and began to collect dark energy, resorting to the following plan. He swung his hand and shouted at the guy. Kyari took hold of her praying sister and exclaimed in fear. The guy looked back at the sisters. The system reported that he had received the blessing of the Chosen One, so within 10 minutes all indicators will increase by 30% and magic defense by 50%. He began to take something out of the inventory while the clot of energy was approaching him. The guy repelled the attack with his frying pan. The Archmage exclaimed in surprise and asked how he did it. The guy frowned and went on the attack. He pierced the enemy's body with his blade. Manhwa clenched his teeth. The man began to deny his death. Powerful streams of energy began to rise to the surface. The man's body began to dissolve in the air. The guy thought that he felt a burning sensation in his hands, but he needed to endure a little more. The dark magic suddenly dissipated. Manhwa saw the falling king. The sisters looked at him in fear. The system reported that the guy punished the strongest archmage and received a reward. The guy staggered. He fell to the floor and exhaled heavily. The girls wondered if he really disappeared when suddenly someone called them. Ben and Radin came to them. The turtle asked in surprise how it happened and if they were okay. The girl turned to the master and said that she would explain everything later, because first they needed to save the Dragon King. His Majesty was sleeping peacefully on the floor. The guys got up to try to wake him up. They put their hands on his body. The girl said that the king had no strength at all. Radin added that the king had not yet fully recovered when the Archmage entered his body, and, apparently, He could not stand it anymore. The girl began to cry. The king said heavily that he was okay, after which he thanked the hero and said that he saved these guys. The guy was upset but imagined the image of a crab while everyone present mourned the king. He remembered his entrance to the legendary chocolate paradise and came up with something. The guy also remembered how the system rewarded him with the legendary white chocolate. He took it out and thought sadly that he might be able to revive the king. He lowered himself. The guy brought a piece of chocolate to the king's mouth. The guys asked him what he was doing. The man's body was enveloped in a divine aura. The system reported that the power of the legendary white chocolate was manifesting. The king opened his eyes, having recovered due to the healing effect. He looked at the guy and said that there was a huge power in the chocolate that was hard to believe, and then asked what kind of power it was. The hero smiled and said what was special. The king rose from the floor and turned to the two sisters, after which he said that he was now okay. The rabbits rushed into his arms. The guy watched the happy sisters with a smile. The system reported the completion of a sudden task. The guy thought that now was not the best situation to ask him for a crab. The situation in the palace calmed down. The rabbit brought tea to the king. The man thanked her. He took the cup from her and sipped a little. Kyari looked at his majesty in confusion, hearing her name. She frowned in surprise, hearing a request to bring something. The king smiled slightly. The girl asked if it could be given to a stranger. The throat of the king was heard throughout the palace, who said that it was he who saved their palace, his sisters and himself. Manhwa held a chest in his hand with a wide smile. The king added that they were really very grateful to him. His Majesty extended his hand to the guy and asked him to open the gift. The young man asked what was inside. He held a small chest in his hands. The king said that it was a gift as a token of gratitude for saving the palace. The guy hoped that there was a crab inside. He imagined a giant snow crab and wondered what he should cook first, because any dish would be good. He smiled widely, opened the chest and thanked the king heartily. He looked inside. The light from the chest illuminated his face. Manhwa saw the sword of the ancient water dragon King Baraka. He took the large blade in his hands. His body was engulfed in a glow. The guy looked at the weapon with disappointment. The king turned slightly pale and asked why he didn't like it, because the sword had many good skills. The guy looked at the description of the item and said that its skill was really good. The boy connected it with Elle's kitchen knife. He smiled disappointedly and said in a trembling voice that he couldn't even try that crab. The king asked him in surprise what it meant. The boy explained that he was promised a crab for completing the quest. The hero looked at him in surprise when he heard the question about his profession, and then answered that he was Shiksen. Everyone present looked at him in surprise. The boy looked at the king's face in confusion. His Majesty said that he came later from the Great One, and in that case, the sisters happily joined hands. Jebet. With tears, she replied that she had fulfilled her mission. The man raised his hand and said that they had been waiting for Shiksen's successor for a very long time. The king smiled kindly and said that these guys were sent by the god robes to protect him in the dragon palace. Jebet smiled when he said that she was the only one who could communicate with the deity. The man presented seafood and rabbit liver and then said that by the order of the god, they were waiting for Shiksen, who had saved the dragon palace a long time ago, to come, and they had prepared treasures for him. Tears came to the boy's eyes. He could not believe what he saw. The boy noticed a box completely filled with crabs. The king said that they were keeping them, since there was no news, but apparently the boy would eat them later, so he would give these treasures. The boy threw the sword to the side and ran to the reward, thinking that, as they say, you need to be kind, and then you can get your crab. The king looked at the joyful hero with a smile. The boy thanked him heartily. His Majesty turned to one of the sisters and asked her to take the boy somewhere. The boy looked at them in surprise. The girl agreed with the order. Dark drops were dripping from the ceiling of the cave. The girl stopped, raised her hand and said that they had arrived. Kyari looked at the boy. The boy suddenly guessed where they had come. In the middle of the cave was a pond with a dark liquid. The girl called it the Gongqing elixir. Manhwa scooped up the liquid with a ladle. The girl said that if he drank the elixir, he would become stronger, so this was another gift for him. The hero wondered if it was carbonated. He drank some of the liquid and thought that he was right, because it was Coca-Cola. The system reported an increase in strength by 25 and agility by 30. The boy imagined cola pouring into a glass and thought that this drink was more carbonated and refreshing than usual, and that it was so cool, as if it had just come from the refrigerator. He, kneeling, called it delicious and said that he needed to take more liquid with him. He suddenly turned to the girl, hearing her gratitude. The rabbit smiled softly at him. The guy smiled back and said that he should not be thanked. He closed his eyes. The girl asked him where he was going. The heroes answered that he was going to the Iphilip's empire. Kyari asked him to be careful and said that their palace would never forget him. The sun rose over the human palace. The guy raised his hands and greeted the elder. Elle spread her arms and greeted him with a smile, after which she asked where he had been this time. They held hands. The guy answered that he had been to the sea. The girl guessed where he had been. The guy confirmed her guess. He smiled broadly and said that he would make spicy fish soup for her. The young man was cooking in the kitchen. He was chopping greens. The Empress approached him and said that she had no idea that he would save them so quickly. The guy smiled and replied that he wanted to come even faster, but some business came up. The woman replied that it must have been hard for him. The hero smiled and replied that he tried for her sake. The Empress thanked him. She looked at him in surprise. The guy held it out to her and said that the soup was still boiling. Elle was surprised and turned her attention to the dish. A phoenix made of pieces of fish was laid out on the plate. The Empress stroked the guy's head and said that he was quite dexterous. She smiled widely. Manhwa asked her to try it quickly, because this fish was caught in the sea by the Dragon King. The girl thanked him and told him to join her. The young man quickly sat down in his place and thanked the Empress. Elle said that eating together is even tastier. The boy put a small piece in his mouth and wondered if it was true. The woman smiled softly. The boy wished her bon appetit. Manhwa took a small piece of fish and told her to look at the iridescent color. He dipped it in the sauce and thought that the longer he chewed, the better it tasted, and if he dipped it in a little oil, the taste was just perfect. The boy imagined the fish splashing in the waves and thought that when they talk about white meat, flounder immediately comes to mind. He rolled his eyes in delight and added that soy sauce and wasabi emphasize the flavor and make it more distinct. The boy quickly ran to the frying pan, saying that the soup was already boiling. He took it off the stove and asked the Empress to try it. The woman smiled in surprise and said that it looked quite appetizing. She took some on a spoon and said that she would try it first. The boy folded his hands, hoping for success. The aroma and warmth spread throughout the room. The woman thought that the hot soup was spreading through her body, and that it was so different from the cold sashimi that it made it even more delicious. She scooped up another piece and thought that the boiled remains of the fish gave a more pleasant texture, and the hot spices made her even more hungry. The Empress imagined how the rice mixed with the soup and thought that the rich vegetable broth and warm rice were a plus. She chewed the contents of her mouth in silence. The guy smiled and asked her if she liked it. Tears rolled down the girl's eyes. She smiled softly. The guy asked her if she liked it. Elle remembered the reeds from her childhood. She, when she was little, frowned angrily, thinking about what she was told to become stronger. The girl sat discontentedly with her father on the pier, thinking about why he brought her fishing. Suddenly, the man pulled a fish out of the water. He smiled broadly, turned to the girl and said that he finally caught it, so they could eat sashimi or cook spicy fish soup, after which he added that although he couldn't say that he was good at cooking, they definitely wouldn't go hungry. The girl raised her eyebrows in alarm and asked if it was acceptable for a king to do such things. The man was stunned by what he heard. The girl said with displeasure that she wasn't hungry at all. She frowned. The man replied that her words didn't match her actions. He swallowed her head and said that in order to become stronger, it was also important to consume nutrients on time, and he, like her father. The man smiled broadly, a shadow covering his eyes. He finished the sentence by saying that he wanted her to grow up healthy and happy because that was the path to true strength. The woman came out of her memories and put the spoon down on the table. She smiled softly. Raising her head, she said that it was really very tasty. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. The Empress said that it was so delicious that memories from the past suddenly came to life in his head, after which she thanked him for the treat. The boy looked at the book in the chest. Embraced by the aura, the system reported that the quest was completed and that the boy could receive a reward. The young man looked at the items in delight and decided that he first needed to check what kind of ingredient was in this box. He looked at the lock and wondered where the key was. Manhwa looked at the Empress in confusion, who said that she guessed that he would first want to open the food, not the book. She showed him the key and said that if he read the skill book, she would give him the key. The boy sadly said that she knew him too well. He put his hand on the book and activated the absorption. A bright glow appeared in front of his face. The system reported that he had absorbed the skills of the blooming and slashing swords. The system said that the blooming sword rises from the ground within 8 meters and attacks the enemy, and when it hits the target, it causes an explosion and deals an additional 70% damage to the enemy. The slasher temporarily increases the attack power and shoots powerful red balls at the enemy, increasing the attack power by 110%. The guy thought that both of these skills are for long-range use, and now he does not have to fight only close combat. He opened the box with a smile and thanked the Empress. The guy found an ancient yogurt inside. He imagined a wooden spoon plunging into it. The Empress touched his chin, imagined the old man, and said that many years ago in their empire there was a yogurt merchant, and before his death he made a yogurt that does not spoil for a long time. The guy looked at the item with anticipation. The woman added that this is the very yogurt in front of him now, so he can try it. The boy scooped up some with a spoon and thought that the fermented yogurt that you can eat with a spoon has a slightly sour taste, but that's part of its charm. He put the spoon in his mouth. The boy closed his eyes in pleasure and thought that it would be very sour as he thought, because the yogurt had been stored for a very long time. But it was sweet, and then wondered how it tasted like that, because he didn't feel the sourness at all. The hero imagined various fruits, that the dish was not at all sweet and left a pleasant aftertaste, and if you sprinkle it with fruits or cookies on top, it would be just a great combination. He took that he would be happy to eat it. The woman said that she was glad that he liked it. She asked him to be careful when returning. Multicolored rags fell to the ground. A crowd of people gathered in front of the stage where the ceremony was taking place with the hero. The king said that the boy was standing there because of his help in solving a problem in the kingdom. The guys were on one knee. The king with a smile awarded them the title of Viscount. A lot of confetti rose into the air. The king blessed the guy's path. The system reported that the young man became the first title player on the northern continent, and that Valhalla is becoming a stronghold for the guild. The young man licked the cap of the yogurt. He closed his eyes with pleasure and thought that the most delicious thing is to lick it from the cap. The man folded his hands and said with a smile that when he sees him eating yogurt with appetite, his mood immediately rises. He approached the guy. The young man asked if the old man bought that thing. The man answered in the affirmative. Ben presented the book and said that he bought a barista book that even an elderly person can easily master, and, as it seems to him, he will be able to brew coffee even better. The man clasped his palms. The guy said with a smile that the coffee will no longer be watery, after which he asked if the man wants to start a small test right now. Ben answered in the affirmative. He put the pan on the table. The man deftly poured a large number of packs of coffee into it at once. He began to stir the contents with quick movements. The old man scooped up the liquid and tasted it. He took it in his hands under his nose and said with a smile that he finally got it in the proportions that the young man liked, after which he offered him to try it. Manhwa took a cup of coffee. The man was beaming with joy. The guy asked if he thought 1 cup would be enough, because for a good morning you need at least 50. The old man agreed with this and said that he would bring more. The guys looked at him in confusion. Ace asked the guy if this grandpa would really be their first servant. The woman turned to him and said that the guy probably didn't know, but she would try to talk to him, because in order to become a Slavic, you need to be strong enough to protect them. The boys raised their hands. The girl took a step forward. Crow agreed with her and said that he even found the NPC of the fatal spearman, so he should make him a servant, after which he added that he tried very hard to befriend him, so he should talk quickly in return. The girl approached the hero, pointed her finger at the old man and asked how he met this man. The guy remembered how the old man hugged him while kneeling and told him that the man was a fisherman, and that, according to him, he wanted to spend his whole life with Manhwa. The girl was pierced by realization. She touched her chin and said that the guy simply decided to take in this elderly uncle, who had a difficult life. She wiped away a tear, returned to the guys and decided that they only thought about themselves, after which she said that they could just accept this old man as a servant. Crow asked her what happened. He raised his hand. The front door opened slightly. The brunette said that his efforts could be in vain. Someone asked for permission to enter. A dark-haired man with the class of a fatal spearman entered inside. They say that he came to take the place of a servant. Crow ran up to him and said that he was waiting for him. The spearman suddenly noticed the old man did not recognize him. The man fell to his knees. The grandpa looked around in surprise. Jank greeted the ghostly spear. The old man smiled, recognized the guy and said that he had already heard that he became a fatal spearman. Jank looked at him plaintively. The man said that he had grown a lot. The guys looked at this in surprise. Crow asked in confusion if this was really Ben. The girl asked him if he knew him. The guy introduced Ben fighting a monster and said that he was the legendary swordsman who destroyed Ouroboros. Manhwa and Ben tried to calm down the spear bearer. The brunette added that it was amazing that a legendary figure was standing right in front of him, and what's more, would become their servant, so he couldn't even believe it. The girl smiled softly and said that amazing things always happen to their ally. She turned to the guys and said that since they decided on a servant, it was time for them to talk about the strategy for capturing the dungeon, and then asked if they should go next with Khan, whose attacks were the most powerful, and the healer Locke. The guys imagined a crowd of monsters and discussed that there were 3 possibilities left. They still hadn't found a quick way to destroy the undead with their high defense, so they should look into the participation of other guild members, such as Ace and Crow. There was an empty yogurt container on the table. The guy asked if he could go. He licked the remains of the yogurt from his lips and said that he had obtained a lot of divine power, and he thought he could help in catching the undead. Manhwa awkwardly scratched the back of his head. The girl smiled, looking at him. The guy said that he had one request. Genie asked what he wanted in return. If he really had a high indicator of divine power, then she would be all for it. In time, he presented baked chicken and asked to collect the highest quality ingredients for him, because his father's birthday was coming soon and he would like to have dinner with him for once. The guy remembered the dinners with his dad when they were children and said that he wanted to cook it himself and treat him. Jisoo waved to Genie in front of the entrance to the dungeon. The girl said that she would wait outside. She crossed her arms. Min Hayek asked why she was not going with them. Seok-T replied that this dungeon was only for 3 and she was not a damage dealer. The girl looked at them upset and wondered if everything would be okay, because no matter how much divine help there was, but the guy's level wasn't that high. She looked at the guild rankings and thought that their stats weren't that great either, so that was the limit. She wondered if they could handle it. Jisoo killed one of the monsters. The guys stood in the middle of the corpses. The man asked the hero if he had seen how strong he was. The young man agreed. The guys drank a potion against poison. My life began to crawl out of the floor again. Seok-T said that they had skills that didn't deal such massive damage, so it would be difficult. The guy smiled, raised his hand and said that he had a suitable skill, then asked for permission to try it once. The guys agreed with him. Seok-T said that he would drive the monster into one place. He kicked the ground and created a semblance of a circle. The monsters started approaching them. The guy took out the great sword of the ancient water dragon. He still had a calm expression on his face, took the handle with a reverse grip and used the blooming sword. The brunette looked back at him in surprise. Magic blades appeared out of nowhere and destroyed the monsters. The guy looked at his opponents with a serious look. He took the sword with both hands and smiled widely. Seok-T asked him how he managed to become so strong. The heroes answered that he just constantly ate well and did exercises. The guys moved on, discussing the fact that thanks to him they finished faster than they thought, so they need to speed up even faster, because there are not many chances left. Min Hayek raised his eyebrows in surprise, but suddenly he closed his eyes because of the flow of wind. A river of magma opened up in front of the guys. Jisoo lowered his head and said that this is a river of lava, also one of the tests. Seok-T took 2 bottles of freezing potions and said that if you pour them on the river, it will partially freeze, but you need to step carefully to cross to the other side. The guy asked him why they were doing this. The brunette smiled awkwardly. Jisoo lowered his eyebrows heavily. Min Hayek asked them why they needed to go this way. The man looked at him and said that they did not have a freezing skill. Min Hayek called this method ineffective. He thought about the words that they had no other way with a calm expression. A frying pan appeared in the guy's hand. He thought of something. The young man took the frying pan with both hands and increased it many times. Min Hayek placed his tool across the river. He threw 3 freezing potions and said that this way the result would be even better. The frying pan was covered with a small frozen layer. The guy smiled, looked at the boys and asked if they would skate. Seok-T praised him and said that he could continue like this. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the entrance to the dungeon. The girl raised her eyebrows in alarm and thought that she had sent Min Hayek. The difference between the levels was too big and she was worried about it. She glanced at the timer, which showed 30 minutes and 58 seconds, wondering if they could handle it. The door opened in front of the guys. A giant headless horseman appeared in front of them. Jisoo put his axe on his shoulder and asked the guy if he remembered the plan. The young man answered in the affirmative. The guys rushed into battle. The brunette said that their goal was to destroy the boss as quickly as possible. They were approaching the monster at high speed. Jisoo delivered a slashing blow. The boss blocked it with his sword. Seok-T punched the monster's body. The guy was holding the Sea King's sword in his hands, thinking about what he heard that the Durahan King has a stronger defense than attack. He remembered the slashing sword skill and decided that it might be useful. Jisoo delivered several blows, gritting his teeth. Seok-T also attacked the enemy. Min Hayek took the sword with both hands and decided to try at least once. He closed his eyes and stood in a stance. Flames began to float in the air and around his blade. The guys turned to look at him. Jisoo said that it looked very cool. The brunette asked him not to get distracted. Min Hayek frowned and decided that this was the right moment. The monster raised his sword above himself. The hero took a step forward and swung his weapon, waiting for the moment. Jeannie suddenly noticed something while drinking her drink. She paid attention to the commotion in the chat. The girl noticed that people were discussing how her team's skills were simply incredible. Min Hayek calmly caught his breath. The girl covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. The monster fell to the ground. The system announced the completion of the task. Their guild broke into first place. The guys exclaimed in surprise. They imagined themselves standing under the Korean flag and said that they saved the country. The girl blushed and thought that this guy was more important to his country's victory than to the guild. Seok-T wiped his chin and smiled. The guy exclaimed and said that they were the first to set a record of under 40 minutes. The brunette turned to Min Hayek and said that he had done a great job, after which he offered to take the reward. Jisoo raised his hand with a smile and said that the guy should grow up big, and then he would be able to walk everywhere. The young man was indignant that he was no longer a child. The brunette insisted that he take everything for himself, because they had already earned theirs. Min Hayek took the box with a smile and thanked the guys. The system reported that the guy had received an artifact suitable for his class. He opened the chest, from which a bright light burst out. Inside was a Korek fermentation pot. He frowned in surprise. He imagined the products floating inside the pot, looked at the description and touched his cheeks with delight. The young man took the pot. The allies asked him what he got and if there was anything good, after which they began to assume that it was a weapon, armor, or a rare accessory. The hero turned to them with a smile and said that he needed to leave because an urgent matter had come up. Seok-T agreed with him. Jisoo asked him what kind of business it was. The guy smiled awkwardly and began to stutter. The guys frowned in confusion, noticing that the young man had left the group. The room was left empty. Jisoo said that first you need to talk, then leave. The guy thought that there were 2 ways to drive a person crazy, not to finish the sentence to the end. Min Hyuk took the lid of the pot and said that you need to put crabs, soy sauce, and other ingredients in it, and then close the lid. He covered his face with his hand because of the light. The system reported that the special functions of the fermentation pot were activated, and the marinated crabs were ready to eat. The hero opened the lid and saw the finished dish, saying that everything looked very tasty. He took the crab with tongs, smiled widely, and said that the color showed that the crab was really marinated, and that he wanted to try it right away. The young man raised his hand above his head and said that first he needed to prepare everything, cook the rice, and then wondered if he should try to do everything together with it. He laid the dish on the table and exclaimed happily. The guy sat down at the table, smiled widely, and said that he would have marinated crabs for dinner, fresh trout, so this is a real delicacy. He raised his hand and decided that it was time to try it. The young man took from which juices flowed. He said that there was a lot of meat in it, and he wished himself a bon appetit. The magical taste of the crab spread throughout his body, that he felt the aroma that fills everything with it, as well as the tender meat that just melts in his mouth. He sprinkled the rice with pieces of seaweed and decided to mix everything right in the shell. The guy scooped up some of the contents with a spoon and thought that the risk was compensated by the slight saltiness of the marinade, so it turned out unpretentious and aromatic, and the aftertaste and pleasant consistency were just perfect. He grabbed his cheeks in delight and decided that the name Rice Thief would be suitable for this, after which he said that now he was really happy. The young man took his chopsticks and said that this was not the end, because he had fish fillet left. He took the salmon and delightedly said that the shine and shade were just perfect. He put thinly sliced onion on top of it and poured horseradish sauce over it. The guy put it in his mouth and thought with a smile that this was the peculiar sweet taste of the fillet, and the fresh onion and sauce went well together, after which he wondered if Lena could like such a delicate taste. He looked at the fish lying on the rice and thought that it could be seasoned with wasabi, because this fish has many variations. He smiled widely and decided that he could try pepper sauce. The blue sky hung over the castle. The girl asked for forgiveness. The dark-skinned guy looked at her. She added that it was not a live broadcast. Shua folded her hands and said that she was very sorry. The guy put his hands on his belt and said that she should apologize not to him, but to the killer with a frying pan, after which he asked her if she knew what position she had put him in, because even fans should not do this. The girl closed her eyes and repented again, saying that she would try to compensate for everything. The guy scratched the back of his head. The girl thought about how much he would ask for, because, as she heard, the killer with the frying pan was from a rich family. The warm rays of the sun fell on the treetops. The general asked the girl if she had any information related to delicious food. The hero's voice was heard in the forest. He said that he was very full. The guy grabbed his stomach, smiled widely, and said that he was good at catching seafood. Suddenly, he received a request for a call from the general. The guy was worried about his words, because he said that tomorrow he would have to go fishing again. The young man smiled widely and asked why he was calling at such a time. Min Hyuk grabbed his shoulder. The general said that he had information that he would like. The guy smiled widely and said that he had no interest in equipment. The man replied that he knew it, after which he asked if the guy remembered the user who willfully uploaded a video with his participation. Min Hyuk began to warm up. He assumed that the girl's name was Chua. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the words, and that the general had received some information from her. The young man asked what he meant. Min Hyuk instantly approached the bell when he heard the words about the millstone. The guy imagined the stone circles, knelt down and began to nod at the man's words. It was he, that it was one of the mystical artifacts, and that it could be used to grind food to obtain a larger volume. The young man turned slightly pale when he heard the words, that it made food tastier. The guy raised his hand and said that it was even better than winning the lottery. The general said that it was grandiose. Min Hyuk asked the man where he could find the millstone. The general replied that it was in Rukto's grave. Chang Wook introduced the men sitting in a dark room and said that in the dungeon, which no one has yet managed to capture, because to clear it, you need to pass the Rukto test. But it is so difficult that everyone who has tried to do it so far gave up this idea, just farmed inside and left. The guy asked how difficult it must be. The general smiled and pointed at himself. The young man said that this is valuable information in any case. The man asked him if he was satisfied and if he could withdraw the complaint. The young man calmly agreed and told the general to do it in secret from the girl. Chang Wook asked him why he needed this. The guy smiled ominously, held his hands and said that she is a journalist and probably knows a lot of things, so you need to use her as much as possible. The man thought that the guy is a real devil. He looked away and wondered if he really wants to chase her for the rest of his life. Manhwa turned to him. He presented a bow and said that he had not been developing his hand skills lately, and then asked if something like archery could help him. The man introduced a guy holding a loaded bow and said that shooting is good for developing skills and that he can recommend it. The guy thought about trying it. His voice was heard in the forest. The young man thanked the general. The man said that he would call if something happened. The call ended. Manhwa said that first he needed to look for something tasty in the vicinity of Rukto's grave. Suddenly, he noticed something. The system opened a quest for him about the grave's surroundings, which had 4 quests for collecting materials. The guy noticed moon wheat. He imagined packs of flour, bread and pasta and said that this was the same wheat from which noodles are made and that it was different from sun wheat. The young man drooled and imagined delicious noodles, thinking about how you can make food that is so pleasant to eat. He imagined another variation of noodles, then thought that it was sweet and spicy and refreshing. He frowned slightly and decided that any dish would be delicious. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above him. The guy decided that tomorrow he needed to go to the grave. Chabin stepped onto the ground. She, sitting on the defeated man, raised the ring up and said that the result was not so bad. The girl rose to her feet, put her hands on her waist and added that she needed to work a little more and leave because everyone came to this place to farm. Suddenly, the girl noticed something, wondering if there was some simpleton. She saw her load. I'm going to wheat in general. She looked at his face and recognized the guy. He straightened up, that he had collected everything. Gold and wheat scattered in his basket. The young man said that he had 5 kilograms of moon wheat, so it would be possible to make 2 types of noodles from this. He kneaded the dough on the table, saying that he made it with the help of the ingredient processing skill. He passed the dough through a special device for making noodles in large quantities and said that it was necessary to scroll the dough through a machine. He poured dark broth into a plate and sprinkled vegetables, commenting that noodles should be added to the broth with anchovies and radishes. Add various vegetables for beauty. An appetizing dish lay on the plate. The young man called it vegetable noodles with broth. He sat down at the table and picked up a small portion with chopsticks, saying that the dish that makes you sweat is the most delicious. He tried a little noodles. A wonderful taste spread through his body. He thought that he felt the refreshment and richness of the anchovies, which harmonized with the taste of the noodles and the rich broth. He took another small portion, thinking that if you add to this also spicy sweet well-marinated cabbage, then a spicy taste will be added, which will allow you to achieve 2 results in one action. Suddenly the young man noticed 2 shining eyes. The owl monster burst out of the forest towards the boy. It was heading towards the boy at high speed. Manhwa pulled the bowstring and aimed at it. The arrow hit the monster in the chest. The boy asked not to touch him when he was eating. The system reported an increase in hand skill. Chabin watched this from behind the bushes in surprise. She looked at the defeated monster and thought that the boy killed the owl bear with 1 shot without using skills, but such a powerful bow did not even exist before the update. She paid attention to the boy's weapon and thought that, apparently, this is an epic weapon with an effect that appeared quite recently. That's why it is so calm right on the battlefield, after which she decided that she definitely needed to get this bow. The guy noticed something while eating noodles. He turned slightly pale, raising his eyebrows. The guy saw that there were almost no noodles left in the reserves. He was upset but looked at the remaining sticks and said that in the task with the moon wheat he was able to collect only 5 kilograms, after which he called it a mistake. He raised his tearful eyes, hearing a cry for help. The girl was running away from the monsters. They say that if someone destroys them, she will give everything she has. The guy noticed something in surprise. He paid attention to the grains of wheat behind her back, thinking that she got the task to collect wheat. Manhwa pulled the bowstring and thought that if she gave him her moon wheat, he would be able to eat more noodles. The arrows pierced the bodies of the monsters. They fell to the ground. The girl thanked the guy for his help. She raised her hand, smiled widely and said that she would give all the dropped items. The young man smiled and agreed. She was stunned by what she heard. The girl watched the guy collecting wheat, confused, and thought that he probably wouldn't even share. After which she became indignant and added that usually when she offers first, others share at least out of politeness. She smiled, remaining furious, and thought that she wanted to pretend to be friendly in order to suddenly attack him, but at this rate, she wouldn't be able to kill him, so she needed to follow him to get the right moment. She turned to the guy and asked him to continue. The young man looked up at her in surprise. The girl raised her hand and said that she was heading to Rukto's grave, after which she asked him to accompany her because she was supposed to meet her team there, and since she was a tank, it was hard for her to go alone. She extended her hand to him and said that if he went with her, then he could take all the items from the monsters killed along the way. The boy looked at her face, thinking that her generosity was strange, but it doesn't matter, after which he agreed and said that he was heading there himself, but he would need to hunt monsters to level up. The interlocutor raised her hand, smiled and said that he could hunt as much as he wanted and she could cover for him. Her voice rang out in the forest. She said that she was glad to meet him. The girl frowned tensely, thinking that the guy had completely lost his mind. He killed a huge pile of bears and began to eat noodles. The girl thought that he was an oddball who killed so many monsters to level up, and even eats. Manhwa turned to her and said that it was very tasty for him, and since he had already eaten, they should hit the road. The girl agreed with him. Chabon looked at the guy's back with displeasure and thought that she was ready to attack him right now, but she needed to act thoughtfully. A chat opened in front of her. Vocal asked her where she was and why she didn't come to the grave. The girl thought that the guy easily killed several dozen monsters, so she needed to attack him with the rest of the guild members. Vocal exclaimed in surprise, seeing the girl's apology. He crossed his arms and smiled. The girl wrote that she found a user from whom she wanted to take the bow, but she can't handle it alone, so they should help her deal with him in the grave. The man said that he was wondering why she was not there, but apparently she found a victim to kill. He sternly added that in that case they would have to show real strength. The guys approached the grave. The girl apologized to the mister for being late. The man approached them, spread his arms and thanked the guy for helping a member of their guild. The young man replied that it was also beneficial to him. Manhwa picked up a bun. The man said that it was a great relief for him. He pointed his finger at the entrance to the grave and asked the guy if he wanted to join them, because, as he understood, the boy was also going there. Manhwa brought the cake a map. The man said that they just had one free spot, and that they had only reached level 4 so far, so even a newbie would be suitable for them. The boy said that if things were going like this, they could take him into the group. The men smiled ominously. The guy became part of the team. The commander said that they were not leaving. The guys went down into the dungeon. The guy happily ate the chocolate. Vocal thought that the guy was only level 300, and he was hunting on a level 370 field, so he definitely had a great weapon. He smiled maniacally and looked at the bow, deciding that it would not be cheap and this was just right for a player killer. They came to a fork. The man turned around and said that he probably didn't know much yet, so he could just follow them, then said that the side paths, except for the middle one, would be difficult to pass. The guy agreed with him. Vocal smiled broadly and thought that the place they were heading to was called the King's Path. He imagined himself attacking the guy with his team and thought that when the young man passed there, his weapon would be confiscated, and those who did not know this and were carrying weapons in their hands when he entered this path, they were able to eliminate quite easily. The guy noticed a notification that appeared. The bow disappeared from his hand. The system reported that on the control path his weapon would be confiscated and he would not be able to use it for 1 hour. The man raised his hand, smiled and said that he did not have time to say that to pass this path you need to have a backup weapon, so he will give him his because sometimes this happens, so he always has a spare with him. The man took out a small dagger. He smiled widely and lunged forward, saying that it was a great weapon to send to the afterlife with one blow. The boy moved to the side in an instant. The man looked back at him tensely and thought that he had managed to dodge the sudden blow. The young man stepped onto the ground behind him. He turned around silently. The guys would have prepared themselves. The guy said that he had thought it was strange from the beginning. He frowned and asked the guys what they were doing. The hero was surrounded. He asked what they were doing. Vocal looked at the brunette and grinned. Manhwa said that he thought Jabon's behavior was strange because he hadn't even shared his items with her. She had never complained about anything. The guy started to take out his sword. Then he decided to believe the girl. The hero took a fighting stance and asked if they had fun doing this. Their leader smiled grimly. The others were surprised by the guy's weapon. Vocal looked at the brunette predatorily and noted that he had many artifacts. The girl frowned. The leader ordered her to distract the hero. The invisibility skill was activated. She rushed to Manhwa. Jabon smiled and wondered where he got so many good items from. She could grab this sword too. The enemy grinned. Blessing of the silver golem. Defense power is doubled. Her armor glowed. She thought that even rankers would have a hard time breaking through such defense. The hero grinned. This surprised the girl. Jabon swung her dagger. There was no one at the place where she struck. The guy disappeared. She was shocked. A sword pierced the floor behind her. The girl turned around. The hero looked resolutely at the enemy. Blooming sword. Several blades jumped out of the floor. One of them pierced the girl. She thought that his level was much lower than hers. How could that be? Jabon staggered. Her leader frowned. He did not expect to see such powerful skills. The man thought that the big sword was too heavy and long, so the attack speed was slow. The hero looked around. The enemy also noticed that it was necessary to use both hands, and this was enough to seize the right moment. Vocal appeared behind the young man and swung. The guy noticed him and parried the blow. The villain smiled. The brunette looked at him in surprise. The leader used a continuous attack. A glow appeared. A pig appeared in front of the main character. The bandit's attack was parried. He was shocked. Manhwa looked at the animal with alarm and shouted that it was too dangerous. The pig landed on the floor and glared at the enemy. Vocal angrily shouted for her to go away. Beanie jumped and began to strike the enemy. The bandit covered himself with his hand in fear. He did not understand what kind of pig it was. A blow from the shovel hit him on the head. The villain fell to the ground. The pig hit him with her paw. You lost consciousness due to strong blows. One of the bandits got angry and shouted, "How dare the hero?" Manhwa was gloomy. His sword was glowing. He said that it seemed like it was not the first time they robbed good-natured users who play games. The guy moved towards the enemy. He got scared and tried to stop him. The brunette turned the sword into a frying pan. He asked who was the bad guy. The guy looked menacingly at the bandit, holding a huge frying pan in his hands. The enemy sweated and began to stutter. He rushed to run and shouted that he did not want to die. The hero exclaimed that let him hit once first, and then the bandit can run away. The brunette frowned and reduced the size of the weapon. The young man said that it was not even interesting. He turned to the pig and asked where the man lying there went. Beanie answered that she dealt with him. The brunette turned his gaze to Jabin. She twitched. She looked at the hero with fear and began to apologize. Manhwa looked down at her. The girl said that if she left the game again, her account would be blocked. The young man looked at her angrily and replied that he did not want to forgive her because she was going to kill him. The brunette panicked and tried to make excuses. He quickly finished her off. The guy stretched and realized that he was hungry. The hero looked down. In front of him was a parchment with a choice of reward. Dhakran Guild. The leader of the clone guild was looking at the system window. A pink-haired girl approached him. He asked why Vocal had suddenly left. The interlocutor was surprised and promised to check. She said that he had a clash with a killer with a frying pan. The man looked at her in surprise and asked again. The girl showed a message from Jabin. The leader clarified whether this killer with a frying pan tried to pass the test. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative and added that the members of their guild could not complete it, even by joining forces. There is no way this player could do it alone. The hero munched on a hot dog and studied the notice. He said that it seemed like there would be no problems, and entered the gate. Clone folded his arms and smiled. The leader began to say who the boss of this trial was. The scroll opened. The guy looked at it with interest. Reward selection, gold, artifact, edible ingredients, experience points. The young man was delighted. Naturally, he chose edible ingredients as a reward for completing the dungeon. He decided to eat first and then enter. Something knocked the food out of his hands. The hot dog fell to the floor. The young man's eyes widened. A man in a cloak was approaching him. The guy turned to look at him. The red-eyed man said, "Delicious human meat." The food was lying on the floor. The hero thought that his precious bun with sausage had fallen to the ground. Manhwa armed himself with a frying pan and looked angrily at the enemy. He shouted that he would never forgive him. If you destroy the vampire rune, you can get the precious vampire blood. The young man frowned. The brunette remembered that the scroll spoke of the sixth reward, culinary ingredients. The vampire looked at the hero nervously. The cook was already imagining how he would be able to taste the soup made of vampire blood. His drool began to flow. The villain put out his hand and called the bats. He demanded that they stop staring at him and licking their lips. The hero changed his weapon to a bow. The arrows pierced the bats. Manhwa continued to smile. Mice rained down around him. He reasoned that the precious blood would certainly be very fresh and the soup from it would turn out delicious. One of the bats sharply struck him in the side. It was a reincarnated vampire. He said that judging by the way the hero was confronting him, he had good skills. The villain licked his lips and said that victory was his because he had the ability to copy if he drank the blood of a stranger. The monster's eyes widened. He began to take on his previous appearance again. The man thought that he had drunk his blood and everything inside was burning as if he had swallowed the sun. Rune writhed and stuck out his tongue. The brunette looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening to him. He assumed that his divine power acted as poison on the immortal vampire. The young man deliberately cut his hand on the blade of the sword. The guy poured his blood on the vampire. He screamed. The hero said that this was revenge for his sausage bun. Blooming sword. Several blades pierced the villain. He closed his eyes and dissolved. You have passed the sixth trial of Rukto's grave. You receive a reward for a new record. The brunette was surprised. A niche appeared in the wall. There was a millstone hidden there. The hero happily hugged the reward and exclaimed that he could finally make tofu. You receive the precious vampire blood and the millstone of abundance. The demon statue was studying energy. The guy looked at it in surprise. A voice said that not only did the hero destroy the rune and take the pot, but he also received the millstone. The statue came to life and bared its teeth. You met Korak, one of the 7 mythical demons. Manhwa was shocked. His hands were shaking. He thought that the one who made the fermentation pot and the millstone was also a gourmet who was chasing delicious food. The guy mentally called him his teacher. The young man happily ran up to the demon and thanked him for creating such amazing artifacts. The hero said that he was using his pot well. Korak looked at the stranger in surprise. He wondered if the guy really only used the pot for cooking. The demon found it funny that the player did not use the hidden abilities of the pot and even destroyed the vampire. He extended a clawed paw and said that he was pleased to hear it. The monster decided to give the hero something. You received the Korak book. An ancient tome appeared in front of the young man. With the Korak book, you can change your class. You cannot abandon your divine class Shiksen. The demon said that this is a very valuable book that must be protected. The guy stood in front of him. He thanked the creature. Korak looked questioningly at the brunette. Manhwa looked at his interlocutor with admiration. The cook said that he had such beautiful horns, and in general the demon was so tall and magnificent. He must know a lot about all sorts of delicious products. The demon grinned and replied that he knew all the places in the devil's world where there are special ingredients. He asked the guy if he wanted to know in which temple the ingredients were hidden. The hero nodded vigorously. A map leading to the temple appeared in front of him. The young man was delighted. Korak grinned and advised his interlocutor to think carefully and go there. You have passed the 6th test. There were disgruntled players standing in front of the entrance. The guy frowned and said that he had gathered the guild members to take revenge, but this killer with a frying pan had already passed the 6th test. He said nervously that first of all, it was necessary to return the artifacts and items that he had taken. A man in a hat was leaning against a tree. It was Blackstone Lark. He looked closely at his companions. It seemed that they did not know everything about Rukto's grave. The artifact for passing the 6th test, the millstone, was invented by Korak, who liked to joke about others. Its real effect appeared only after repeating special actions. Before that, the hero managed to cope quickly, but in the 6th test he was stuck for several hours. The man thought about it. Surely the guy found the scroll, figured out how to get Korak's artifact, and went into the grave. Lark approached the dark-skinned boy. His name was Kystra. He was standing next to the white wolf Fenris. The man assumed that the killer with the frying pan also knew that the millstone was a new level artifact. In that case, plans to exchange a legendary item for it were pointless. The boy looked at his interlocutor with alarm and said that even he had spent 5 months preparing for this matter, although he was a legendary seeker. The player sighed and said that he came because the Vakran Guild, which was entrusted with clearing the grave, had problems, and then this happened. According to the plan, they needed to hand over the artifact to that person. They needed to join forces with the guild and kill the player to take the item. The young man looked uncertainly at the outstretched hand. Lark asked him if he would help with this matter because they could not allow the guild to ruin everything again. He asked the boy to check everything before the killer with the frying pan left. Kystra looked sad. The young man thought that in order to achieve that person's goal, they should first of all take the artifacts. But he can't let that happen because of the promise he made to Rich. Memories of his brother being sick flashed through his mind. They were discussing how they were starving, but one person brought medicine and gave him a capsule to connect to Athena. Rich closed his eyes and remembered the chicken porridge they had then. He asked his brother to try cooking it. It was his only wish. Kystra thought about it sadly. He heard that the frying pan killer had much more outstanding cooking skills than the Twilight Chef Black, and in order for the hero to help the boy, he would not participate in killing the player, but would help him escape. And this would mean betraying Lark, who was tasked with retrieving the artifact, and Kenrahul. Everyone would consider him a traitor. However, if it was for Rich, then he definitely needed the power of the frying pan killer. Manhwa sighed and put the dish on the table. He decided that this should be enough. The guy twirled the knife in his hands and said that tofu was delicious even if you eat it without cooking it. He cut the cheese into several slices. However, it becomes even better when combined with some dish. The guy quickly finished cooking. He happily scooped up the food with a spoon and tried it. Combined with the spicy broth, the texture of the soft tofu resembles a steamed omelet. Shellfish, fresh vegetables, rich broth and eggs. The hero wiped his mouth. Perfect. As expected, there must be soup on the table. He looked at the table. Another dish was waiting for him, tofu with kimchi. Spicy and at the same time slightly sweet kimchi, fried in oil, goes well with tender tofu. Crispy kimchi and soft tofu. The brunette put down another empty rice bowl. The young man happily grabbed the tofu, admiring its benefits and taste at the same time. It is not for nothing that it is called beef from the field. Manhwa stood dejectedly next to the empty plates. He ate all the cooked tofu. The hero took out a millstone and decided to cook some more while there was still time. He hit the dishes. Something flowed out. The guy was surprised. The millstone lit up. The hero recoiled. A vessel appeared in the air. The millstones of abundance were upgraded to shining millstones of life's joys and sufferings. Upon opening them, you receive the ancient vessel of life's joys and sufferings. Upon receiving the set, the artifact level increased to the catastrophe level. You learned a new ability. The hero looked at the notification in surprise. Ability, lightning. Rank, artifact skill. Effect, when wielding the shining millstones of life's joys and sufferings, when attacked, you can shoot lightning bolts that deal as much damage as the attack. Ability, Hellish Lightning. Rank, Artifact Skill. Cooldown, 480 hours. Effect, by turning the millstones, you will cause a powerful lightning strike that will strike the surrounding area and attack it for 1 minute. The boy was amazed. The effect is simply incredible. Wherever he goes, he will not have to go hungry now. The artifact was sealed, and the trial was completed. The attack on the tomb of Rukto was completed. The guild members were waiting for the target. They received a notification and quickly ran to the entrance. Lark was hiding behind a tree. He wondered why the hero did not come out if he completed the mission. The man's eyes widened. He assumed that after the end of the mission, a new exit appeared. The player turned around and called Kystra, but no one was around. The boy quickly ran away, sitting on a wolf. His face was focused. He wondered what the killer with the frying pan would ask for in exchange for the favor. Money, artifacts. Would he want all this? The boy ran through the dungeon. Min Hayek held a scroll in his hands and turned around at the footsteps. He thought with surprise that he couldn't have lost the scroll of return. The brunette was about to tear the scroll. The boy shouted that there was a hungry child in it. Kystra was shaking all over. He said that the boy only needed one dish. The young man clenched his hand. He thought that he shouldn't have said all that nonsense because he had one chance. The protagonist looked at the newcomer silently. He asked what dish he needed and maybe he could cook it. The boy stood in front of him. Kystra said that he would do anything. The brunette came closer. He looked at the young man confidently and said that he wanted no one in the world to ever go hungry. Kystra was amazed. An orphanage. Children were playing outside. Kystra was sitting under a tree. A man was standing next to him. The boy said that he had heard that the interlocutor supported nursing homes and orphanages in different countries. He looked at him and asked why he did it for free. The man smiled. He looked at the children, then turned to the young man. The interlocutor replied that he was doing this for the sake of a world where no one would go hungry. Min Hayek reminded him of the man. The boy looked confused. He asked the hero who he was. The boy smiled and said that he was a person who liked tasty things. They heard the voices of the guild members. They were looking for the main hero. The brunette became wary and took out his weapon. The boy waved his hand and said that they would be at a disadvantage in this place. He summoned a white wolf and said that the hero should go with him. Kystra jumped on the beast and called the cook. The boy stared at him in surprise. The wolf grabbed him by the collar. The fugitives rushed through the forest. Min Hayek looked at the boy. He repeated his words about not wanting anyone in the world to go hungry. The young man smiled and said that it was very cool. The hero smiled. They quickly walked away together. Kystra entered the house with the protagonist. He asked his brother if everything was okay. His brother smiled tenderly and said that everything was fine. Rich looked at his brother and noted that it was some kind of cheating because he did not feel any pain when he was in the game. He asked Kystra about why he asked him to connect. His brother answered that it was all because there was someone here who could cook delicious food. Min Hayek smiled happily and waved his hand in greeting. Rich looked at the guy in surprise and said that his brother said that you can feel the taste of food in this game. A recipe for chicken porridge for Rich appeared. The protagonist looked at this recipe in shock and realized that he did not have some ingredients, which meant he would have to replace them, so he tried everything he needed to achieve the desired effect. A stool stood near the table, and Min Hayek asked the guy to sit for now. The brunette was blowing on the hot chicken at this time, because he remembered from the recipe that after taking out a well-cooked chicken, it was necessary to cut it into thin slices. Then he added a bunch of different greens to the rice. Rich smiled enthusiastically and noted that it was a very pleasant aroma, and he thought that this dish would be very tasty. The protagonist turned to the brothers and asked them to wait a little longer. He held the plate in his hands and understood that this was a rare dish and almost without a buff, and he should not rush because the life of this child was in danger. This was chicken porridge for Rich, which returned memory and restored it by 8%. The guy held the plate in his hands and understood that he had to achieve the effect of memory for this child, and it could not be ordinary food. He wanted to cook the guy a real dish, seeing a black bucket. Then he saw a burning stove. He began to chop vegetables with sweat on his brow and really hoped that Rich would become happier after eating the porridge he had prepared. The cook was serving porridge with a ladle. He placed the plate on the table. The two brothers were watching what was happening with excitement. The brunette apologized for making the guy wait for so long. Rich was inhaling the pleasant aromas of the dish. He remembered how his mother fed him with a spoon, and he noted that it tasted very good. Kystra and Min Hayek were watching as Rich was about to try the porridge. He immediately put the spoon in his mouth. It was a spoonful of rice with vegetables and meat. The guy felt good. The well-cooked sticky rice combined with the tender chicken porridge, which filled his mouth with a soft taste, spreading warmth throughout his body. Rich remembered how he ate this porridge with sadness. Now he felt the same taste, chewing the dish. The protagonist sat opposite the brothers when Rich noted that the taste was the same as in the past. The brunette smiled happily, realizing that he succeeded. Suddenly, a secret quest popped up where it was necessary to achieve his epiphany. A reward card, where the percentage of the quest completion said that the satisfaction of as many people as possible increased by 100%, and 2 divine dishes became available to him, a full meal like in a restaurant. Yellow light emitted from the hieroglyph. Manhwa understood that the task was determined at 50%, but the percentage increased significantly, and the second divine dish is a full meal like in a restaurant. Suddenly, a message from the god of food popped up in front of him, who told him that if he was really considered his descendant, then he should be busy eating food now. The god of food added that since Manhwa was his descendant, he sincerely believed that the day would come when he would cook for others like he did now. Now he understood what it meant to satisfy as many people as possible. He was about to tap the message with his finger, wanting to move on to the reward. He joyfully triumphed when he saw a pile of dishes on the table. Kystra began to shake his head when the protagonist suggested that they eat too. The brunette smiled widely, holding a fork in his hands. He added that he should be warned if the guys wanted more porridge. Then he immediately began to cut the steak. He took a piece on his fork. He immediately put it in his mouth. It was the most tender steak with streaks of fat. The protagonist understood that the outside of the meat was well done, and the inside was juicy and tender. He wiped his mouth with a satisfied face, understanding that medium steaks are the most delicious. Another dish looked like carbonara. He began to twirl it on his fork. Then he was going to try it with the steak. He started waving his hands happily, realizing that the spaghetti with tomato paste was also very tasty, but the milky taste of the carbonara went best with other dishes. Manhwa felt that there was not only one carbonara, but also a crispy crust. The 2 brothers looked at the cook with a smile, who asked them if they really would not eat. Then the guy reached for another plate, realizing that he could cook something for the guys at any time if they wanted. The next dish was pilaf with pork. He touched the egg yolk so that it spread. Then he began to stir the pilaf with a spoon. He wanted to carefully mix it all with mayonnaise and scoop it up with a spoon. The whole plate of pilaf was tilted, and he saw large pieces of meat. With tears in his eyes, he was very happy with the dish. He felt the perfect taste of each of the dishes, and this feeling was similar to the first time he tried pork roll. The 2 brothers sat opposite the protagonist when Rich noted that he was full, although the brunette was thinking about cooking something else. The boy smiled and put his hand to his chest, saying that he was already satisfied and happy now. Manhwa looked at the boy with trepidation and rejoiced at this event. He reached his finger to the 2 pop-up notifications. He ate 2 divine dishes, a full meal like in a restaurant, and his buff was increased by 100%. He gained culinary temptation skills and reputation. He imagined a smiling old man with a card. It was an active skill of culinary temptation, where the effect was with a certain degree of probability, so that he could take control of a person if he served them a dish cooked according to his recipe. He was going to use this skill as rarely as possible, because if he used this skill, he would be able to take control of people. The boy decided to get up from the table and turned to Kystra, wanting him to introduce him to the other children in the village. The boy wondered why he needed to do that. His eyes widened in shock when he was asked to call the children here to cook for them. The cook smiled tenderly and realized that if there were people who could be made happy by his cooking, he wanted to cook as many as possible. The battlefield in Hell, Vaham's field. Shabby flags fluttered in the wind. The boy's cape dangled in the wind. The rabbit held a knife in his hands with a sneer. The horse and the boar stared ahead. All the animals ran to attack the boy in the cloak. Suddenly, the stranger took out his fan. He immediately brushed all the animals away from himself. The white horse grumbled discontentedly. Then the boy put his fan away. The blonde looked to the side. He saw a message from the sender clone. It was addressed to Mr. Kenrahel, who was informed that one of the catastrophic artifacts was stolen by a frying pan killer, and he and the guild members tried to chase after it. But it disappeared. Kenrahel held his faith and did not understand how this impudent man dared to take his catastrophic artifact. Birds flew in the purple evening sky. The blonde realized that there was only one way left. Kystra imagined the children playing with an enthusiastic smile. He thanked Mr. Manhwa for the dinner yesterday and noted that thanks to him, Rich can actively play with his friends without any pain. The protagonist shyly scratched the back of his head and noted that he was glad that he could help them. He looked away with a smile and experienced this very feeling. The guy looked at the protagonist in surprise and said that he wanted to ask something. The brunette looked dumbfounded at the boy who mentioned his father from the Ilma group, Mr. Manhwa. The brunette was shocked that the boy knew his father. Kystra fell to his knees. The protagonist did not understand why the boy fell and asked him to get up. Manhwa waved his arms anxiously when the boy noted that he was very grateful to his father. The brunette looked dumbfounded at the boy who said that his father saved him. He did not understand what kind of situation this was and why it was so familiar. Kystra sat on the ground, clenching his fists, and stated that Min Hyuk saved Rich's life, and therefore he decided to dedicate his entire life to his family. The mulatto proudly pressed his hand to his chest. The protagonist smiled tremulously when a notification popped up that the user Kystra offered himself as a subordinate to the user Min Hyuk. The mulatto looked at the protagonist with a shining gaze, and he understood that he was begged with his puppy eyes, and he would be his last subordinate. The cook became curious to know the boy's profession. The guy answered that he was the messenger of the embodiment or simply an expert on pets. He pointed to his white wolf and said that his name was Fenris. Clear weather stood above the building. Kystra answered that many of them knew about it, but he was in 9th place in the entire world. The main character did not understand what this had to do with cooking. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder. He crouched in front of the guy and asked him if he knew how to wash dishes. Kystra and Fenris were shocked. The brunette turned to the side at the pop-up notification. It was a message from Jeannie, which said that she had all the ingredients for the dish he promised to cook for his father, and this pleased the guy. The mulatto exclaimed worriedly when the cook called him. Min Hyuk looked at the boy enthusiastically and asked him if he wanted to meet his father. Kystra was slightly shocked. He immediately answered yes with a shining smile. It was a big city at night. The president was walking around his office. Suddenly, his secretary entered his office. The protagonist's father looked at the secretary with a smile, who noted that the president now looked very happy, and this was all because his son was preparing a festive table for him for his birthday. The secretary put green tea on the table. Minhoo jokingly replied that this was not true, although all this will be in the game, but they had not eaten together for a long time. It was a spacious office with a marble ceiling. The president asked the secretary if he had found out the information he needed for him. The secretary presented huge blocks of ice. He said that not far from the land of Kalim there is a place with hundreds of icebergs, and if you find a white iceberg among them, you can get delicious milky ice. The secretary enthusiastically presented a plate with crumbs and said that if you shave a white iceberg, you will get an excellent dessert for children. The secretary looked at the president with admiration, who then asked him if he wanted to add him as a friend in the game. The secretary immediately asked about the nickname. The president smiled wickedly, introducing his image, and said that his name was the Black Dragon. He recalled how he asked people in the chat to recommend him a nickname. The secretary sadly lowered his head when asked about his nickname. They shook hands enthusiastically. The secretary replied that he had the nickname King God, and it was also recommended to him on the forum, but he liked the president's nickname much more. Minhoo was about to approach his desk, pointing with his hand. He asked the secretary if he wanted to meet his son because he was sure that Min Hyuk would be happy to see him because they also had not seen each other for a long time. The secretary was glad that he was given such an honor. A large moon shone in the night sky. A dragon's wing appeared. Minhoo and the secretary were flying on the Black Dragon. The secretary held his head in surprise and said that in addition to such a cool specialty, he also had a magnificent black dragon overall, as expected of Mr. President, who also shined in the game. He recalled how people made fun of him. Minhoo said that in order to become like this, he had to go through many ups and downs. He did not know why, but users laughed at his nickname. At that moment, he looked up excitedly, realizing that he continued to play for his son. Then he met a message that he had completed a secret quest of a person with a lower qualification. Then his hand began to be covered in a black aura. As a reward at that moment, he received a black dragon, and that is how he met Brittany. They flew on the dragon above the forest. Minhoo said that since he and Brittany started playing together, people no longer made fun of him, and he was able to have a good time in the game. The secretary was moved by such a story. Then they arrived at a huge palace. They descended from the black dragon. Brittany was absorbed back into the black energy. The brunette looked forward. He was about to open the door. Suddenly, he was greeted with confetti shots and a cake. The protagonist and his friends congratulated his father on his birthday. Min Hyuk looked at his father kindly and said that in addition to the cake, he and his friends prepared all this for him and asked him to enjoy it. His father looked forward. He saw a glimmer of light near the railing and thanked all the people. A pile of plates of food was on the table. All the guys were enjoying the party together. Minhoo watched Min Hyuk's friends with a smile. Then the president hugged Kystra tightly. He broke into a wide smile. It was a cake with 5 candles, and Min Hyuk asked his father to make a wish and blow out the candles. Then he blew them out sharply. Minhoo lowered his head and wished that his son would recover from his illness, and one day they could have dinner together again, and he wanted to do everything possible for that. Then his son and his friends bid him farewell. His father sat on the black dragon and bid them farewell. Brittany flapped his wing. His father flew on the black dragon and asked Brittany to fly from the land of Kalim. They came across icy sharp mountains. Minhoo covered himself with his hand as he entered the land of Kalim. He felt that it was very cold here. He needed to wear something warmer. It was very sharp icy mountains, and he wanted to wear the fire spirit of the blacksmith. He was told that he would regret setting foot on this land, and an ice witch appeared. She stretched out her hand and said that she would show him what real cold was. A strong stream of icy wind enveloped Min Hyuk's father. He realized that she was an ice witch and looked very dangerous. Brittany looked up and heard from the master that if he was with him, then he had nothing to fear. Then he immediately gave the order to his dragon to attack the queen. Brittany flew to attack with his master on the queen. He used his skill Brittany Roar. Kalia took out his fire sword. The Snow Queen snapped her fingers. Many crystals immediately flew at the president. The dragon hovered in the air and saw these crystals. The dragon turned his head away from the wind flow. Then he immediately released a fire flurry right on the ice. The Ice Queen released new arrows and noted the ridiculous attack of the enemies. The brunette saw an ice arrow flying at him. He deftly cut it with his sword. The Ice Queen grinned maliciously. Min Hyuk's father turned around in alarm, seeing another attack of the enemy. Brittany managed to cover his master with his wings. Kalia looked at his icy hand. His body began to freeze gradually and his health rapidly declined. He painfully remembered his plump son and understood that he had to get this ingredient for him. Kalia, together with the furious dragon, flew into the attack, realizing that it was necessary to get the ingredient at any cost. Jeannie looked at the paper sadly. She wanted to find at least one good summoner and thought that this one would do. She imagined a geographical plan of the map. Jeannie realized that in order to develop the territory that was given to Min Hyuk, they had to prepare for a battle with the guild. The brunette leaned on her hand and sighed. She thought about whether the protagonist planned to manage the estate or not and wanted to tell him that he also needed a manager. A new message appeared in the guild chat. Min Hyuk wrote for everyone to come out to the estate and he would stop by the store and then straight home. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the house of the estate. The two boys went inside with Jeannie. They saw Kystra washing the dishes. The mulatto looked back in surprise. He looked at the boys worriedly and apologized for not knowing that they had already arrived. He wiped his hands and said that he would take them now. The boys did not understand what the child was doing here. The brunette approached Kystra and asked him about who he was. The boy looked at the boys with a smile and said that he served Mr. Min Hyuk and he was in charge of washing the dishes since he joined him. The mulatto pointed to the sparkling hall and asked the boys to sit here for now to wait. The three boys looked at the boy curiously. The mulatto immediately began to wash the dishes. Then he decided to scratch his face. He cried a little as soap got into his eye. The guys immediately became worried, thinking that the child was crying. Min Hyuk came up to Jeannie from behind and asked them to go through. The brunette looked at him angrily. Angry cries could be heard from the estate about why he was mocking the child. At this time, Kalia held on to the cold ground. The silhouette of the ice witch evaporated in front of him and the legendary quest was completed. The exhausted president looked at the message, which said that the ice witch was returning to the summoning room. He stared at the sparkling crystal and realized that he had received the legendary ice dragon and a special ice cube. Kalia looked up with a smile when he was told that he would soon be teleported to the entrance of the dungeon. He and the dragon began to evaporate. As soon as Min Hyuk's father cleared his throat, people ran up from the side. The Vakran guild looked at him with glee and asked him to give them these things. The guys looked at each other when one of them asked his master if he was really going to kill the black dragon. They remembered how they looked in horror at the table from which the sound came. They remembered that the killer with the frying pan easily did the same and also took Gorak's artifact. The three people in cloaks realized that there was only one way to get rid of the Eye of the Black Stone. That is, to get an artifact of the same level as the guy. Clubs of wind blew around the ice crystals. Kalia was told that if they cleared the land of Kalim, he would get something. The president immediately grabbed his sword when he was told that he was guaranteed to get the legendary artifact with the ice witch. He was also asked not to forget about the equipment, because it looked like he even had good ones. The guild master ordered his guys to run and attack. At this time, there was clear weather above the trees. The brunette was dumbfounded that the mulatto followed Min Hyuk himself and his father also helped him. All the guys were sitting at the table. The protagonist angrily stated why he had to take anyone with him. It was just another mouth to feed. The guy with the long hair scratched his cheek. Then the protagonist looked at the guy who crossed his arms and stated that he didn't know exactly what happened between the two of them, but he thought that he had the capsule from Athens and other things left. The brunette got up from his chair and mentioned that his father said that he was home today and he would ask him. Jeannie thought that it was supposed to be a secret. Min Hyuk was about to leave, looking back. He stated that his father couldn't do that and he would come back to them later. Jeannie looked away with a smile and asked the guy to call him when he arrived. The plump protagonist walked down the hallway and wondered if his father was in the office. Min Hyuk looked at his fingers and thought that Kalia might be hungry. He decided to knock, thinking about the Vakran guild. He remembered knocking and being numb because it looked like the guild was targeting the artifact he had obtained and eventually killed him. He remembered his father smiling at the secretary. Kalia looked at the shining scroll of item protection for the special ice cubes and knew that he had saved the ingredients that he would give to his son. Min Hyuk clenched his fist tightly, realizing that even there his father was trying to get ingredients for him. The plump guy quickly began to walk away from the office. Suddenly, Jeannie received a secret request from Mr. Min Hyuk. She pointed her finger anxiously when the guy addressed her. The brunette immediately wilted when she heard that Min Hyuk was going to deal with the Vakran Guild. Clone looked at the status window. He realized that the Asgan contingent aristocrats were supporting the power of the Korean server. Ken Raul sent him a message saying that he should use any means to return the disaster artifacts from the Frying Pan Killer, and for this they would support the power of the Black Stone member of the Pharaoh's envoy and the Asgan contingent aristocrats. He imagined the Dark Pharaoh and realized that if they had a Pharaoh's messenger who could summon demons from the underworld, it wouldn't matter how strong the Legend Guild was, they would be very hard to resist. Suddenly, the boy received a call from Karan on a secret request. The boy in the cloak was watching from behind a bush. The master asked him about the current situation in the Legend Guild's mansion. He saw an old man laughing in front of a black cat, explaining that they had a vassal named Vice Lord, but it seemed like he was a little mentally challenged. The mulatto was wiping his forehead while washing dishes, and Karan explained that there were no guards on the premises, only servants doing housework. They decided to start their plan when the weather was sunny. Clone walked along with the boy in the cloak. The boy looked back at the boy and asked him if he would go hunting with him. The boy imagined his wedding and said that he should have prepared the money in advance. The red-haired boy raised his finger and said that if he wanted to marry his type, he should have already started preparing, because he should raise his children smart and not make them suffer when they get old. The boy noted that the boy thought too much for his 13 years. The rays of the sun stretched across the sky. Clone said that in any case, during a bounty hunt, guild members should be avoided and there would be more damage, because the target should not be a guild member and at the same time, it should have a large reward so that he could put money aside for his wedding. Suddenly, the brunette stopped his gaze. He saw the guy in the cape and thought that it would be worth catching him. The guy in the hood became alarmed when the guys approached him. Clone snapped his fingers. He playfully crossed his arms and said that he would not forgive Karan's time of love and justice. The red-haired boy did the same pose. Eri immediately released a fire attack on the orders of his superior. He immediately hung the guy upside down with fire. Karan did not understand why they were doing this. Clone looked at the hanging guy and asked about what he himself should know, because he robbed a high-level player and killed NPCs. The hanging guy bared his teeth angrily. Suddenly, he froze. A message that a party member forced the player Karan to leave the game. The bounty hunt was over. Clone was shocked that the guy suddenly died. Eri looked back at his commander with displeasure when he asked him if he had used a skill with high damage. The boy replied that Karan had only received 2% passive damage. Eri pointed his finger at the warning with concern and thought that he had shown disrespect, and on top of that, they had attacked a person from the Vakran Guild. Clone was very confused. He knew that Karan was a guy who was not in a guild, but joined one during a difficult time, and even expressed remorse by donating a lot of money to the church. He imagined the guy praying to the priest. Eri looked closely at the guild master, who was thinking about what was happening. Clone said with a dejected look that they should tell the guild master about this as soon as possible. At this time, Jeannie looked at the messages. She saw that Min Hyuk had requested to leave the Legend Guild. She realized that while the guy was avenging his father, who was killed by the Vakran Guild, he would temporarily leave the guild so as not to harm her. She looked at the message with sadness and thought about how she could help him. Suddenly, she received another message from Clone. Clone sent a message that he went bounty hunting and Eri joined him, but they attacked a member of the Vakran Guild, so he slept in a state of chaos. He added that the girl knew that they did not touch players who were members of guilds, and he felt that they were planning something and tried to find out what he should do. Jeannie looked at this with a daze. She immediately became angry, realizing that the Vakran Guild was planning something. She remembered how another such player was beaten in the past. The guildmaster understood that, in addition to the situation that Clone told her about, in the old days, such a tactic was used by guilds who created an excuse to rob other guilds. She thought that one way or another, they should not get away with it, so she decided to strike first. She held her knees and tried to calm herself down that everything was fine, and even if they attacked, they would not win, because the likes of the Vakran Guild were not capable of this, despite the large number of people. While Jeannie was thinking about how no one supported such an impudent guild, a new message began to pop up. In this message was the Vakran Guild master named Clone, who had just received an apology from a member of the legendary guild who had killed his man for no reason. She sighed heavily and was going to just call. Clone asked her if she was going to apologize. He immediately sent a message that they had decided to declare war. The brunette looked at this message in horror. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred in the estate. All the people began to run. The guildmaster looked at the shaking house with anger and thought that they were crazy. She saw the pharaoh's minions walking towards her, attacking her territory. She saw the pharaoh walking towards her with 2 guards. She was shocked because she did not understand where Anubis from Egyptian mythology came from. 3 Egyptian gods were walking in a row. The guildmaster ran in alarm and shouted that they were attacked by the Vakran guild and that her guild members should immediately gather in the assembly in the Bahala. She realized that these people did not log in so early. The building continued to collapse, and the girl did not understand what they were trying to achieve by doing this. Genie looked at the worried Locke and said that they need to go into battle because they must protect the people. She immediately straightened the flaming whip. Locke took out his berserker heel. Genie at this time grabbed Anubis with the flaming whip. The monster emitted smoke from his mouth. Locke looked back and saw that there was not a scratch left on the monster, and he knew that it was worth guessing because it was the first time he saw such a monster. He opened his mouth in horror when an axe was swung at him. He immediately began to run away, screaming for help to his guildmaster. Tutankhamun was watching him closely at this moment, his golden snake with sparkling eyes. Genie began to surround herself with an aura when the curse of the pharaoh was launched, and all stats were temporarily reduced by 15%. She was perplexed that the Vakran guild had a player who could apply a debuff of such a radius. Suddenly, a hand was placed on the girl's shoulder. Kystra looked at her and asked to let him join the guild. Genie looked at the boy worriedly and said that it was too dangerous here and asked him to run inside. The guy still wanted to join the guild. He stared at her as the girl was surprised that this should happen right now. She agreed and a message popped up that she had accepted player Kystra into the guild. A message that Kystra was an incarnation messenger and had become a member of the guild. The brunette looked at it in shock. She watched in surprise as the mulatto walked forward. The guy in gloves clenched his fists and went on the attack. His pink gloves began to evaporate, and he liked them. The mulatto began to transform into something. He immediately turned into a small wolf and Fenris ran up to him. The marble ceiling of the building. The brunette said that because of the beast summoned by the pharaoh, the guild-based legend should have already been destroyed. Clone smiled slightly and said that when all the members of her guild joined them, they would be able to easily steal all the artifacts. Clone stood surrounded by people and told everyone to get ready because they were going to perform right now. Suddenly, he received a secret request from the pharaoh's messenger and tried to figure out why he was contacting him. He looked at the green icon and asked the pharaoh what happened. The pharaoh said that Kystra was there. Clone replied that it was great because he was annoying. If he was there, then he was the messenger of the incarnation. The pharaoh under the mask refused and explained that the guy attacked his subordinates. Kystra in a wolf mask ran to attack. He cut the Anubis in half. Kystra together with Fenris attacked all the Anubis in turn. The pharaoh noted that in any case, the guy gave Blackstone and it seemed that he was on the side of the opposite guild. Clone slightly drooped and did not understand why the mulatto took their side. There was a crowd of people standing in front of Clone, and he was explaining to them that this scoundrel was an unofficial ranker on the internal server. He added that it looked like Kystra had gone crazy, gaining Kenral's trust, and this was his chance. He understood that if the pharaoh ignored Kenral's order and killed the guy who betrayed Blackstone, then they could take his place. The brunette raised his hand maliciously. Clone stood in the shadows and said that they would soon teleport and asked the pharaoh to be sure to detain the mulatto. Clone stepped on the ground. He looked at his guys and asked everyone to prepare for teleportation. Suddenly, he looked to the side. He saw a powerful stream of water heading towards him. All the guys immediately splashed with water. Water flowed to their feet, too. Clone looked back at his feet and realized that this was unexpected because he thought it was a surprise attack. The boy realized that the enemy only had a large area of attack, but with low damage and no skill stacking. Someone pointed up, trying to find the culprits. They saw the protagonist on the roof of the building and thought that he was the one who did it. Clone looked up at the boy and realized that it would be difficult to deal with such a crowd alone, so he climbed onto the roof. The boy asked the stranger who he was and how he dared to do this. The sparkling ring was on Min Hyuk's finger, and he said that they killed his father. He angrily turned the millstone and said that he was just showing them that they would be punished for their bad deeds. The protagonist quickly turned the millstone. People looked around worriedly and did not understand what was going on. Clone, along with the guys, looked up in bewilderment and thought that he had gone crazy. Suddenly, he froze, trying to comprehend what was happening. He saw Min Hyuk's hand start to electrify. Suddenly, lightning started to roll in the sky. They started to hit people. Clone looked dumbfounded at the incinerated man who had left the game. The brunette looked at the bright light in horror, realizing that they were doused with water. Powerful discharges of lightning strikes began and people started to die. Clone tried to jump back from another blow. The armed guys started to run to the building. Clone shouted that the guy had no more area attacks left, and if he entered into close combat, then they had to fight him face to face, and they would win. The commander ordered everyone who survived to attack him at the same time. The millstone immediately began to evaporate. The brunette immediately took out his big sword, showing that he had many skills. Clone's dumbfounded face was covered in shadow. The protagonist held the sword in front of his face and said that the guy would not even be able to touch the tip of his hair. Many blue hologram swords surrounded the people. Kystra and Genie continued to fight the Anubias. They stood opposite each other. Fenris began to summon an aura core. He immediately released a powerful barrage of energy from his mouth. Then he stepped in with his paw. Fenris howled. Locke and Janna watched closely. This was Fenris's blessing, and all users and NPCs related to the Legends Guild had their status debuffs removed, and all guild members' stats increased by 8%. The guild master watched as Fenris ran away. She realized that there was an incarnation messenger there, and there had been rumors for a long time that the summoner of the rankers was Kystra. She was very happy that he became a member of their guild. Suddenly, she grabbed her whip and shouted that since they were buffed, it would be easier for them to kill enemies. Locke heard the order to attack and frowned. The girl attacked Anubis with a whip. The blonde man fiercely supported the attack. They watched as Anubis evaporated. Suddenly, the girl looked back when she was called. An old man came out of the building with a corpse. He explained that he was studying coffee, but it was so noisy, so he came out and those scoundrels were causing a mess in the Manhwa estate. The guildmaster told the old man that they were suddenly attacked by the Vakran guild. The old man noted that in such a case, he could not stand aside. He immediately rushed into battle. The old man ran to attack with a spear. He began to attack the people, saying that he could not let them destroy the protagonist's estate. Genie watched as a silhouette began to appear. 4 guys came to their aid. The guy with the tattoo apologized for being late, since he did not notice while he was playing soccer. The guy mockingly extended his hand and said that he scored the decisive goal and the ceremony was, so he offered them to watch the video. The guild master immediately became embittered and ironically asked him if he needed to be congratulated. Genie abruptly ran to the attack, as she understood that now that they were all assembled, it was necessary to attack. At this time, the archer attacked the Anubis with a barrage of arrows. Robin at this time was flying with the ball. Pharaoh watched as his minions were killed. He closely followed what was happening and did not understand how they dared to kill his subordinates. He immediately lit up with a red aura, wanting to carry out his attack. Locke immediately became alarmed, trying to understand what happened this time. The brunette looked to the side in a daze. They saw the eyes of a goat through the aura. It was the 7th great demon Baphomet who was summoned. It was a healthy white goat. The electrified body lay on the square. The protagonist walked past these bodies across the square. He was about to pick up a glowing cube, noting that it was their punishment. He asked them to stop doing bad things and offered to start life from scratch. The brunette looked at the artifact change scroll with alarm. It was a scroll with a weapon hieroglyph. The artifact change scroll changed the appearance of the weapon and adjusted its characteristics according to its appearance. Manhwa knew that he would need it. The protagonist held a glowing sword. It was Baraka's two-handed sword, which changed into a blade. Suddenly, a message began to pop up in front of him. It was a guild chat where this sword was being discussed. The brunette looked at the chat with shock. He enthusiastically imagined lamb shashlik. The battles continued all around. Locke was about to pounce on the pharaoh. The pharaoh noticed this. The fighter suddenly froze. He received a blow of fiery energy. Genie immediately looked at her friend writhing in pain. A man in a hat was watching them from around the corner. He was watching as Genie helped her subordinate up. The guy in the hat looked out from around the corner worriedly and realized that he had come here because he had heard a rumor that Astra was in the territory of the Legend Guild. Suddenly, the guy was upset. The mulatto on his wolf was running to attack. The two of them were trying to attack the goat with magic. Kystra, under the mask of a wolf, was running forward. A guy in a hat was running towards him from the side. The brunette was worriedly shouting about what the guy was doing here because he was very scared for him. He remembered that after they had not contacted each other for some time, Kystra suddenly sent a message to Lark. Lark thought that with this message his friend wanted to say that he had turned away from Kenrahal. He imagined the blonde in a dark city. Lark clenched his fists in anger, realizing that the mulatto could go against Kenrahal's will. Lark immediately raised his hand and said that it was not too late to stop for Kystra, because this Baphomet was a creature from the Demon Kingdom. The guy in the wolf mask opened his mouth and said that no matter what, he decided to take him. Lark was stroking Fenris at this time. The brunette looked at his friend with alarm, not believing what was said. He immediately saw how his friend ran at the magic goat. Kystra flew head-on straight at Baphomet. The magic goat used the demonic hieroglyph. The fighter under the mask opened his mouth in horror. He immediately fell to the ground. The magic goat looked at him with contempt. Baphomet immediately howled. He hit the ground with his staff, destroying it. Lark stretched out his hand in fear. They were transported to the prince's grave, near which everything was destroyed. 2 wounded men walked towards the enraged Lark. The boys immediately turned around when they were told not to approach the tombstone. Alex said that he couldn't hold it back for long. Suddenly, he raised all the slabs into the air. Then he abruptly lowered them to the ground. In this way, he tried to stop the goat. Kystra held his hand and didn't understand why he suddenly did this. Lark sighed heavily and said that the mulatto was a good guy whom he trusted and understood that there must be a reason why he did this. The magical goat walked through the slabs. Then he raised his staff furiously. At this time, 2 beams of light attacked the guy. Manhwa looked back at the frightened residents and told them to run away from here. The protagonist, leaving, waved his hand at them. He walked through the destroyed city and understood that there was a complete mess here and tried to find members of his guild. He looked ahead in shock. He saw the 7th great demon Baphomet. He imagined this goat with drool and understood that it was possible to get many ingredients from this goat and was going to eat it. With drool, he prepared his sword. Baphomet began to radiate with lightning discharges. The protagonist gave the order to his friend to attack now. The brunette held the sword in the distance. He noticed how Kystra and Fenris were running away from the goat. Baphomet was very angry because it was shackled. There was a cut on Baphomet's body, then it immediately regenerated. The main character was shocked by what he saw. Suddenly, his eyes bulged from the realization that he had a great idea. Baphomet extended his staff to the side, surrounded by fire. The protagonist realized that it was a monster that regenerated even after losing health. He imagined how excited he would be looking at the dish. He also recalled his active skill of culinary temptation. Manhwa excitedly imagined a bunch of large steaks. He was curious, could he get an endless supply of lamb for life? He tightly grabbed his blade, realizing that he had to get Baphomet. The guild master and her guys looked around. She noted that she saw such a monster for the first time, but did not expect it to be so strong. They saw the protagonist running towards the goat. The guy looked back at Locke, who warned him from afar that it was a very dangerous monster. The protagonist gave a thumbs up and said that everything was fine. The monster's eyes lit up. He immediately roared, releasing water arrows. Manhwa touched his blade. A powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist looked at the white frying pan in shock and realized that the monster had serious magical damage. Baphomet raised his staff with a dark aura high. The brunette held a large frying pan in his hands. He immediately started running. He tried to escape from the huge explosion, imagining himself as the wind. The goat grinned maliciously. The protagonist immediately became alarmed. He saw that various elemental attacks were flying at him from all sides. He immediately covered himself with his frying pan from the fire and lightning. Another explosion of fire and lightning occurred. The old man and Kystra watched what was happening in horror. The mulatto opened his mouth wide and screamed convulsively. They saw a powerful gust of wind from the clouds of smoke. The brunette and the piglet ran out from under the smoke. The brunette looked at the piglet with enthusiasm and praised him. A card with absolute protection came out. It was forbidden to attack the bean and its owner for 2 seconds. The main character was going to pounce on Baphomet from the air. He immediately dealt a quick blow to Baphomet. His sword thinned the lightning discharges. He understood that he had very cool disaster artifacts. Dark clouds enveloped the blue sky. He realized that even if he turned the millstone, he would hit it several times, and this would be luck. Powerful lightning discharges hit the goat. He knew that this skill was activated automatically. The incinerated goat emitted smoke from you. The brunette and the piglet looked around and realized that the monster was tenacious and tried to learn its skills. The bean ran towards the monster with the shovel. She immediately hit the goat with her paws. The red stone of Baphomet's staff was broken and the curse was lifted. The brunette looked at what was happening with delight and noted that the bean noticed that the stone was a source of power. The goat immediately began to shrink. The goat looked back when the guy smirked at his small appearance. The small goat looked back with displeasure. The protagonist brought the bud to the goat to eat with great appetite. He immediately looked at the goat and asked him to try it. A notification popped up that taming was impossible since the level and targets were 100 or more higher than him. Manhwa looked at the shaking goat and was indignant. Why couldn't he tame it? He grabbed his head and realized that he was dreaming too much since he could not do anything with himself. He looked at the reflection of the goat on his blade and realized that he had to try it at least once. White clouds floated in the clear sky. He said he would treasure it, and he was the first to hunt the demon. Locke shook his palms. The pharaoh's messenger was lying on the ground and logged out. The guys realized that he was healing the enemies, but logged out because he was hit with an axe several times. Locke threw the axe over his shoulder and asked Genie if they should beat him 500 times for the mess he made here. The guild master said that the pharaoh's messenger could have pretended to log out and therefore asked to continue killing. The blonde replied that sometimes this axe was more suitable for Genie. The pharaoh's corpse began to evaporate. Locke looked back at the brunette and asked where Manhwa went. A system window appeared and notified them that he attacked Baphomet. The girl replied that no one knew, but said that the guild did its job. The protagonist was sitting by the grill at this time. He was about to open a soda, then he drank it greedily. He nodded his head in delight and noted that there was nothing better than such a drink after work. In addition, he was also grilling beef kebabs. A lot of kebabs and steaks were grilling on the grill. A lot of kebabs were almost ready. He added a pinch of salt to the kebab. Then he decided to try a piece. He chewed the meat with tears in his eyes and realized that it was simply impeccable. His last kebab on the skewer was lamb and seasoned with a lot of spices and then lightly grilled, and such a kebab had a simply unique taste. He began to wipe his mouth with delight, noting that he liked everything. Then there were lamb ribs grilling on the grill. He began to cut them. Then he decided to try them with chopsticks. The guy beamed with happiness trying this piece. It was a tender steak with pieces. A pile of cut pieces hovered in space. He realized that it was the unique taste of lamb that constantly melted in his mouth. The guy greedily gnawed the bones. Then messages began to pop up on the side of him. He noticed that this was the true value of the gods of food. He was offered to acquire the skills of Baphomet. He immediately decided to accept them and understood them, as he had not seen anything like this for a long time and must definitely try. Progress is consistent progress. The brunette nervously began to nibble on the bones. Progress reached 100%. The acquisition was successful. The protagonist looked up at the shining message. A Korean flag was visible above the statue. The Korean War in Athens. People were holding their weapons in their hands. A selection competition to choose a national representative from each country. And if you win, you can get a huge prize fund along with the title of MVP of Korea. The brunette looked at the protagonist with hope, asking if he was going to participate. The protagonist was polishing his sword. The brunette asked why he always kept all his information a secret. Min Hayek said that it was annoying, and besides, he was busy eating. Min Hayek looked at the girl with shining eyes. The brunette asked what if there was a contest for the fastest eating. Min Hayek said that he would participate. The girl happily looked at Min Hayek, then at the system window. She said that was all she wanted to know, noting that she had received information about the location of the Vakrin Guild members, and that it was time for her to run. The protagonist swung his sword. He noted that after repelling a raid on their territory, he and the Vakrin Guild became enemies. Min Hayek imagined images of people. He noted that anyone who gave away the location of their guild members would receive a reward, and as a result, as soon as they saw the Vakrin Guild, they would attack them, adding that their guild members were hunting in the village field. The protagonist imagined a running guy. He noted that after hearing about this, their comrades in other guilds came to help them subdue them, and most of them could not stand it and left the guild, adding that this is how the Vakrin Guild rating fell beyond recognition. The protagonist sighed heavily. He pulled out a sword in front of him, shrouded in black smoke. He said that the skill he received from Baphomet is so cool. System window. Dark firestorm. Effect: a storm of black fire covers enemies within 6 meters and deals damage to them. A glow emanated from the sword. Min Hayek said that he thought it was better than an earthquake, and he would need to save it in the weapon using the save skill he got with it. System window. Save skill. He can use one of his skills by saving it in the weapon. The protagonist looked at the crystal. He said that it was hard, but he got a lot from it, plus he ate mutton, wondering when he could eat it again. System window. Item: weak Baphomet summoning stone, can summon for 3 hours. A notification appeared in front of Min Hayek's face. The protagonist extended his finger, opening the message. The message said that they wanted to inform him of changes to the new class. Min Hayek asked that it was from Athens. Min Hayek looked at the message, dumbfounded. Athena wrote that after he reached level 350, the food god would no longer increase his stats from the food he ate, adding that this adjustment was made to balance the game. Min Hayek asked what the hell. Min Hayek smiled in confusion. He said that he would read everything, asking that it seemed like there was no limit to how much he could eat, adding that it couldn't be helped. The protagonist sighed in relief. He said that only up to level 350, and if you think about it, he should put all his points into agility. A system notification appeared. Min Hayek said that he would go back to the manor and take a look. The route map to the hidden temple was unlocked. A golden circle appeared above the notification. The protagonist asked what it was. There were statues visible in the room. A brunette with horns on her head looked ahead in surprise. She asked that someone had unlocked the map. The girl stretched out her hand in front of her, saying that they would soon reach the temple. A magic circle appeared on the floor. The brunette said for it to appear. A silhouette of a man appeared in front of the girl. He slightly opened his mouth, asking why she had summoned him. The brunette smiled widely, saying that he was still as cool as before. The man said that she should just say why she had summoned him. The man stared at the girl. The brunette said that she just wanted to see the face of the god of swords. The girl looked at the god of swords with a serious expression, asking why he was still hiding. The girl imagined young men with swords. She said that he was teaching players in a small town because the gods of Athena wanted it that way. The girl chuckled maliciously, calling the man a master. The sword god asked her why she was laughing. The brunette chuckled in displeasure. She said that the sword god who saved this world lives like this, adding that it doesn't matter what she thinks about it, but it doesn't suit him. The sword god told her to think as she wants. The man crossed his arms over his chest. He said that he recently got married and had a child, noting that he lives a normal life. The brunette looked away thoughtfully. The man put his hand on his hip. The brunette asked where he left his sword, which he always carried with him, or if he was going another way. The sword god remembered the room, saying that he gave it to the one who gave him memories. The brunette rose from the throne, asking what he was talking about memories, noting that in the end, he is a man. The brunette went to the window. The sword god said that it was. A dim light was shining through the windows. The sword god asked that someone would come there soon. The brunette folded her arms across her chest, saying that her card had been unsealed. The sword god slightly opened his mouth, saying that he was eager to see what kind of person he was. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that if he surpassed him, he could gain power, but if not, the sun was shining brightly above the city. The Vice Lord and Kystra looked at the protagonist with admiration. The old man said that this was great and they would go on a sortie with Min Hayek. Kystra said that they would follow him to the ends of the earth. The protagonist smiled awkwardly. He said that this was not a sortie and he simply asked them to go with him on a quest to the temple. The boys smiled contentedly. The old man said that it was not a sortie if they were going there. Kystra said that was true and that he was so excited. The protagonist extended his finger to the system window. He said that he would share the quest with them then. A system notification appeared. Hidden Temple, 48 hours. When the time limit is exceeded, all stats will decrease by 30. He can go on a quest with another player if he has a title. The guys ran away excitedly. Kystra said that if they do not have time to get there in time, they will receive a penalty and need to move as soon as possible. Vice Lord said that they need to hurry. There was clear weather above the forest. The guys were moving on Fenris. Kystra looked back at the protagonist when he called out to him. Kystra looked at Min Hayek with a slight smile. The protagonist said that it was about the reward, asking if a magic ingredient dropped, what will he do? The brown-haired man said that, of course, he will give it to Min Hayek. The protagonist's eyes sparkled. He asked if he had to and he meant that he wanted to give the ingredients just like that, adding that of course if he wanted to give it to him he had no choice but to accept them and there was nothing he could do about it. Kystra presented the bread saying that he should bake some more bread then. Min Hayek asked that he should bake some more bread. The protagonist looked back at the old man. The Vice Lord said that he ate the bread he made and once he tried it, he started eating it every day. The protagonist patted the boy on the head. He asked if it was true, saying that he would definitely bake it then. The old man narrowed his eyes at the boy. He turned to the bread lover saying that he was burdening the protagonist too much. Min Hayek said that it was not like that. The protagonist started to look around the area saying that he thought they had arrived already. The Vice Lord said that there were only vines and trees. There was a red cross on the map. The protagonist said that the map pointed to this place. Fenris began to sniff the ground. Kystra asked Fenris if he would take a look. Fenris suddenly rushed into the bushes. The old man shouted that it was a dead end. Kystra looked ahead in surprise. A beautiful black temple appeared in front of them. Kystra shouted that this was the entrance to the temple. Min Hayek said that they must have arrived. The guys entered the room. The protagonist suggested that they be careful. The door behind the guys began to close. They looked towards the door in shock. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look, thinking that it had already begun. System notification. He was the first to discover the Gremory Temple. He received 10 glory points. He can start the Gremory trial. There were statues in the room. System notification. Checking the number of trial players changes depending on the number of people. A man was walking towards the guys. He slightly opened his mouth, greeting the guys for the Gremory test. The protagonist looked at the man in shock. In front of them stood instructor Valen. The protagonist asked the instructor where he was from. The protagonist looked at Vanya in surprise. Valen told the protagonist that they had not seen each other for a long time. The instructor smiled slightly, saying that he came to the temple with his subordinates. The protagonist widened his eyes. The instructor said that he had grown a lot during all this time. The protagonist looked at the instructor with a tear in his eye, asking how he had been doing and if everything was okay with instructor Roina. Valen said that everything was fine and it was all thanks to him. The brunette watched what was happening in bewilderment. Valen said that this was not the main thing now, so it was time to get down to business. Blue bursts of energy appeared in the space. Valen said that the test was to defeat him and his companions without using the skills obtained in the game. Valen held his sword in front of him with a wicked smile, telling him to defeat him using only his strength. The protagonist and hero held his sword in front of him, saying that he would do so. The boys stood opposite each other. System notification. All stats have been temporarily changed to the starting ones. The test begins. The instructor jumped off the ground. The protagonist blocked the blow with his sword. The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking at the instructor. Valen apologized to Min Hayek. The instructor looked at the protagonist with a menacing look, saying that he was not there to watch. Valen attacked the protagonist. The sword god thought that the test itself was chosen by that creature, so even with it he would not be able to fight at half strength. The sword god looked away, dumbfounded. The sword fell to the floor. The old man pointed his spear at the boy, asking why he owned a sword of such a level. Valen watched what was happening. He thought that the test had just begun, and they had already dealt with one. Kirill was fighting another fighter. The instructor thought that although they were not as experienced as him, Manhwa's subordinates were handling it with such ease. The instructor looked away in bewilderment, thinking that he was probably going to lose. The protagonist called out to the instructor. He swung his sword. The instructor blocked the protagonist's strike. The blades touched each other. A scratch appeared on the instructor's cheek. The protagonist looked at Valen with a serious expression. He said that it was disrespectful to be distracted from their fight. The instructor smiled in confusion, saying that it was his fault, offering to continue. The protagonist and the instructor clashed. The protagonist briskly repelled Valen's attacks. He thought that as long as he was vigilant, there should be no mistakes. The protagonist frowned, thinking that he just needed to be patient. The protagonist swung his sword, thinking that besides this fight, the instructor looked at Manhwa in shock. The protagonist offered his shoulder where the sword was stuck. Manhwa thought that it was a win for them, the players. Manhwa grabbed the sword with his hand. The protagonist attacked the instructor with the sword in the side. The sword god looked at Manhwa with displeasure, asking if this was necessary. Manhwa said that he was just doing what was necessary. Manhwa swung his sword. The instructor grabbed his box in bewilderment, looking at the protagonist. The protagonist said that everything was fine if he won. The instructor smiled in confusion. There was a huge chandelier hanging in the room. Valen said that if he continued to attack it like this, it would be a complete defeat for him. System notification. He completed the grammar test. The protagonist drooled, looking at the beautiful dishes he received. System alert. He received a large saberfish, black pork belly, and roasted Demon King black pork. The protagonist said that these are such generous rewards and that it has a strong sense of Jeju's signature dishes. But this is the Devil's Dome, the specialty of that island. Manhwa extended his finger to the system window. He said that he received a lot of things, not counting the ingredients, asking what this is. A system notification appeared in front of Manhwa. He reached level 350, and now it is impossible to increase his stats with the true value of the god of food. Manhwa said that he knew that this would happen, so he is not surprised, and it is not a big deal as long as he can eat deliciously. System notification. He can now learn the swordsmanship of the god of swords Valen. If he has mastered the swordsmanship, he can combine it with his skills. The protagonist looked at the notification with confusion. He wondered if this is the swordsmanship of the teacher of the god of swords. Manhwa looked at the instructor with confusion, asking why he was there. Valen said that he would explain everything to him. The instructor recalled the clouds of smoke above the city, saying that it was 10 years ago. He recalled monsters attacking people. Valen said that there was an incident where a demon gate appeared in a small town, and these creatures began to attack people, and all the inhabitants could do was flee. The instructor recalled how he fought the monsters. He said that in order to eliminate this problem, knights like him destroyed the demons. The instructor recalled how he stood with his comrades in the clouds of smoke. He said that, however, the knights were outnumbered, so they could not turn the tide, and when they were already on the verge of defeat. Valen recalled how a magic circle appeared behind him. Valen said that Gremory appeared and gave them power. Gremory extended her hand with a mischievous smile. She told the people to use her power to defeat the enemy. The instructor pointed at the brunette. He said that Gremory was a demon who loved humans, and thanks to her, he sealed the gate, and his skills were recognized, and thus he became a sword god. The protagonist looked at the instructor with admiration. He said that this was why his presence was somehow unusual, and he was also a great person. Manhwa thought that then the skills would be cool and you can also combine them. A system notification appeared. He had completed the SSS level quest with high points and could post his name in the Royal Hall. He could post his name, nickname, or remain anonymous. The protagonist thought that there was one more notification left, wondering if it was the Royal Hall. The protagonist imagined how he hid from people. He wondered if this would make him popular again, and then it would be difficult for him to enjoy food, adding that it was better for him to remain anonymous. The protagonist extended his finger towards the notification. The notification asked if he was sure he wanted to remain anonymous. System notification. He is placed in the Royal Hall as anonymous. Kirill looked at Manhwa with admiration. System notification. The 10th king has come to this world. The news of the anonymous king from Korea will spread throughout the world. A small puff of smoke appeared in the air. The protagonist thought that he was the first from South Korea. The instructor looked ahead with a slight smile. Kirill and the Vice Lord were drooling. Gremory looked away with curiosity. The protagonist laid out the food on the floor. He thought that it would be better to enjoy the demon food of Jeju. Manhwa said that it had been a long time since they had gathered like this, so it would be better for everyone to eat together. The dim light illuminated the floor. Kirill asked if he was sure. The protagonist pointed his hand next to him, saying that of course. Kirill thanked the protagonist. The guys looked at the food with admiration. There was fried fish on the tray. Min Hyuk said that then, first, we should try the cuttlefish. The protagonist pulled out the bone with chopsticks. He tore off a piece of fish. Min Hyuk put the fish on a spoon with rice, saying that the sweet and savory taste spread throughout the mouth. The protagonist imagined the image of the fish, saying that besides, the tender fish just melts in the mouth. The protagonist took meat in the balachki. He said that now it was fried pork breast, noting that it had sweet and spicy seasonings and very tender meat. Min Hyuk chewed the food with admiration, thinking that you can even feel the crispy taste of juicy vegetables. There was little food left on the plate. Min Hyuk asked that he almost ate it all. He took out his frying pan. There was an omelet on the plate. The protagonist held out his hand with rice and an egg, saying that then he would add rice and it would be a complete meal. Kira looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The protagonist looked towards the instructor in fear. He said that he was enjoying the food for now, asking to leave him some meat too. Valen said to give him a plate. Min Hyuk stuffed rice into his mouth, asking him to wait until he finished eating. The protagonist looked away in surprise. A system notification appeared. The stats reached 2000, he can have a dual class. A red book appeared. System notification. Korak's book responded to him and chose a suitable profession for him. The book began to turn the pages. Min Hyuk wondered what kind of dual class. The protagonist looked at the book in confusion, in which a monster was visible. The demon was sitting next to a mineral. MSG is made by grinding minerals, and it was superior to any seasoning Korak had ever tried in his life. Korak was sitting next to a fire. Korak made charcoal from gardenia, the best wood in Athens, then he ate food cooked on those coals. There were noodles in the pot. The sacred water from the dragon sphere that Korak borrowed from the water dragon Baraka. The taste of the ramen he made in that water was delicious. There were many tools and items hanging in the space. Korak was a geek. He created many special and strong job classes. The red book was floating in the air. The spirit called Min Hyuk, calling him a mysterious creature, saying that Korak's book gives him this job. System notification. Geek Foodie. The protagonist looked at the book in surprise, asking what a geek foodie is. System notification. A new quest has opened. The protagonist looked at the system windows in shock. He must create a special tool, cook amazing dishes that borrow the power of a special creature, and create special seasonings. The protagonist asked what tools, cooking, and seasonings are like Korak. System notification. He has gained new skills. Geek Chef Skill, Geek Gourmet Insight, Geek Gourmet True Value, Geek Greatness. The protagonist looked at the situation with confusion, saying that there was too much at once. The protagonist extended his finger to the Geek Chef Skill notification, saying that he needed to check everything. The protagonist looked away in surprise. System window. Geek Chef Skill. If he creates unusual and amazing dishes, he can gain stats and fame according to his rating. The protagonist looked in front of him thoughtfully. He wondered if things went like this, would there be a difference in losing the food god's true value? Gremory walked up to the protagonist, asking what it was. Min Hyuk said that he received a notification from his previous job. Min Hyuk looked at Gremory in surprise. The demon said that she was talking about a book. Min Hyuk said that it was Korak's book, asking if she knew it. The demon imagined Korak. She thought that he was one of the 3 great demons like her, wondering that this player had received a new power. The book was hanging in the air. The demon said that she did not know. Min Hyuk asked if it was true. The protagonist stood up, asking if she liked the food. Gremory said that she liked it very much. Gremory looked at the protagonist with a slight smile. She said that she will now reward him for passing the test. The demon said that he will inherit the power of the god of swords. Blue smoke began to envelop the protagonist's hands. The instructor and the demon looked at the guy with a smile. The demon said that since he inherited his power, there is a job for him, and the god of Athens gives him a new mission. The brunette looked at Gremory in surprise, asking what it was. Gremory asked that he heard that Valen stopped the demons last time. Gremory remembered the image of a guy with wings. She said that one of the demons, Varus, was among those who planned this matter. Gremory looked at the brunette with a serious expression. She said that he had become active lately, noting that he had inherited Valen's power and he had to stop him. The brunette thoughtfully closed his eyes, thinking that it did not look like he would get anything tasty for this. System notification. The inside of a geeky gourmet will tell you how to use something especially in front of him in cooking. The brunette thought that he did not even know, and maybe he should try out his new skills. Gremory stood with her back, looking at the protagonist. She said that Varus was a cruel and evil demon, and someday he would bring demons to the human world again. The protagonist thought about activating. System notification. Gremory's blessing allows you to receive a part of her magic. If he puts it into Ganjajang, he will be able to cook and taste a taste that has no equal in the world. The protagonist introduced the dishes, wondering what Ganjajang was. The protagonist imagined the sauce in black smoke. He wondered why Ganjijang and what it had to do with magic, and that magic was black like soy sauce. The protagonist looked away in admiration and then at Gremory, confused. He thought that just thinking about Ganjijang made his mouth water. Gremory asked if he was listening. Min Hayek said of course, asking where they were. The protagonist brought his hand to his face. The demon noted that she said he needed something before he went to stop Varys. Min Hayek asked what it was. The demon remembered the black crystal, saying that it was a magical mineral. She looked at the protagonist with a serious expression. She said that she sealed power in it, and it was called Antarinium. The protagonist widened his eyes, wondering what Antarinium was. Gremory said that if he found the mineral. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him, telling her to wait. Min Hayek looked at the demon with a sly smile, asking if he did it quickly, she would praise him. Gremory looked at the guy with displeasure, asking why he was so arrogant, even when he was standing in front of her. Min Hayek asked if that was true. The protagonist said that he thought it would be nice to hear praise from someone as strong as her. Gremory looked away, embarrassed. She said that she would praise him, but if he found it quickly, she would give him her blessing. Min Hayek said that was great. The protagonist opened his inventory. The demon said that only if he returned within 3 days, offering to explain how to find it. Min Hayek said that it was not necessary. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He took out a magical mineral from his inventory, saying that he had saved it. The mineral was hovering above the Baphomet's head. Antarinium is one of the secret minerals, and if you collect it all, you can get great power, so it is hidden so that no one can find it. Gremory looked at the mineral in surprise. The protagonist had a black crystal in his hands. The demon did not understand how. The protagonist smiled in confusion, imagining the image of Baphomet. He said that in fact, he had recently received it, and he put it in his inventory because it was a mineral whose purpose was unknown, and he did not know that he would need it. Min Hayek thought that nothing terrible would happen if he told her that he was from Baphomet. Gremory looked at the guy in bewilderment. The brunette asked if she would bless him. The demon said that of course, because she promised. Gremory raised her hand, releasing black energy. The protagonist asked to wait. Min Hayek began to cook in a pot. He showed the bowl of sauce, asking if she could add it instead of blessing it. Gremory looked at the protagonist in shock. Gremory filled the bowl with black energy and confusion. The brunette said that he thought that if he added magic to Ganjijang, it would taste even better. Gremory thought that her magic was used as an ingredient. A black aura emanated from the plate. System notification. Geek sauce Ganjijang with Gremory's blessing has been made. 39 geek points Ganjijang. System notification. Geek sauce Ganjijang, Gremory's blessing of 5th stats +3, tastier than usual. After tasting, the effect of receiving Gremory's blessing is activated. The protagonist introduced the image of Korak. He wondered what the guide's points were, adding that he had used the magic of the third great demon, Gremory, but the points were still low, and maybe it wasn't just the ingredients but also the tools and seasonings. The protagonist rolled up his sleeves. He thought it was a pity, but this was his first time trying something like this, so he shouldn't worry too much about it. There was a cauldron on the fire. The protagonist was cooking vegetables. He thought that he would work harder next time, and at least now he could eat something delicious. Min Hayek was putting the vegetables and sauce on the noodles. There was food on the plate. The brunette thought that even with an ordinary rank, this Ganjijang was so good. The protagonist stuck his chopsticks into the food, thanking for the food. He pulled the noodles onto the chopsticks. Min Hayek sucked the noodles into his mouth. The protagonist sat with a blissful expression. He thought that the noodles soaked in sweet and salty sauce, and this dizzying and delicate oily taste that penetrated the entire throat, Chinese cuisine. The protagonist plunged a spoon into a plate of rice. He thought that if he combined it with rice, finely chopped onions and pork. On the spoon lay rice and sauce. Min Hayek thought that he could enjoy rice and noodles at the same time. The brunette sat with rice and noodles in his hands, thinking that the magic sauce was the best. System notification. Basic stats +3, magic +300. He ate Ganjijang sauce geek. He received the blessing of Gremory. The protagonist looked at the notifications that appeared. As a reward for the quest, he will receive the title of Magic Resistant, reduces damage by 20% when hit by a magic attack. If his magic stat is high, there is a chance to intimidate the enemy. Min Hayek thought that this was a new job, so there was something to learn. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He thought that, however, this was a trip to eat delicious food, so he should try hard. System notification. The quest The Hero's Will is available. Min Hayek asked what it was, and that it was a hidden quest. Gremory approached the protagonist, saying that it seemed like he finally got it. The demon looked at the guy with a serious face. She said that he would soon find out about what was sealed there. Gremory remembered how Valen stood with his comrades. She noted that Varys attacked the people. The demon remembered how she reached out in her hand. She noted that the reason she gave them her power so that they could protect themselves was because they had to find something that could resist him. Gremory imagined the image of Varys. She noted that as the third demon, Varys was too strong for her, so she joined forces with humans to defeat him, and he was a very powerful being. The demon recalled Valen lying on the ground. She noted that it didn't matter how many people died, and all that was needed was to send Valen to Korak on the trail of death. The girl looked down with a menacing gaze, noting that it was all for her to take the demon's place. Gremory pursed her lips as the smell of food passed by her face. She thought that for this, she needed to get rid of the insecure ones and wait for a stronger person. The protagonist looked back at the demon. Gremory called out to the guy. She looked at the brunette with confusion, asking if she could try this food. The demon didn't understand why this guy's food smelled so delicious. The dim light illuminated the room. The protagonist said yes, of course, noting that it was a dish made with Gremory's magic. The demon thanked him. System alert. Freshly cooked ganjajang. There were noodles with sauce on the plate. The demon hesitantly extended his chopsticks to the food. She thought that it looked strange and seemed no different from magical food. Gremory picked up the noodles with her chopsticks, wondering why it smelled so delicious. The demon began to suck the noodles into her mouth. Her eyes widened. The chopsticks fell to the floor. The demon looked at the guy in confusion. Gremory said that she did not know what kind of food it was, asking if he could make more. Gremory looked at the protagonist with hope in her eyes, asking him to cook it again. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that he felt that he was losing too much, so he would have to trade. Gremory drooled, imagining the food on the plates. The protagonist asked that in return, could she tell him more about magic, noting that it was a food that went well with ganjajang, adding that he would even give her sweet and sour pork and champong. Gremory fell to the floor, grabbing the protagonist's leg. She said okay, asking him to cook it right then. Min Hayek asked him to wait a second. Valen smiled slightly. The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking away. Valen told Min Hayek that he got along well with Gremory. Min Hayek asked what to tell him. The protagonist pulled out his eyes. The instructor's body was becoming transparent. Min Hayek said that his body was disappearing. Valen closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He said that there was no need to worry, and now that he had found his successor, he could return to where he came from. Valen held out his hand with a book, telling him to take it. The book opened in front of the protagonist's face. Valen said that this is a skill book that will pass on his power. There were hieroglyphs in the book. The instructor said that he can inherit it or combine it with his skills. The choice is his. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious look, asking that he can combine it then. The protagonist remembered the red-haired girl. He said that Instructor Valen's swordsmanship is wonderful and priceless, but his swordsmanship is also so valuable. The instructor tilted his head, smiling slightly. He said that if this is what he wants, he can do it. The protagonist watched as Valen disappeared. The instructor said that they will meet later. The protagonist smiled slightly. A glow began to emanate from the book. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist. Since the sword god resides in L's swordsmanship, he has evolved from a legendary to a demigod. System notification. He is the first to obtain a demigod skill. His name will appear in the royal hall. The protagonist looked at the notification with displeasure, saying that of course it was anonymous. Min Hayek widened his eyes. Gremory called out to the guy. The demon smiled sheepishly, asking if it was time for them to start cooking. The protagonist said that all the ingredients were ready. The demon smiled widely, thanking the guy. Min Hayek asked that then once he was done, he could go anywhere. The demon hung her head with a downcast face, saying that of course. The protagonist said that it was great, wondering what they should eat. Min Hayek looked at the notifications in surprise. He had acquired the first demigod skill in the Royal Hall, the Athens ticket to participate in the Korean War, perhaps an additional reward, asking if he wanted to participate. Min Hayek asked that it was a ticket to the Athens national team selection. The protagonist remembered the brunette, thinking that she had already said this. Min Hayek looked away in surprise. He thought that they gave him an extra reward for being the first in the world with a demigod skill. The protagonist wondered what it meant to be chosen so important. Genie asked the protagonist that he had received a ticket to participate. The brunette looked at Min Hayek with admiration. The protagonist said that he was given it as a reward for obtaining a demigod skill. Locke noted that this sounded cool. The brunette smiled widely, saying that this was great, and that meant they did not need to prepare for the qualifiers. Genie added that he would definitely win if it was a speed-eating contest. The protagonist in the form of a dog wagged his tail, asking what it meant he could go to that contest. Genie said that of course, but only when he was hungry. Locke watched the events in bewilderment. Colorful balloons were being released above the arena. A few days later, the location of the Korean War in Athens. There were many people walking among the stalls. A man was wondering who would win. Another man said that bad was for him. The protagonist looked behind him, noticing that there were so many people. Genie was carefully studying the flyer. She said that this year's speed-eating competition was held in pairs, and there were 10 teams. Min Hayek noted that he could use a ticket, asking if he was really registered. Min Hyuk looked at the girl with a questioning expression. Jeannie said that this was the first time she saw something like this. The brunette asked if this was true. Jeannie asked what it was. Locke pointed to the side with a smile, saying that they had a list of participants there. Jeannie told Min Hyuk to go check. A system notification appeared with a list of players. Descendants of Father Hepha's Hyaman and the god Nagata Hij, the Lord of Drawings Bad and the Bomb Wizard Fabian, the Twilight Sculptor Rukin and the Bard Master Kennedy, the Trap Maker Valken and the Prince of Cold Hearth, the Anonymous Carpenter and Anonymous, the legendary fisherman Carrie and Anonymous Chef. The protagonist looked at the ad in surprise, asking what is in Group 10, the Anonymous Chef. It is him. Jeannie said that he is right. The protagonist released the bean on the ground. He said that he will go to the waiting room then, asking the bean if he can go alone. The protagonist waved his hand at the girl, asking her to take care of the bean. Jeannie asked what he was talking about. The pig was holding a bouquet of flowers among other animals. The selection competition for the mascot of Athens. The girl looked at the guy in bewilderment. Min Hyuk said he sent him there because the reward was grilled eel. Jeannie noted that he was as usual. There were many spectators in the arena. The guy stood in the waiting room, introducing himself by his name Lee Jin-woon, saying that it was too bad. The brown-haired man chewed his finger out of nerves. The legendary fisherman Carrie. Carrie thought that this anonymous chef was only level 355. The fisherman clicked on the system window with the partner confirmation. He thought that the qualifiers were so close, wondering why they suddenly wanted to pair people up, and if he lost, he would appeal. The fisherman looked away at the guy. Min Hyuk greeted the guy, asking if he was Carrie. The brunette looked at the fisherman with a wide smile. He said that his name was Min Hyuk, and they were in the same group, suggesting that he try hard. The fisherman looked at his partner in confusion, agreeing with him. He thought his partner was handsome. The contestants began to gather in the arena. The judge announced that the speed eating contest would begin soon, noting that the monsters would appear at the same time as the start. On the screen, the judge pointed to a scroll. He said that they had to fight using the cooking scroll buff that dropped with the monster. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. The judge announced that this was why it was called a speed eating contest, noting that it was because they would need to eat food to get buffs. The monsters were standing at the ready. The judge said that monsters would appear constantly, and the team that killed the most monsters in the allotted time wins. The protagonist looked at his partner, asking what kind of food dropped from that scroll. Carrie noted that the theme changed every year. Carrie said that it seemed like market food. Min Hyuk was happy that it would be market food. Min Hyuk introduced buns and pretzels. He said pretzels dipped in sugar and glutinous rice donuts with red bean filling. The protagonist imagined pancakes and chicken. He asked what pancakes and fried chicken like kimbap were. Carrie said yes, of course. Min Hyuk asked what would happen if he couldn't eat it all during the game. The fisherman looked at the guy with confusion. He said that all the buffs from cooking would only work in this match or he could give them to the viewers. The protagonist's gaze was covered by his bangs. The fisherman said that he would just throw them away or something. Carrie sighed heavily, closing his eyes. The protagonist asked that he seriously would just throw them away if he couldn't eat them all. The fisherman said that was true, suggesting that he just try harder. The fisherman sighed in displeasure. He thought that there was nothing special about him and that he could have cool artifacts, but apparently he was wrong. The protagonist extended his hand in front of the guy. The judge announced that they should get ready. Carrie thought that he needed to believe in himself and he needed to work with that guy. The spectators were sitting in the stands watching the action. The judge started the countdown, noting the anonymous chef. The chef took out his sword and rushed forward. The judge noted that he suddenly rushed forward, but the monsters blocked him. Monsters appeared in front of the protagonist. The judge noted that he did not have any buffs yet, wondering if he could handle it. The judge noted that this was incredible. The protagonist pulled his hand back with his sword. He stabbed the sword into the floor, knocking the monsters aside. The judge noted that this was incredible, and it was an area attack. Carrie watched the protagonist in surprise, holding a scroll in his hand. The fisherman asked the protagonist to wait, reminding him of the scrolls. The chef floated in the air. The judge noted that the anonymous chef was simply amazing. He ignored the scrolls and continued to kill the monsters. The protagonist swung his sword, cutting the head of the monster. The judge wondered if it was okay to do such a thing without buffs. The protagonist continued to attack his enemies relentlessly. The judge said that he could not believe it, because he was from the production class. The protagonist stood in the arena looking out of breath. The judge announced that time was up. Group 10 of the legendary fisherman Carrie and the anonymous chef appeared on the huge screen. The judge said that this competition was a success thanks to the outstanding performance of the anonymous chef and that Group 10 wins. The fisherman looked ahead in shock, not understanding how, noting that he did not even have time to use the scroll. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his face, looking away. The fisherman wondered who he was. Jeannie smiled confusedly. The guy next to the brunette said that he was so strong. Jeannie noted that it was understandable. The protagonist smiled happily. The judge announced that the winner of each match would become the MVP, and he would be able to participate in the Athens World War. The fisherman looked at the protagonist in surprise. The judge noted that an anonymous chef was approaching the player Carrie, asking what he was going to praise him for. The protagonist approached the guy with a slight smile, thanking him for his efforts. Carrie said that he did nothing. Min Hyuk asked that it was okay if he took all the scrolls that dropped. Carrie said that yes, of course. The operator looked at the girl, who told him to find out what they were talking about. Jeannie looked ahead in surprise, asking what the microphone was. The protagonist looked at the guy with hope, asking that he could take this scroll. The guys awkwardly smiled, watching what was happening. System notification. Min Hyuk is moving towards the Athens World War. The golden cup was shining against the background of monsters. Athens. This is the competition of combat classes in the Korean War, the War of the World Tree, where you need to hunt the termite that gnaws the roots of the world tree to fill the tree with essence, and the winner is the one who manages to pour the most essence into the world tree. Locke leaned against the wall with a downcast face. He thought that this was a competition where the best players were gathered, wondering if he could become the MVP, noting that JIH said that it would be good for him. Locke introduced the fighters. He noted that he was nervous because he heard a rumor that a national kendo player would be participating in the competition, wondering how he would be able to beat an athlete, noting that there would be 10 other top players in the region besides him. Brown-haired pressed himself against the wall, wondering if it would be better to send Min Hyuk instead, adding that he would have won if it was an art competition. Locke recalled the image of the main character. He noted that the guy was distinguished by his gaming skills, characteristics, luck, and calmness, and he was very athletic, so he won many awards when he was young, adding that he even had to exercise during breaks because he was not feeling well. Locke recalled sitting at the computer, noting that as a child, all he did was eat and play. The scoreboard showed one with multiple points. The protagonist asked that he was Jisoo. Brown-haired looked at the protagonist in confusion. Min Hyuk said that everyone said he was a good player and he had never met a better player than him, asking him to teach him. Jisoo said that it was easy. Min Hyuk asked the best player in Korea to teach him the game. Brown-haired asked what he called him. Locke recalled his happy face. He slapped his face with his palms, saying that this was a virtual reality game and the best player in Korea would not be intimidated. Brown-haired accidentally hit the guy with his elbow. He told himself that he should not despair. Brown-haired looked at the guy excitedly, asking if he was okay. The guy with long hair said that everything was fine. A guy with long hair appeared in front of Locke. Locke asked that he was the gold medalist of Kendo Carl, right? The brown-haired guy closed his eyes, thinking that he met him there, noting that he still had to compete with him. Carl smiled widely, holding out his hand. He said that was right, asking that he was Locke. The brown-haired guy asked that he knew him. Carl remembered how Locke came to the competition. He noted that he came to the National Kendo Championship among middle school students 5 years ago. Locke asked that the National Kendo Tournament. The blue sky was visible through the arena. Locke said that he did, noting that his friend was a good athlete, so he participated in many competitions, and it seemed that he won them. Carl grinned discontentedly. Locke asked that he remembered it. The long-haired guy noted that he would never forget it. The brown-haired guy looked at the guy in bewilderment. Carl noted that the fat woman and the parasite guy, the three of them, sat in the stands and supported that idiot. Carl remembered the image of the main character. He said that this guy that no one had heard of became a star, he was just lucky then, and he was not in the best shape. The long-haired guy remembered sitting on his knees, noting that he insulted him. The long-haired guy smiled maliciously, asking how he could forget that day. Locke looked at the guy dumbfounded. Carl said that he thought the god of luck was on his side, and he sharpened his sword for revenge. But since then they have not played because of his disappearance, he thought he was going crazy, and then they met. Locke bared his teeth. Carl said that he will trample that guy Min Hyuk. The foot cast a shadow on the ground. Locke asked that he said everything. The long-haired guy noted that there was one more thing. He put his hand on the brown-haired guy's shoulder, saying that he will find out everything about that idiot, and of course, he already found out everything about him too. The brown-haired guy opened his mouth in bewilderment. Carl said that he was a freak who only knew how to play games, and that he was a complete loser in other respects. Locke recalled his past. Carl said that he shouldn't be so impudent that he was being bullied. A female journalist and a cameraman approached the guys. The female journalist asked that they were participants in the Carl and Locke World Tree War, asking permission to ask them a few questions. Locke pursed his lips in displeasure. Carl said that of course. The female journalist thanked him. The long-haired guy and the female journalist looked at Locke in surprise. The brown-haired guy said that they should do it without him. Locke grimaced from the terrible smell of Diol's perfume. He left to prepare for the tournament, leaving the reporters alone with the national representative. He dissolved into particles of light. The mad priest completed his entrance, appearing at the roots of the giant trees. A notification about the start of the World Tree War arrived. At this time, a silhouette began to appear from the shadows of the trees. Along with the appearance of termites, a notification about the task of killing monsters arrived. The blonde stood surrounded by a horde of giant beetles, having received the task of pouring essence into the tree of the world through the roots. He thought of the offenders who accused him of only being able to play. Realizing that their attacks were true, he bowed his head, not understanding what he should do. After all, in the past, he was teased for playing games. But the thought of the 3 comrades who were playing with him now came to his mind. Pushing off from the ground, he materialized axes in a jump above the termites, shouting that he would no longer fall into despondency because of the past. A terrible explosion opened up and sheaves of red energy rushed to the sides. The priest in the smoke with a wild grin threw back his axe to strike. With a swing of the weapon, he cut off the heads of the monsters. The reporters were surprised to notice the figure of Locke in armor. They were shocked by how he dealt with the termites, taking the lead in the hunt. Watching the brown-haired man raging in battle, the commentator could not help but note that seeing the hidden strength of the players is the best thing in the tournament. Checking the weapon, Diol's face distorted in anger from the commentator's words that foreshadowed Locke's victory. The swordsman's shadowed face distorted into a grin that did not accept defeat. The blonde was out of breath among a pile of corpses of creatures. He turned around hearing his name from the shadows. 3 people came out to meet him, the leader of which began to mock him. Not understanding the situation, the priest was embarrassed. In realization, he remembered his actions before leaving for the tournament. New figures standing opposite want to stop an experienced player by force. Watching the duel from the screen together with Genie, Min Hayek discovered that Locke was surrounded by 3 players. The commentator announces the rule of the tournament, watching the competition. At the same time, the players' chat is discussing what is happening on the screen. The commentator noticed the unenviable position of the axe fighter. The girl watches the situation in a panic. She knows that after changing his second profession, the amount of mana required for control has increased. The girl noted that at this rate, it will be difficult to win the competition. Seeing how Jaisu defends himself from the attacks of other players, the heroine noted that the rumors appeared after he cursed another player. Min Hayek's face darkens from what is happening. His eyes fill with silent determination. Locke falls face down under the ridicule of his opponents. The leader of the 3 opponents throws a taunt at the fallen player. Lying on the ground, the brown-haired man's face is distorted into a grin. Losing consciousness, thoughts of defeat and the hatred that fell on him after his words come to mind. The last thing he sees is the backs of his opponents that go into the shadows. He regrets that he did not live up to the expectations of his comrades. The brown-haired man loses consciousness. In that moment, a sheaf of sparks splashes and a scream is heard from the darkness. A figure hidden in the shadows walks towards the fallen player. A hand shrouded in light reaches for Locke. Looking up, Jaisu sees someone he did not expect to see. An unknown voice was heard, asking why he was the best gamer in Korea here. Sparkling in the sun, the face of the savior became visible to the brown-haired man. It was Min Hayek, who extended his hand to him, saying, "Get up, friend." Min Hayek gave him his hand. The victim asked why you were here. The protagonist shook off Locke and said that he was the only anonymous person in the royal hall lately. Smiling happily, the guy pointed to the crown from which the light emanated. After all, thanks to the title, he could also participate. Touched by the attention, the man looked at Min Hayek. The Korean hugged his interlocutor by the shoulders. He was full of joy, because in case of victory, Locke could take the world tree. The hero couldn't wait to try the 3,000-year-old eel cooked with the world tree. In his mind, the brunette imagined a delicious grilled eel with a unique taste and smoked aroma. The simple guy looked at the glutton in shock. He agreed with the thoughts of the interlocutor in shock, although he thought that he had come to help him. A sincere smile lit up Min Hayek. The protagonist put his hands on Locke's shoulders. He promised to help stop everyone who would interfere with him so that he could continue pouring the essence. Touched by his feelings, the brown-eyed man echoed the hero's name. Running away from the Korean waving goodbye, he promises to give the protagonist the world tree. Surprised that the production class had entered the royal hall twice, the figure stepped out of the shadows. The boy, surprised by the new interlocutor, turns around and notices the figure who claimed to have arrived because Min Hayek was a member. In shock, the boy opens his eyes and recognizes the person in front of him. Diol is standing in front of him. Looking at him happily, the young man greeted the man he hadn't seen in 5 years. But he didn't want to exchange pleasantries. A shadow touched the long-haired man's face at the thought of his past defeat. In anger, mistaking the young man's joy for mockery, the 2 men stood opposite each other. Confused by his opponent's behavior, Min Hayek remembered his oddities then and now. But Diol changed the conversation to how Min Hayek managed to break into the royal hall. A notification about the blessing of the world tree, making all stats equal for 20 minutes, appeared above the fighter. No longer interested in the details, the swordsman made a dash. A powerful vertical strike cut through the air. The swordsman sought to crush the hero in order to take his place. The Korean could only block the blow. Changing his stance, the swordsman delivered a flurry of stabbing blows. Min Hayek took a defensive position. Watching the blows, he dodged one. A light flashed in the player's eyes. The hero raised his sword up to strike. At that moment, the camera began to illuminate the duel between the opponents. The glutton was delivering a rapid flurry of blows. He was holding on, and it was amazing. Min Hayek was reminded of how much he trained before his diagnosis. He aimed to become a national representative of Kendo. Even after gaining weight, he fought the disease without letting go of the sword. The player remembered how he used the sword in the game. The young man gripped the sword tighter, despite the thought that he could not become a national representative of Kendo. With determination, he rushed at his opponent to defeat him again. Concentrated, Deal dodged the sword strike. His eyes filled with rage and disbelief, because he could not lose. The national representative broke away. The notification popped up again, but this time it was about the blessing wearing off. Clouded with anger, the swordsman denied what was happening. With a cry of anger, the brown-haired man summons projections of bayonets. Min Hayek watches in amazement as the projections crash into the ground. More and more bayonets appear next to the young man. The young man stood completely surrounded. Full of madness with the desire to win, Deal raises his hand up. Our hero is shocked, noticing a notification about 8 legendary bayonets that block dodging. A flash of furious light blinded Min Hayek. Notifications about rapidly decreasing health appeared. Less than 60% left. But he, in turn, was only able to cover himself. The brunette's eyes began to dim. He could not use potions because of the competition. He felt that he could not withstand this. Fighting the light, the hero had the idea to break the bayonets. In shock, the hero notices how a beam of energy pierced the air. The flash illuminated the space. Deal peers into the space of the extinguished bayonets, from which smoke emanates. In a frenzy, he anticipates victory. Interrupting his thoughts of victory, a cracking sound fills the space. Min Hayek stood firm and smashed the bayonets that surrounded him. In disbelief, the national representative asked, how is it possible to avoid the 8 legendary rank 2 bayonets? The protagonist's determined gaze was directed at the enemy. A notification about his armor's special ability that instantly replenishes his HP and MP popped up above his head. Deal does not believe what happened. Using the fierce sword dance, he asks the protagonist why he is always in his way. Min Hayek faces the fierce swords that are rushing towards him. With a swift dash, their legs almost touched. Silence hung in the air as the glutton, having overcome the enemy's attacks, was about to strike back. The long-haired man stared at the enemy's sword in surprise. He didn't believe it, because he saw the fragments of the bayonets on the sword. The man realized that he had definitely smashed 8 legendary bayonets into pieces. Deal's surprised look covered Min Hayek, who was preparing to strike, because he used the skill so quickly and without a cooldown. The representative realized that the enemy. At that moment, the brown-haired man muttered the name of the attack. After a wave of his hand, the space was filled with feathers. The timer ended. The event ended. And the best player who will take the World Tree. The host announced that the MVP of the World Tree is the Mad Priest. The award goes to the player Locke. Jisoo did it. Many people congratulated him. But not all. The stranger gritted his teeth. He threw something and said that this is unacceptable. Locke looked at him when he said that he would not lose to him. Carl entered the room and said that the two of them mocked him, made fun of him. He frowned and said that he was proud of one victory, the whipping boy who dared to go against him. The guy raised his hand to his face and said that he did not care who he was to him. A camera appeared in the doorway. Journalists began to take pictures of the young people. Locke said that he thought that he should care about other people's opinions and he needed to think about what he had done. When the article about the incident in the waiting room came out, everyone at once changed their minds about Locke. Carl, who faced criticism from users, disappeared into thin air. After a while, the fire was burning. The hero closed his eyes and said how delicious it smelled. He looked at Beanie and said that she needed nutrients, so let her fly. He said thank you for the food. The pig's eyes sparkled. The hero said that it was divine. He took a piece of fish. He put it in his mouth and said that it was perfectly fried on both sides. The player and the pig smiled. Min Hayek thought that with each bite he could feel the soft savory juice, the taste that penetrated into his throat. He raised his hands to the sky and thought that it was sacred. That was why the first bite should be eaten without additives. He thought that it was necessary for the true taste to be imprinted in the memory, and now he would add sesame leaves, soy sauce, and thinly sliced ginger. He thought that even if there was grilled charcoal seasoned with hot spices, the abundance of flavors did not overpower the divine taste of eel. He closed his eyes and thought that the moistened surface of the grill and the charcoal from the world tree raised the bouquet of aroma and taste to new heights. The guy looked at the pig. He shouted Beanie, did she really eat her portion, and noticed his tail. He put the piece in his mouth and said that he did not know anything. This tail is his. His eyes widened. They crossed their hands. Min Hayek said that such a surge of energy and immediately felt she even coveted his food. A system window appeared that the hero cooked 3,000-year-old eel on a unique grill. A system window appeared that he gets 68 geek points. He continued to receive notifications with bonuses and increased characteristics. The guy looked at the screen and asked is Shixen's greatness now in the fried eel that he ate. The hero looked away and thought. He thought that according to the original system, additional characteristics disappear if you cook the medicine. He could maintain his characteristics thanks to the Shixen's greatness ability. He thought that the save function works as a replacement for artifacts. Perhaps this means that he can also use the power of fried eel. A system window appeared with the task of completing quests. The hero received a special skill for creating happiness materials. Now minerals can be ground into spices. The brunette clenched his fists and said that if he uses this skill, can antarinium be considered an edible ingredient? He put the mineral in the blender. A notification appeared that the antharinium crumbs can be turned into ground pepper. It tastes better than regular pepper. The grinding was completed. The special seasoning quest appeared. A notification appeared that the disaster artifacts as a reward are rated as high or low. The hero received the Korak bowl and the whisk of cancellation. He looked up. The system window said that these items increase magic defense. The guy looked forward and thought that the whisk whipped automatically. He kissed the bowl and thought that the Korak teacher's cooking is top-notch. He thought that this is how he sees the teacher's passion for cooking. This time he will enjoy it more thoroughly. He remembered that it is summer in the real world. Why not eat the perfect summer food? He closed his eyes and thought that in Athens there is the perfect elixir for this dish. Mount Burist. The man said that there is 1.5 times more mana here. A system window appeared to find the highest place in the mountains. The stranger said that he had been searching for 2 months. He took off his hood and thought that he had finally found it. The guy walked forward. He raised his head and thought that this was the Vyas village in the Berest mountains. He thought that it was like a meeting place where players from all over the world could cross paths. He entered the village, thought that it was unrecognizable. There were no people here at all. Maybe it was because you could only stay in this village for a week. He smiled and thought that he was grateful to Abel for telling him a shortcut. In front of him was Abel's to-do list. He looked ahead and called out to his grandfather, Manhwa, and asked if he knew anything about the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. In the mountains, the guy looked at the system window. He thought that he was being led to the top of the mountain. As long as he walked using material navigation, it would not be difficult. He frowned and thought that where the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng grew was a blizzard. He thought to come to the grandfather's prejudice that he would suffer. It would be a shame to find him just using his skills. He thought that although he learned about the 10,000-year-old potato, he thought that long ago, the 5 guards of the ancient tyrant monarch, because of the demon's brainwashing, imprisoned him in a sculpture and broke it into pieces. The guards, who were then the knights of the monarch in memory of him during their entire lives, they took care of the 10,000-year-old potato while they were alive, sealed their favorite food. The food received the power of the sculpture to have a power comparable to the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng in case a huge force appeared nearby. From time to time, fragments that have the power of the monarch awaken. It is said that players come to the village to subjugate the fragments. He thought the chance of doing so was very low. He thought he could get some potatoes, but he couldn't just give up on Samjiade. The navigation showed 600 meters to the left. Manhwa gritted his teeth and thought the location had suddenly changed. It couldn't be that the search skill was broken, right? He looked ahead. He thought the reason the herbalist couldn't find him for 20 years was because the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng kept changing location. He thought it was good that he had the navigation skill. He needed to get there before it moved again. The system window said to move straight ahead 50 meters. The hero looked ahead. There was a flower in front of him. He started digging. He took out an earth plant. He smiled and said that he was caught. A notification appeared that he had obtained the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. He said that he needed to warm up now. The guy went into the cave. He started cooking. There was soup in the cauldron. The hero took a chicken leg and said that it looked amazing. He blew on it and said that it was hot and needed to cool down. He took a bite. He thought that the meat was soft, tender, and not greasy. A tear rolled down his face and he thought that the chicken was melting in his mouth. He thought that they even forget that it is summer in the real world. He thought that there was a food fever in his stomach, so warm after the broth. The hero imagined that if he salted the meat and wrapped it in kimchi, the taste would be harmonious and rich. He put his hand in the bag. The guy frowned and thought that when he eats soup with kimchi or pepper, he can enjoy the bright taste, but the ending. He thought that he should follow the Korean rule of eating rice added to a delicate soup. He took a piece of ginseng. He thought that if he eats snow ginseng, which has a healthy taste of nature. The guy approached him and called out to him. His cloak fluttered. He walked forward. The stranger breathed heavily and said, "This isn't." He looked at the hero and asked, "This isn't a 1,000-year-old ginseng, is it?" He looked ahead in shock. Manhwa looked at him and confirmed. The player looked at him in shock. He said that he used the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng to make soup. Tears appeared in his eyes and he asked where on earth could he find such a monster. The hero remained silent. He smiled. The magic in his hands faded. Alexono fell to his knees and thought that he had been looking for ginseng for so long. He remembered how he had spent a lot of time and money just to learn more about the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. He managed to find this place, so he thought he was close and went forward as if his life depended on it. The hero was eating when he thought that this brat just made soup from the precious root. He cried. Min Hayek turned around and asked what he was doing here. Alexono looked ahead and thought he was wrong. As soon as he saw this guy, he immediately wanted to attack. He wiped his tears and apologized. He said that he had been looking for this 1,000-year-old snow ginseng for a long time. He said that as a wizard, he wanted to go to the royal hall for the first time in Korea. He did not even watch the War of Athens because he was busy searching. He cried and said that he just cooked soup from 1,000-year-old snow ginseng in front of him. He did not understand his feelings. The brunette put his hand to his face and said that he thought he was a good guy. He just lost what he wanted to eat. Alexono raised his head and apologized for trying to attack him. He looked at the brunette and asked if he was the boss. He confirmed. The redhead stood up and said that as an apology, he will help him, and he will also give him the magic snack box. Min Hayek clenched his fist and asked again. The guy opened the box and said that once a day, one of the most delicious snacks in the world would appear randomly inside. He took out a cookie. The hero took the package and thought that this couldn't be true. His eyes lit up and he thought that this was a breakthrough. He opened the pack. He tried one cookie. He thought that these cute octopus-shaped cookies were salty, crunchy, and the seasoning was just finger-licking good. The guy looked at him and asked if it was tasty. He said that it was very good. He smiled and said that he wanted to repay him for giving him such a treasure. He asked if he was going to take the Royal Hall quest. Alexono confirmed that he only knew about the ancient monarch hunt. He heard that even rankers can't complete it because of the difficulty. Min Hayek asked if he could help him. Beanie reached into the cookie pack. The hero smiled and said that his cooking buffs were good. After a while, Athens, China server, the notorious Hao Shen Guild. It is a huge guild with a lot of people. The guild became untouchable. The man knelt down and said that the monarch would awaken today. Guild Master Vedu smiled and said that he had been waiting for this day. He said that soon rankers from all over the world would join this raid. The man looked away. He thought that in hunting the ancient monk, he needed to gather the most powerful force in the world with one piece of this sculpture to subjugate it. He thought that if 2 or 3 pieces were combined, the monk would awaken. In the face of this absolute power, all the players would run away. He smiled and thought about what artifacts the rankers from all over the world would lose. Everyone bowed to him. The man ordered them to move out and awaken the monarch. Alexono sneezed. He looked at the hero and thought that he was so cold that the tip of his nose was cramping. Min Hayek kneaded the dough. Then he cut vegetables, threw them into a plate, and put it on the table. It was noodles with clam. The guy started eating and thanked for the food. He thought that in the thick broth there were noodles of durum, crunchy vegetables, and soft hats were a perfect combination. He drank the broth and smiled, thinking that this was heavenly pleasure. A system window appeared, which said that his wisdom and intelligence had increased by 20%. The hero looked at him and asked if this would help him get into the royal hall. He answered positively and said that he felt a surge of strength. He thought that he tried an expensive dish of the Twilight Chef of the Black Dishes Company, but it did not give even a crumb of such an effect. The guy thought that he fed him such a valuable dish. He looked at the brunette and called out to him. His eyes sparkled and he asked if he would lend him his left hand. Min Hayek looked at his hand. The redhead said that this was a sign that they were comrades. He looked at him and asked if he knew when a person died. The hero wondered if it was when the heart was pierced by magic or when cursed or bewitched. He answered negatively. Alexono raised his hand and said that it was when his comrades forgot him. This sign would be a reminder not to forget about each other. He whispered that if he joined him, he would buy him food. The protagonist caught fire. A notification appeared that the 3 sealed fragments of the ancient monarch statue were united. Everything around shook. Alexono asked what was happening. A system window appeared that the ancient monarch was gaining strength, and his warriors were rising and becoming stronger. Min Hayek looked away and thought that the ancient monarch had become stronger. In the mountains, the players teleported to the guard tower on the top of the mountain. Someone looked at the system window and asked if the raid was already starting. It was already difficult before, and now how to pass it. Another player said that if he died hunting for a reward, he would lose too much. Maybe he should just give in. The redhead looked away. He said that the guy was the 2nd ranker of Japan, Musashi. He participated in the raid on the ancient monarch. Someone said that the reward would be a legendary artifact recipe. If there was a person who could handle this task, it was definitely him. Musashi turned around and said that maybe such a strong ancient monarch was difficult to defeat, but if they worked together, it would be possible. He suggested splitting into teams of 5 people to fairly divide the rewards. He said that he was looking for people to join the team. They have an archer of level 420, a warrior, a legendary class. This is the strongest combo with a priest in their team. Musashi looked ahead. The man offered him to join them. He turned around. The players were over 400, he agreed. The guy thought he needed a wizard. He looked at Alexono and thought he would do. The boy turned around when asked if he wanted to join them. Musashi pointed at the team and said that his team already had an archer and a healer. The redhead looked at the system window and thought that according to the rumors, things weren't going well. He thought that if they teamed up, his chances of getting into the royal hall would increase. He smiled and asked if they would mind if he joined with his friend. Manhwa was eating something when he said that he was a good guy. Musashi frowned and thought that he was only level 350. If this wasn't a bug, how did he even get here with such a level? The hero was living to be asked what his level was. Everyone looked at him in shock when he said that his level was 355. They told him that they didn't know how he got to this city, but if he went with them, it would make things more difficult. They asked the wizard what he decided. Alexono looked ahead and said that it was okay, they would just go separately. He made a sign and said that they were comrades. The team left and wished them luck. The guys crossed their arms. Musashi looked ahead and thought that this was a serious stumbling block for the team. This time he could get good rewards. A system window appeared that the ancient sculptures would be fused together. The parts of the sculpture glowed. The eyes and the helmet lit up. The raid on the ancient monarch had begun. The monarch looked ahead and asked to kill him. Everyone prepared to attack. He said that he was suffering and asked to save him. He gripped the sword strike and asked to let him die. An explosion occurred. The teams were eliminated one by one. The lights of the guard tower dimmed. Redhead looked ahead and said that this was madness and they needed healing. Their entire team was dead. Musashi looked at her when she said that she was the only one left from the entire team. He frowned and thought it was funny. The monarch had dealt with the players in micro. There were only 20 of them left. He thought that it was impossible to attack now. With the current level of the monarch, even rankers need to prepare for battle for half a year. Tree branches began to emerge from the ground. The monarch apologized for their deaths. Musashi thought that this raid was created to kill them. A strong wind arose. The guy looked forward. Alexono appeared in front of him. He turned around and asked if he was okay. Musashi thought that he was number one in the wizard world. He looked forward and said yes. The players looked forward. A system window about a sudden quest appeared. Manhwa ran forward. The wizard said that everything was okay. He smiled and said that he was stronger than they thought. The brunette looked forward. He jumped. His sword began to emit steam. The monarch screamed. Musashi looked forward. The hero smiled. He ran forward. He looked forward. The guy thought that if he defeats the ancient monarch, he will have the ingredients for steamed chicken with soy sauce. He must eat it. The brunette struck the enemy. The spirit struck and screamed. Musashi looked in shock and thought that he does it so easily. Even a ranker cannot do this. Is this guy really level 355? The monarch raised his sword and screamed at him to die. Manhwa widened his eyes. Someone screamed at him to be careful. Beanie reflected the attack. Everyone looked forward. An object began to materialize in the magician's hand. He raised his staff. Alexono frowned and screamed to move forward. He will make a shield. The players ran forward. The spirit said that the whole world trembled. Being in his power, he was a great strong monarch. Musashi looked forward. Monster began to inhale air and said that compared to them, do they really think he will lose? He flew forward. A system window appeared that all magic skills were unavailable for 5 minutes. The players were blown away by the wind. The warrior looked ahead and wondered if he had blocked their skills. The monarch looked at him and said that it was over. He attacked the players. They all looked up. There was an explosion. Everyone was lying down. A man was hiding behind a stone. Guildmaster Vedu smiled and thought that everything was going according to plan. He thought that if the remaining 3 moved their horses, they would simply take the artifacts and disappear. He looked ahead. Manhwa smiled and asked if it was over. The monster looked at him. Alexono smiled. He was glad that his friend was okay. The hero said that he would do everything now. He began to knead the dough. The magician looked at him. Everyone also looked in bewilderment. The monarch squeezed the sword. He swung and said not to underestimate him. The guy smiled. The bowl with the whisk glowed. The light blinded the monster. He grabbed his head. A system notification appeared that all skills and magic were cancelled. Manhwa looked to the side and called out to his friend. He shouted that this was their chance to attack. Alexono frowned and said he understood. He began to cast a spell. Arrows flew at the monarch. An explosion occurred. The smoke cleared. The spirit looked at his hand and said that he could not retreat now. He said that they woke him up. The players looked at him as he said that he was given power. Vedu looked forward in shock. The players looked at the monster as he said that he was woken up. Musashi walked forward and said that they were criminals. The guildmaster frowned and said that he had no idea what he was talking about. The guy took up his katana and said that they would get what they deserved. The man screamed and asked him to listen. A system window appeared that the guard tower was emitting light. A system window appeared about contributing to the victory together. Their names were entered into the royal hall. A system window appeared that the anonymous king of Korea's reputation had spread throughout the world. Musashi looked at him in shock and wondered if this was the same guy from the Athens War. Min Hyuk picked up the pig and said that he should have gotten more ingredients for the chicken. He frowned when he was called. Alexono smiled and thanked him. A system window appeared that the Black Mage King's fame had spread throughout the world. They shook hands. The mage asked what he would do without him. He clenched his fist and said that the next time he needed help, he would come running. Min Hyuk smiled. A system window appeared that Vedu had entered the game. He frowned and thought that not to mention the rancor artifacts. He looked ahead and thought that they had simply thrown them away. The heroes happily looked at the chest in his hands and decided to check the rewards. He imagined Ali holding a plant root over his head and thought that he had gotten a 2,000-year-old snow ginseng. The boy imagined pieces of food and in anticipation decided that he wanted to get chicken. Suddenly, his expression changed to displeased. The young man received instructions on how to create demigod artifacts and was upset that he was not given anything edible. He sadly lowered his head and said that he thought he had exhausted his luck. Tears appeared in his eyes. He said with annoyance that he did not get any chicken. He imagined a package of vegetables and chicken that he still had steamed chicken. Steam spread through the kitchen and the boy's singing could be heard. He put the pot on the table with a smile. His mouth watered. The boy quickly wiped his chin. In the pot was delicious chicken with vegetables. The boy lifted his chopsticks and said enthusiastically that it looked very appetizing, and the juice and sweet salty taste attracted him. He took a chicken leg and thanked for the food. The young man bit off a piece of it, felt every fiber, and thought that he could feel the piquancy of 2 shades and the incredibly tender chicken leg, the taste that made you want to smile. He put the leg in his mouth with the back part and decided that this was the most important part. He pulled out a clean bone in front of him and thought that when you eat chicken legs, you can't tell about the spices or cooking methods just by looking at the bones. He touched his chin with his chopsticks and decided that you can't forget about the seasonings. He lowered the spoon into the plate and decided that he wanted to try the potatoes, gently mashing them into puree. He opened his mouth wide, lifted the spoon with the contents and thought that he needed to eat it all at once. A pleasant consistency spread across his mouth. He thought that the potatoes were tender and spicy, so it was necessary to cook as much as possible. He picked up the noodles with his chopsticks and added that they were already soaked in spices and looked so delicious that his mouth watered just looking at them. He greedily stuffed them into his mouth. The young man imagined his pet jumping on the waves of pleasure and thought that the noodles were soft and viscous and the taste of spices was very bright. A notification appeared in front of him. The system reported that he ate the ancient monarch steamed chicken and received 600 points of sacred power, and he was now able to participate in the food matching quest. He looked at the quest description and thought about it. Fluffy clouds floated across the blue sky above the castle. People gathered on the street. Roina approached them and asked what happened. The girl in the cloak raised her hands and asked if today was the priest training competition. The armored guy stood in front of the sword. The girl added that this was the day to challenge the saint's sword. Roina imagined the blade and thought that according to Athenian legend, whoever wielded the saint's sword buried deep in the ground would be a hero. She raised her head and added that for the past 2,000 years, the saint's sword had still been in its place. The man grabbed the handle. The girl thought in order to pull it out, you need to have incredible divine power, and you also need to be innocent and pure of heart. Suddenly, a knight was heard in the area, wondering if he could handle it. The man pulled the handle with all his might. He pulled it to the side, but he didn't have enough strength. The girl closed her eyes. People began to shout and say that the sword did not even move. Roina said that this man also failed. The dim light from the candles spread throughout the room. The girl slightly opened her eyes. She approached the dark ball and thought that the demonic worshippers were acting suspiciously lately and decided that something was coming. She looked at the sphere and thought that the crystal ball said that magic was slowing down and something very bad was about to happen in the world. A knight approached her from behind and addressed her, interrupting her thoughts about what must be the demon Varus, and his fans began to act. The man bowed and said that the player had been waiting for a meeting with her for several days. The girl looked back at him and asked why he was talking about him, because a huge number of people already wanted to meet her. And he said that this player was somehow strange. Roina asked him and then what did he mean by this? She frowned in surprise, hearing the words that all the clergy loved him. The woman asked the knight if this meant that they gave him their hearts. The man bowed his head, confirmed this and said that he asked her to pay attention to this because the result was incredible. The girl raised her hand and looked away from the knight, thinking that it was impossible for the high priest to do this. She looked at the man in surprise, hearing the words that now the guy is trying to pull out the sword of the saint. Her scream was heard in the room. The girl said that she would leave right away and asked to take her to the guy. She put on her hood and came to the crowd of people. The heroes climbed onto the stone and stood next to the sword. The girl thought about how he hadn't even trained to be a priest, but they allowed him to take part in the test. The guy smiled and pointed to the sword and asked if he just needed to grab it and pull it out. Roina wondered how great his divine power was. The guy took the handle of the ball with one hand and easily pulled it out of the stone. The girl was stunned by what she saw. She pointed at it with a trembling hand and began to stutter. The guy got scared and said that apparently it didn't need to be pulled out. He put the sword back. People wondered why he put it back. The knight patted her on the shoulder, frowned and called out to her lady. The girl said that the guy pulled out the sword just like a radish. She glanced at him with one eye and decided something. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked if he had done something wrong. He smelled a delicious smell and looked away, scratching his cheek. The girl thought that he was the legendary hero. These events ended the second season. A few days ago, a monarch seed appeared in the boy's hand. He frowned and wondered if anything tasty would grow if he planted it, and then decided that he needed to call Abel. The boy opened a dialogue box and addressed the man. The interlocutor greeted him. The boy asked with a puzzled look about who was the Pope or the candidate for this post. The man answered that the Pope was Karuno now. Then he introduced the image of Roina and said that she was a candidate, known as a woman sent by heaven. The boy looked at the call in surprise and asked if this was true. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above him. The interlocutor said in confusion that the boy did not know her, but she was the most beautiful in the capital. The hero asked if he could meet her. The interlocutor's voice was heard around the area. He said that the boy could stay there for 10 days and look at them from afar. The heroes headed towards the entrance of the building following the blonde man, thinking that was why he came there. He pursed his lip and cried in frustration, thinking that the entrance to the temple for one person costs 10 million gold. The man turned to him, hearing the appeal to himself. The guy folded his hands with a smile and asked if he could meet the saint. Keen raised his palm and, interrupting the guy, immediately excluded this option. The young man tried to persuade him to find some way. The man replied that there was no way. If he tried, he would be thrown out of there. The guy clenched his palm, closed his eyes tightly and thought that the king was very strict. He noticed a sword sticking out of the stone and asked what it was. The rays of the sun illuminated the blade. The man said that it was a holy sword, and that in the city there is a legend that the person who can move it from its place will become a hero. The boy touched his chin and asked if that meant that if he pulled it out, he could meet the lady. Keen smiled and said that it all depended on whether he could pull it out. Clouds floated across the blue sky above the temple. The man asked the hero if he knew that it was forbidden to eat meat in the temple. The boy answered in the affirmative. Manhwa was confused but looked ahead and thought that he knew this nuance, but on the table in front of him lay garlic salad, raw spinach and galagra salad. The boy looked at the man in fear and asked if this was the end of the menu. The priest answered in the negative. He looked at the hero with a weakened look and added that they also had onion salad. Manhwa imagined a plate of salad and thought that the temple did not even have seasonings or any sauces. He quickly turned around and thought that they looked the same. The guy looked at the dark-haired man reluctantly chewing his food, and he looked at the other man, noticing the same thing. The young man, looking at them, imagined himself chewing cherry tomatoes. He approached one of the men and asked if he liked the taste. The interlocutor replied that it felt like he was eating paper. The man looked away and said that nothing could be done about it anyway. The guy imagined delicious dishes and thought about how one could live on only this, because there are so many dishes in the world that can be made from vegetables. Suddenly an idea dawned on him. The guy thought that the saint was still a member of the city church. If he found out about the local priest, he could probably get through. He smiled broadly, squeezed his palm and said that he wanted to treat everyone at least once. Keen looked at him in surprise. The man fell into a stupor and looked ahead emotionlessly. The man came up to him and asked what was wrong with his face. The brunette looked into his eyes and added that ever since he tried that stranger's food, he had been walking around with that expression on his face. The man's eyes reflected the sun's glare. He thought about trying a tofu steak. The man imagined the dish and remembered the guy's words about taking a fork with his left hand and cutting meat with his right. Keen remembered how he reluctantly brought a piece of food to his mouth. The guy told him to spear a piece on his fork. A delicate and pleasant taste spread through the man's body. He remembered the aromatic onion sauce slowly melting on his tongue and thought that it went very well with fried tofu and literally melted in his mouth. He began to sink into the darkness of his thoughts, thinking that he had never eaten meat, but it seemed to him that it was more than just meat and that he wanted to try this steak at least once more. The blue sky hung over the temple. The man looked at the hero with enthusiasm, folded his hands, and greeted him. Manhwa looked into his eyes and said that the man had just woken up. The priest answered negatively and said that he could not even breathe, because he really wanted to eat that steak and tofu again that the young man cooked. He looked at the guy pitifully and asked how he could get rid of this desire, because he would do everything the hero said. The other priests hurried to them, agreeing with his colleague's words. The guy looked back at them and asked if they really liked the tofu steak so much. The men answered affirmatively. Manhwa raised his hand, sadly lowered his eyes, and said that he would be a little busy. The men listened silently to his words that he should listen to the priests play the harp and also lie down and eat chips. The priests offered him 1 million gold or the best sword. The guy refused everything. Keen Cheese said about the blessing with a confused look. He clenched his fist and offered the guy the priest's blessing. The young man smiled contentedly. He closed his eyes, nodded, and said that it would be great. The priests looked at him with a pitiful look. The guy said that he would give them a tofu steak and then give him the priest's blessing. A joyful cry of priests was heard throughout the temple. The guy asked them to line up. After a little while, the hero was frying pieces of tofu in a frying pan. A pleasant smell spread throughout the space. The system reported that the guy received a blessing from Keen. His divine power increased by 50. The pleasant aroma spread stronger and stronger. The system reported that the guy received 3 more blessings from the man, increasing his divine powers by 180 points. Manhwa climbed onto the pedestal where the blade was. He pulled it out easily. The girl was stunned by what she saw. She pointed at the guy with a trembling hand and began to stutter. The young man said that he probably didn't need to pull it out. He put the sword back in place. People were surprised by its action. The knight patted the girl on the shoulder and called out to her. The saint said that the guy pulled out the sword like a radish. She glanced at him with one eye and realized something. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he did something wrong. A crowd of people gathered near the pedestal. The saint thought about the guy being a legendary hero. Then she announced that a player had appeared who had pulled out the saint's sword. The bright sun rose over the castle. The king was told that a stranger had pulled out the saint's sword. His Majesty thought about what was said with a calm expression on his face. He looked at his subordinate and asked if he had really dealt with the stranger. The guy answered affirmatively. The man opened his eyes and agreed with it. He looked at the monument of the priests and thought that this situation was also God's will. He looked at his subordinate and said that he could go. The guy agreed with it. The king was left alone. The dark spirit appeared next to his shoulder and said that something must have gone wrong. Well, taking the body from the pope was a great idea. The monster remembered how he had sucked the strength out of the priest. Well, he imagined how the saint had lost consciousness from what had happened and thought that he could never have expected that some stranger would come and pull out the sword. He put his hand on the box wrapped in cloth and said that this was all, and there was no need to hesitate anymore. The king smiled ominously and decided that everything would go according to plan, as always. Roina frowned and thought that she didn't like it. The guy looked into her eyes with a smile. The girl added that he seduced the priests with food and received all the blessings. And then with their help he pulled out the sword. So this is an absolute scam, because there is no way a brat like him could be a legend. The girl raised her hand and asked if he wanted to meet her. The young man answered in the affirmative. He showed her the monarch seed and said that he received it. But he thought that only the pope or the saint herself could open the seal. The girl crossed her arms and asked displeasedly if he was serious, because she couldn't just open it for him for free. The guy sadly lowered his head and said that he understood this. The girl agreed. She looked into the guy's eyes and asked him to cook something for her too, thinking that she only needed to see what kind of dish it was that seduced the priests, because she would never fall to their level. There were empty dishes on the table. The girl tasted some food. She picked up some more with her spoon. The girl imagined the ingredients of the dish and thought it was a great combination of fresh and crisp vegetables and rice grains and the taste of the sauce that complemented the dish perfectly. Then added that she never thought that vegetables could be eaten like this. She ate the whole dish and thought it was the taste that made her forget about the dignity of a saint. She looked at the boy and plaintively asked for a monarch seed. A bright light lit up the room. The boy took out a seed, thinking that in order to know what it was, he needed to plant it. He scratched his cheek. The girl frowned slightly. The boy said that he thought something delicious would definitely grow. I replied that they could not know, but they were sure that they would grow something with great divine power. She presented a beautiful figure in the shape of the sun and said that since the boy pulled out the saint's sword, she had a task for him, for which he must go to meet the Pope in the Vatican, and Koru would accompany him. After a while, the Holy Father smiled broadly and asked the boy if he pulled out the saint's sword. The young man bowed his head and said that it was true. The man thanked him for his visit. The boy looked at the Pope in surprise when he heard the word about the task. The man handed him a cloth-wrapped box and said that he must give this rice cake to the Athenian priests, and that it will not cool down as long as it has the power of a god. The system gave the boy a quest to deliver rice cake and wine to the Athenian priests, and as a reward for this he will receive papal relics. The Pope also added that the one who is able to move the saint's sword is entitled to special food, after which he asked if the hero tried it. The boy asked what he meant. Dad introduced the rice cake dumpling soup and said that it was made with special ingredients that only appear once every 100 years. Manhwa was half joked by what he heard and thought that she had never heard of such a thing. He grabbed the box and ran to do the task. The man watched him with a smile. Suddenly, he frowned sternly. The man watched the boy quickly run past the knight and thought that he understood that this boy really loved to eat. Koru was confused but looked after the boy. Dad added that he was sure that there would be no problems, because the reward was one of Dad's relics, but he turned around, folded his hands behind his back and finished the sentence by saying that they needed a plan B if something went wrong. A carriage with 4 horses rushed through the forest. The boy looked at the box in his hands with great desire, wondering if the cake inside was delicious. Suddenly, something dawned on him. He thought that he could just take a look at what kind of cake was inside. It was not a sin, because he would just take a look. Well, the box opened slightly, a bright glow appeared from the inside. Inside were delicious-looking products. The system reported that the characteristics of the food were sealed and hidden, and the guy would only be able to find them out with the help of the culinary ingredient evaluation skill. The young man noticed these words. He suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise. The description of the item said that the rice cake set contained a disaster prepared by a demon to overthrow the religion of Athens before the war, and the cake itself was a special dish that was served on special occasions. The young man was very surprised by what he read. He fell into a stupor, thinking that Dad was a demon. He looked down at the products and realized what this rice cake was. He looked at the products with great desire. The appetizing parts of the dish lying inside made him vanilla. The boy greedily stuffed them into his mouth, saying that there was no other way, because these were bad rice cakes and he would eat them all. The boy stuffed both his cheeks. He imagined the rice cakes and thought that their savory taste of butter, sweetness of sugar, and soft texture filled his mouth immediately after the first bite. He tore the cake apart, stretching the contents, and thought that the injalmi was very well fried because it was crispy and soft beyond belief. The boy looked at the pieces of rice and the bean cakes and then thought that the rice was very sweet, and the combination of the soft layers with the red beans was simply excellent. He sipped some of the rice punch and thought that it was very sweet. The boy smiled with great pleasure, thinking that the drink was sweet, the nose was bitter, and nothing in it interrupted the taste of the rice cakes. He suddenly twitched, realizing that he could not explain this to the priest. The boy looked into the empty box and thought that the rice cakes had been eaten by evil forces and he didn't know if he should tell them. Suddenly the carriage stopped and the boy flew out of his seat. The knight opened the door and asked if he was okay. The hero sat on the floor, staring at one spot in surprise. Koru was stunned and said that there were no rice cakes. The boy looked at him in confusion. The man asked him if he had eaten them all. The boy decided that he had a problem. He closed his eyes tightly and thought that he thought it was a good idea. He suddenly fell into despair, thinking that now he could be sent to prison and then he would only be able to eat prison food. Koru closed his eyes and asked the boy to calm down. The young man turned slightly pale, headed for the exit, and thought that the rice cakes were so delicious that he didn't even feel sorry. The saint and the priests appeared before him and called him the benefactor of the Athenians, after which they greeted him. The girl looked at him with a smile, called him brother and the savior of Athens. Manhwa looked at her in confusion, and the girl swore to respect and appreciate him forever. The guy grabbed his head, not understanding what was happening. 3 hours ago in the castle, the guy with the box in his hands frowned angrily and said that the saint did not give him rice cake dumpling soup. He looked at the knight and angrily said that he would go there right now. Koru looked after the dissatisfied guy, who was saying that he did not even know how good rice cake dumpling soup was. The man with a calm expression thought that there was no rice cake dumpling soup. He imagined another dish and wondered if it could be a rice cake in the shape of a head. The man imagined the statue of the saint and thought that now that he thought about it, something was bothering him. The knight stopped and thought about how Dad hadn't left the room lately. He looked at the door leading to it. The man looked inside, looked at Dad, and thought that something was wrong. Dark energy began to emanate from the priest. He looked at the statue of the saint. Darkness burst out from under his foot. Dad said that a disaster was coming and that the disaster followed Manhwa, and now no one could stop it. The man frowned in surprise and thought, how is that possible? And that Dad, it turns out, was a demon all this time. He stepped back and decided that the temple was in danger. The knight imagined the image of the guy and thought that they needed to stop him. Koru looked ahead in confusion and decided that he had no second to lose. The dark-haired knight was approaching the doors. He bowed his head and turned to Lord Varus, asking later if he had called him. The demon turned to him and said that soon the priests would gather in the Vatican. He extended his hand with the purchased energy to him and said that he would lend his power to his subordinate so that he would kill the saint and destroy the Temple of Athens. Karn smiled widely and said that he agreed to everything. Roina loudly told the guy what he already knew when he received the message. She frowned sternly and said that these rice cakes were a disaster prepared by the demon. She folded her hands, adding that the guy did not use the portal connecting the Vatican and the Temple of Athens, and rode in a carriage to buy time. The guy smiled sheepishly and thought that he just wanted to enjoy the warmth of the rice cakes during this time. The girl folded her hands and said that he did it to save them. She looked at him pitifully and added that he wanted to find a way to destroy the rice cakes, but since he couldn't find a single one. The priests covered their mouths with their hands. The girl finished the sentence by saying that the guy decided to sacrifice himself. The slight aroma of the cakes came from the box. The saint said that he ate them all to destroy them. The young man remembered how he drank the fruit drink with pleasure, listening to the girl's words that she couldn't even imagine how much he suffered and how much pain he had gone through. Min Hyuk remembered his blissful face. Tears were running down the girl's cheeks. She apologized to him for the moment when she doubted that he was a great warrior. Suddenly, she looked ahead in surprise, hearing the words that she shouldn't worry about such ordinary things. The guy extended his hand to her and added that it was hard for him to eat the rice cakes of disaster, but it was necessary to protect the temple. The saint folded her arms and said that even though he sacrificed himself, he was still being modest, and as expected, the boy was a noble man who deserved to be called a warrior. The priests folded their hands and exclaimed the boy's name. Min Hyuk looked away in embarrassment and thought about keeping it a secret that he ate them just because he wanted to. An object covered in dark energy was approaching them. The priests were discussing how it was a great relief and how they didn't know what would have happened to them if it wasn't for it. The girl looked back and noticed danger. A giant dark object was approaching them at high speed. The priestess drew everyone's attention to herself. She looked at the object in fear and asked what it was. The object crashed into the ground with incredible force, leaving a trail of dark energy behind it. The priests fell to the ground. The boy covered his face with his hand, looked back at the priest and asked if he was okay. The red-haired man confirmed this and said that Roina was in danger. The demons rushed into battle, leading their lord. Karn took up the sword and calmly asked if Roina was among them. Koru angrily called out to him and said that he didn't dare show his face. The knight blocked his way to the saint and said that he could not lay a finger on her. The man grabbed the hilt of the sword and held it out in front of him. The glow around the blade stopped. The man frowned in fear, finding that his divine power was gone. The system reported that by the will of the demon lord, the use of divine power was limited. The knight turned to the saint. When suddenly blood gushed from his chest, he asked the girl to run away. The man spat out his own blood. Roina looked at him in fear and shouted his name. The demon loomed over the fallen man. The girl asked him to stop. She looked at his face and asked if he had come for her. The tip of his sword loomed over the blonde's body. The demon smiled and said that he never thought that she would come to him herself. He smiled maniacally, raised the sword above his head and said that he thought they would finish them quickly. Roina looked at him in surprise. She closed her eyes in fear. The demon wished her death. Suddenly, his sword hit the guy's frying pan. The girl looked ahead in surprise. The young man blocked the demon's path, stopping his attack. He frowned sternly and ordered the enemy to leave, because she was important to him. Roina blushed slightly at what she heard. The guy thought that she was important, and therefore he would not let them kill her. The young man frowned deeply and decided that he had not yet tried that rice cake dumpling soup. He lifted his frying pan and thought that the soup should be topped with crispy seaweed, after which he added that he would eat the soup and then mix the broth with potatoes. Their weapons trembled slightly. The demon said that it irritated him. He waved his hand, pushing the guy aside, and asked if he thought he could compete with him. The hero slid his feet on the ground. He frowned and decided that defeating the enemy would not be easy. A shining silhouette of a sword appeared in his hand. The guy took out a holy sword that ignores 60% of the enemy's defense. A helmet began to appear on his face. The guy used divine adoration. Koru coughed slightly. The saint used healing on him. The man called the guy's name. The demon frowned and thought that the young man was using divine powers and that he really pulled out the holy sword. He raised his hand, calling it funny. A violin wrapped in dark energy appeared in the air. The demon thought that the enemy did have a holy sword, but that did not mean that he was invulnerable. The violin rose higher. The man used the roaring instrument of his lord, the melody of which reduces maneuverability by 30%. He smiled contentedly, approached the guy and decided that this was where they would end. Min Hyuk blocked his attack with a smile. The man frowned in surprise and asked how he could do that. The guy frowned confidently. The system reported that he had activated the invincible body, which grants resistance to anti-effects. The demons raised his hand above his head, creating a large amount of dark substance. The violin emitted unpleasant sounds. The man used an enhanced instrument, attacking the enemy with magical explosions. After the attack, a huge amount of dust rose into the air, blocking the saint's view. The guy frowned sternly. A pet sat on his shoulder. He stood behind a translucent barrier. Karn looked ahead in surprise and thought that this was impossible, and that the guy was able to stop even this. A yellow saucepan appeared on the animal's body, granting absolute protection. The guy smiled contentedly. He created flowering swords around himself. The man looked down and thought that he would not be able to dodge. One of the blades pierced his body. The demon spat out his blood and decided that this could not be. He fell to the ground face first. Min Hyuk wiped his nose and chuckled slightly. The knight leaned on the saint and laughed, then said that this is exactly what he expected from the hero. The guy went to them and asked the man not to blab about the conditions of this topic, that he would try to heal him. The girl asked him if he could do it. Min Hyuk took out a bandage. The girl asked if he would do it with it. The young man answered in the affirmative. The system reported that the bandage in good condition grants 5% of the healing of John, and the recovery time is increased. The man looked at his hand in surprise and thought that with an ordinary bandage he cured no worse than the priests of Athens. The demon's hand twitched slightly. The young man asked his ally if he could move. The knight answered in the affirmative. The demon rose to his feet. The knight approached the young man and asked them to go to a safe place. Horns appeared on Karn's forehead. He insulted the guys in a languid voice. The system reported the appearance of a demon worshipper and that attack and defense were increased by 60% and magic by 50%. The man turned around in fear. The guy frowned and asked what was going on and whether it was more inappropriate to say that something was wrong with the demon. Koru exclaimed and said that something was wrong with him. The guy said that they did not have time and it was time to get out. The girl hid behind a hill and said that instead of running away, they should have fought like that time. The guy smiled awkwardly, scratched the back of his head and said that his skills were currently on cooldown. He looked at the guys and added that there was one way, but he did not like it. Koru said that he would do anything. The main thing is not to die in this place. The man presented a golden ornament and asked the boy if he knew about the power of the protector. The system said that it was a skill that increased physical attack, defense, magic power and magic defense by 30% of the divine power for 15 minutes, and the power of vassals and party members was increased by 20%. The boy looked away and said that this skill increased the power of one of the teammates or guild members, and if he used it on the knights, the man would be able to fight the demon. Koru looked at him in surprise, hearing the words that the man was an NPC, and therefore could not be in the team or guild members. The girl was shocked but raised her eyebrows and asked if the guy was offering to make the knight his vassal. Manhwa replied that it was true, but the man was a paladin of Athens, and he could not serve the player, so he had to find another way. The girl looked back at the paladin and said that there was nothing more important than their lives. The blonde looked ahead in confusion. The guy folded his arms, closed his eyes, imagined his two subordinates and prayed that the paladin would refuse because he would have to feed another clan. The demon hung over them in the air and called out to the guys. Karn swung his hand. He threw a projectile at the guys and said that each of them, the paladin put a sacred shield in front of him, blocking the attack. The guy looked at this in surprise. The saint turned around and called out to her knight. The man, standing with his back to them, said that he would do it. The guy looked at him in confusion and asked what that was. The knight, with a stern look, said that he would become the guy's vassal. A system notification appeared in the air that Koru swore eternal loyalty. The guy howled pitifully from what he heard. The protagonist fell to his knees, thinking that he had another vassal, and he wondered if he could do anything useful. A system screen appeared, which stated about the priest of Athens. It said that during prayer, the natural HP and MP recovery rate of users and NPCs within a 5-meter radius would increase by 15%. A notification appeared that during prayer, animals and plants around would grow faster and more abundantly. Koru pointed at himself with surprised eyes when the boy said that he had an important task for him since he was now under his command. He said that from now on, he was a farmer. The man imagined himself wearing a straw hat. Karn gritted his teeth and cursed. He aimed a magic strike, asking why he was being ignored. The blonde put up a shield, realizing that the enemy was getting stronger. His feet slipped. The protagonist approached from behind. He frowned and told him to mock the enemy. Koru asked again in surprise. He loudly asked if he was stupid. Manhwa muttered that it was starting out pretty well. The man glanced at him when he asked if they could make it less obvious. He began to think of an unnoticeable provocation. The blonde gritted his teeth. Frowning, he began to shout, asking what a blockhead like him was doing here. Karn started shaking in anger, hearing that he looked like dried up chewed spinach. Koru spat and exclaimed that he failed Athena's disaster prevention system precisely because he couldn't do anything. The guy told him that he could stop already. He shut him up. Karn reached for the shield, calling his opponent a slow human brat. He began to break it with his fingers. The shield fell. The brunette created a bowl and whisk, realizing that it was time. He began to mix the ingredients. A flying man loomed over him. A notification appeared about a whipping machine that deactivates all skills and magic within 5 meters around the user. The brunette began to form magic in his hand, sending out curses. He launched several dark daggers. The guy covered himself with his hands, receiving a cut on the face. His HP decreased by 0.1%. After recovering, he looked at his hands and asked, "Is he really that strong?" Karn shouted that he was a fraud. He started asking with an indignant face how he could be so powerful and who the hell he was. The protagonist answered with a smile that he just ate well, exercised, and slept well. He grabbed his sword, also noting his willpower. Raising his blade, Manhwa activated the slashing sword. He swung it and asked if it would be better for him to call it the Holy Slashing Sword. The light from the blow flashed. The three were standing on the ground when a notification appeared that Karn had been killed. Notifications about earning points and leveling up began to appear. A sign with the word about the profession quest bet Shiksen appeared. The guy's eyes widened. A blonde man was hovering in the air in front of him. He smiled widely when the brunette asked if he was Shiksen. He replied that he was more reliable than he thought. The protagonist smiled widely when he was told that he looked a little vulgar. He said that he was also Shiksen. The man crossed his arms and began to laugh, noting that he wanted to talk about many things, but he had little time. He said to check his request. Min Hyuk opened a SS rank profession quest, the reward for which depended on its achievement. Pictures of the past began to appear, in which the outstanding commander Shiksen shone on the battlefield. It was noted that the other gods were jealous of this, saying that his sealings only wanted to eat, and that they were lazy and weak. 3 hands fell on top of each other. It was noted that therefore the commander made a bet with the gods. The player read on the signs that the condition of the bet was to prove that Shiksen can wipe not only eat well, and players who complete this task receive different rewards. The system noted that when a player makes a 100% kill, he receives a strange set of Shiksen Tteokbokki, and when the commander's skills reach 100%, he receives a set of boneless chicken legs. It was noted that a new class is participating in the bet. The blonde closed his eyes, thinking that his ceilings could be modest and weak, and there was nothing shameful about it. Remembering the main character, he thought that first, he needed to be sated at 10 out of 10 and not become a legendary berserker class, and there was no point, because even the one who chooses a pig is strong. He frowned, opening his eyes. The man said that he was interested in knowing his status and asked to hold this stone for a while. A multicolored stone appeared in the guy's hand. He wrapped his fingers around it. The stone began to crack. Shiksen indignantly shouted that the stone was now broken and asked what he did with it. He wondered how a level 470 player could break a stone that measures strength. The brunette smiled widely when asked what he did. He said that following in Shiksen's footsteps, he worked hard and ate deliciously. The blonde waved his hand and began to laugh, saying that he was definitely his descendant. Min Hyuk said that he still couldn't compare to him. They started to introduce the food when he added that he hadn't even tried the food fried by dragon flames yet. The man asked if it was true. He said that when you eat it, the smell of smoke fills your mouth and your eyelids become very rich. The couple watched them with displeasure, and Shiksen asked if he accepted the bet. The player frowned and answered positively. He said that at least a strange set of tteokbokki and a set of boneless chicken legs. The blonde asked if he was interested in artifacts. He asked if he had any special cooking tools. He froze when the guy replied that he had an artifact made by a demigod. The man tried to understand what kind of work this man was doing. He coughed into his fist and said that it was a great artifact, but it was very far away. The brunette asked with surprised eyes where it was. His eyes widened even more when Shiksen replied that it was in the demon realm. Imagining dark palaces, he said that each of the 4 great hellish kingdoms possessed 4 treasures. Imagining a glowing chest, he said that if he could collect all the treasures of the 4 greatest hellish kingdoms, he could create an artifact of any shape and with any ability he wanted. The guy was surprised when the blonde told him that he tried to create an oven but failed. He began to imagine baked goods, thinking about the oven. The brunette clenched his fist and confidently declared that he wanted to make an oven. The man flew into the sky and replied that he believed in him. A sign appeared with a description of the quest, where as a reward you could get any artifact and treasure of the 4 great hellish kings, and in case of failure, 20 points would be subtracted from all stats. Roina and Koru stood aside. The girl said that it was like watching a father and son gluttony at home. The man said that it was a great meeting. The brunette turned around and asked his friend if they should go on an important mission. The white-haired girl sheepishly agreed. Looking at the empty plate, the man said that it was very delicious. He imagined a river of broth and dough floating in it, saying that these dumplings were so big and had the freshest ingredients inside, and also noting the taste of a rich broth on a beef bone. The girl frowned, listening to the words that he was simply delighted with this aroma. He noted that it was delicious. The main character sat at the table opposite Roina and said that he had something for her, and then asked her to close her eyes and open her mouth. The white-haired girl did as she was asked, trying to understand what he wanted to do. Putting a ring on her finger, the brunette said that he looked simply amazing. The girl with closed eyes blushed, realizing by the feeling on her finger that it was a ring. Min Hyuk smiled and said that she could open her eyes. Opening them, Roina told herself to calm down and mentally noted that she was a saint, and even if she was introduced like this, she saw a ring with a large red stone. Her eyes widened. The guy put his hand behind his head and began to tell how because he did not make rice cake soup, he felt like he should apologize for constantly slurping. He noted that he got it in a box of magic candies. A loud scream came from the large building, saying that the brunette was an idiot. Min Hyuk Estate. A man was standing on the field. He was holding a legendary item in his hand, the violin of trepidation. The blonde frowned, mentally noting that the protagonist had entrusted him with a new task. He remembered how he handed him the violin and said that it was now his. Koru said that it was a very valuable thing. The player drew his eyebrows together and said that he had a very important task for him. Presenting the seed, he said that they needed to grow the seeds of the monarch with the help of this tool. The man began to play the violin, mentally noting that he could be given this task. The melody reached the sown land. A bunch of demons were setting fire to the forest. They smiled slyly, noting the glory of Varys. The elves tried to escape from the fire. The man ran into the throne room and shouted that there were too many enemies and they needed to retreat. The elf king slammed his fist on the armrest. He frowned and said that if they did nothing, the elven forest would turn into hell. He lowered his head and said that they needed to ask for help from people. The elf ordered to send the high elves to the human world and immediately tell them that they must fulfill the promise made 100 years ago. A spawn touched his chin, saying that this promise was like years old. El said with a confident face that when a race is on the verge of extinction, it is okay to help them in return by asking for a fair price. After all, it was just a promise. She noted that when the gate to the demon world opened in the elven forest, the man said that when he fell, they would be next. Sitting at a round table, he said that in order to stop it, they would need the strength of strangers. He noted that there are too many restrictions on transport travel now, though. The man held out a ceasefire agreement and asked how about a temporary truce. Elle smiled and said that she hoped so. A spawn opposite her began to say that from what he heard, Bonnie Phillips is a descendant of the god Ito. Presenting folded palms, he spoke about the legend of the wager of the gods and asked why they did not send their descendants. The girl was silent for a while and then said that it was wonderful. The sun was shining on the palace. The red-haired girl was sitting at the table and said that so long ago, fiends and demons raided the elven forest and Prince Argon, the king's only child, was kidnapped. Looking with a confident gaze, she said that according to the legend of the wager of the gods, a stranger with the class of a god will go on a mission to save the prince from the land of immortals. Elle frowned and asked the guy if he was listening at all. The brunette smiled and ate cheese, saying that he heard about the prince in the land of fire. The empress mentally noted that he did not delve into the essence at all. The girl touched her forehead and said that the land of immortals is not so simple. Introducing a dry, gloomy area, she said that high-level monsters lived there and natural disasters and curses were common. The protagonist smiled and told her not to worry, he could definitely do it. The red-haired girl asked if he would receive a delicious reward if he won the bet. Min Hayek asked her how she knew that. The empress replied that he was a fool if he was pretending. She smiled sweetly and said that they would definitely win. The system marked the beginning of the gods' wager. It was said that the more powerful or rare the entities that were eliminated, the greater the degree of enslavement, and the skill level of the commander increased in direct proportion to his level of trust in the knights, obedience, and authority. The final winner was determined by his contribution. Two people were kneeling in front of a spawn, and he told them that the bet had begun. Before him was the god of death Bach, and he said that they must free Argon, and then friendly relations will be built between the Clodies and the elves. Also before him was the god of war Eclipse. The man said that if this happens and the truce ends, their empire will benefit. He put his hands on his knees, muttering that Ella will regret that she accepted the offer of a truce so easily. He looked up and asked if they understood him, and then said that it does not matter what opponents they face. A spawn frowned and said that they must save Argon, and this must be done. The god of war nodded and finished saying that it was necessary to do it by any means. Looking at him, the man began to say that if they go into an open attack, it will be difficult. Imagining the destroyed lands, he asked if this was a way and said that they would intentionally pursue the moisture, report his location. The gods looked at each other, answering that everything was clear to them. Smiling darkly, they both said that it would be a lot of fun. The system noted the new episode and the beginning of the invasion of the demon realm. A large map of Elvenheim was shown, divided into regions, one of which was Elven. It was noted that when the player accumulated as many war points as could be earned in each region, they could purchase artifacts, positions, or war supplies from NPCs. Showing a glowing chest, it was noted that if the player reached the Elven Forest first, they could challenge themselves and receive special rewards. The system wished everyone a happy day. Two people discussed the special reward, suggesting that in order to arrive first, they would first need to go to Region A. Genie touched her chin, mentally noting that strong guilds were flocking to Region A. Then one thing would happen. She looked away, thinking that many had gone missing. She wondered if he could protect the estate. Koru was weeding the beds, saying that it wasn't that bad. A guy and a girl approached him, asking if he was definitely not a paladin, hinting at his strength. The man raised his bow high, saying that he needed to play some more. He began to play the violin, asking the seeds to grow and asking what he could say to that. This instrument made animals and plants grow faster and healthier. The blonde noted that, apparently, this man was barely in crazy. Listening to the melody, Genie wondered if this was their new friend. While the multicolored flags were raised up, the voices declared that they were not going to die here and wanted to come back alive. Eclipse frowned and exclaimed that the heroes would save this world. His operation was called Iron Blood. Bach asked to trust him, noting that great glory awaited them. His operation was called Reaper. Many knights screamed. The other guys looked at them in surprise, noting that it was very cool there, and they were interested in what their commander would say. The protagonist darkened. He smiled widely and declared that food was their medicine, and then asked if everyone wanted to eat. His campaign was called Food is Life. The guy was surprised when his warriors started mumbling. He loudly asked what was rotten and didn't they eat in the Imperial Palace. They replied that it wasn't that. The brunette shouted loudly, asking if they really didn't want to eat for free. He declared that it was a huge crime. Min Hayek pointed his finger and reminded them of their motto, and then said that that's why they wouldn't leave until everyone ate. The knights repeated the motto after them with stunned expressions. The two gods watched them from the side, mumbling that they were really going to eat now. Looking at their worried faces, they noted that they were all very nervous. Min Hayek approached them and asked if they had eaten. They replied that they had. Eclipse smiled and said that they could join them in the second zone of the Immortal Lands. He asked the player how about covering their back. The guy asked again with a surprised face. God told him that they would take care of the front. He and his comrade laughed when the brunette replied that it would have been better if they had said that they could go and eat in peace. Eclipse said that they could. The protagonist's eyes sparkled and he asked if he could eat the item if it dropped. They answered positively. God smiled and added that if he could take it, since they could not go against the system. He frowned, thinking that of course, if he could cover the back, which meant being a backup, and the hunt would be hard, and it would not be easy to gain war points. Min Hayek smiled confidently and suggested that they move on. The man laughed and asked him to take care of them. He thought that this way they would get rid of another competitor. He looked at his comrade and thought that only Bach would remain. Eclipse clutched a green stone in his hand, thinking that there would be no problem with this. In his hands was a mineral from the Demon Realm village. He frowned, thinking that it was a pity that it was not the strongest antarinium, but it was not bad either. He thought that he would definitely win this quest. The warriors stood in formation. The system noted that they had entered the first zone of the Immortal Lands, and here they could only carry 1 kilogram of food that was not obtained in this territory. There was also a restriction on the use of most potions and scrolls, and portable tents were not allowed. The brunette crossed his arms, noting that this land was simply terrible because of the food restriction. He looked at the rocks at the knights. As the Immortal Ogo and Immortal Troll approached them, he said that strong monsters were appearing everywhere. The guy closed his eyes, saying that he was covering the rear pretty well. The blonde guy was looking at him. The colleague approached Benzes and asked how about him taking command. He told his comrade that not even the Majesty Ella herself trusted him. The man narrowed his eyes, thinking that if there was even one hitch or he made even one mistake. The ogre struck. His fist collided with the shield. The voice told all the shields to hold the line until he gave the signal, and then they would have to increase the open space. The monster caught. Eclipse frowned and gave the order to the Koreans to shoot at the monster through the shield bearers. The spears hit the ogre. Seeing its low HP, the commander noted that there was one last hit left. An arrow flew through the sky. The monster began to fall dead. The knights stood with surprised faces when the system responded that the iron blood contribution had been increased by 30 units. Min Hayek stood with a bow in his hands, saying that it was a great shot. His team's contribution increased by 50. God froze with a stunned expression. The warriors asked if they had just lost to him. They approached the commander, saying that they had just killed everyone. The brunette asked them to calm down, saying that there were hardly many monsters here, and then told them to watch carefully and not to give the final blow. The protagonist rang the llama's bell. He smiled, remembering how it was given to him. The system noted that after the ringing, the power of physical attacks, defense, and magic attack power against undead or demonic creatures increased by 20%. God clenched his teeth, wondering where he got this artifact. He approached the soldier's house and loudly told them to retreat only with the loot they could get. A hand reached for the object. The man indignantly asked what they were doing and ordered them to quickly pick it up. The warriors looked at him with surprised eyes, saying that if this is what he was planning. Looking at the items on the ground, the guy said that they couldn't take even one of them. The screen showed information that permission would be received in 3 minutes. A table of contribution points appeared where Team Min Hayek was in first place, Team Bach was in second place, and Team Eclipse was in third place. The player had many artifacts in his hands. He stood with them in front of the god, who said that he was pretty good at covering the rear. The man smiled nervously, thinking how much he wanted to beat him. He suggested that from now on they fight together at the front, because that way they would finish much faster. The protagonist smiled in confusion and refused. He closed his eyes when they started asking him why. He replied that he would continue to cover them from behind, because if he went to the front line now, it would be difficult. The god froze with a stupid smile. He shouted that in that case he would not support him. Min Hayek replied that he didn't care. Eclipse began to indignantly ask if he really thought he could survive in the land of immortals with only 50 comrades. The guy waved at him and offered to meet a little later, since they would go a little further. The brunette became teeth from anger, thinking that although he covered them for a short time, but if they were left without cover now, then it would be very difficult for them too. Bach approached him and asked him not to worry too much. He asked if they hadn't already used up all their strength. Looking at the map of the area, he said that if they took advantage of this, they would get to Zone 3 faster than them and go straight to Prince Argon. God clenched his fist and indignantly asked his comrade why he didn't tell him earlier. God looked at him and asked why they were asking him about this. He said that they were all from the same empire, which meant that they were ultimately enemies. Eclipse gritted his teeth, remembering the stone, when the blonde noted that he most likely had an ace up his sleeve. As the sunset began to fall, they decided to start with a common enemy. It was the third day in the lands of the immortals. The man stood at the exit of the cave, thinking that hunting was easy, but the changeable weather was a problem. He looked at the stream of negative comments from the soldiers, noting that they were all very tired. The commander lowered his head, thinking that the biggest problem was. A voice called out for everyone to eat. He looked at the pot of stew, listening to the complaints about the food. The blonde frowned, thinking about the fact that there were no more nuts and dried meat, and they could not get food. A notification appeared that the knights were suffering from hunger, and the rank of the master's abilities was reduced by 4%. His comrade approached the god and asked if their situation could improve if they were in this situation. 2 tables appeared, in which Manhwa was ranked first in commander capabilities, and in the table of territory conquest he was in last place. Eclipse's eyes widened, and he thought that this couldn't be. The protagonist suddenly topped the table of conquest. Someone shouted that they were moving too fast. God wondered what was happening now. 2 days ago, the guy was leaving him, saying that they would see each other later. Benzes approached him and asked if he was really thinking of going alone. He looked at him with a worried face, suggesting that they go back and go together. The brunette frowned and said that it was too dangerous, and although it was a good idea at the beginning, but if the mission dragged on and things got worse, they would win from it. The player with a confident face said that they did not have a volley now. The blonde's eyes widened. He remembered Manhwa's behavior at the beginning and loudly asked if he had intentionally pretended to be the weakest and received a positive answer. Another soldier approached them while the man was thinking that he was very wrong and did not know that he was capable of such a thing. The warrior asked if they should prepare to meet monsters. The guy looked at him and refused, saying that first they need to get some food. Looking around the remote area, the man replied that he heard that it was impossible to get food here because a piglet jumped out of the sky. Looking at Beanie, the brunette said that he was a master at finding food. He asked the soldier if he believed in them. After a while, they found themselves in a green meadow with many animals. The man said that he did not even suspect that such a place existed in the immortal lands. The system noted that they had arrived in the legendary meat paradise, the food from which was not subject to any restrictions. The protagonist turned to the army and said that the food obtained in the meat paradise is considered nutritious food without any restrictions of the lands of the dead. He put on his gloves. A soldier came up to him and said that they don't have to worry about food for a while. Then Hayek smiled. He put his hands on his waist and told everyone to rest. The knights looked at him with admiration in their eyes when he added that their most important task was to cope with comfort and satiety. After filling the plates with food, the player offered everyone to eat. The man frowned, thinking that it looked very good and was beautifully served, but it was unknown how it tasted. He looked at the guy eating cabbage. The man took a piece of the dish. He began to put it in his mouth. His eyes widened. Looking at the cabbage leaf with meat and rice, he began to mentally note that it was so spicy and sweet, and with each taste everything flows out, and the meat is so soft that it melts right in the mouth. The knights began to loudly praise the food. The brunette smiled, reading the sign that all stats had been increased by 7% for 20 days. The soldiers also noted this fact. They raised their spears and began to rejoice. There were weapons on the ground. Someone approached Eclipse and asked how they were doing. God saw 2 men. He tried to understand with surprised eyes why they looked so good. Looking at his exhausted people, he wondered what was going on. The protagonist grinned, listening to the soldiers asking for at least something to eat. He turned to Benzes and said that he would take these knights to his school. When the blonde asked again, he replied that he had expressed himself incorrectly. With a confident look, Manhwa noted that there were hungry poor people there anyway, and he wanted to take them into the team. Soldier Robert from the Iron Blood team thought that he was very hungry. He looked at his comrades lying on the ground, mentally noting that he had been traveling for several days without a crumb in his mouth, like the others, but so far no one had completely gone crazy. The guy with green hair imagined a sandwich, thinking that he would sell his soul for it now. He smelled a delicious smell. He and the others began to get up, asking if this was meat. The soldiers rushed to the side, loudly asking who was cooking the meat. They rushed across the area, trying to figure out where to run and screaming from hunger. They looked into the tent. Inside, the brunette was sitting with his men and eating barbecue with pork. The warrior looked at the meat, mentally noting how delicious it was soaked in gravy and sauce. Looking around the lush table, he noted the pork ribs with lettuce and onions and sauce and garlic on samjang. Seeing how the man ate it, the man was unhappy that he ate it in one bite. The knights watched with empty and upset faces, noting that it felt warm inside and wondering how they found pork in such a place. The man swallowed. He stood up and clenched his fist, declaring that he could not stand it anymore and was very hungry. The others tried to stop him, pressing on his pride. The protagonist took a plate of meat and asked if they were hungry, after which he said that they could take some food. Robert approached him and asked if this was true. Manhwa confirmed, noting that they still had a lot left and they were hungry. He put his hand on his chest and said that he would feed everyone who was hungry. He asked what difference it made that they were from different empires. The man clasped his hands and began to cry when he added that they would be happy to have absolutely anyone. Another soldier looked into the tent and asked if they could also take food, adding that in 3 days they had only eaten a couple of nuts and a piece of dried meat. The player told them to join in. He smirked smugly, noticing that they had fallen for it. His men were smirking too. They watched as the warriors began to eat, thinking that the leader's plan was brilliant. Bok suddenly opened the tent, indignantly asking what they were doing. He grabbed one of the soldiers and asked if they were still in the army of the Clodes Empire. The guy looked at him with a puzzled look and asked what was wrong with that, since they were just hungry and he shared his food with them. The warriors darkened, confirming that he fed them, and then told the commander to look at all those who were dying of hunger. God frowned and stated that there were strict martial law rules. Notifications began to appear that the relations with the knights had begun to deteriorate, and now they can disobey orders, or team members can leave the team, and the commander's stats will decrease. The blonde man held the man by the chest. He waved his hand away. Bok's mouth dropped open in surprise. The soldier brushed off his uniform. Standing in front of the commander, he declared that they were moving on and continued traveling with the Food is Life team. The god, with an indignant look, began to say that they were crazy and should remain loyal to Emperor Spawn. The man turned away. The blonde man clenched his teeth. He began to yell at the brunette with an angry face, declaring that stealing his troops was his plan. The protagonist looked at him with a smile and said that he only fed the starving. The soldiers began to clench their fists and confirm his words, asking how Bok could talk like that to the best commander and slander a good man. The capillaries in the god's eyes burst. A blade began to appear. He put the blade forward and said that they all fell for the food and trusted a weakling, noting that a commander must be strong. Manhwa perked up when he was challenged to a duel. He clenched his teeth and said that in that case he would put forward conditions. He noted that if he won, Bok would have to talk to the emperor and tell him that he had suffered a serious injury, and so the protagonist was forced to take command. The god smiled. Still holding the blade, he said that if he won, he would take his troops. A contract appeared. For breaking it, the level would be reduced by 5. The wind blew outside. The two players stood opposite each other. The blonde ran forward, saying that he would see how long his opponent could last. The guy moved his head away, avoiding the blow. Bok said that he did not think he would last long. He waved at the brunette's face, shouting that none of them had the courage. The protagonist held back the attacker's sword, while the latter loudly asked if they really wanted to be led by such a person. Manhwa gritted his teeth. He extended his sword and shouted that he would never let someone like him lead these people and would be with them until the very end. His men watched with tension, muttering that if he used the same abilities as last time. The guy's eyes widened. The alien soldiers looked at him with admiration, saying that they were the reason for such a brutal fight. The crying man exclaimed that they would follow their commander until death do them part. The men, watching them, said that this reaction was exactly what he needed. God gritted his teeth, mentally noting that he thought he had shot him down. Looking at how Manhwa was breathing heavily, he thought that it seemed to him that the enemy was avoiding hitting his vital places. Bok curled his lips. The brunette looked at him with a smirk and asked if this was all he could do. He grabbed his hand. The blonde tried to break free. Approaching the guy, he shouted that he was hiding his true strength from everyone. The protagonist headbutted him. The man grabbed his bleeding nose, thinking that this couldn't be happening. Silence fell all around. The soldiers smiled happily. They began to rejoice along with the commander, shouting that they would follow him into the afterlife together. The player smiled. Surprise appeared on his face. On the ground, he saw a map. Looking at it, he asked if this was a map. The guy unfolded it. His eyes distorted in shock, and he loudly asked if this was a map of the land of the immortals. He raised it above his head and shouted in shock that it even showed the location in real time. The brunette noted that he was the only one using something so convenient. His eyes turned white when a notification appeared that he had reached 100% command. He looked in surprise at the inscription that he would receive a reward. The protagonist said that he would now find out what was there. Alvenheim region. A notification appeared that the demon invasion event was now available. A pair of elves were cornered. The event description said to reclaim the lands of the elves that were taken by the demons of hell. Many demons unleashed their forces on the villagers. The system noted that if the player could succeed in defending the area for 2 days after reclaiming it, he would be able to take over the area and his contribution would increase greatly. The small town was quiet. Genie threw her whip over her shoulder and said that they only had one village for now. Khan put his hand on his belt and said that their guild was small, so there was nothing they could do about it. The girl opened the system screen and asked if she had said that he could use the elf shop as a region reward. She looked at the potions and asked if there were any higher than rank E. The rank of the elf shop is divided into E, D, C, B, A, and the royal rank, and when a higher rank shop opens, more different artifacts are displayed and you can buy them cheaper. The brunette turned to her comrade and asked if Ares had won first place in this event. He answered in the affirmative and said that they were currently ranked C. Genie thought about it. She studied the points spent on upgrading the elf shop. The girl's face darkened, wondering why it was so expensive. She thought that it was unlikely that they would ever be able to collect 1 million points for a royal permit. The brunette imagined the map and mentally noted that in such a big event, the number of people was also important, and it would be difficult for them because they had a small group. She began to buy up the available potions. Genie froze. She wondered when Manhwa and Ace would unite. It was light above the rocky terrain. The protagonist smiled, thinking that it was great that he had Lunchbox and was able to get this card, and although he was close to defeat, but he looked at the dot on the map, thinking that no matter what Eclipse did, it did not move. He wondered what he would do without an army. The title of Commander Officer appeared above his head. The guy smiled grimly, mentally noting that if you lie to your soldiers, you can make them believe it, which allows you to control the troops even more effectively. Soldiers ran past him, shouting that they should fight for the brunette as he fought for them. The player put his hand on his chest and said that he was very touched by the fact that they trained so hard for him. He smiled happily, saying that they will join forces to conquer the lands of the immortals. He shouted that he loved them. Turning away, he noted that he began to cry. The soldiers shouted that they believed and loved him too. The guy started running away, saying that he couldn't hold back his tears and that he needed to pull himself together. The men were shouting wishes after him. The brunette turned around, wondering if there was anyone around. He grinned and thought that he would never show this to anyone. There was a blanket on the ground and a different dick in his fist. The main character put on gloves, saying that it was time to start. He quickly started making rice balls. Putting them in his mouth, he thought about this well-cooked rice ball with chicken leg. His eyes widened. Manhwa covered his face with his hand, noting that this charcoal smell and spicy taste complemented each other perfectly. That's why it was so delicious, and the rice balls were spicy, but in moderation. He licked his lips, thinking that he couldn't arrange it. The player scooped up a spoonful of eggs. He washed it down with juice. The guy clenched his teeth. He smiled widely. Looking at the empty plates, he remembered something. The brunette opened the map and asked what was that red skull mark. He put his hand behind his head, asking if it was some kind of treasure chest. He said that he needed to find out. The man's lips were trembling. Eclipse asked with an indignant face how he could lose the duel and hand over everyone to the creation. Bach combed his hair and answered that he was like a puppet, and if not for his dirty tricks, he would have won. He bared his teeth when he was told that he was talking too much. The brunette frowned when the god said that he was about to tell him something. He asked if he remembered that red skull on the map. His lips stretched into a smile. Monsters were walking around the second region. Chicken legs were trembling. The monsters were shaking. Dust was rising in the distance. Soldiers were running, shouting that they must deal with these demons. The sounds of blows were heard. The protagonist watched with a smile as they fought for him. He looked at the map, thinking that they had suffered almost no losses while reaching the second region. He thought that he had also made a great contribution, and if this continued, his eyes widened when he saw a notification saying that the player, the god of war Eclipse, had abandoned the wager of the god's quest. Items began to drop for him, and the system noted that he had received the final reward, the Shixin cleaver and a set of mystical rice cakes. He thought, while the warriors were discussing on the side, that thanks to Manhwa, it was much easier to serve than before. The brunette lowered his head and began to think that it was very strange to give up at the first stage. He thought that just like that time, he tried to tempt his soldiers with food, and therefore he could lose many people, but he wondered if this was really the end. The male silhouette was illuminated by blue light. Bach, with an indifferent face, asked if he remembered that red skull on the map. Multicolored flames sparkled. He said that this was the land of the fallen spirit king, and he could become Majin if he wanted. Introducing the monsters, the god said that when he became one, his strength would increase many times over, and even the soldiers of the fallen king of Dusny could follow him. As the lava flowed down the rock, the man said that Eclipse would receive a reward for conquering it. The brunette on horseback stood in front of the monster, thinking that he didn't care, he had to take revenge. He swung his sword, and the system noted that he had attacked the tomb of the fallen spirit king. The man's expression darkened as his body began to fill with powerful demonic energy. His lips stretched into a smirk. The system announced the birth of a Majin player throughout the Korean server. The sorceress asked the knight if he had watched the latest Ares Guild video. She said that he was a true legend. The man answered and said that he thought he was the new trend today. They looked up when they saw the notification. The boy and girl froze, reading that the first Majin player had appeared on the Korean server. The blonde opened the system screen when she was asked what it meant. She replied that she would ask her guildmaster now. The chat was discussing that Majin would receive all the demonic rewards and artifacts, and that he could use monsters. The girl smiled widely and asked her comrade if he had heard of Majin. He replied that he had, noting that he was currently in first place. The men looked on with surprised faces, saying that it had been 15 minutes since the new race and asking why there was no confirmation. Everyone looked up, reading that the player Fire Majin had been enslaved. They asked what was going on. The man stood near a pool of blood. Land of the Immortals, Region 2. The gloomy man was discussing Min Hyuk. Watching him, he noted that they were still firing from the rear. Majin was hiding in the trees, saying that he was here to turn everything into a sea of fire. The soldier called out to the commander, saying that the air had become strange. He was struck by a blow to the back. The protagonist frowned. The brunette smiled madly and exclaimed that he should have obeyed them. He was indignant when the guy asked who he was. He said that he was Eclipse. He gritted his teeth in confusion when the player said that he didn't recognize him because he was already ugly, and now he became even uglier. The player frowned, preparing for battle. The soldiers grabbed their weapons when he ordered them to attack the enemy with their comrades. They said that the enemies were too strong. The protagonist frowned, thinking that if this continued, the losses of his troops would be too great. He summoned a mortar and pestle, thinking that he needed to quickly deal with this. Min Hyuk began to move the pestle. Majin was pierced by a lightning strike. The player smiled and said that he thought that this was not enough. The man gritted his teeth and cursed. The guy reached for the sword. He tightly gripped the flowering sword. The monsters were pierced by blows from under the ground. The brunette looked with frightened eyes, asking did he really think that he could defeat him with such pathetic tricks. He looked at the corpses and read on the screen that he had lost 70% of his troops. The protagonist smiled and asked if he was some kind of boss now. Majin exclaimed with a frightened face that even if the soldiers did not know about his skills, they still could not defeat him. He looked up. Many knives were falling from the sky. His legs trembled and the man muttered that this was just crazy. Min Hyuk activated the slashing rain with a smile on his face. He swung the knife. Holding it above his head, he noted that the Shiksen cleaver was simply magnificent. He asked if this was an artifact of a demigod. The player looked at the screen and read that for defeating the Fire Majin in his first hunt, he received 400,000 contribution points and an elven heart. He looked at the silver elven heart, reading that it could be used in regions reclaimed from the demons. The guy pursed his lips, remembering that he heard that Genie had recently retaken a village. He thought that he had no idea how she was doing. He shifted his gaze. The brunette put his hand on his chest and said that he would think about it while eating. He began calling the soldiers, shouting that they should now take care of the wounded and then they would go eat. Min Hyuk looked at the prepared dishes. He smiled widely, saying that he had been drooling over the God's Wager award ever since he received it. He took a soft rice cake and dipped it in melted cheese. The protagonist sent the rock into his mouth. He covered it with his fist, mentally noting that the sweet and spicy vessel with soft rice was very tasty, and the fish cake with sauce was the perfect highlight. He took the Odin on skewers, noting that its sweetness should tingle in his mouth. The player placed it in his. His eyes turned white. The guy leaned back. The others watched him and asked what he was eating, noting that it looked delicious. Seeing his gloomy look, the man asked his comrade what he thought. Would he die if he touched him? The brunette looked at the Elvenheim Invasion Defense Status table, where the Iris Guild was in first place, Ardian was in second place, and the Legend Guild was in 27th place. He asked if he should go and help them. The protagonist turned to the army and told them to get ready because they would soon be heading to Region 3. A sign appeared with words about the location of the third region. Min Hyuk looked at the screen with the Elven store in surprise. He touched his chin, asking if they sold food or ingredients. He muttered that besides, the higher the rank, the more food, or rather, you can eat more. He began to tap the screen, increasing the rank of the store. A sign appeared saying that in order to upgrade the shop to royal rank, permission from the Elven royal family was needed. The player placed his hands on his waist and asked in confusion where he could find the Elven royal family now. He heard a sound. The guy shifted his gaze. A message appeared on the screen saying that a decision had been made to execute the Elven prince, and the time left until the execution was 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. The blonde man was tied to a cross. They asked him if he was still thinking about opening a royal shop. The man looked at the prince, saying that he would soon receive a noble death if he preferred it. He was called. The subordinate said that people had broken in. The brown-haired man's face distorted in surprise when he was told to deal with the weaklings. Barlin turned around abruptly when he was told that he had been reported that the reconnaissance and raiding units of the Third Army had been destroyed. He turned away again and ordered a barrier to be created. The subordinate exclaimed that in that case they would use up 30% of their magical will. Barlin replied that if it was enough, they would deal with the army in a matter of seconds. He allowed more troops to be deployed, and the barter should help them buy time to defeat the prince. The boy looked at him with surprised eyes, saying that he understood. A Varus bypass barrier was created. The man turned around and indignantly asked if the enemy was already in their territory. He saw a pig. The piglet looked at him with displeasure. He and his subordinates looked at him. The white-haired man asked the subordinate what he was thinking when he said that this was their enemy. Beanie wiggled his butt, and they began to ask why. A large cloud of gases hit them. Barlin clenched his teeth tightly. The pig looked at them sideways. The man froze in shock. While the barrier covered them, he shouted, telling them to grab the piglet. Birds were flying over the forest. The girl in the cloak perked up. Sitting on a tree, she said that she thought they were noticed. She remembered the dark-skinned man, saying that somewhere here there should be a demon named Cotter. Next to her was a comrade. Genie asked for a hood and ordered to begin the operation. Locke frowned. There was a blade at the demon's neck. Blue blood gushed out. Another demon began to scream in fear that they were attacked and that they must destroy the enemy and protect the commander. The brunette looked gloomily. Seeing the man's staff, she asked what kind of red stone was there. The eye of the demon king appeared above the city, which saw enemies. The eye looked to the side. It appeared not far from Genie. She raised her head, loudly asking if she had really been found. Cotter smiled contentedly and said that he had caught her. The girl glowed red, and the system responded that she had entered the territory of the Demon King, so the power of physical and magical attacks would be reduced by 30%. Also, maneuverability decreased by 20%. Demons appeared in front of the guild members. The brunette swung a fiery whip, shouting that she would see how he could handle it. The man, looking at the whip hitting him, asked if that was all. Genie clenched her teeth in anger. She jumped back from the attack. A demon loomed over her. The girl clenched her teeth, mentally noting that she could not fight at full strength due to the Demon King's debuff, and if things continued like this, they would be finished. She frowned when she saw Ace write in the chat that he was here. A guy on an ice dragon appeared. The monsters began to run away from the stream of ice strikes. The brunette waved her hand, reading that this attack eliminated all stat reductions. She asked if the debuff was no longer in effect. Locke approached her and pointed at the man. Looking at the man on the black dragon, he asked if this was Min Hayek's father. Notifications about the liberation of Phillip Village and the 200,000 contribution points earned began to appear. The system noted that if they invested 250,000 contribution points in this village, they could add the fortress function to it. Genie tucked her hair behind her ear, saying that they figured it out pretty quickly. The man called out to her. The girl smiled widely and asked how he was doing. The brunette replied that he was doing great. Ace approached his partner and asked who he was. Locke said that he was Min Hayek's father. The man smiled widely and said that he really enjoyed this event. He asked if he could contribute everything. When the brunette agreed, a sign appeared that the Legend Guild and Black Flame had formed an alliance. While it was quiet around, everyone began to discuss his nickname. Region 3, Dungeon. The elf sat behind bars, listening to the cries that they urgently needed to catch a pig. A hand was light on his palm. The guy looked at the prince and greeted him, saying that he came here to free him. They both looked away, hearing the sound. Barlin smiled slyly, noting that he really came. The brunette smiled, listening to the blonde's words that Barlin was a middle-class demon, but his skills were at the high-class level and he was beyond their reach. The protagonist asked if he was really super strong. The white-haired man smiled widely and said not to force him to teach him to be afraid of demons. He noted that it would be boring to do it too easily, so he would allow him to make the first move. Min Hayek ran at him, saying that if he was offered, he could not refuse. The elf asked him with a frightened face not to do it. The man grinned contentedly, mentally noting that his armor absorbed all damage, because a sword pierced into him once could never be pulled out. The player stabbed the demon with a knife, and he thought that he was powerless. Looking at the smile on the player's face, Barlin wondered why he was smiling. He was pierced by 3 lightning strikes, and he screamed. The white-haired man clenched his teeth tightly, comparing why his defense did not work. He was pierced by lightning again. The man fell to the floor. The guy approached the prince and said that he was much weaker than he thought, and then said that he needed to be freed. The blonde looked at him with surprised eyes, trying to understand what kind of person he was. The demons ran through the forest after the pig, shouting that they couldn't let her get away. The two of them stood in the forest. Argon was breathing heavily while the brunette asked him how he was feeling. He replied that he was fine, just out of breath. The protagonist noticed a cut on his wrist. The prince looked at the wound with a smile and replied that he was just tied up for a long time. Min Hayek took out the elf's health recovery potion and handed it to him. The elf realized that it was a limited item from the A-class store. The player ran his hand through his hair when he was asked if he had already reached a class. He answered in the affirmative. While the blonde was drinking the potion, the guy started asking him to look at something. He asked if he could upgrade his store to royal rank. Argon wiped his mouth and said that he could do it, but he would have to pay 1,000,000 points for it. His eyes widened. The guy created a request on the system plate to upgrade the store for 1 million points. He asked if he would help him or not. The elf said that he would find out about it when his rank increased. The protagonist looked at the appearing signs in surprise and began to ask what it was. Reading the information, he listed a mass teleport scroll, an instant recharge potion. The brunette asked if this was a scroll to summon an elite squad of high elves. He sharply frowned. When the protagonist flared up, the blonde called him. Min Hayek turned to the prince with a gloomy smile. He held a fantastic set of Chinese cuisine shixin in his hand and said that this royal store was simply magnificent. Argon asked what kind of iron bag was in his hands. He smiled contentedly, listening to the player's words that he saved him. The guy looked at the artifacts, noting that he was able to get a lot of things. He smiled slyly and said that now all that was left was. The brunette held chopsticks and a spoon, saying that there was left to eat. There were many dishes on the blanket. The protagonist picked up a fried eggplant. He started biting into it. Looking at the food, he noted that it was crispy on the outside, soft and tender on the inside, and this eggplant was so airy that it just melted in his mouth. He thought that people didn't understand how delicious eggplant was, and then wondered why they didn't like it. Min Hayek scooped up some Mado tofu with rice. Imagining a river of sauce and floating ingredients, he noted that there was just a great combination of spicy spices and a delicate aroma of tofu on the tongue, and the Sichuan sauce was so delicious. While chewing, the player frowned, mentally noting that this tofu was tougher than he thought. He said that he tried to save money, but he couldn't. Looking at the meat with onions, the guy noted that this legendary beef melted in his mouth. He chewed the meat, saying that you need to eat it one piece at a time. The brunette imagined the meat rising in the sauce. He hugged himself, saying that it was incredibly delicious and just melted in the mouth, and the sauce was so sweet and sour, and it was just a fantastic balance. The protagonist cried with admiration, mentally noting that it was too delicious. An hour later, the plates were empty. Min Hayek smiled widely and continued to say that everything was very delicious. While he was sitting on the blanket, a sign appeared that the power of Shixin's special cooking would help him master hidden skills. The player looked at the screen in surprise, asking what a new skill. The new skill was called Let's Eat. It was noted that if he shouted this phrase, then a barrier would appear within a radius of 5 meters for 30 minutes, protecting everyone inside. He touched his chin and noted that this was a very useful and necessary skill. The guy was surprised to see information on the screen that the Legend Guild and Black Flame had organized a temporary alliance. He looked down and wrote to his father, asking if he was with Genie now. He answered affirmatively, and then asked when he would join them. The elf waved his hand and called him, while the brunette muttered that he first needed to find his dad and find a way to get to him, since Regina was very far away. The blonde raised his hand and said that Regina was indeed far away, but he knew a shortcut. The protagonist began to praise him and suggested that they go right now. The attack captain of the Ares Guild named Lep looked at the man and said that they did not know this area, and how demons could hide here, so they needed to do everything quickly. The girl shouted that they would pass this place and come to the elven forest. She walked forward with the squad. A notification appeared saying that they were the first to enter the elven forest. A blade began to appear in the hands of the brown-haired girl. She began to smile slyly, mentally noting that she had taken another step towards becoming a ranker. The voice began to mutter that they were already here and there was no need to praise them for their firmness. The commander-in-chief of the alchemy demon Count Rupel came out from behind the tree. The girl clutched the cloth on her chest as the thick magic made it difficult for her to breathe. She waved to the side, ordering them to form a line. The captain turned to the side, saying that the enemies were already here. She saw several hellhounds. Lep swung her sword. She struck the monster. Thick smoke flew at her. The girl said that she had never heard of self-destructing hellhounds before. Her face darkened. System signs began to appear saying that the players had inhaled the monster gas and all their stats were reduced by 15%, and their attack accuracy was reduced by 30%. The brown-haired girl was surprised by this. The old man waved his hand and began to say that people were very stupid and did not understand that they should look at their opponent and run. The system noted poisoning. The captain froze in horror, reading that her health was rapidly depleting and the poison was burning through her skin. She glanced to the side, realizing that it was a trap. Looking at the satisfied smile, Lep thought that the reason why the demons did not touch the region is the instant destruction of all players entering the forest. A hellhound was running towards her. Blood gushed out to the sides. The brunette was lying on the ground. A demon approached her and asked her what now. He raised his saber, saying that next time she should try to better understand the enemy's abilities and come back later. He ordered to gather the hellhounds. Scarlet spots appeared. The man was leaving the dead body. He looked at the city in the distance. His lips stretched into a grin. While the night covered the city, he said that he should go to Alenciana. Looking down on the city, the man said that they were in Alenciana. The man held the microphone and said that they were currently in Alenciana of the Ares Guild, and over 300 guilds had been united. Showing the city on the screen, he said that currently over 30 rankers were gathering in Alenciana waiting for the airstrike. Everyone saw the back of a man in the image. Count Rupel smiled and the system noted his appearance, saying that whoever defeats him will receive many rewards and make a contribution. The gloomy man asked if this was the commander-in-chief Count Rupel. Ares smiled and said that hunting him was worth it. Introducing the frightened subordinate, he noted that her report said that Count Rupel had a self-destructing hellhound. Inspecting the houses along the way, the man said that everything was simple and he needed to set a trap and take a few people and then wait in the shelter. The guild leader turned around, saying that it had all begun. Hellhounds appeared in Alenciana. Their eyes glowed red. Dragons flew across the sky. Ares looked down, mentally noting that there were hundreds of hellhounds here, and the wyverns were most likely sabotaging. He thought that there weren't that many. He frowned, thinking that this was indeed according to their plan. The man shouted, telling the troops to attack. The spear pierced the hellhound. The wyverns under the steels began to scream loudly. The guild leader put his fingers on his forehead and wondered if this was too easy. He thought that from what they knew, the dog hadn't even exploded. He turned to look at the subordinate calling him. Ares raised his head when he was told to do so. Looking at the flying flock of wyverns, he asked where they came from. The guy said that there were more than 100 of them, and then noted that they were carrying something. The man's mouth fell open in shock. The monsters were holding hellhounds in their paws. As the dragons flew towards him, he began ordering everyone to destroy them. The archers fired. Their arrows pierced the dogs, and then smoke began to appear. The guy's eyes widened as he realized that he had made a huge mistake. There was a loud explosion. The guild leader began to cough because of the smoke. Notifications appeared saying that he had inhaled a monstrous gas, and therefore his physical defense was reduced by 30%. He opened one eye and began telling the others to remain calm and hold the front lines. He told Valdar to hold the line. The man screamed, answering that he was in the process. A huge shield touched the ground. The first-rank tank deployed his defense. Ares perked up, hearing the voice. The brown-haired man clenched his teeth tightly, recognizing his master. The red-haired demoness smiled widely, asking if he was a tank. She said that he looked strong, but the man recognized her as Killer Kenny. The girl snapped her fingers, saying that she would be interested to see how long he could hold out. The tank's shield was hit. The girl wound a strand of hair around her finger and said that having patience was great, but she asked if she should hold back. A hellhound appeared behind Valdar. Casting a glance at it, he wondered where it had come from. Acrid smoke began to appear next to him. Bending over, the man tried to figure out when they had managed to approach from behind. He wondered if the barricades had already been broken through. While the enemy was approaching Ares, he let out a loud cry. The guy rushed forward. When the completely bandaged man tried to strike, the guild leader mentally noted that this man was a master at swinging a sword. Looking at his face, he thought that he was definitely not the commander-in-chief, but most likely an assassin under his command. He wondered if it would be even more difficult. The man turned around and noted the fact that they had already broken through the back defense. There was a hellhound next to his comrade. The redhead stood next to the bone beasts. Valdar fell to the ground. Ares frowned, thinking about how many rankers had logged out. Looking at the large golden shield, he thought that even the tank had done this, and he had logged out because he had been beaten. As the boy swung the dagger, the guild master tried to figure out what to do. Blood gushed out. The man looked at the wound in fear, saying that this was just madness. As the dagger pierced his body, he asked what kind of scam was this. The one wrapped in bandages said that he was very hungry. He called out to Heisey. As the flames rose up, the system noted that all of Ares' guild commanders were dead and Alenciana was captured. Philip Village, the base of the Legend Guild. Locke stood in the doorway and asked Jeannie if she had seen the video of Alenciana. The girl furrowed her brows, saying that she had, and that it was worse than she thought. She said that they couldn't count on the help of other guilds. She asked if they should stop each other. The brunette turned around when the man said that there was someone who wanted to help them defend. She asked what kind of guild that was. Imagining a man with long red hair, Locke said that it wasn't a guild, but a man. The shortest route to region of the people were racing on horses. The steeds ran forward. Min Hayek was sitting on one of them. Imagining the burning city, he mentally noted the strength of the demons. He looked down and thought that if this continued, they would be the next target. When the horse stopped, the boy asked everyone to listen. He looked at his comrades and apologized for having to say this so suddenly. He said that his father and their comrades were under threat of invasion. The soldiers listened to him say that it would be difficult, but he hoped that they would all join forces. The man shouted that it couldn't be any other way. Benzes and his comrades clenched their fists while he said that the brunette had been feeding them all this time and treating them like humans. The protagonist smiled widely when he added that this father was their father. They walked through a forest clearing, and Min Hayek said that they should try to break through to the target area. Gordon Palace, the union of 5-10 guilds son. There were people sitting at the table. Someone noted that Alenciana was attacked, and the next guild would be Legend. The hooded man waved his hand when asked if he should help them. He answered in the negative. Smiling wickedly, he said that thanks to this event, the rank of the guild legend would go down. He noted that Ares and his army would also fail. While the sun was shining over the city, the man said that as long as the legend guild held out, he asked if they should strengthen their defenses. The red-haired guy smiled and said that he was a dark wizard named Ollie. Genie looked at him with surprised eyes and asked what he was doing here. Locke said that he was the first in the wizard rank. The red-haired guy with a smile on his face said that his basement was Manhwa. 4 days ago, the brunette wrote to the mage and asked where he was now. He answered him that he was on a quest right now. The protagonist asked him if he had forgotten the agreement and then said that he needed help. The guy covered his mouth with his hands, happily wondering if he really needed his help. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that that was why he immediately rushed here. Genie said that now she understood. She smiled sweetly and said that she was very happy that their numbers were growing. She looked at the characteristics of the war quest, which was still barely progressing, and they needed to stop the advance. The girl frowned and said that it was time for them to move out. While there was black smoke in the distance, the announcer noted that the village of Philip was under the protection of the Legend Guild. When the wyverns and hellhounds rushed towards the village, it was noted that the demonic attack had begun. The girl with pink hair spoke into the microphone that hundreds of hellhounds and wyverns were heading towards the village right now. She noted that the hellhounds had stopped. They began to dig the ground, and the girl commented on their actions, asking what they were trying to achieve by doing so. Looking at Genie's gloomy face, the pink-haired girl said that it seemed like the guild leader was nervous. The brunette gritted her teeth when she heard the question, "Is this really the end for the Legend Guild?" Ollie rose into the air, and the announcer noted this action. The mage looked blankly. He snapped his fingers. The ground began to crack. Long vines began to emerge from it. While they were grabbing the dogs, the pink-haired girl noted that he used a second-class magic skill. The wizard clenched his fist. He looked with a gloomy look. The girl in the bubble dodged the monsters, saying that the mysterious mage dealt with the hellhounds. She said that she could even see his costume now. Looking at the guy, she declared that this was the faithful wizard Ollie. Genie smirked. She squatted and said that they were the Legend Guild, so there was no need to press them so hard. Watching what was happening, the leader said that it seemed that some people were worthy of strength, but while the guild members were fighting, he said that there was another way. The redhead started creating fireballs and the announcer noted that he was casting hellfire. The mage perked up, noticing that the fire had been dispelled. A girl was looking at him from the ground and saying that humans were just like mobs. The demoness began to glow with purple energy, asking if he wanted to play with her. She snapped her fingers. Red lightning appeared in the sky. It collided with the wizard's barrier. The guy waved his hand and asked if this was all she could do. The redhead created a shield around herself and said that he seemed to be gambling. Putting her staff forward, she asked if they wouldn't be too bored. Ollie smirked and called her an idiot. The girl frowned and asked again. A small explosion was heard behind her head. The dark mage smiled and said that it was a super ultra cool magic missile. The demoness clenched her teeth and called him a bad name. Khan looked at the explosions in the sky, saying that there was an amazing battle going on. A blonde stepped forward and indignantly ordered him to concentrate. The boy apologized. The white wolves were standing in front of them. The girl gritted her teeth and said that it didn't matter how many hits she gave them, they wouldn't die. Abel frowned and said that the silver wolves' defense and attack power were incredible, and it was most likely because they were elite monsters. Ace rushed forward, shouting that they had to give it their all. Fire horses appeared behind him as he summoned the Crimson Hell Chariot. Energy splashed in different colors as the players attacked. The wolves bared their teeth and growled. The guy smiled nervously, muttering, "What the hell are they still holding on after that?" He stated that he had no more skills. Locke scratched his nose, while his comrade asked if anyone else had any skills left. He replied that he had none either. Khan shifted his frowning gaze and asked what was left for them. The blonde also frowned and said that there were only 6 battles. They all ran forward with loud, jubilant cries. The system noted that the Legend Guild's contribution had increased. The announcer noted that their contribution was skyrocketing, and they didn't even know it. While the guys were desperately fighting, the girl said that the Legend Guild was moving forward at a stunning speed. Abel watched the stats, saying that it was all good, but the stamina of all the guild members was gradually decreasing. A silhouette appeared behind the white wolves. The guy asked if Butcher of Despair was about to appear. He said that he would need to check his stats first. His eyes widened. A bandaged man emerged from the fog, and Abel was shocked to find that he was level 611. The bandaged guy was swinging his sword. Numerous notifications appeared that players were logging out. Butcher of Despair swung his blades. The connection to the server was lost. Locke frowned, wondering how this was possible. Looking at his opponent, he asked what was wrong with him. While 2 mages were fighting behind him, the announcer asked if this was the end for the Legend Guild. The red-haired man clenched his teeth. The girl said that the corrupted killer had cornered even Ollie. The player clenched his jaw. He started swinging his axe. The bandaged guy dodged every attack, and the announcer asked how he did it so easily. Butcher of Despair approached the man. The girl asked if they should wait for the Sun Guild to intervene. There was a blow from behind the monster. Genie, with a gloomy face, told his comrade to run. Locke turned around and asked where he should run. He rushed forward, shouting that he didn't care, and he was getting out of here. They both hid. The blonde asked what they were going to do next. He looked out and said that the killer was still. A shadow covered them. 2 dragons flew over them. The brunette frowned, saying that it was time for the second round. Black Flame shouted the activation of the skill. Fire began to appear from the dragon's mouth. He spat out a stream of flame. Flying past the dark mage, the man shouted for him to give him a hand. The brunette furrowed his brows, ordering Destiny to freeze them. The ice dragon looked at him in surprise. She covered the wolves with ice. Locke gritted his teeth. He screamed, looking at his frozen opponent. Seeing the dragon in the sky, he said that this fight was much better. Killer Kenny trembled with anger, calling her opponent a coward. She covered herself with a barrier from the stream of flames. The mage told her that he was not a coward, and this was a matter of life and death. The redhead hit the black dragon, saying that they were so strong only because they were dragons. She gritted her teeth in anger and said that in any case, dragons are controlled by humans, and she will quickly deal with them. The girl grinned, saying that she forgot something. The guy began to chant. A golden spear appeared in the sky. Killer Kenny looked at it in fear, muttering denial. Ollie smiled and said disrespect to her. The redhead was pierced by a glowing spear, and the system noted that he defeated the corrupted Killer Kenny. Man looked at the received desecration rod, asking what kind of rod it was and saying that it was introduced cool. She looked at the man on the dragon when he asked him to support those below. Count Rupel watched the battle, saying that although they had less than 30 troops, they still dealt with Killer Kenny. He smiled and said that since this is the case, he will not even think about it. A man in a cape named the Killer Rondu appeared, and the old man said that it was his turn. The brunette's eyes widened when he was told to destroy everyone. He began to laugh wickedly. Jeannie clenched her fist, saying that those who need time to recover should stay behind the barricades. Something flashed. She turned around. The girl perked up and loudly asked what was that. Silver hellhounds were coming at her. As they ran, she shouted that there were a lot of them, and then asked what they should do and whether they should attack first. Abel frowned and loudly told her not to do that, but to step back. The monsters' voices glowed red. A moment later, huge explosions began to sound. Everything around was destroyed. The pink-haired girl looked at the surprised Hales. Looking at the smoke, she noted that the explosion had caught one of the Legend Guild members. Lark began to move a huge stone. The girl noted that he had not stuck his head out for some time, but now he had joined his guild and was now clearing away the ruins. A gloved hand reached out. She fell to the ground. The announcer said that they were still alive. Jeannie tried to get up, saying that this explosion was powerful, and now her ears were ringing. The brown-haired man stood in front of her and said that everything was fine. As she sat down, he asked her not to move, noting that he would clear all the rubble. He began to ask if they had any more potions. The girl clenched her teeth, wondering if it was unreasonable to stop the invasion like that. She bribed that her plan was reckless, and now her guild members. A man's foot stepped. The brunette looked up in surprise. She looked at Ace and asked what the sound was. The guy replied that it was like the sound of a kettle or the sound of the earth. A golden pan appeared. The player was racing ahead. A silver hellhound was jumping at him. The protagonist hit him with a frying pan. He threw it over his shoulder and said that there were already monsters here when he came. Min Hayek told everyone that he was back. Min Hayek threw the frying pan over his shoulder and said that here he is. The girl saw him and was happy. He approached the guys and said that they were waiting, but what happened to them? She was suddenly distracted by something. Hellhounds were running towards them, and they were still there. She clenched her fist and shouted that they needed to leave immediately. The main character smiled and told her not to worry. A bright light appeared around. He told them to exhale. Then knights in armor, ancient warriors, appeared. They began to attack the dogs. The guys did not understand what it was and where they came from. The girl asked in surprise where this army came from, and the young man scratched his head and said that he planted the seeds he received for the quest, and these turned out to be growing military forces. The battle continued. They attacked everything. The girl said that it was cool, but there were too many hellhounds. Then she turned and added that they could not cope. The magician Ollie was hovering in the air. The guy looked at him and said that he had a request. He looked at him and asked if he was sure. Min Hayek said with a smile that yes, it is worth trusting him. After which the guy also flew up. All the dogs paid attention to him. He showed his fingers up and said that he can throw it right between them. There was a huge pack of dogs below. After which Ollie shouted that he believed in him, and he threw the very bottom. Everyone around began to discuss what it was that the main character was falling down. What was he even thinking about? At that moment, he took out his knife, and he directed it forward along with other knives, rain, and cleavers. The cleavers began to crash into the dogs. Everyone began to say that he instantly undressed with hell dogs, but the hell dogs will explode. What an incredible defeat zone. After which the guy shouted, gave the command that now is the time, and the magician struck the next blow. Explosions thundered around. Many explosions. Smoke began to rise into the sky. Again discussion. The player was blown away by the explosion, which means the guild is a legend. Smoke enveloped everything around. They said to look there. At this moment Manhwa and Ollie were under the protective dome, smiling. Winnie Dam used magic. What incredible control. Rondu gritted his teeth. He looked ahead and said, what happened again? Nothing unusual. Looked at the sphere in his hands. The walls began to crack. Skeletons appeared. He summoned a bone dragon. A huge bone monster appeared. The man smiled and said that this is pointless, the game will end here. At this moment, the man was flying on the dragon. He saw that Rondu summoned a bone dragon. Breathing is not available for another 5 minutes. He looked at the magician, who laughed and spread his arms, said that he was too big to attack him even on a dragon. After which the man smiled and looked at them with crazy eyes. The summoning time is only 30 minutes, this is enough. Time for the second dragon to appear. He thought that he should just finish off these 2 dragons, if only he could turn them into evil spirits. Flame got angry and started insulting the magician. He looked at him and said that was why he never gave up. The dragon fired the first projectile. It flew straight at the ice dragon. The man screamed. He was worried about his pet. And the magician smiled and said that it seemed that the poor dragons would die because of their terrible owners. The man sat on his teeth, thinking that even if he died, he would be able to log in again. But when the dragon dies, it's the end. And the man in the robe smiled and said that it was the end. The bone dragon flew over him. At that moment, the protagonist swung his frying pan and struck right at the neck of the bone dragon. It shattered into pieces. He looked away. The guy looked straight at him. And Rondu was shocked. He did not understand where this frying pan came from. He broke the bone dragon with an ordinary frying pan. And the young man sighed. Then he put the frying pan behind his neck and told him not to be so surprised one more time. At that moment, Flame was shocked. He remembered his own son in real life, how he said that he was fine and he should not worry so much. Then he thought that before he thought that he was still a child who needed his protection. He took a step forward. He watched as the young man attacked a huge dragon with a frying pan, and he realized that he had just single-handedly defeated the bone dragon. The guy stood on the bone fragments. The magician cried out, "Who the hell is he?" Rondu looked at him in despair, laughed and said how long it had been since he had been defeated. The guy swung the frying pan. There was a blow, the birds flew away. He stood looking at the dragon's head, and then he looked down. A new card appeared. There were comments from other players. The player defeated all the hellhounds in Castino's dragon. People wrote that they were now his fans. They believed in the killer with the frying pan. This is absolute madness. Someone wrote that they saw the legendary one's foot. Suddenly a man came up to him and said that he was so cool. The main character asked everyone to calm down. Then he smiled and thanked him for the compliment, but he still had things to do. The guys started asking what they were, and the young man opened the screen. A new card. You can use the elven heart on the village of Flip. Do you want to use it? Then he had a heart in his hands. It looked like a fruit. Nin Hayek raised it up. The guy looked at the heart. It rose above the city. Everything around began to shine. The city was shrouded in light and radiance. The girl looked at her hands. She had grown elven ears. The effect of the elven heart gives the power of a noble elf for 1 hour. She squeezed the varnish and asked, "Accelerated recovery of health and magic? Where did he get it?" The young man looked at her and asked that he had simply completed a quest, and what was the matter. Suddenly, some dog appeared behind her. The guy shouted for her to turn around. Tree branches flew. They grabbed the dog and threw it aside. The guys looked at all this in shock. The girl said that the tree roots saved them from the hellhounds. 3 more dogs did not come, but the roots stopped them. They lowered their heads, got angry, but then they turned around and ran away. The guys began to shout that the hellhounds were running away. The enemy was retreating. The girl smiled. They shouted at her whether to pursue them. She answered that there was no need. She smiled and said that they had won. One of the guys shouted for the hellhounds to get lost. Horses were approaching them from behind. A blonde elf galloped up and asked the main character if he was injured. He replied that they had already dealt with it. The young man was in shock. Then they asked him if he could open an alpine store. The deposit size was sufficient. The young man did not understand what was happening. The girl looked at the screen and said that a potion that restored health and magic by 40% was only 3,000 points. A cure for all characteristics was only 2,000 points. The main character was happy. There were special elven buns here with red beans. I wonder if they melt in your mouth. While he stood and dreamed of buns, the girl looked at him and did not understand what was happening. And now the guy was eating a bun, and the girl continued to study the inventory. Great, she had saved up enough contribution and earned points. In the future, they would not need to worry about items. Then she looked in the other direction and thought that although why did she not leave the feeling that she was missing something. At that moment, the man was watching them. He listened to them shouting that they had won with their own strength. He was shocked. He got angry. A woman with red hair came up to him and said that he had said that the Guild Legend Pro was playing. The man replied that it was logical, given their military strength. He said that she agreed with this, who plans like that anyway? An old man intervened in the conversation. He put his hand to his forehead and said that it was very pitiful, did they ever believe in these people? Then he frowned and thought that the boy, Manhwa, who saved his son, also saved an entire village. He imagined the protagonist with his son. Then he imagined him next to the monster. He squeezed the varnish and thought that it was a miracle. This man was a miracle. Then he imagined the village and thought that when the liberation was complete, it would give him everything he wanted. Crow called out to Abel and said that it was time for them to go. Then he came up to him, put his hand on his shoulder. The guy asked if he was chasing him, maybe he should rest. But the elf replied that he needed to rest too. The young man began to look around. The guy asked him what he was doing, and then he replied that he was tracking down enemies nearby. The man came to the edge of the cliff and said that they looked like zombies. The guy was very surprised. Then screams were heard throughout the forest. The guys suddenly turned around. The main character asked what that sound was, and the girl said that it was Crow's voice. They ran there. At that moment someone was holding Abel by the head. He looked at her. His strength was running out. Suddenly some magic arrows began to pierce him. Blood was everywhere, and the evil eye of the nose and mouth was bleeding. The guys stood up. A man looked at them. He was all beaten up. Then he said that he was hungry. The main character was in shock. He turned to everyone and asked again if he really said that he was hungry. But the girl did not listen to him. She began to shout that the guild was a legend. They should prepare for battle. The enemy was a killer. They should be careful. The guys began to attack and shouted for him to die. But he dodged all the attacks. They did not understand why this was happening. They began to attack him and used different spells. Explosions thundered. But the bandaged young man continued to stand in front of them. They said that he did not even blink. How is this possible? They went on the attack again. The young man said that the dead guy was at level 600, and the girl replied that skills, levels, characteristics, isn't all this a complete scam? The mummy also prepared an attack. The girl was surprised by something. This guy hit the ground with his sword. Magic began to form around it. It was the sword of death. She covered her face with her hands and thought that even with the buff she was taking too much damage. Then someone shouted at her that there was something on her. The girl turned around. There was a dragon and a magician. They shouted that they would help too. The guy closed his eyes. The president looked down, and at that moment, the magician let out fire and ice breath. The guys went on the attack again, used lethal murder, black flame whip. An explosion thundered. At the same moment in the elven forest, not far from the village of Philip, the man looked down. They approached him and addressed him. The monster looked down and said that there were too many soldiers. The man smiled and said that it seemed like everyone wanted to know why he left the Conir. He looked down and said that everything was right. He would show all his skills in less than half an hour. There was an explosion and he said that he was more than enough. A guy in bandages appeared. He is a chimera that increases human hunger. The guy attacked. The blade of disappointment. All attacks of users who saw this dance are useless. The fighters looked at him and were shocked. There was not even a scratch on him. And he continued to look at them and said that he was hungry. The protagonist was shocked. He looked at them and said that he was hungry. Then he grabbed his sword and began to attack Crow. Khan felt sorry for him, tried to attack, but Mummy dodged, turned around and said that he was hungry. Everyone screamed, "Be careful, he is advancing." Then he hit the ground with the ball. The guy put up a shield and shouted that he wanted to activate it. Demonic defense, protective whip. The monsters were surprised by something. Ollie hovered in the air and shouted that his sword changed trajectory. His target is not us, his target is him. He struck. The guy looked at it and said that just a little more and he would be in trouble. Then the blow was dealt to another place. It hit the guy in armor, and the girl. The mummy hit everyone with incredible speed. The main character looked at him angry and thought that he hit all the guild members at once. He grabbed his sword and thought that he couldn't lose. He looked at it. He took a step forward. The monster was also looking at him. They started fighting. The guy thought that he was strong. Sparks were flying. The guy ran forward. Genie shouted at him. He covered his eyes and took out his knife. He looked at the mummy and thought that his knife's automatic protection saved him. Then he continued to look at him. The monster was still saying that he was hungry. He lowered his head. The guy thought that food would help him recover quickly, and he started eating the bun. Then he was surprised and asked what was wrong with his face, and the mummy seemed to be very hungry. He raised the bun up. He tried to take it, but he raised it higher. A fight for food began. The guy watched from the side and did not understand what was going on there. Then he shouted that he came to win. He also shouted that it seemed that the only way to defeat him was to lure him with food and hit him with a concentrated attack. The protagonist looked at him and thought that it was quite difficult to lure people with food, but He bit the bun and thought what to do. The monster really wanted this bun. He began to chew and said that he would try. Crow shouted if he could throw some bread, and he answered that of course it is still difficult to fight with such herbs. The monster stood and continued to say that he was hungry. Everyone around was standing with food. The girl ordered everyone to get ready. Then she shouted that they had to throw it now. They threw the food, the mummy jumped after it. And at that moment Ollie called for a light spear, and the man on the dragon called for fire breath. The girl activated a chlorine whip, and the protagonist rained cleavers. The trash stood with a pile of buns. Then he saw that he was being actively attacked from all sides. He knelt down. He smiled. A huge explosion thundered. The young man wiped his chin. The mummy was lying on the ground. They began to ask if they screwed up. They can still see this guy. He continued to lie on the ground. The guys began to say that it seemed like he was moving. Abel took a step forward and said with a smile that he was dead. They succeeded. Subjugation is complete. The girl was happy. They began to rejoice in the rays of the sun and the fact that they did it. They could. Then she raised her hand and shouted to everyone that they needed to recover. They should break up into groups and check for lurking mobs. The man was furious at this point. He clenched his fists and said that the monster lost. This can't be. He introduced these guys and said that these fools, they had no chance to defeat the monster. He is many times stronger. Then he went and said that the operation had failed and it was time for them to retreat. At that moment the mummy started shaking. The guys around were shouting that they had to take care of the wounded. Did anyone still have any potion left? Everything was covered in blue flames. They didn't understand what to do now, hide or fight. They sat in ambush, said that he didn't think it was a mob, and the other replied that there wasn't much. In front of them stood a silhouette of energy. What is it? A ghost. He came closer to them. The protagonist was in shock. Even a bun fell out of his mouth. In front of him stood a guy, quite familiar. While the protagonist was in shock, everyone around started discussing that this was Connier, his second incarnation. Look at the guy, he's in shock. They discussed that if the ghost is his second phase, should they fight him or not? Probably not. Well, isn't this his human form? The boy asked for help. He folded his hands and begged them to save them. The door opened. The man asked if the king called him. He looked ahead and asked if he was free. Then he turned and said that he had an important task for him. The guy looked at him and asked about an important task, since he said so. The man introduced a magic drop. He asked if he knew what the essence of taste was. With its help one can go beyond the possible. The castle. He said that the count should study the recipe when he met him. He will know what he wants to get. The man sat over a cup of tea, said the price of taste, also said that the knight had come to the address. He stood in front of him and thought, what does this guy mean in the count? He looked at the man who was drinking tea and thought that they say, in the empire he is deeply respected, but he is also envied because of. Then the man put down the cup and asked if he knows the Archmage Arfield. Then he introduced a man in a black cloak with a scepter and said that he created 7 insidious artifacts and hid them all over the world. Process looked at him and asked, well, how is this connected with the essence of taste? Broken glass. Although 6 artifacts were destroyed, and at the moment there is only one, this is the cup of essence. He imagined the cup. This is a cup that can only be filled with one thing, and that is desire. The knight asked again, what if he can fill her desire? How do you know that the cup is full? He imagined the people in the cave. Of course, everything is not so simple. For example, what is the sincere desire of a child? Imagined a starving child. An innocent child is starving and dreaming of an endless supply of food. You can fill the cup with this. Imagined a dragon. If a child with this desire eats dragon's dungeon. Raised his head and said that he is reborn as another creature thanks to the power of the essence filling the cup. The knight shouted that it was impossible, so chimeras were born. He smiled and said that children's dreams are truly amazing. He does not find it. The young man was angry, stimulating his teeth, and thought that this was madness. Even small children are mobilized. A new window has appeared. New card, legendary quest to defeat the dragons of the Dungeon of Sin. Reward, essence of taste, legendary promotion in class, penalty for failure. Description: the Count, known for 2 belts of the Empire, is actually a very cruel man. He secretly feeds the children of the dragon, thereby creating chimeras, but for this the dragon must be killed periodically. If you help the Count kill the dragon so that he can continue to create chimeras, you will receive an essence of taste with mystical features. But if you fail alive, the Count will not be able to save your life, because now you know his secret. The guy looked at the tasks and could not believe that a legendary reward was assigned for this quest. The man looked at him and asked what he thought, looked at the rewards. He imagined the dragon and said that he could not endlessly ride children, thereby slowing down the process of creating chimeras. The limit was almost exhausted. The young man looked at him and asked if he could really kill this dragon to upgrade his class to legendary. The man replied that of course, they had almost finished the preparatory work. The sun was shining outside. He asked if he believed that someone had already done this for him. The name of that demon was Connier. After some time, the dungeon of a Peruvian mansion. The child was sitting on the floor. He thought that he really wanted to travel, at least a piece of bread. There was a dead rat nearby. He thought that he could eat it. At that moment, the caretaker began to shout that it was too noisy and Maria's children asked for help to save them. The guy waved his arms and said that if he treated him like that, God would be furious, then asked him not to do it. But he threw the guy behind the bars and told him to go behind the castle. The young man fell to his knees and asked what sin he had committed, asked God to save him. The knight looked at him and thought, could he be chosen as a victim? Then the man came up from behind and said that no matter what he thought, he was a priest with excellent divine power. He raised his hand and said that he would sacrifice him, kill the dragon, and it was done. The boys looked at them. The man and the knight were talking. He said that he would explain the details as soon as he returned. The exhausted boy looked at the guy in the cloak and asked Leon is okay. He is a bad person. He cannot worry. They will not kill them right away. Then he thanked him and asked his name. How long has he been here? The boy said his name is Hayes. Then he asked his name. Is he a priest? And the young man took off his hood, smiled and said that he can just call him Manhwa. Forest, the cart moved forward. The main character was sitting inside and shouting, how can they do this to small children? He was very angry and said, how dare they use the desire of hungry children? His comrades listened silently. They were upset. The boy thought for a moment and said that he couldn't leave it like that. He would have to figure it out. But there was a war going on between the empires. It would be difficult to get there right now. Then he raised his head and said that he needed to find out the details from his brother. He was sitting in front of him. He asked if there was any more information. The boy thought about it. The protagonist was surprised. They were talking about an old man, but someone called him. The man asked how the boy was doing. He said that everything was fine. There were some things to do, but everything was already decided. Then he looked down and asked if Yongji was okay. The man replied that he had found a way to enrich the territory of Wahala. The boy replied that it was great. Was that why he had called? Then the man said that he had received an invitation from the emperor. The boy was taken aback. The old man walked forward and looked back. The young man asked if it was really from the emperor. Why so suddenly? He replied that he didn't know. He had only received an invitation and that's all. The cart continued to move. He asked how the rest of the vassals were. The old man walked along and said that he didn't know if he should persuade him, but did he happen to know about Talmudism? He imagined a glowing man. Then he remembered the farmer, reminded him about him. The guy replied that he remembered. The old man remembered how he met him, said that it happened on his last walk around the estate. Then he remembered how the man shouted that if they really wanted it, then he would answer them, let their hair grow. The people in front of him folded their hands and shouted that let their hair grow, let their hair grow, let their hair grow. The old man looked at all this and asked why it seemed that the sun was shining brighter there. The people were shouting about hair. Then he grabbed his head, wondering why his head was itching. Suddenly he discovered a bald spot. His hair was gone. And the man spread his hands and asked if they had seen it. It was the power of God. Why did the man scratch his head and say that something like that? Now it is quite a popular topic. The guy thought about it. He remembered the king. Firstly, it seems the emperor needs power. He was probably waiting for this. It's urgent. The guy looked down and said that they should meet as soon as the events are over. Then he looked to the side and said that after solving his brother's problem, if it's worth checking another person, he needs to meet with the emperor of the empire. The girl called him and told him to look to the side. The distribution of rewards was taking place. A new card appeared. The distribution of rewards begins for the invasion event. New card. The army of one demon retreats. The door to the elven forest is open. The mission in the zone is completed. The contribution assessment is announced. The guys looked at this card. Legend Guild. First place in the contribution ranking. Total contribution 7,314,180. Second place Ares Guild. Total contribution 4,154,197. Third place Ardian Guild. Total contribution 2,671,311. New card. Individual contribution ranking. First place Manhwa 3,413,613. Second place Ollie 1,231,713. Third place Black Dragon Flame 604,139. Card. 5 million experience received for reaching first place in contribution amount. The guy looked at this and thought that it was so much. He clicked on the screen. It was written there that the Elven King gives you the Eye of the Abyss as a reward for saving the prince. He asked what kind of Eye of the Abyss this was. Then his eye turned red. He looked forward. One eye was now red. The card said, Eye of the Abyss. Once a week you can check the status window of NPCs weaker than you. Can't be used on users. The guy wondered if it would be useful. The carriage continued moving through the forest. He said that okay, they need to move on. City. The guys were sitting in the carriage. The main character turned to the man and asked if the emperor had called him. He raised his violin and said that yes, maybe he was interested in his ability. Then he added that he thought only he was invited, but the guy too. He smiled and said that he was in Clody's, he also had some business there. His brother's spirit sat silently. The guy frowned and said that they should move on. There was a huge table in front of them. He said that they should try the basam they bought. He took a piece, and so the first bite. Lived, thought. Imagine this piece cut, soft meat, the combination with crispy spicy kimchi is simply magnificent, even the radish is ideal. Then he looked at the noodles, now it's their turn. Mixed everything, need to mix with spices. He took a piece, said that you need to add meat on top and you can eat. Vali thought that the spicy sweet noodles were so light. He dipped a spoon into the broth and said that he should also eat a piece of tofu. He was delighted. He ate with pleasure, now he needs to sit down. His brother looked at him, his links were flowing. And the boy was delighted. The ghost was very hungry. He held out his hand and said that he would like to eat just one piece. The man looked at him and cried out, did this friend just ask the protagonist for one piece? He frowned and said that he really wanted to die. The pig agreed. The protagonist frowned and asked if he really wanted just one piece. Everyone else was trembling. He held up the cabbage. He held it out and said with a smile that he could take it. The boy was surprised. He tried to take it, but he only held out his hand past, he was dead. The guy looked at it, he was now without flesh and could not eat. The boy began to cry, and the main character lowered his head and thought that it was so familiar, he was constantly waiting for something more. He remembered himself in the real world. They continued moving through the forest, he thought that he was seeing himself in the past. They were approaching the castle, he could no longer allow such victims. They rode up to the knight and said hello. The guy looked at him and said that he wanted to get into the estate. The man lowered his head and said that he needed to confirm his identity. He must present something that could allow him to do this. Then he held out the emperor's invitation and asked that he had this, would it do? The knight suddenly apologized and said that he could pass. They walked and looked around, the guy said that there was an eclipse here. He turned his head and said that here he is. They walked through the city, he was thinking how to get into the count's castle. He looked at Conir and asked, he said that now was the time to kidnap the priest. He imagined a dragon. If the dragon ate 30 people, then it would be impossible to create chimeras anymore. He also imagined a priest and an egg, but you can offer the priest enormous divine power and then kill him, they say, then the dragon will become an egg again. The young man thought he needed a disguise. Suddenly he saw the guys, that's a lot. It was his friend. He shouted to him and asked if he could have him for a minute. The guy turned around. The city after some time, and now the main character was already standing in a priest's cassock, saying that it was excellent, it fits perfectly. Then he extended his hand to his friend and thanked him, said that he would return it, and the young man stood without clothes. He put on his hood and said that he was going, they would see each other again. He walked forward, looked around and thought that when he entered, the atmosphere changed a little. He continued to think, as if everyone was looking at him differently. At that moment a man was peeping at him from around the corner. A girl ran up to him and asked for a meeting with Leon. She said that she needed a priest. And the boy said that's exactly it. He folded his hands and said that God who dwells in heaven, grant us to bear bread once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. They prayed. He continued to pray, please reward us with an abundance of delicious meat side dishes every day, ramen, oh no, amen. The girl did not understand what kind of prayer it was. Then he smiled and said hallelujah, he hoped she will have a delicious day. Evening. He was walking around the city and thought that he had been wandering around here all evening, when will he appear? Suddenly he was hit on the head, and the boy was lying on the ground. Men came up to him and began to think that this was a priest, he really has divine powers. Let's take him away. The guy smiled and thought that they bought it. After some time, they took him to the basement. He screamed for them not to do this, God will be furious, mommy please save me. He tried to break free and screamed. Then something distracted him. Great, it seems to have worked. The starving boy asked who he was, leaned over to him and asked if he was okay. The man was sitting in the forest with his dragons, stroking them. He looked at them with love. They said that they wanted to protect him, they wanted to be strong. He looked at one of them and thought that he could communicate with dragons thanks to the opinion he received. Familiars and pets grow faster. You can read their thoughts. Then he hugged the dragon and thought that he could do nothing for them, let them forgive him, the children in him. Suddenly, something distracted him. A new notification from his nephew came to the screen. He found an artifact that would help the dragon grow, which he asked for. The man was happy and said that finally, asked what kind of artifact. And he answered that it was Sintamani who presented a small blue ball. At this time, Count Peru in his estate. The main character, Hayes and the spirit Conir were sitting in the dungeon. The young man looked up and used the eye of the abyss, and the spirit looked at the girl, thinking that he still couldn't believe it. He looked at her and saw her characteristics. She had everything to become a legend. New card, Hayes rank, legendary, level 5, special skills, sharp mind, excellent speech, potential 134. The protagonist was shocked. This child had the same level as the old man. The spirit tried to stroke her head. but it didn't work. Then he looked at his hand. The protagonist turned to her and asked if she knew Conir. The girl asked again. Then she said that he was talking about that boy who became a chimera. The young man listened attentively. She lowered her head and said that he became a chimera. Having completely lost himself, he came and brought her food. She remembered how he fed them. Why did she lower her head and ask if that boy was dead? Is this what awaits her too? Children were crawling around them, saying they were hungry. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked what she would like to eat when she got out of there. She said she would love to eat curry. She closed her eyes and said it was her favorite dish since childhood. She always cooked curry. She smiled and said that perhaps no one cooks curry better than her. The guy smiled. He imagined a bun. You have to tear it with your hands. Then he imagined how it is dipped in curry. If you dip it in curry with meat and make vinegar, how it spreads, how it smells. You feel the combination of bun and meat. The combination of sweet, spicy, and tender curry is just fantastic. Then he imagined a glass of white lassi. It would be best for the combination. Why did he look at the girl and say that he will protect her? She agreed. She smiled and said that if they get out of here, she will cook curry for him. New card, sudden quest, save the girl, rank S, conditions, intimacy, reward, a set of Indian curry, penalty for failure, death, decrease in relationship with the boy, description, the girl cooks curry excellently. If you save her, you can eat curry with flatbread, lassi, and tandoori chicken. He was surprised. He smiled and said that they would definitely break out. People entered the cage. They came up, pointed at the children with their hand and told them to follow them. They grabbed the girl and said that she should go too. The young man extended his hand forward, shouted her name. Then they grabbed him, said that he was going with them too. The knight looked at him and thought that at first she resisted a little, because they were just children, but she looked at the child and thought that if she thought about it, they were just NPCs. She exhaled. She smiled and thought that if everything worked out, she would upgrade her class to legendary. They walked forward. They were ordered not to make noise. They came to the cave, drove the children in there. Then, closing the cave with a stone, she told them to pray to be born as a human in the next life. And she closed the passage. The girl ran, screaming that no, it can't be. She stood right in front of a huge closed stone, and the other children were crying. Other children tried to calm them down. The boy came up and said that everything would be fine. The dragon opened his eyes. The boy continued to say that they just needed to calm down. But suddenly a dragon appeared from behind. They all ran from there. They ran to Hayes and began to hug her. The girl hugged her back and said that in the end they would die like this. Open your eyes and thought, why doesn't he attack? In front of them stood a pig. The dragon looked at her. And the main character untied his hands and with a smile asked, didn't he say that he would protect them? The dragon began to attack him. The young man took out his weapon and gave the dragon a frying pan in the face. He started bleeding and closed his eyes. Then he looked angrily at the guy. He threw off his robe. The girl asked who he was, and the guy turned around and smiled and said that he was the one who wanted them all to understand that there are good adults. The girl looked at him and asked what good adults meant, and he smiled and said that he would chat about it later. Then he took out his sword. He stood in front of the dragon. Cards appeared, encountered the 4th legendary dragon, received 50 glory. The one who defeats the poisonous dragon will receive a reward. The guy looked at it and thought that there was no doubt he was huge because he was an adult. He looked at the dragon and thought that compared to Ambaka, Brittany, and Destiny, just babies. Then he roared and struck. The guy was able to dodge, ran along his paw, took him straight to his back. The dragon soaped himself. The guy was surprised. He turned and started breathing poison at him. The boy covered his nose. Madness of the poisonous dragon inhales the dragon's poison. You take damage equal to 2.4% of your maximum health every second. The boy looked down and said that he was so strong. Health. Then he looked at his hand in surprise and thought why he did not take damage. A new card, unstoppable, immune to all poison and status ailments. Frowned, thought. The dragon looked at him, did not understand what was happening. The guy smiled, turned to him and said that he was unlucky with his opponent today. The dragon got angry. Then he looked at his feet. Some kind of wind began to appear there. It began to rise above the ground. He looked at the monster from above. It was a hovering sword. He struck, but there was not a scratch above the dragon. He was flying straight at him. The boy suddenly noticed something. There was a blue ball in his mouth. He flew and thought that it was in his mouth. The dragon began to release energy. The children were very afraid, watching from the side, prepared to attack. Suddenly the girl shouted at the boy, told him to turn around. He was hit from behind, and blood poured out of his mouth. The girl ran to him, but she was stopped by a pig with a saucepan on her head. She ordered her to get out of the way. While the boy was sitting on the ground and bleeding, the pig fought with the girl under the barrier, because that was how she tried to get out. Then he began to shine. He began to shine like a god. A huge ball of energy appeared around him. The girl cried and tried to shout to him. She activated a special skill, the Armor of Immortality. The boy rose from his knees. His health was completely restored. He turned to the girl. She was already holding the pig in her arms and asked what he wanted to tell her. He smiled. He turned around and said with a smile that from now on she could call him Appa, not sir. Then he looked up and said that he had hurt him once, but he would not let that happen again. He stood in front of a large dragon. It was furious. The guy frowned, struck, flew right over the dragon. The girl folded her hands at that moment and prayed for him. The battle continued. He was approaching right at the pace. The dragon bit him. Health drops to 90%. New card health drops to 80%, already to 50%. And the young man thought that he could not move his hand normally, just a little bit more was left. But the health card withdraws to 30%. He swung and thought that now, and cut the dragon's mouth. Blood began to flow from there. Tears flowed. He thought that he had to protect his brother's family. He fell. The guy walked right over him. New card, you defeated the poisonous dragon. New card, 8,317,842 experience points received. Level up, received ladybug. You received a reward. He looked to the side. The boy turned to him and asked if this was really the end. He told the children that they were free. They were in shock. Then he smiled. These children will not go hungry anymore. He rubbed his head and thought that maybe he should check the reward. In front of him was a dagger and an egg. It was the cursed dagger and Ambek egg. He looked in surprise and thought about what effect it had. Then he remembered his father and thought, if he got the egg, is it possible that a poisonous dragon would hatch from it? His father would like it. Then it dawned on him that inside the dragon's mouth was Sintamani. If you use it, the dragons will level up. Dad will be delighted. He took the dagger. There were people standing outside the walls of the cave. One of them approached the knight and said, "How are you there? It's too quiet." The girl asked if the hunt was over. We should go check. She moved the entrance. She went inside. There was blood everywhere. What is this? Traces of a hunt? Where did the chimera go? At that moment, a dagger was presented to her throat. There was a guy in a cassock behind her. He ordered her to stop. If she took another step, she would be finished. The girl looked at him sideways. She thought that, apparently, he was a player. The guard stood in front, and she continued to think that even so, he was a master of his level. Even the Count's elite did not notice this. There was blood around. Perhaps he was hunting a dragon. The hunt had just ended, so his stamina was at 0. She smiled, thinking that this was her chance. She continued to stand and asked if he was the boss. She looked at the children. The guy asked her if she had heard that those guys were hungry. The knight raised her hands and said that he was apparently a player, and she was a player. Maybe they would be honest with each other. The guy looked at her. She said that he also came here for something. It was like artificial intelligence. Then he made a sharp movement and shouted that what did this have to do with them, the player. And there she stood in front of him, and the boy said that she was really hot-tempered. He took off his hood. The knight realized that this was a murderer with a frying pan, and the young man said that today he would fix everything. He looked at her, frowned. The girl looked at him and screamed at the hell, why does he even care about such things? There was blood on her shoulder. She looked at it then said that she did not even notice. He did it. And he stood in front of her and asked if she had ever been hungry. The knight did not understand what he was talking about. The guy stood and was very angry. The knight gritted her teeth and asked what she had done to him to do this to her. She screamed, "What are they doing? They must stop him quickly." The guy was surprised. Guards were approaching him. He looked at them and thought that they were knights escorting him. They ran at him. "It does not matter. First we must kill him." He jumped up. A sword appeared in front of his throat. What? When did he manage to do this? They surrounded him. They started to beat him. The guy closed his eyes. He started to bleed. This feeling, this is not an illusion. He does not see the balls of these people. Then the wind began to appear around him. First you need to increase the distance. And now the gusts of wind were already enveloping him. Well, how the ellipsis looked at the blade of one of the guards. He struck. The guy started to bleed. He thought what happened. He definitely could not reach it. They all smiled, surrounded him. The guy thought that as if these three were playing with him. He looked back. He was able to reflect one of them there, reflected his blade. The spirit of his brother appeared behind his back. He said to listen to the sounds. He came up to him and explained that he needed to listen to the sounds of the ball. One of the guards stood opposite. The tip of the ball, you need to aim at it. Then the main character struck. You need to push it away. The spirit continued to whisper in his ear and said that now is the time. The guy wounded the guard. He started coughing up blood. Then the spirit told him to aim for the main enemy. He looked ahead and asked to lend him his body. The protagonist looked at him. Then he frowned and nodded. He closed his eyes. The spirit entered his body. He opened his eyes. He looked ahead. He saw the guards, and he went straight to them. They were angry. They said that they did not see weaknesses. Everyone should stay alert. The guy prepared for a fight. They said that they did not know when he would attack, and he suddenly jerked forward at one of them. The ball cut his chest. He only had time to ask why he was so fast. He ran on. He swung at the next one. He struck a fatal blow. Then a woman appeared behind him, but he struck her too. He went forward. The corpses of the guards were lying around. The rest looked at him and were shocked. He approached the last guard. He put his sword to his throat and cut it. The woman was shocked. Then she raised her head and said that he didn't have to do that. When she got out of here, she would report to the count. He had to give her the bowl of essence. But the guy looked at her silently. Then he raised his sword and said that with this she could also become a legend. Then she pierced her. Blood was dripping from the sword. He lowered his head, closed his eyes. The spirit came out of him. The guy scratched his head and said that he didn't think he was so strong. How did he get to them? He looked away. The spirit thanked him. A bowl appeared in front of him. A new card. You have received a bowl of essence. The young man introduced green onions. First you need to add oil and green onions to the frying pan. Then the rest of the ingredients. Add finely chopped vegetables, meat and rice. Fry well. Fried egg. You must definitely add it. Then he looked down and said that the last one. But he poured a drop of essence into the prepared food for taste. In front of him was a plate of delicious food, an ultra extra large special plate of fried rice. The children were very happy. They ate, were happy and thanked for the food. The boy smiled and thought that it should taste much better thanks to the essence and taste he added. He was so happy to see them all eating. 2 new cards appeared. Those who lost hope ate essence and taste. Classes can be improved with rewards. Then another card appeared. Shiksen class cannot be improved. The boy looked at the plate and thought about what it was. Then a cracked glass, one hidden fragment. The essence cup was destroyed. It began to emit energy everywhere. The essence cup releases its last power. The boy did not understand what was happening. A silhouette appeared. The boy began to ask the children if everything was okay. They answered that yes. It was a boy. He was looking down. The protagonist shouted to Conyer to look at what was happening there. The boy looked down. He looked at his hands. He finally had a body. Then he looked at the boy. Then he ran at him. The main character started shouting, "Why did he suddenly become like this?" Then he asked something wrong. The guy fell to his knees. The main character did not understand what was happening. He approached him. At that moment the guy said that he swears his life to serve him. The cook was shocked. He thought about what they said, that there would be a reward. Why did he need another mouth to feed? Then he scratched his head. Another hungry mouth. Well, he added that the guy at least has great potential and good characteristics. And the young man fists, his characteristics, class, holy sword, type, path, level 601, attack power 5916, defense 3173, potential 159, skills, militarized swordsmanship, invincibility of the holy sword, tenacity, God's blessing and curse. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and said that it means he can live his life, he is free. And the boy continued to say that he was Conyer, he would serve Min Hyuk. The protagonist raised his hands and said that he did not have to serve him, he could go. Well, the boy continued to say that he was so kind to him, looked into his eyes and said that he would protect him, then grabbed his hand, and the protagonist thought that this was deja vu, exhaled, then turned to him. The boy raised his head and asked if he knew how to cook ramen. The boy smiled, then said that he knew how to cook. Well, what is ramen? The protagonist replied that this is the reason why combat statistics are a simple deception. Day, the count's estate. He is sitting at the table. The man tells him that the chimera he forced this time is real art. There were many people at the table. They discussed that it seems that he rested in vain in the mining operations. Everything went well. Destroying professional testers with chimeras would not be so convenient, but the monster handled it. The man smiled and said that it was perfect to convey to the humble commoners who did not realize the great meaning of the nobles. Then he thought, from the emperor's side they would deal with him, he would just take advantage of it. Then he looked away and thought that if he thought about it like that, it was time for the sir to come. Then something distracted him. They heard a rumble. What was happening? A guard ran into the room. He said that an intruder had entered the estate. He was all cut up. The other guards prepared themselves, looked at him. The count looked up and said that it was that child. Conyer stood in front. He realized that it was that chimera. The boy looked up and said with a smile that today he learned how to cook ramen. Everyone around did not understand what he was talking about. He approached one of the guards and asked when he made soup, did he put in the noodles first or pour in the water? The man thought about it. He did not understand what was happening, then said that he probably should pour in the water first. The boy struck. Blood was everywhere. The count looked at all this and did not understand how he could defeat the knight in one fell swoop. Then something else surprised him. The main character entered the room. He said that it was that guy. He remembered what happened in the basement. It was that priest. He shouted that he tricked him. He thinks he can get away with it. And the guy just looked at him and said that maybe he should worry about himself. The man was furious. There was a guy in front of him. Everyone around him was already dead. In the blink of an eye he killed everyone. The man gritted his teeth. He raised his hand up and said how dare they touch him. If he pressed this button, the underground chimera factory would be destroyed. He held the button with trembling hands and added that without proof they were just terrorists. Then he smiled and added that it seemed they did not know that he was on short terms with the emperor. The young man stretched and said that this was a little problematic. The emperor appeared behind the man and said that this was definitely a bit of a problem. He came out, looked at him. The man started saying that this was his majesty. He fell at his feet and said that he was framed. This was a conspiracy. They suddenly broke in here and attacked him. The emperor looked at him and said that he saw that he could get up. The man got up and smiled, and the emperor clenched his fist and with a smile said that yes, this is perfect. Then he punched him right in the chest. The nobleman fell. Everyone else was also under fire. Harming his people is a sin. Child abuse is a crime. Mass murder of people using a chimera is a crime. Too much to declare. Looked at all of them and said that for all this, they are sentenced to death. The protagonist smiled, picked up the dagger and said that since that is the case, he wants to give the king a dagger that causes pain that a chimera would cause. The man smiled and asked like this, "What a wonderful blade." The guy offered him to try. The man asked like this, and the screams of pain began to be heard from the castle. Sounds came from the estate. They said that they were hungry. The man stood right in front of the emperor. In the background, the souls of the nobles were flying. They were screaming that there was nothing to eat here. They were so hungry. The guy raised his blade and asked where did His Majesty the Emperor come from. The man looked away. He said that he asked Lord Koru a favor without telling about the countess. At first he did not believe. The girl was hiding behind the man's hand. He remembered how she came to them when this child appeared, gave detailed testimony. He was convinced that it was true. Then for now he said that the guy should do something for him. And Found smiled and said that maybe first it was worth having a snack before talking. He raised his hand up and smiled. The aroma was all over. The girl said that everything was ready. The table was full of food. Indian curry was also there. The guy's mouth was watering. In the background of the man they discussed whether he was always like this. There was also a cocktail in front of him. He decided to try the blueberry lassi. He took a sip and closed his eyes from the taste. Carefully crushed blueberries in a sweet and sour cocktail. This freshness just makes his appetite swell. Then he looked at the flatbread, put curry on it. Now he needs to spread it with more curry, put a piece of meat on top and wrap it up, eat it in one bite. He started chewing. The sweet curry filled his mouth. He looked at it all. The spicy curry with the garlic flatbread is a perfect match. Sweet Indian curry is just better. Then he took a piece of chicken leg, tandoori chicken. Look at this fried chicken, but isn't it perfect? She tore it apart, started eating it with the cocktail. What a spicy sweet combination. This is all the juice, now a sip of the cocktail. He enjoyed it. He licked the spoon and thought that it was so delicious that hesitating was a waste of time. A girl came up to him from behind. She came up to him and asked what he could do besides the curry. She had a favor to ask. The guy lowered his head and told her to wait, but she started screaming and asking why he couldn't take them into the team. Well, the guy got angry and asked what was wrong with her, then said that he wasn't even going to ask her about it. Other children came up to them. She turned around and looked at them and said that all the children who were in prison were orphans, and where should I live? Then she asked if he could take them in. The guy looked at her quite seriously. Then he looked at the children. He exhaled and agreed, okay, as you say, asked his comrade to take these children to the estate. They looked out the window as the children enjoyed the sunlight, and the emperor said that the last problem was. The emperor looked at the boy and said that they could finish talking on the way to the castle, let's say, confidentially. The chariot was driving through the forest. The blonde said that in the end, the power could not remove the curse of His Majesty. The man took off his wig. The blonde explained that this happened because it turned out to be very powerful. His bald head sparkled so much that the boy put on glasses. And then the emperor asked if the main character is not corrected by curses in 1 or 2, and the man answered that this is why he brought him. The young man took off his glasses, thought that if this is a curse, maybe he should cook food that removes the debuff with a strong skill. He understood the hand, thought that one day, when a recipe needed by another person has been created. You can check out the recipe for soup and seaweed and stewed tofu. The buff size is calculated as the dish is cooked. Bingo, thought the guy. He smiled and thought that this is why before removing the curse. He raised his head and turned to His Majesty, said that he thought he could remove the curse. The man was shocked. Why did he add that there was one problem? The emperor approached him and asked what was the matter he should say. And the young man smiled and said, has he heard of the buff size? He looked at the man and said that removing his curse requires more buffs than he can arrange. And the man asked how it could be otherwise. The guy raised his hand and said that although the buff size is initially limited, if he eats local specialties, the buffs are temporarily increased. Then he opened one eye and added, a question about what specialties are in the empire. The man looked at him and asked again, why did he say it was buckwheat? He was shocked. He imagined many dishes made from buckwheat. He put his hand on his chest and said that he would cope with the curse. The dragon thought about how many deaths there had been, who was responsible. Brothers, until we meet again, I am ready to welcome any owner. The dragon hung in the atmosphere. Then he hatched, looked up. The man leaned over to him and asked what upset him so much that he almost cried when he hatched. There were 2 dragons and a man in front of him. He smiled. The man asked if he was okay. Then with a smile she asked if his brothers weren't cool. The dragon stroked his head and thought that this was where he should be. He closed his eyes and thought that this man was so warm. He sat down on the ground, a screen appeared behind him. New card, work quest to find the last remaining dragon of destruction, rank, royal, restrictions, royal rank, reward, change to dragon lord class, penalty for failure, cannot change class to dragon lord. Description, you have the opportunity to test yourself as a royal class, find the last remaining dragon of destruction from the 4 legendary dragons. If you meet a dragon knight, you can get information. He looked at this and thought about the royal class, dragon lord. He lowered his head, imagined a small dragon. This is the class where everything depends on the effort made. Tempting, but here is a baby dragon that has just hatched. Then one of the dragons tapped him on the shoulder. The man was very surprised. At this moment, an adult dragon was already sitting in front of him. It was a poisonous dragon. The man did not understand when it managed to grow up. He looked at it and said that he grew up like this only after being born. Then he thought, is this the power from the main character? But most likely not. Then he smiled and said that it was still great, everyone had grown up enough. The dragons looked at him. He said that it was time to go look for the remaining brothers. They were standing in the forest. The man said that if they were ready they could give orders. They all gave orders very loudly. He added that he liked their mood. The emperor was sitting at the table and said that he had been waiting for a long time. Here are the signature dishes of the empire. The guy stood in shock. There was a whole shining table in front of him. There was a lot of buckwheat food on the table in different forms. He took buckwheat noodles. It had cooled down a little, but he felt its dough well. He couldn't wait to try it. He drank the soup and thought that he should start with it. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. He imagined the soup. It was really refreshing. Seaweed and green onions sprinkled on top enhance its consistency. Finally, the best part, it goes well with spicy wasabi, which emphasizes the taste. He also thought that it was incredibly delicious on its own, but what if you try it with noodles? He took the noodles. He ate them. The noodles added softness to the cold soup. They went well with the sweet and sour taste and seemed to swirl in his mouth. Then he took a pancake. Now it was his turn. He looked at the buckwheat pancake and thought, is this kimchi inside, wrapped in a pancake? He ate it. It was incredibly delicious, a little crispy, piquant wheat crust, spicy filling mixed with vermicelli and onion and kimchi. This combination is just fantastic. Then he looked at the next plate. Finally, there were greens and jelly on the plate. Of course, when it comes to buckwheat, you can't forget about it. He poured sauce, sesame oil and sesame seeds. He tried it. He was delighted with the taste. What kind of ultimate elasticity is this, and at the same time crispy and spicy, hot to tears? Why did he smile and say that he ate well? He thinks the buff power is now at its maximum. The emperor came up to him and said what it means. The guy raised his hand and interrupted him, said that of course it was time, they need to prepare everything he was talking about. Day, castle. The man looked down and thought about what it was. In front of them on the floor was some kind of circle. He asked what the hell it was, a spell circle. And the young man answered that everything was ready for the shine. Did he believe it? Then the guy said that first you need to take off your wig. The man did it. Everyone around was blinded by his bald head. The main character said that it was a terrible curse. Then he looked at his comrade and said to get ready, asked if he was ready. The man said yes. The guy took the microphone, and the man the flute. The man began to play the flute, and the young man shouted into the microphone, grow hair, grow. And he repeated this phrase over and over again. The emperor stood in shock. He was a little surprised. Then the guy shouted that he should sing with them too. He got angry. He didn't want to sing. Then he took the microphone and started singing, right now, grow hair on my head, well, pretty quietly. The young man said that he should believe in what he sings about, more expression and energy, grow hair. The man started singing with all his might, big black hair, grow, 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 grow hair. Well, the guy told him that he didn't feel despair, and the man replied that he put all the resentment he had felt so far into his voice. He tensed up, his teeth clenched. The guy was shocked. At that moment, the emperor raised his head and started shouting with all his might for his hair to grow. It seemed that he could be heard even outside the castle. Then the guy handed him something and said that this was the promised material. The man nodded and thanked him. The teeth disappeared. It was a whole table of food. He said that it was the first time he saw such an appetizing seaweed and tofu soup. The guy smiled and said that he could finally eat this food. He thought to himself that it was a rare variety, but it was not that difficult to make his hair grow. The man took the chopsticks. He took a piece of tofu. It was well cooked and the texture was wonderful. He tried the soup. The taste of the seaweed soup was also deep, wonderful. All the plates were empty. He ate everything at once. He began to check his head. It did not seem that anything had changed. It was daytime. The young man said that it takes time for the effect to appear. Tomorrow he will wake up and feel the changes. The man said that he will look. Morning follows night. The man went to the mirror and began to say what it is. He screamed so loudly that the guy heard him from the corridor. He ran to him and asked what it was. Long luxurious hair, his dish. The man said that it was a miracle, the guy can be proud. At that moment, he looked at the emperor in shock. He had long thick hair. Then he looked at the steam and said what a result in just one day. He was so grateful that he had to reward him. The guy just looked at him silently. Then he put his hand on his chest and said that he only served food. It was day. New card, you have reached the maximum closeness to the emperor. The guy smiled. New card, you have received the title, the one who eats even the back of the emperor. The man lowered his head and said that he would really like to spend time with him. Could he serve him food even when there are no curses on him? At this point, the young man said that there is one condition. And the emperor said anything. The guy looked at him and with shining eyes asked if he could call him brother. And the man laughed and said that of course he could address him freely. The boy was very happy. His nose started bleeding. The man noticed this and asked if he was sick, after which the young man wiped the blood and said that yes, everything is fine, he is just very busy cooking, and he thought that in truth it is because of the singing. The emperor was very surprised. He put his hand on the cat and said that this is a warehouse. He also said that he cannot pass by. The guy began to have new cards, received rewards for the quest The Emperor's Curse. You can choose 3 artifacts from the Emperor's warehouse. The man said that he will give him any 3 artifacts that he wants from the Imperial warehouse. After some time, someone was holding onto the corner. The young man was surprised. There were many chests in front of him. This is the Imperial warehouse of artifacts. He began to turn his head and said that since there are so many here, there must be at least one cooking tool, right? He took a step forward. He looked up, he looked around, but did not find anything suitable. He was disappointed. He took a bow, a sword, and boots, decided that he would give it to Beanie and Conair. They really appreciated it. The guy smiled and said he was glad they liked it. Then he turned around. A new window appeared. It said, Customer Service Center, Holy Sword, Collection Information. The guy turned around. There's a customer service center. What did they warn me about? New card. Hello users, this is the customer service center. The Holy Sword is an artifact that cannot be owned, but due to a system error, it belongs to the user Manhwa, so we plan to return it. New card. In exchange, the user will receive a reward, 2 treasures of the 4 great kings of the Demon Kingdom. The young man realized that he had to take the Holy Sword. Castle. He said that although he cannot own the Holy Sword, he folded his hands and thought that in exchange he would receive 2 items. Isn't it more profitable and easier? He imagined an oven, was delighted and thought that he could give the sword. The oven is much more important. He ran forward, shouting that it was great. We were going to the center of the demons. We would gather the treasure of the 4 great kings and make an oven. The woman was eating sushi, looking at him and asked if she understood correctly that the guy wanted her to tell him about the demon kingdom. At that moment, he looked at her pitifully, which meant yes. Then she asked didn't he say that he would go there even if he didn't know anything. The young man scratched the back of his head. The woman lowered her head and said that this would give him. With this she smiled and said that she was telling him once, so he should listen carefully. It was daytime. The guy was very happy. Suddenly he shouted, if he sets a new record in the Pandemonium Tower, will he be given food on each floor? They began to talk with the pig. He shouted to her that now is not the time, she is leaving soon. Then he stopped. He raised his hand and asked where the tower is located. The woman put her hand to her forehead and said that it would be better to ask Arvel. He was constructing the tower. And he asked again. The woman introduced the man. They call him the Sage of the Demon World. He listened to her attentively. She said that he was a powerful demon with a tough character. Then she smiled and said that she thought he would not have problems. Night, forest. The guy walked and looked around. He looked at the pig and his friend and asked if they were ready. Both answered that they were ready. And the young man opened the inventory and said that everything was ready. They were moving out today. The pig grunted. He took a step forward. In front of them was a huge hole. This was the entrance. They came closer. The guy said that they should wait for him here. The boy answered in the affirmative. He took a step forward. He fell and fell to the ground. It hurt. Then he stood up. Someone was standing in front of him. The man looked at him and said that entering these lamps. And the bear looked at him. He was surprised. In front of him stood a man with glowing eyes. He said that he must be an idiot. It was the Sage of the Demon Kingdom, Arvel. He folded his arms and said that he certainly had courage. And then he shouted for him to die. The protagonist tensed up. Then he hid behind a shield and offered the demon something to eat. The man gritted his teeth and said that he was an idiot. What a banal trick. But he still defended himself, said that no, he just wanted to talk. Then he received a second blow, said that it seemed that the man was not in the mood for conversation. Then he took out some things from his inventory, said that for starters, a huge table of food appeared. He spread his hands. There was meat and barbecue. The man got even more angry and asked what this guy was doing. Was he laughing at him? Well, the guy denied it. Then he smiled and said that as he said, he needed to tell him something. He received another blow, reacted to this with a smile. The man said that he irritates her, and because of this barrier he cannot kill him. And he took a piece of meat and said that he cannot resist, he will have to eat alone. He began to fry it. The demon looked at it and said that if this barrier disappears. At this moment, the young man had already collected an envelope of meat, rice, and cabbage. The demon began to drool, only he this barrier. And now the main character is about to put this envelope in his mouth as the man asks him to stop. He looked at him and asked if he wanted to join the meal. The man stood and caught his drool. Then he got angry and told the young man not to joke with him. Well, the guy just smiled and told him to come in. This is the friendly zone, the man said temptingly. He looked to the side and said that if this is the friendly zone. He looked at the meat that was being fried. He went inside. He approached the meat. He tried a piece. He opened his eyes. He enjoyed the taste. It was excellent. As soon as the piece was in his mouth, the meat melted on his tongue, so soft, tender, in a sweet and salty marinade. Had he ever eaten anything tastier than this? Then he continued chewing. And the guy turned to him, handed him a bowl of soup and said that he could eat not only ribs, he could try an eggman. The man asked if it was true that he could eat this too. Then he tried it. It was so delicious. It went well with the fat of the marinated ribs. The combination of sour soup and meat was simply excellent. He ate and said that everything was so delicious that he could not stop. The main character smiled and thought that just a little more, opened the inventory, and asked if the demon wanted to drink. He turned and looked at him. The guy took out lemonade, said that he had prepared fruit juice. He handed it over and offered to drink it together. The demon put down a glass of lemonade and said that this is why he killed a lot in the past. Then he picked it up and said that by the age of 5 he had mastered magic on his own. Then he raised his hand up and said that when he closed his eyes he could hear demons screaming. It was driving him crazy. Demons who claimed to be like him had to walk around the devil's tower at least twice. The boy listened to him and thought that they were saying that drunken habits were unpleasant, but he smiled, remembered the woman and thought that something like. He remembered how the man took the first glass and asked if it was fruit juice or not, and the boy replied that yes, it was sweet, it would go great with meat, he had to try it. The man tried it and said that it was very tasty. You drink it and it just makes you feel better. And the boy at that moment looked at him in surprise and smiled. The man said that when he was little, he had nothing like that, but how great it would be. He started drinking straight from the bottle and said that that's why he goes back and forth, this time blah blah blah. Then the man lowered his head, leaned on his hand. The guy thought that yes, he had a serious craving for alcohol. He asked why the demon disciple was doing this, and the young man put his hand on his back and said that he should cheer up. The man turned and said that his cooking was simply delicious. If he went with him, he could eat this every day. The protagonist was delighted and asked what he was doing this for. The man smiled and told him to wait, said that he would give him something interesting. The guy was even a little scared. He was really fired up. What did he want to do? At that moment, the demon picked up a document. He wrote an oath of allegiance, said that now he could be with him. The guy looked at this oath in shock. A new card, the Sage of the Demon World, swears allegiance to you for 1 week. As a reward for taking the oath of allegiance, you will be given a table of the tower's reward list. The demon smiled. An NPC with a level higher than yours swears allegiance to you. The NPC's stats will drop significantly. The guy started screaming. Did he ask for this? It was night, and the demon smiled and asked why he was screaming like that. By the way, his favorite meat is pork. Meanwhile, above the entrance, the guy poured water into the vat. First you need to boil it. Then he put the noodles in there. When it boils, add the broth and noodles. He looked at the fire, then covered it with a lid and cooked for 3 minutes over medium heat. He looked at the pan. This is how the perfect ramen turns out. Then he fell to his knees. A card appeared. You failed the quest to cook the best ramen at level 1. The boy said upset that he failed the test again. When will he succeed? The pig looked at him and was sad. She touched his hand. He paid attention to her. At that moment, she practically sold it to him and grunted that she would teach him. Then she looked at him and he grunted again. Don't worry, I'll tell you the answer. Then he grunted 3 more times, asked him to wait 10 minutes. The boy looked at her in surprise. He smiled. He really liked it. Then he looked into the pot. There was more ramen. Nothing was boiling. He was shocked. He took the pig and said that it was cool. How did she do it? He also said that he wanted to be like her. He lifted it up and praised it. Some time passed. A man was approaching. He looked at his comrades. One of them asked what it was. The other answered that he thought he heard something. The man with red hair said that he heard nothing. Maybe he was just nervous. But the blonde folded his arms and said, well, the instructions were received. He did not see anyone here except them. But one of them continued to look ahead and say that he was sure that he heard something. Then they smelled what it smelled like. What was it that was so delicious? It smelled so appetizing. They followed the smell and realized it was ramen. And then they saw a guy sitting there cooking. There was a man there. He was cooking. They kept talking, saying that he was actually being cooked like a pig and that he looked so appetizing. And the guy kept cooking. The blonde frowned and said that he looked cheerful. He took a step forward. He knocked the pot over with his foot. Then he asked who gave him permission to cook here. The boy looked up. They didn't understand what was wrong with his face. The man smiled slyly and asked if he wanted to go home. The guy stood up and walked towards him and said that he was just furious now. He would never forgive him for this. The men started talking, furious, how funny, what would he do? The boy frowned and asked that when he cooks ramen, does he put in the noodles first or pour in the water? The man smiled and said that he put in the water. Then the cartoon asked, is the soup mild or spicy? At that moment, the other two comrades looked at each other. They were discussing whether they should just kill him or maybe beat him first. At that moment, the blonde replied that this soup was not for him. The boy smiled. Then, with crazy eyes, he said that the answer was that any ramen was delicious. The man looked at him, asked again and said that he was not even joking. If he did not want to die, he should get out of here. After which there was a sharp movement, and something sharp flew into the blonde's neck. Blood poured out. He opened his mouth, blood poured out from everywhere. He did not understand where it came from. A new card, life, vital organs were damaged, you received fatal damage, health is reduced by 40%. At that moment, the guy was holding the second stick in his hands. The man was discussing what happened, what he was doing. A man with red hair began to attack him. He told everyone to get out of the way. He began to hit the ground with a sledgehammer, a debuff destroyer. The guy looked at him. Then he began to collect energy in his sieve. He used a special sword, the Chimera net. His eyes were burning with a blue flame. After which this man also began to spit blood. He did not understand what kind of sword it was. He fell to his knees, and the guy smiled and said that he thought they wanted to answer the question, what do they add to ramen, cheese or rice? They looked at him with horror. With anger, their brows furrowed. They clenched their fists. He was talking about soup again. At that moment, the third of his comrades tried to attack him and shouted that he was adding cheese. The boy smiled, maybe he should put both. Then he looked to the side. Some kind of bush formed behind him, which enveloped his legs. Is this crack in the ground emanating an old aura? The man continued to run at him and said that he was finished. He was caught. He smiled and told this guy to try cheese ramen. And the man with red hair said that it did not matter. Suddenly, someone's silhouette appeared. There was a man. He whistled his teeth, called out to them. The protagonist stood next to the boy and asked how they dared to touch his younger brother. The hero stood between his brother and the attackers. He got angry. The enemy frowned and cursed. The man recognized the guy as the killer with the frying pan. The brunette looked menacingly at the enemies. Conyer was sitting behind him. One of the bandits shouted to report to Ken Rahul right away. The hero frowned with displeasure. The brother touched the guy's shoulder and complained that he was wounded. Min Hayek turned around anxiously and asked where. The young man showed a scratch on his hand. The cook was furious that they dared to touch his younger brother. The villains watched this scene with dismay. One of the men gritted his teeth in irritation and used the Poison King's reward. Poison shurikens flew at the brothers. A pig with a bowler hat on her head ran forward to use absolute defense. She spread her paws and a shield appeared. The hero jerked and quickly appeared next to the enemy. The man's eyes widened. The bearded man turned around at the scream. Jin Ko is forced to log out. The red-haired man raised his weapon over his head. His body was emitting red light. He squeezed the handle. When you strike with the cursed hammer, your body explodes, dealing 500% damage to enemies. A sharp sound. The hero dealt a slash to the enemy. He dropped the hammer. The enemy fell to the ground and looked at the guy from under his brows. Min Hayek looked down at his opponent and asked him to tell Ken Rahul that he was coming. The man's eyes widened. Lock-in is forced to log out. The blonde was walking through the night forest. He stopped. Someone called him. A girl ran up to him. The man turned around and asked her what was wrong. She was breathing heavily and nervously. The girl said that the killer with the frying pan was in the pandemonium shelter. His eyes widened. He remembered the main character who ruined his plans every time. The blonde put out his hand with a fan and ordered the girl to send 2 black stone lords to the shelter. Ken Rahul looked at his interlocutor predatorily. His face was covered in blood. He demanded to find and destroy the hero. Laughter was heard near the tower. Arvel was happily gobbling up the dishes. The brunette looked at him with envy. Arvel had already managed to eat several meat dishes. The guy grabbed his head and said that the sage ate more than all his vassals. He clenched his fist and winced. Now he at least had a table of the tower strategy. The brunette approached the man and smiled nervously, offering to begin already. His younger brother looked at the empty dishes. There was food somewhere there. Night. The young man said that he decided to stay here and cook ramen. Conyer looked at his brother with confidence. Min Hayek looked at him in surprise and asked again. Arvel was cuddling the pig. The boy was glowing with anticipation. He said that he had to learn how to make ramen. His eyes were shining. The boy said that the hero would not be harmed in the tower. The cook smiled tensely and wondered if ramen was that difficult. He patted his brother on the head and agreed. Min Hayek turned around before leaving and smiled. He and Arvel headed to the tower. Conyer happily waved after them and promised to make delicious ramen. The next minute, tears began to flow from his eyes. The boy was hysterical and indignant at why he could not make delicious ramen. He looked up. A man in a mask was leaning over him. Connor looked at him in surprise. The man looked like his brother. The boy jumped up and replied that he was not sleeping, but learning how to make ramen. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of ramen he wanted to cook well. The guy said that he was learning to cook the most common ramen. The interlocutor chuckled and said that he had one solution. He looked at the young man carefully. He listened intently. The guy was shocked by the advice of the interlocutor. The man said that ordinary ramen would be delicious if you cook it strictly according to the recipe. They laid out the ingredients. The young man watched in admiration. His mouth was watering. The dish was ready. Here it was, the dish that Connor wanted to cook. He hugged the man and thanked him. The dragons behind him listened to the aroma. The young man smiled dreamily and said that he would cook it when Manhwa returned. A man in a golden robe approached them and said that they were blocking the road. The masked man came closer and said that they would leave now. Connor looked at the robe in admiration. He looked at the player and noted that his clothes were shining. The masked man winced when he heard the other call the young man retarded. He glared at him and said that he was overdoing it. Two companions approached the robed man. Their faces twisted into a grin. The masked man's eyes flashed. Dark energy appeared around him. His hand became covered in scales. He said that he would help them understand. Clumps of energy floated around him. He bared his teeth. There were more opponents. They stood in front of him and noted that this dragon tamer seemed to be able to do something. The opponent smirked and hinted to his teammate to use powerful magic. The brunette in the mask suddenly appeared right in front of the wizard. He grabbed him by the throat. The magician's protective armor began to crumble. The dragon tamer looked at his enemy predatorily. Only fragments remained in his hands. The man in the robe was frightened and surprised that he had single-handedly dealt with a player from the top 20 faction. The girl pulled her bow. The leader ordered her to shoot the enemy. A rain of golden arrows fell on the brunette. He turned around and called Brittany. The black dragon responded. His weapon was engulfed in flames. The dragon tier sword created by the black dragon Brittany, who had temporarily changed his form. The man swung and said, "Let the darkness within me howl." The enemies were engulfed in flames. The man in the robe panicked. He turned around and wanted to give the order to the spellcasters. However, Connor was standing there, armed with a ladle. Two corpses lay next to him. The villain twitched, not understanding what the child was doing there. The young man looked at them menacingly and said that he would be furious if they began to torture the dragon of black flame. The man shuddered, feeling pressure from behind. A large green dragon loomed over him. The player threw his head back in fear. He began to bow sharply and declare that they surrendered. The masked man demanded that they apologize to the boy. The villains apologized. Connor complacently agreed. The villains left, gritting their teeth. The heroes and the two dragons watched them go. The brunette flinched when he heard that the enemies were planning to deal with the frying pan killer. He put his hand on the robed man's shoulder. The man and the boy's eyes flashed furiously. They changed their minds about letting them go. The villain looked at them in fear. He was about to be defeated. At that time, another area of the demon realm. A group of players were blocked by a robed man. He asked if they were going to deal with the frying pan killer. They asked if the man knew where he had gone. The man did not move. The long-haired man asked why they were trying to kill him. The player frowned and replied that it was Kenrahal's order. The boy glared at the opponents and said that he would never forgive those who tried to go against his comrades. The man laughed and asked, "So, otaku are talking?" A slash. The blonde man held out his hand and bared his teeth. He chuckled. What was he going to do with such a basic magic as a magic missile? Suddenly, his vision went blurry. Hit by a magic missile. You are immobilized for 5 seconds. The enemy couldn't move. He couldn't believe that he was immobilized so easily. Several more of the same kind flew at him, prolonging the effect. The man noted that the attack power was very high. Karen was forced to leave the game. The long-haired man chuckled and asked how it felt to leave the game because of some magic missile. The short-haired man frowned and ordered the others to take the wizard. The others rushed to attack. The wizard took out his staff and said that they would not succeed. The guy pierced the enemies with several balls. Ollie's special ability is a super ultra cool magic missile. A gust of wind removed the hood from the wizard. The enemy recognized him. Black Mage Ollie looked at the enemies seriously. Kenrahal's subordinate looked at him in surprise and asked if they were allies with the frying pan killer. The wizard charged a spell for another attack and declared that he would not allow them to touch Manhwa. The players shuddered in fear and tried to stop him. Thunderstorm. Lightning flashed everywhere. Somewhere in the tower, the blonde stopped. You set a new record on the 30th floor of the Pandemonium Tower. Additional hints for the King-class Maestro of Destruction have been received. The man chuckled and said that it was easy. He assumed that the title of First King class would be easy to obtain. Kenrahal turned around at the sound. The guild chat reported that they had encountered a dragon tamer in the current shelter. The blonde read the message and frowned. They still wanted to report about the talented child, but did not have time. Robel, Ankle, Bakar left the game. The man was shocked. Only 2 of them dealt with the guild's elite. against a dozen players. Kenrahul looked at the dialogue box and asked how the situation was. The chat replied that the black mage only dealt with them. The blonde was furious. Both lords were defeated by the frying pan killer's comrades, not even by himself. He was beside himself. The man exclaimed that these brats were making fun of him. Kenrahul's record on the first floor was broken by Anonymous. The blonde looked at the fireworks outside. The first floor of the Demon Kingdom Tower. Manhwa and Arvel walked and looked around. The sage turned around and thought that the tower was still beautiful. He looked at the notification that the record for clearing the first floor of the Pandemonium Tower was set by Kenrahul and was 25,824. Usually the record for clearing the first floor of the Pandemonium Tower is 10,000 points, but this time it was 2.5 times more. The brunette noticed something in the distance. It was a gate. A paw appeared from the shining portal, then a mouth. They were demonic beasts. They rushed at the sage with a roar. He looked at them menacingly. The monsters attacked him first, as the creator of the tower. The man explained this to the hero in advance so that he would strike at the right moment. The brunette hovered above the ground. He looked down and used a rain of daggers. Hundreds of knives pierced the enemies. Arvel looked at him in surprise and said that it was amazing. All the beasts were destroyed. The hero ran up to the sage with a smile. The guy looked at him happily and said that thanks to him, they managed to quickly clear the first floor. The companions looked up. You cleared the first floor. We are recording the score. You set a new record of 100,000 points. 2,500,000 experience points earned. The brunette was happy. Rewards will be added for achieving new records. He looked at it with admiration. Italian pizza, spaghetti carbonara, and steak as an additional reward appeared in front of them. Manhwa looked at the dishes with anticipation. The demon looked at his happy companion and realized that he would not give him a single piece. The hero took a piece of pizza and took a bite. Melted cheese stretched out of his mouth. On the crispy baked dough there was a runny tomato sauce. Even the cheese stretched so well due to its excellent quality. He twirled the pasta on his fork and tasted it. Soft noodles and salty spicy sauce were a perfect combination. The sauce was so thick that it seemed like you were drowning in the paste. The guy took out a soda and washed it down. He turned his gaze to the steak, carefully cut it with a fork and knife. He scooped up meat, salad, and fruit at once and put it in his mouth. The hero was delighted. With the first bite, the umami sauce filled his mouth. A well-fried crust and tender meat inside, the perfect balance. The brunette cried with happiness. The sage watched him in surprise. The boy ate and wiped his lips with satisfaction. The sage put his hand on his shoulder. Arvel sighed and asked if the hero was going to go further or leave. The man frowned. The boy was sitting and eating on a pile of corpses. The cook replied that they were going to the next floor. The long-haired blonde was lying on the ground in blood. He said that he gave up. Ankle was forced to leave the game. Connor turned to the masked man. He called him. A figure in a robe was approaching them. The man looked at him carefully. He recognized the black mage. The red-haired man came closer. The man smiled and introduced Connor to him. The young man greeted him and asked if he was a friend of Black Flame. The wizard replied that he was friends with him and Manhwa. The young man was happy. The magician looked seriously at his companions and said that he had come across those who were hunting the main character. The masked man frowned. The three of them made displeased faces. They would not allow anyone who wanted to touch Manhwa to pass. The blonde man looked at the fireworks. He frowned. All the lords had been defeated, and his record had been broken. The man gritted his teeth and assumed that it was the frying pan killer. He wondered why there were so many strong people around him. Kenrahul covered his face with his hand and decided that it was a pure coincidence that his record had been broken. Anonymous had set a new record. Kenrahul was now in second place. The blonde man glanced at the notification with displeasure. He was shocked. The third floor clearing rank of Pandemonium Tower had been changed. Anonymous had broken Kenrahul's record on the third floor. The man was grinding his teeth. Player Just Wait had broken Kenrahul's record on the fourth floor. The blonde man was furious. He said that he would teach the hero a lesson. Floor 10 of Pandemonium Tower. The hero was shocked. A huge black snake lay before them. The sage looked sternly at the young man and clarified that he remembered his words. The guy looked at his interlocutor and hastened to assure him of this. The sage said that the 10th floor was not originally built for fighting snakes. It must be passed as quickly as possible. The hero remembered asking if he could drink snake wine. The sage then replied that he would die before that. Arvel turned to the hero and advised him to kill as many monsters as he could and quickly move on. The brunette looked serious. He thought that this was too easy for the 10th floor. His eyes widened. A sound was heard from behind. He turned around and saw a snake that had awakened. The monster's eyes were shining gold. The sage looked at him with alarm. The snake opened its mouth. The demon shouted to his companion to run. Arvel panicked. He did not understand why the monster had awakened, because they had not spoken or used skills. The hero was running away from the snake. He turned around. Tears were flowing from the snake's eyes. The guy stopped in surprise. You saw the tears of a predatory snake. You cannot use skills. The young man froze in surprise. The sage shouted at him to come to his senses and run away. The snake grabbed the cook. The sage looked at him in fear and exclaimed. The monster spat out the hero. The guy was sucked into the wall. Arvel watched what was happening in shock. He ran to the wall and tried to follow his partner. However, the passage closed. The man crashed into the wall and staggered. The snake saved him from falling. The sage looked at him in surprise. The monster lowered him to the ground. He looked at the creature that saved him in bewilderment. The snake curled up into a ball. Arvel asked why he threw his food supplier into the dungeon. The hero stood up and sighed. He thought it was difficult. You entered an unknown dungeon. The brunette turned around. He saw what was happening outside. The guy tried to shout to his partner, but he didn't hear. You can't leave until you complete the dungeon. The hero had to find a way out of here. He looked up in surprise. There were rock paintings on the ceiling, images of demonic beasts. The embodiment of light Fenris, the embodiment of the guards of the 4 legendary dragons, the embodiment of death, a predatory snake. The guy looked at the drawings. He wondered if it was an avatar. The drawing moved. A question mark appeared. It lit up. A pig with a sword appeared in its place. It's Beanie. The hero thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Beanie also likes to eat, but in the picture, he holds a sword. An image of a dragon appeared next to the pig. The brunette looked at it in surprise and thought that it was not like his father's dragons. This one is much bigger than the others. Your pet is the embodiment of gluttony. The embodiment of gluttony, a fragment of the golden crown. You have fulfilled the conditions for viewing the quest. You can watch a video about the birth of the embodiment of gluttony. The hero was offered to watch Beanie's past. If you do not want to watch it, please say, I refuse. The guy resolutely looked forward and agreed. You decided to watch the video. The brunette closed his eyes. While watching, the character becomes invulnerable. 500 years ago, chaos began to spread across the continents. The cause of the chaos were the Guardians. In the past, they lived together in a utopia, but for some reason, some guards began to attack others. At that time, they were killing each other. As a result, the flames of chaos engulfed the continents. Those who could not stand aside began to act. A man was walking on the grass. It was the messenger of the incarnate Verugo. She asked the interlocutor if he had heard about the materials provided by Molderon and that the guards had been brainwashed. The long-haired brunette looked at her seriously and said that this was why they needed to talk. It was the Dragon Lord Varenikel. He had found the culprit. The man crossed his arms and said that the Black Dragon Boruman was to blame. The woman was surprised. She said that the Black Dragon was known for its incredible magic and strength. Verugo asked if there were any countermeasures. The man frowned and replied that he had come up with something. He looked closely at the interlocutor and said, Absolute God. She tensed up and said that if they woke him up, it would destroy everyone. A man approached them. He smiled and said that this would also help them all survive. Varenikel and Verugo turned around. In front of them stood a man in a robe, Archmage Molderon. 500 years ago, the place where the absolute divine water was sealed. The Archmage, the Dragon Lord, and the messenger Verugo gathered together. The woman hesitated. She asked if everything would be okay. The mage smiled and said that who knows, but this is definitely a chance. They looked forward resolutely. Molderon said that he would remove the seal, and they would use the powers of the divine beasts at the same time. 1, 2, 3, a magic circle glowed on the wall. The stone underneath it cracked. The wall was collapsing. The companions looked at it tensely. A small paw appeared. A pig came out of the wall. Those present looked at it in surprise. Could it be that this is the absolute deity? The pig smiled. The video of the birth of the embodiment of the soul of food ended. The protagonist froze in surprise. Beanie was the absolute deity. A red notebook appeared in front of the guy. He wondered what Shiksen was. The diary of the embodiment of gluttony was received. The manuscript was glowing. It contained Beanie's thoughts about who she was. There was only one creature next to her. She called herself Athene. The pig wrote that she could be a disaster or a salvation for this world. Then the goddess placed her in a coffin and gave her many delicacies. A year passed, 3 years, 5. Beanie ate a lot of delicious food. But for some reason, tears began to flow. Who is she? Why should she be here alone? How long will she have to be alone? She spent decades like this in tears, but something unexpected happened. She heard people behind the walls. The coffin, which seemed to never be opened, swung open. And for the first time, she smiled. The hero looked ahead sadly. Did Beanie really have such a past? The pig approached him and looked at him questioningly. When the conditions are met, a quest is created, awakening a pet fragment of the golden crown. The brunette looked at her. He smiled and offered the pig something tasty to eat later. Beanie smiled. Pet awakening quest. Fragment of the golden crown. Rank 300. Restriction: the owner of the embodiment of gluttony who has reached the temple of embodiment. Reward: awakening the embodiment of gluttony, a video of her birth. Penalty for failure: the embodiment of gluttony will never awaken. Description: collect the fragments of the golden crown scattered throughout the world so that the embodiment of gluttony can regain its original power. Number of fragments: 0 of 3. Manhwa and the pig came out of the portal. The sage looked at him worriedly and asked if everything was okay. He said that the snake did not want to harm them. The pig jumped to the ground. The snake approached her. He looked closely and burst into tears. Beanie hugged him. The pet rose into the air and lit up. The predatory snake, like a gatekeeper, gives you a part of the reward for a new record. The brunette narrowed his eyes and wondered what the reward was for. A bowl appeared in the pig's hands. Vietnamese rice noodles and Vietnamese fried rice were received. Beanie showed the dish to the owner. The hero smiled happily. His mouth began to water. He exclaimed that the predatory snake was cool. The guy and his pet sat down at the table. Manhwa scooped up the broth. The brunette blew on the spoon. He tried the twisted noodles and the chicken broth. The piquant taste emphasizes the texture. Chopped chicken in hot soup is very satisfying. The cook sipped the liquid and noted that the broth was simply excellent. The young man put his hand to his chest and smiled. Next to try was com chien, Vietnamese fried rice. The spices literally soak the soft rice grains. The meat, shrimp, carrots and onions are just right, incredibly tasty. Manhwa chewed contentedly. The sweet pineapple was tastier than he thought. He opened his eyes and looked at his pet. The hero smiled and asked Beanie if she liked it. The pig lifted her fork approvingly. They finished eating and went to complete the quest. The Alecree stayed on the 14th floor of the Pandemonium Tower. A girl with brown hair was indignant and shouting at someone, asking what the hell he did and why it wasn't raining. The black lamb crossed his paws and turned away. The brown-haired girl exclaimed that if he wanted something, let him say so. A servant came up to her and said that if things continued like this, the entire estate would dry up and curl up. The girl shouted that she knew about it. In this demonic kingdom where it never rains, with the power of Queen Baphomet, the territory can be developed like this. The woman frowned. She shook the lamb and asked discontentedly why there was no rain. A girl with horns ran up to her and called. Milady replied that she was busy. The maid looked at her mistress with alarm and said that a man wanted to see her. The brown-haired woman turned around in surprise. The maid said that it was about water. The ruler's eyes widened. The man said that he could create water. The brown-haired woman sat on the throne, leaning her elbow on her hand. She looked closely at the guest and clarified that he knew what she wanted. The hero put his hand on his chest and smiled. Manhwa replied that he heard that they were trying to solve the drought problem here. He said that he could give as much water as needed. The woman frowned. She suggested that they first talk about places. A dried-up pit from a lake. This place was a reservoir. The hero and the woman looked down. She looked gloomy. The guy listened carefully. The ruler said that now it was just a crevice. The brunette turned around and asked if he could really fill this place with water. The brunette nodded confidently. He closed his eyes and raised his hand. The ring on his finger glowed. Drops appeared around the artifact. The woman turned towards the sound. A huge stream of water appeared in front of her. She opened her mouth in surprise. The reservoir was rapidly filling with water. The ruler looked down in surprise. There was a whole lake in front of the interlocutors. Manhwa smiled and asked if this was enough. The brunette looked at him seriously and asked what kind of ring it was. The hero looked at the artifact with a smile and replied that it was the treasure of Robes, the god of the sea. He received it in the Sea of the Valkyrie Kingdom. Item: Robes ring. Rank: Epic. Restriction: Sacred Power Indicator 500. Durability: 4000 over 4000. Special abilities: Robes Tsunami Skills and Repentance. Description: the ring contains the power of Robes, the god of the seas, controls water and purifies evil hearts. The ruler looked closely. She thought that with this ring, replenishing water supplies would be easy. The woman asked if the hero would sell this ring. He folded his arms and said that he would agree for a fragment of a golden crown. The brunette refused. She crossed her arms and said that this treasure was passed down to her from her ancestors. The fact that he gave water was not enough. The guy turned his attention to the black sheep. The girl said that she would give the fragment of the crown if he made it rain, which they needed for farming. The sheep snorted. The brunette was upset. Would he really fail such a quest? He asked what about their most delicious dishes. The ruler looked at him and said that this could be arranged. They have a popular food. A sage approached them. He was led by a ram. The man held a crystal in his hand. The item was a weakened Baphomet summoning stone. Special ability: the stone could be used to summon a weakened Baphomet for 3 hours. The hero tried to snatch it. He exclaimed, "Why are you using such a precious stone now?" Arvel replied that he had heard that the young man had to free the queen's heart. He looked at the hero and asked if it would be better to find out what the sheep would do. Manhwa froze. The brunette doubted that it would work. The sheep touched its muzzle thoughtfully. While the companions were arguing, the animal approached the goat accompanying the sage. The animals exchanged glances. The sheep fell in love. The hero watched what was happening in shock. The sage smiled and said that no one knows the sheep's heart better than her. The woman was shaking. She looked at those present in surprise and exclaimed that every time she asked for rain, there was no reaction, and the sheep needed it. The cook smiled and reminded them of the reward. The ruler shuddered and replied that a promise is a promise. You have received one fragment of the golden crown. You have received a fantastic set of options of the demonic realm. You have received fresh milk from Queen Baphomet. The hero looked at the notifications. The brunette said that the golden crown fragment contained incredible power, and only the owner of the sacred one could use it. The ruler smiled. She wanted to say something, but the guy interrupted her. He was drooling and asked to step away for a couple of minutes. The hero left her alone. There was a lot of food on the table. The reward was gopchang. Min Hayek prepared his chopsticks and thought about where to start. He took a piece of meat and chewed. Rays poured out of his eyes. He was eating something like this for the first time. The guy was shocked. The salty sauce on sesame oil emphasized the taste. The brunette stuffed his mouth. Makchang is simply perfect with fried side dish. The crispy crust of dichang and the most tender fat fill the mouth. The hero was happy to the point of trembling. He said that it tasted like spicy oil, but that's the whole charm. Then he tried a pot of tripe. The guy thanked him for the food. He sighed with satisfaction. Min Hayek leaned back and muttered that he could use some milk. The sheep were flirting nearby. The hero licked his lips. He would like to drink something, but he had to work. Birth of the embodiment of gluttony, viewing conditions met. The video will start now. The Archmage, the Dragon Lord, and the messenger looked at the pig. They wondered if she really was the absolute deity. The pig took a step. The sacred beast tensed up. The pig looked at them questioningly. The companions decided to bring her to the control room first, because while she was there, her powers would be sealed. The pig did not understand anything. The Archmage frowned. He said that they needed to decide what to do with the absolute deity. Should they go to Boromon? He leaned against the glass in fear. The pig disappeared. The man shuddered. Someone grunted behind him. The magician turned around. He didn't understand how she got out of the control room. The pig disappeared and moved to the white wolf. She landed on him. It seemed that she had just used Fenrir's ability, the speed of light. The wolf growled and dropped the animal. He was asked not to attack the absolute deity. The pig opened its eyes and stretched out its paw in front of the beast. Moldoran was shocked. This technique, Dragon Shield, belongs to the Dragon of Destruction. The representatives of the incarnations and the people were afraid in the face of the absolute deity. What would happen if it fell into the hands of Boromon? Because of this, the absolute deity was left alone again, and the last war on the continent broke out. The people killed each other. They hated each other. The guardians tried to reason with them. The mage urged them not to follow the black dragon's lead. The white wolf howled. A serenade of light. A glow appeared around the soldiers. They wondered why they were fighting at all. However, another voice said that they were useless. It was the black dragon. He appeared before the humans and the guardians. Boromon, the dragon, commanded the humans to hate each other. Dark energy enveloped the warriors. The Archmage watched as they began to kill again. Moldoran gritted his teeth and said that they had no choice. The dragon looked at him. The mage shouted at them to prepare to fight the black dragon. The huge lizard bared its teeth. The humans and the guardians fought against Boromon. They threw all their strength into this battle. However, they realized too late that they could not stand against him. The Archmage looked at the enemy in shock. He said that they could not win. The man opened the book and muttered that there was nothing else to do. Varugo looked at him worriedly and asked what he was doing. Moldoran tore out the sheet with the magic seal and said that he would seal the dragon even if it cost him his life. The Chamber of Eternity was destroyed. The pig was freed. The mage looked at the animal in surprise. The wizard thought that even this was so easy for her, but she did not come out, knowing that they were afraid of her. The pig armed herself with a sword and looked at the enemy with determination. The dragon grinned and said that no matter what divine power she had, she could not defeat her. The Archmage looked at her worriedly. The pig fought furiously for them. The dragon was bleeding. He was lying on the ground and did not believe that he was losing. Lightning appeared around the pig. Moldoran looked at her in surprise and shouted that she was using the Oath of the Seal. The magician tried to stop her. A bright light illuminated everything. They sculpted this statue in her honor, the one who loved to eat and steal other people's powers, a statue of a pig. They called it the embodiment of gluttony. 3 years later, a crown was placed on the head of the statue. They will awaken the one who sacrificed himself for them using divine beasts in the Book of Taboos. If it awakens and puts on the golden crown, it will be able to regain its powers. The Archmage smiled and said that if it regains its powers, the seal of Boromon will soon fall off. Please save it. You watched the video of the birth of the embodiment of gluttony too. The hero stood in shock. You can watch the diary of the embodiment of gluttony too. Beanie wrote that the friends who freed her locked her in that room again. But everything is fine. It was clear that they were more afraid of her than she could imagine. She did not want to scare them. The realization that she was no longer alone was wonderful. One day, they said that they were preparing for the final battle. She wanted to help those who first showed her the world. She wanted to be friends with them. The brunette stood in shock. You watched the diary of the embodiment of gluttony too. The guy woke up and realized that the video was over. The pig was lying in front of him on the table. The hero picked her up and stroked her. She was worried about him, so she waited. The guy looked at her and said that he watched the video and wanted to become better. Beanie basked in his arms. Such a piglet fought equally with a dragon. The brunette looked at the pet and reasoned that when Beanie awakens, Borman will awaken too. He stretched out his hand and said that he had something for the pig. Manhwa happily raised the golden crown fragment. He put the fragment on the pig's head. You used the golden crown fragment on the embodiment of gluttony. The piglet lit up. Beanie opened her eyes, which became half golden. Part of the sealed powers of the embodiment of gluttony is unlocked. Beanie will gain the active skill Predator Capture. The pig stretched out her paws. Active skill Predator Capture Level 1. Penalty for use none. Effect: copy and use the enemy's skills. You can only copy one skill at a time and use it no more than 2 times. The cooldown of the copied skill is 72 hours. The copied skill can also be used by the owner of embodiment of gluttony. The hero trembled. His eyes widened. He realized that there was no limit to the skill level. The brunette happily imagined how they could eat barbecue if he kept the dragon breath skill. Manhwa hugged the pig and smiled. He never thought that such a skill would appear. But first, they should see the whole picture. The defeated monster fell to the ground. Kenrahul stood above them. The blonde was breathing heavily. A fair-haired man with a beard appeared in front of him. He said that his descendants had finally arrived. The guild leader looked at him tensely and clarified that he was the one who united all the continents in the past, Emperor Arthur. The man smiled and said that they needed his power. He hid his power on the 40th floor of the Pandemonium Tower. It is guarded by the demon Diablo. The Emperor said that if the player does not listen, his life will quickly end. In the demon kingdom, there were 3 powerful demons. They were so powerful that all the animals and plants in the kingdom were on the verge of death. They could not allow this to happen and found a way. They found a vessel, a child. The 3 demons decided to transfer their demonic energy to the boy. The child they found was Diablo. Even though the boy accepted magic for the first time, it does not matter, but it began to grow. It became huge inside him. He is Diablo. The demons were worried about Diablo's condition. He was imprisoned on the 40th floor of the Pandemonium Tower. Arthur smiled and leaned on his hand. He asked how strong Diablo was, having received the magical power of the 3 most powerful demons. If a player above level 700 does not have the Anacast sentence, which the Demon King has, then he will not cope with him. Kenrahul looked at the spirit and asked what he should do then. The Emperor replied that he must gather loyal servants. Once they've broken all the gates, he can get the pieces. He needs to put them together and they'll become the mortal blade. Arthur said that the player can use it once against their target. The blade will immobilize the enemy. The man smiled and said that Diablo can be defeated if he attacks at this moment. It will be very simple if he gets the deadly blade. The blonde frowned. The former king class's quest cannot be simple, so getting the shards will not be easy. Kenrahul smiled and thought that he could summon the rankers. He clenched his fist and said that he will soon become the maestro of destruction. Alakri Estate. The ruler exclaimed what the interlocutor just said. The hero smiled and looked at the girl confidently. He said that she is the only daughter of the demon king, Anaxuramon. The ruler was shocked. She turned to the sage with displeasure. He looked away. The brown-haired girl put her hand to her head and clarified that the guy wanted to see Anacast's sentence, and for what reason. The woman looked at him with displeasure. The brunette replied that they needed to get to one place. Manhwa clenched his fist and firmly stated that he would not tell anyone the secret that she was the daughter of the demon king. He gestured that his mouth was shut. Anaxuramon crossed her arms and said that she did not know what he was planning, because she was asking not to tell, but to show. The pig looked at her in surprise. The guy suggested using this cute piglet. The woman exclaimed that he was an impudent fool or even the devil. The hero smiled and replied that she herself would be surprised. The ruler got up and went down the steps. The brown-haired woman said that if something went wrong, it was not her fault. The brunette agreed. The demoness stretched her hand forward. Red energy appeared around her. Sharp tips appeared in the air near her. The weapon was aimed at the pig. Beanie sucked in air and absorbed all the dark energy. The girl looked at her in shock. The piglet ate Anacast's sentence. The pig swallowed and smiled. Anaxuramon turned to the hero in surprise and asked what it was. The brunette smiled and said that she would be surprised. The guy picked up the pig and kissed her. The woman asked what kind of power it was and why he was so happy. Red lightning struck the ground. A demon hovered in the air. He exclaimed, "How dare a man attack this body?" Black Flame frowned. The red dragon Krakana and his master loomed over him. Krakana of Destruction is currently furious due to the influence of the evil shaman. Krakana's rage can be dispelled with the spell Gentle Empathy. The man frowned and used the skill. The dragon was angry. The brunette stood on the ground and considered whether there was something he could show the creature to show that he was on its side. Flames burst from the dragon's mouth. The demon laughed. Then his eyes widened in surprise. The dragon tamer put up a winged shield. The wing of the poisonous dragon. The player gained 2 wings. He rose into the air and summoned a weapon. Transformation of the spear Bloody Tears Brittany. The dragon attacked with fire again at the demon's command. The man parried the blow and said that he did not want to fight Krakana. Black Flame narrowed his eyes and exclaimed that he wanted to become brothers with the dragon. He said that dragons would defeat evil and bring justice to the world. The dragon shuddered and became embarrassed. The demon was shocked. The brunette smiled and asked the dragon to imagine traveling across the endless sky with other dragons and saving those in danger. The villain was amazed at the eccentricity of the enemy. The man said that he had come up with a wonderful name for the dragon. Krakana was surprised. The player smiled and touched the winged lizard's muzzle. His name will be Breaker. The demon howled. The brunette stroked his new friend. The dragon was happy. The demon shaman was killed by excessive servility. You are now the Dragon Lord. The man ran his hand over the creature and said that he became the Dragon Lord after receiving the name Breaker. He smiled and wondered if Min Hayek knew that the transition to the royal class was available to everyone. He received a notification. Black Flame looked at him. A quest for the qualification of the monarch has been created. Working quest. A quest for the qualification of the monarch has been created. You can only choose 1 quest out of 2. The man studied the notifications. The qualification of the monarch is a quest to create your own kingdom. The lord standing above the lords chooses a specific user and makes him a king. The brunette looked thoughtfully and made a decision. He pressed the button, accept the quest. Pandemonium Tower, 40th floor. A group of people stood in front of Ken Rahal. He said that no chef can feed even 1 monster. All other issues were easily resolved, except for the task of feeding the monster. The blonde scratched his chin thoughtfully. They wouldn't be able to contact the Twilight Chef. He remembered the killer with the frying pan. The guild leader summoned Elian. A subordinate appeared in front of him. Ken Rahal ordered to deceive and kidnap the player. The man smiled and said that the deed was already done. The man with the scar looked confidently at the master and said that he was best at deceiving people. The elderly man folded his arms and smiled. He asked if this was the famous Min Hayek, who convinced the top of the demon world of anything faster than anyone else in the world. The hero turned to him and asked if he knew about him. The guy approached the man. The old man said that he had a favor to ask. Many years ago, he lost his love because of the minor demon Diablo, and to take revenge, he needed the great chef Min Hayek. The brunette looked at the notification window. Cooking work quest, Old Man Baroy's request. Rank, CC. Restriction, those who have reached level 40 of the Pandemonium Tower floor. Penalty for failure, relationship with Baroy. Reward, Baroy's treasure. Description, the old man has been watching Diablo for a long time to gather allies for revenge. He is unable to pass the 6th trial, which is cooking. Help him pass this trial, get the blade fragment and give it to him. The hero agreed. The old man was happy. He took the young man to introduce him to his colleagues. The cook smiled. He thought that this was wonderful in any case. You can't use skills against this person. Min Hayek thought that this was not an NPC, but a user who can create quests. The quest on the 40th floor must be difficult for Ken Rahal. He remembered how they had dinner with the sage. The man told him about the royal class quest on the 40th floor. Arvel looked at the hero and said that he couldn't accept him. Why would he need this information? The brunette smiled and said that he would write something. The old man led him to a group of people. The hero looked at them. They were players with gloomy faces. Min Hayek smiled and thought that they didn't like this show. Apparently, Ken Rahal was among them. The man with shaved temples looked at the guy appraisingly and asked if this was really the cook. The young man smiled and assured him that he specialized in cooking. They wished him luck. They shook hands and said that this was the Black Overlord Order. The Dragon Lord Royal Class appeared. Glory to the birth of the first Royal Class. The guy was surprised by the notification. He grinned contentedly. It seemed that his father had received the Royal Class. Ken Rahal was probably also on a Royal Class quest. The man in the cloak gritted his teeth and trembled. His face twisted in anger. The one who was most concerned about this notification was Ken Rahal. The hero grinned and figured out the leader. The old man looked at the disguised gentleman. He smiled and suggested that they begin. The brunette looked at him resolutely. Baroy asked if he needed more time to prepare. The chef replied that they could start right away. A man was sitting in chains. The old man asked the adventurers for help. On the 40th floor of the Pandemonium Tower, the hero looked at the wall covered in cuts. He assumed that this was the site of a battle. One of the players looked at him with displeasure and demanded that he stop walking. The guy awkwardly scratched his head and apologized. They arrived at the cook's workplace. You reached the 6th trial. The party stopped in front of a giant man. There were ingredients lying next to him. prepare a huge samjiating to pacify the enraged giant monster Varogan. The young man looked at the giant in surprise and said that they could rely on him. The brunette was serious. He reasoned that the huge samjiating was completely different. In front of him lay a huge chicken carcass. He exclaimed that he had never seen such a huge chicken. The young man stretched out his hand and decided to start with the recipe. Create a recipe according to the other person's wishes. Buffs are calculated according to the created recipe. In case the dish is not cooked in 2 hours, the task is considered failed. Min Hayek frowned. He does not mind cooking for a large number of people, but to cook such a huge chicken in 2 hours. The brunette looked ahead. He resolutely clenched his fist and got to work. The hero put on gloves to cut up the chicken. With his sword, he made several cuts to take out the entrails, separate the wings, tail, thighs, and fillets. The guy wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. He said that it was impossible to cook a chicken of this size in such a short time. It is better to make a deep cut. Then add the astragalus root, barberry, Chinese dates, and bay leaf. The young man looked into the large saucepan. Next, boil the water, stuff the chicken with sticky rice, garlic, and ginseng, and tie it up. Finally, put it in a pot and boil it well. The hero stretched out tiredly on the ground and said that it was hard. He was lying next to a large vat. A man in a robe was watching him. The blonde frowned and thought that he had a hard time with this dish. Neither the Twilight Chef nor the Great Ranker Chef managed to complete this task. With this buff, you will level up your stats faster by hunting while cooking. Reduces all stats by 8% for 5 minutes. Temporary buffs do not provide any boosts. Ken Rahul frowned and wondered why the hero looked so happy doing such useless things. The brunette smiled and cooked happily. The dish was ready. A huge samjiating for Varogan. The giant's mouth began to water. He bit into the chicken. Tears of pleasure flowed from his eyes. The cook watched him with a smile. He only managed to take one bite while cooking. The player standing next to him rubbed his stomach and remarked that he looked cool. The monster smiled happily. The guild leader was amazed. Why was Varogan acting like this? Where did such a strong buff come from? A huge samjiatin for Varogan. Increases the giant's attack power by 20%. The giant's magic attack power is increased by 40%. Increases magic power by 30%. Plus 3 to all Varogan regeneration skills. If such an effect comes from a dish cooked in a hurry, then what will happen if you spend more time cooking? The blonde's eyes widened. He wanted it to be his. The giant knelt down. The Varogan giant is grateful to you. A blade fragment has been received. The brunette looked at the artifact in his hand. The giant bowed his head to the man. The hero turned to the man in the cloak and said that he had received a blade fragment. Ken Rahul grinned and thanked him. The fragment complemented the sword. The weapon glowed in front of the guild leader. The fragments of the broken blade merged into a deadly blade. The sword turned golden. It hovered in the air above the players. Min Hayek looked at it carefully. He called Ali. The black mage responded immediately. The hero sent him the location and asked him to come right away, taking his father with him. The wizard agreed. The brunette looked serious. Preparations are complete. The guy looked at the blonde and asked if they were going to go after Diablo now. The man answered affirmatively and told them to follow him. Everyone was silent. The young man noted that the further they went, the heavier the atmosphere. The blonde touched the door and said that they were there. He stood in front of a large gate. The leader said that behind this door was the prison in which Diablo was imprisoned. The man ordered everyone to back off as soon as he opened the door. He swung the doors open. The hero and the player nearby watched tensely. Dark energy spread across the floor. In front of them sat the supposedly lesser demon Diablo. The guild leader stopped his subjects and said that he would handle it himself. He frowned and ordered them to stay back so as not to interfere. The demon smiled. Diablo swung at the blonde. He pulled out a golden sword and prepared to take the enemy's attack. The demon slashed with his claws, but the man parried the blow. He was pushed back by a wave. One of the players tried to run up to him and asked if everything was okay. Ken Rahul stopped him with a gesture. The demon's eyes were burning. He looked at the player. Diablo's gaze suppresses your will. The boy was trembling. The blonde frowned. The man said that he must be the boss of the quest since he had such great power. He smiled and squeezed the handle. The leader said that now it was too easy. The demon bared his teeth and rushed to attack. He suddenly froze. Ken Rahul was holding a shining sword and gritting. The stunning effect of the deadly blade was activated. The blonde man had a furious look. The leader cut the air with his sword and said that the only thing he needed now was to become a maestro of destruction. Someone knocked the sword out of his hands. The man looked at his empty hand and asked who did it. He turned around. A dark tip appeared behind the demon. Blood spurted in front of Ken Rahul. Scarlet drops hit his face. He was shocked. The demon coughed up blood until he fell to the ground. Min Hayek stood behind him with Beanie. The guy pretended to put his hand to his face and muttered that he did not know why he fell. After all, the guild leader said that he could not be defeated with one blow. Ken Rahul clenched his fists. He remembered the Emperor saying that Diablo could not be defeated without the Demon King Anakast's judgment. The blonde man grimaced in rage and asked how the hero did it. The brunette smiled. He looked at the notification windows and noted that his level had risen significantly because he had defeated the boss. The man watched the happy boy. The Maestro of Destruction's quest had failed. He gritted his teeth. The leader's face was distorted with anger. Min Hayek looked at him cheerfully. The man waved his fan and shouted that he would make him pay for this. Wind blade. The blonde man attacked with strong gusts of wind. The hero closed his eyes. He asked Beanie to close them. The pig looked forward determinedly and placed a shield in front of her. The young man opened his eyes and smiled. His opponent had almost caused him trouble. The cook drew his sword and said that he should also try harder. The opponent clenched his fan and snorted. The rivals exchanged blows. The blonde was stabbed in the chest. He bared his teeth. Blood gushed out. The man pointed his fan and used blood blade. The hero fell to the ground. Red blades pierced him. He coughed and said, "So that's what rankers are like." The enemy touched his head with his fan. Kenrahl smiled and said that if the boy kneeled down right now and apologized, he would let him become his subject. Something cut the guildmaster's cheek. He turned around. They asked him what he was talking about so much. The brunette stood up and smiled. The guy asked if his opponent was scared. Blooming sword. Several blades pierced the blonde. The cook jumped at the enemy. Kenrahl exclaimed, "How can he be so powerful if he is only a production class?" They crossed blades. The brunette flinched. His sword was blocked by another player. The guild members stood up for the leader. The priest approached the blonde to heal him. Kenrahl made an angry face and ordered to get rid of the enemy at any cost. The players rushed to the hero. The guy smiled and asked if they would break through. He looked at the scroll and said that he was sure even of the numbers. The summoning parchment was used. The young man tore it up. At that moment, an assassin ran towards him. The enemy received a blow. Another player was bitten by a dragon. The girl looked around in fear and shouted that dragons had appeared out of nowhere. The leader looked forward in surprise. They shouted at him to look up. The man raised his head. There were several dragons above him. Kystra, Ollie, and Black Flame appeared. They stood next to the hero. Now they could fight fairly. The group stood in front of the guy and the girl, with dragons behind them. The two exchanged nervous glances. Wait, 4 dragons. Are they dragon lords? Black Flame looked at them. Veins appeared on Kenrahl's face. Why are the dragon lords here? Father stood in front of the cloaked figure, under which was Kenrahl. Dragon Lord Royal Class has been obtained. Please celebrate the birth of the first royal class. The blonde was very angry, saying that if it weren't for this guy, it could have been him. He looked at Kystra, who was laughing with a glove on his wolf's nose. And him. Kenrahl remembered him riding during the battle. It seems that Kystra betrayed Blackstone and joined the Legend Guild. He frowned and cursed at them. The pillars were holding the stone wall. Why are they standing here? Forward. The guy pulled out his bow. The girl prepared to fight. Ollie held out his staff in front of him. Lightning appeared on the end of it. Energy charge. The sorceress created a green barrier near herself. If she does not destroy it, she will break through. The tip of the archer's arrow caught fire. He warned that he was shooting. The arrow exploded in a huge burning cloud, in the smoke of which a green wing appeared, and a man riding a dragon. The boy was surprised, holding the wolf. Wow, a wyvern rider. Kystra commanded Penrose forward, and jumped on his back. The wolf and the wyvern pounced on each other. Min Hayek watched it. They were already fighting like this. Someone called him. His father put his hand on his shoulder, told him to put them on the others and not to worry. The man was waiting for him. Kenrahl glared. It seemed they had something to talk about. Bright flashes illuminated the stone walls. The two stood in front of each other in the background of the unfolding fight. He would not let him off the hook again. Let him talk like he had already done this. Kenrahl swung his blades, leaving red marks. Bloody blades. Min Hayek repelled the attack. Traces passed next to him. A furious sword. They came together closely, crossing weapons. There was a cut on the guy's cheek. Is he absorbing his attacks? The hero held back his onslaught, and suddenly a green glow appeared on him. The blonde was surprised. What kind of effect is this? A bright spherical glow emanated from the player. The effect of immortal armor reflecting damage. Kenrahl opened his fan, hiding behind it, and stepped back. Min Hayek opened his mouth in surprise. Red feathers flew past him. Red wings appeared behind Kenrahl's back and he rose above his opponent. The high-speed flight of an eagle. A moment later, he struck with great force, but the hero managed to jump back. The blonde had time to notice it, and tried to reach it with his hand, but did not touch it. He picked up a spoon and smiled, saying that he also had skills, not only he could use them. Blooming blade. Several blue beams appeared next to Kenrahl. He managed to jump back from those that appeared under him. This is not an illusion. With a blow, he was able to break one of the blue blades. Even a low-level chef surpasses him in strength. The blonde imagined Min Hayek having dinner, a chef who only knows how to cook. Kenrahl was angry and put on a white mask. He cannot accept this. A fiery hurricane appeared around him. Tyrant Mask strengthens all stats and increases mastery level by 3. What kind of mask is this? As soon as he put it on, his momentum changed. They met again, crossing blades. Min Hyuk's grip weakened. He had to retreat before the enemy's onslaught. Blood was coming out of the guy's mouth. Because the enemy was wearing a mask, he was much stronger. At this rate, he would have no choice but to use that method. Ken Rahal's blade pierced the hero. He smiled, blood flying out of his mouth. He thanked him for moving properly. Large kitchen knives appeared above them. The blade of gastronomy. Ken Rahal looked at the wound. The hero was holding his hand with his own. Did he plan to finish them both off? 1,000 knives fell from the sky. Dust rose into the air. A wounded blonde man lay on the ground. He coughed up blood. He said that he almost died, but he withstood the attack and won. He clenched his hand into a fist and leaned on it to rise. He raised his head and looked in surprise. An uninjured opponent stood before him. Victory was his. Thanks to the effect of the immortal armor, his health quickly recovered. Laughter bounced off the stone walls. Ken Rahal was still leaning on his hands, laughing, talking about the killer with a frying pan. The killer with a frying pan. Min Hyuk looked at him calmly. Having offered to accept defeat and surrender, he lost. The injured blonde hung his head. Lost? He thinks that he will retreat so easily. The guy noticed a purple glow and did not understand what was happening. A purple vortex appeared around his opponent in a circle on the floor. Ken Rahal looked at him with a crazy look. The sacrifice of the sovereign. By sacrificing his own life, he revives the creature. He wondered if he could maintain his calm and collectedness when meeting Diablo face to face without any trump cards up his sleeve. A magical glow surrounded him, horns appeared on his head. Even if he dealt with Diablo without any tricks, would he still be so calm? Disappearing, he wished to fight hard with his proud comrades, but he began to reappear. To his surprise, he looked at his hand. In horror, he looked forward. In front of him, a mage in a dark cloak casting a spell. He grinned. Behind him stood a satisfied Min Hyuk. Not only Ken Rahal can resurrect. Ken Rahal got angry, threatening with his fist, and cursed at them. He noticed something behind, and managed to jump back from the attack. In front of him stood Diablo with red eyes. He did not expect to see him. Did he just attack him? Behind, under the protective barrier, stood the group. Min Hyuk waved at him, telling him to play. The blonde became sad. He can't kill the guy. Diablo screamed. Their weapons touched in attacks. The hero ate popcorn watching the battle. How are the others fighting? Diablo will definitely be better. Diablo made another attack on the blonde, but Ken Rahal has insidious artifacts. Is the battle on equal terms? The guy turned to the magician, asking how much longer he can hold the barrier. About 5 minutes. The yellow barrier was connected with different patterns. If it collapses, there is a risk that Diablo's aggression will increase. What should they do then? Diablo let out a scream. Blood came out of the blonde's mouth. He directed red beams at the enemy. Bloody wind. Many wounds appeared on Diablo's body, but they quickly healed. Ken Rahal was breathing heavily. If you do not take into account the defense, it is still difficult to injure him. If he has to turn off, he will lose too much. Fire appeared around Ollie. He used a fireball. The blonde was surprised. Dragons and several fireballs flew over his head, which hit Diablo, engulfing him in flames. He looked up. His leg was going beyond the edge of the barrier. He may be surprised. Kystra and Min Hyuk approached him, having said that they want to help. Ken Rahal looked at them in surprise. Why? The guy scratched his head. Come to think of it, he can't just ignore the Rothschild family. The blonde looked at the hero. Another trick. Surely, they just couldn't hold the barrier any longer. Min Hyuk looked at him. Well, if he didn't need help, then they'd just go. The blonde asked to wait. Diablo was repelling attacks. He couldn't stand up to him alone. He suggested doing it together. There was an explosion, raising dust. His level is much higher than his. Diablo knelt down. Does he have any powerful attack skills? Yes. Ken Rahal thought about it, but it will take him a long time, so they need to take the enemy on themselves. Ollie and Min Hyuk prepared for battle. The dragons were behind them. Did everyone hear? Yes. The blonde began to cast a spell. A bright light surrounded him. He leaves it with them for a while. The dragons went on the attack, spewing their elements. Let's begin. Dragon damage. The mage staff spewed out a storm of fire. Hellfire. The flames spread throughout the entire hall. Min Hyuk turned to Ken Rahal while the others were fighting, asking if it was coming soon. Sweat was pouring down the blonde's face. Just a little more. The fan began to glow brightly. Bright lights appeared around him and the ground rose up. He stretched out his hand, shouting destruction. Energy of different colors struck Diablo in the chest. He screamed, blood flowing out of his mouth. Ken Rahal continued to use the attack. He is still alive. Everyone must attack to the maximum. The rest stood up for defense. Why did you set up a force barrier again? Prepare to finish him off. The mage slammed his staff onto the ground. A bright light burst out from it. Lightning of light. Kenrahul couldn't believe what he saw. He was struck by several lightning bolts. Health decreased due to lightning of light. He is temporarily immobilized due to the effect of light magic. The blonde remembered the hero's laughter. He didn't intend to kill Diablo from the start. He remembered how he was discussing something with the mage. He deliberately made him use his strongest skill, taking advantage of the fact that all the enemy's aggression would be directed at him. Diablo pierced him out. Min Hayek laughed. Wow, he came out right away. Diablo turned his attention to the guy. He looked at the enemy with a smile. There was a stone sarcophagus at the end of the room. Let's eat. The let's eat command worked. A hexagonal barrier appeared above the hero. He rolled up his sleeves standing in front of the table. Diablo suffered fatal damage. It's better to cook something and get buffs and then attack on the spot. But he cut the cucumber and got it. He turned around to look at Diablo. He limped and held his hand as he came closer. He asked the guy if he was a cook. The hero was surprised by the question. The others didn't expect this either. Did he speak? Diablo was a little embarrassed, and he looked at Min Hayek pitifully. Could he please cook something for him? System window. Random quest. Diablo's wish. Rank C restrictions. Chef. Penalty for failure. Unavailable related quests. Reward. Let it be on the 41st floor. Description. Diablo, who was once an ordinary person, wants to eat a certain dish. Let's listen to this story. Min Hayek read the description of the quest, and read the last lines. If he cooks him something to eat, will they be able to proceed to the next level without a fight? He remembered how Diablo attacked Kenrahul, but if he fails, they will have to deal with him without any buffs. The man with horns lowered his eyes, saying that the dish his mother cooked, he wants to eat it again. The hero looked confused. He stood in front of the table, thinking about what to do. His father put his hand on his shoulder and smiled at him, saying, "Do it." Diablo looked depressed. How much he must have missed the food he hadn't eaten in decades. The father and son nodded. The starry sky illuminated the hexagonal dome. Create a recipe that someone else would like. He could look up the recipes for ham and egg sandwiches and soup. Min Hayek was emotionless. What kind of dish was this that the enemy was desperately asking for? He imagined his mother. How precious were those memories? He tied a headband around his head. He decided to start cooking. Let's try. He slammed his fist on the table. Let's go. The eggs fell into the water. First, boil the eggs. The chopped lettuce met the tomato. At this time, chop the tomatoes and lettuce. The shells fell off the eggs. Crush the well-boiled eggs with a fork. He put the preparation on the stove. He didn't have time to cook the soup from scratch, so he took the ready-made one. The chopped ingredients were combined. While the soup is boiling, add the egg and make a sandwich. Scoop the soup into a ladle. Finally, pour the finished soup into a bowl. There was a bowl of soup and sandwiches on the table. Done. He made a ham sandwich and soup for Diablo. Only he could eat this dish. Diablo looked at the table in surprise, and put the spoon to his mouth, chewed everything. He remembered running to his mother. She handed him a plate of food. Here is his favorite sandwich. Mom, you are the best. He remembered how they were sitting at the table, and she doesn't want to eat. She replied that she gets full just by looking at it. Really? Of course. He looked at the sandwich. It was much more luxurious than the ones he ate back then. Tears appeared in his eyes. He took a bite, but it was delicious. He remembered laughing with his mother. Very delicious. His father frowned. Tears appeared in Min Hayek's eyes. He asked why he was crying. He answered quietly, and imagined his mother. He remembered her. His father patted the boy on the back while he wiped away his tears. I see. The barrier began to collapse. Black Flame looked around. It seemed the barrier had fallen. Diablo was pleased. He turned to the boy and bowed to him, thanking him for returning his memories, and extended his hand to the hero. As promised, he would lead them to the next floor. The others entered the portal. He turned around, saying that they would see each other again. Diablo grabbed his hand, asking him to wait. The boy was surprised. He asked him to take something. He looked him in the eyes. As a token of gratitude, he wants to give him this. A dark sword appeared in his hands. The demonic judgment sword. Min Hayek looked at it in surprise. The demonic judgment sword. The sword swirled against the dark background. The demonic judgment sword. Rank, absolute demigod. Restrictions, level 400 and above. Durability, infinite. Strength, 1002. Ability, increases strength, agility, and endurance by 22%. Passive skill, sword mastery increases to level 9. Active skill, Diablo's Eye, Diablo's Scythe, Rampage. Is this some kind of imbalanced sword? The hero exhaled, considering that a quest chain has now begun. System window, associated quest, Demon Hunt, class, hidden. Restriction, level 500 and above. Failure penalty, hidden. Reward hidden. Demon Hunt, blades were pointed at the dark demon. Varus, the demon who had been planning to invade the human world for 10 years. The hero remembered eating and became angry. Numerous massacres for a long time. Remembered. A bad demon who plays with food. Is that all he remembers? Min Hayek held a new sword in his chest. Will he be able to? Diablo touched it and smiled. Now it's time to go. He looked at it with a smile. See you soon, Diablo. He watched him go until he completely disappeared. Wishing him luck, Min Hayek up from the portal to the others and looked around. Before starting the quest of the 41st floor, everyone looked at each other. Are there any who want to continue climbing the Pandemonium Tower? Father turned to him. Before going up, let him come down to the ground first. He smiled. The dragon touched his shoulder. He helped with an urgent call. Now he needs to get back to work. Ollie laughed too. He said he came here because he was told it was urgent. The hero was very upset. The mage was trying to win the favor of a predatory snake and did not think that he should leave the bed empty for a long time. Kystra awkwardly scratched the back of his head, asked if he could go back already. The wolf sniffed him. He ran here after washing the dishes. Clouds were floating above the snow-capped mountains. The guy apologized, saying that he could not do anything, and thanked him for his help. He could go. The others began to exit the game. Kystra called out to the hero. He paid attention and was surprised. The Legend Guild members were looking for him. The Pandemonium Legion quest was almost over. He opened several windows in front of him. Are they looking for him? Maybe he should go back. I have already done everything in the tower. I still need to sort out the loot received from Diablo. System window. Active skill rampage. Atlas estate. Restriction. Guildmaster or Lord. Reputation above 2000. Explanation. Say Atlas and you will open the way to Guffaw. He carefully read this. What kind of estate is Atlas? And was upset. He still has problems managing the estate. Min Hayek abruptly closed all the windows. Now, conquering the tower, Beanie came to his foot. Still need to make an oven, because he still has to collect the crown fragments. He ran on, the pig after him. The search bar was open on the screen. Athene. One day, an article was published in the community. A player nicknamed JJ greeted everyone, asked who is the strongest player in the game. There were 102 answers. This post sparked a huge interest. Other players posted their answers. Of course it's Kenra. Yes, Kenra has all the skills needed for a royal party, and he looks cool too. Soon there will be a player nicknamed Shiksen. He rose much faster, right? Can we judge by this criterion? Another user replied. There is no way this topic hasn't mentioned this name. The armored girl stood against the backdrop of stars. Did they forget about Mayway? She looked away. Who is she? The girl was introduced in casual clothes. Her character was dressed in white armor. Her unparalleled beauty alone could allow her to enter the world rankings. He had seen Mayway before, but this was too cool. A warrior with amazing skills. She wore a golden crown on her head. She was the envy of users who reached the top of the world rankings without even taking first place in China. There were many messages on the message board. Every time a video of her battle was posted, the community went crazy. Even a real man can't do this. Mayway, who is this? He saw her in person. She is very beautiful. If the user were a guy, she would marry Mayway. He would like to hold her hand. Has anyone ever hung out with her? Her breasts have grown. Another user countered. Does anyone know what Mayway is up to now? There was a big green cross on the white wall of the building. Shanghai, China. H Hospital. The doctor said the girl's name. She was in front of him. At this rate, her life would be in danger. Mayway looked very thin, and she lowered her head. Was she taking medication for anorexia? The girl clutched her clothes in her hands. Yes, but she remembered how nauseous she was. Even the taste of food in her mouth made her nauseous. What if she just threw it all up? The doctor sighed. A clock was ticking on the wall. A video was playing on the screen. They were sitting at a table across from each other. Eat 10,000 calories a day and still lose weight. Had she heard of the Athene diet? Yes. The man in the robe folded his hands. What about trying the same method? He imagined different dishes on the plates. The food eaten in Athene does not affect the real body, which gradually reduces the level of food rejection. The girl doubted, clutching the dress in her hands. Is this possible? Dieting and anorexia are incompatible. He nodded. Here is a case, and took it and showed several documents. The girl looked in surprise. On the paper was a picture of a girl and a description. An incident that happened in Korea. The condition of a child with an eating disorder improved after she ate food prepared for her by a player chef. She held the sheets in her hand, looking at the doctor. How is this a chef? The doctor was calm. Min Hayek. The guy cut the target in front of him with a blow. He is from Korea. He stood looking at the flying stones, completed the 50th floor of the Pandemonium Tower, and wiped the sweat from his forehead, noticing that this floor was difficult. He opened the menu window in front of him. He leveled up enough, and took the green sword in his hands. But the reward is a bronze sword. Is this the treasure of the 4 great heavenly kings? The boy remembered how many weapons he already had. It felt like he was becoming a sword collector, and he remembered the gold item. He also got a crown fragment for Beanie. He took it in his hand and brought it to his pet. Someone appeared behind him. The boy really reached the 50th floor. The long-haired blonde was smiling. The hero was the first one in a long time who managed to reach it so quickly. He really exceeded his expectations. Min Hayek was noticeably nervous. He had a bad feeling about this. The stranger spread his arms wide. He thought about it and decided that he was worthy of serving him. The great sage Arvel swears allegiance. He will become his vassal. The boy was stunned to see this message. A scream rang out throughout the area. He hated this kind of situation. Arvel asked, "Is the hero that happy?" What a warm welcome. Min Hayek tried to calm himself down. System message. The great sage Arvel becomes his vassal. Well, the main thing is to restrain yourself and not hit him. The hero frowned. The great sage will help the territory and the guild, right? He remembered Kystra in the high tower. They must have been waiting for them for a long time. It will be great to meet everyone, right? Various stones were flying against the sunset sky. He called Beanie to meet her friends. The sage asked if he could help. He told him to go to the estate. Beanie jumped on the hero's shoulder. Meiwei put her hand to her face. Spears and banners rose into the sky. A large-scale event of the game Athene invasion of Pandaponimum. Genie pointed forward militantly. Numerous guilds led by legend are taking part. The map indicated the directions of attacks. In the red zone there were enemies with a boss in their center. The event was slowly coming to an end. A building with a green roof stood in the rays of the sun among the trees, and the last conquered territory of the invasion event. There were gardens, ponds, and other buildings on the territory. The capital of the elves, Laffer. The girl summed it up. Here they are. She raised her fist confidently. The Legend Guild was the first to reach Laffer. They get 5 million poida. Her face was in the crosshairs. It's so empty here because of the event. Genie, what are you doing? Several red craters appeared above the brunette, and there was a powerful explosion with a fireball. Locke managed to cover them with a protective barrier. The command to close sounded. The warrior hid from the explosion behind a large shield. Valdar looked out from behind the shield and smiled. Where was the former agility? They can only interfere. The two looked at him with displeasure. The guy with the shield frowned, having given the order to his guild. Their members followed their master. He gave the order to charge. The archer pulled the bowstring behind the warrior. The Ares guild breaks forward, leaving Legend behind. They are demonstrating their strength again. Valdar exclaimed joyfully. The Devil's Stone will be theirs. The dark stone dimly glowed from within. It was in the hands of a man in a cloak and with horns on his forehead. Commander-in-Chief Rupel. He hid the artifact in Laffer, the capital of the Elven Kingdom. Lights descended on the dark silhouette of the city. The power of demons is concentrated in that stone. It connects the surrounding area with the demon realm. The houses in the sky were reversed, and there was a magical aura over the city. The city, which is connected to Pandemonium, attracts a large number of demons and monsters. The entire city was turned into a military fortress. The map showed a blue zone with a boss in the center. Now that the Pandemonium invasion event is coming to an end, the guild that destroys the demon stone first will gain high influence. Genie and Locke stood in thought. They still have to catch up. Then the girl noticed something, and turned around with a confused look. A dark fog was descending on the city, and a red demon was watching not far away. What an ominous aura. The demon had a ring inserted into his nose. They called him to deal with this. An ominous smile appeared on his face. Well, this will be fun. Valdar smiled as he took part in the battle. He did not see the opponent's guild. A yellow light lit up his face. If they moved forward a little, but he was interrupted by a wall of lava appearing in front of them. The warriors began to retreat, avoiding it. Back, lava hit Valdar, dripping from his head and shoulders. Where did lava even come from? He was hit by demonic lava. His health dropped. He looked at his armor. What happened to it? Barrick's roar hit him. His armor and weapons were slowly wearing out. Blood began to flow through his teeth. His health dropped below 20%. He couldn't believe what was happening. He was the number 1 tank, and his health dropped below 20%. Valdar looked at his guildmates in fear. What happened to them then? A demon with red skin and a bull's head stood in front of him, holding a spiked club in his hand. Was it all of them? Blood splashed across the white tiles. Genie looked at the battlefield. This was insane. Gritting her teeth. So suddenly, the dead lay below, with lava flowing past them. Did it all turn out like this? The demon smiled. The demon stood contentedly, putting his weapon on his shoulder. This is the Demon Knight Barrack. Abnormal condition, heat is activated. Physical defense increased by 30%, magical defense increased by 40%, all other stats increased by 10%. The demon noticed a sound behind the wall. The girl hid behind it. She got close to him, but did not see the gap. The guild chat window opened. Genie wrote, "Do the guys understand the situation?" Everyone back immediately. Locke replied that she should not worry. He did not even follow her. The girl was surprised by this. Someone approached her. Locke asked to report when Min Hayek and the other guild members arrived. The interlocutor looked at her. They ended up like this because they were only chasing contribution points. Ares should know his place. There were 2 more people behind him. He offered to take everything from their solar alliance and be on guard. But Barak appeared in front of him. His body was on fire. He called him over. He turned to his comrades and gave them instructions so that they wouldn't run straight to the Devil's Stone. And first, let's deal with this. A whirlwind of flame flew over his head. The demon's hand was ablaze. The guildmaster instantly left the game. The demon swung, dealing damage and chasing. The guy adjusted the mask on his face. He wouldn't cope even if they acted as usual, and he rushed, saying that it was time to play with speed. Barak looked at the demonic stone. It was emitting a bright glow. He was going to break it and return, but something caught his attention. The guy was standing in the spreading lava, not understanding how he got into it. The bullocks hailed. A man was burning behind his back. Jeannie hid behind a bush while the demon was looking for her. Wasn't that a balanced gap? They can't get close to him. She opened the guild chat, asking Kystra when Manhwa would arrive. Behind her, the demon had already swung to strike her. Kystra replied that he had told him, but the girl was distracted, feeling something, and only managed to scream. Compression. The bull struck the ground when the girl was a few meters ahead. She stopped. The earth was falling around, and she was surprised that she had been transported so far. Long hair lay on her shoulders. A gust of wind threw her light hair back. She had not participated in events for so long, it delighted her. The girl looked at everything with a smile. Several stones were flying in the sky. On the other side, the top floor of the Pandemonium Tower. Well, that's right, if you think about it. Beanie was very surprised. He asked her to take a shard of the crown. They were standing opposite each other. He asked if she had forgotten about it. There was a golden object in his roar. Here, the pet closed his eyes in a bright glow. The power of the golden crown fills Beanie, so she jumped, feeling a surge of strength. Part of the incarnation power sealed in the golden crown is unlocked. Beanie gains the armor of the 3rd great divine beasts. Beanie gains the passive skill of using master weapons. Manhwa read the messages that appeared in surprise. Golden armor appeared on the paws, as well as on the stomach. The pet was completely clad in armor. She puts on the armor of the 3rd divine beasts. The guy crouched in front of her. This armor is so shiny. Something caught his attention. Beanie was sitting in front of him. Armor of the 3rd divine beasts, demigod rank, restriction, embodiment of gluttony, durability 50,000, defense 1,287, possession skill, active skill of Perusa, the speed of light, active skill of the dragon of destruction, dragon shield, active skill of the predatory snake, the eye of domination. Manhwa looked at the description in surprise. Defense 1,287, and 3 skills. Better than him. He frowned. Nothing could compare to such protection. He looked at the skill window again. Beanie was lying there, shrouded in purple and green magic. What kind of skill was the 3 divine beasts? 2 dragons and a wolf were licking his pet. How important was Beanie to them that they would give her all these skills? He noticed the passive skill. Could she use the master's weapon? The hero scratched his neck and thought. Was there anything worthwhile that he could give her? And an idea occurred to him. This seemed to suit. Beanie turned to him, and she didn't expect to see a blade at her nose. The guy sat down next to her, smiling, holding a knife in his hand. He offered to come and take it. The pet stepped back. What was she even thinking? He touched the blade. It was his kitchen knife, but it seemed to suit the pet better. Manhwa imagined them going on the attack together. He asked if it was the right size. If 2 people use a kitchen knife, the power will be incredible. Beanie tried the knife. The guy watched her practice. But is there any clue where to look for the 3rd crown fragment? The hero thought as he tore open a simple chest and took it out. That would not be cool. The pet touched his leg and pointed to the side at something. He looked and smiled. She was talking about the oven. Of course he hadn't forgotten. And he picked her up. Manhwa happily picked her up and looked at her. They would get the oven and cook something delicious. The sky was illuminated by the sunset. There were many steps in front of the entrance. In front of him lay crystals and a musical instrument. The 50th T, the reward room. There is a bronze sword, a lute, a ball. Here is another treasury. The pet ran up. He called her. The items lit up and rose into the air. 4 great treasures were placed on the altar. The reward has been created. The hero was surprised at what he saw. A bright light illuminated the altar. Something new appeared in their place. The artifact of the absolute demigod, the furnace of destruction. The guy stretched out his hand in surprise. An anomaly was detected, but a large pillar of fire appeared in front of him, lighting up his face. The rank of the artifact of the absolute demiurge was changed. Manhwa picked up the furnace in his arms. The furnace of destruction was recognized as the 2nd artifact among the artifacts of the absolute demiurge. He and his pet froze looking at the reward. A new message appeared on the screen. Furnace of destruction. Rank, authority, limitation, agility 1,500 and above. Durability infinite. Special ability, just holding it, you can use special abilities and use skills. Increases health and mana by 50%. Active skills of destruction, the skill of the furnace disaster. Passive skill, the furnace of illusions. Min Hayek held it in front of him in shock, it was still glowing. How can an object have such skills? It looks heavy. He scratched his head. As for the skills, will they all really work? 2 message boxes appeared. Skill destruction. Active skill. Level, no. Mana consumption, 1000. Cooldown, 72 hours. Effect, seals the enemy's top class skill for 5 minutes. Designate one of the enemy's skills and seals it for 5 minutes. Furnace disaster. Active skill. Level, none. Mana consumption, 3000. Cooldown, 96 hours. Effect, causes an explosion of additional attack power by 450%, affecting all enemies within a 12-meter radius. Min Hayek read the skill description in shock. Holy shit. Illusion seal. Passive skill. Level, none. Mana consumption, none. Effect, creates the food you want. The pet lay on his shoulder. In addition to other skills, this so-called illusion seal cannot be. A scream rang out throughout the tower. Can you put ingredients in the oven and create 15 different flavors? Even the taste of charcoal. The guy rubbed the oven with lust, so he can cook almost everything just with this oven. He imagined potatoes in oil. For example, frying thin potato slices in oil. Imagined shrimp in sauce. And seafood. A bowl of grated cheese, baked with mozzarella. Imagined how hot cheese stretches behind a spoon, like potato gratin. Imagine pure butter during cooking. And not only it with such a spirit that will perfectly preserve the original taste of the ingredients. For example, the butter remains light. A thinly sliced piece of meat lay on a plate, something like a pork breast cooked on a grill in the oven. Crispy crust fried on the outside, it doesn't get any tastier. They were happy with this reward. He offered to help the others, and then roll up a party with the oven. Black smoke was gathering over the city. At this time, Laffer, Alicia stood shrouded in smoke, master of one of the leading guilds. The bull looked at her. They squealed immediately as the girl appeared. Pathetic people. He lit a flame in his hand. It grew bigger and he threw it at her. Turned her body into ashes. The girl pulled out a weapon. This sword. She swung it in front of her, building a wall of lightning with the sword to stop the lava. The lightning barrier held back the lava flow. Alicia dealt with the lava flow perfectly. The girl with the weapon in her hands was satisfied with the result. But since when did she use a sword? Alicia stood in the middle of the ruins. Her user class was still a witch. She smiled. But when did Alicia start using a sword? She remembered the past. Min Hayek looked at her. Is this game really about leveling up for them to get high levels and get elite equipment, so that everyone will say they look amazing later? The girl was surprised by what she heard. She didn't think that this was the only way to enjoy the game. She looked at her staff lying on the ground. At that moment, looking back at her game experience, she came to a conclusion. At the top of the staff was a large crystal. Playing as a witch was fun. She had a sword in her hand. But being a knight with a sword is also a pleasant gameplay. A casting protection was forged on the city of the sword. The girl was wearing a light dress, so she would definitely thank Min Hayek for opening a new path for her. And she turned to Ginny. Ta looked at her. Wok looked ahead. The girl with purple eyes looked tired. If they die, this event will end. The guy in the dark hood covered his eye. Guild legend. Ginny pointed at the enemy, saying to do everything possible to defeat him. Locke smiled with a crazy look. He was waiting for these words, and attacked the bull. With Siegfried's charge, he turned around, calling his comrade. He was already charging the skill and preparing to attack. His hand was glowing, hitting Barak in the face. Giant strike. Ginny crossed her arms, red marks appeared around her. The demon fell to his knees tied up. Binding winds. Abel held a dagger in each hand. Instant death. He winked and used the skill. If you successfully attack the head with this skill, there is a 50% chance of instantly killing the enemy. The girl nervously watched what was happening. If the attack is successful, the dagger pierced the bull's head. The raid will be over. Locke watched carefully. A lot of lava appeared around the monster. Knight's Rebellion. The fire badly burned the guy with the daggers. The girl was very worried about him. Barak stood in smoke and ash. The dagger did not reach him. How can you defeat such a monster? Abel lay wounded on the floor. Will they really be destroyed like this? Someone screamed. Diablo's scythe. The black blade cut the air and pierced the monster, drawing blood. Incredible. The demon's red eyes looked around. Suddenly, a scythe flew and pierced the torso. Footsteps were heard among the ruins. The guy pulled his braids towards him. Player Min Hayek appeared. Alicia looked at him in surprise. He turned to the girl with a smile. Thanking her for her help, he added that she could now rest. The guy grabbed his weapon and ran towards the enemy. The girl tried to stop him. The bull exhaled heavily. The deep wound quickly healed. A man like him had nothing to oppose to the monster's power. A lot of fire appeared around the bull. He promised to beat him up. There was even more fire near the monster. Hellfire. Beanie appeared in the sky. O created a barrier against the flames. The hero was happy about it. This destructive power was no joke. He swung his chain, emitting magic. They should make him suffer. The bull did not react at all. He only asked if it tickled him. The hero's weapon did not leave even a scratch. How high is his defense? Derek roared. Red stripes appeared around him. He will show them overwhelming superiority. Demon's Draw. The monster receives the gift of the demon god, increasing its attack and defense by 20% and raising its skill level by 1. Unbelievable. Has it become stronger? Min Hyuk put all his strength into the fight, trying to attack again. His chances were already low, but now it seemed like the outcome of the raid was a foregone conclusion. The hero thought about it. It was not so easy to land effective blows due to his repeatability. What can he do now, considering his own? And he remembered something. Will this work? He has no choice but to try. He turned to everyone, asking them to gather behind him. The guild members were surprised. He was going to use an area attack, so if they want to live, they should come here immediately. They looked at each other, and everyone ran towards the hero. The guild members crowded around, and he took out a new furnace and held it in his hands. A furnace? In the middle of a fight. The guy set the timer. Someone heard the ticking. The timer was almost finished. Was that the sound of an oven timer? There was 1 second left before it went off. When the timer ran out, they would see what would happen. The guy's face was illuminated by a bright glow. A huge flame burst out from the oven at the enemy. The oven of disaster. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. The flames engulfed the demon. A great powerful skill burst out of this oven. The two of them waited for what they saw. He really did it. The other one promised to reprimand him. The silhouette of the demon was visible through the smoke. Derek came out and was extremely angry. The others were scared. The monster ran at them, smoke coming out of its nose. The guy stood firmly, thinking. Precise, powerful attacks are also dangerous. The biggest problem is the offensive and defensive power, which is based on his stunning blows. The chef came up with something. This is the only way to overcome the basic difference in characteristics. The city was engulfed in flames. Let's eat. A cry was heard with an offer to eat. The monster's eyes were glowing. Min Hyuk frowned at him. Derek rested his forehead on the impenetrable field. The guy said that he put up a shield. He turned away, saying that he would leave it like this for now and quickly prepare a dish for the buff. People looked at him in surprise, asking if they would eat no matter how much they ate, and did not defend themselves. It was still not enough. The hero said that there was no time to cook food for everyone. He would have time to cook something only for himself. The brunette frowned, thinking that a dish that could overcome the overwhelming difference in stats. Min Hyuk touched his lips, thinking that he was taking a risk, but there was no other way out except this. The words of using the skill create a recipe were heard near the buildings. The system said that it was possible to create a recipe and asked to choose a target. Touching his chest, Min Hyuk said, "The target is him, create a recipe for Min Hyuk." He looked ahead with a frown, thinking that he had never created a recipe for himself before. If this worked, then victory over Barak would be theirs. He clenched his fist and begged for it to work. An exclamation mark symbol appeared in front of him, and a notification that the recipe creation was complete. The brunette looked at the recipe screen in surprise. The information window said that the recipe for Min Hyuk was noodles with spicy fried chicken. The only ingredients needed were noodles and fried spicy chicken. Expected cooking grade was unique or legendary. Description: the general recipe creation skill allows you to cook everything from start to finish, but recipes for Shiksen usually deviate from the standard rules. He is currently in a critical situation, so let's immediately destroy all obstacles with a dish that combines fried noodles with spicy chicken and various auxiliary ingredients. The brunette said that the recipe is for him. The man glanced at the hero and told the girl that he expected Shiksen to be here, but why were the rumors about him, his appearance, so different? Suddenly, he was surprised. There were various ingredients on the table. He said, fish cake, eggs, and fried noodles with spicy chicken. Min Hyuk tied an apron while the man exclaimed, "Is he really cooking?" The guy poured boiling water into the noodles, thinking that instead of adding it to the noodles with spicy chicken, it is better to just eat it properly. First, pour hot water over the noodles up to the line inside the package. Chopsticks held the lid. Then you need to put the lid on so that everything is well brewed. It is traditional to clamp the lid with wooden chopsticks in the country. If you do not do this, the package may turn over and you will have to quickly cook the dish again. Min Hyuk stuck out his tongue, thinking that even in such conditions, it is still delicious. He looked at the oven, saying that he then puts the fish cake in the microwave. The guy cracked an egg into the frying pan. While the ramen and fish cake were cooking, you need to crack 2 eggs and fry them. The egg was frying in the frying pan. The hero said to fry the eggs carefully so that the yolk does not burst. There were 2 eggs in the frying pan. If you pour enough vegetable oil, the eggs will not stick, it will fry well. He looked to the side and said that everything is ready by the time the frying is finished. He looked at the microwave door. There was a sausage on a skewer. He said that he would move on to elastic and dense sausages and then to a juicy spicy fish cake. The dishes were on a plate. The hero said that it looked delicious. He was discouraged when he remembered the ramen. The chopstick pierced the package. Min Hyuk held the pack, saying that by piercing a hole in the lid with a chopstick, carefully drained the water. He stirred the noodles, saying that you need to add a seasoning mixture. Small pieces of cheese fell on the noodles. Min Hyuk said to grate the cheese and sprinkle it on the noodles. He looked at the shining microwave, saying to remove the lid and put the dish in the microwave. Pink pixels appeared in front of the hero. He said now. There were 2 dishes with delicious food on the table. He said the preparation of the fried spicy chicken noodle combo was completed. He picked up the noodles with cheese with his chopsticks, saying to mix the cheese with the ramen. Stuffing his cheeks, he ate, tasting. He clenched his fists, exclaiming that this delicious spicy taste spreads all over his mouth along with the cheese, the perfect combination of gooey cream cheese and spicy chicken. The men standing next to him said that it looks delicious. He held the piece with his chopsticks. The man wiped his saliva, saying that it was nothing special, but why does it look so good? This man is torturing them with food. The guy turned around, asking, is it possible to eat so much so easily? The monster exhaled smoke. A question was heard, a shield. The bull looked angrily. Someone shouted that Barrack was approaching. Do they really have to run away? The heroes held their weapons and offered to go back and face him. The man exclaimed that no, everyone would die. Min Hyuk was finishing his noodles. Blue flashes appeared, the use of unity with the wind. Min Hyuk's strike left a mark. He used the smashing sword. His comrades looked at this in surprise. The brunette stood with a sword. Words were heard. Did they see his movements? How could he overcome such a gap? The guy grinned, saying that strength flows in him. The system reported a combo dish for noodles with fried spicy chicken for Min Hyuk. The effect of the dish is all indicators plus 19% for 5 minutes. The 4th mastery of fencing L. A wound appeared on the monster's cheek. L's swordsmanship had temporarily reached its peak. The hero swung his sword. The bull's eyes glowed red. He was engulfed in flames. The protection of the demon god Barrack heals all wounds. The brunette smiled. Chains with a lock appeared in front of the bull. The system reported that the furnace of destruction, the skill to destroy the defense of the demon god, must designate the enemy's skill and seal it for 5 minutes, making it unusable. Min Hyuk looked at the monster and said that he studied its skills while eating. The system reported L's swordsmanship, a smashing sword. The enemy was surrounded by glowing petals. There were cuts on his hands. He looked with a vertical pupil. The hero resolutely extended his hand, saying that this is L's extreme swordsmanship. Barrack gritted his teeth, saying that this cannot be. He was engulfed in flames from the hero's onslaught and shouted for him not to rush to die. A silhouette of a man appeared next to them. He said, what is he muttering there? The system reported the demonic judgment sword, active skill, rage. The opponents stood opposite each other surrounded by radiance. There were purple flashes next to Min Hyuk. He said that it was so hot that it burned his skin. His hand was clutching the sword. He said that it was still. There was a silhouette of Diablo next to him. The hero said that they can't stop now. A beam pierced the flames next to the monster. Many shining beams rushed forward. The bull was surrounded by fire. The system reported that it was a mad blade. The monster with red eyes was angry. He raised his hand, saying that he had no idea how deep he was digging his own grave. Min Hyuk frowned as he heard that his damn madness would soon end. A fiery whip wrapped around the guy's wrist, and he thought that it was hot too. The brunette's eyes widened. He realized that it was durable, and he would get rid of it. A dark fiery whip appeared in front of him. The floor was breaking from the impact. A crack remained on the floor. Min Hyuk crouched, managing to dodge. Frowning, he said that with such force, even just touching it, he would be on the verge of death. He instantly cut the whip, putting all his strength into this attack. It would be dangerous to drag out the fight. Closing his eyes, the hero said that thanks to the rage skill, his attack power had increased, but due to the XP penalty, it had become too low. There were only about 2 minutes left. He had to kill him, but could he? Opening his eyes, the hero decided that no, he had to. The sword was covered in a blue-violet haze. Min Hyuk said that he had to concentrate all his power into the sword. A dark beam shot up. Min Hyuk was surprised to see many dark flashes. They were circling in front. He said that his blade would become fast and elusive, strikes like a flock of birds. If he combined the blade's slash and the sword's fury, the brunette said with a determined look that if he did so, he was surrounded by a purple glow. The dark beam swelled Barrack's hand. The guy's eyes were white. He used L's fury and extreme fencing. The bull looked with a red eye. There were many dark marks of blows around the guy. He used a furious blade. The bull looked, saying, how dare someone give such power to a person? Blue flashes were reflected in his eye. He said that he forgot his place. There were many black flashes in front of the monster. He thought, or was it him? A glass of red wine fell to the floor. L looked ahead in surprise, saying that Min Hyuk had reached the pinnacle of her swordsmanship. She stood by the window, saying that it was still early, but maybe. In front of Min Hayek was a defeated Barak. The guy was breathing heavily. The system reported that he had defeated Barak the Demon Knight. He had obtained the Demon Knight Training Ground Scroll. There were beads of sweat on the guy's face. The system reported that he had acquired the Demon God's special scroll. The Kingdom Warrior profession quest had been generated. The guy turned around. Hearing a scream, the system reported that the Shixin Kingdom profession quest had been created. The people behind him were cheering. Genie smiled, exclaiming that Min Hayek looked really cool. The hooded guy covered his mouth, saying that he was very glad that he was okay. The guy turned around. Min Hayek smiled at his comrades. The man in the long robe exhaled. His hair was tied in a ponytail. He said that he had finally arrived. The man smiled, saying that this was a royal class quest area. He was the undead tamer Jiangchen, the second-ranked undead tamer in China. He imagined images of people, saying that he was very envious when the notification came that Black Flame or Ollie could do royal class quests. He would finally do this quest. He stood in front of the cave entrance, saying that it was a little gloomy. It was dark in front. The man smiled slightly, saying that it didn't matter. He imagined the image of a black dragon, thinking that if he could make the black dragon Boromir his subordinate, it was possible that he would become #1 in the world rankings. He stood in front of a shining object, saying that here it is. A staff with a skull on top was shining. Jiangchen said that this was a staff of destruction made from Boromin's own tooth. He, saying that well, Boromin will see that he will be his master. The man's eyes widened in shock when he heard the question, him. Jiangchen began to fall, exclaiming. The man, doubled over, coughed up blood. He raised his head, hearing someone say that he said that he would be his master. A black paw appeared. A black dragon towered in front, saying that he thought the same thing. Smoke appeared from its mouth. It said that it would be enough to amuse him. Jiangchen was shocked to hear that he just had to do what he told him. Drops fell in the cave. The man thought that this dragon was not going to give up. He imagined a wooden puppet, thinking that Boromin was trying to make him his toy. The dragon approached the man and asked where the god was, where the piglet was. He asked again and clarified that he meant the pet of the food god. The dragon leaned over the man, saying that he was alive on the Asgan continent. His eye glowed yellow. He thought that this piglet. He imagined how Min Hayek smiled with Beanie on his shoulder. These events ended the 3rd season. The sky was dark above the cliffs. Dark smoke was coming out from the cave entrance where Boromin was sealed. The black dragon thought that the perfect divine beast, the embodiment of gluttony, had also awakened. He imagined the piglet, thinking that in the past he had let his guard down and lost. This time he would definitely crush him. A white crystal was shining. The dragon told the man to take it. The man put his hand on his chest in surprise. In his palms was a shining crystal. He heard that if he went to Asgan, he would be able to awaken most of his power, and he should go to the Asgan continent with the crystal he was given and find out the current status of the divine beast. The system reported that he had obtained the Continental Warp Gate gem. The awakening of Boromin's powers is not complete. Each crystal can only be used 3 times. Jiangchen looked at him in surprise, thinking that this was crazy. A warp crystal that could travel to another continent, it could definitely be sold for a huge price. The man looked at the dragon, thinking that no matter how strong Boromin was, he was just an NPC in the game, so there was no way he could know. The man quickly turned away, thanking the dragon, and said that he would follow all of his instructions. He opened the information window, saying that great, then it was time to list the crystal on the black market. Jiangchen smiled contentedly, saying that there was a player who wanted to buy it right after he listed it. He looked down, saying that it was about 3 billion. In front of him was a message from Mei, who wrote that she wanted to buy the crystal he had just posted for 4 billion. There were trees growing among the houses. At the same time, after defeating Barak, the elf village, Genie sat with her legs crossed. She looked down, thinking that Min Hayek was definitely strong. She remembered the brunette fighting, thinking that he was the only one who could fight him properly. She and the others looked on in surprise, thinking that if they were compared, they were useless. The brunette clenched her fist, thinking that their guild was currently ranked 13th, a very low ranking compared to their reputation and past achievements. She looked down, thinking that maybe it was because she was weak. She also wanted to become stronger. There was a fountain in the park, and she heard someone say that the view was very beautiful. Genie turned around, looking at the person who entered. The smiling girl heard a question. Was she Hayes? She remembered the brunette smiling while standing next to her and thought that this was the girl Min Hayek brought. He said that he was sure that she had great potential. Genie heard a question asking if she heard the news from Min Hayek. Hayes said with a smile that if they do well in the quest, he will become a king. The elves laughed at the fountain. The girl asked what kind of king Min Hayek will be. Isn't she curious? Genie crossed her arms, hearing that it won't be easy, but he will definitely do it. She will do everything to help him. Her hand clenched into a fist. Hayes said that there are many people like her who help Min Hayek. The guy chewed on his food, saying that they need to create a kingdom. It may be a quest, but he thinks that it is a little big in scale. She remembered how he smiled, saying that they need to create a kingdom where no one will go hungry. That would be cool. She imagined the hero standing next to the characters and said that if Min Hayek wants to become a king, he will not be allowed to remain a member of the guild. But if he leaves, she will not be able to keep in touch with the people she met through him. If that happens, the guild legend. The girl smiled, saying no, she created the guild so that they could all become stronger. Looking at Hayes, she thanked her, saying that thanks to her, she decided what to do next. There was a knock on the door. Min Hayek walked in and asked if Jeannie was free. The girls looked at him, and the brunette said yes, but for what? The guy beamed, saying that great, he found information that could be useful for the guild. Jeannie pointed her finger, asking, did he mean to say that the legendary territory that every monarch of this world dreams of really exists? Min Hayek proudly raised his shoulders, confirming. He introduced the village, saying that this place is called Atlas. He thinks he can get there with the help of the quest he received. The brunette raised her eyebrows pitifully, saying that not much time has passed since the battle with Barrick, so going blindly is stupid. The guy looked at her and asked, she won't go, but it's good for the guild. The brunette looked down, saying that's right, now is not the time to think. She clenched her fist, saying that new hunting grounds, leveling up the profession, useful drops, she doesn't know what awaits them. Thanks to this opportunity, their guild can become the first, right? Jeannie touched her ear and asked what the guild members were doing. The answers were heard that someone was crafting weapons, someone was eating and needed to wash the dishes, and someone was in the dungeon. Touching her ear, one said that it doesn't matter where they are and what they are doing at the moment, the gathering is in the territory of Valhalla. She heard the question, why and what will they do? Min Hayek was eating cookies. The girl said that the goal is the recently discovered territory of Atlas. She stood in front of the others with determination, saying that they had to make up for what they had lost in the battle against Barrick. They had to try hard. The boy crossed his arms, saying that it was good that they had gathered like this. Conir was in the apron. Something was getting in the way. A question was heard. What was he doing? And the answer was that he was doing the quest the way of ramen. Min Hayek asked with a smile, was he already doing the fourth quest? The boy replied that he was trying his best, thanks to him. He remembered swimming with the name and said that after swimming on the third quest, he ate 20 bags of pork noodles. Springy, spicy noodles, he still can't forget them. The hero opened the inventory, saying that it was good, although he wanted him to give him something awesome. Touching one window, the boy said he would take a look. He threw out the products and the pig, saying that this is a beanie, this is one ingredient, another ingredient, this is a potion, a drink. A paper flew into Conir's face. He took it in his hands and said that he found a scroll. What is it? And heard that it was probably a teleportation scroll. The guy in the apron tore the paper. Min Hayek turned around, saying that maybe it was a teleportation scroll to the Argon continent. He was going to use it to go there. It was better not to tear it because he turned around. His gaze was questioning, and then he became shocked. Surrounded by a glow, Conir looked at him. Min Hayek opened his mouth, and clutching his head, he screamed that he tore the scroll as soon as he received it. Steam was coming from the trading stall. Conir looked down, and then turned around in surprise. He looked ahead in shock. There were mountains ahead. He said that he had arrived at an unknown place. On the trading floor of the Chinese black market, Jiang Chen looked at the brunette in surprise, who said that she had just transferred 4 billion, let her check, and replied that he had received it. The man's cheeks turned red. He was shocked, thinking that it was just a moment, but he was so shocked that he did not even look at the 4 billion. The girl held a crystal. This is the Valkyrie Mayway. He does not believe his eyes. The man looked at her, talking, thinking that he was her fan, but never thought that he would meet her in person. He was amazed to hear that they had completed the transaction and she would go. Valkyrie turned around when she heard him call out to her. The man was worried, asking if he could give her advice. For example, surrounded by a glow, Mayway heard, that teenager and the embodiment of gluttony, beware of them. The man said that he did not know the details because he overheard it. Surrounded by pixels, the girl heard that he was sharing with her because it might be good for her. Turning away, she thanked him and said that she had to go. Jiang Chen was shocked to hear how determined she said that. Mayway closed one eye, saying, some teenager, beware of gluttony, what? Her eyes widened in surprise. She stood among the mountains, at the entrance to the Asgan continent, exclaimed that this was a new continent. With an excited look, she said that she had not been able to participate in events recently due to health reasons. When she was present in person, it felt like a new place. It smelled delicious. A delicious aroma wafted to her. She thought it was the smell of food. The man waved his hand and called out a customer. Mayway covered her mouth. She saw a boy at the concession stand calling her. Conir with a ladle smiled and said, welcome to Conir Ramen Shop. The brunette looked at her in surprise and asked, a stall with a child, and thought that it couldn't be that the child was here alone. He was probably an NPC. The boy approached her and asked, when she cooks ramen, does she add noodles or broth first? Looking at his shining eyes, the girl thought, this test, if she passes it, will she be given something? Mei smiled, saying that when you cook ramen. Looking at the boy, she said that it all starts with the pot. Konir opened his mouth in admiration. Words were heard at the tent that if you think about it, then yes, it starts with the pot. He wants to serve ramen to this genius guest. Valkyrie thought that he was a cute little chef. Standing at the tent, she heard that the ramen was ready, let him eat more. In front of her was a bowl of noodles and an egg. She heard that it was Konir's signature ramen with egg and green onions. The brunette smiled, saying that it would be even better if she ate it and left a review. She looked at the food, repeating that if she ate it. Looking at the plate with the dish, she heard there not to refuse and eat as much as she wanted. Everything swam because she felt dizzy. The guy saw her stagger and asked her if something happened. Did something hurt? The girl's face darkened, talking about the smell of food. She covered her mouth. Mei remembered herself in real life, overweight, saying that she used to be very overweight and cheerfully more than 100 kilograms. She remembered the smiling guy, thinking that she had a younger brother who was always there. The boy was smiling. She thought he was mentally retarded. But this child was the kindest and sweetest in the world. They lived happily and cared for each other. A butterfly was flying. Mei thought that one day. The brother noticed the butterfly and called his sister, talking about her. The girl called the running boy, telling him not to run away without her and to wait. Sweat was running down her face. She said that she could not catch up. Her body was very heavy. In any case, this signal meant that she could cross, so everything was fine. Suddenly she turned around, hearing a loud horn. The boy froze in shock. Mei looked at him in shock. She looked down, telling him that just like that, right before her eyes, her younger brother was hit by a car and died. Konir looked at the girl pitifully, who said that she could have pushed him away, but she moved slowly and could not save him because of her weight. Since then she has not been able to eat. It's just funny. The guy ran out from behind the counter to her. He put his hand on her shoulder, saying no. With a determined look, he said that it was not her fault. Not because she was slow or too heavy, it was the driver's fault for speeding through the red light, so he should not blame himself. Mei looked at him pitifully and heard a request not to cry. He understood everything. She smiled a little. Ruffling the guy's hair, she said thank you. He is worried about her. It's very cute. Mei looked at the guy with a smile and thought that the longer she looked at him, she remembered her smiling brother, thinking that the more he reminded her of her younger brother. She noticed in surprise an information window about the quest being created and thought, why did it suddenly appear? The system reported a hidden quest to help Konir with his business. Class SS, friendship limit with Konir. Penalty for failure is worsening relations with Konir. Reward is the most delicious ramen in the world. Description: the boy Konir works hard to reach the highest level in making ramen. It is necessary to help his store increase sales. The girl looked at the information window, repeating help with his business. After all, he is an NPC and a reward. She pointed her finger, reading the most delicious ramen in the world. She pointed her finger, thinking that if this is Shiksen level food. She remembered sitting opposite the doctor who said that maybe they can cure anorexia. She looked at Konir and saw the image of her brother next to him and thought that she wanted to help him this time. The boy looked in the same direction and asked where she was looking. The girl smiled and said that she was looking nowhere. He wanted to say something. She was surprised to hear an offer to take a napkin. He said with a smile that she had vomited, let her take it to wipe herself. Mei took the paper with a smile and thanked him. Then she looked at it in surprise. There was an arrow drawn on the paper. She asked if it was not a scroll of return. Where did he get it from? It was so valuable. Konir gave a thumbs up, saying that she was not worried. There were many of them. Let her use as many as she wanted. Mei snorted. Smoke came out of the tent. Words were heard that she never thought that she would use scrolls as napkins. Konir asked why she was laughing. He wanted to laugh with her. Let him tell her. Manhwa and the others were standing on a cliff in the area near the Atlas estate. He was looking through binoculars. There was a map window in front of him, and he said that since the location was marked on the map, he thought they could go there. Looking ahead, he said that there was additional information. In the background of the map, there was an information window saying that the area was unexplored. He said that it said that Atlas is an unexplored land. Locke clenched his fist, saying that it would give a lot of experience points then. Manhwa looked at the guy who was saying that he was very excited. He took a bite of food, saying that it might be difficult, but it will be fine, right? There was blood on his head. He asked why the low-level monsters here were so strong. There was a turtle in the center. The monster with crystals was throwing off the players. Locke thought that if it weren't for Manhwa, they would all have died. He frowned, saying that these mobs were really unbalanced. He asked the man in front of him why he stopped. Why was he causing trouble out of nowhere? The boy was angry, saying that he had swallowed his tongue. And then he looked ahead in surprise. A castle was appearing among the trees. A beautiful building towered among the trees. The heroes came closer. The boy asked, "Is this the Atlas estate?" Manhwa stood behind and heard him say that in his opinion, this is the most beautiful background he has ever seen. The man put his hands on his hips and told them to stand. The heroes looked at him in surprise. The building was collapsing. The trees were losing their leaves. Instead of a castle, there were ruins, the entire estate in an instant. Locke shouted that now they will just fly away. Min Hayek looked ahead in surprise. The man in the boot said that if they pass the appropriate tests, he will send them to the other side. The white-haired man is one of the legends of Rant, a dwarf. In front of them is a new race, no one has met dwarves yet. Min Hayek asked the man in surprise if he was the one who had just turned everything into ruins, and heard that he had. The brunette was surprised to see the information windows, which said that he had a sufficient skill level to become the owner of the Atlas territory. The test to become the owner of the Atlas territory was starting. The hero said that regarding other players, he thought that only he could see this message since it did not appear for them. The man was surrounded by a glow. He said that he thought it was already clear that only one person could become the true owner. Images of heroes appeared behind him. He ordered to choose one of the legends and complete the corresponding test. A man in armor, a shield and a sword, the legendary Crosshew. A blonde girl, the mother of all things, the legendary Eden. A gray-haired guy, a saint, the legendary Lewis. Min Hayek looked at him in surprise, thinking that this was a choice. It depended on him how they would manage this territory in the future. He looked ahead intently. The man looked at him. Min Hayek thought that even Rand's trials could probably be chosen. Locke looked at the brunette and thought that he was jealous. No matter what he chose, it would be cool. What would he choose? Showing a number with his fingers, the brunette said that he had decided he would pass the trial of all the legends. The dwarf was surprised, asking, choosing all four, he might regret it. Failure of even one would cost him dearly. Min Hayek smiled, saying that everything was fine. He was confident enough. Rand grinned and thought that he felt that he was not just talking for nothing. For the first time in a long time, a good challenger. Min Hayek was displeased to hear that unfortunately, it was impossible to pass all the trials at once. His spirit perked up when he heard that there was a way out. The trees were bare of leaves. Words were heard that, having passed the trials of one of the legends with a very high result, he would gain access to the next one. If he succeeded, he would eventually be able to pass the trial of all four. The hero thought that now he had to decide. He sat on the ground next to the other heroes. Jeannie asked whose trial would be first. The first meeting of the Legend Guild was about to begin. Looking away, she said that she personally thought it would be good to take the Rant trial first. High-quality equipment and skills could compensate for the difference in levels. Locke raised his hand and suggested taking the Crosshew trial. Well-trained soldiers and guild members are more effective than anything else. Min Hayek brought his fingers to his mouth, chuckling. He raised his finger and said with a smile that he should probably take the Eden trial, which would allow him to grow excellent crops. His comrades exclaimed that they knew it would be like this. He was thinking about how to eat again. Locke covered his ears, and the guy next to him thought sadly, what about his opinion? Min Hayek asked the guys to listen. The guys were surprised to hear him say that the crops expressed here with the blessing of Eden can give better buffs than ordinary crops. They imagined a plate of rice when he asked them to imagine that the dishes he made here could obtain all of these properties. Jeannie let out a frown, saying that he was right. To sum it up, if he chose Eden and failed the trial, the rest of the rewards would disappear forever. Would that be okay with them? The hero smiled. Touching his chest, he asked them not to worry. It was him, Min Hayek. Rant looked at the heroes, saying that they had made a decision. A silhouette of a blonde girl appeared, and words were heard that they were choosing the Eden trial. The girl with the veil said that they would not be able to take another trial until they completed the one they chose. Did they want to start the trial with Eden? Looking at her, Min Hayek said that they would be the ones to start. The girl was glowing. She said that she was starting. She would call an assistant for the trial. The guy covered his eyes from the light. He looked down. Then his gaze became surprised. A gray-haired man with a hat appeared. Min Hayek looked at him with admiration and asked if he was Blaine. The man exclaimed in displeasure when he recognized him. Eden touched her cheek, thinking that the two knew each other. Connier put his hands on his hips and welcomed them to the ramen shop, then asked them to tell him what kind of ramen they wanted and he would make it for them. The deputy came over and asked what kind of ramen was the best here. Naewei replied that isn't the kimchi ramen the best. The man asked for 50 servings. The guild leader looked at the girl who said that they also sold cold spicy noodles. How did he like that, although she hadn't tried it? Weishin shouted angrily, do they think they came all this way just to eat ramen? The comrade replied that a full stomach is good for sightseeing. The purple-haired man exclaimed that they must be spineless. Do they think they came here to eat ramen? Naewei winked coquettishly while he shouted that she had cast a charm on them. This was a beautiful girl. The boys stood up dissatisfied when they heard the order to stand up. They would eat ramen after completing the mission. The man put a coin on the table, saying that he would pay for everything they ordered here. Would one platinum coin be enough? Connier asked fearfully, would they just leave? The noodles were being cooked. He said that 50 servings of ramen were almost ready. Weishin looked at him and said that the order was paid. Why insist on them eating? The coin was on the table. He said that they were busy. Since they were paid twice as much as for normal ramen, he should be satisfied. The masked girl said that they took the order and the guy made 50 servings, and they don't have even a few minutes to eat it. Wei-shin looked at her, saying that if the customer paid for a huge order, it doesn't matter if he doesn't eat it. Mei frowned, saying that they didn't have time to raise their chopsticks to their mouths several times. Didn't they even think about the sincerity of the person who cooked? The man frowned, saying that they did the job, they got paid, so what else do they want? The purple-haired man reached for the sword behind his back and told the guildmaster that these guys weren't going to listen to what he said. The brunette looked at his comrade, stopping him. The man swung his sword. The dishes in the shop were scattered. Mei looked at it in shock, hearing the guy's lamentations. Riven said that he didn't like how they set up the shop from the beginning, now they will just pay for the repairs. A glow appeared around the girl. She said that God told them to love everyone, but since they don't treat others as equals, they deserve to be punished. She grabbed the guy by his clothes. Mei choked him, asking what did he just say to her little brother. The guy's eyes were closed. He thought that after the examination he would have to undergo a test. What would it be? He slightly opened his eyes, thinking that after the test was over, what else would they plant on the territory? He wanted to ask Bland to grow sweet potatoes and cook chicken ribs with them. Chang Wook leaned towards the guy, asking him if he was okay. The coach looked at Min Hyuk in surprise and asked if he was okay. Wasn't he too nervous about the examination? Did he want to get a sedative? The hero replied that he was okay. He was probably just thinking about the game and his head was spinning. Chang Wook turned around and asked if he was okay, then they were going. The girl held a folder and said that today was Min Hyuk's examination day. She was looking forward to it. The coach laughed, saying that he already said that it was a secret. The girl smiled and said that he was right. The guy looked at his palm and thought, is he looking forward to it? Walking was definitely easier than before, breathing was easier, but when was the last time he looked in the mirror? The man turned around and saw that he shouldn't be nervous, the results would be good. There were people in the room. Min Hyuk recognized Hyojin, Jin Hwan and his dad. The hero thought they were all waiting for the results, but what was hidden by the cloth behind their backs? The guy stood in front of the scale and heard what they would tell him when he finished the examination and they would start weighing him. The numbers on the screen changed. Min Hyuk mentally prayed. The numbers changed. The guy repeated, please. He thought, please, even just a little. The scale showed 126.4 kilograms. The hero looked down, and then he looked up, hearing his name being called. The guy looked at the mirror in surprise. Chang Wook hugged him, exclaiming that he knew he could do it. The guy said that he could fall. Everyone surrounded the hero, praising him. The coach said that he tried very hard and suggested that he continue in the same spirit, then in the future they can add different exercises. Min Hyuk smiled shyly, hearing that he worked hard. The girl said that he looked like 105 kilograms because he built up muscle mass. The guy thanked everyone. The man looked at his son and said that losing weight is good. But the reason, bulimia, is not yet excluded. He knows that he cannot let down his guard. Min Hyuk said with a smile that, of course, he will continue to work hard on himself in the future. Chang Wook wiped his face, heard that now that he realized the success, he remembered that he wanted to try something when he lost weight. The brunette called the coach and asked if he was coming with him. The man with a handkerchief resolutely said that of course. Skyscrapers towered in the city. This is the Royal Shopping Mall in Seoul. The girl closed her eyes as the man pointed his finger and shouted that he was saying that there had been a stain on the clothes from the beginning. They were even torn, so obviously he should get his money back. She heard them shouting gloomily that this was why people who didn't understand anything didn't work here. If she didn't understand, then she should learn. They say that the customer is always right, but she just doesn't listen to him. Can she even respond to his demand? He can't sleep peacefully. Does she understand that? The man heard with displeasure that no matter how much he denied it, it looked like a drink had been spilled on the clothes. He threw the clothes at the girl, shouting that if she didn't have any brains, she shouldn't open her mouth. How many times had he repeated that the stain had already been there? The saleswoman with the clothes on her head apologized, saying that it was really impossible to process his return. If he sent a request through the help desk, she would send him detailed information. She couldn't help him anymore and didn't dare detain him. The cloth was removed, tears were visible in the eyes. Words were heard that the conversation was over. Let her wait here, she will not work here anymore. The man turned around, hearing that this is how Minhu, the chairman of the board of directors of the shopping center, trains his employees. The guy gloomily said that the heart of the company is the employees. The man walked up to Min Hyuk and asked who he was. He replied that he was an ordinary college student. The man frowned, thinking, what kind of guy is this? Why is he so big? The hero looked at him. The foot in the sneaker took a step. Min Hyuk asked if he knew about the incident last year where the small business owner harassed an employee here. The man took a step back, hearing that this was the scandal after which the chairman was so furious that he personally intervened and terminated the contract with this company. Min Hyuk looked at the man from above and said that it was all over the media. Did he not know? He walked further, pushing him away, and asked what is here. He removed the cloth from the girl's head. Holding the clothes, the guy said that no matter how you look at it, the torn area was scratched by a fingernail and there were traces of alcohol. He smiled, saying, doesn't he think it will attract enough attention if they post it on social media? Aggressive boss at the mall, cool title, sounds exciting. The man gloomily heard that he has a lot of followers on social media and he is good at editing videos. He also has a friend who works as a reporter. Would Minhwa like it if he talked about it or gave an interview himself? Min Hyuk filmed the man with his phone, who was leaving, shouting insults and saying that he would make him cry bloody tears. The hero said that it was ugly, he would record that too. The girl stood behind Min Hyuk and apologized. Her face was red from crying, she thanked him for helping her. The guy smiled, saying that it was not necessary. He just did what he had to do and asked where he could pick up a men's suit. He wanted to give it to his father. He put the clothes down, saying that she could not worry about what happened. The girl heard that the chairman would take care of everything. The man ran to the brunette, calling out. Min Hyuk stood behind the man, who shouted that it was his first time going shopping. How could he leave without him? The saleswoman opened her mouth in surprise, hearing that nothing would happen if he did not follow him. The man exclaimed to let him be near. She opened her mouth in shock, hearing that her father ordered him. The man replied that the chairman himself could not go. He was a busy man. Chang-wook walked up to Min Hyuk and asked why he suddenly disappeared. He almost got lost. The girl thought that it could not be the chairman's son. The brunette turned to her, and then he smiled and waved. The girl blushed, looking at him. The red-haired guy fell. Connor angrily clutched the cloth. She crouched down, shouting at the guy that if he touched Mayway again, he would not let it go. The girl said that was enough, he could let him go. On the screen was an image of an angry boy. Words were heard that as a result, all the guild members were destroyed. Did he see this? The man stood with a phone in his hand and said that Mayway did not even bother to join the sing. They were defeated by this NPC. He touched his forehead, saying how will he look his teammates in the eye now after all this? He imagined the silhouettes of people, thinking that maybe he should tell him. Lucky that he took on this together with the guys from the Beijing Guild. Closing his eyes, Weishan said that it was a shame that the determination of the guild rankings was postponed, but nothing could be done about it. He called out to his interlocutor, but suddenly, he was amazed to hear him asking to save him, the Dragon King. Holding the phone to his ear, he heard fragments of words: Korea, crossing, the Dragon King attacked, the ship was destroyed, the guild members, it was a complete failure. Weishan looked at the phone in confusion. The guy imagined a bearded monster and thought, the Dragon King. On the Sea of the Dragon King, near the territory of Valhalla, a ship was sailing. On board was the leader of the Beijing Guild, where there were more than 1,000 Beijing rankers. His name was Cannibal. The man crossed his arm and said that there was Shiksin on the Korean server now, and if they brought him to his knees first, their position would be much stronger. While the fish's eyes were shining underwater, he was told that there were no problems at the moment. He asked to report any deviations to him. The fish asked about Min Hyuk. Someone folded his arms, saying that people from another continent, dared to sail here and were now trying to ruin the life of the benefactor of the Dragon Palace. A rabbit crouched behind him and asked if they should be punished. The eyes of the MKSHI were shining yellow while he was saying that they needed to be taught a lesson. The people on the deck began to sway. Cannibal grabbed the railing, asking what was happening in real life. When the water began to splash in different directions, he was told that monsters were attacking from under the ship. They began to shoot at the fish, and the guild leader asked them not to panic and kill them. A subordinate looked at him, shouting that there were more monsters. Red clothes began to appear from under the water. A giant dragon king appeared above the ship. The brown-haired man frowned and began to ask why he attacked them so suddenly if they did not violate anything. The man looked at him and said that he wanted to provoke someone who was better not to disturb. Cannibal with a surprised face tried to understand who they were talking about. Looking at the thunderclouds, he wondered if the underwater mobs had attacked the lowland to protect some player. Lightning struck the ship. Eden said with a calm face that they should be ready to complete the quest. The guy folded his arms when she muttered that it seemed like it was already done. The screen showed the description of the quest: finding the estate, where as a reward they could get the Atlantis estate and a seed of the Lesser World Tree. They needed to collect 20% of the fruits of the withering watermelon and melon. The protagonist looked at his comrades, asking about the withering fruit. He smiled and asked if these fruits were edible at all. Blaine asked if he meant the withering fruit. The old man looked up and replied that it was edible and in fact, even tastier than normal fruits. He watched the smiling protagonist, mentally noting that he had already started thinking about food. The man frowned and thought that although the withering fruits were harder to pick than the others, it was Min Hyuk, so he didn't have to worry. He looked at Rant and called out to him. The man was pouring liquid into a bowl and cursing loudly. He looked down, saying that it seemed like he had just asked for a pancake-making device to be made for him, and now he was already dead. He began to drink from the cup. Rant looked at the Shiksen statue, saying that the drink tasted good. There was an empty cup on the floor, and he said that he still missed the times when they drank together. The old man crouched in front of the statue, saying that only he could pass the test of the world tree. He looked up with a sad look and said that as expected, his descendants did not come. Rant began to get up, noting that they were in a difficult situation, so he would go back. Turning around, he said that he needed to see how they were doing. His eyes widened. Eden was desperately digging the ground. Crosshue was glowing with a bright flame. Lewis held his hands in prayer, turning to the Lord and asking him to take care of them. He asked to let him drink at least one more sip of this juice that Manhwa had prepared. Looking at the three who had gone crazy, Raton asked what happened to these three legendary warriors. In the other direction, he saw how the locals were also digging rafts and was surprised by this. While the guy smiled darkly, the old man indignantly asked what was going on here. About an hour ago, Blaine looked at the apple in the ground and told the brunette that he could dig it up like this. The apple looked at them with displeasure. The man said that they had to dig very carefully so as not to damage the roots of the world tree. The protagonist with a rag in his hand said that he understood and wanted to try. The old man crossed his arms, saying that he wasn't sure if it would work. He said that he was sure that Manhwa would dig one up and say that it was very difficult. His face distorted in shock. He looked at the player with the melon in his hands, wondering how this happened if he only dripped a few times. The thing was that the guy's agility was 2,000, while Blaine's was only 1,000. The brunette pursed his lips and thought that it would be harder to do it alone. He looked up, wondering if he should use that tricky method again after all this time. The building was shining. There was a table with a blender. The protagonist put his hands on his hips, satisfied. An old man came up to him and asked what he had come up with this time. Manhwa stuck a straw into the glass and said that it was canned apple juice, and then asked him to try it. Tasting the drink, Blaine said that since it was free, he would try it. His eyes sparkled. With a red face, he began to think about the sourness of the apple and how perhaps because it was a wilting apple, the sweetness was maximally pronounced. He thought that he definitely did not taste any artificial sweeteners, and all the sweetness was from the fruit itself. The man began to imagine red apples, mentally noting that in addition, the ice seemed to be thoroughly mixed, so the drink was very refreshing, and with each sip, the refreshing juice and the crunchy texture of the apple came together. He thought that this taste was happiness like an oasis after finishing field work. The old man darkened and began to drink quickly. He attracted Eden's attention. She approached the guy and asked what they were doing instead of digging up fruits and what they were eating. The brunette handed her a glass of juice and said that it was better to try it once than to try to explain. The girl began to drink. Others approached them, and the protagonist asked if they wanted to too. A woman approached him and asked if they, as locals, could also try a little. Manhwa answered positively. He touched his chin and said that there was not much left to share with everyone. He said that he would like to do more, but his health. The brown-haired woman from the rear, the warriors looked back. They all began to quickly dig the ground. Blaine said that now they all work for one goal, and that is to help the guy with fruit juice. Rant froze in confusion. At the same time, Conir ramen on the Asgan continent. There was an easel on which they wrote about the discovery. Mei held a scroll in her hand, asking how to start making ramen. The guy pointed his finger and said questioningly about pouring water. The girl began to speak into the megaphone that they first need to take out a pot, and then called the next participant. The brunette smiled widely as he was ordered a portion of ramen to heal his broken heart. He replied that there were many such orders today, and then offered to sit down and wait for a while. Looking at the hot dish, he said that this is a spicy ramen that will help soothe the pain of a broken heart. The man began to eat the noodles, asking why call out customers if it is instant ramen. His eyes widened, imagining long noodles and chili peppers, thinking that although it is instant ramen, it tastes just like real ramen. The man wondered if elastic noodles soaked in spicy broth are not only delicious. He began to drink the broth, thinking that the green onions make the broth so fragrant. The brunette guessed that this ramen shop was good. Looking at Conir, he mentally noted that the chef here was young and nice. There were people sitting at the stall. The brunette stretched tiredly and exclaimed that they sold everything. Mei praised him and asked if this was the last purchase. The player gave her a thumbs up and said that he was very impressed by the girl's ability to attract admirers. He said that she was simply a genius. He looked away and added that since that was the case, he wanted to tell her something. Sitting next to the stall, the guy asked if it was true that she was looking for Shixin because of her illness. The brunette answered in the affirmative and said that she might be able to eat the food if he cooked it. Her face distorted in shock, and she asked if Shixin really thought of him as a younger brother. The player put his hand behind his head and said that he did not mean to deceive her, and then apologized for telling her only now. He looked up. Looking at the bowl of soup, the guy said that it was his brother who taught him how to cook ramen, and perhaps her body would accept his dish as well. The girl looked at the food with surprised eyes, hearing that they wanted to treat her because she really helped with the excellent one. Mei's gaze darkened and she began to wonder if everything would be okay. She mentally noted that Conir said that Shixin himself taught him, and most importantly, this dish was prepared especially for him and she really wanted to try it. She swallowed. The guy began to nod his head when asked if he could try it. The girl took the noodles with chopsticks, noting that the smell did not make her sick. She brought them closer to her mouth. The brunette froze. She began to imagine the ingredients, thinking that this ramen was much more tender than others, and it was not spicy and salty, but edible and soft. She mentally noted that finely chopped green onions increased appetite and complemented the texture. Mei covered her mouth with her hand and said that she could eat her dish. Her surprised face turned red. Remembering the boy with the pot, she said that it tasted like ramen with a lot of broth that her brother made. Connor clenched his fists and asked what she thought. The girl started drinking the broth. She smiled widely and said that it was very delicious. The guy stood next to her and asked if it was delicious to the point of tears. She answered that it was, because someone made it masterfully. A notification appeared saying that she had to complete a hidden quest in which she needed to help Connor with his ramen shop. There were dry trees under the sky. Eden with a drink smiled widely, noting its sweetness. She sat with her comrades and said that no one would have thought that such a delicious juice could be made from a withering fruit. The protagonist smiled, hearing himself called a genius. He held a 500-year-old watermelon in his hand, exclaiming that he was truly a genius. The screen noted that his reputation level had increased and he had gained 40 strength. The guy said that he had achieved a lot, gaining titles and gaining favor. He looked up and said that the harvest was the coolest there. The screen next to the tree said that the withering fruit was 100% ripe. Remembering how everyone dusted the ground, Manhwa thought that with 1,000 locals digging together, the quest was completed very quickly. A notification appeared about the completion of the Eden quest, after which the tree would be restored. The player looked at it. The dry tree began to grow. Leaves appeared on the branches. A green crown covered the tree. Signs began to appear around it with the words that the world tree was growing again on the territory of the Atlas estate and would give the residents vitality and vigor. The guy looked up with surprised eyes, saying that it was simply huge. Fruits began to fall on the branches. Taking one in his hands, the brunette said that he now knew what the fruit of the world tree looked like. Looking darkly and drooling, he asked if he could try it. The protagonist bit into it. Frowning, he said that the sweet and refreshing taste reminded him of an apple. He shifted his gaze, muttering that the freshness had become much stronger and now he tasted like a pear. Manhwa closed his eyes, saying that the taste suddenly became very sweet, like a melon. He began to imagine the fruit, noting that if you chew it thoroughly, the fruit becomes softer, like a peach. Many notifications about leveling up began to appear. The player asked in surprise how he could level up so many times by eating only one fruit. He read on the sign that the hidden part of Shiksen was unlocked and said that this was what he expected from the world tree. He opened his mouth slightly, reading that by completing the hidden part quest, he would receive additional rewards. The words on the screen said that at the ranch of Runia, the heavenly goddess, he could get a large piece of chuck tail flap, a trim, and the entire tenderloin. The guy began to imagine these places on the cow's body. Crossu came up to him and asked if he was ready for the next test. He smiled nervously. The brunette's chin was drooling. He looked with a wide smile and asked if the cows that were bred in heaven were tasty. The protagonist began to fist when the man replied that they were probably tasty. He began to scream. The brown-haired man looked with a nervous smile. He wondered if it was possible that they were momentarily intoxicated by the juice. Connor looked at the screen and said that Manhwa was here. Crossu rubbed his chin, saying that his granddaughter would explain how the sword and shield tests were conducted. Presenting several crests, he said that in this test they would field 100 warriors. Thinking of a map, the man said that they would then use these forces to attack a large area of land that looked the same. He then imagined the terrain and was asked if the battlefield looked the same but was in a different location. He replied that it was. Imagining a table where Crossu was ranked first and Manhwa was ranked second, it was said that they would then compare their results. The standard positive result was a value 20% lower than his. The guy touched his chin and said that he roughly understood. He noted the words about standard grades. The brunette shifted his gaze and asked if there would be an additional reward if he surpassed his results. The man put his hand on his waist and said that it would be hard for him because he was the one who defeated an army of 10,000 people with only 200. Looking at the world tree, he said that he wanted to say that if he looked down on it, he would be in big trouble. The challenger entered the test area. A soldier named Pakin began to appear. As he appeared, he mentally noted that even though he died, he had to pass the test of the sword and shield. The man raised his head when the system said to prepare the troops for battle. He thought if he did not die in this test, he would be able to stay in the Atlas territory for at least one day. Remembering the tombstone, the blonde thought that he had a desire to visit his mother's grave. Imagining the old woman, he thought that this test was being held for the first time in hundreds of years, and he did not know when the next one would be, so he wanted to visit his mother at least once. While the chicken was giving off a pleasant aroma, Packen mentally noted that he would go to his mother's grave and show the respect he was never capable of before, and also taste the delicious chicken his mother used to cook. The smell hit him in the nose. The guy smiled and asked if he was already here. Holding a plate of chicken in his hands, he called the soldier to eat. The man froze in shock. Looking at the food on the table, he thought that he really hoped that this time it would be Mr. Crossue's camp. Eating a chicken leg, the blonde wondered if the man had made a mistake in the test. He perked up, recognizing the taste of the dish. Looking at him, the brunette happily noted that his level had increased by 4. Imagining the brown-haired man, he thought that he could not defeat him with tactics. The protagonist offered a glass of watermelon juice, thinking that given the fact that the strength of the soldiers of each faction is the same. While the warriors were eating, he noted that if they increased the stats and combat level of the soldiers by more than 20%, Manhwa introduced himself and said that he would be the one to lead them to this test. The men perked up when he asked if it was true that no one wanted to die in battle. The player pointed his finger, mentally noting that they had every chance of winning. He said that he had an amazing idea. Meanwhile, Crossue's team killed the monster. The man was holding a bloody sword. He looked at his comrade and asked what their losses were at this stage. He was told that they had 5 wounded and 1 killed. The brown-haired man looked at the system screen and said that this was normal for the first boss, noting that the test would pass without surprises. He froze in surprise. On the screen, Crossue saw Manhwa digging with a shovel. Frozen, he began to remember the guy, wondering what he had come up with this time. Manhwa's squad dug the ground at his command. Packen looked at the commander and said that this was the limit, since this layer was not dug. The brunette looked at the hole and said that they had dug deep enough and that should be enough. They covered the hole with leaves and grass, and the soldier said that they had intertwined the tops of the trees so that it would not be obvious that it was a trap. The protagonist whistled, giving the order to the archers. The soldiers looked at the monsters. They launched arrows at them. When the orcs rushed, the blonde told the guy about it. The player smiled and said not to worry, because they would fall into a trap and not even look here. The monster smelled the smell. To the side, he saw cooked food. They saw fried chicken. The orc ran in that direction, and the warrior said that the armored orcs changed their direction and were running straight to the trap. The monster stepped on the foliage, his face distorted with shock. He and his comrades fell into the hole. The guy sat down at the edge of the pit, and the monster began to call him a vile person, saying that he lured them with the smell of delicious food and set traps. The brunette noted that he knew that everything would go well. He smiled slyly and asked if he should fry them now. While the fire was burning in the pit, the protagonist perked up. The dark silhouette of the monster asked if he killed his fighters. Manhwa saw green legs. The first boss, the 2-headed ogre, stood in front of him. Waving his hand, the player called Rune and Beanie, saying that they had prepared a secret dish for him. A roast pig appeared on the plate. The guy bit his nails in frustration, mentally noting that he had to use a whole pig to tame it, but nothing could be done about it. One head said that it looked very appetizing, and the second tried to reason with it. The monster kicked the plate, asking how dare he tempt them and shouting that they refused. The beasts grew gloomy. Standing next to the brunette, Packen said in fear that it was a treat prepared by the commander. The protagonist looked at him with crazy eyes. The ogre grinned and asked if he really thought he could tame them with this. Manhwa jumped up. He appeared behind the monster with a fist, asking how dare he waste food. The player hit the monster. One of the heads frowned and called him names. The guy's eyes were burning with rage. He began to beat the boss, asking how dare he refuse his treat. He continued to beat him. Blood gushed from the ogre's mouth. The brunette exclaimed that at that moment he had nothing to eat. Continuing to hit him, he said that he shared his last piece of food with Beanie. The protagonist was shining with anger. 2 beaten heads began to say that they were wrong, and they would eat everything right now. Manhwa ordered them to stop. He swung. Then he hit the boss with a foot medoc. The 2 heads darkened. The monster fell to its knees and began to apologize, saying that they would eat everything. The system noted that the 2-headed ogre was tamed and the skill was used successfully. The wind was rustling around. The boss of the second gate, the Harpy Queen, smiled merrily and shouted that people had finally come to her. She loudly asked if they were ready to be torn to pieces by the flap of her wings. There was her own on the plate. The player sat with her on the ogre and asked if she wanted a piece of steak. He successfully eliminated the Harpy Queen. Crossu looked on in bewilderment. He saw a notification that Manhwa had completed the hunt for the final boss without a single wounded or killed person, and his progress was 93%. The sword and shield trial was completed. While the soldiers were throwing their commander, the brown-haired man asked how he was able to do this. He touched his chin and congratulated the guy. He said that he did not understand how he achieved such a level of achievement and what he did. The brunette smiled widely, listening to the fact that now that he defeated him, it was time for the final test. He agreed. Remembering the structure of the cow, he mentally noted that for this hidden test, he aimed to get more points than Crossyu. He thought that the hidden test was the hidden part of the Shixin class, where the reward was beef. When the notice for the hidden test siege appeared, Manhwa wondered why the hidden test of the territory was a test for Shixin. The man said that they should not let down their guard, and the final test would surpass the sword and shield test in all respects. A large, bright palace was shown. The hidden test was called Siege, and all the troops, including Crossyu's army, were transferred to Bird Castle in the Atlas territory. After moving, the player was surprised by the forced teleportation. He closed his eyes, asking what kind of siege is this. As the smoke flew past, he heard the screams of soldiers. The guy looked into the distance, hearing the screams. He asked, "Is this really here?" A brown-haired man approached him and said that this was the past, when the Atlas territory belonged to Shixin, the time when the Maestro of Destruction invaded their lands. Introducing a dark silhouette, he said that it was a demon from hell. The protagonist looked at him and said that he must lead them to victory in this battle. Manhwa looked at the trembling soldiers, saying that their troops were at the same level as before. Seeing dark silhouettes in the fog, the player said that the enemy appeared. The Maestro of Destruction 611 frowned. The guy smiled nervously, asking if this was really a quest that was created to destroy everything here. Both Connier and Meiwei fell from the sky, calling him. The girl asked in a whisper if this was the best way. He answered in the affirmative. The protagonist's eyes widened. The brunette landed with the guy in her arms. Manhwa stood there with a surprised face as she said that it was nice to meet him. She smiled widely and asked if he could be her friend. As Meiwei approached, the player started to mutter a denial, but she stopped him. She pointed to the battlefield and said that they should deal with those guys first, and then offered to help. Connier looked on with a dumbfounded face as the cook refused, saying that she just showed up. He told him that she was good and they made ramen together and worked in his ramen shop. Standing in front of his older comrade, he asked him not to be so suspicious. The boy gulped. The girl smiled widely as he said that they should grind them into dust. She replied that he would not regret it. Pakin, holding a shield, gritted his teeth. Looking with frustrated eyes, he mentally noted that even just blocking one attack was very difficult. He saw a silhouette in the smoke in front of him. The man's expression darkened when he heard his mother's voice. The brunette with a darkened gaze heard the request for help and activated Wings of Light. White light appeared around several soldiers as the brainwashing debuff was removed from them. The slashing sword slashed at the enemies in front of the blonde. A tear flowed out of their eyes. The protagonist stood next to the girl and asked if they complemented each other better than he thought. She replied that she told him so. They headed forward when Manhwa suggested eliminating all the enemies at once while they were hesitating. The brunette said that it sounded like a great plan. The guy began to swing his sword, activating the skill. Orange energy from her special buff skill floated around the Valkyrie. The player's slashing sword gained 300% power. Black smoke filled the area. A skull appeared. The Bone Rider was the Grim Reaper, the Maestro's second in command. The protagonist said with surprised eyes that this was a medium mob boss and that it would not die from ranged attacks, but that was no problem for them. He raised his sword high and said that the strongest were fighting shoulder to shoulder with him, and he was sure that they would not lose. The monster's eyes were shining red. Lightning flashed in Meiwei's gaze when she used the power of justice. The guy, frowning, activated the smashing sword. The two of them attacked. Crossyu struck, thinking that he had already been through this war once in the past. He mentally noted that then almost all of their troops were destroyed, and they were able to inflict only 20% damage on the enemy. However, the man saw a pillar of light ahead, thinking that now. He stood next to the soldiers and asked if this was the power of the god Devourer. The warriors began to turn around and ask him again. The brunette grabbed the blue sword. The brown-haired man said that the Devourer had returned. The protagonist and Meiwei rushed forward. Everyone was cheering. Everyone was chasing the rider, and the system noted the appearance of the blessing of the goddess of war, which would cause all attacks to deal double damage. The soldiers struck the monster with Ellie's swordsmanship skill with plus 35% damage. They said that he had returned to protect their lands. The man crossed swords with the boss, telling everyone to fight with all their might. The Maestro of Destruction watched with shocked eyes. The system noted that Atlas's morale had increased by 5%, and the army's attack and defense had increased by 2%. His eyes turned white. It was noted that more than 50% of the Maestro of Destruction's army had been destroyed. As the enemies began to retreat, a loud voice ordered a retreat. The archers looked down from above, shouting that the enemies were retreating. They said that this meant. The system noted that the players had passed the hidden siege trial, and all troops would be moved to the domain in Atlas. The soldiers raised their fists, rejoicing at their victory. The boy smiled contentedly, asking when they would receive their reward. He asked in surprise when he was called a god-eater. Cross-U watched as the men tossed him. He smiled slightly. Looking at the bright palace, he noted that Atlas had sung the funeral service for its true ruler. Black flame dragons looked at the system screen. He was offered to accept the quests for the throne and the Lord of Lords. He asked what to do. The man crossed his arms, saying that these two quests with a fork appeared after he learned that Manhwa became king. Introducing the man, he noted that the quest right to the throne, where he becomes an ordinary ruler, noting that the quest Lordly Lords, where he will enthrone another. The brunette became sad, saying that he thought a lot about these quests, and yet he pressed the accept button, saying that he only had one option. Black flame dragons scratched his dragon, asking if she was worried about her dad. Remembering his own son, he told her not to worry because the most important thing to him was Manhwa's happiness. The man exchanged glances with the monster, offering to go on a journey again for him. He noted that the next stop was Pardon Village. The protagonist waved his hand, saying that he should take a look. He bit his tongue, asking if it would work. He grabbed the white cloth. Manhwa looked at the meat on the plate, saying that tonight's dinner was a stream with a tasting of raw sea beef. Manhwa was watching him. She looked at him with upset eyes, thinking that she herself came to him, but this may be stranger than she thought. A few minutes ago, the brunette smiled widely, exclaiming that the reward came, which means he came. Introducing the three warriors, he said that passing the hidden trial also counted, so 3 legendary heroes joined his domain. They asked if he could barely get the ruler's armor, the artifact of a demigod. Valkyrie covered her mouth with her hand, saying that she was jealous. She said that she was usually not interested in things, but he would envy this artifact. She asked what he would do first and put on the ruler's armor. There were dishes on the blanket. There were pieces of meat on the plate. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, noting the beef feast. Manhwa looked with surprised eyes. She looked at the fried pieces, mentally noting that it looked very delicious. Manhwa suggested trying marbled beef first. Taking a piece with chopsticks, he said that if you overcook it, it will become tough, but like this, it is just right. He said that for the first time, you should try it without anything. The guy started eating, saying that it melted in his mouth. Looking at the food, he said that the thick edge would be wrapped in lettuce leaves, and the ribs would be eaten with rice seasoned with soybean paste. The brunette imagined himself running through the meadow with a cow, mentally noting that even from how softly he cut, it was clear that this cow clearly lived a calm and happy life. The girl watched Manhwa eat. Saliva flowed down her lips. She swallowed, noting that it must be very delicious. Valkyrie clenched her fist, asking if she really swallowed. She said that usually she would throw up just from the sight of this food. She pursed her lips, saying that she definitely couldn't live without this person. The player turned to her with a smile when she called him. Manhwa suddenly approached, exclaiming that she didn't think she could live without him anymore. The guy smirked and asked why she said that to him so abruptly. The brunette replied that she was serious. While the sun was shining on the forest, the protagonist said that he could see that she was serious, but he didn't understand what she was talking about. She explained to him. The girl looked away. Manhwa smiled widely and exclaimed that there was nothing difficult in cooking. Valkyrie muttered that he agreed very simply. The player, with a smile on his face, said that it was just very sad not to be able to eat delicious food. The brunette was surprised. The guy tied a cloth on his head and said that since we were talking about food, he could cook something right away. She asked what he wanted. Manhwa asked for kimchi jjigae. Connor sat down next to her and said that she had a great idea. The protagonist put the dish down, saying that everything was ready. Looking at the pot of soup, he said that it was his signature kimchi jjigae with rice and scrambled eggs. The girl looked at the spoon in her hands, thinking that everything was fine for now and she didn't feel sick. Bringing it to her mouth, she mentally noted that she just needed to try it. Her eyes widened because it was very tasty. Her lips stretched into a smile. Having filled her mouth, Valkyrie closed her eyes and thought that she had already forgotten that eating delicious food is really nice. The guys looked with smiles. While poking the yolk with her chopsticks, the brunette noted that if you mix the yolk of a sunny-side-up egg in the salty kimchi stew. While imagining the ingredients, she mentally noted that the yolk gently balanced the saltiness and spiciness, creating the necessary harmony of taste. Manhwa smiled widely and thanked her for such a delicious meal. The protagonist, with a wide smile on his face, said that he was very glad that she liked it. The girl took his hands in hers and said that this time she made up her mind. Genie appeared with Locke, saying that they came and asking if he passed the tests for the right to own the territory. They saw the brunette asking Manhwa to accept her, meaning the guild. The player spread his arms out to the sides, greeting his friends. Genie smiled contentedly and said that she missed him very much. She darkened and indignantly asked what he was doing. She asked if the girl was by any chance a Chinese ranker. The guy remembered pointing his finger at her and saying that they could accept her into the guild and that he thought it would be nice if she got some ingredients. After listening to him, the girl said that it was okay and that they could accept her. Remembering how Mei had rushed off to get the ingredients, the guy said that since she was such a talented person, she would definitely find something good. The brunette perked up when her comrade asked her what she was doing here and if she had finished her work. She noted that she almost forgot. The protagonist looked at her with surprised eyes as she said that from now on, there would be major changes in the guild's work. Wok and Ace watched the conversation. Jeannie said that this decision was made by all members of their guild. She nodded. Looking at the puzzled Manhwa, she said that she wanted him to become the leader of the Legend Guild. The player pointed at himself and asked indignantly. The girl pointed her finger, remembering him at school, and said that he always had leadership qualities. She lowered her head and said that he would succeed, and they came to this conclusion after much thought. Raising her eyes, the brunette began to say that besides. The player looked at her in surprise. Remembering her comrades, Jeannie said that only he was capable of uniting all these people. Introducing the guy with the sword, she said that she believed that he would make their guild the first in the top. The brunette agreed with a gloomy face. He clenched his fist and said that he would take her place and lead their guild to greatness. The girl opposite also clenched her fist, saying that they should give it their all. The main character said that now he will eat and play more. Ace asked if it means that the new guild master will give it a new name. Manhwa turned and asked again. The brunette's gaze darkened. She pictured a comrade with a machine gun and remembered that he had a nickname in shooters called Aimshot King, and he was simply terrible at coming up with nicknames. As the wind blew the leaves, the player asked how about the guild let's eat. The brunette screamed, indignantly telling him not to forget that such important decisions as changing the guild name should be made by voting. The guy suggested the guild Bylrin, to which she exclaimed that this was a terrible name. The server wrote that the guild legend disappeared from the Athens guild rating. Players began to discuss the possible reasons for their disappearance. Someone wrote that there was something strange in the rating. The system said that Manhwa was the master of the guild Iterin. In the chat, they wrote that most likely they decided to create a new guild to start all over again. The guy was standing with a sign with the guild name. The player asked if the name was made up by the Shiksen class. Meanwhile, in the Atlas estate, a loud voice shouted that he couldn't hear. The man named Paku gritted his teeth, saying that he had never heard of such training. He wondered what kind of child would do such dedicated training. A boy ran after him, shouting that he should move his legs faster. The brown-haired man frowned, mentally noting that he shouldn't let everyone catch up to him, because he didn't want to end up like all of them. A few days ago, the man looked on in surprise. Connier waved his hand with a smile, while Crossu said that he was appointed by Manhwa, and he was an instructor who would train the soldiers of the estate. The brunette wished them all the best. He raised his hands when the soldiers asked if such a boy would really lead them. The brown-haired man exhaled with a smile when they asked about him. The guy picked up a whistle and began telling them to do 30 laps around the training field. His eyes widened when she asked him again. The man smirked, saying that even though he was an instructor, it was a bet. The warrior noted with a smile that if he did 30 laps, he would not have the strength for the rest of the training. Eat Comrade said that he thought the instructor did not know this because he had short legs and was still a young boy. Connier, holding the whistle to his lips, listened to the words that they would train themselves, so it would be better for the instructor to go make ramen and eat it. The brunette remembered the old man who said that he was worried that he would be ignored because of his age, and he wanted to give him advice. The boy put on a red cap. The soldiers straightened up on command. Connier looked at them grimly, while they noted that the body moved on its own, and it seemed that if they did not follow orders, they would be in trouble. Standing in front of them, the instructor said that while he was talking, there should be no talking. He adjusted his visor and said that from now on they would remain silent until he gave them permission to speak. This was the effect of the special equipment. The men's expressions darkened as Connier asked if they thought he lacked skills. He picked up his chopsticks and said that he was going to convince them otherwise. He held his chopsticks out in front of him and told them to come to him, and if even one person managed to attack him and cross his chopsticks, he would resign as an instructor. Paku ran forward, mentally noting that many fighters had tried but none had succeeded, and what's worse was that he had to go through all the training that day. When the guy caught up with him, he asked what he was thinking about. He grabbed the man by the scruff of the neck. Rant frowned. While Manhwa ate, the entire estate was trying their best to improve their skills. Looking at El Castle, the voice said that it looked ominous. The girl gritted her teeth, asking if something had happened. Standing at the entrance, she noticed that blood was gushing out of the guardian statues. The red-haired girl wondered with surprised eyes if something bad had happened to the guardians of the Utopias if their statues were bleeding. She ordered the guardian summoning stone to be brought and asked to contact a spawn. The yellow eye flashed. The Empress realized that Boromon had awakened. El sat at the table, saying that he most likely already knew how things were and that the Black Dragon had awakened. The man clutched a strand of hair and said that given how the TV viewers were like manufactured goods, it was probably Boruman. He asked how they should react to this. Elle pursed her lips and said that first, both empires should declare a state of emergency. The emperor stroked his chin and said that they should probably prepare for war right away, because if they were late, they would be seen as cowards. The girl agreed, noting that the continent of Kion greatly outnumbered the Asgan contingent in terms of population, so they needed to hurry. A man ran in and said that they were in big trouble. The emperors perked up when he added that they had to see it. They headed to the big screen while Spawn said that they didn't have to raise the alarm right away, but there was nothing to be done since everyone could see it now. They saw continental clouds. The red-haired girl gritted her teeth, noting that there was no turning back now. Looking at the clouds, she said that this was the beginning of the War of the Continents. The territory consisting of continental clouds is a land of clouds, which is believed to have been created by the god of war Argas, allowing the continents to be united. It was noted that the number of people who could go to the continental cloud during the day was limited, and that those who had received cloud tickets could go to another continent. The guy looked away and said that it would be a completely disadvantageous game for them. He was asked why, noting that they could move on. Introducing the giant golem, the brunette said to think about how big the difference in numbers was between foreign players from other continents and players from their own country. He said that it was definitely big. The protagonist looked up and said that he thought the number of tickets would be determined based on the level, and that there should have been a notification on the website by now. He asked to check. Genie opened the system screen and said that everything was correct, and that the number of tickets given out depended on the level. Rant was creating weapons. The protagonist said that the event would be very difficult. Connier was trading. He was holding a whistle. Min Hayek said that they should prepare well. Continental Cloud, Ares Guild Base. The man with an indignant face asked again if he really wanted to fight 5 of their tankers at once. A man in a cloak stood in front of him. The guild leader said that this was very arrogant and asked if he thought so. The guy began to take off his hood, saying that if he was so interested in his appearance, he would show him. Seeing the green-haired player, Ares recognized him as the Chinese ace ranker Ilchial. He said that he knew that he was ranked 4th in the Chinese assassin rankings, and then asked how dare he challenge them to a duel. The man frowned when he asked if there was anything they couldn't do. He narrowed his eyes and said that he thought he could beat them, that's why the guild. The guild leader cursed with angry eyes. He clenched his fist and shouted that he would introduce him to death. Ilchial smiled and said that it didn't matter to him. He summoned a blade and said that if their side lost, they would retreat to 3 defensive and 3 attacking bases and then switch off. He was shown every other step. Elle watched what was happening, saying that this assassin was quite a high level. She frowned and noted that he understood what the incarnation of the dagger was. Watching the battle, the girl called him a formidable opponent, adding that he still could not compare with Min Hayek. The ranker struck Ares. He smiled and asked if that was all. Standing among the wounded warriors, Ilchial said that he heard that the Korean tankers were very weak. Looking at the man, he added that one of them was quite worthy of a duel, but a man appeared behind him and told him not to let his guard down. The guy greeted a formidable gray-haired man named Dankyun. He sighed tiredly as the master struck not to forget that their goal was to find Elle. The man frowned. He was clutching the blade. Looking at the city, he said that in any case, he felt sorry for this woman. The assassin asked what he meant. Dankyun touched his chin and said that Elle's extreme swordsmanship was the first and strongest skill, but it was very difficult to learn. Introducing the girl with the sword, he said that if he mastered the attack skill with a strength level of 4, he would have mastered swordsmanship long ago and made her the greatest empress of the continent. A random mission, Capture Verduk, appeared. It was necessary to capture the huge attack base located in the center of the continental cloud, and the one who first destroyed the jewel of the continents of Kion and Asgan would win. Showing a blue and red stone, it was noted that the one who first destroyed the guardian stone of each continent would receive 1,000 cloud tickets. Showing the warriors, the system said that the empire that manages to capture the jewel will be allowed to buy the outstanding warriors of Karamis. The girl smiled and said that this was an unexpected mission, and then asked if the reward seemed too generous. The man in light armor said that this is what makes the game fun to play. Looking at the people, he said that maybe this is why the Chinese players are so busy. The white-haired girl raised her hand and asked if he wanted to argue who could kill more. The brown-haired man answered negatively. Lucy put her hand to her forehead and said that since this was a coincidence, she wanted to improve the relationship because they both liked Min Hayek. The man frowned and indignantly asked who liked whom. The guy showed the card, while he shouted that if she said something like that again, he would kill her. An aura began to appear around the white-haired girl, and she said that she would like to chat longer, but the situation seems to be not very good, so they can chat later. The archers pulled the bowstring. Arrows flew at the girl. She smiled. Lucia jumped into the air. She crossed her arms, using a special skill. Shots rained down on the players. The brown-haired man rushed forward. He began to chop everyone with a sword using a special skill. Blood brooders flew to the sides. The white-haired girl frowned and asked her comrade why he did not speak to the Manhwa guild. Carr replied that he did not know. He frowned, saying that they had only one choice. The girl put out her blade, suggesting that she wait for the main character to arrive. She imagined the brunette's back, saying that he would definitely appear. Swinging, the man screamed. He struck with his sword. Then he turned around abruptly. Looking at the opponents, he said that there were too many of them. Lucia knitted her eyebrows, asking him not to be nervous and to deal with them calmly. She was hit in the face. Elchial smiled and said that they were too weak. Carr clenched his teeth, saying that the difference in their strength was great. He leaned forward, saying that one shouldn't think like that, but in such a situation, the Legend Guild. He said that if only Manhwa were here. The brunette touched his ear and asked if he was ready. The mage in the cloak answered in the affirmative, noting that he was waiting for a signal. The guy offered to go. The brown-haired man perked up. He turned around abruptly. His eyes widened. The wizard was casting a spell in the air. Ollie, with a gloomy face, was summoning a fire tornado. The man was shocked by the appearance of the dark mage. He appeared in front of him and greeted him, adding that Manhwa asked him to come. He smiled widely and told them to follow the path of plants and use the teleporter to get to the Atlas estate. Darkened, Carr agreed and then asked if he was really going to face all these ranked players alone. The red-haired man smiled. While the fire tornado was raging, he said that it was a simple matter. Leaving it, the man said that he would not forget this mercy. The guy turned around. The warrior was looking at him, saying that he might be a ranked player, but to their ranked players, his eyes widened. Having created the embodiment of the four elements, the dark mage said that he would not forgive those who stood in the way of his comrades. Manhwa looked away, saying that judging by the sounds, Ollie was coping. He looked surprised, saying that the problem seemed to be here. Elle stood in front of him with a sword, and he asked what happened to her. The guy took out his blade and asked what motivated her. The girl smiled and said that maybe he did not understand, but she wanted to make him stronger. She frowned when the brunette said that he would not fight her because she was like family to him. The red-haired girl looked down, thinking that if it was someone else, she might accept the offer to become stronger. She smiled wickedly. When creating the chest, the Empress said that it would give out the designated item every time its owner passed the trial. The protagonist began to drool when she said that if he designated cooking ingredients, he would receive them every time he passed the trial. Manhwa indignantly shouted that even though he was greedy, he would not fight his sister over this. Elle asked, "Is it still not enough?" She began to laugh, saying that she stole an egg from him when he was eating noodles. The player froze in confusion. The girl smirked and said that they agreed to fry meat together, but she ate everything without doing anything for it. The guy trembled. The redhead smiled widely, saying that she ate all the strawberries on the cake. The brunette's eyes turned white as he screamed that it was too much. An explosion from the impact sounded. The man in the white suit watched with concern. He remembered little Elle, thinking that since childhood, despite countless death threats, she never lost her smile. As the players crossed swords, he noted that at 16, she surpassed the Emperor in strength, and at 20, she was called the greatest swordsman in the Empire. The man thought that she had only mastered half of the style. As the wind gusts from the attack swirled around him, he thought that he hoped that Manhwa's training in this style would benefit her as well. The teleporter appeared in the sky. As the party moved, Carr asked if this was the Atlas. They offered him a hand and offered to help. Looking at Jeannie, he asked if she was the Guildmaster Legend. The brown-haired man stood up and began to indignantly ask why they didn't come to help, because with reinforcements they would have definitely won. While Ace was helping Lucy, he told her to look at how many wounded they had. The girl looked away and apologized, saying that they would have been happy to join. But circumstances had developed in such a way that they did not have time, and she was sorry that the Korean rankers suffered losses because of this. The man covered his forehead with his hand and said that she had nothing to apologize for. The brunette frowned and asked if they wanted to take revenge on those idiots. The players looked at her with surprised eyes while she said that their guild Itenrin had a great idea. Jeannie looked at the blue ball. She said that they had guests. The ball showed two people. They were filmed by a camera. The red-haired guy showed two fingers and said that he was Rio from Rio TV, and today he and the guys from the Red Dragons, the top assassin guild of the Kid Ace server, decided to have a small sortie. He showed the players, saying that as you can see, the Red Dragons decided to teach the Korean rankers a lesson. He offered to watch it. The guy smiled and said that the first victim was already there. Connier froze with noodles in his mouth. He was sitting alone in the bushes and eating. Rio froze with a surprised face. The brunette smiled widely, calling him an enemy. The red-haired guy turned around and said that it was time to start eliminating, and then told the manager to blur the noodles in the background. The player smiled widely and asked what they put first when cooking noodles, seasoning or noodles. Rio grinned and asked if he was sane. He said that he was convinced that Korean rankers were crazy, obsessed with games. The guy with a partially shaved head stepped forward and said that he would deal with him. He began to take out his blade, saying that the highest mercy he could show as an assassin was to take his life without pain. He looked up. Konir did not move, and Ruka asked not to blame him. The guy started his blade with his chopsticks. Ryo froze in shock. The red-haired man's eyes widened. The brunette clicked his chopsticks, and they asked him if he could really catch an illusion with them. He stabbed them into the assassin's neck. He fell to the ground. The others ran up to him in horror. The man clenched his teeth tightly, saying that he would avenge their commander. The sage next to him adjusted his glasses and asked him to calm down. He stepped aside when he was asked who he was and how he appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Arvel opened the book and read the lines. He asked if he found it fascinating. The warrior rushed at him, asking what he was talking about. The man looked away, noting his rudeness. A spear appeared. Blood gushed from the assassin's mouth. The sage pierced his chest. Looking at him askance, he asked to stop interfering with his reading. The camera was recording everything. Gola asked what was going on. Ryo, with a gloomy face, asked if the members of the Red Dragon Guild really gave up so easily. Turning the camera towards himself, he said that he would have to retreat, and as soon as he left the game, the broadcast would end. Knocking out the camera, the voice asked where he was going. Jeannie stood in the bushes and said that there were rumors that a strange streamer had appeared lately, who was throwing mud at foreign streamers. She offered to talk with a dark smile. The guy started mumbling. Ryo's video was a declaration of war. The girl started greeting everyone, saying that she was the deputy leader of the Itenran Guild from Korea. The brunette smiled and said that it so happened that they had to take over Ryo's stream. While the red-haired guy held the camera, she said that he was currently busy with other things. She smiled darkly and said that the reason they were here. Jeannie put her hands on her hips and said that they were declaring war on them. Elchial read the various comments with a smile. The girl said that he had insulted and humiliated their Korean players for too long. She smiled and said that unfortunately for him, they were not the type to let things go unpunished. With a bloodthirsty smile, the brunette said that if he was watching, then let him get lost, because they, Koreans, would give him a beating. She pointed her finger and noted that half of the guild consisted of high-class players who had stepped over the level of ordinary players, and then suggested that they begin. Min Hayek squatted and called out to El. The girl looked at him sadly, and he thought that he could not compare with her. The guy frowned, mentally noting that the only thing he was superior to her in was equipment and some skills. Looking at the girl, he wondered if the only way to win was to use that very skill. He tried to understand if he could use it against his friend. The Empress clenched her teeth and said that she knew what he was thinking. The protagonist pursed his lips, listening to the fact that he should not hold back and should use all his strength and skills. He activated the barrier. Min Hayek with a confident look called recipe for gluttony. The system screen appeared. Presenting the ingredients, he asked if this was tteokbokki with ramen. The player held his hands over the pot, noting that he had to put the rice sticks in boiling water first. He began to chop the liver and lungs. El came up to him and asked if he always carried these with him. He asked if not everyone did this. The girl touched her chin thoughtfully. Looking at the food, the guy noted that everything was barely simmering, frying the vegetables and batter, and that he would add the fish cakes to the broth later. Stirring everything, he noted that all that was left was to add the sauce to the stew and let it boil. Looking at several dishes, the brunette noted that they were ready. He began to eat the noodles. Presenting the ingredients, he thought about how the elastic texture of the tteokbokki and the noodles soaked in broth created an incredible taste, and the variety of textures made the dish even more appetizing. Remembering the liver, he thought that although it was a bit dry, it was very tasty in combination with the broth from the stew. He noted that the lung had retained its elasticity. The protagonist remembered the fried vegetables, noting that they were the perfect complement. He cupped his cheeks. Min Hayek drank the broth with fish cakes. He clenched his teeth. El was watching all this. She darkened and said that he was still the same. She remembered him while eating. The girl smiled, saying that he had not changed. The player wiped his mouth and suggested starting the second round. The Empress smiled and said that she hoped he did not need time to digest. They showed a stained glass window depicting El, the Empress of Swords in the continent of Asgan. The girl stood over the corpses. It was noted that she was a genius in fencing, who had destroyed hundreds of enemies single-handedly before reaching adulthood. The Empress was sitting on a horse. It was noted that she had unquestionable authority among the numerous NPCs of Athens, and these NPCs were called overlords. Min Hayek gritted his teeth. The red-haired girl did the same. They crossed blades. The girl frowned, wondering if he had increased his skill with the food buff. Looking at how he held the sword, she noted that his wind-like mastery had become incredibly skillful. The brunette raised his scythe, using the Diablo scythe skill. The red-haired girl was cut. Blood gushed from her mouth, and she was surprised by the direct damage of such power. He released the energy of absorption of the Empress and thought that he had become stronger since their last meeting. The protagonist covered himself with his hands, saying that this skill allows her to absorb the lesson received and return it many times over, and his health dropped to 70% in an instant. The Empress frowned and loudly asked if he thought that this was all. A ring appeared above Min Hyuk's head and an item appeared in his hands. The system noted that he was using the furnace disaster skill. The girl looked at him with surprised eyes, wondering how he could use a skill so quickly with such destructive power. She mentally noted that this power permeated her entire body. Elle smiled and said that she knew it. She put up a flame shield of eclipse, thinking that the player would really be able to comprehend the part of the style that she could not comprehend. There was purple energy around the guy, and he said that he thought it would not end there. The Empress's eyes widened. The brunette froze, using the rage skill. He struck forward. The girl launched an attack. It was the 9th move of the lightning sword style. An explosion of blows was heard. A frightened man was watching from behind the tree. He perked up. The brunette was leaning on his sword. He smiled and said that he thought they were tied. His eyes closed. He fell on the red-haired girl's shoulder. The girl smiled and said that this time she won. They fell on the grass. The start of the warrior battle mission was announced. The system said that the location of the secret storage of warriors hidden on the continent would be revealed, and only one player from each continent would be able to lead the army into the storage. It was noted that a vote would be held for 2 hours, according to the results of which the player with the most votes would be chosen. The guy laughed. A man named Namgung had 41,133,624 votes. He said that as expected, this stage was created for him, the leader of the Great Wall Guild. He looked at the crowd of people, asking who could defeat the force of his personal troops and the 3,000 warriors under the command of Black Lion, the vassal of legend. Genie looked at him from behind a tree with resentment, listening to the fact that the Koreans would drag a measly 900 soldiers. He asked if they were trying to reduce losses or trying to attract attention. The man said that after winning this war, he would communicate with him closer. Feet stepped on the grass. The girl stood by the tree. 2 people appeared in the masks of the White and Black Lion. Namgung said that he did not know what she had planned, but victory would be theirs. He crossed his arms, thinking that no one could stand against the lions. He looked at the blood in confusion. The brunette held the man by the scruff of the neck. The brown-haired man pointed at her and indignantly asked how she could do this alone. Genie smiled, saying that if he was asking about a secret. She waved her hand and said with a smile that it was all about the saint's buff. The man froze, asking if this was really. Roina is a saint, the eldest symbol of the Athenian cult, and her end is buffs like the priests, and also. She approached the girl and asked if she was summoned. The white-haired girl smiled. Namgung indignantly asked if it was really her and noted that she did not belong to any faction. The brunette said that she had simply had a great opportunity. She thought that she had asked the priest Louis to bring her. The brown-haired man frowned, realizing that the Black Lion was alive. He was standing behind the girl. He ran towards her. His eyes widened. Blood gushed from his mouth. The old man smirked and said not to dare touch the deputy master. He raised his fist and said that the saint's buffs were truly wonderful. Roina said that she was glad to help. Genie smiled and asked not to rush to be surprised, because it was his own fault for underestimating them. A squad came out of the bushes, and she said that they, Koreans, always pay their bills. The brown-haired man with frightened eyes asked what was this. The man frowned and ordered the troops to get ready, saying that they needed to show the power of the continent. The guy next to him perked up. He was slashed with a blade. The girl thought that even though they were fewer, they would still win, because the main thing in war is fighting spirit, and theirs was already undermined, which meant that the chances of victory were negligible. While the sounds of battle were heard, the brunette said that only if he did not have the leadership stats, he would not be able to change the course of the battle. She stood with a whip and said that there was only one thing left. Genie tucked her hair behind her ear and said that they needed to eliminate the enemy commander. Namgung flushed with rage. He was the leader of the Chinese Guild Great Wall. The man summoned his sword. He swung it. It was noted that the brown-haired man was a top-class player, the owner of the second largest domain in the world, and without a doubt, one of the strongest players in China. The brown-haired man perked up, hearing a scream. Conyer slashed at his comrade. The old man dealt with another one. Namgung gritted his teeth, cursing in his mind. It was noted that battles between top-class players were a battle for the slightest advantage in characteristics, where even one level could decide the outcome, so factors such as fighting spirit and emotions played a huge role in the battle. A whip flashed. Genie grabbed the man with it, asking if he was really looking at it. The brown-haired man looked at her with frightened eyes, realizing that he should not let his guard down. Blood gushed out. Namgung left the game. The protagonist looked at the map in his hands, saying that it seemed that this was all. He said that this place was marked on the map that Elle gave him. The Empress smiled and said that she hoped that he would visit this place and learn a lot. The guy looked at the mountain, saying that it seemed that this was it. Seeing lava in the crater, he asked if this was really the entrance. He began to study the map again, asking his girlfriend not to be angry with him. The brunette began to take a step, saying that they still needed to go inside. He plunged into the lava. Looking around, he asked why it was not hot at all here. The protagonist said that he was apparently lucky. He emerged upside down. Rising, he looked at the lava ceiling, saying that Athens knows how to create an atmosphere. Min Hayek turned around and said that this was definitely the place his friend was talking about. He said that there was definitely something hidden here. His eyes widened. He opened his mouth. Seeing the statue of a man, Min Hayek asked what he was doing here. Looking at Connier's stone face, he noted that this was his adult and crazy version. The player pointed his finger, asking what was going on and would Connier really be like this when he grew up. He said that he was even jealous of how handsome he was. The guy poked him in the face with his finger. A man looked at him, saying that he hadn't had guests for a long time, and besides, he seemed like a worthy opponent. The man held the ball above his palm. Connier, looking at him, asked how he knew his name. Looking around the room, the brunette said that there was a passage nearby and he needed to look there. He was climbing the stairs. When a bright light appeared, the system noted that now the traveler could pass the test of a pure hero. The protagonist asked if this was the test his friend was talking about. He took out a green crystal and said that in that case, he needed to use the wishing stone she gave him here. The stone flew up. A notification appeared about its activation, and that he could collect a reward for completing each stage of the test. Min Hayek covered his face from the light as the first floor started loading. He frowned. A three-headed dog appeared in front of him. The man was standing. He was rubbing his chin, saying that this person who had just arrived. Remembering how the brunette said that this was an adult Connier, he noted that he definitely knew his name. He said that if the guest got to this place, he would ask him about it. Looking at the ball, Connier said that he was wondering what he was doing now. The protagonist stroked the three-headed dog, saying that it was ticklish. Cerberus fell to the ground on command. He jumped for a piece of meat. Min Hayek smiled widely and said that he was probably very hungry, so let's have the pollock soup fast now. He looked up at the notification that the first floor boss had been cleared. He asked if that counted as clearing it too. The player began to drool as he read that thanks to the effect of the wish stone, he had eaten to choose a reward. He said that there was no better reward than food. The system noted that Kepri buckwheat was the most delicious buckwheat in the world, which randomly increased the level of one of the skills attached to the artifact. The guy looked at the food. Taking his chopsticks in his hands, he said that he was very lucky that buckwheat was among the rewards. Grabbing the noodles, the brunette said that real noodles were noodles with pieces of ice in the broth. He began to eat, mentally noting that these noodles were elastic and soaked in a delicate broth. He smiled widely, noting that it was elastic and springy as if it had just been cooked, and you could taste every piece. The brunette began to eat the meat, thinking that after something cold, he needed to eat something hot, so he would take the roast beef. Imagining a running cow, he thought that it simply melted in his mouth, and the sauce soaked the meat perfectly, and with each bite, its taste was revealed with renewed vigor. The protagonist drank the broth. He clenched his teeth tightly. Cerberus approached him. Looking at him, Min Hayek said that they had not taken their eyes off him for some time. The three-headed dog looked with admiring eyes while they asked him if he wanted some too. The player gave them meat, saying that they were very gluttonous. Seeing the bones behind him, he said that if you look around, it is clear that they had nothing to eat here at all. Stroking the dog, he told them to eat as much as they wanted. The guy asked why he lay down. Cerberus was lying on his back. The system noted that he was now subordinate to the guy, and he could give him a name. The brunette said that although he did not want to tame him, they would still take him with them. Looking at the animal heads, he gave them the names Happiness, Hope, and Love. The protagonist smiled, saying that he asked him for the talent to come up with names. Connier looked at him through the ball, asking if he really received buckwheat as a reward and made noodles out of it. He frowned, noting that he also tamed Cerberus and gave the heads such names. While the lava flowed through the mountains, he said that it was terribly tasteless. The guy clenched his teeth, asking what is this? His hand shook as he repeated the question. Looking at the sumptuous table with food, he screamed, asking what kind of stupid test is this? Connier watched him, mentally noting that this was a test of desire, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that this was the hardest of all the tests, because in order to overcome it, you need to curb your deepest desire and move on within the allotted time. Looking at the brunette's shocked face, he noted that the test subject did not even suspect that time was limited. The man touched his face, thinking that the amount of food was simply incredible and looked very appetizing. Seeing the timer above the protagonist's head, he thought that it would be very interesting to see how he would cope with the test. Min Hayek clenched his fist and said that it was time to eat. He frowned and shouted that if food appeared in the test, then it must be overcome and he would cope with it at any cost. The player abruptly sat down at the table. He began to collect corn soup, saying that this was the best snack that ever existed. Imagining a river of broth, he noted that this tender, creamy soup with a bite of freshly baked bread simply melts in the mouth. The guy dipped his fork into the noodles. They say that you can start eating because of it. Starting to eat and imagining the ingredients, he thought that this carbonara perfectly combined salty notes and the sweetness of tomatoes. Seeing the fish fillet, he wondered if the main dishes of this buffet are salmon or spare ribs. He thought that tender, juicy salmon is a dish that he will never get tired of. Looking at the spare ribs, the main character noted that the same can be said about them, soaked in a fragrant sauce. Min Hyuk imagined the confrontation between fish and cow. Frowning, he mentally noted that he chooses both, and not a single piece of salmon and beef will leave the confines of this buffet. He smiled, saying that it was very delicious. The player sat surrounded by empty plates, saying that the buffet was the best invention of mankind. He chewed on a toothpick, asking if there was dessert. Connier, with a gloomy face, said that it was simply unbelievable. He clasped the ball with his palms, indignantly asking if he really did not fight his desire, but simply ate and destroyed it all in such a short time. The man closed his eyes, noting that he apparently believed that eating meant winning. Looking at the brunette, who is he? The protagonist raised his hands up and said that now was the time to go up to the next floor. In the world of Athens, there are many towers. There was a warrior's tower, a knight's tower, a shield tower, an assassin's tower, an alchemist's tower, a cook's tower, and a magician's tower. Showing 2 towers, it was noted that the most difficult were the knight's tower and the magician's tower, and they say that the knight's tower was put forward by Alakan himself, the great knight. The man swung. People surrounded him, asking how he was able to achieve such skill. The warrior raised his hand and answered them that this was not his achievement, and he only adopted it from young Connier. The guy with the sword stood in a bright light. Young Connier is the youth whom Alakan constantly praised. He understood the true essence of fencing, and Alakan wants to pass on his knowledge only to those who are worthy. And this worthy, the blonde stood behind the protagonist, asking if he was even listening to him. Min Hyuk, with food in his hands, said that he was finishing his meal now and asked to repeat. Alakan, the master of the Knight's Tower and assistant in the trial, touched his forehead. He said that he would repeat only once. Introducing the player near a large flower, he began to say that he was returning to level 1, and without artifacts and weapons, he must defeat a monster that uses only his own strength. The guy crossed his arms. Looking at the blonde's sword, he asked if he could use it. The master raised the weapon, that he could, but he would not give it up, so he had better give up on this idea. The brunette grinned. The blonde perked up when he was asked if he wanted to eat. The protagonist shook his hand. Squeezing it, he said that it seemed like he had been here for quite a long time. The master replied that although he did not feel hungry, the desire to eat something tasty arose more than once. Min Hyuk hugged his hand and said that he understood perfectly well, because it was sad when you want something delicious, but there is none. Approaching, he asked if he was hungry. Alakan froze when the player asked him to imagine soft airy bread and crispy vegetables, tender ham, savory eggs, and salad. The guy pointed a finger at his face and asked if this was the sandwich he wanted. He frowned and said not to worry, because he would cook whatever he wanted in a jiffy. System signs were spinning around him. The blonde perked up when the main character started talking about bread fried in oil, slices of tender filet, special sushi, salads, cheese, pickles, and onions, and that all this in one delicious toast. The master indignantly asked where he knew this recipe from. Remembering the blonde in the kitchen, he said that this was his wife's special recipe that she cooked only for him. The man squeezed his hand and asked if he could make the same. The guy said to leave it to him. He began to fry slices of soft bread in a frying pan with melted butter. Then, next to him, beat the eggs, he cooked an omelet, and at the same time fried the ham. Min Hyuk licked his lips, thinking about the importance of watching so that nothing burns. With a confident look, he made a strawberry smoothie to quench his thirst. The player smiled widely and shouted that everything is ready. Putting the food on a tray, he ate that it was Alakan's signature toast. The blonde stretched out his hand, saying that he had not felt this ruddy color and divine aroma for a long time. Taking the sandwich, he said that he wanted to try it. After a bite, the man froze. He remembered the girl who asked if the toast was tasty. They were sitting at the table together, and she was saying that it seemed like her husband loved him very much. She said that he could eat as much as he wanted because she had more. And a tear rolled down the master's cheek, and he called his beloved. When the surprised guy turned around, he shouted that it wasn't him he was calling. Alakan covered his mouth with his hand, saying that he hadn't shown himself in the best light earlier. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hands, saying that he had called him his beloved. The man repeated that it was a mistake. With a tense face, he asked if he could make more toast. Min Hyuk scratched his ear and answered negatively. They began to ask him why. The man pursed his lips when he was told that it was because the player had used up all their ingredients on that toast. The guy pointed and said that if he waited a little, he could go get groceries. Alakan agreed. 3 days passed. The brunette stood in the aisle and said that he was back. The master grabbed him by the shoulders and loudly asked why it took him so long. He began to ask for toast to be made quickly. The protagonist smiled contentedly as the man begged him. With a gloomy face, he mentally noted that he had been caught. Looking at the blonde, he mentally noted that he had been able to endure his hunger until now, and he should not have tried the food because now he had lost control. Min Hyuk looked at him and said that he could not cook for free. Turning his attention to the sword, he offered a deal and made him toast in exchange for letting him use his weapon. There was a moon in the sky, American server, continent eater, outskirts of Thor village, the starting location and place for completing level 3 missions. There was a noise in the bushes. A rookie hunter, Marfy, was hiding there. He said that he had heard that werewolves were found here. Looking at the large animal tracks, he noted that for rookies like them, werewolves are incredibly strong opponents, but they say that killing them gives very rare items. The redhead frowned and said that if he got this item, he would become much stronger. His eyes widened when he heard a scream. The players saw a werewolf on the mountain. The boy with scared eyes exclaimed that werewolves really exist. He clenched his teeth, muttering that they could defeat him. He frowned and told the others not to panic, because if they worked together, they could do it. The running man pushed him with his shoulder while Marfy told him to calm down. He told him not to talk nonsense, because no one wants to be eaten by a werewolf. While everyone was leaving, the boy caught. He mentally noted that this would not work, since everyone was in a panic and could only run. The monster pushed away with its paw. Looking up with scared eyes, the redhead wondered if his dream of defeating a werewolf was too bold for a beginner. He began to summon his sword, trying to see if he could handle this monster alone. The man shouted that it was great. The player looked up, surprised, asking if someone had really come down from the sky. Min Hyuk, wearing a mask, dealt the werewolf several blows. He gave the guy a thumbs up and noted his courage, because he was the only one who did not run away, but decided to fight. Marfy said that he was scared too. The protagonist said that it did not matter at all, because it was very impressive. He shifted his gaze when he was warned about the enemy behind him. The werewolf was shining with a red light. He swung his paw. After that, he took off. He jumped. The brunette rushed past the monster. He hit it with his sword. Looking at the body of the beast, the red-haired noted that this player defeated the werewolf alone. His cheeks turned red, and he said that he had never seen such a player before. Looking at the protagonist, the guy noted his power. Min Hyuk turned around and asked if he was okay. Marfy frowned and started asking how he could become as strong as him. The player stood in front of him and thought out loud. The guy let out a loud sigh when he started telling him that there was only one way. The protagonist smiled widely and said that he should eat well, get enough sleep, and train hard. The redhead froze in surprise. He waved goodbye. The brunette laughed. He was holding a heavenly turkey in his hands, which was a reward for completing the 3rd floor. The protagonist lowered his head, saying that at first he wanted to cook stew. He frowned, saying that however, turkey is. Min Hyuk remembered a dream he had as a little boy in front of the TV, saying that as a child he saw baked turkey in foreign films. He put on a mask and gloves, saying that he should start by cutting it up and removing unnecessary parts. Why did he create a turkey with various vegetables, salt, sugar, and spices? The player quickly cooled the boiled vegetables in cold water and sent them along with the turkey to the pot of delight for marinating. He began to knock on the turkey meat with his palms, which became very tender after the marinade. The brunette wrapped it in foil and sent it to the oven until a golden crust appeared. After a while, a ready-made baked turkey lay on the plate. The main character broke off a leg and said that it really is impressive in its size. Imagining a large bird and a small one, he said that the difference in weight category compared to a regular chicken is felt. Min Hyuk began to eat. They say that the meat is tender and juicy and somehow reminds him of a duck. Having cut off one piece, he said that only this problematic breast remained. Having bitten off, the player said that, as expected, the meat is a little dry, but thanks to the juice that is released during baking, it is quite edible. He smiled contentedly. The guy remembered the red-haired player. While you were smelling the pleasant aroma of food, he said that turkey eaten after good deeds must taste even better. The rat was pierced. The guy looked at it. New card, you defeated the carrot using suppression. The pure hero acknowledges your strength. The skill of wielding the sword of the Alakan is increased by 1 level. New card, wielding the sword of the Alakan passive skill, level 4, increases the basic damage of the sword by 8%. Increases the basic damage by 8% when dealing a slash, increases the damage of the skill related to fencing by 8%. The guy looked at the screen and said that it seems like he did pretty well, proud of himself. New card, the sword calls on your strength. The guy turned and said that it seems like this test has been passed. Can we move on to the next one right away? A blonde man came up to him and asked if he was really leaving already. Then he looked at him and thought that he seemed to be an incredible talent. He imagined the sword and also thought that in such a short time he had raised his sword skills to the 4th level and reached the 5th test. Perhaps he really could have mastered the true style, the sadder it was. Then the guy looked at him and said that it was time for him to go. And the man smiled and wished him luck. Night, the man approached the guy in armor and asked how he was doing. The young man did not even turn to look at him, said that he had arrived. The man closed his eyes and said that he knew he was watching. The brunette turned to him and said that at first he thought he was nobody. Then he closed his eyes and said that he had reached this point. He imagined the Cyclops monster. The 5th test was created by Athena and is insurmountable. They would lose valuable talent. Then the blonde raised his head and said that if he passed it, what then? The man looked at him and said nothing. Why did he turn away and say that it was possible? He introduced the main character. He will really comprehend the true style. After some time, the 5th arena. The young man walked through the forest, looked away and said that it was a forest again. He couldn't remember a single test not in the forest. He remembered his friend and thought, I wonder if that newbie was able to get out. That turkey was so delicious. Oh, I'd like to try it again. Then something distracted him. The ground began to shake. Even the stones began to jump. He turned around. There was a monster behind him. He looked up. It was a huge Cyclops. He was scared. He couldn't believe that this was happening to him. And at the same time, a dragon approached them from the other side. The guy looked at it. It was Drake. Are there really such monsters here? He looked at it and thought, how did a level 50 monster get here? Then he lowered his head down and said that in this trial, his level is nothing compared to these monsters. Of course, the trial monsters have a debuff, making them weaker than the originals. Then he looked at them again, but these two are still too strong for him. What to do? How to overcome this obstacle? Suddenly it dawned on him. He looked at the tree. If he used this method, maybe something would work out. At that moment, the brunette was sitting in a cave. He was meditating. He closed his eyes and thought that peace of mind. You need to achieve enlightenment in order to master the next level of true style, peace of mind. While he was thinking about peace of mind, something began to appear behind him. It was the blonde. He shouted that they were in trouble. Then he approached Connier. Zhao Lacra said that right now in education, the main character. At that moment, the young man opened his eyes. The Cyclops gritted his teeth. Wolves were attacking him. He screamed, fought with them. The main character pounced on him from behind and struck him with a sword right on the back, and blood poured out of his mouth. The dragon was preparing to attack, but suddenly a bear attacked him, and the young man sat on the wolf, said that he fought well. He threw the sword over his shoulder and said with a smile that it was good that he spent all his meat, even scraps, on dried meat. He imagined how the wolves ate him with pleasure. If you can't cope alone, call your comrades. Then with tears in his eyes he said that it was a pity, of course, that now he didn't have a piece left. It was a pity for the fist, and he said with a smile that in any case, they had to show them fight. The guys watched him through the ball. The blonde raised his hand and said that he tamed monsters with meat and passed the tests. They were shocked. Then the guy put his hand to his chin and said that as he said, he can really comprehend the truth of style. The brunette was silent. The protagonist raised his hands up and shouted with a smile that the test was passed. A wolf approached him. The rewards were also not bad. How many levels did he get for this test? He was in the forest. The blonde teleported to him and asked how he was enjoying the tests. He was a master at taming monsters. They stood opposite each other. The blonde asked what he would say. Should we move on to the next one right away? But the guy raised his hand and said he wanted to wait a second. He received a message. They addressed him by name. The next one asked if he was busy now. The guy asked what happened. They wrote to him. Could he help with something? They also added in the next message that they had problems here in Burke. The young man looked at this, thought about it. Then he looked up and said with a smile that the guy should forgive him. He needed to do something outside. He would be back soon. The man was upset. The guy asked what was wrong with his face, and he said that he was really hoping for toasts. After some time, the outskirts of the Burke fortress, the guy teleported, and a girl immediately came up to him and said that he told her that he was busy. But he looked at her with a smile and said that everything was fine. Besides, she had become much stronger now, hadn't she? The girl replied that it was really cool. She looked at him. He said that he had a brilliant idea. The girl was surprised and asked what kind of idea. He covered his face with his hand and said that they could burn it down. The girl clenched her fists, and he smiled and with an evil smile said that they could burn Burke to the ground. He also added that then they could become friends with its inhabitants. The girl looked at him in shock. Then he put his hand on her shoulder. She asked if the tests really had burned out his brains, and he replied that no, she should listen to him. And they did not look at the city. Night, forest, carts moving forward, the transport route of Burke. The man looked at the cabbie and said why he was yawning. Does he really not want to work? The guy apologized. The man looked at him and said he doesn't happen to think that this is just a food delivery. This is a very important job that directly helps their high-ranking Chinese players, so he shouldn't complain. Suddenly he got hit in the neck. Flew forward. The guy didn't understand what was happening. He looked up and thought what it was. There was a woman sitting in a tree. She said that she seemed to have been noticed. Then she smiled and looked straight at him. The guy jumped down and started to run. She leaned her hand on the map and thought that she tried so hard to hide. Apparently the disguise is not hers, and he must be Min Hyuk. At this moment, the guy was standing right behind her and holding two cabas, said, "Is she finished with everyone?" The girl smiled and said yes. Bat him. They approached a bush. The guy smiled and said that this guy will go to the base with a report and they can go for now. The fire was burning. Night, the main headquarters of the city. The guy ran into the tent and said that they had an emergency, their warehouse. At that moment, the commander was standing in front of him. He would have told him to be quieter. In the night citadel they collect silence. The guy stood up and apologized. The man looked at him and said that he could report briefly and to the point. He didn't have much time. He lowered his head and said that's right, basically. He imagined a burning warehouse. Their food warehouse burned to the ground. The commander looked at him. He was surprised. Then he told the guy to start from the beginning and explain everything in detail. Then he listened to the story, offered his hand to his forehead and said that they all must have heard about the fire in the warehouse. He pointed to the table and said that it was not critical, they could replenish supplies, but the ellipsis on the map depicted a city and a forest. According to the transport team's report, the Koreans were trying to capture 3 of their supply routes. They were ambushed while transporting food. He put down the chess piece and said that of course, it was completely unworthy of their attention. Then he looked up and said that in the end, the Koreans were no match for them. Then he looked at the map again. They couldn't even imagine that their tiny forces could withstand the Chinese army. To split such a tiny army into 3 parts and send them to guard the supply routes, it was suicide, nothing less. Then he smiled, raised his hand and said that they should trust him. Korea would not dare to attack them. Everyone started shouting that the second route was about to go. All the high-level players were defeated. They were being pushed back on the first route. They were short of players. The man stood among them all and was shocked. They kept asking for a stop, for mercy. At this moment, Locke knelt down and said to the commander that he was reporting. The first route was captured by high-ranking players from the Eaters Guild. Then he introduced Firefist Ace and said that the second route had also fallen. The commander turned around and said tensely that everyone was calm. There was only 1 route left, then asked what happened to the 3rd route. He was informed that the 3rd route. At that moment, the protagonist was hiding in the bushes and smiling. He was sitting in a tree with a girl and smilingly asked if they were really here already. Then he said that they were a little late, they were that fast. There were warriors below. They were very angry and said that he was a bastard. The guy turned away and added that by the way, in one interview they said. The man raised his head and asked what he was talking about. Then he smiled and said that he would deal with the Korean glutton in 20 seconds. The protagonist looked at him with wild eyes and said that it was funny. He thought the same about him. Well, let's see who of them will be right. And the girl at that moment was surprised and thought that the guy was great at playing emotions. The man was angry. He said that the protagonist was a little bastard. Then she shouted to the others that they should prepare for the attack. Everyone was ready. The girl mage raised her staff up and activated the Great Shield. At that moment, the young man jumped down and the girl activated the special skill Autumn Wind. The shield began to collapse. The woman looked at this. She did not understand how he destroyed her great shield with 1 blow. The man looked at the girl on the tree and thought, where did she come from? Then he stood in a stance, continued to think that the woman is a player who can destroy his great shield with 1 blow. Is this really Saint Lona? But they say that she is a lousy fighter. Then he lowered his head, thought that it does not matter, his subordinates will deal with this girl. The main character and his girlfriend stood right in front of them. The woman thought that she had another goal. The young man began to shine, and the man continued to think that he did not know what he was planning, hiding under his skirt. He jumped up. He ran forward and shouted that he would die before he could use his skill. He ran past the girl. She shouted, how dare he, jerk, ignorant crayfish, who did not know the true style. The protagonist frowned. The man ran past him. Blood flowed, but he did not understand what was happening. He hit him with full force. He should have been dead or dying. Also thought that this was shackles his body. Chains and shackles were around him. The girl's special skill was the shackles of the goddess. She held him on a chain and smiled. Then the protagonist turned around, blood from his mouth, but he laughed and said that the man was caught. He was trapped. Then he bent down and asked the girl for a buff. She turned around and shouted that she would do it with pleasure. Then the man was shocked, the true style, and a thunder sword. The man screamed. Blood flowed from his mouth. He did not understand what it was, how he did it. Then he said that this is the true style. The young man smiled maliciously. His comrades began to talk among themselves. Did they see it? He eliminated him with 1 blow. The girl approached the main character. He was holding his wound. She asked if everything was okay. He replied that it hurt a little, but he could handle it. Then he would do it himself. And the people continued to talk among themselves. This is also the true style. Do they all really own it? They stood in fear. The man said that they needed to retreat and report everything to the master. The girl turned and looked at them. Then she sent her chain forward. She tempered these people. They were terrified. She raised her hand and asked who, reminded that she promised to take her. Then screams were heard. While she was mocking the people, someone called the young man. It was Genie. He looked away and asked again. The girl turned and asked what he was muttering there. And at that moment Genie and Firefist Ace were smiling. They heard that the operation was over, victory was theirs, they had captured the route and supplies. Night, attack base Burke. The man was sitting on the floor and sighing. He was clutching his stomach. He was saying that fortunately the Koreans were not attacking anymore, but since their supply routes were cut off, there was almost no food left. Then he knelt down, lowered his head and said that he was hungry, 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 hungry. He raised his head, imagined soup, said that right now he would give anything for a cup of hot soup and a piece of fresh bread. Then something distracted him. He saw something strange in the bushes. He didn't understand what it was. He opened it and there was a pile of food. Was that a bento? He looked at it and thought where the bento came from. It was somehow strange. He needed to report this immediately, although it looked so appetizing. He started drooling. And he started eating it all, come what may. He would eat it first and then figure it out. I licked the spoon and said that it was divinely delicious, maybe because of hunger, but he looked ahead and said that he had never tasted such a delicious benda in his life. Some paper appeared in front of his eyes. He picked it up. It was written, "I hope you liked it. We will deliver you enough food for the next week. Share with your comrades, your excellency. Keep it a secret from the others and open the gate in a week to help the Korean players." Night, Karame's military camp on the Burke side. The men looked down and thought about what to do. Then he began to walk from side to side, clutching his head. Why would he hand over his army and commander for food? But they cannot die of hunger here. And why should they obey these strangers who do not give them food? Besides, these boxes of food, just divine taste. He imagined his hungry fellow soldiers, comrades, they were also terribly hungry. He put his hand to his chin and thought. It was night. The man called his friends. They asked where he had dragged them in the middle of the night. Had he completely lost his mind? And he told them to trust him and follow him. And so they came to strange bushes. One said that he had apparently gone completely limp from hunger, and the other added that he just shouldn't say that he was going to eat the roots now. Suddenly the guy stopped. He was surprised. There was food there. Then he turned and told the guys to look at it. They grabbed their stomachs and asked what was there. And then they were shocked. There was a pile of food in front of them. The guy pointed to it and said that they could start eating if they were hungry. The commander walked forward and said that lately, the soldiers had been acting strangely. He imagined the soldiers happy, the supplies were terrible, and they were so cheerful, and they didn't look like they were starving. Had they really found something to eat? He frowned. Well, it was better than if their morale was falling. Then he thought, no big deal. The soldiers were looking at him with scared eyes at that moment. Time, days followed nights and vice versa. Day, a fortress, a week later. The commander was standing at the edge of the fortress. A soldier came up to him and said that the Korean players were approaching. He turned and said that great, he should give the signal to fight. All the soldiers ran forward. He shouted that the day of the decisive battle had come. The Blues were approaching the Reds. When the Korean players approached the walls, they would open fire, and the Chinese players would attack them from behind. A perfect plan. He imagined the battle, the Korean bastards. It was time to get even for the humiliation. He raised his hand and shouted to open fire. Soldiers, they must show these impudent people where the crayfish hibernate. But suddenly something surprised him. He turned and asked if the soldiers had gone deaf. He ordered to open fire. The man came up and said that the soldiers were refusing to follow the order. At that moment, they were walking around the cannons and just looking away. The man was furious and did not understand what was happening. He gritted his teeth. Rebellion, how dare they? They should obey them. And their enemy was already at the gate. He looked at it. He clenched his fist, calmly, without panic. Even without shelling, they will not be able to hold them at the gate. We have an advantage in numbers. Let everything go according to plan. His strategy is flawless. But suddenly something surprised him again. The gates began to open. The players were ready to enter. Then they ran inside. The commander looked at all this. He was shocked. What was happening? Why the gate? Did these soldiers really open the gate? But why would they betray them? Then he saw the main character talking to one of the soldiers. He thought what else was going on. He started getting angry and shouting that he was a bastard, that he was the one who started all this glutton. And the young man looked at him at that moment. Then he smiled. He raised his hands, and while the man was shouting that he would not forgive him for this, he said that he was shouting so loudly he could hear him so well. And the soldier who was standing opposite him said that that was exactly it. Then the guy smiled and asked if they were the ones who opened the gate, and also thanked them for their help. The young man raised his hands and said that no, thank them. Then he picked up the letter and said that of course, when they first saw their message, they were very doubtful. He imagined how he talked about this with his colleagues. Many were against it. Then he remembered how he, exhausted from hunger, shouted, "Why should they serve those who do not feed them and use them as cannon fodder? It is much better to go over to the side of the one who gives them food." That's how he convinced them. Then he smiled, raised his hand and said that thanks to them they did not die of hunger. The protagonist raised his fingers and said that of course, you need to work where they feed you. They continued talking. The soldier said that you really need to work where they feed you. Then the protagonist called someone and asked how things were going. At that moment, cannons were firing. There were explosions everywhere. Someone told him on the phone that soldiers were shooting at the Chinese players who were chasing them. At that moment, the knight intervened and said that it was he who gave the order. There was a battle, people were running everywhere, so that's why the Chinese players could not do anything. The commander was also surrounded by guards, even the commander-in-chief was captured. He looked at the destruction, stones and swords were lying everywhere, so victory was theirs. The fortress was engulfed in flames. Korea captured the Chinese fortress in 25 minutes. 25 minutes, unbelievable. New notifications were coming. The man smiled and asked whose plan was this. Then he put his hand on the table and said that it was Manhwa, no doubt. He stroked his snake and said that this guy was really amazing. People were running, explosions were thundering behind them. They were saying that anyone who could save themselves should retreat. There were explosions everywhere. The women turned around and shouted for everyone to retreat back. And she frowned, presented a map. Damn, what was going on here? Their plan was to surround Korea and attack from both sides. At that moment, the commander was captured. There was no contact with him. People were running, holding their heads and begging for help. The women thought that they were being shot. Then she raised her hand and shouted that they cannot die here. Everyone who survived the shelling should retreat. Then something surprised her. She looked ahead, did not understand what just happened. The snake began to attack them. One of them was pinned to the ground. She raised her head. A huge snake was right above her head. The man came up, put his hand on her and said that he told her not to eat any nasty things. The woman realized that it was the black magician Ali. She was furious. She turned around and shouted that all the surviving ranged fighters should fire at the magician. A huge iron claw rose up. It was too late. A huge wind rose. It was a spell. People looked at it, created a shield. The woman said that this was an incredible speed of casting a spell, and the man replied that this was their chance. The young man was hovering in the air at that moment. They shouted that even the most powerful magician was vulnerable after a large-scale spell. They struck, but the snake reflected it, and the other magicians raised their scepters up. They were ordered not to stop and shoot. Even the supreme magician Ali could not cope with so many projectiles. The young man reflected the projectiles, thinking that there were still too many of them for him. The snake was also hit. In a protracted battle, they, few in number, have no chance. Then he raised his scepter and shouted that he would finish this with one blow. The woman frowned and raised her hand. She ordered to prepare for a powerful attack. Activate the protective barriers. Everything around was on fire. He activated a special skill, Hellfire. There was wind, dust, and fire around. The guy was very tired, exhaled. Then he looked at his snake and said that that was all the mana. It was good that they were finished. The snake nodded in response. Everything around was in smoke. It seemed there were no survivors. Then he called his snake, but it looked away. He did not understand what was happening. Right behind the tree hid a woman. She survived. She looked out from behind the tree and activated her scepter, but she struck right in the snake's neck. Blood poured from its mouth. The young man screamed. His giant python was wounded. Then the woman shouted that he was the only one left. He needed to be surrounded. The guy was standing on the ground. There were magicians around him. He lowered his head, not a drop of mana left. He gritted his teeth. Damn, he underestimated the power of tamed divine beasts. Mentally changed in front of the main character. They started shooting at him, but suddenly something protected him. He opened his eyes and did not understand what it was. And it was his snake. It was wounded, but still alive. The guy was very surprised. The python continued to crawl right in front of him. He began to scream that she was sending him to the summoning dimension right now. He must not die under any circumstances. At that moment, a knife was presented to the back of his head. The woman said that he was defeated. She looked at him and said, "Comrades, this is all his reinforcements. One pet, his vaunted friends did not come to the rescue this time." The guy lowered his head and said that she even knew what a real comrade was. The woman asked what he was talking about, and the guy turned around and said that comrades were those who would never abandon each other in trouble, even if they had to risk their own lives. She laughed and said that this was kindergarten by God. And at that moment, someone called out to the young man from the side. The woman turned around, and the guy was smiling. The main character and the girl were running towards them. They were shouting that they had come to help. Suddenly, the woman began to be enveloped in rods. She shouted that it was a binding spell, but he had no mana left. Then the guy turned around and started shouting, how dare she call him a python? His comrades, Jilkin's pet, he will avenge his friend. On the other hand, the main character jumped from right above. He used a special skill, Rising Blades, hit the ground with his fist. He looked ahead, his eyes were burning. He uses the special skill Rage, True Style, half. Everyone around was tied up. One of the guys shouted that they would all die if he used this skill now. Huge bayonets began to appear around straight and the ground. He used the special skill Blooming Blades, Rage, screams were heard. The magician looked at the guy and thanked him for saving them. He got here so quickly, does that mean everything is over in the fortress? He turned around and replied that thank God he managed to put a buff on Mana. Thanks to Manhwa they quickly captured the fortress. The girl stood right in front of him and greeted him with a smile. Then she apologized for making them hold back this arrow alone. She should have come earlier. And the main character turned around and asked about the python. He was also injured, right? Why did he raise his hand and said with a smile that he had prepared something tasty for him so that he would quickly recover? The girl was smiling too. The magician was shocked that the dish was from Manhwa himself. He wanted to share food with them. And the guy exhaled and said that of course they were comrades. Some time passed. Let's remember the event last week. The fortress, a week has passed since then. Korea quickly recaptured the Chinese fortress and destroyed all the enemy high-level players. Bayonets were sticking out of the ground. This news shocked the whole world. Meanwhile, the main character went to training again. He left, waving his hand. Huge dogs followed him. He asked his comrade to take care of the little ones. Locke looked at them in horror, said that he really wants him to look after them. Is he serious? The blonde was eating a sandwich. He found it very tasty. Connor approached him and asked if it was tasty. It seemed that over these days his muzzle had become twice as big. The man replied that it was worth trying and it was impossible to stop. He approached the ball. As for that strange person, he looked at the main character. It was time for him to appear. There were many people in the village. Hundreds of years ago there was a village known as a sanctuary of cooks, the domain of Albero. The man picked up the cooked fish. Look, fresh fish, caught this morning, crispy, ruddy pieces. Bakery products, fruits, hot bread, just from the oven, fresh carrots, potatoes, premium grade were sold at the bazaar. Well, there was no one in one shop. People were passing by and discussing that this shop was empty again today, and who goes there anyway? The man exhaled and said that it was the same thing again. He looked out the window. In the bakery opposite, as usual, he was shelling, and there were only flies flying around. He remembered the statue, throwing tomatoes. Once these lands were a place of pilgrimage for the glutton's followers, but now, because they honor his covenants, no one visits them. He lowered his head. Why did everyone in the area turn away and are so gluttonous? Suddenly he saw a guy. He was looking at the buns. The man was surprised. He was drooling on the windows. What is this? A man? And even in such homilies, a beggar? He had not seen people in the city for a long time who looked like this from hunger. The man thought. Suddenly he came out and turned to the guy. He paid attention to him. He brought him a bun and milk, said that of course it was a trifle, but maybe he would take it. The guy was very happy. He held out his hands, looked at the bun, and began to eat it with pleasure. The man said that he was pleased to see the young man eat. Why did he stretch out his hand and say that he had not had visitors for a long time who would savor his bread so much? Maybe he would introduce himself. The baker's name is Lucero. Then the boy raised his hand and said that his name is. He stretched out his hand forward. The tower. The blonde stood in front of the main character. The boy asked if even the master really doesn't know the purpose of this task. The man raised his finger and said that yes, more precisely, no one knows. This test is created especially for him, but he must take into account that he will not be able to use his money, items, inventory, and even armor. They stood opposite each other. The man said that the last thing, in this test he cannot tell that he is a glutton. The young man pressed his lips. They asked him what was wrong. He stood with an outstretched hand, smiled and said that everything was fine. His name is Manhwa. He is a wanderer. They shook hands. The man said that he was glad to meet you, since fate brought them together, suggested getting along. Why did the man ask why he was hanging in the window? The guy looked back. There were even traces of his hands and drool on the window. They were standing in the city. He tried to justify himself. Then the man got furious and screamed what? He clenched his fist and said that he asked for food, and they drove him away. He imagined the angry townspeople, yes, and he asked to work, but they called him dirty and kicked him out. Then he looked away, said that since the glutton died, there was not a single normal canteen left in the area. If he were alive, he would never abandon the hungry. Then he turned around, addressed the guy. He exhaled, looked down and thought where this world was heading, said that if he had nowhere to go, how about staying with him for a while? The guy was surprised, put his hand to his chest and asked if it was true he would help him in the store in any way. The man scratched the back of his head, said that they had no customers at all, but the guy clenched his fist and said that he would help even more. The blonde remembered the first time he came to this settlement, met an old man and treated him. He was very disappointed when he came to this settlement, the glutton's domain, because they say that he dreamed of a world where no one would go hungry. He looked at the counter with buns. Well, the baker is completely different, and he wants to help him. The man looked and thanked him for these words, said that then they need to do some cleaning. Suddenly, someone approached the bakery. The man shouted for the baker to come out. A man knocked on the door. He smiled and said that everything here was in disrepair. Then the man opened the door and said that his shop did not fit into the city at all. The protagonist looked at him and asked who it was, and the baker said that it was Anton. He was a cook. He also said that he called himself the new glutton. He began to wave his hands and ask what that smell was. Does he not even clean, pretending to be poor? Then the man pointed to the young man and said that this is why all sorts of ragamuffins stick to him. How long is he going to drag out such a miserable existence? The man looked at him, folded his arms and said that he did not think that he came just to chat. Anton smiled sarcastically and said that he was rude. Okay, he should say what he wanted. Then he closed his eyes, spread his hands and said that as he probably knew, the dragon's feast would soon begin, so he could take back his application while he was kind. He had no place at this event. The man looked at him angrily. They began to argue that since when was participation in it prohibited? He couldn't even buy food. Why were they stubborn? And the guy watched all this and thought, what kind of dragon is this? A holiday in honor of a dragon. The man poked his finger right in the baker's chest. In any case, he was advising him to give up. He wouldn't even pass the qualifying round anyway. The baker angrily told him to repeat it. Then he threw his hand away and told him not to make him laugh. The man clenched his teeth, angry. The baker shouted that he was the continuer of the glutton's business, looked at him, screamed in rage that he would definitely reach the final so he could watch and learn. After some time, he sat, clutched his head and said that he was in trouble, he was lost. Of course, he pretended that he didn't care, but the young man came up to him and asked what a dragon's feast was. The baker looked at him and said that he should know, in general, a dragon's feast is. He imagined a dragon, once every few decades, a powerful dragon flies to their lands, a gourmet. The dragon is huge, very hungry. If they don't put it to sleep with the most delicious dish, it will destroy their lands, and until now they were saved by a glutton, but now that he is gone. The young man thought, that is, this is just a culinary competition, and why can't he take part? He tried his bread, it is magnificent. The man lowered his head and banged his fist on the table. His skill is fine, the problem is in the ingredients. The wind was blowing outside. He could see that his bakery was empty, so he was forced to buy the cheapest products in cooking. Of course, skills were important, but the quality of the ingredients played a decisive role. With these products, he had no chance. He clenched his teeth, almost cried and said, if only he had the milk of a sensitive goat now. He imagined this goat. The guy asked what kind of milk it was, and the man answered that these goats were much larger and more aggressive than usual. He imagined how the girl ran away from such a goat. Their milk was very tasty. But to get it, you need incredible skill. One wrong move, and you will be amused or trampled to death. He lowered his eyes and said that besides him, only the previous glutton and Anton could get this milk. Then he raised his hand to bandage it. It was shaking. He said that now he was not able to do it. Then he added that if he had this milk, he could make amazing bread, even without other ingredients. And the young man began to look at his hand, thinking about skill. Then he turned to the master and said that he thought he could help him. The man held his hand, turned to him. A field, some mountain goats. The guy said to wait for him here. Day, a meadow. The guy was climbing a rock. He gritted his teeth and said that damn, today he would blow it, no matter what it cost him. It was the chef of the third most prestigious restaurant on Albero Paradise, Barca. He raised his hand and said that his restaurant was already considered one of the 3 best in the area. He had both skills and connections. He grabbed the next stone, if he could get this milk and make a divine dish out of it. He climbed higher, looked up, he could become Anton's successor and rule these lands, and yet, how high is this goat? Suddenly, something surprised him. There was already a guy standing there, trying to feed the goat. Oh, another contender. The young man smiled, worried. Well, goat, I brought you some tasty herbs. He showed her a bush. It was selected grass from the best pastures, which all the animals were crazy about. Then he offered her to bite off a piece and give him some milk. The goat frowned. She flew into him with her horns with all her might. The guy screamed. Then he started to run away from her, calling her names, and she continued to run after him. At that moment, the man said that he was already fed up with this. The goat was really sensitive. He put down the bowl. Of course, she could not be bribed with a bunch of grass. He went forward. First, he needed to approach her carefully. He looked at the udder. The main thing was not to scare the goat. He approached quietly from behind. With trembling hands, he stretched forward, thinking that he had to do everything very carefully. Almost touched the udder. But at that moment, the goat noticed him. The man got scared. He looked straight into her eyes and wondered if she had calmed down. Calmly, probably calmly, she should stand still. Almost touched the udder, said that a little more and he would get milk. Then he pressed, and the goat began to jerk sharply, threw him aside. A moment later he saw a hoof flying at him. It hit him hard, that he flew aside. Blood poured from his mouth. He thought, how could it be? He crashed into a tree and fell dead. He lay there and thought, it's good that the tree softened the blow. Then he saw smoke. He thought what it was. A man was climbing a rock. Then it jumped out right above the man's head. He looked at him and didn't understand what was happening. The goat also looked at him and didn't understand what was happening. It was the main character. He was flying and smiling. He remembered how he was holding his stomach. This guy, he was walking into his restaurant asking for food. Meanwhile, the young man landed right in front of the goat, and the cook wondered how this beggar got here. Did he really want the goat too? Then he thought that with such recklessness it was scary to even look at her. You just have to look at her eyes. The goat looked at the guy. The guy was also looking at the goat. The cook thought, goodbye, dirty ragamuffin, the goat's milk will be his. At that moment, the goat came up to the guy, he spread his arms and she started rubbing against him and bleeding. The man looked at it in shock and did not understand what was happening. The young man hugged the goat, she rolled against him and said, our little goat, it must have been so hard for her when those little people came and tortured her. Then he apologized to her and said that some strange guys came and tried to give her away, brought the grass that she eats every day and shook it in front of her nose, as if mocking her. The goat looked at him with pitiful eyes, he told her not to worry, he was not like them. Then he moved his hand to the side, it lit up and the guy said that he had incredible skill. The goat looked in surprise. Then the guy said that they should finish this faster. She said me in response. Meanwhile, in the baker's shop, he was sitting and thinking that he hoped the boy would return safe and sound. Suddenly, he walked in and said that he was back. The man looked at him happily, asked if he was hurt. Then he was very surprised. The boy was sitting right astride the goat. All the people around him were looking at it in shock. The man thought, is this a sensitive goat? And he is riding it. The man came out to him on the street. The boy said that they had become a little closer while he was giving it to her, and she wanted to go with him, so he decided that they were now friends and brought her along with him. Then he handed him a bucket of milk and said that here is the milk he was looking for, didn't he need it? The baker was just beside himself with happiness. It was the milk of a sensitive goat. He thanked the boy, now he can finish the dish for the qualifying round. Then he added that in gratitude, he will share his bread recipe with him. The boy raised his hand up, he was happy. After some time, they are in the bakery. First the ingredients, it is a bit crowded, you have to go inside, like a goat with them too. A few days passed, a day. The dragon flew into the city. Something surprised him. He saw the same baker and thought that he still had not given up. Then he bared his teeth and thought. He landed down. Everyone bowed to him and greeted him. Then Anton turned, raised his hand and shouted, and so, since Mr. Dragon Gourmet had arrived. The baker looked at him and listened attentively. The man declared the annual feast of the Dragon Gourmet open. The other baker also listened attentively. They, village, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered again for the feast of the Dragon Gourmet. All the people were happy, smiling or collie. The cooks also smiled at everyone. The winner of this competition will receive the title of the next head of the settlement and the title of glutton. Our baker listened attentively. He was determined. The announcer stepped forward, spread his arms and said, and so, let's begin our feast. Everyone was standing by their tables. The baker rubbed her hands. Everyone around was whispering that it was him. They say he won first place in the qualifying round this year, and with just a bun, he heard his assistant got the milk of a sensitive goat. The guy asked his neighbor where the assistant was now. Why was he alone? Did he really run away? The guy turned to him and whispered, what else? What will he get by staying with this man? The people in the stands were discussing, most likely, the rumors about first place are a lie. They do not expect anything special from him as long as he does not disgrace their lands. Let's go back a few days ago, preparing for the qualifying round. The man poured milk into flour with an egg, so add goat's milk to the flour and the rest of the ingredients that we prepared in advance. The man looked down and said that you need to knead the dough until it becomes soft. Do not overdo it. It is important that all the ingredients are evenly distributed throughout the dough. He kneaded the dough. The guy said that he did it so deftly, using only one hand. He sat aside and watched, turned to him and asked what happened to his hand. It seemed like he could use it before. The man's hand was shaking. He looked at it and said that yes, it used to be healthy. He imagined his hand before, after the glutton left them. His hand suddenly stopped obeying him, and then turned black and began to die, as if a curse had been placed on it. The man clenched his trembling fist and said that he tried all the methods of treatment, but nothing helped. Then he looked at the guy, exhaled and said that he had to give in. They were in a bakery. He added that the Anko buns were almost ready and offered the guy to try them. They looked at the perfect toasted buns. The young man asked if it was really possible to try them. And the man replied that of course, here, he can try. These are the same buns that he will send to the qualifying round. While the boy was chewing, the man smiled and asked how he liked them. And the boy looked at him with shining eyes. He found them very tasty, so soft, tender. He said that he could be given 5,000 pieces and he would eat them all. The baker responded with gratitude. Even though he was joking, all this is thanks to him. He got the goat's milk. The young man looked at the bun and said that it was not difficult. And the man said that he was not joking at all. Everything is clear with the qualifying round, but the final is a problem. The young man looked at the screen, and the man said that if he had the legendary sun wheat, he would not worry. The boy looked at him and asked again about the legendary sun wheat, and the baker asked if he really did not know about it. He imagined the wheat. It was the legendary wheat that kept food warm and was said to be incredibly delicious. But no one could get near it, let alone harvest it. At that moment, the boy was looking at the screen where he had a quest, the legendary wheat of the sun. If he got it, he could cook. At that moment, the baker called out to him. He turned around and said with a smile that he would get this wheat and the man should prepare the ingredients and tools. Could he do it? The man thought about it. He lowered his head and thought that he looked so confident that he had unwittingly given him the location of the wheat. He hoped he would not get hurt and return in one piece, although maybe it would be better if he had not returned at all. He remembered how people were whispering. He heard about the curse, about his left hand. I heard that it was just an injury. Why doesn't he sit quietly? Since he is exhausted, why disgrace himself? My relative who supplies products to the store said that he bakes bread with only his right hand. At that moment, the man took the knife, looked at it and thought that he would only get even more upset by coming here. He started chopping the bell pepper. He chopped it so quickly, the others said, "Just look, he chops vegetables with incredible speed. It can't be, he seemed to be in." And now the chopped vegetables were already lying on the board. Judging by the set of vegetables, is he going to cook pizza? The man continued to actively prepare, cut. And the people continued to discuss pizza, but with such a hand he won't have time to bake it. Even if he moves at a crazy speed, will he even be able to put it in the oven? Pico looked at all this, his hands were shaking. He thought that he spent more time preparing the ingredients than he expected, but he can still meet the deadline. He looked at the burning fire, time passed, imagined the pizza. How many pizzas he baked? They were preparing for this day, proper time management, efficient use of space. He tensed up, thinking that he had to do this. He would cook the perfect dish, worthy of the dragon's approval. He also thought that he would restore the good name of the glutton. He continued to knead the dough with one hand and thought that the glutton master would wait for him. The competition continued. The man continued to work hard. Well, it seems that everything is ready. This is the best pizza he could cook. She put it in the oven, all that remains is to fry it. And at that moment he tripped. He looked ahead in surprise. He began to fall and screamed that the pizza was flying to the side. It flew forward, but suddenly it was caught. It was the main character. He looked at him and asked if everything was okay. The man was surprised. He asked how ours got here. He went for wheat, and he was also covered in wounds. What happened? The guy smiled and said that it was a long story. Let's remember how the guy got wheat. He walked with a map, looked ahead, so this is where the legendary wheat of the sun grows. In front of him was a field of wheat. It was blazing. He looked at all this and said that he would never have thought that there would be a real blazing wheat field here. Cruel. He went for wheat. His life points were spent. Besides, it is unbearably hot here. Even just approaching he loses health. He can give up, since he cannot even approach. Then he frowned and thought that no, if this is somehow related to the test, then he can pass it. He needs to think. He needs to find a solution, and using the glutton's methods. He held out a knife and said that the main glutton's method is, of course, food. He took the ingredients with him, so go ahead, time to eat. He cooked food, decided to cook a dish that will increase fire resistance, using the products that the master gave him. First you need to cut the pork into medium-sized pieces, dip it in an egg, flour, and then breadcrumbs. Then I fried them. I had to heat up the oil. As soon as it reached the right temperature, put the cutlets in there. This sound of sizzling oil awakens the appetite. Then I chopped the cabbage. While the meat was frying, I had to quickly chop the vegetables for the sauce and salad. The meat should not be cooled, otherwise it will lose its taste. Speed is everything. I started making the sauce. This was the most important thing. There were peppers all around. The guy looked at it all with wild eyes. To increase the resistance of fire, you need to add more hot peppers and hot spices. In front of him was a plate of wonderful food. As soon as the meat is ready, you need to pour it with sauce and add a side dish and salad. Ready? The ultra-spicy pork cutlet from Manhwa is ready. The young man looked at the plate with appetite. He thought that it looked very appetizing. How long had he not eaten meat? I cut the cutlet. I had to see what was inside. It was fried perfectly, not a hint of pink. Then I ate it. It was very spicy. To taste, delicious, very tasty. But damn spicy. I overdid it with the pepper. Okay, no big deal. He didn't make such a big salad for nothing. I imagined the salad being enveloped in the evil sauce. The vegetables, the dressing, was excellent. They softened the hot sauce. I tried it. Phew, as expected from the glutton's domain. There's even a portable cooking set here. I opened my mouth. It was all on fire. The guy was hot and very spicy. Then I lowered my head. Not a bad fight. That is, a meal. Well, there's a lot left. I looked at the burning wheat and said that all that was left was to collect the wheat. Let's go back to the competition. The guy said that even after all the preparations it was very hot, so he got a little burned. The man asked what about the wheat, and the guy scratched his head, moved his hand to the side. There was a whole mountain of wheat next to him. Of course he collected everything. The man was shocked. Then he looked at his backpack and turned to the master. He said that he had something for him. The guy held out a bottle and told the cook to take it. The man looked at him and asked what it was. The guy hesitated a little. Not long before day, and the young man was collecting wheat. Suddenly, something surprised him. New cards appeared. You have collected all the legendary wheat of the sun. For this achievement, accomplished for the first time, you receive a special reward. New card, Sacred Drink of the Glutton, Drops of Truth added to your inventory. Drops of Truth and a Drink of the Glutton, 2 bottles appeared in front of him. New card, you can reveal that you are a glutton. Within the domain of Albero, your inventory and items are available again. The guy raised his fist, smiled and said that finally, how it all pissed him off. Then he looked at the bottle and thought what kind of drink it was, but the card, Sacred Drink of the Glutton, give it to the one you consider worthy of the title of glutton. Day, competition. The young man approached the man, put his hands on his shoulder and said that this was a gift from the previous glutton. In these lands only he is worthy of the title of glutton. The man looked at him in shock. Then he looked at the bottle and said that the glutton left this for him. And the guy said that he knew what would happen to these lands and to them, and prepared in advance. Apparently, the previous glutton really appreciated him. Then the cook looked at the guy in surprise and asked who he was, how did he know all this? And the young man smiled, began to transform. And now he was already standing in his clothes, smiled, and said that he was the successor of the glutton, and he also appreciated him, so he knows all this. Anton watched all this from the side. That is, this is the legendary wheat, how did he get it? He got very angry. This cook will have such legendary wheat, we must immediately forbid him to cook. Then he shouted at them, and Anoshu with the man turned around. Anton came up and asked with a smile how he got the legendary wheat of the sun. Then he smiled sarcastically and said that it was a miracle, thank the father of them all. But this wheat is too dangerous for inexperienced hands, it can burn a person to ashes, it would be better if he. At that moment, the baker threw the lid of the bottle aside and shouted that it was useless. Then he drank all the contents. His hand began to glow. He looked at it and said with a smile that his hand, it is returning, now he can do everything. Broken Hand looked at the guys and asked him to come to him. They will cook together, he also needs these ingredients. The guy put his hand to his forehead and said that he agreed. And Anton at this time was very angry on the sidelines, and people were shouting, who is this guy? An incredible amount of wheat. Anton gritted his teeth, he was incredibly angry. The baker turned to the boy and said that they need to start, he will adjust to him, and he replied that he will need the dough. The guy raised his hand, everything began to shine, he began to prepare the ingredients. He took flour, with the help of the skill he quickly transforms wheat into flour. Then he poured milk into a bowl, instead of water you need to add goat's milk to the flour and start kneading the dough. Then on the pizza with sauce, you need to grease the fresh dough with a generous amount of sweet and salty pizza sauce. Then he looked away, something distracted him. At this moment, the baker was incredibly quickly chopping vegetables, it seemed that he was even burning, and he shouted that the preparation of the filling should be left to him. And the young man was shocked. He opened his mouth and said that he cuts vegetables at an incredible speed. Then they looked at all the prepared ingredients, now it's his turn, you need to evenly distribute the filling. And the guy started doing it, agreeing with the chef. The filling flew on the pizza base, and now the finished pizza was in front of them, looking perfect. The guy lowered his head, smiled and thought that now, cheese and corn. He began to sprinkle the pizza with all this, more, the dragon will be delighted. After which it was necessary to put it in the oven. Some time passed, the pizza stood in the oven. And now they took it out, ready, the signature pizza combination. They approached the dragon, addressed. The girl looked at him and said that the cooks had finished cooking. He spread his wings and said that he was ready to go. He turned into a man. He got legs, arms, and now the blonde with horns stood in front of her. He folded his hands and said that they should start. Barca approached him with his tray, the first dish presented to the judgment of Mr. Dragon, a gourmet from the chef of the restaurant Paradise, the most exquisite steak from the best products. He put the plate in front of him and said that this was his dish. Then he frowned and said that it was especially for him, a steak from the best beef, grown on a farm. The man tried it. Then he said that the dish undoubtedly abounds with expensive ingredients, but all the flavors are intertwined, and because of this the dishes lose their individuality. The man was very upset. In front of him was the next plate. The next to be judged was foie gras from Anton, the head of the settlement and the glutton himself. The man tried it, a dish from the glutton himself, interesting. He was worried. He looked, pushed his fork away and said that this taste. He wiped his mouth, clenched his teeth and said that this is the taste of greed. Then he added that he exploited so many people to prepare this dish. There were several chefs standing nearby, what to do. The chef himself was very angry, and the dragon said to remove this nasty thing and bring another dish. And there was a pizza in front of him. Can this pathetic lizard understand true taste? Anton thought. The dragon took a piece of pizza, finally a dish from Lucero. He tried it. His eyes widened. He pulled a piece of cheese, looked at it and thought, no. The ingredients flowed together with the cheese, tomato sauce, all sorts of fillings and cheese, everything harmonized with each other. He did not just put everything on the dough, but placed all the elements so that each piece was perfectly balanced. He imagined she nice, made from the rarest ingredients. The dough serves as a basis for all the other elements, softening their taste and uniting them into a single whole. He continued to eat pieces one after another with pleasure and thought that this taste, it was a pity to swallow. He already wanted to try another piece. Then he put the glass on the table. He stood up. There was one slice left from the pizza. The man said that it was a great dish. For the first time in a long time he enjoyed food. Then he went to the chef, lowered his head and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. He didn't think he would be able to try such food again. Bows his head in respect. The man looked at the guy with tears in his eyes and smiled. At that moment, Anton started shouting that no, this was impossible. He even turned red with anger and started shouting that this was a setup. He mixed something in the food. How could this worthless chef be better than him, the real leader? The protagonist looked at him, smiled. He continued shouting that this was definitely a setup. Who knows, maybe he mixed drugs into the pizza, and in general, how do they know that this is the real legendary wheat sun? They need to test it and conduct an investigation. The dragon turned and looked at him. He said that he watched his language. The chef was very angry. At that moment the protagonist decided to intervene. He asked everyone to stop. He smiled, raised his hand and said that if he was so sure he was right, then why not try it himself? He had a slice of pizza in his hands. He walked forward. Anton looked at this pizza as if it were a closed enemy, and the guy said that he would immediately understand if there was something wrong with the pizza because he was a glutton. While the man was standing with a slice of pizza in his hand, the baker came up to the young man and said that he did not think that the man would calm down after eating just one slice. What was he up to? The guy raised his finger up and smiled. Then he told him not to worry, something was about to happen that he did not expect at all. At that moment, Anton looked at the slice of pizza and thought that, to be honest, he himself would be interested in what it tasted like, but now he could no longer admit that he was wrong. Why did he say that it was just bread with sauce? What was so special about it? And he took a bite. His eyes suddenly widened. He felt like he was in heaven. Pizzas with wings were flying around. What kind of taste was that? He ate the whole piece, licked his fingers and thought that this elastic dough, various fillings, all this exploded in his mouth with a real firework of taste. He had never eaten anything tastier in his entire life. Then he thought, no, stop, he must say that this is terrible. Then for now he said that the pizza was simply delicious. It was incredible how a man with a crippled hand could cook such a dish. Then he grabbed his mouth with his hands, did not understand what was happening. Then he began to look at his trembling hands, and the young man at that moment smiled and thought that he was finally caught. Then they introduced a doll. It had a pierced hand. The man said that he wanted to say that he crippled Lucaro's hand. He cursed him to take his place and become the head of the settlement. He said that this is not all, presented a bag. These stupid pigs, the inhabitants of the settlement, were ready to give up everything, even the glutton, for the sake of money. He admitted that he gave them bribes. At that moment, the people in the stands began to get angry. They did not understand that he called them stupid pigs. When did that happen? The baker turned to the guy and asked what he had done, and he answered with a sly smile that he had added a little truth serum to the pizza. He remembered the bottle with a drop of truth. This is another drink that the previous glutton left behind. Similar, he wanted him to use it. Anton was simply furious. He was amazed. The guy said that he of course guessed that he was a scoundrel, but he turned out to be even worse than he thought. At that moment, they started throwing scraps, bottles, papers at the cook, and he quickly ran away from the ring. But it was not there. The dragon called him. He transformed into his true form and said that he was guilty of posing as a glutton and sowing discord in the settlement. He was very angry, baring his teeth, adding that he was guilty of oppressing innocent people blinded by greed. He came up close to him and looking into his eyes asked if he had a last word. The man was very scared. He thought no, he was in trouble. He needed to come up with some kind of excuse. Then he turned to the screaming people and said that it was all for the sake of the residents of the settlement. Well, he looked at them with hope, and they only shouted what he was talking about. He had just called them stupid pigs. He must get out. A swindler, a traitor to a glutton. One of them was so angry, he clenched his fists and shouted that it was he who forbade them to go to the master's shop. He paid someone to desecrate the statue of a glutton, one of the residents confessed. Anton was confused. The people continued to shout that if it were not for him, the master would be their leader. They would live happily with him. And the baker watched silently all this time. He was confused. The people continued to shout that it was all his fault. He was a liar and asked the master dragon to punish him. The man screamed, asked him to stop. But the dragon said that he did not want to hear anything more and opened his mouth. Anton looked at him. There was horror in his eyes. He asked him to wait. Then a furious scream sounded throughout the circle. The guy covered his eyes with his hand from this whole spectacle. The dragon turned to him. He looked at him and asked if he helped expose Anton. Right. Then he said that before he could thank him, he had to answer who he was, how he had learned about what this man was hiding, and his fate depended on his answer. The guy looked at him, frightened. At that moment, the cook interfered and tried to answer for the guy. but he smiled and said that there was no need, he would introduce himself. He took a step forward. He looked at the dragon, put his hand to his chest and said that he greeted his master dragon, the gourmet, and everyone present that he was Manhwa, the new glutton. The cook looked at him. The dragon was simply shocked. The people around him were horrified and shocked, and the guy continued to smile and simply looked at the dragon. The people around him began to ask if it was true, and the dragon smiled. Then he raised his paw, looked at him and said that it was great, that he thanked him for saving the settlement and restoring his friend's good name, and that as a token of his gratitude, he would fulfill his one wish. Imagine jewelry. Maybe he wants gems and gold, rare equipment or a potion. What does he need? The young man smiled and said that he only had one wish. He raised his hand. Some kind of stick began to appear there. He said that he wanted to try the dish that the previous glutton talked about. A huge skewer with meat and vegetables appeared in his hand. He wanted a giant dragon kebab cooked with dragon breath. The latter looked at him in surprise and asked again if he really wanted a kebab. And the guy imagined how the fire envelops the meat and vegetables and said that yes, juicy meat, crispy vegetables, and on top, the scorching taste of dragon flame. Then he said that in fact, he always carries the ingredients with him in case such an opportunity arises. The dragon smiled and said that he really is a true glutton. He came closer to him. The guy looked at him in shock. He replied that good, but a glutton. Then he lifted him into the air, enclosing him in some kind of dome. The guy was surprised. This was happening to him for the first time. Then he threw him up to the very top. The young man shouted that wow, they soared into the sky in an instant. Fire began to appear everywhere. The dragon said to prepare a skewer, and with all his strength he released his flame forward. The baker was waiting for the guy. Then he turned around. He saw that the young man had already returned. The boy was standing in front of him with a huge shashlik and was eating it with pleasure. He did not understand what was happening. Then he said that he should eat first, and then they could talk. The citizens enjoyed the pizza. The dragon watched them while he was grilling the shashlik. They treated everyone to pizza and made peace. Then the man raised his finger up and said that now the city's possessions will return to their former glory, and all thanks to him. The guy looked at him, smiled and said that he was not worth thanking. Then he looked at the people and said that he was the one who preserved the glutton's legacy. Let him see, everyone is full and happy. The man was very pleased. He smiled. Then he scratched the back of his head and said, well, then he needs to keep trying. The young man smiled back at him. Then he looked at him and said, okay, since he became the head, you will give him a piece of shashlik. He cooked a lot. The man asked if it was true. If he wanted, he could eat everything. The young man opened his inventory and said that then he would eat everything. Day, the arena of the city. Meanwhile, in the empire, an eclipse, a castle. The girl looked out the window and said, Manhwa, why are you late? She looked out the window, said that the guy was late. Then he put his hand to the back of his head. Maybe this test is too difficult for him yet. Then she lowered her eyes. After all, she had cooked for him a dish of deep sea beef, which he loved so much. At that moment, the man said that he would be back soon. He came up to her from behind and turned to her. He lowered his head and thought that she must be experiencing mixed feelings, joy that her beloved brother comprehends the true style, and guilt that they could not do it themselves. The girl looked at the brooch in her hand, and the man continued, she has nothing to regret. She complained about the brooch in her hands. The man said that she had already achieved the true style. She looked at this brooch. When she was 12, the previous emperor gave her this brooch. He knew about its incredible power and sealed it so that she would not become its slave. She imagined the girl inside the cry. Also thought that her power exceeded all her expectations. He looked at her. Suddenly, something distracted her. A knight came to them and said that there was an urgent report. She ordered to let him in. The guy came in, put her hand to her chest and said that trouble had happened. Then he shouted that some strangers had attacked the land of the empire. The girl was surprised. They, a remote forest of the Eclipse Empire, a cart was driving. The man lowered his hood and asked where exactly this girl was. No one knew. A crowd of people stood near the cart and discussed how to look for her like a needle in a haystack. They say she is not in the palace during the tournament. How can they lure her out? Another man came up and said that he was the leader of this operation. Did he have any plan? The guy thought, put his hand to his chin and said that he had no ideas yet. One of them shouted God, and this is their leader. Then he added, well, then maybe we should go to the nearest settlement. Not far away, the cart got stuck, the wheels got stuck. They tried to go on. The driver shouted that the wheel was broken. The young man raised his hand, waved, that this was very good luck, they would help him. The man shouted that if this was true, he would be very grateful. He took off his hood and said with a smile that everything was happening for the best. In exchange, could he shelter them in his settlement? One of the group members said that the villages were of course poor. Well, that would be enough for them. They came to some village, looked around, maybe he had a plan after all. At that moment, he came up and asked, I think his name was Luo. He answered that it was. It was Luo, a Chinese streamer. The girl turned around and told him to listen carefully. He had to take everything off and show it to the lookout. The man turned to them and thanked them with a smile for helping them get to the settlement. It was late, so they would stay with him today. The girl smiled. Then something terrible happened. The mother and son looked at what was happening in horror. Blood poured out of the man's mouth. The girl stabbed him with her knife. Then she pulled out the knife. The man fell to the ground. His son screamed. Then he ran there, continued to scream his father's name. He fell to his knees, pushed him and tried to wake him up. He began to cry and shake violently, then asked why they killed his dad. He looked at this woman and thought why they did it. She begged him to kneel down, grabbed his shoulders and turned to him with a smile. Then she looked into his eyes and said that if he did not fool all the villagers, he would become the same as his father. Did he understand? The boy looked at her in horror and tears. Why did they gather all the villagers? The girl asked if everyone was there. All the people were tied up. The man replied that it seemed like they killed everyone, those who resisted, and the guards. The guy was filming everything at that moment. She asked if he understood. He asked what she was going to do with them. The girl turned away and said that they were black dragons, announcing. Comments started pouring in. What were these bastards up to again? What kind of black dragons? That they were high-level players, and what were they going to do with this NPC? Now that was interesting, I just can't wait to see. The girl shouted that they had started hunting Empress L. The woman was crying. Her son was sitting next to her and looking down. The girl added that until the Empress appears, they will kill one person every 5 minutes. At that moment, Firefist was watching the stream and wondering what was going on there. He was biting his nails. He was angry. The black dragons took an entire village hostage to lure out the Empress. Then he turned to his comrade and asked if they should intervene. Did Min Hayek know? Tired Locke looked at him. He continued to take care of the dog, said that other Korean players had already gone there, but they were high-level players, black players, similar, they could not stop them. Then on the screen they saw another murder. He added that in addition, they should have all the gold and equipment of those they killed. The battle continued on the screen. The young man gritted his teeth and said that it was too risky. If they were high-level players, then they alone could not cope with them. At that moment, they watched as those people strangled the guy and wondered where the main character was when he was so needed. The man smiled maliciously. He lifted the boy to the very top and asked, "Is this really the end?" At that moment, someone told him that there was no reason. He was surprised, and he got hit right on the arm. The girl asked how they dared to touch her people with their dirty paws. The boy ran away screaming. The man did not understand what was happening. She took a step towards them. The Empress, she was very angry. She said that she hoped that they were ready to die, and they were very happy she finally appeared. Her body was covered in flames. There were corpses of people lying around. The bandits were looking at her. They were smiling and were ready for battle. She was also serious and looked at them. At that moment, the leader looked at her with wild eyes. The man said that her power was felt. The girl's eyes were literally burning. Such pressure. Despite the fact that they had mastered the true style, here it is, the power of the Empress. Then he lowered his head and said that if she wanted her people to stay alive, she must pass on her true style to them. The girl squeezed the sword. She looked at the people around her. They were very scared. They dared to invade her lands and spill blood. She took a step forward. They desecrated her empire and caused suffering to her people. She looked at the boy who had just almost died, at his mother, and they, pathetic worms, dared to offer her a deal. Then she looked at them and screamed that none of them would leave here alive. The man grabbed his head and laughed. With her such an inferior true style, let her not interfere. He himself can handle it. The woman struck the first blow. Then she abruptly jumped to the side. Everyone thought that she had disappeared. But at that moment she attacked the man from above. The leader shouted at him to look there. He raised his head, began to accumulate energy in his hands. What speed does she have? She struck, but he was able to defend himself. He looked at her, clenched his teeth. The girl was approaching him again. The fight began. She struck one blow after another. He simply hid from her, shouted for the others to do something, but the girl replied that he himself told them not to interfere. Then she decided to join the fight, threw her knife forward and said that she did not want to die. But the Empress protected herself with one wave of her hand. Suddenly, something distracted her. An explosion thundered nearby. The gang leader with crazy eyes screamed that she must be blown up, a reflection of the true style. She absorbs her attack and returns it to her, many times stronger. The girl opened her mouth. Everything around was in smoke. Right in front of her was a man. She was in shock. He struck her so hard that she was thrown back. She thought she was out of air. Then the man swung again and ordered the girl to finish her off. He used a flurry of blows. And the woman at that moment stretched out her hands forward, asked what the Empress feels when her true style merges with the man's true style. She smiled. Polyhedrons began to appear around the Empress. They reflected blows one to another. At that moment the guy screamed to let him go immediately. The Empress's sister is in danger. On the screen he saw the Empress. Behind him stood a blonde man. He folded his hands and said that now he is gaining knowledge about the true style. If he leaves, he will lose everything. But the guy was unhappy, and the man added, will he be able to help her in his current state? The young man is lucky. He looked at the pain the girl is experiencing. She lowered her head and said that they are really strong. With her inferior version of the true style, she will not defeat them. The man was happy, smiled and said that she finally decided to speak, and the girl replied that in this case, she will also fight seriously. She raised her hand and said who knows what they will do to her empire if she loses since they are so strong. Her eyes lit up, sparks started to appear around, so she will fight until her last breath. There was an explosion, a huge column of energy rose up. The bandit looked at it and did not understand, said to be careful, something changed. The girl turned away. Suddenly her hair color changed to white. She hovered in the air and said that they will regret this day. Then he stretched his hand forward. Swords appeared around her. In her hands there was also a sword. The woman stretched out her hand and said that she changed her hair color. So what? Anyway, she cannot penetrate her reflection. Well, the Empress struck. The woman threw it aside. The man stretched out his hand and said that this is only half of the true style. He tried to strike her, but she threw him aside with one swing. He raised his head and began to ask how is this possible. Then he fell to the ground. The girl sighed. Some black spots appeared on her face. Behind her stood the third. He said that twice in the blink of an eye. He was scared. He looked at her and said that she really was worthy of the title of the strongest master of the true style. He squeezed his sword and said that this is why he wanted to get it. He struck, but the girl quickly reflected it. In his hands was not only the sword. He threw them forward, but the girl was able to reflect them with just one swing of the ball. Then he appeared behind her. He struck. His eyes and his were burning. The Empress easily defended herself. The man asked what was happening to her. Her movements became slower. The girl held the sword with trembling hands. She stood, looked at him with angry eyes and thought that it seemed that she still had not fully mastered the true style, but she could not give up. The battle continued. The man shouted that her true style was just a parody. Blow after blow, explosions thundered. He approached her as quickly as possible, smiled, and said that it was time to finish. He swung and shouted, "Farewell to her, Empress." The girl looked at him, clenched her teeth. A moment later she was already in another place. The man did not understand what was happening. He looked down and thought what was going on. Then he turned around. Right behind him was the Empress and the black magician Ali. He smiled at her and said that her brother called him for help. Then he frowned. He looked at her hands. They were in a terrible state. A little more and trouble would happen. Then he summoned a magic arrow, aimed at the man, but he managed to dodge. Standing in front of him, the man said that he was a pathetic magician, without a true style, decided to stand in his way. Then he ran at him. He underestimated him, the strongest of the black dragons. But at that moment the guy raised his hand and formed a shield. Then he began to cast a spell, but the Empress became worse. She fell to the ground. He looked at her and said that she was in such a state, there was no more time to waste. His comrades would soon come for her. The bandit did not understand what was happening. He threw the knife, but it landed on the ground because the guys teleported. He began to shout throughout the area. Ali told the guy that he took the Empress to the castle. The young man looked ahead, thanked him and asked if he was okay. He replied that yes, everything was fine, but unfortunately, the member of the Black Dragons managed to escape. The guy rolled up his sleeves. He watched as one of them got very angry, then said that it was okay. Then she imagined the Empress, sister. He needed to go to help. He took his sword, asked her to be stronger. He looked at him. If he did not need this training, he could save her. Why did he shrink all over? He thought that he should not blame himself. He swung and hit the ball. Instead of regretting, it is better to improve your true style. He was very angry. To master the true style, you need to perform 30,000 swings of the sword in perfect form. He began to swing and count to himself 2, 3. He continued to swing, 14, again 14, not a single miss. Each swing must be perfect. Time passed. And now it was already 10:13, the guys were distracted by something. He took a step forward, frowned. He can do it, he can do it. He gathered all his inner energy, imagined himself in real life. 10:32, he had done this before, thousands of times. Swinging his sword, a brunette came up to him. She looked at him and said what an incredible willpower. She also added that having swung 30,000 times and in perfect form, most people would not even try, but he continues without stopping. He looked at the guy. Then he smiled and thought that if he did not give up, he would achieve his goal. And the young man continued to swing the ball. Then he threw it on the ground. The man folded his arms and said with a smile that it was incredible, simply incredible. The protagonist was very tired, all day long, without sleep, without rest, without food. He stood there. He had absolutely no strength. In less than a week he was able to achieve his goal. His body was shaking. Even on the verge of fainting, he did not let go of the sword. His fingers were rubbed with blood. It was painful to look. His whole hand was covered in blood and calluses. What makes him so persistent? New card, Dexterity +1, Willpower +1, Willpower +1, Willpower +1, Dexterity +1, Willpower +1. The guy lowered his head, looked at the screen. New card, you have mastered the art of the sword with a true style. You receive a reward for mastering the true style. All 5 main characteristics +20, full recovery of health +500. New card, you have received the title of the only one, a recognized master of the sword. New card, God of Power and Destruction, I admire you. You have received the title, the one who has repeatedly forced the gods to respond. And the young man was shocked. He thought it was the God of Power and Destruction. Then he noticed how the brunette in the background was indignant. Did he really respond to him? A divine hand appeared in front of him. He deserved the recognition of the god who gave the world 8 true styles. The young man was shocked. He looked at his hand. He felt an incredible surge of strength. Was this the power of the divine title? Then he raised his hand. It literally began to blaze, the skills of the true style. New card, Furious Blades, bronzing the blow deals 400% more damage and hits the target 6 times in a row, dealing 100% damage per blow. Let's introduce the fighter in action. New card, Piercing Strike, all enemies within 5 meters receive 6 blows in a row, dealing 100% damage. He raised his sword. A new card, the blade that cuts through the sky, releases a red blade with 350% attack power, which has a 20% chance of dealing a critical hit with 600% power and returns. He lowered his head. Incredible skills. He became much stronger than before, and the skill of Death Strike granted to him. He pressed his lips. Now he can avenge his sister. The man put his hand on his shoulder and turned to him. He turned around. The brunette said that he admired his willpower. No one had ever come to this test so quickly, or rather, he was the first one to pass it. Just incredible. Then he removed his hand and asked what motivates him. The young man thought for a while. He looked away and said that he must take revenge. The man asked again. He remembered the comment. He screwed up with one single NPC, did not complete his task. Yeah, black dragons are a funny name. Then the guy said that he must avenge someone dear to him. He will do it at any cost. He imagined these people, the show hunting for the Empress. He said so. Palace, the Empress's room. She was lying in bed unconscious. The guy came up and asked when this happened. The man with glasses stood next to him and replied that since the black magician brought her, she had been in this state since then. She had never regained consciousness. Then he looked at the girl and said that a powerful force was destroying her body and mind. They did not know how to heal her. After which he began to tremble and said that he had to stop her. The main character turned to him and addressed him. He imagined her as a child, said that since then she had dreamed of protecting everyone with a sword. She trained tirelessly to protect even him. The man was in tears. He turned to the guy. Only he could save her. Even the saint and the best healer could not help her. Then he said that he was asking him, just once, to save her. The guy was standing right in front of her. He clenched his fist. He looked down and said that he would try. The man asked if it was true. New card, Empire Quest, Reward, Eclipse Empire, as well as the Empress's gratitude. The penalty for failure is death. He looked at the girl and said that yes. Then he looked up at the screen. He would do his best. The young man raised his hand and shouted that he needed to create. New card, Beef Bone Soup Recipe for the Empress. The necessary ingredients: white cow beef bones, white cow beef cartilage, steel cow brisket, wheat moon noodles, and so on. The expected level of the dish: unique, legendary. The effect: slows down the effects of the disease that struck the Empress for 2 weeks. He looked at the recipe, frowned, thinking that the disease would only slow down for 2 weeks. Creating a recipe can only show a dish of the legendary level and below. He looked ahead and thought, if he used better ingredients and perfected the cooking process, then perhaps he could create something more powerful. He put his hands on the table, lowered his head. He needed to think about what he could do, what he needed. He began to think. He needed ingredients that were superior to those specified in the recipe. He remembered wheat, the legendary wheat of the sun. He took some with him. Then it dawned on him that, by the way, he had already received 5 chests with legendary ingredients. He remembered the dragon. It was a reward for winning the Feast of the Dragon, a gourmet. He looked at the board. The master allowed him to use the imperial kitchen and tools. Then he moved forward. He would definitely do it. He remembered his beautiful sister who was smiling. All this for her, for his sister. After some time, within the continent of the Atlas domain, a city in the forest, the man in armor stood behind and asked the guy if he was done. He said that they should wait a little longer. He drew some hieroglyph on the ground. Ready, all the traps in this area are neutralized. Then he turned back and said that now we can consider that they have broken through the defense in this area. The man replied that this is an excellent job. Everyone pointed their fingers at the leader of the Black Dragon. After the incident with the attack on the Empress, The Black Dragon, whose actions were broadcast live and were harshly criticized. The criticism was especially strong, considering that these high-level black players relied only on brute force and massacred NPCs. In the end, the Black Dragons agreed to join the army of the continent and fight on the front lines. There were comments on the screen, well, they showed off, and now they must answer for their actions, beautiful or girls. Black dragons are the shame of China, they must take off their mask, they are certainly bastards, but they need to win, people condemn them. The girl was confused. The Chinese command announced the creation of combat units led by Black Dragons. Day, City, the targets of the attack will be the possession of the Atlas, the rear area where players from Ashan arrive, and the main base of the Guild Eaters. Another part of the fortress, the largest fortress on the central continent, Burke. The tower, finally, the base of the defenders of Korea, where high-level Korean players are concentrated. The man in armor looked at the young man and asked why he had so many traps in the rear. And then you exhaled, closed your eyes and said that this is the base of Eaters, maybe there is a food warehouse there. Suddenly the man in the background shouted at them, "Stop talking, you need to concentrate." The guy in armor said that he is a bore. The man looked at him and said that you should not forget, their goal is to penetrate the Atlas and open the gate, they have no time to waste. Suddenly the girl from the bushes said that he should come here and take a look. There was some house, someone lived in this wilderness, great, they could find out information from them. They came closer, it was worth combing the area, they had to be on the alert so that they could attack as soon as someone appeared. Someone moved in the bushes. The man was distracted and whispered that someone was coming to their places. A man was moving there, an ant, and today, diligently feeding the dog, whistling and humming a song. The man yawned, scratched his leg and said that he was very bored. Suddenly he saw movement in the bushes and turned his attention to them. Then he shouted who they were. Their commander ordered the attack and told them to finish him off quickly. A bright light appeared. The man came out of the bushes, activated the cry of the paralyzed. The young man covered his nose and shouted that they were attacking. Then he saw how others also started to come out of the arts. Unbelievably, they even reached their rear. Then he smiled and said that they made a mistake. He looked at them from under his brows. Now is just the time for feeding his puppies. The commander asked again. He did not understand what puppies are talking about. And suddenly a huge three-headed dog appeared behind him. He looked up. What kind of mad dog is this? Damn, he is retreating. He is the Black King. Well, before he could finish speaking, he received a blow. And now he flew into a tree with a roar and began to teleport. This player was eliminated. The young man looked at this and said that this cannot be. He is a magician. How can he be so strong to kill a high-level player with one blow? A man in armor ran up to him. No matter how strong the beast is, he is still a beast. He had a spear in his hands. He swung and said that they have an advantage in numbers. They must believe in the Black Knight. One of them said that he probably had 3 heads and was eating 3 times. The dog was growling and drooling at the time. The knight attacked him, shouting that he would go first and that the support should not lag behind. Well, a shield appeared in front of the dog. The man did not understand what was happening. Was there a priest somewhere nearby? The support had already arrived. The man raised his hand up, and the knight began shouting that they had a fat man, a back row, and they had to attack everyone at once so that he would not have time to heal them. The battle began. Explosions were everywhere. The guy with green hair came up from behind and asked if they were done with him. The man turned around and said that he was a genius. But then he added that he did not expect the dog to remain safe and sound. At that moment he stood right in front of them, with glowing eyes. Locke smiled, began to transform. With him it is not surprising. Then he looked at them. He was already in armor, asked for forgiveness, but he is not a simple priest, he is a high-class priest. Then he ordered happiness, love, and hope to attack. The dog and all the mouths began to come out different elements: ice, flame, wind. New card, the Roar of the Guardian of the Underworld, reduces the attack accuracy of all enemies by 15%, increases the recovery time of skills by 10%, reduces defense by 15%. New card, Skull, reduces all enemy stats by 10%, magic defense and attack by 20%, agility by 10%. The knight looked at all this with fear. He was horrified. Damn, these monsters, they can't just stand and watch. A huge explosion thundered. At that moment, Firefist Ace looked at the screen. He received a message from Locke. The center of the continent is dangerous. He did not understand what this meant. He was very surprised. Along with the message, a full-scale invasion of Chinese troops began on the Korean base, Dae City. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.